That year at the awakening ceremony, I was firmly nailed to the top of the entire school's joke list, all because my talent was rated D level. And she, an S rank, soared to the heavens. Everyone thought I was just a useless janitor living off the school's charity, and the mockery and disdain never ceased. Until I barged into the top-secret restricted area late at night and crushed her sister's phone, the one she used to threaten me, with my bare hands. The murderous aura of the B-grade boss awakening in the air finally forced me to shed my disguise. Everyone was waiting for me to be crushed by the monster, but the next second, I didn't retreat. Because my secret was enough to make the entire world tremble. Chapter 1, D rank, yet able to summon Mount Tai to subdue enemies. Please be patient with this book. By the end of Chapter 3, I promise you'll have a thrilling story. Please be patient with this book. By the end of Chapter 3, I promise you an electrifying story. The autumn wind blew bleakly. Dust had gathered again. Zheng Shanhe stood in front of the security booth, wiping the dust off the duty plaque with his hand. Sunsheng High School gatekeeper Zheng Shanhe talent rating. D. As his fingers brushed past the D rating, the scene from the awakening ceremony a year ago involuntarily surfaced in his mind. Talent rating D, Zheng Shanhe. You do not meet the requirements for university advancement. The principal considers your talent passable. How about staying at Sunsheng High School as a gatekeeper? It's a stable income. This is a special world. 100 years ago, portals connecting to other dimensions suddenly opened across the globe. The entire nation awakened, and alien races descended. Zheng Shanhe, having transmigrated since birth, has scored full marks in every written exam. In the end, he could only awaken the lowest-ranked D-grade talent. That year, he became the laughingstock of the entire school. Even among classmates, there was even a joke ranking list established. The fact that the school's top student awakened only a D-ranked talent forever dominated the top spot on the leaderboard, permanently etched into legend. Yo! Isn't this the permanent guest on the comedy rankings? Laughter came from behind as 3 stones clinked against the duty sign. A D-class guard dog deserves this broken iron plate. Several students didn't bother to conceal their mockery. The identical sarcastic remarks had continued uninterrupted throughout the entire year. If it were the beginning, Zheng Shanhe might have harbored negative emotions because of this, but now, he simply laughs off these voices. Many don't understand why he chose to guard the school gate at the age of 20 instead. Nor was he willing to seek another livelihood. No one would know the real reason except himself. Summon the panel. Zheng Shanhe returned to the guard room and sat down. Before his eyes, a status panel visible only to him popped up. Name, Zheng Shanhe talent. Mountain and River Artisan, rating D talent description, summon relics lost in the river of history to suppress all evil and strengthen the nation's fortune. Advancing from D rank to C rank requires consuming luck points. 20,000 in D level otherworldly boss essence 0 of 1. After promotion to C level, unlock initial skill. Aura encompassing mountains and rivers, permanently summon relics buried in the long river of history. Owned destiny points, 40,000. Daily natural destiny points gain, 100 out of 100. Correct. Such an unpretentious panel belonged to him. In this world, everyone has only one chance in their lifetime to awaken a talent. Awakening means permanent classification. D grade remains D grade, never to change. However, Zheng Shanhe was different. On the day of his awakening, he suddenly discovered something called fortune aura. Ordinary people couldn't see or touch it, apparently due to his unique talent, he alone could perceive it. Fortune aura allowed him to grow without limits or boundaries. This was something unheard of in this world. Moreover, being a mountains and rivers artisan wasn't his only unique trait. Throughout its long history, foreign invasions caused the homeland's mountains and rivers to be destroyed in fierce battles against alien races. In the rebuilt land of Longwei today, skyscrapers still stand tall, but the once beautiful mountains and rivers no longer exist. What the mountain and river artisans could achieve was to bring back former famous landmarks and architecture through their landscape recreations. The reconstruction site of Sunsheng was at the ruins of Mount Tai, once revered as the foremost of the 5 sacred mountains. He agreed to guard the gate because the concentration of fortune at Sunsheng High School was exceptionally high. Over the past year, he now holds a total of 40,000 luck points in his possession. Shanhe Creation Draft, the supreme of the 5 sacred mountains, Mount Tai. Drafting requires consumption. 10,000 luck points. After a year of steady growth, it's time to upgrade the talent level. Just by advancing to C rank, I can recreate Mount Tai. These 4 words alone are enough to make his blood boil with excitement. Behind Sunsheng High School, there's a hidden cave. Under the principal's special care, Zheng Shanhe learned that a portal would appear precisely at midnight every night inside the cave. This portal is special. Normally, it's rated as D rank. However, at regular intervals, it randomly spawns C rank alien monsters. Moreover, as long as you don't enter the boss room to kill the boss, the aliens in this portal will respawn daily. Over the past year, Zheng Shanhe has made it a nightly routine to venture inside to grind monsters and level up. Now his level has exceeded the normal range, plus the boss essence required for upgrading his talent. Tonight, it's time to draw this to a close. Brother! Suddenly, a lively, playful voice rang out at the door. Zheng Shanhe put away the status panel. At the door, a beautiful girl with shoulder-length black hair, wearing a standard school uniform, looked at him with a smile. "Bro, what are you thinking about?" Without even blinking. 12 years ago, my parents sacrificed their lives in an A-rank otherworldly portal. All that remained was a compensation payment and a younger biological sister 2 years his junior. Zheng Shanhe walked into the security room, placed the lunchbox in her hand on the table, and said excitedly, "Today's history class was super interesting. The teacher not only talked about those famous scenic spots from back home but also showed us old photos. Bro, you'd never imagine how incredibly beautiful our country's landscapes were before the alien invasion." "Really?" Zheng Shanhe wore a faint smile as he opened the lunchboxes one by one and said, "Read it to me, what does it all say?" "There are just so many." Zheng Shanhe extended her fair little fingers and began counting. "The Yangtze River, the Yellow River, the Great Wall, the Yellow Crane Tower, and some Five Peaks King or something." Zheng Shanhe furrowed her brows, seemingly struggling to recall. "The Five Peaks King." Zheng Shanhe twitched his lips. "Once again, you only half listened in class," he said irritably. "That's the foremost of the 5 sacred mountains, Mount Tai." As expected of you, bro." My attention was all on the pictures, I barely heard the teacher's explanation. Zheng Shanhe didn't care at all. After quickly finishing her meal, she stretched and walked toward the inner room. "Good afternoon." Brody really had no way to deal with this dear little sister of his. In a world invaded by alien races, high schools only offer 5 subjects: Chinese language, history, awakened knowledge, analysis of alien species and their weaknesses, scientific research. Among these, scientific research encompasses all the natural sciences. As for international languages, portable devices capable of simultaneous translation have already been invented worldwide, making learning them unnecessary. Zheng Shanhe, that girl, only has Chinese language as her presentable subject grade. To participate in the awakening ceremony, one's grades in both awakener knowledge and analysis of alien species and weaknesses must meet the required standards. However, Zheng Shanhe doesn't wish for her to become an awakener either. The bloody horrors inside the portal aren't suitable for her. After cleaning up the leftovers from the lunchbox and on her way to throw out the trash, Zheng Shanhe ran into her former homeroom teacher. "Just now having your meal?" The homeroom teacher was a middle-aged man with a square, characteristically Chinese face. He said with a smile, "Shanhe, recently the interdimensional portals near the school have been appearing frequently. You and Xiao should be careful not to get pulled in." Zheng Shanhe was guarding the school's back gate, where he rarely encountered teachers or the like. "I understand, Teacher Lu." After chatting and laughing for a few words, the two went their separate ways. Although he was pinned at the top of the joke list, the school's teachers and principal treated him and his sister quite well. Returning to the guard room, he lay down on the recliner and soon fell asleep. Night quietly descended. Exactly midnight. When the sound of Zheng Shanhe grinding her teeth came from the inner room, Zheng Shanhe carefully closed the door and headed toward the back mountain. The school at night was eerily silent, and the cool evening breeze made him quicken his pace a little. What was called the back mountain was actually just a series of continuous low hills. Under the moonlight, Zheng Shanhe soon arrived at a hidden cave with practiced ease. This was a secret, unpublicized portal the principal had given him out of consideration for his parents, who had also sacrificed themselves for humanity. It's important to know that any portal is an extremely rare resource, and based on the level of talent he awakened at that time, he might never obtain any resources in this lifetime. It's possible he wouldn't even qualify to enter a portal. In the pitch-black cave, faint blue light now flickered intermittently. Staring at the slowly rotating vortex before him, Zheng Shanhe took a deep breath and stepped into it. Not long after, outside the cave, a figure suddenly appeared. This person was tall and slender, with delicate features and long hair cascading down their shoulders. She held her phone, currently in video recording mode. "Zheng Shanhe, I've finally caught you red-handed." Chapter 2, The Stalker, An Even Greater Threat. A chilling sensation swept through his entire body. After passing through the portal, Zheng Shanhe found the scenery before him had completely changed. This is a long corridor paved with blue bricks and embedded with oil lamps in the walls. The air is filled with a putrid, earthy stench. The firelight flickered, faintly revealing some object moving in the darkness ahead. "Panel." Zheng Shanhe said softly. "Name, Zheng Shanhe. Skip, display level. Level, 51 experience, 50,000/52000 evaluation. You can freely enter and exit B+ level portals with no complex attribute points, only the simplest and most straightforward level threshold. In this world, the way to evaluate a person's strength is through level and talent. In everyone's panel, they can see the evaluation value of their own strength. This evaluation value is determined by one's own level plus the talent's rating. Just like now, Zheng Shanhe's level is actually quite high, but due to his D-grade talent, his evaluation is only AB+. Moreover, this evaluation value can be displayed to others and is a necessary step for joining a team to enter high-level portals. Throughout this year, he has relied on absorbed fortune points exchanged for experience to reach level 51 in just 1 year. Whoosh! Suddenly, as he was viewing his panel, a cold gleam sliced through the silence. It shot out from the darkness at an astonishing speed, heading straight for the space between his eyebrows. Zheng Shanhe remained calm, tilting his head slightly to dodge the cold gleam. From the darkness at the end of the corridor, goblins clad in animal hides with deep green skin began to appear. These goblins had ferocious appearances, holding long sticks, sharp blades, and bows and arrows, their eyes gleaming with viciousness. Better deal with these troublesome guys first and see after the talent upgrade. Retracting the panel, Zheng Shanhe slightly bent his knees. Whoosh. In an instant, nearly 20 goblins were completely annihilated by him, leaving not a single trace behind. Defeat the goblin, experience plus 10, luck points plus 10. Apart from automatically gaining luck points daily, the only way to obtain them is it is obtained within the interdimensional portal. Both killing otherworldly beings and clearing the entire portal will grant fate points. The monster's level evaluation does not exceed D rank. Good, this time the monster hasn't changed. Zheng Shanhe bent down and casually picked up a sharp blade, his steps never faltering as he headed straight for the deepest part of the corridor. 5 minutes later, goblin corpses were piled together, the stench of blood filling the air with a pungent, nauseating odor. It reeked horribly. The girl following behind Zheng Shanhe held her phone in one hand while pinching her nose with the other. An undisclosed portal, yet Zheng Shanhe intended to clear it alone. This blatantly violated the association's regulations. He's done for. Suppressing her disgust, the girl stepped over the goblin's corpse and followed Zheng Shanhe's footsteps, advancing deeper inside. The latter half of the corridor was shrouded in near-total darkness, with only a faint glimmer of light ahead serving as their sole guide. The end was a massive stone door left ajar, its gap wide enough for two people to walk through side by side. Zheng Shanhe stepped inside, and an overpoweringly foul stench assaulted his nostrils. He frowned slightly. The boss room was much larger than he had imagined. It resembled a hollowed-out mountain cavern, with irregular rock walls illuminated by the flickering glow of pale lanterns. The ground was also uneven, made of muddy and rocky soil, even somewhat damp. Roar! At this moment, a thunderous roar came rushing toward them. Bang! Accompanied by a massive dark shadow, Zheng Shanhe tapped his toes on the ground, dodging to the right. Boom! The rocky wall let out a deafening crash. Following the sound, Zheng Shanhe looked over and saw a massive goblin over 3 meters tall, muscular and burly, its body covered in bulging muscles. Goblin King, combat level, 15, rating. In this peculiar portal, I have encountered icy tundras, burning forests, and dark dungeons. This corridor and the goblins should also be random. It seems even the boss is random. After a moment's thought, Zheng Shanhe charged forward. A level 15 boss was like child's play for him at level 51. He discarded his sharp blade, instantly appeared before the boss, and fiercely swung his right fist. Bang! A dull thunderous sound erupted as the Goblin King's massive body was sent flying as if struck by a cannonball. It was violently hurled backward, crashing into the deepest part of the rocky wall. The enormous noise reverberated throughout the entire space. Caution, Goblin King activates, Savage Bloodline, locks the last drop of blood, enters a frenzied state. Interesting. Zheng Shanhe raised an eyebrow slightly. Whoosh! His figure vanished once again. When he reappeared, he leaped into the air mid-stride, delivering a kick aimed straight at the Goblin King's head. Boom! The Goblin King, its skin turning blood red and about to rise while roaring, was instantly killed on the spot. Defeat the Goblin King, experience points plus 500. Fortune points plus 500. D-grade alien boss essence obtained. Talent promotion conditions met. Proceed with immediate promotion? Fortunately, everything went smoothly. Letting out a sigh, he chanted, Ascend. The sovereign of the 5 sacred mountains, Mount Tai. How thrilling. Humph. You're dead. Right at that moment, a cold sneer suddenly came from behind. Zheng Shanhe immediately turned around. Li Shiqi? Frowning at the sight of the woman's face, he recognized her. Li Shiqi, Xiuxiu's classmate. She often deliberately picked on Xiuxiu and made things difficult for her. However, since Xiuxiu had a lively and generous personality and was very likable, she actually hadn't been bullied by her. As for the conflict between Zheng Shanhe and her, to be precise, it was more related to her older sister, Li Hahua. From freshman to senior year, Zheng Shanhe was the top student at Sunsheng High School, and the second-ranked student was Li Hahua. Speaking of which, it was Li Hahua who nailed him to the pillar of shame at Sunsheng High School and invented the joke ranking list. At last year's senior awakening ceremony, the top student ended up with a D-grade talent, becoming a laughingstock. Meanwhile, the second-ranked student awakened an S-grade talent and soared to great heights. Li Shiqi can be considered fortunate to benefit from her elder sister's influence, allowing her to awaken prematurely. If I remember correctly, her awakened talent level should be B-grade. Look what I've found. Li Shiqi held her phone pointed at Zheng Shanhe, as someone had discovered an interdimensional portal appearing at the school but chose to conceal the truth. You even barged in without permission and defeated the boss. According to the regulations of the Awakened Association, this constitutes a violation of the rules. You're gonna get locked up. She laughed with pure delight, even though the world inside the interdimensional portal wasn't connected to the outside. However, she was not at all worried that Zheng Shanhe might suddenly turn violent and pose a threat to her. After all, she is a dignified B-level talent awakener, and her combat level has reached 15. Evaluation value, capable of moving freely through C+ portals. Zheng Shanhe showed no psychological reaction to her verbal threat. He remembered the principal saying that due to some special reasons, that Sunshine Association had authorized the principal to handle this portal entirely. At that moment, Li Shiqi tossed her long hair and waved the phone in her hand at him. Once this gets out, the video is bound to go viral online. By then, not only will you lose your job, but you'll also end up in jail. Moreover, with such a huge stain on my brother's reputation, I wonder how Zheng Shanhe will ever be able to hold her head up high again. She giggled flirtatiously and turned to leave. Whoosh! In an instant, Zheng Shanhe's figure vanished, only to reappear right beside Li Shiqi. Li Shiqi's pupils contracted. She never expected that someone who awakened a D-level talent and had been guarding the gate for a year, to actually possess such terrifying speed. Don't you dare use Xiuxiu to threaten me. Zheng Shanhe snatched her phone and crushed it effortlessly with a slight squeeze. You damned gatekeeper, do you even know what this is? Li Shiqi glared furiously, grabbing the shattered remains of the phone, her heartache and rage overwhelming all reason. This is the limited edition co-branded phone of Mo City's S-Class Tianshou, Songji. You couldn't afford this limited edition phone even if you guarded the gate your whole life, got it? Suddenly, a surge of energy began to ripple within her. You must pay the price for this. Buzz. Suddenly, as the fluctuations within her surged forth, the two massive stone doors leading to the corridor inexplicably slammed shut. The temperature plummeted. A crimson emergency danger alert box popped up simultaneously in front of both of them. Warning. Excessive spiritual energy fluctuations detected. The hidden boss is awakening. Hidden boss combat level, 35, rating, B. Chapter 3, Mount Tai appears, suppressing the alien race. Shanhe, the interdimensional portal on the back mountain is somewhat special. Based on my speculation, it's highly likely that teaming up won't be possible. So you must remember, under no circumstances should you bring a second person inside with you. A year ago, the principal's words suddenly surfaced in my mind. Zheng Shanhe sensed the gradually spreading chill in the air and the frantically flashing danger alerts before his eyes, his heart tightening slightly. The entrance to the portal on the back mountain is exceptionally well hidden. Only someone who knows what lies within could possibly find it. Moreover, given its consistent pattern of appearing only at midnight, Zheng Shanhe never let his guard down. He truly didn't expect someone to follow him. And what's more, it was such an idiotic girl. What was that noise? Li Shiqi, who had been posturing moments ago, instantly tensed up. Due to awakening too early, although she had cleared many portals with her team and reached level 15, those were all accomplished with someone leading the way. Now, in her mind, Zheng Shanhe was merely a D rank, the lowest tier awakened who couldn't level up due to guarding the gate. The prompt box mentioned a hidden boss, rated B level, though her talent is also B tier. But this doesn't mean she can face a B-class boss. What should be done? We're doomed. Boom, rumble. Suddenly, the thick rock wall embedded with the Goblin King's corpse exploded violently. Ah! The flying shattered stones were so startling that Li Shiqi screamed and covered her head. Ha! A spine-chilling, eerie cry rang out. The air grew increasingly thick with a foul, fishy stench. Zheng Shanhe stared straight ahead. Where the rock wall had exploded, there was a massive creature resembling a rat, yet its facial features and skin were indistinguishable from a human's. It had human limbs, thick lips covered in cracks, and two square, blocky front teeth exposed at a glance. It was utterly heart-stopping, especially those pitch-black eyes speckled with dark red, making the entire creature appear eerie and terrifying. Hidden boss, Ratman, combat power level, 35, rating. B. The pungent, fishy odor hit her nostrils, and Li Shiqi retched dryly. Upon seeing the creature's appearance clearly, he collapsed onto the ground, trembling uncontrollably, utterly petrified with fear. Roar! Suddenly, the terrifying pupils of this ratman locked onto them as it crouched low, its limbs gripping the ground before lunging forward with trembling, frenzied steps. Judging by the look of it, it seemed intent on crushing them to pulp right then and there. The ratman moved swiftly, and Zheng Shanhe immediately shifted his stance to evade. But just as he was about to move, his peripheral vision caught Li Shiqi not dodging or avoiding at all. She simply covered her eyes with both hands. What kind of move is this? If you can't see it, then it's fine. He originally didn't want to get involved. Yet the thought of the Li family's influence in Sunshine, coupled with the fact that any harm to Li Shiqi would inevitably implicate the principal, and might even affect Xiuxiu. Damn it! He cursed under his breath, tapped his toes against the ground, and in an instant, his figure blurred as the ratman lunged toward him. Take Li Shiqi and dodge to the side. Boom! Behind. The earth-shattering roar and the trembling ground all indicate what would have happened if we hadn't dodged just now. Why did you save me? I don't have any money to give you. Li Shiqi curled up on the ground, staring at Zheng Shanhe, her eyes filled with endless fear and suspicion. Shut up, Zheng Shanhe growled in a low voice. In the distance, the ratman's attack missed its mark, unleashing a piercing screech that stabbed at the eardrums. Then, smooth skin began sprouting rows of pitch-black, rigid dark spikes. Whoosh! In an instant, the figure of the ratman suddenly vanished. What? Zheng Shanhe was startled, and just as he realized what was happening, his entire body was completely engulfed by that enormous, terrifying hand. There was no escape. Behind her, Li Shiqi once again covered her eyes and let out a terrified scream. Bang! A powerful collision shockwave erupted. The expected attack never came. Frightened and confused, Li Shiqi hesitantly lowered her hands, and what she saw made her freeze. Before her eyes, a slender figure was desperately holding back the enormous palm. The monstrous palm trembled violently, and Zheng Shanhe's legs were shaking as well. Their strength was actually evenly matched. How was this possible? He was just a D rank, a mere gatekeeper. How could he possibly withstand an attack from a B rank boss? Who the hell are you? At that moment, she even began to doubt whether the man before her was truly the good-for-nothing her sister had described. Veins bulged on Zheng Shanhe's forehead. Didn't I tell you to shut the fuck up? Boom! An intense and terrifying wave of energy suddenly descended. A layer of pure white light shimmered across Zheng Shanhe's body. The Ratman's palm was violently shoved away by him. The ascension was finally complete. Zheng Shanhe exhaled deeply. Promotion complete. Reward, 10,000 luck points. Talent rating upgraded from D to C. Unlocked skill, Aura of Mountains and Rivers, summon relics buried in history. Awaiting mountain and river creation, the supreme of the 5 sacred mountains, Mount Tai. Craftsman of mountains and rivers, you can now summon Mount Tai. Added, spiritual power value. Spiritual power value. 20,000/20,000 for every second the mountain and river creation exists, it continuously consumes 100 points of spiritual power. Spiritual power. To put it another way, it's the mana bar of the awakened. Ah! The Ratman, who had been directly blocked by Zheng Shanhe's counterattack and forced to retreat, let out another piercing shriek that resembled a furious roar. Its pupils turned completely blood red, while a dark crimson glow seeped from its skin. A terrifying power surged from within its body. The Ratman unleashed, frenzied fury, temporarily elevates their rank to B+, taking speed and attack to new heights. The danger warning box reappeared. Seeing this, Zheng Shanhe showed no hesitation, and a surge of righteous energy immediately overflowed from his chest. The sole venerable of the 5 sacred mountains, suppressing the alien races. Mount Tai manifests, its might shaking the 8 wastelands. The entire cavern space was suddenly filled with an overwhelming, awe-inspiring aura. The sovereign of the 5 sacred mountains, heed my command, appear now. Zheng Shanhe spread his arms wide and took a mighty step forward. His soul seemed to chisel through the barriers of time and space at this moment, connecting with the distant annals of history. Above this peculiar cave, the air suddenly twisted. The next second, boom! A deep rumble echoed throughout the entire space. The distorted air abruptly surged outward as a towering mountain suddenly materialized out of thin air. The spacious cave, at the moment the mountain appeared, seemed to be instantly filled to the brim. The overlapping, sky-piercing mountain peaks, embodying vast and majestic power, adorned with ancient pines and giant boulders. The entire mountain was both grand and magnificently beautiful, its majesty so profound that a single glance was enough to leave one utterly speechless. At this moment, the long-lost greatest mountain under heaven vanished in the river of history, manifested once more between heaven and earth in the form of a natural creation. An explosive gale erupted as Mount Tai manifested. The frenzied Ratman, about to pounce, suddenly felt an overwhelming force descend. Boom! The Ratman's entire body slammed onto the ground, immobilized. The terrifying oppressive force continued to intensify, its frenzied skin began to split, blood gushing out. For a moment, screams and wails erupted from its mouth, echoing through the vast cavern. Zheng Shanhe's black hair danced wildly as his sleeves billowed in the wind. He gazed at this struggling alien creature, the reflection of the 5 sacred mountains' majesty flashing in his eyes. Suppress! Bang! The ground beneath the crouching Ratman suddenly collapsed, yet it still refused to die. Moreover, it even struggled frantically to lift its head, staring fixedly at Zheng Shanhe with a sinister and terrifying glare. That gaze sends chills down one's spine. It seems to say, this level isn't enough to kill me. In the name of mountains and rivers, I summon the poetic spirits to aid me in suppressing these foreign fiends. Zheng Shanhe shouted, his spiritual energy rapidly draining away at this very moment. Just then, within the dimly lit cave dominated by shadows, a sudden blinding yet gentle ray of sunlight appeared. This sunlight emerged from the summit of Mount Tai. At the same time, accompanied by a leisurely and heroic laughter, a voice echoed from the mountaintop. How majestic is Mount Tai! The verdant lands of Qi and Lu stretch endlessly. Nature's miracles focus on this peak, its north and south divide the dusk and dawn. The swelling clouds veil my breast like a sleeve, I strain my eyes and see the homing birds. I must ascend the mountain's very crest, it dwarfs all peaks under my feet. Buzz! An indescribable force gathered into golden talismans with the verses and crashed down from the mountaintop. Bang! At this point, a hidden boss with a B+ rating could resist no longer. In an instant, it perished. Chapter 3, Mount Tai emerges, subduing the foreign tribes. Shanhe, the portal to the otherworld in the back mountains is rather peculiar. Based on my speculation, it's highly unlikely you can enter it with others. So remember this, under no circumstances should you bring a second person inside. A year ago, the principal's warning suddenly surfaced in his mind. Zheng Shanhe felt the air growing increasingly cold and damp, while danger warnings flashed frantically before his eyes, sending a chill through his heart. The portal's entrance in the back mountain was exceptionally well hidden, only those who knew what lay beyond could discover it. Combined with its rule of only appearing at midnight, Zheng Shanhe never let his guard down. He truly hadn't expected anyone to follow him. And it was such an idiotic girl, too. What's that noise? Li Shiqi, who had been holding a defensive stance, instantly tensed her body. Due to her premature awakening, she had cleared numerous portals with her team and reached level 15. But that was always under someone else's guidance. In her mind, Zheng Shanhe was merely a D-rank awakened being the lowest tier who couldn't level up because he was stuck guarding the gate. The prompt mentioned a hidden B-rank boss. Though her talent was also B-rank, that didn't mean she could face a B-rank boss. What should she do? She was doomed. Boom! Suddenly, the thick rock wall encasing the Goblin King's corpse shattered. Yah! Shards of rock flew everywhere, startlingly Shiqi into covering her head and screaming. Hoof! A bone-chilling, eerie cry echoed through the air. The foul, fishy stench in the air grew increasingly potent. Zheng Shanhe stared straight ahead. Where the rock wall had exploded, a monstrous creature emerged, huge, resembling a rat, yet with features and skin indistinguishable from a human's. It possessed human limbs, thick lips cracked with fissures, and two square, flat fangs protruding outward, a sight that sent shivers down the spine. Particularly unsettling were its dark, bloodshot eyes, giving the entire creature an eerie and terrifying appearance. Hidden boss, Ratman, combat power, 35, rating, B. A pungent, foul stench assaulted her senses, making Li Shiqi retch. Upon seeing the creature's true form, she collapsed to the ground, trembling uncontrollably. She was utterly petrified. Roar! Suddenly, the Ratman's terrifying pupils locked onto them. Clawing at the ground with all four limbs, it lunged forward with trembling strides. By the look of it, it seemed intent on crushing them flat. The Ratman moved with blinding speed. Zheng Shanhe immediately shifted his stance, preparing to dodge. But just as he was about to move, his peripheral vision caught sight of Li Shiqi not dodging, not evading, but covering her eyes with both hands. What the hell was she doing? Think closing your eyes makes it go away. He didn't want to get involved. But then he remembered the Li family's influence in Songcheng. If something happened to Li Shiqi, it would inevitably implicate the principal and might even affect Xiuxiu. Damn it! He cursed under his breath, his toes digging into the ground as his figure flickered. Just as the Ratman lunged forward, he swept Li Shiqi aside. Boom! Behind them. The earth-shattering roar and tremors beneath their feet made it painfully clear what would have happened if they hadn't dodged in time. Why did you save me? I don't have any money to pay you. Li Shiqi curled up on the ground, staring at Zheng Shanhe with eyes filled with lingering fear and suspicion. Shut up! Zheng Shanhe growled in a low, furious voice. In the distance, the Ratman's attack missed its mark, erupting into a piercing shriek that made ears ache. Immediately, dark, hard spines began sprouting from its smooth skin. Whoosh! In an instant, the Ratman's form abruptly vanished. What? Zheng Shanhe gasped in shock. Before he could react, he was completely enveloped by that vast, terrifying palm. There was no escape. Behind him, Li Shiqi covered her eyes once more, letting out a terrified scream. Boom! A powerful shockwave rippled out. The expected attack did not come. Confused and terrified, Li Shiqi lowered her hands. What she saw left her frozen in place. Before her eyes, a slender figure stood firmly planted, holding its ground against that enormous palm. The monster's palm trembled violently, Zheng Shanhe's legs shaking as well. Their strength was evenly matched. How could this be possible? He was only a D rank, a mere gatekeeper. How could he possibly withstand the attack of a B rank boss? Who are you? In that instant, she even began to doubt whether this man before her was truly the useless her sister had spoken of. Veins bulged on Zheng Shanhe's forehead. Didn't I tell you to shut your mouth? Boom! A powerful and terrifying shockwave erupted. A layer of pure white light shimmered across Zheng Shanhe's body. The Ratman's palm was violently repelled. The advancement is finally complete. Zheng Shanhe exhaled deeply. Promotion complete. Reward 10,000 fortune points. Talent rating DC. Unlocked skill, Chi infused mountains and rivers summon relics buried in history. Pending summoning, the supreme of the 5 great mountains Mount Tai. Mountain River Artisan, you may now summon Mount Tai to descend. New, spiritual power. Spiritual power, 20,000. Each second the mountain river creation exists, 100 spirit power is continuously deducted. Spiritual power is essentially the blue bar for awakened ones. The rodent man, whose attack had been directly intercepted by Zheng Shanhe and sent reeling back, let out another furious, shrill howl. Its pupils turned completely blood red, and a dark crimson glow seeped from its skin as terrifying power surged from within. Ratman activated, Berserk temporarily boosts its level to B+, further enhancing speed and attack. The danger alert box flashed once more. Seeing this, Zheng Shanhe wasted no time. A surge of righteous energy erupted from his chest. Supreme sovereign of the 5 peaks, subdue the alien race. Mount Tai manifests its might, shaking the 8 corners of the world. A colossal, awe-inspiring aura suddenly descended upon the entire cave space. Supreme of the 5 sacred mountains, heed my command, manifest. Zheng Shanhe spread his arms wide and stepped forward. His soul seemed to shatter the barriers of time and space in that instant, connecting with the vast expanse of history. The ceiling of this peculiar cave twisted violently. The next instant, a deep rumbling echoed throughout the entire space. The warped air violently rippled outward, and a towering mountain suddenly materialized out of thin air. The cavern, once spacious, seemed instantly filled to bursting the moment the mountain appeared. Its towering, earth-shaking peaks radiated immense power through its massive form, adorned with ancient pines and colossal boulders. The entire mountain range combined majestic grandeur with exquisite beauty. Its awe-inspiring presence was so overwhelming that a single glance was enough to leave one speechless. In that instant, the legendary first mountain of the world, long vanished into the annals of history, manifested once more between heaven and earth, the creation of mountains and rivers. Explosive winds surged forth with the mountain's emergence. The rodent men, caught in their frenzied attack, felt an earth-shattering force descend upon them. Boom! The rat man's entire body slammed onto the ground, immobilized. The terrifying pressure intensified relentlessly, causing its frenzied skin to crack open, blood gushing forth. In an instant, agonized screams and wails erupted from its mouth, echoing throughout the vast cavern. Zheng Shanhe's black hair whipped wildly, his sleeves billowing. Gazing at the struggling alien creature, the majestic panorama of the 5 sacred mountains reflected in his eyes. Suppress. Crash. The ground beneath the rodent man's body caved in with a thunderous crash, yet it still refused to die. In fact, it struggled to raise its head, its eyes fixed on Zheng Shanhe with a vicious, terrifying glare. That gaze was heart-stopping. As if it were saying, this was nowhere near enough to kill it. In the name of the mountains and rivers, I beseech the poetic spirit to aid me in subduing this alien race. Zheng Shanhe roared, his spiritual energy rapidly draining from his body. At that very instant, a blinding yet gentle ray of sunlight suddenly pierced the gloom-dominated cave. This light emanated from the summit of Mount Tai. Simultaneously, a leisurely yet heroic laugh echoed from the mountaintop. How is Mount Tai faring? The verdant hues of Qi and Lu remain undimmed. Nature bestows divine beauty, dividing day from night. Clouds swell in my chest, birds vanish from my sight. I shall ascend to the summit's height, where all other peaks appear small. An indescribable force coalesced with the verses into golden talismans, crashing down from the mountain peak. Crash! At that moment, a hidden B+ rated boss could no longer resist. In an instant, it met its end. Chapter 4, The Illusory Shadow of Mount Tai shocks the nation. Outside. Though dawn had broken in Sancheng, the streets remained brightly lit and bustling with people. At a certain moment. Rumble. The star-studded night sky suddenly gathered patches of thin yet dense clouds, constantly shifting between the 2 states. The entire city of Sancheng was instantly swept up in a whirlwind of change. Something in the air seemed stirred, causing it to grow hot and restless. Sancheng High School Guardhouse. Zhang Xiuxiu, fast asleep, jolted awake and sat up in bed. Brother! What's happening? Zhang Xiuxiu leapt out of bed. Not seeing her brother anywhere, she rushed out of the guardhouse to look. The sight in the sky left her frozen in place. The lights were still on in many offices of the Sancheng Awakened Association. What's going on? Almost the instant this disturbance manifested, everyone rushed out of the building, running outside and simultaneously gazing upward at the sky. It wasn't just them. At that very moment, everyone in the city, whether awake or asleep, was drawn by this aura. Unison, every head lifted to gaze at the night sky. Buzz. Suddenly, the thick clouds in the night sky parted. Under the gaze of tens of thousands in Sung City, a majestic mountain shrouded in the glow of dawn abruptly materialized. This mountain was not real, it even seemed somewhat illusory. Yet its emergence stirred the very atmosphere of Sancheng, stirring an indescribable surge of destiny within the air. Quickly report to the chairman. The members of Sancheng's Awakened Association were already in utter chaos, their faces etched with terror. Some immediately pulled out their phones to record the scene. In truth, the entire city had pulled out their phones at that very moment, capturing the sudden apparition of the mountainous shadow in the sky. Just as they held their phones aloft to capture the scene, the summit of the mountain suddenly twisted for a moment. How is Mount Tai? The green of Qi and Lu remains unending. A bold and leisurely chuckle echoed from the summit. The entire city of Sancheng heard that voice. It fell into everyone's ears, clear and distinct. Mount Tai. Holy crap! Is that Mount Tai? This mountain's phantom is Mount Tai. The revered sovereign of the 5 great mountains, once hailed as the foremost peak under heaven. Nature's divine beauty, dividing day from night. As the second line of verse echoed forth, the entire city erupted in a feverish uproar. Contemplating the mountain. It's Du Fu. Could the man reciting poetry atop that peak be? Could it be the spirit of Du Fu manifesting? At that moment, Sancheng seemed frozen in time. Traffic and crowds alike froze in place, all eyes fixed upon the first mountain under heaven towering above. Then, as the verses continued to echo from the summit, the entire city in unison, whether silently or aloud, recited. Clouds swell in my chest, birds return as I gaze. I shall ascend to the summit, where all other peaks seem small. An indescribable surge of warmth coursed through every person. The boundless passion and unrestrained spirit within their hearts seemed ignited by these 4 lines of verse. Gazing at the ethereal image of Mount Tai in the sky, everyone recalled the descriptions of the once splendid landscapes recorded in their books. In a narrow alley somewhere in the city, a disheveled vagrant pointed at the silhouette and murmured, just like my grandfather described it. This is Mount Tai. The older generation wept openly, some clutching yellowed photographs of Mount Tai as they recited the verses aloud. Sancheng was a city built upon the ruins of Mount Tai. The alien invasion destroyed nearly all its landmarks. Though the rift from the otherworld now shows signs of stabilizing, portals of varying sizes still frequently appear across the land. The alien race remained like a sword of Damocles hanging over humanity, preventing any true peace of mind. Yet, even the mighty dragon nation today holds no certainty of eradicating them once and for all. Now, Mount Tai, long vanished into history, manifests as a phantom form, evoking both awe and regret. If only such a breathtakingly beautiful mountain could remain forever in this world. Overnight, videos of Mount Tai manifesting in Sancheng went viral across the internet. This miracle, both awe-inspiring and terrifying, shook the nation to its core. Shanjing City, Dragon Nation Awakened One's Association headquarters. Within the president's office. This is how the events unfolded. A man with a face as sharp as a blade stood beside the screen, explaining. Playing on the screen was the viral incident known as the Mount Tai manifestation. Only 2 people occupied the room. Besides the man giving the explanation, the other was a middle-aged man with graying temples. Despite his age, he possessed a powerful physique and an imposing presence. This man was Yan Guodong, president of the Dragon Nation Awakened Association. This powerful figure who controlled all awakened in the Dragon Nation was now lost in silence. His pupils reflected the shadowy image of Mount Tai, flickering incessantly. Section Chief Chen. After a moment, he spoke. When Mount Tai manifested, did Sancheng's national fortune also become entangled? Section Chief Chen, his expression stern, nodded. Yes. According to the National Fortune Detector at the Sancheng Association, the appearance of Mount Tai's phantom image did indeed trigger a surge in the nation's fortune. Ha! Receiving the answer, Yan Guodong exhaled deeply, leaning back in his chair and murmuring, it has appeared. Our nation has finally produced an awakened one capable of manipulating national destiny. Could this be a coincidence? Section Chief Chen hesitated slightly. Whether it's coincidence or not, we'll know once we reach Sancheng. Yan Guodong waved his hand. Prepare the aircraft. We depart for Sancheng immediately. Yes, sir. Section Chief Chen inquired, by the way, Chairman, I recall there was an S-rank awakened one in Sancheng last year named Li Hawa. Per association protocol, S-rank awakened ones are entitled to a set of magic crystal forged gear. Due to certain circumstances, that set was never issued. This time, such minor matters can be handled directly by the Sancheng Association personnel. Yan Guodong waved his hand. As for you and me, remember the key objective of this trip is to determine whether this incident is connected to the awakened. Yes, sir. Section Chief Chen snapped to attention and saluted. I'll arrange the itinerary immediately and depart as soon as possible. Leaving the office, Section Chief Chen felt a chill run down his spine. The chairman possessed the ability to detect traces of awakened one's spiritual energy fluctuations. Whether this incident occurred 2 days ago or 3, it could not escape the chairman's tracking. If the Mount Tai manifestation incident was indeed connected to an awakened one, they would surely track down who was responsible. Inside the interdimensional portal at Sancheng High School. Defeated hidden boss. Gained 1000 EXP plus 1000 fortune points. You have leveled up. Current level 52. Detecting level fluctuation, re-evaluating combat strength. Combining combat power level 52 and talent C, new assessment, you barely meet the requirements to enter an A-rank portal. Zheng Shanhe exhaled as he stared at the monster reduced to a pile of flesh. He raised his hand, his mind focused. Whoosh! Mid-air, Mount Tai slowly rotated, transforming in an instant into a palm-sized figurine that landed in his hand. Spiritual power 1800020000. This was the advantage of a high level. Had he not spent most of his fortune points on leveling up, he would likely be only level 26 or 27 at most. His spirit power would certainly not be this high. At the same time, the excitement surging within him was beyond description. At this moment, constrained by the level of his innate talent, Mount Tai could only unlock the first stage of his attack. This attack involved condensing the phantom of a poetic soul, transforming verses into boundless power to crush and annihilate enemies. The remaining 2 stages would likely unlock only upon advancing to B rank or even a rank. Regardless, tonight's gains were substantial. Not only had he advanced his talent, but he had also personally tested the strength of his mountain river creation against a B rank boss. Closing his palm, Mount Tai dissolved into a surge of light that flowed back into his body. Now, it was time to deal with the other person who had witnessed the entire scene. Turning her head, she saw Li Shiqi frozen in place on the ground. She stared blankly at the handsome, tall yet slightly lean young man before her, struggling to process what had just happened. This journey had delivered an overwhelming flood of shocks and information. The terrifying Ratman. The security guard, who should have been a D-rank waste, not only withstood the attack of a B-rank boss but also summoned Mount Tai, something she'd only seen in history lessons and photographs. Moreover, that poetic chant echoing from the summit of Mount Tai contemplating the mountain was one of her most cherished ancient poems. She often used the line, "When I stand atop the highest peak, all other mountains seem small," to motivate herself. But what had she just seen? What had she just heard? If you dare breathe a word of what happened here. At that moment, Zheng Shanhe, radiating an overwhelming aura of righteous indignation, suddenly approached. His eyes held an endless chill. "I will kill you." An icy chill surged from the depths of her soul. Li Shiqi shook her head frantically. You, rest assured. You saved my life. I absolutely won't reveal anything about what happened here. But..." She suddenly lowered her head, her voice trembling. "The video from inside the portal won't be leaked. But at the external entrance, I recorded you entering the portal. The footage must have synced to the cloud already. My sister will see it." The process of entering the portal? Zheng Shanhe's furrowed brow slowly relaxed. As for that single video alone, it wouldn't have any impact. "Remember, I'm talking about what happened here." Li Shiqi nodded repeatedly at the final warning. Chapter 5? National fortune boils over, nationwide nurturing? The next day. You don't remember anything? Sancheng Central Hospital. Li Shiqi's face was pale as she lay in the hospital bed, shaking her head. By the bedside stood a woman with short hair. She bore a passing resemblance to Li Shiqi, none other than Sancheng High School's 3rd S-rank awakener, Li Hahua. Useless fool who only makes things worse. Li Hahua flung the phone at her without hesitation, her voice cold. "I saw the video on the cloud." "What exactly happened?" Li Shiqi's face remained composed, offering no reply. Last night, after leaving that portal and checking into the hospital, she too had learned of the events unfolding in Sancheng. Mount Tai manifestation. She had witnessed the entire process up close. Even the most obtuse person would grasp the immense advantage this event would bring to Zheng Shanhe. The ability to manifest the phantom image of a vanished ruin, such a talent was enough to send shockwaves through every awakened guild in the Dragon Nation. Even the Awakened Association itself would likely extend an olive branch to him. At that moment, Li Shiqi resolved more firmly than ever to guard Zheng Shanhe's secret and cultivate a strong relationship with him. "Are you mute?" At that moment, Li Hahua lost patience. She walked slowly forward, leaned close to her ear, and said, "Remember, you're nothing but a worthless with a B-rank talent. If you don't do as I say, there will be no place for you in this family." Li Shiqi's hands, hidden beneath the covers, clenched into fists. "Behind Sancheng High School, there's an undiscovered portal. Zheng Shanhe knows about it but hasn't reported it. The video on the cloud was taken when he entered that portal. She had already told Zheng Shanhe about this inside the portal, so now she could speak freely." "Very well." Listening to her sister's words, Li Hahua nodded with satisfaction. "Keep flattering and currying favor with me. Only by being a well-behaved little dog will you avoid being kicked out of the Li family, Class B." With that, Li Hahua strode away with haughty steps. Poof. Once she was out of earshot, a cold smile curled at the corners of Li Shiqi's lips. "Go ahead. Use this incident to launch a full-scale attack against Zheng Shanhe." Now, only she knew the terrifying power Zheng Shanhe truly concealed. Li Hahua's relentless targeting of him would surely backfire spectacularly. "Principal, that's the sequence of events. Sancheng High School, Principal's office." Zheng Shanhe spoke calmly. "After clearing that teleportation gate on the back mountain alone last night, I didn't notice any issues. As for the Mount Tai manifestation, I truly didn't notice it either." Seated upright in his chair, the middle-aged, balding principal nodded. "Understood. Shanhe, your parents were among the most exceptional Class A awakened in Sancheng. Together, they sealed countless portals to other realms, saving countless lives. The Sancheng Awakened Association will always remember their contributions." The principal sipped his tea and waved his hand. "So, just relax. You needn't worry at all. Even if that Li Shiqi truly intends to use a video to sway public opinion, rest assured I'm here." "Thank you, Principal. I'll take my leave now." Zheng Shanhe exited the office and returned to his security guard booth. He couldn't care less about public opinion. Right now, his only concern was that last night's commotion had gotten a bit too loud. Mount Tai manifested its power, the poet sage manifested his power. To be honest, who wouldn't want their name to echo across the nation? But Zheng Shanhe felt it was too soon to be thrust into the public eye just yet. While the Mount Tai manifestation was indeed astonishing, for now, he was merely an awakened individual with C-tier talent. His primary goal now was to lie low, quietly develop his abilities to reach A or S rank, and then level up to 70-80. Consider this, a C-rank awakened whose power pertains to relics lost to the mists of history. Whether he would be cultivated or not was another matter entirely. The overwhelming likelihood was that he would be protected by the Awakened Association. While that would guarantee safety, it would also draw excessive attention, effectively robbing him of his freedom. That wasn't what he wanted. Bro! The school bell rang, and Zheng Shanhe's loud voice carried all the way to the security office. She flung her lunchbox onto the table and her backpack onto a chair. Without giving Zheng Shanhe a moment to react, she leaned in, opened her phone, and announced excitedly. Bro! Last night when you went to the bathroom, Mount Tai manifested. I even filmed it, look. She handed over the phone, revealing footage shot from her perspective, looking up at the shadowy figure of Mount Tai. The muffled rumble of the mountain and Zheng Shanhe's excited shrieks echoed from the phone. Zheng Shanhe sighed inwardly. Who could have imagined that the Mount Tai summoned through the rift in the otherworld would resonate so powerfully in the outside world? In the video, as Gazing at the Mountain began to play, Zheng Shanhe, clutching her phone, recited the poem with renewed fervor. Her recitation was utterly passionate. Wow, bro! You have no idea the whole school's been going crazy sharing these videos today. Even all the teachers are discussing Mount Tai's divine manifestation in class. Zheng Shanhe tucked her phone away and blurted out. Also, I heard that after the Mount Tai manifestation, all the awakened individuals in the city uniformly gained an extra 100 points in spiritual power. Even though I had a runny nose and a cold just 2 days ago, after reciting the poem Gazing at the Mountain last night, I felt a warm current spread through my body, and I was completely cured. Everyone says it's the national fortune brought by Mount Tai's manifestation, nourishing everyone in the city. Is that even possible? Zheng Shanhe's heart skipped a beat. According to the interface description, the mountain river creation did indeed activate the nation's fortune in the local area, but it was a vague concept. Zheng Shanhe still didn't know its specific effects, but hearing Xiao say this now, could this be the nationwide boost brought by the nation's fortune? As he pondered this, a crisp honk sounded. He looked up to see a champagne gold minibus parked outside the entrance. Another leader visiting the school? Zheng Xiao opened her boxed lunch and spoke while eating. Eat your meal. Zheng Shanhe stepped outside and opened the door. Inside the vehicle. Chairman Yan, Section Chief Chen, based on the data from our overnight assessment, the initial spiritual energy fluctuations of the Mount Tai Phantom are right here at Sunmmary High School. The president of the Sunmmary Awakened Association respectfully addressed the middle-aged man before him. First, go meet with the principal to understand the situation. Yan Guodong, his temples graying, nodded and said no more. The back gate of Sunmmary High School slowly swung open. As the vehicle rolled over the speed bump in front of the guardhouse, Yan Guodong glanced casually at the guardhouse. Wait! The driver slammed on the brakes, bringing the vehicle to an abrupt halt. A gleam flashed in Yan Guodong's eyes as his gaze locked onto the handsome young man standing before the gatehouse. Just a moment ago, he should have seen the golden aura of fortune swirling around this youth. But now, it was gone. His name is Zheng Shanhe. His parents were once Class A awakened ones. After their sacrifice, he and his sister have been living alone. Last year, he awakened at Sunmmary High School at D rank. According to regulations, he couldn't attend university. So they assigned him this position as a means for him to make a living. The president of the Sunmmary Association hurriedly disclosed all of Zheng Shanhe's information to the two men. Grade D? Is this a mistake? Yan Guodong narrowed his eyes, scanning the young man from head to toe. Should I test him? Section Chief Chen stood up and asked. No need. Let's go. Yan Guodong withdrew his gaze, no longer looking. Chapter 6? Identity Suspicion Under Surveillance. Zheng Shanhe watched the minibus pull into the school. Who's on that bus? He just felt a chill run down his spine, as if some force was trying to find something within him. Fortunately, a faint, ethereal fluctuation emanated from the Tai Shan within him, shielding the force inside the vehicle. The matter at the back mountain is settled. It's time to plan for the future. He stretched lazily. He must press forward, advance to B rank. After reaching C rank, as long as he had sufficient fortune points, he could continue summoning mountain river artifacts. He already had a target in mind for this second creation. Shanhaiguan, the first pass under heaven, shared the title of first with Mount Tai. Shanhaiguan Pass was the first mighty gateway at the starting point of the Great Wall. Moving forward, he was determined to designate all 10 renowned passes and the entire Great Wall as mountain river creations. Bro! Today's stir-fried pork is super delicious. If you don't eat it, I'm having it. Zheng Shanhe's call echoed from the gatehouse. Zheng Shanhe's expression darkened as he hurriedly turned and entered the room. You little brat, you waited until it was all gone to tell me. Principal's office. Dai ran, these two are Chairman Yan from the General Association and Section Chief Chen from the General Supervision Section. Sunmmary stepped aside. Section Chief Chen Zhang stepped forward first and said, Principal Dai, we're here to investigate the Mount Tai manifestation incident. May we ask who was present at Sunmmary High School last night at midnight? Chen Zhang, his expression stern and tone unusually cold, got straight to the point. Dai Ran answered truthfully, last night, I was on night duty at the school. Besides me, there were only 2 security guards. One of the security guards was female? Shen Zhang looked up at him. No. Old Zhang at the main gate is 48. Young Zhang at the back gate is 21. Principal Dai was puzzled, unsure why he was asking this. The perspective of this video is from inside the campus. Section Chief Chen wasted no words. He raised his hand and played the video Zhang Xiuxiu had recorded last night and uploaded online. Oh, her. The back gate guard, Zheng Shanhe, has a younger sister. They both live in the guardhouse. His biological sister? What's her awakening talent rating? Shen Zhang narrowed his eyes. According to the association's regulations, unless a close relative awakens an S-grade talent, all students must wait until their senior year to awaken. Dai Ran replied, Zheng Xiuxiu just started her sophomore year this year. Old Zhang from the front gate, what's his talent rating? D grade. After asking the final question, Shen Zhang took 2 quick steps back to stand behind Yan Guodong. At that moment, the door burst open. Lei Haohua, with her short hair and an air of supreme arrogance, strode into the principal's office. Dai Ran, I have something to report to you. Her tone was supremely arrogant. Her gaze swept across the office, only then noticing that besides the bald principal, there were 3 others present. The aura emanating from these 3 caused even her, an S rank, to pause. Especially when she saw the middle-aged man with grey temples at his temples, her pupils contracted sharply. Yan Guodong, president of the General Association. I've only seen him on TV. Could they be here for me? It's highly likely. After all, I was the 3rd S rank at Sunqing High School. Even though I'm at Fenglin University now, but... Lei Haohua stood frozen in place, staring blankly, completely forgetting her own business. This is the principal's office. How dare you barge in like this? Dai Ran's tone carried a hint of displeasure. Lei Haohua had an exceptionally foul temperament. She had resorted to slanderous tactics because she could never surpass Zheng Shanhe in written exams. Her family's immense wealth only fueled her arrogance. Now that she'd awakened an S-tier talent, her tail was practically in the air. Not only had she barged into his office, but she'd even addressed him by his first name. Lei Haohua snapped back to her usual haughty self at Dai Ran's rebuke. Phew. I absolutely cannot show weakness in front of President Yen. I must be proud I'm S rank. Perfect timing with the association president here. Let's see how Dai Ran dares shield that good-for-nothing Zheng Shanhe. Lei Haohua pulled out her phone, playing the footage of Zheng Shanhe entering the portal last night. Seeing this footage, Dai Ran's brow furrowed. If I recall correctly, discovering a portal and concealing it warrants a 7-day detention. Attempting to clear it alone carries a maximum sentence of 1 year. Lei Haohua sneered coldly, last night, Zheng Shanhe has single-handedly cleared the hidden portal on the school's back mountain. Principal Dai Ran, were you aware of this? She stood aloof, as if she were a judge passing judgment. Nonsense. It's merely a D-class portal, what's this about imprisonment? Dai Ran frowned and snapped. Oh? So you admit to abusing your position to give Zheng Shanhe a backdoor pass? Lei Haohua pressed relentlessly, her tone sharp and accusatory. Yan Guodong and Shen Zhang remained silent on the matter. Yet, both men extracted crucial information from the exchange. A D-rank awakened being soloed a D-rank portal? Normally, when an awakener's talent rating matched the portal's rating, soloing a portal of the same talent level was extremely difficult unless one possessed terrifying combat strength. Moreover, Zheng Shanhe was a gatekeeper bound by his duties. It was absolutely impossible for him to form a team to enter a portal and boost his combat strength. Something was off about Zheng Shanhe. Yan Guodong and Shen Zhang exchanged glances. Shen Zhang immediately understood and pushed open the door, heading straight for the back gate guardhouse. Chairman Yan, please judge fairly. Suddenly, Lei Haohua turned her plea to Yan Guodong, who had remained silent throughout. Her eyes blazed with intensity. This is outrageous. Lei Haohua, this concerns Sunsheng. Are you attempting to bypass me and report directly to higher authorities in front of me? The Sunsheng Association president's expression darkened. So what if I do? You'll just cover for Zheng Shanhe in the end anyway. Since the president is here today, let him judge fairly. Lei Haohua grew more animated with each word. You. Just as the Sunsheng Association president was about to speak, Yan Guodong waved him off. By the rules, any local matter should first be reported to the local association before escalating through the ranks. Yan Guodong remained impassive. However, since I happen to have some time today and am present, go ahead and state your so-called reason. Nut. This woman possessed an arrogance and prejudice in her very core that repelled him. Yet such emotions never clouded his judgment. Hearing this, Lei Haohua's spirits lifted. Feeling the backing of the chief president, she lifted her chin even higher and declared, Zheng Shanhe has a despicable character. Even back in high school, he frequently cheated to maintain his position as the top student in the entire school. His awakening of a D-rank talent in senior year? That's nothing but karma. But Dai Ran has always shielded him, turning a blind eye to Zheng Shanhe's cheating. Now, he's even going so far as to open back doors, disregarding association regulations, letting Zheng Shanhe pass through the hidden portal alone. Li Haohua ranted on, piling on every possible accusation she could muster. Dai Ran stood expressionless beside her, inwardly sneering. Who did this woman think she was dealing with? The president of the General Association? Did she really think he'd believe her nonsense based on a few words? She was dreaming. Yan Guodong listened quietly. After Li Haohua finished, his gaze shifted slightly toward the composed-faced president of the Tsangqing Association. The latter immediately interjected, Chairman Yan, you may not be aware, but Zheng Shanhe's parents were once among Tsangqing's finest A-rank awakened. The couple cleared no fewer than 60 or 70 A-class portals. 12 years ago, during Tsangqing's catastrophic incident, they sacrificed themselves protecting the evacuation of Tsangqing Elementary School. Since then, I have provided the stipulated assistance to Zheng Shanhe and his sister according to the regulations within the awakened system. The descendants of two heroic martyrs, Could it be you, Zheng Shanhe, who truly channels the nation's destiny? Yan Guodong pondered deeply. Then, dismissing Li Haohua's words entirely, he waved his hand and declared. Let's go. We'll meet him. I need to confirm this up close once more. Yan Guodong thought to himself. Chapter 7, A Calm Standoff Not Him? Control Panel. Backdoor Security Booth. Zheng Shanhe leaned back leisurely. A panel visible only to him instantly appeared. Name, Zheng Shanhe. Talent, Mountain River Craftsman, rating C. To advance to B rank requires 30,000 destiny points and 01 C rank otherworldly boss essence. Pending Mountain River creation, Shanhaiguan Pass. Summoning cost, 30,000 destiny points. Current fortune points, 22,000. 30,000. After clearing the D rank portal in the mountains and defeating the hidden boss, I only gained 2,000 fortune points. Looks like I'll need to run more portals to farm fate points. Zheng Shanhe waved his hand. Bring up the experience panel. Combat power level, 52. Experience points, 52,000 54,000. 1 fortune point can be exchanged for 1 experience point. Assessment, you barely meet the requirements to enter an A-grade portal. As my level keeps rising, I'll need to think more carefully about using fortune points for leveling up. Zheng Shanhe rested his head in his hands, deep in thought. Based on the rating system for awakened talents, his current level 52 was already approaching the average level of an A-rank talent holder. After all, no one else in the world could level up like him, relying solely on fortune points. In the end, I'll just have to keep killing monsters in the portals. He silently calculated in his mind. Before long, a sudden chill gripped his heart. Zheng Shanhe sat up and looked up. There, striding toward him with purpose, stood a man whose face was as sharp as a blade. Dressed in a tailored suit, his hair slicked back, and wearing dark sunglasses, the man exuded an air of a mysterious operative. This doesn't bode well. Zheng Shanhe's expression remained calm, but inwardly he wondered, had he been exposed? The mysterious agent halted before the security booth. His gaze swept over the duty sign before removing his sunglasses. Zheng Shanhe? Chen Zheng's eyes were as sharp as knives as he looked down at him. Yes. Zheng Shanhe remained impassive, meeting his gaze without a flicker of subservience or arrogance. Seeing this demeanor, a flicker of light passed through Chen Zheng's eyes. Then, in a cold tone, he stated, I am Chen Zheng, Director of the Inspection Department of the Dragon Nation Awakened Ones Association. He extended a business card. I need to question you about certain matters. Your cooperation is required. Taking the card, Zheng Shanhe felt a tightening in his chest. The Supervision Department. This was the department specifically tasked with managing all awakened individuals nationwide. It was no exaggeration to say that every single S-rank awakened being in the country could not afford to ignore these 3 words. And the man before him was none other than the chief of the supervision section of the General Association. At that moment, he caught the faint, lingering scent of blood on Chen Zheng. Only those who constantly traverse the portal to hunt alien races would carry such a potent scent of blood. May I ask, were you in the guardhouse the entire night yesterday? Chen Zheng spoke up. The very first question was so pointed. If Zheng Shanhe truly intended to conceal something, he would have subconsciously confirmed it. And he would start making excuses. But Chen Zheng already knew Zheng Shanhe had gone to the teleportation gate on the back mountain last night. Therefore, any hesitation or denial from Zheng Shanhe on this point would only give Chen Zheng more room to probe and uncover the truth. No. To his surprise, Zheng Shanhe shook his head. I went to the back mountain last night and cleared a D-rank portal. Chen Zheng's thoughts froze. He hadn't expected this guy to be so honest. Had he not known this portal was tacitly permitted assistance from the principal and association president, he would likely have arrested Zheng Shanhe for violating regulations. Do you realize that concealing a portal and attempting to clear it on your own violates regulations and carries severe penalties? Despite this, Chen Zheng deliberately feigned ignorance. I know. I discovered this portal by accident and kept it to myself out of selfish motives. Zheng Shanhe's response made Chen Zheng raise an eyebrow. Good lad, not passing the buck but taking responsibility himself. Pretty loyal, that. Chen Zhang's mind was racing with thoughts. Zheng Shanhe was equally sharp. His boldness stemmed from a message Li Shiqi had sent over 10 minutes earlier, warning him that Li Hahua had arrived at Sungcheng High School with last night's video footage. Combined with the inexplicable questioning from this head of supervision, it wasn't hard to deduce that they must have also learned about his absence from the guardhouse last night. Therefore, he made no attempt to evade the issue and admitted it outright. But now, things had gotten complicated. This head of the supervision section was definitely no pushover. He wouldn't be easy to deal with. Alright, I have no further questions. Chen Zhang nodded, but instead of leaving, he pulled out a device resembling a thermometer gun. Now, please cooperate with my final task assessing your talent level. Oh no. Zheng Shanhe's body stiffened imperceptibly. He was currently a C rank, having been a D rank just a year ago. While it was true that some individuals could undergo a second awakening and elevate their talent rating, such cases remained rare. Each occurrence inevitably drew unwanted attention. That was not what he wanted, at least not now. But the man before him was the chief inspector of the General Association. He had no grounds to refuse a reasonable request. What should he do? As Chen Zhang's testing device drew nearer, Zheng Shanhe felt his freedom slipping further and further away. Zheng Shanhe. Just then, Li Hao's cold laughter suddenly echoed from nearby. Chen Zhang's movements halted. He turned to see Yan Guodong approaching. Chairman. Chen Zheng quickly stepped aside. Li Hao followed behind Yan Guodong with an arrogant stride, arms folded, radiating smug satisfaction. In her eyes, Yan Guodong had brought them here specifically to personally judge Zheng Shanhe. The president of the General Association she envisioned would surely uphold justice for her. After all, in her understanding, D-class awakened ones were the lowest of the low. Have you tested him? Yan Guodong's first words were directed at Chen Zhang. Not yet. Chen Zhang replied. Alright, I'll handle it. His perception was more accurate than any detector. Yan Guodong's gaze remained fixed on Zheng Shanhe. That bone-chilling sensation returned once more. The one who tried to see through me in the car, it was him. Zheng Shanhe subtly restrained the fluctuations of his spiritual energy within his body, immediately murmuring silently, consume 1,000 fate points to blot perception. Fortune points silently drained away. Yan Guodong's brow furrowed slightly. To his eyes, Zheng Shanhe showed no signs of abnormality. His spiritual energy was utterly unremarkable, and his talent rating hovered around D grade. Even the fluctuations in his combat strength level remained fixed between 1 and 2. How did you clear a D grade portal alone? Yan Guodong inquired. Zheng Shanhe replied, there was no boss inside the portal. I got lucky. Grade D portals had an extremely high probability of appearing without a guardian boss. This was quite common. Yan Guodong and Chen Zhang both felt a sinking sensation in their hearts. The only suspicious point had been resolved. Was the manifestation of Mount Tai truly just some strange phenomenon? Yan Guodong sighed inwardly. He had believed his unique abilities would allow him to detect the traces of the awakened. Yet across the entire city of Songqing, not a single clue remained, as if erased by some unseen force. Let's go. Yan Guodong's expression remained impassive as he turned to leave. But President Yan, what about Zheng Shanhe? Li Hao couldn't believe they were just going to leave like this? Zheng Shanhe gets off scot-free? As an S-rank awakened one, you should focus all your efforts on self-improvement. Chen Zhang frowned, his tone sharp. First impression, awakened one Li Hao, it's a poor one. As Chief Inspector, I hereby revoke the magic crystal equipment the association was about to grant you. This serves as a warning. Yan Guodong didn't pause his stride. After Chen Zhang finished speaking, he immediately quickened his pace to follow behind him, their figures fading into the distance. Li Hao was stunned by this sudden reprimand. After the acting principal and Songqing Association president gave Zheng Shanhe a few parting words, they departed together. Zheng Shanhe, this is all your fault. You deliberately made me look foolish in front of President Yan and Inspector Chen, you malicious little villain. Li Hao's eyes blazed with fury. Having repeatedly failed her high school entrance exams to Zheng Shanhe, her jealousy and resentment burned fiercely within her. Moreover, the funny moments chart had brought her considerable fame. She had to keep digging up embarrassing stories about this number one to attract even more attention to her chart. Moments later, she suddenly grew calm, her usual arrogance returning. Poof. Anyway, this is the best you'll ever be, a stinking D rank. We'll see about that. Exhaling deeply, Li Hao lifted her chin and walked away slowly. Zheng Shanhe hadn't given her a second glance the entire time, feeling only relief in his heart. Thankfully, he hadn't been discovered in the end. He knew exactly what his exposure would mean. Memories from his childhood flashed through his mind. After his parents, honored as martyrs, sacrificed their lives, he and Xiuxiu, as orphan children, became the focal point of Songqing at that time. Countless camera flashes and stares converged upon them. That experience left Xiuxiu with deep psychological scars. To this day, she still couldn't bear to have her picture taken, let alone face a camera flash. Therefore, Zheng Shanhe had to conceal his abilities. Before both Xiao and himself were prepared, he absolutely could not reveal his power. Absolutely not. Ha! At that moment, Zheng Shanhe emerged from the inner room, her eyes still heavy with sleep. Brother, was someone here just now? I thought I heard Li Hua's voice. Rubbing her eyes, she yawned. You were dreaming. Zheng Shanhe said with a smile. Chapter 8? Departure, First Team Dungeon Run. After Xiao left for class, Zheng Shanhe's expression grew grave. They won't give up the search easily. After all, the Mount Tai apparition is a major matter. It's time to leave. The role of the gatekeeper had served its purpose. The back mountain portal closed, and the school's absorption of dense fortune points had reached its limit. The current rate of fortune point growth was no different from usual. Plus, as a gatekeeper, he was too conspicuous. Wherever he went, he'd attract unnecessary attention. Now that I've obtained my first mountain river creation, I must focus on leveling up. After being intimidated, Li Shiqi showed signs of seeking reconciliation. She won't cause trouble for Xiao anymore. With Principal Dai Ran watching over her, nothing major should happen. After weighing his options, Zheng Shanhe finally dialed the principal's number. At first, Dai Ran was surprised, but he didn't stop him. Instead, he said, Shanhe, Fenglin University will hold its year-end admissions in a month. If you can't stand it here, come to Fenglin University when winter arrives. Fenglin University, jointly funded by Xangqing and 4 neighboring cities, was an exclusive institution for awakened individuals, second only to the 4 great academies. Its halls were filled with prodigies, though mediocre and ordinary awakened ones were also present. Once upon a time, he too had yearned to become a student of Fenglin University. But I'm only a D-tier talent. Zheng Shanhe looked puzzled. Earlier, before President Yan departed, he mentioned that descendants of heroes should receive better support. The principal smiled. This spot was personally arranged for you by Chairman Yan himself. A chill ran through Zheng Shanhe's heart. He quickly replied, All right, Principal. I'll contact you again when the year-end admissions open. Thank you for your help during this time. I will always remember it. Finally, the post he had held steadfastly for a year came to an end today. 12 years ago, Zheng Shanhe used his parents' death benefits to purchase a 3-bedroom apartment. The remaining funds went entirely toward Xiao's tuition and daily necessities. Ever since he became a security guard, Xiao stopped going home and lived with him in the guardhouse, which had a twin bed. Now that he was leaving the guardhouse, it was time to clean up this home that had stood empty for a year. After a busy afternoon, evening arrived in the blink of an eye. After lighting the stove for the first time in ages and quickly stir-frying a few dishes, Zheng Xiao spoke while eating. Brother, do you remember Li Shiqi? She came to school today, acting like a completely different person. She kept pestering me, being overly nice. Zheng Shanhe scrolled through the official Portal Team Up app on his phone without looking up. Isn't that a good thing? She'll finally stop bothering you. You don't get it. As the saying goes, no good deed goes unpunished. She's definitely plotting something shady again. He hummed and hawed in response to Xiao's words, his mind entirely absorbed in his phone. Pushi Road Portal, rating, C, team size, 4-5, maximum talent rating limit, C. Got it. Zheng Shanhe clicked in, immediately submitted his profile, and waited for the team leader's approval. Generally, only large-scale portals posing a threat to public safety were handled by the Awakened Association. The rest were distributed to members. After association rating, they're distributed via a dedicated app. For low-level portals like C rank, teams could clear them independently by snagging the certification quickly. However, portals rated B or higher required monetary reservations. Portal management is strict. Aspiring team leaders must present their talent rating certification. Therefore, Zheng Shanhe couldn't enter the portal alone and had to rely on luck to join a team. But unexpectedly, his team request was accepted the moment he sent it. You have joined the Pushi Road Portal Squad. Proceed to your designated position immediately. This outcome caught him off guard. Bro, do you think I'll become good friends with Li Shiqi? At that moment, Xiao's voice reached his ears. Zheng Shanhe waved his hand dismissively. Go to bed early. I've got something to run out for. No need to wait up for me. With that, he grabbed a casual jacket and hurried out. What the heck? He wasn't even listening to me. Xiao gnawed on her chopsticks, glaring at his retreating back with obvious displeasure. Be careful and come back soon. Pushi Road was about a kilometer from home. Zheng Shanhe jogged through the city streets, reaching his destination in 5 minutes. Guided by the app's coordinates, he entered an abandoned, half-finished building. This team leader is so unreliable. Why would he approve a D rank for a C rank portal? The moment he stepped through the open doorway, a sharp male voice pierced his ears. Under the moonlight, 4 figures stood atop the high walls of the unfinished building, 3 men and 1 woman. One man, hooded, cowered silently in a corner. Another man and woman were circling the last one, berating him. A D rank can't help us at all inside, and we'll have to waste our energy looking after him. What were you thinking? Kick him out already. The captain under verbal assault was a youth of 18 or 19. His name was Ku Xian. Today marked his first time entering the portal to the otherworld since his awakening. He'd planned to piggyback on an existing team, but through a series of mishaps, he'd ended up as this portal's leader. It's just a C-rank portal. We can handle bringing him along. Ku Xian scratched his head, offering an awkward smile. But no sooner had he spoken than the middle-aged man who had been berating him roared, like it's that easy to handle. I just want to safely gather some magic crystals to sell. I don't want to lose my life in there. Exactly. When that D-rank guy shows up later, make him leave. Another woman shouted, hands on her hips. Hey! He's here! Dizzy from their shouting, Ku Xian spotted Zheng Shanhe approaching and quickly made an excuse to jog away. Ah, you're the D-rank who just submitted that team application? Ku Xian breathed a sigh of relief after breaking free from their encirclement. Yeah. Zheng Shanhe nodded. His gaze shifted to the rear. The middle-aged man and woman, noticing his look, simultaneously snorted coldly and turned away. The other hooded man kept his eyes closed the entire time, giving Ku Xian an indescribable feeling. Everyone's here. Let's go. Ku Xian said with a smile. As the team leader, he had disregarded the earlier objections of the two members. This was an impromptu group anyway. If they disagreed with him, they could simply walk away. But if they missed this opportunity, there was no guarantee another C-grade portal would open tonight. So the middle-aged man frowned and chose to remain silent. While he claimed it was due to fear of danger, the truth was he simply didn't want to share any loot with a D-rank player. Let me make this clear, once we enter the portal, it's every man for himself. Whatever you get is yours, no splitting the loot. The woman in the red robe declared. Well said. The middle-aged man silently cheered in his mind. Ku Xian had no objections to this arrangement. He was here to grind experience and level up anyway. Magic crystals that could be traded for money meant little to him. Because he didn't need such petty sums. Soon, the 5-person squad entered the center of the abandoned building. A faint green portal slowly rotated. Ku Xian strode forward and stepped through first. The middle-aged man and the red-clad woman followed closely behind. The hooded man kept his hands in his pockets and silently followed. Zheng Shanhe brought up the rear, his brow furrowed. He had just caught a strong scent of blood on the hooded man. Something about this man felt off. As a chill spread through their bodies, the entire 5-person team stepped into the portal. They found themselves in a vast, cavernous rock chamber. Bright light filled the space, seemingly emanating from luminous stones embedded within the rock walls. A faint herbal scent permeated the air. So this is what the inside of an interdimensional portal looks like. Ku Xian gazed around in utter wonder, his excitement palpable. Hurry up! The sooner we clear this, the sooner I get the money for my son's formula. The middle-aged man, growing impatient, led the way deeper into the cavern. Whoosh! Something no one could have anticipated happened. Ku Xian felt only a faint breeze brush past him. Then, a warm liquid splashed onto his face. Ah! The woman's shrieks mingled with the dull thud of a body hitting the ground, echoing suddenly throughout the entire cave. Ku Xian's pupils dilated in shock. Before his eyes lay a headless corpse twitching on the ground. Blood gushed like a fountain, and a head rolled to his feet, leaving his mind blank. At that moment, the hooded man who had been silent since joining the team flicked blood droplets from his blade. Lifting his gaze, he looked at the petrified captain, the terrified woman in red, and Zheng Shanhe, who had just stepped through the portal. Are you ready? A cruel laugh echoed from beneath the hood. Chapter 9? He absolutely isn't a D-rank. The portal slowly closed the moment Zheng Shanhe stepped through. A C-rank portal could accommodate a maximum of 5 people, and defeating the boss was required to exit common knowledge. Ku Xian's throat convulsed. His trembling hand brushed the bloodstains on his face, but his legs refused to obey. Just as he tried to retreat, he collapsed to the ground. You're a smuggler. Smuggler's the collective term for those who kill and loot within portals. The red-robed woman's face turned deathly pale as a ball of flame suddenly shot from her palm. A mage? A cold laugh echoed from beneath the hood. Whoosh! A cold gleam flew toward her face. His speed was too swift, so swift that the red-robed woman could only watch helplessly as the dagger pierced her forehead. Clang! At that critical moment, the bloodstained dagger abruptly halted 2 centimeters from the woman's brow. Zheng Shanhe had appeared beside her without warning. Frowning, he gripped the hooded man's arm firmly. Are you from Dijin City? The hooded man didn't answer, violently yanking his arm free. The hood slipped off his head due to the momentum, revealing a hideous face covered in scars. I just heard recently that someone from Dijin City has been lurking in low-level portal teams, killing and looting. Zheng Shanhe stood tall, his gaze sharp. Who'd have thought my first raid party would force me into killing someone? Kill me? The hooded man sneered coldly. You don't think blocking one of my attacks means you've accomplished anything, do you? He brandished his dagger, the blade pointing at Zheng Shanhe, his eyes gleaming with malice. Just now, I was caught off guard. I may be plus 35 powerhouse. You 3 noobs better just. Before he could finish, He suddenly realized that Zheng Shanhe, who had been standing not far away moments ago, had appeared before him in an instant. What? The hooded man reflexively swung his dagger. But Zheng Shanhe's right palm shot out like lightning. With terrifying, beast-like wrist strength, he snatched the dagger right from the man's hand. Without hesitation, his left hand yanked the hooded man's greasy, matted hair, while his right hand, gripping the short dagger, plunged it viciously into the man's jaw. Whoosh! Unexpectedly, the seemingly unavoidable strike missed its mark entirely. Simultaneously, the hooded man began to dissolve into a shadowy blur, like shifting sand. Don't underestimate me, kid. I may be rank assassin. The hooded man seemed to have activated some bizarre skill, reappearing like a ghostly apparition behind Zheng Shanhe. Die for me. A short dagger gleamed coldly in his hand as he swung it down with crushing force toward Zheng Shanhe. The bone-chilling sound of steel-piercing flesh echoed throughout the cavern. A figure collapsed straight to the ground, blood gushing forth like a fountain. Guh? The hooded man clutched his throat in disbelief, his gaze fixed on the cold, ruthless young man before him. I'm no saint. His fading consciousness heard one final, icy sentence: if you want to kill me, be prepared to die yourself. Why did a D rank possess such acute speed and perception? In the final moment of his demise, the hooded man would never know the answer. A pungent, metallic stench assaulted his senses. Zheng Shanhe casually tossed the short dagger aside. Still the same words. He possessed a level beyond the normal threshold. Talent ratings determine one's ceiling. Combat strength, however, perfectly safeguards one's floor. A D or C might never reach level 50 through the portal's alien races. But he was different. Wah! At that moment, Kusian, who witnessed the entire scene, turned deathly pale. As the pungent stench of blood flooded his airways, he could no longer suppress his retching. The red-clad woman, trembling with the shock of narrowly escaping death, was no stranger to portals and possessed somewhat stronger mental resilience. She raised her head shakily, gazing at the handsome young man standing before her. Her lips trembled slightly, and finally, she uttered two words: thank you. Arg! At that moment, as if the blood scent had provoked the alien creatures within the cavern, a piercing, shrill howl echoed through the air. Accompanied by the ground-shaking, hideous, ferocious beasts burst forth from the depths of the vast cavern. Zheng Shanhe paid no heed to the two. His form moved like the wind as he dashed forward in an instant. He plunged alone into the tide of beasts, fists clenched tight, swinging them with brutal force. In details invisible to the naked eye, the illusory form of Mount Tai coalesced upon his fists, its mountainous ridges clearly visible. Crash! Under the gaze of Kusian and the red-clad woman, each punch Zheng Shanhe delivered sent endless blood mist billowing through the beast tide. His fists seemed to contain the colossal might of a mountain itself. How could a mere D rank possess such power? It was utterly unbelievable. He absolutely cannot be a D rank. Teammate defeated monster, EXP plus 30. As the experience notification popped up before them, Kusian was the first to scramble to his feet, his gaze fixed on Zheng Shanhe still battling alone amidst the beast tide. His face remained deathly pale, but with a flick of his wrist, a golden round shield and a silver and gold one-handed hammer materialized in his hands. A storage pouch? What wealthy young master are you? The red-clad woman's eyes narrowed slightly as she witnessed him conjure weapons from thin air. Portable independent spaces capable of storing equipment or items. Such storage bags were exorbitantly expensive, utterly beyond the means of ordinary people. Kusian offered no reply. Instead, he tightened his grip on the golden shield and hammer, then let out a battle cry to steel his nerves before charging forward. Hey, buddy, I'm here to help. Taunt! Kusian let out a peculiar sonic roar. Immediately, Zheng Shanhe, who had been slaughtering beasts with relish in the horde, noticed all the surrounding monsters abruptly shift their attacks, surging toward Kusian. Meat shield? Zheng Shanhe raised an eyebrow. Awakened ones were naturally categorized into primary roles: warrior, tank, mage, support, assassin. Beneath these 5 simple primary classes lay countless sub-branches. However, each primary class possesses 3 fixed representative skills. One of the tank's signature abilities was mass taunt. When Kusian saw all the beasts charging toward him, his face paled even further. He staggered backward, wanting to call out to Zheng Shanhe for help, but remembering his own words moments ago, he found himself at a loss for words. Duck! At that moment, the red-clad woman's shriek echoed from behind. Kusian instinctively ducked. Whoosh! In an instant, an incredibly scorching wave swept overhead. With a deafening explosion, a searing heat wave slammed into their faces. The pursuing beasts dissolved completely within that heat wave. He turned to see the red-clad woman holding her arm, gasping for breath. You're a mage. Kusian immediately breathed a sigh of relief. Arg! Suddenly, a thick, dark purple arm parted the heat wave, swinging a stone hammer down toward him. Watch out! The red-clad woman's expression changed. Kusian whipped his head around, staring at the descending stone hammer. Only one thought raced through his mind. Mom! I'll never step through a portal again. Whoosh! At that very moment, a wave of heat surged outward once more. Zheng Shanhe's figure abruptly materialized, his right leg sweeping out violently. Thud! The charred stone hammer beast flew through the air like a kicked soccer ball. Its body slammed into the rock wall, triggering a violent tremor. Chapter 10? Thank God I'm saved. Seeing Zheng Shanhe land beside him, Kusian swallowed hard. This guy, who didn't look much older than himself, felt so reassuring. As the heat wave dissipated, the cave floor was littered with corpses, blood flowing like a river. The number of beasts at this C-class portal feels off. The red-clad woman approached, her steps slightly weary. Her gaze fell on Zheng Shanhe, the initial contempt completely gone from her eyes. My name is Lu Hui. C-rank talent. Fire mage. Combat rating, 20. Her introduction was a subtle way of telling Zheng Shanhe she posed no threat. I'm Kusian. Talent rank B tank warrior. Combat power level 1. Oh, wait, I've actually leveled up to 5 now. Kusian scratched his head awkwardly with a sheepish grin. He merely nodded at their introductions and said, Zheng Shanhe. But unexpectedly, upon hearing his name, Lu Hui seemed fine, while Kusian froze. What's wrong? Zheng Shanhe caught his reaction. It must be a coincidence. I also know someone named Zheng Shanhe. Kusian hesitated, words on the tip of his tongue. You mean the comedy charts? Ah, right. Even students from other schools had heard bits and pieces about Shanghai's laugh list. Let's keep moving. Should only be the boss left now. Zheng Shanhe showed no emotion, merely offering a faint smile before striding forward. The two hurried to follow. Kusian glanced sideways at him and asked, Brother Shanhe, is that rumor board really fake? I always felt most of the posts were just made up nonsense. That rumor board had written Zheng Shanhe off as worthless. But just now, that single punch that crushed a group of beasts and slaughtered the B-rank smugglers, how could that man be the useless loser described on the laughingstock list? In Kusian's estimation, Zheng Shanhe's combat strength rating was now at least A+. Lu Hui listened from the side. Though she had no idea what the funny stories list was, the combat prowess of the handsome young man before her was beyond her wildest imagination. Earlier, she hadn't even noticed or understood any of the hooded man's actions. Yet this D-rank youth not only saw through every move of the hooded man, but also killed him cleanly and decisively. He was undoubtedly a big shot deliberately concealing his talent rating. Zheng Shanhe, of course, was unaware of their thoughts. He had no intention of explaining such matters. Over-explaining would only make things worse. What surprised him, however, was how widely known this laughingstock list had become. Could it be that his name was already common knowledge among Songqing's youth? As they ventured deeper, the cave's width gradually narrowed. Eventually, the trio formed a single file, with Kusian volunteering to lead the way, shield in hand. Lu Hui brought up the rear, with Zheng Shanhe positioned between them. After walking a further distance, a faint blue glow appeared before their eyes. Simultaneously, the surrounding space widened once more. At the end of the cave lay a circular, enclosed space with walls covered in green vines. Among the vines were scattered insect eggs that had long since lost their life. The entire floor was covered in murky water up to the soles of their shoes. A putrid stench mingled with the earthy smell assaulted their nostrils. What a vile environment! Kusian frowned. He had thought the stench of blood was bad enough, but the smell here was even more acrid. Look over there! Lu Hui suddenly pointed toward the deepest recesses. The light in the space was dim, and where she pointed, faint blue patterns flickered. From a distance, it seemed to be some kind of luminous rock formation. No wonder none of those beasts dropped any magic crystals. This is a rare mineral dungeon. Lu Hui's eyes lit up. Those rocks with the flickering blue patterns are magic power rocks. They're worth far more than magic crystals. They're the most sought-after energy resource in the world today. I heard a single pound fetches $500,000. 50,000 per pound? That's no small sum. Zheng Shanhe was taken aback. He knew of magic rock's properties, but had never paid attention to its market value. Suddenly, his gaze sharpened as he looked up into the pitch-black sky. They're here. Boom! An immense black shadow plummeted from the sky, crashing into the center of the muddy space. The ground trembled. In the dim light, Zheng Shanhe saw the massive shadow extend countless hairy, slender legs. Then, abruptly, 2 rows of crimson points of light flared within the gloom. The moment 2 sharp, terrifying fangs emerged, Kusian's face paled. It's a spider. What a huge spider. Twin velvet spider, combat rating, 25, grade C. Boom! Beside him, Lu Hui conjured a fireball and hurled it straight at the giant spider's face. Illuminated by the flames, the spider's size proved far larger than imagined, nearly as big as a truck cab. Boom! The fireball exploded on its face, but to no avail. Squeak! A terrified shriek echoed. Zheng Shanhe shouted urgently, spread out. It spews nerve-paralyzing poison mist and immobilizing slime. Whoosh! No sooner had the words left his mouth than a thick purple liquid surged toward the trio. Fortunately, Zheng Shanhe had warned them in advance, and all 3 dodged swiftly. The purple liquid hit the ground, instantly releasing a cloud of potent toxic mist. Its weak point is the joints in its legs. I'll find an opening to sever all of them. Stay alert, there are 2 of these twin velvet spiders. Zheng Shanhe shouted, dodging the spewing poison mist with a quick turn of his head. He took a stride forward and launched himself forward like a bullet. His speed was blinding. Channeling the illusory form of Mount Tai into his fist, he struck with devastating force, shattering the 4 spider legs on its left side in one thunderous blow. As the slender legs snapped, greenish blood sprayed everywhere. Pain and loss of balance sent the velvet spider crashing to the ground, letting out a shrill, agonized howl. Brother Shanhe, watch out above. Before Zheng Shanhe could deliver the finishing blow, Xian's shout rang out from behind. Hearing this, he immediately pivoted on his toes and retreated. Thud! Another powerful tremor shook the ground as a second velvet spider, significantly larger and covered in shimmering silver hairs, plummeted down. The symbiotic relationship of twin velvet spiders, only when one is gravely injured does the other awaken. Zheng Shanhe stared at the silver glittering spider and quickly explained, the awakened one will devour the gravely injured one to achieve a level evolution. Lu Hui, unleash your spell attack. Hearing this, Lu Hui immediately channeled her spiritual energy, unleashing a blazing fireball. Boom! The fireball exploded, but the expected effect failed to materialize. The silver-furred spider extended 2 slender fangs, piercing the head of the gravely wounded spider and frantically sucking out some kind of nutrient. Can't interrupt it? Zheng Shanhe recalled books mentioning that the twin velvet spider's devouring evolution process must be interrupted by a mage's attack. No brute force or sharp weapon could pierce its defenses at this moment. Lu Hui was 5 levels below the boss. That, he realized, was likely why the attack couldn't be interrupted. Get ready! After devouring its companion's nutrients, this velvet spider's combat power may surge to level 30, and its rating will definitely change. The faint shadow of Mount Tai flickered in Zheng Shanhe's hand. This was supposed to be a 5-player dungeon. But due to unforeseen circumstances, only the 3 of them remained. Xian, a novice entering the portal for the first time, was powerless despite being AB rank. Lu Hui had traversed numerous portals before, yet her power still fell short under the current circumstances. Which meant he was the only one present capable of dealing lethal damage to the boss. Squeak! A frenzied, rage-filled roar erupted from the silver-furred spider's mouth after it finished devouring its prey. Twin-born velvet spider evolved, combat rating, 35, grade B. What? Zheng Shanhe's brow furrowed. How could it have leveled up so much? Xian and Lu Hui instantly turned ashen-faced. How were they supposed to fight this? It's the magic rock. The faint spiritual energy it emits can trigger boss-level mutations under specific conditions. Zheng Shanhe immediately deduced from the environment that the boss's level far exceeded expectations. The silver-furred spider, its entire body seemingly swollen another size, slowly turned under the dim light. 8 blood-red, piercing eyes fixed intently on the 3 of them, poised for action. Zheng Shanhe sighed deeply within. There was no hiding it anymore. Chapter 11? Clearance, Encounter. Watch out! The silver-furred spider's fangs gleamed razor-sharp as it screeched toward the trio. Spread out! No sooner had Zheng Shanhe spoken than the silver-furred spider spewed a torrent of venom, completely engulfing the directions they had attempted to dodge. The only way forward was straight ahead. Wall of flames. At that moment, Lu Hui raised both hands, gathering dense fire elements in her palms. Whoosh! A wall of searing flames erupted before them, halting the charging silver-furred spider. But unexpectedly, the silver-furred spider neither dodged nor retreated. It pierced straight through the wall of fire and once again spewed a torrent of venom toward them. Follow my lead. Zheng Shanhe charged forward first. As he neared the silver-furred spider, he stomped the ground and leapt into the air. His right arm swung out, delivering a powerful, thunderous punch. Crash! A colossal, illusory image of Mount Tai materialized out of thin air, carrying the force of 1,000 tons. It crashed into the silver-haired spider's face with the impact of his fist. Thud! A shocking shockwave rippled out, sending the silver-haired velvet spider tumbling backward. Its 8 slender, velvety legs twitched frantically. What the hell was that? Xian and Lu Hui, waiting for orders behind him, were filled with shock and confusion. All they witnessed was some colossal object materializing alongside Zheng Shanhe's movement. After knocking the silver-haired spider off balance, the object swiftly dissipated. What exactly is his talent? A warrior-type melee maniac? Their confusion outweighed their shock. Who the hell is this D-rank guy? Whoosh! Suddenly, the silver-furred spider, writhing on the ground, shot a white silk thread from its abdomen to latch onto the cave ceiling, attempting to pull itself off the floor. Lu Hui! Fireball! Zheng Shanhe's voice rang out. Oh! Got it! Lu Hui snapped into action, channeling her spiritual energy as several fireballs streaked toward the fragile, easily severed silk. Boom! The velvet spider, which had just lifted off the ground, plummeted back down. Yet it managed to flip itself over. A stream of emerald green saliva mixed with an angry hiss erupted from its mouth. Attack its leg joints with fireballs. Ku Xian. Use that hammer in your hand, throw it at its face. Zheng Shanhe's voice rang out again, and the two men immediately obeyed. Whoosh! Lu Hui assumed her stance, flames surging from her palms as basketball-sized fireballs flew toward the velvet spider's legs. The silver-haired velvet spider's leg joints were its weak point. It couldn't ignore the fireballs hurtling toward it. However, Zheng Shanhe's earlier collision with the terrifying force of a mountain still left it dazed. Relying solely on animal instinct, it scrambled backward toward the rock wall. It seemed to be attempting to climb the wall to evade the fireballs. But at that very moment, a hammer, its metal gleaming with both gold and silver, spun at breakneck speed and struck its head with surprising accuracy. Clang! A solid clang echoed as the silver-furred spider's body revealed a surprisingly hard outer layer. Nevertheless, already weakened, it was knocked back to the ground once more by the blow. Watching the silver-furred spider scramble in panic, Zheng Shanhe silently assessed that Mount Tai's attack power was stronger than he had imagined. Without hesitation, he raised his palm. Boom! The massive, dark silhouette reappeared before Lu Hui and Ku Xian's eyes. Taking advantage of the dim glow within the boss chamber, Zheng Shanhe retracted the holy light enveloping Mount Tai's form and slammed it down hard onto the trembling legs of the silver-furred spider. Suppress! Clang! Ku Xian and Lu Hui felt the entire boss room shake violently, the floor trembling faintly beneath their feet. Then, the massive black silhouette vanished mysteriously. On the ground remained only a pool of residue and splattered green slime scattered everywhere. Portal boss defeated. Gained 800 EXP. An experience panel popped up before their eyes. Ku Xian stared in disbelief at Zheng Shanhe's retreating figure, swallowing hard. Only one question filled his mind. What the hell was that black blob? Lu Hui's pupils dilated. Having spent years navigating portals, she knew better than anyone how troublesome a B rank boss could be. And this one? A monstrosity boasting a staggering combat power rating of 35. Even a B rank awakened of equal level couldn't kill it so casually. Lu Hui. At that moment, in the deathly silent boss room, Zheng Shanhe's voice echoed. I'm here. Lu Hui's heart skipped a beat as she hurriedly responded. This thing, how do we mine it? Looking up, she saw Zheng Shanhe tapping the magic rock deep within, which glowed with a faint blue light, a look of confusion on his face. This thing was mentioned in the books, but only its functions and effects were covered. There were no detailed records on how to mine it. As the top student in the entire academy, he understood most of the weaknesses and racial traits of the alien races, but when it came to practical matters like this, he really didn't have much experience. The higher the integrity of the magic rock, the greater its value. Lu Hui took a deep breath before she truly regained her composure. This was the easiest portal she had ever traversed. Though the entrance had been a bit frightening, this young man's power was definitely a grade or even higher. The thought made her feel both cautious and excited. Awakened individuals ranked from A to S were all star-level figures. If she could form a bond with him. She jogged forward, gently tucked a strand of hair behind her ear, and remarked, "It's perfectly intact. We just need to cut off the bottom section, and we can carry it out. There are 3 pieces here. Shanhe, you did the most work and saved us, so you take 2. The remaining one, Ku Xian and I will split evenly." Lu Hui smiled. She appeared to be around 30, with a fairly delicate and refined appearance. As she spoke, she subtly lifted her chest. Zheng Shanhe, whose mind was entirely on the magic rock, frowned at her words. "But we don't have any tools to cut it." "He, leave that to me, brother Shanhe." Lu Hui drew a short, crystalline blue dagger from her waist. "This is a specialized tool for cutting magic rock," she explained as she stepped forward. The tool effortlessly sliced through the rock's tough surface. Under Zheng Shanhe's curious gaze, it took less than 2 minutes to cut 3 pieces roughly the size of a pillow. "You guys can take these. I don't need them," Ku Xian interjected with a smile. "You're a wealthy young master. It's only right to let us common folk have them." Lu Hui's delight was unmistakable. The magic rock weighed roughly 6 Jin, about 30 pounds, and at current market rates, that was a solid 3 million yuan. Only then did she realize that all this was thanks to the handsome young man beside her. Brother Shanhe, these 2 pieces are yours." She pushed the 2 larger magic stones toward Zheng Shanhe's feet in an attempt to curry favor. "But taking these out like this, won't it be too conspicuous?" Zheng Shanhe inquired. "Oh, young man, you worry too much. These things are quite common. In fact, many awakened individuals sell them on the street the moment they step out of the teleportation gate." Lu Hui waved her hands dismissively, already daydreaming about how she'd spend the 3 million once it was in her hands. "I see." Hearing her words, Zheng Shanhe no longer hesitated. Grabbing one in each hand, he hoisted them up and headed for the exit. He must have been out for quite a while. He needed to hurry back before Xiao started nagging him again. "Brother Shanhe, can we add each other as friends once we're outside?" Xian asked sincerely as they neared the teleportation gate. Sure. Zheng Shanhe nodded and stepped into the portal. Just as the three of them returned to the unfinished building one after another, Zheng Shanhe's eyes instantly turned icy. Where's old Gue? He didn't die in there, did he? Under the cover of night. Four figures clad in tattered clothes, their hair disheveled and dirty, surrounded the portal entrance of the unfinished building. Whoa! Magic rock. You guys got lucky. Holy, a magic rock this big? Starting bid at $1 million at least. We're rich. We're rolling in it. Cold gleams flashed from the weapons gripped in their hands, their eyes burning with unmasked greed. It seemed these guys were in cahoots with the stowaway inside the portal. Xian and Lu Hui turned pale. They never imagined that not only had a stowaway slipped through the portal, but now 4 more were lying in wait outside. This is the real world, not inside the portal. What do you think you're doing? Xian forced himself to speak despite his panic. Unexpectedly, his words made the 4 burst into laughter. Oh look, we've got a little darling here. In this rundown building, there's not even a dog, let alone people. We'll kill you, toss your bodies into the portal, and wait for it to close naturally. Who'd ever know? The 4 deliberately brandished their sharp weapons, casually forming a circle to surround Zheng Shanhe and his companions. Xian and Lu Hui wore solemn expressions. One held a golden shield and hammer aloft, while the other's palm flickered with dancing flames. Boom! Suddenly, 2 magic stones clattered to the ground. Zheng Shanhe let out a helpless sigh. I didn't want to expose myself. In his pupils, a towering mountain reflected. Mount Tai, manifest. Chapter 12? Mount Tai emerges again, the city erupts. Thud. A primal dread surged from the depths of their souls. Everyone present, including Xian and Lu Hui, felt their souls momentarily stagger. Zheng Shanhe stood tall and upright, a vast, surging, towering power radiating outward from his body. Boom! Above the unfinished building, the night sky shattered violently, revealing once more that indescribably towering mountain. A suffocating pressure descended from the heavens. Before them, the 4 stowaways' expressions changed drastically. They all looked up simultaneously. When they saw the mountain filling their entire field of vision, their eyes widened in shock. This. The incident of Mount Tai manifesting last night was known nationwide, with any related video online garnering over tens of millions of views. Such a sensation that it set the entire nation abuzz was now unfolding before their very eyes once more. What was even more unsettling was that the appearance of Mount Tai seemed to be connected to the handsome young man standing before them. Those who prey upon the weak by relying on their own strength do not deserve to live. At that moment, a faint radiance enveloped Zheng Shanhe, making him appear like a celestial being descended from the heavens so dazzling it was impossible to look directly at him. Boom! Mount Tai suddenly sank 3 feet. Thud! The 4 before him collapsed to their knees almost without resistance, crushed by the suffocating weight of his terrifying presence. Spare me, spare me! Suddenly, one of the 4 began to sob aloud. I have a wife and children at home. I can't die. Please, show mercy. We know we've done wrong. For a moment, the 4 cried and pleaded incessantly. This comical transformation fell upon Xian and Lu Hui's eyes, yet they felt not a shred of mockery. For even they were dumbfounded. The mastermind behind last night's Mount Tai apparition, the event that sent Sunsheng into a frenzy, with the entire city reciting verses from gazing at Mount Tai, was standing right before them, alive and well. So that black silhouette they'd glimpsed in the boss room, it was Mount Tai. My goodness. Xian felt his blood boiling. He had no doubt that the gaze he now fixed upon Zheng Shanhe was searingly intense. As for Lu Hui, her mind went completely blank. Only one thought occupied her thoughts: what could this intelligence be traded for? Zheng Shanhe couldn't be bothered to guess the inner thoughts of everyone present, because he knew exactly the kind of uproar this matter would cause. But if these 4 people before him didn't resort to the might of Mount Tai, his current strength alone wouldn't be enough to handle them. Spare us. We swear we'll never do this again. The 4 continued their desperate pleas as the oppressive pressure from the sky intensified. The suffocating sensation grew ever more intense, death looming as a threat. Those who died by your hands, weren't they also innocent souls with families waiting for them to come home? Zheng Shanhe regarded the weeping quartet with unflinching composure. Realizing your mistakes only when death approaches is far too late. Suppress. With those final words spoken. No. The 4 faces contorted with terror. The next instant. But the overwhelming might of the mountain descended, reducing the 4 bodies to dust, vanishing without a trace. With a wave of his hand, Mount Tai vanished. Zheng Shanhe bent down to pick up 2 magic stones, glancing back at Xian and Lu Hui. I hope you can keep this matter confidential. Brother Shanhe, you can rest assured. I absolutely won't tell anyone. Xian stammered, his words trailing off. Lu Hui merely nodded blankly, saying nothing. Headache. Zheng Shanhe sighed inwardly. This first team outing had thrown every possible complication his way. Without further delay, he scooped up the 2 magic crystals and sprinted toward home. Along the way, countless people and vehicles from the Awaken Association were heading toward the unfinished building. Whether his identity would be exposed was now entirely up to fate. Sancheng awakened one's association. Just as I was leaving, you gave me another surprise. Yan Guodong stood with his hands behind his back on the top floor of the association building. Outside the window, the entire city of Sancheng glowed with lights. In the direction of the unfinished building, a large crowd was gathering. At a certain moment, President Shen Zhang pushed open the door. The investigation is complete. There's a C-class portal inside the unfinished building on Puxi Road. 2 bodies were found inside the portal, and their identities have been confirmed. One was a fugitive smuggler from Dijin City, while the other was a local resident of Sancheng. His eyes gleamed as he handed over the documents. Among the 3 survivors is Zheng Shanhe. Oh! Upon hearing this, the association president immediately turned around. He strode forward, took the documents, and examined them closely before asking, "What about Kusian and Lu Werin? They've been brought back and are awaiting your questioning." Chen Zhang replied. Soon, Yan Guodong arrived at a secluded yet warmly furnished room. Soft lighting bathed the comfortable surroundings. Lu Hui, dressed in red, sat on the sofa, holding a cup of hot tea. "I can tell you who this person is." Her heart pounded wildly as she looked at Yan Guodong before her. She never imagined the person she was talking to would be the president of the General Association. It seemed the value of this information far exceeded her expectations. "How much?" Yan Guodong asked calmly. "I don't want money," Lu Hui shook her head. "I need a vial of anomaly eliminating reagent." In this world, there existed a terrifying disease that even the most elite awakened would turn pale at the mere mention of. The anomaly suppression reagent was the only effective cure for this disease. But each vial was not only exorbitantly expensive but also strictly controlled by the association. Her 5-year-old child, ravaged beyond recognition by the disease, needed 1 vial of the annihilation reagent. "Agreed." Yan Guodong agreed without hesitation, pushing a document forward. "Confidentiality agreement. Sign it. The contents of tonight's conversation must never be disclosed." "Agreed." Sighing inwardly, Lu Hui silently vowed, "Brother Shanhe, I'm sorry." Lifting her gaze, she addressed the president. The one who triggered Mount Tai was Zheng Shanhe. In another room, Chen Zhang, his hair slicked back and face stern, tapped his fingers lightly on the tabletop. "You're saying Mount Tai escaped through the portal?" "Ah." Kusian gave an awkward nod, inwardly wailing, "Brother Shanhe, I really can't lie." "Repeat. How did the stowaway die?" Chen Zhang leaned back against the sofa, his gaze sharp. He tripped and fell, then stabbed himself with his own dagger. Kusian's eyes darted around frantically as he screamed inwardly, "Chief Chen's gaze is terrifying. I really can't lie." Just then, a knock sounded at the door. "Come in." An association staff member entered and leaned close to whisper something in Chen Zhang's ear. Moments later, Chen Zhang turned to Kusian, who was squirming uncomfortably, and tilted his chin. "You may leave." Hearing this, a huge weight lifted from Kusian's heart, and he scrambled to his feet. Just as he reached the doorway, Chen Zhang's cold voice rang out, "What happened tonight? Don't tell anyone." "Yes." Kusian nodded repeatedly. While waiting for the elevator, he exhaled a long breath of relief. "Thank goodness, they didn't see through my lie." At the same time, Lu Hui also arrived at the elevator. The two exchanged a glance and silently rode the elevator away. Back at the association's entrance, Kusian climbed into the luxury car that had been waiting for him and drove away. Lu Hui hopped on a shared bicycle parked by the street and rode off into the distance. On the top floor of the association building, Yan Guodong stood by the window, gazing out at the night sky. His breathing, slightly more erratic than usual, revealed that his state of mind was far from calm. "Chen Zhang." The chief inspector strode forward, "Chairman. Have Zheng Shanhe enroll at Fenglin University tomorrow. Arrange it discreetly, without drawing undue attention." A shooting star streaked across the night sky. Yan Guodong's eyes flashed with resolve. "Since he wishes to conceal it, let us not disturb him for now. Allow him to grow on his own." Chapter 13? Xiuxiu's Expectations, Fenglin's Invitation. Night, 11 p.m. sharp. Zheng Shanhe returned home, clutching 2 magic stones. "You're back." Zhang Xiuxiu, sipping her milk tea, was comfortably curled up on the sofa. The television was broadcasting news about Mount Tai's reappearance just minutes earlier. "Bro, did you see it outside just now? Mount Tai manifested again." Xiuxiu looked at him excitedly, but her gaze was immediately drawn to the magic stones. "What is this?" She dashed forward, gasping, "These patterns, they look just like the ancient ruins in our textbooks." "Bro, you didn't dig up national relics, did you?" "National relics?" Zheng Shanhe's mouth twitched. He tossed the magic rock aside and smacked her little head. "It's magic rock. What have you been studying in school?" Xiuxiu yelped in pain, clutching her head with a pout. "Magic rock? Isn't that stuff only found in C-rank portals and above?" She knew her brother's capabilities well enough. With his D-rank talent, acquiring 2 such large magic rocks must have involved countless dangers. After a moment's thought, she spoke earnestly. Bro, honestly, our living conditions aren't bad. I could cut back on snacks and takeout. Please don't risk your life in portals for money anymore. Find a stable job, okay? She grabbed Zheng Shanhe's arm and said earnestly, as long as you're safe and sound, I'd gladly sleep on the streets and eat nothing but wind. Zheng Shanhe froze. Just then, the TV crackled to life. Following the divine intervention at Mount Tai, the Awakened Association has decided to expand the Great Wall Restoration Project to public participation. Restoring the Great Wall is... Xiao scampered to the TV, watched for a moment, then pointed at the screen and exclaimed. If only brother could summon the Great Wall to block all those foreign tribes at the border. She was always like this. Whenever she encountered a new historical site, she'd inevitably exclaim, if only brother could summon such and such. Sometimes, Zheng Shanhe would wonder if his special gift had been wished into existence by Xiao's constant clamor. Zheng Shanhe shook his head with a smile, murmuring to himself, one day, I'll make the Great Wall eternal to protect you, to protect our dragon nation's mountains and rivers forever. After chatting for a while, Xiao yawned and headed back to her room. Zheng Shanhe sat on the sofa, silently murmuring, panel. Name, Zheng Shanhe. Combat power level, 53. Experience points, 55,000 58,000. Another level up. Zheng Shanhe pondered. This was his first time entering a C-class portal as part of a team. Compared to the hidden portals in the back mountains, official portals yielded significantly higher rewards in both experience points and fortune points. This time, he gained a total of 4,000 fortune points and 3,000 EXP. Talent, Mountain River Craftsman, rating C. Required for B-class advancement, 30,000 fortune points and 1 C-class otherworldly boss essence. Pending Mountain River creation, Shanhai Pass. Summoning cost, 30,000 fortune points. Current fortune points, 26,100. Besides the 100 points I get automatically each day, I'll just have to keep clearing portals over and over. Yawning, he pondered for a moment before deciding to use the next 30,000 destiny points to upgrade his talent rating. He was eager to see what the second stage attack form of Mount Tai would look like once unlocked. Lost in thought, he gradually sank back into the sofa and drifted into a deep sleep. The ringing of his phone jolted him awake from his dreams the next morning. Zhang Xiao had already left for class, and before departing, she must have laid out a small plush blanket for him. He answered the call, and Principal Dai Rant's voice came through. Shanhe, where are you right now? Principal? Has something happened to Xiao? All traces of sleep vanished from Zheng Shanhe as he bolted upright. Don't get so worked up. The principal chuckled on the other end. Remember Fenglin University, which we mentioned yesterday? Just now, someone from their admissions office called me. They said someone recommended you for admission and that person isn't just anyone. Admission? Not someone ordinary? Could it be that last night's incident exposed his identity? Ku Xian. At that moment, the principal uttered a name. Do you recognize this person? Ku Xian? Zheng Shanhe frowned. I know him, but... Recognizing him is exactly the point. He's the scion of the Ku Group. You should know that the Ku Group is Fenglin's largest financial backer. The principal smiled with satisfaction. Knowing you've connected with such a figure puts my mind at ease. Fenglin says you can report for duty anytime. But... Zheng Shanhe hesitated. This was too sudden. Don't overthink it. Fenglin is the best university for awakened individuals outside the two major academies. The resources and opportunities there are nothing like what you'd find in a small city like Songcheng. The principal sighed. They've arranged everything perfectly. They've even made provisions for Xiao. Within Fenglin University, there's also an independent Fenglin High School. The teaching quality is even higher, and it has a much larger student body. Xiao's transfer paperwork is all taken care of. So consider it? Zheng Shanhe felt no joy, only a creeping sense of dread. Ku Xian knew about his connection to Taishan. Could it be that this guy had sold him out? He hung up the phone. Not long after, an unfamiliar number called. Zheng Shanhe answered immediately. Sure enough, Ku Xian's cheerful laughter came through the line. Brother Shanhe, it's me. Ku Xian. After that, Ku Xian explained the general reason and circumstances over the phone. Yesterday, after awakening for the first time, Ku Xian had quietly slipped out of Fenglin High School. Given his privileged background, the rebellious young man felt he should conquer his first portal on his own. This held immense significance for him. So, keeping it secret from everyone, he deliberately traveled to the relatively distant Songcheng to seize a portal. Then, last night's events unfolded. After returning home, Ku Xian confessed the entire incident to his family, including the fact that Zheng Shanhe had saved him. That was why today's invitation to Fenglin High had arrived. This was orchestrated by Ku Xian's father. Though the underlying motives were puzzling, Ku Xian emphatically stated over the phone that he absolutely had not betrayed Zheng Shanhe. Brother Shanhe, just say yes. Come to Fenglin University, I've got everything arranged. We'll share a double dorm room. Ku Xian sounded sincere over the phone. I know you have a younger sister. Rest assured, I'll take care of everything. Listening to his words, Zheng Shanhe fell deep in thought. Lin's resources and academic quality were beyond question. This opportunity held nothing but advantages for both him and Xiao. Yet, he couldn't shake the feeling that the underlying reasons were far from straightforward. Forget it. I can't leave Xiao alone in Sunshine either. Once she enters university, I'll immediately save up enough fortune points to upgrade her talent rating to B. After some deliberation, Zheng Shanhe replied, alright, once I pack my things, I'll head to Fonglin. Really, brother Shanhe? Xian exclaimed joyfully. No need for all that trouble. I'm already in Sunshine. Where are you now? I'll come pick you up. Alright. Given his enthusiasm, Zheng Shanhe found it hard to refuse. After hanging up, Xian breathed a huge sigh of relief. This task arranged by Qin Zheng for his father, then passed down to him was now successfully completed. Because of Section Chief Qin Zheng's attitude toward brother Shanhe, Dad told me to build a good relationship with him. Perhaps even Dad couldn't have guessed just how astonishingly powerful brother Shanhe truly is. Xian was overjoyed. After last night's events, he too hoped to deepen his connection with Zheng Shanhe. Chapter 14? Leaving home, entering Fonglin. Before departure. Sanqing Cemetery. Dad, Mom. I'm taking Xiao away from Sanqing to attend Fonglin University. Zheng Shanhe knelt on both knees, sweeping away the withered leaves before the tombstone. His eyes burned with unwavering resolve. May our homeland know peace, free from foreign turmoil. This has always been your wish. Mom and Dad, trust me, that day will come. Bowing low, his forehead striking the ground with a thud, Zheng Shanhe rose. Xiao and I will come back often to visit you. Xiao stood beside the tombstone, her back to it, shoulders trembling slightly. He stepped forward, ruffled his little sister's hair, and said, go on, say your goodbyes properly to Mom and Dad. No crying. Leaving the final moments to Xiao, Zheng Shanhe walked out of the cemetery. There, Xian waited, dressed in casual attire. Spotting him, Xian hurried over. Brother, everything's arranged. Once we get to Fonglin, your sister and mine will share the same dorm room. Don't worry, my sister's a great person. They'll definitely become good friends. Xian beamed with genuine happiness. Though the general association played a role behind the scenes, he genuinely wanted to build a good relationship with Zheng Shanhe. Thanks. Zheng Shanhe nodded. Soon, Xiao emerged with tears welling in her eyes. Thus, the siblings boarded a luxury business vehicle with Xian, carrying little luggage. And so, simply and plainly, they set off toward Fonglin University. At first, the car was quiet as Xiao remained lost in her grief. After a while, however, she began to adjust and gradually regained her usual liveliness. She turned to Xian and asked the question that most concerned her. I heard Fonglin High has specialized clubs for historical restoration and ancient relic research. Is that true? Ah, yes, Xian paused. Are you interested in that sort of thing? I'm super interested. Xiao's eyes sparkled. While she struggled to focus on other subjects, she had a special passion for historical sites. That's wonderful, Xian smiled. My sister is the president of both clubs. You two will definitely hit it off. Really? Xiao's eyes lit up, suddenly feeling a sense of long overdue connection with this peer she'd never met before. Once the ice was broken, Xiao fired off a barrage of questions. Like whether teachers ever punished students physically, how much campus gossip there was, and all sorts of random questions. Zheng Shanhe listened, holding his forehead and sighing repeatedly. What a peculiar way of thinking this girl had. Still, seeing she didn't seem too repelled by him was a relief. Just then, his phone buzzed. Zheng Shanhe opened it to find a message from Li Shiqi. Xiao mentioned you're transferring to Fonglin University? After casually replying with a simple yeah, Li Shiqi followed up with another message, my paperwork's all done too. See you at Fonglin University. Zheng Shanhe tucked his phone away. After considering his words, he turned to Xiao, who was chatting away happily, and asked, are you and Li Shiqi really close now? Yeah, ever since Mount Tai first showed its power, she's been super friendly to me. Xiao replied. Xian narrowed his eyes. So someone else knew brother Shanhe's background too? Li Shiqi, is she the second daughter of the Li group in Sancheng? He asked aloud. That's her. Xian, is your family as powerful as theirs? The little girl blurted out without warning. Zheng Shanhe murmured a warning, Xiao. I'm sorry, I shouldn't have asked that. Zheng Xiao ducked her little head, looking nervous. It's fine. Xian laughed unconcernedly. We're only a tiny bit better off than the Li family, really. Really? Zheng Xiao's eyes lit up, and she perked up instantly. Xian was quite an unusual fellow. Zheng Shanhe thought to himself. He'd met many rich second-generation types, most of whom wore sour expressions and looked down on everyone. But Xian was not only gentle and sincere, but also relatively low-key. The Ku group's influence in Longwu wasn't just a tiny bit stronger than the Li group's. It was a complete, all-around dominance. And so, amid the cheerful laughter of Xiao and Xian, the vehicle gradually drove out of Sancheng. Fonglin University. Strictly speaking, it was an urban district named Fenglin, jointly funded by 5 cities including Sangcheng. Among them, the largest financial backer was the Ku Group. The university and high school shared the same campus, occupying the majority of Fenglin district's area. Its scale was truly immense. Driving to school, campus villas, and such were commonplace. After a 3-hour drive, the business van finally came to a slow stop. "We're here, young master." The driver opened the door. Kusian stepped out first. "Brother Shanhe, this is the Fenglin campus." Zheng Shanhe and his sister stepped out one after the other. First to meet their eyes was the exquisitely laid gray-white stone pavement. Following the stone path upward, they beheld an imposing campus gate. 2 towering, luminous white stone pillars stood on either side of the gate, carved with magnificent landscapes. The archway above them bore a carved panorama of vast rivers and mountains. Fenglin campus. 4 golden characters shone brilliantly at the center, dazzlingly bright. Even the campus gates alone were so eye-catching that the Zhang siblings, Shanhe and his sister, were both stunned. "Brother Kusian." A boisterous voice suddenly echoed from nearby. Immediately, a girl in a navy-pleated skirt appeared. The little girl was exquisitely delicate, giving the first impression of the perfect girl next door type. "This is my sister, Kusiameng," Kusian introduced with a smile. "She's part of Fenglin High's Historical Relics Research Club. You must be Xiao Xiao." Kusiameng grabbed Zheng Xiao's hand eagerly, her eyes sparkling. "We're totally going to hit it off." The girl's enthusiasm clearly caught Zheng Xiao off guard. Her face flushed slightly as she stammered, "Hi. Are you interested in historical relic research and restoration? How about joining our club?" Kusiameng looked at her expectantly. "I?" Zheng Xiao glanced hesitantly at her older brother. Zheng Shanhe nodded with a smile. With her brother's endorsement, Xiao's eyes lit up as her true nature surfaced. "I'm super interested in both of those. What does our club actually do? Do we get to explore ruins too?" A barrage of questions flooded Kusiameng's ears. Xiao was always a chatterbox, especially when it came to history. Once she started talking about it, she could go all night without getting tired. But Zheng Shanhe never expected Kusiameng's responses to keep pace with Xiao's rapid-fire questions. Within mere seconds, their conversation had already jumped to how to maintain and restore ruins. At that moment, he noticed Kusian beside him wearing a look of satisfaction. "Brother Shanhe, this is the first time I've seen anyone keep up with Xiaomeng's topics." "Me too," Zheng Shanhe silently thought to himself. At the same time, he noticed that Kusiameng's skirt hem was dusted with green brick powder, and her fair fingertips still bore traces of grime as if she'd just come from some ancient site. "Over there is the high school teaching area," Kusiameng suddenly pointed toward the distance. "See that building with the upturned eaves? Inside is a replica of the Jojo Ding, painstakingly restored by the Ku family at great expense. Want me to show you? The 9 provinces tripod." Xiao's eyes sparkled with longing. Yes. In an instant, the 2 girls linked arms and bid farewell to their respective brothers. "Female friendships really only need a single sentence, huh?" Kusian murmured. Zheng Shanhe narrowed his eyes. Just moments ago, as he followed Kusiameng's gesture to gaze in that direction, he observed that the concentration of auspicious energy within this Fenglin campus was even stronger than that of Sangcheng High School. The instant this thought arose, a panel visible only to him suddenly appeared before his eyes. "Fortune density within current territory is high. Daily automatic fortune point acquisition cap adjusted to 100-500. Chapter 15? Entrance Exams, Welcome Ceremony. Fenglin University Academic District. 2 rows of verdant oak trees flanked the broad avenue leading to the academic buildings. Though late autumn was approaching, their foliage remained as vibrantly green as spring, brimming with vitality. The campus uniform was a formal Zhongshan suit. Walking along, Zheng Shanhe noticed numerous ancient elements adorning the walls and buildings throughout the campus. For instance, upon entering the campus, a stark white wall bore the fiery red ink of Manjian Hong written in sweeping, dragon-like strokes. Zheng Shanhe, who already harbored a grand ambition to recreate the relics of the Dragon Nation's historical river, felt his righteous spirit grow ever more potent as he walked through the campus. Unexpectedly, after stepping into this realm rich with destiny energy, the daily limit for automatic absorption also increases. He strolled alone along Oak Avenue, heading toward the outer perimeter of the university campus. Along the way, he couldn't help but pull out his interface for a closer look. Fortune points held, 26,600. Only 3,400 points left to advance to B rank. According to Kusian, every freshman must take an entrance exam after registration. This was essentially a talent rating assessment. However, due to his connection with the Ku group, he was able to postpone the test. This suited him perfectly. Moreover, he couldn't shake the feeling that things were going too smoothly. When he casually mentioned wanting to clear a sea-level portal one more time before the entrance exam, Kusian paused briefly before replying. "There happens to be a controlled sea-level portal on campus these past couple of days. If Brother Shanhe wants to go, I can arrange access for you." So, after Kusian made a phone call, this controlled portal opened its doors for Zheng Shanhe. After crossing Oak Avenue and walking about 10 more minutes, he came upon this special sea-level portal. Brother Shanhe. Kusian, who had already completed the procedures ahead of him, was waiting nearby, waving excitedly. This feels like a dungeon prepared just for me. Zheng Shanhe smiled outwardly but inwardly pondered, though I've only known Kusian for a short time, I can tell he's straightforward and guileless. He wouldn't deceive me. The only reason the Ku group would place such importance on a minor figure like me is that they've already uncovered my background. The only uncertainty now is whether the General Association has gotten involved. Never mind. At least for now, they don't seem to have any ill intentions. Brother Shanhe, can I tag along with you? I could use the experience to level up my combat skills. Kusian smiled. Of course you can. It was a standard C-grade portal with no unwanted guests, so Zheng Shanhe no longer held back. With overwhelming force, he cleared the C-rank portal in just 10 minutes. When Kusian returned to campus with him, he was still reeling from the experience. That night's dungeon run. I bet Brother Shanhe could have cleared it solo with even less effort. Kusian exhaled. Witnessing Mount Tai crush the alien forces once more, his blood still boiled with fervor. Zheng Shanhe strode ahead, eagerly unfurling his interface. Total gains from this portal, 3000 EXP, 6000 fortune points. Talent advancement completed, CB. Reward, 20,000 fortune points. Unlocked, Mountain River Creation, Mount Tai Phase 2, Sovereign merge with the Sovereign of the 5 Great Mountains to gain Mount Tai's power and command. Spirit power consumption, 20 points per second. Note, while activating Soul Sovereignty, recite Contemplating the Mountain to channel the verse's might into your fists, dealing unimaginable damage. Each verse consumes 2000 spirit power. Supreme Sovereignty, Zheng Shanhe exclaimed with excitement. I need not manifest Mount Tai, I shall become the majestic Mount Tai myself. This will be my strongest aid in the early stages. Simultaneously, not only did his talent rating rise, but his combat power level also increased by 1 tier. Combat power level, 54. Experience points, 58,000 62,000. Combat power levels increase every 5 levels. As the level increases, the boost becomes increasingly formidable. Simply put, this boost represents an all-around attribute enhancement. Strength, intelligence, agility, spiritual power, and more are integrated together. Whenever combat power level increases, all these attributes will rise accordingly. Detecting level fluctuation, recalculating combat power. New assessment, you may now access the A-class portal. Not bad. He was quite satisfied with the gains from this trip. Brother Shanhe, are you heading to the entrance exam now? Kusian asked at that moment. Yeah, it's about time. Zheng Shanhe clenched his fist slightly. He had no intention of hiding anything during the entrance exam. He intended to have his talent rating reassessed. In this university teeming with all sorts of people, the complexity of interpersonal relationships was no different from society at large, perhaps even more chaotic. The prestige of the Ku group ultimately relied on others' influence. To gain a foothold at Fenglin University and avoid trouble, the only way was to have fists strong enough to speak for themselves. Running around with a D-grade rating would inevitably invite trouble. Therefore, he had no intention of concealing his talent rating. But he needn't worry about the Mountain River Artisans being exposed. The monitoring device could only detect talent ratings, it couldn't pinpoint specific occupational titles. It could be said that the specific name of each person's innate profession was known only to themselves. I won't be attending the entrance exam. Kusian halted his steps. The school has already arranged someone. After completing enrollment procedures, he'll escort you to the dormitory. I'll head back to the dorm and wait for you, Brother Shanhe. He parted ways with Kusian at the plaza in front of the academic building. Zheng Shanhe strolled at a leisurely pace through the campus, heading toward the new student registration desk. Today, the registration desk was open solely for him. Before the entrance, a middle-aged man in a suit stood with a furrowed brow. The moment he spotted Zheng Shanhe, his brow relaxed. He hurried forward. Hello, Mr. Zhang. He extended his hand. My name is Zhang Zhongwen. I will be your most trusted partner and teacher throughout your next 4 years of university life. What an odd name. Zheng Shanhe politely shook his hand. Teacher Zhang, I look forward to working with you. All right. Come on in. I've taken care of all the paperwork I could handle in advance. The only thing left is the entrance exam. That's the one thing you'll need to handle yourself. Zhang Zhongwen was very amiable as he spoke, gesturing to the side. Thank you. Zheng Shanhe nodded in acknowledgement. The entrance exam room was surprisingly simple, not as luxurious as imagined. Besides an oval-shaped testing device, there was only a desk and a stern-faced male instructor. Zheng Shanhe knew the procedure. He gently placed his palm on the machine. As a surge of icy coldness coursed through his body and receded, the scanner flashed a faint blue glow. Talent rating, B, combat power level, 35, assessment value, eligible for a class portal. Just as expected. Hearing the machine's announcement, Zheng Shanhe smiled inwardly. The scanner couldn't detect his true combat power level, likely because his fortune points were interfering. Yet it didn't require him to actively expend any fortune points. This phenomenon felt like a passive skill exclusive to a mountain river artisan. Grade B talent, combat strength level 35. Why is his assessment value so high? The male instructor in charge of recording was puzzled. A combat strength level of 35 was the average for B rank talents. Yet identical awakened individuals never achieved evaluation scores like Zheng Shanhe's. At best, they could only enter a B rank portal. Why was Zheng Shanhe rated a whole tier higher? With lingering doubts, the male instructor stamped the file with a red seal approved, admission granted. Stepping outside, Zhang Zhongwen, waiting at the door, remarked, B grade? But why did your old classmates say you were D grade talent? Old classmates? Zheng Shanhe narrowed his eyes. Yes. Li Haohua from our class, and several others. They're all your former classmates from Sunsheng High School. Zhang Zhongwen smiled at him. Everyone heard you were enrolling and specially prepared a welcome ceremony. So, what do you say? Wanna head to the dorm first, or go to the classroom to see your old classmates? A welcome ceremony? A faint curve lifted at Zheng Shanhe's lips. Let's go to the classroom first. Chapter 16? How much do I resemble my former self? The university's academic buildings were the common U-shaped design. Fonlin University's classroom naming system was unique, eschewing simple numbers. They begin with the characters heaven, earth, and mystic, perfectly aligning with the campus's classical culture. There were only 5 heaven-level classrooms, and the students within them were either wealthy or of noble birth. Zhang Zhongwen served as homeroom teacher for Heaven 2 classroom. At this moment, the Heaven 2 classroom was filled with laughter and cheer. Above the blackboard hung a garish banner, warmly welcomed the D-grade losers to Fonlin Academy. Meanwhile, on the spacious empty wall of the classroom, 3 slacker-looking boys were busy pasting something. Soon, as they stepped back, the once bare brick wall had been transformed into the Memorial Hall of Laughingstock. In memory of Zheng Shanhe, top of the laughingstock rankings, and his brilliant expression upon awakening his D-rank talent. Alongside colorful text stickers was a deliberately enlarged black and white photograph. The photo captured Zheng Shanhe's despondent expression during his senior year graduation, the very moment he awakened his D-rank talent. Gatekeeper Special Edition. At the very bottom, several photos of Zheng Shanhe guarding the gate were attached. The most vicious touch was a crude drawing on the blackboard, rendered in colorful chalk, depicting Zheng Shanhe kneeling and begging for mercy from Li Haohua. The entire classroom had been deliberately transformed into a place of deliberate humiliation and extreme malice. In the classroom of 30, aside from Li Haohua and her accomplices, the remaining 26 mostly watched with a spectator's mindset. They neither intervened nor spoke up. They were merely curious just how deep was the grudge that made Li Haohua and her group so bitter. Soon, the classroom door swung open. Zhang Zhongwen entered, seemingly oblivious to the classroom's tension. He smiled and announced, "Everyone, please take your seats. Now, let's give a warm welcome to our new student, Zheng Shanhe. Woo! The big loser's here. Welcome the big loser." Li Haohua sat in the front row, arms crossed, sneering coldly. Behind her, 3 slacker male accomplices shouted exaggeratedly. Zheng Shanhe strode into the classroom. At a glance, he took in the entire setup of this welcome ceremony. His heart remained still as water. His handsome face bore no trace of emotion as he strode steadily to the podium. Zhang Zhongwen's attitude was ambiguous. He made no move to stop the loud jeering from Li Haohua's group below the podium. Instead, he stepped aside with apparent interest, seemingly eager to see how Zheng Shanhe would handle the situation. The other students in the classroom were also watching him, all curious to see how this new student would handle such a situation. If he endured it without expression, it would be a tacit admission to everyone, "I'm a pushover, feel free to trample me." If he flew into a rage, setting aside Li Haohua and S rank, the 3 male students egging her on were all A to B rank awakened. 2 fists couldn't fight 4 hands. How would he handle this bullying? "Teacher Jiang, what is your absolute limit for endurance?" Suddenly, Zheng Shanhe uttered the question inexplicably from the podium. Zhang Zhongwen raised his eyebrows slightly, leaning against the blackboard and declaring in a loud voice, "As long as no one gets killed." Only then did everyone realize the deeper meaning behind Zheng Shanhe's words. He actually intended to take action? A mere D-rank guard who'd spent a year stationed at the school gate, what gave him the nerve to make a move now? To everyone else, his quiet submission was the best possible outcome. Well. Haven't seen you in a year, and you've gotten pretty cocky, haven't you, guard dog?" Behind Li Haohua, the 3 boys who had collaborated on the laughter chart immediately stood up. They surrounded Zheng Shanhe, their eyes mocking, "We're right here. Try touching us." Zheng Shanhe lowered his eyelids, murmuring silently, "Supremacy." In an instant, as his spiritual energy began to deplete, an indescribable force surged from within him, filling his entire body. He clenched his fist lightly, raised his eyes, and fixed his gaze on the yellow-haired boy on the far left. Back then, this one seemed to have mocked his parents. Whoosh! The air suddenly froze. The next second, crash! A deafening, terrifying sonic boom erupted within the classroom. Everyone felt a hurricane-like gust sweep through the classroom, sending books flying off desks in all directions. Ugh! Immediately after, a faint, pained groan drifted inexplicably from the back of the room. Everyone slowly turned their heads. When they saw the scene at the back of the classroom, every single person froze in shock. The once pristine white brick wall was now covered in countless cracks, caving inward. Embedded at the center of these cracks and indentations was a boy, unconscious and with his eyes rolled back. He was none other than one of Li Haohua's accomplices, who had been standing at the lectern just moments ago. What happened? How could this be? Crash! Before anyone could process it, another thunderous, exaggeratedly loud thud echoed through the room. Whoosh! A gale swept through once more, and the wall connecting the corridor to the classroom door was shattered by the figure flying backward through it. Amidst flying debris, a gaping hole now gaped in the wall. Simultaneously, the hallway erupted in commotion as students peered out from their classroom doors and windows. What the hell is Class 2-2 doing? They've even cracked the wall. You. At that moment, the last remaining member of Li Haohua's faction on the podium, a male student who had also been one of Zheng Shanhe's old classmates, stared wide-eyed. He stared fixedly at Zheng Shanhe as if seeing a ghost, his face turning deathly pale as he stumbled backward. Others hadn't noticed, but he'd witnessed the entire thing up close. This Zheng Shanhe, after just 1 year apart, could actually send someone flying with a single punch. That speed and power were almost on par with an S-class. At that moment, Zheng Shanhe's indifferent gaze swept over him. I'm sorry. Before he could finish, the fist's edge arrived. Boom! This time, everyone witnessed Zheng Shanhe's fist send the last old classmate flying. The man slammed hard into the wall bearing the Laughingstock Hall of Fame plaque. Cracks spread across the surface as the precariously hanging Laughingstock Hall board drifted down, landing with pinpoint accuracy to cover the last man's face. The classroom fell deathly silent. Could this truly be a D-rank failure? Impossible. Zheng Shanhe's expression remained unchanged as he slowly descended from the podium. His footsteps halted as he passed Li Haohua's seat. Li Haohua remained seated with her arms folded, her expression serene and utterly unruffled. But when Zheng Shanhe paused beside her, a single bead of sweat imperceptibly trickled down her forehead. In that instant, the overwhelming pressure radiating from Zheng Shanhe sent shockwaves through the entire room. In the deathly silent classroom, only agonized moans and wails echoed. This is your final warning. Zheng Shanhe's voice rang out, devoid of emotion. Then, he shifted his steps and walked toward the empty desk and chair in the back row of the classroom. Only after he sat down did Jiang Zhongwen, who had been equally frozen in place at the lectern, gradually come to his senses. His gaze first fell upon the corridor, where the wall had been shattered. Then, his eyes swept over the devastation on the other two walls, his expression thoughtful. Li Haohua? He called softly. S-class awakener Li Haohua showed no response. Seeing this, he tapped the desk lightly and called again, Li Haohua. Only then did Li Haohua snap back to reality. Your friend seems to be in a bit of trouble. Could you please take them to the infirmary? Zhang Zhongwen said with a smile. Li Haohua's face darkened as she stood up and left the classroom, seemingly lost in thought and ignoring the three moaning and groaning individuals. As for you, Zheng Shanhe. Zhang Zhongwen shifted his tone, a faint smile playing at the corners of his mouth as he gestured toward Zheng Shanhe from across the room. The repair costs for the classroom will be deducted from your credits. Chapter 17, An Unexpected Dorm. Alright, time to take attendance. Zhang Zhongwen flipped open the roster and called out every name in the class. In the days that followed, Zheng Shanhe came to realize that university life meant little to no actual classes. The daily classroom gatherings served only one purpose, to let the professors know you were still alive, hadn't gone missing, and hadn't been swallowed by a teleportation portal. After roll call, students would split into groups, those with dungeon assignments would head to the dungeons, while those without would either flirt and fool around or study in the library. However, the school had a clear requirement: every student must clear at least 10 portals each semester. The association portal app served as the official record. Alright, a few of you stay behind and escort these 3 unlucky souls to the infirmary. Be extra careful when entering portals, everyone. See you tomorrow. Zhang Zhongwen finished speaking and signaled Zheng Shanhe to leave. On the way to the dormitory area, teacher Jiang suddenly chuckled, not bad. You handled it decisively. Zheng Shanhe stared straight ahead. Decisive? I only feel it wasn't enough. The humiliation and ridicule he endured over the past year meant little to him. But when these people shifted their mockery from him to Xiao and her deceased parents, he couldn't bear it. Today, had it not been for certain constraints, the fate of those 3 old classmates could have been far more miserable. At the same time, the effect of this first release of supremacy exceeded Zheng Shanhe's expectations. Zhang Zhongwen turned his head, observing the young man not yet 25. A hint of admiration flickered in his eyes. Not for any other reason, but for the decisiveness and ruthlessness he had displayed in resolving the situation in the classroom just now, qualities absolutely beyond the reach of someone his age. After leaving the academic building, Zhang Zhongwen led Zheng Shanhe to a parking lot. Get in. It's quite a distance to your dorm. 20 minutes later. As the car slowly entered a villa district, Zheng Shanhe murmured to himself, no way. And indeed. As Jiang Zhongwen's car pulled up before a villa courtyard, Kusian's figure emerged from the detached house. Brother Shanhe. Kusian waved and ran over as soon as he spotted him. Be in the classroom promptly for roll call at 9 tomorrow morning. Jiang Zhongwen left with this instruction before driving away. Zheng Shanhe never imagined that the double dorm Kusian had mentioned was actually a 3-story villa spanning 300 square meters with its own private courtyard. What surprised him even more was that in the neighboring courtyard, his own younger sister was frantically tending to a grill. To celebrate you and Xiuxiu starting school, how about we have an outdoor barbecue tonight? Kusian smiled at Zheng Shanhe's puzzled look and explained. Then he pulled Zheng Shanhe inside. The first floor is our entertainment area, TV, game room, lounge, and more. The second floor has 2 separate rooms, fully equipped and perfectly sized. The third floor has an outdoor pool. Come summer, we can throw parties right here. Kusian led him on a tour of the entire villa. Finally, he brought him next door to Xiaoming's villa dormitory. Brother! Upon seeing her older brother, Xiuxiu's eyes lit up as she ran over. Brother, the students here are all so easy to get along with, especially the history enthusiasts in the club. They don't mind me at all. That's wonderful. Zheng Shanhe smiled warmly. He only wished Xiuxiu could remain this innocent and joyful forever, never facing any hardship. No matter how fierce the storms, he would shield Xiuxiu from them all. Like an untiring little sparrow, Xiuxiu chattered nonstop around him before finally asking, so how about you, brother? Are you getting along well with your classmates? Of course. Zheng Shanhe nodded. Having knocked out 3 classmates on his first day of school, did he even need to explain how well he got along? As night fell, a square wooden table was set up in the courtyard. On the table, besides grilled meat, lay an array of sumptuous dishes. At that moment, Zheng Shanhe noticed Kusian had prepared 5 sets of tableware and chairs. Besides the 4 of them, it seemed there was room for one more. The night breeze carried a hint of coolness. Zheng Xiuxiu and Xiaoming sat on the lawn, pointing at the night sky and chatting animatedly. Kusian carried 2 bottles of beer, handing one to Zheng Shanhe seated at the table. Who are we waiting for? Zheng Shanhe popped the caps. My sister. Kusian clinked his bottle against Zheng's. She's incredible, one of the rare SS class awakened. SS class? Zheng Shanhe was somewhat surprised. S rank wasn't the highest talent rating. Above it lie SS and SSS tiers. However, awakened ones of this caliber mostly lived hidden from the world. Barring certain special circumstances, it was extremely rare to see their true forms. Yeah, SS class. Kusian seemed to sigh. My big sister's an assassin type. I hear she's incredibly skilled, can kill someone from 1,000 miles away. That's quite the exaggeration. Zheng Shanhe raised an eyebrow. To his surprise, Kusian suddenly burst into laughter. That's what her admirers say, ha. Is it really that funny? Suddenly, a cold, clear voice rang out beside them. Zheng Shanhe's pupils contracted slightly. As a pleasant, subtle fragrance wafted into his nostrils, he turned his head and noticed a tall figure standing behind him and Kusian. When did she get here? He hadn't noticed her at all. Big sis. Kusian, upon hearing the voice, instinctively jumped to his feet. Sit down. The crisp voice, like ice shattering, rang out again. Yes, ma'am. Kusian ducked his head, seemingly terrified of this older sister, and obediently sat back down in his chair. At that moment, a slender figure appeared in Zheng Shanhe's line of sight. Her steps were light as she walked across and slowly sat down. The warm glow of the courtyard lights illuminated the face of this suddenly appearing woman. Only then did Zheng Shanhe get a clear look at her features. A beauty that could make the moon hide its face and flowers blush, like a fairy from a painting. This was the description that surfaced from his subconscious. Seated across from him, this peerless beauty possessed features of exquisite perfection. Her jet black hair fell perfectly to her shoulders, gently swaying with the breeze. A cold, aloof aura emanated from her, making her seem distant and unapproachable. Her eyes, clear as autumn water, shifted slightly to meet Zheng Shanhe's gaze. In that instant, Zheng Shanhe felt a pang of guilt and averted his gaze. How embarrassing. He sighed inwardly, yet couldn't help but glance back at her. One glance, then away. It's getting cold. At that moment, the woman gently touched the tray with the back of her hand, her eyes meeting Kusian's tense gaze. I'll go warm it up right now. Kusian hurriedly rose to lift the tray. Before leaving, he shot Zheng Shanhe a look that said, good luck with that. Zheng Shanhe's eye twitched slightly. How had the atmosphere suddenly become so stifling? What is your purpose in approaching my brother? But after Kusian left, the woman suddenly spoke. Her tone held both detachment and accusation. Zheng Shanhe frowned, meeting her gaze. What do you mean? Exactly what you heard. She showed no sign of backing down. Zheng Shanhe's expression darkened slightly. The two strangers, meeting for the first time, engaged in their initial silent standoff. Chapter 18? Who are the bad influences? The late autumn night breeze carried a hint of chill. Zheng Shanhe stood in silent confrontation with this SS-level heiress. Ouch, hot, hot, hot. Kusian, who had stepped away, rushed back swiftly carrying a tray. Xiao Xiao and Xiao Meng, engrossed in lively conversation nearby, were finally drawn to the commotion. When Xiao Meng caught sight of the slender figure seated at the table, her expression hardened. She leaned close to Xiao Xiao's ear and whispered something. I can hear you. The young lady's tone was flat. Xiao Meng immediately fell silent. She winked at Xiao Xiao before trotting over. Oh my. Big sis, where have you been? We've been waiting so long we're starving. All the while, Xiao Meng kept shooting meaningful glances at Kusian, who stood silently nearby. I'm not really hungry yet. Kusian chuckled awkwardly, not daring to respond. This sister held undeniable authority over the siblings. Let's eat. The eldest sister picked up her chopsticks. Xiao Meng quickly pulled Xiao Xiao to sit down, and Kusian obediently sat beside Zheng Shanhe. Xiao Xiao blinked her big eyes and glanced at her own brother. I heard something happened in class T on air today. At that moment, the eldest sister of the Ku family suddenly spoke up. A new student surnamed Zheng beat 3 classmates into the infirmary on his first day and damaged the classroom too. These 3 injured students have talent ratings of 2As and 1B, with combat power levels between 35 and 40. Kusian's lips curved upward at the news. True to his reputation as Brother Shanhe, he was the only one present who knew the real story. But the other 3 people at this table were a different story. First was his younger sister, Xiao Xiao. Her eyes widened in disbelief as she scanned her brother's body. Finding no injuries, she finally asked, Brother, how did you manage to get into a conflict with classmates so soon after enrollment? Beside her, Xiao Meng thought to herself, is this really a conflict? Through Kusian, she knew about Zheng Shanhe awakening his D-grade talent while in Sangcheng. So now, she was utterly shocked. How could a D rank possibly beat up 2A ranks and AB rank and send them to the infirmary? Just happened to be in the same class as an old high school classmate. Couldn't hold back. Zheng Shanhe shifted his gaze to Xiao Xiao, a smile spreading across his face. Old classmate? Xiao Xiao suddenly understood. Then they totally deserved it. Nice work. Clenching her tiny fist, she cheered Zheng Shanhe on with a grin. Next time you see them, beat 'em up again, really beat 'em up. Xiao Meng was dumbfounded. Throughout the day, Xiao Xiao had been lively, sincere, polite, and gentle. This was something she would say? Just then, Kusian interjected, old classmates? Brother Shanhe, could it be those guys who made the Sangcheng laugh list? The reason Fenglin University knew about the laughingstock list was because Li Haohua and her gang had spread it far and wide after graduating high school and enrolling here. In fact, Fenglin campus even had its own version of the laughingstock list. Zheng Shanhe gave a slight nod. Seeing this, Kusian bristled with righteous indignation. Well, they got what they deserved. Those cowards bully the weak and cower before the strong. Let's go. He gripped his beer bottle, but before he could raise it, Sister's icy glare shot his way. I suddenly remembered I can't drink. Where did this beer come from? Why is it in front of me? Kusian meekly pushed the bottle toward Zheng Shanhe. Oh, right, Brother Shanhe. He quickly changed the subject. I haven't introduced her yet. This is my sister, Kofushui. Then, turning to his older sister, he added, Big sis, he's my good friend. No need for introductions. Zheng Shanhe, the top spot on Sangcheng's list of laughingstocks, that name is as thunderous as it is familiar. Kofushua's slender, pale fingers tapped lightly on the table. Her gaze swept over Kusian as she spoke coldly, you do well to be cautious about your friends. Keep your distance from those unsavory characters. Her words flowed uninterrupted as she turned her head slightly toward the tense Zheng Xiaoxiao. Yet, her icy expression suddenly softened, revealing a trace of warmth. Welcome. There's no need to be overly formal here. Just be yourself. Kofushua rose gracefully, nodding to Xiaomeng as she did so. Your friend here is quite impressive. With that, she glided gracefully into the house. Zheng Shanhe's mouth twitched. What was this woman playing at? How did he become her bad influence? Ahem. Once Kofushua disappeared from view, Kusian spoke up. Don't take it to heart, Brother Shanhe. My sister's usually super nice. And when she says lowlife friend, she definitely wasn't talking about you. Yeah, that's just how big sis is. She's cold to strangers, but once you get to know her, you'll see her crazy old lady side. Xiaomeng whispered the words crazy old hag under her breath. Kusian burst out laughing. You mean that incident? Ah, I remember now. Brother Shanhe, Xiao, let me tell you guys that time. Whoosh. Suddenly, a cold gleam shot inexplicably from one of the villa's windows, flying straight toward Kusian's desk and embedding itself there. Kusian swallowed hard, carefully prying the dagger now half embedded in the wooden tabletop out of the wood. The atmosphere at the table fell into an abrupt silence. When Zheng Shanhe and Kusian returned to their residence, the former couldn't help but ask, does your sister have super hearing? Shoo. Kusian leaned nervously close and whispered, it's her innate ability. When she concentrates, she can sense every sound within 100 meters. That powerful? Zheng Shanhe was somewhat surprised. Well, she is SS rank. Makes sense. Ku Xian shrugged. And so, the night passed without further incident. Zheng Shanhe's first day of school passed like this. The next day, at exactly 8 o'clock, Zheng Xiuxiu rode to school in a private car with the Ku sisters, Ku Fuxue and Ku Fuxue. Zheng Shanhe and Ku Xian drove themselves. A convertible sports car quite fitting for Ku Xian's playboy persona. Feeling the morning breeze caress his face, Ku Xian remarked, "Brother Shanhe, when we return tonight, how about I have the butler arrange a car for you?" "No need," Zheng Shanhe shook his head. "How's the progress on that magic rock I asked you to handle?" He had originally planned to handle it himself, but it seemed too troublesome. "I'd completely forgotten about it." Ku Xian slapped his forehead. "I was supposed to hand it over to you last night. 2 magic stones sold for 6 million total. They're stuck in my room. No rush." 6 million. Zheng Shanhe sighed inwardly. High risk, high reward inside the portal. It was no joke. Every day, countless awakened perished within the portals, while an equal number struck it rich through them. Upon reaching campus, the two parted ways. Back in the classroom, yesterday's cracks and damage had been fully repaired. The speed was astonishing. The gaze of his classmates bore a peculiar emotion. As for the 3 old classmates from yesterday, one had his head wrapped in medical gauze and mesh, while the other 2 looked pale and seemed to still be catching their breath. Yet, the look they gave Zheng Shanhe was filled with resentment. Li Hahua tilted her head slightly. When her gaze met Zheng Shanhe's, a faint curve touched her lips. Zhang Zhongwen entered the classroom promptly at 9 o'clock and began his roll call. Today, the class was missing 2 male students. After finishing the roll call, Zhang Zhongwen announced, "Last night, classmates Zhang Fenfen and Lunan perished within a Class B portal. You brats, mark my words, portals are not playgrounds. Step inside, and the slightest misstep could cost you your life. Be careful when you go in. Don't forget, our Class 2 originally had 42 students. Class dismissed." Zhang Zhongwen spoke with solemn gravity. After finishing, he gave Zheng Shanhe one last meaningful look before leaving. At that moment, a male classmate sitting next to him suddenly handed him a note. Without another glance, the boy walked away. Zheng Shanhe unfolded the note to read, "Watch out for Li Hahua." "Who the hell is Zheng Shanhe? Get your ass out here." A rough voice boomed from the doorway. Zheng Shanhe looked up to see Li Hahua, one of the 3 classmates from yesterday, standing at the doorway, sneering at him. A burly man in a white tank top, his muscles bulging, stood between them. He extended his thick arm, pointing at Zheng Shanhe. "Heard your all talk? Let's settle this." Chapter 19? Fist shakes the wind. Did you hear? Li Yuanba, the Iron Mountain from Class 1, challenged a freshman from Class 2 to a fight. What's this newbie's deal? How did he get on Li Yuanba's bad side? He's S-class. Who cares? The betting's open. I'm going all in with 3,000 on Li Yuanba to win. The day after enrollment. Zheng Shanhe never imagined that after just one night, Li Hahua would be unable to sit still. Her cousin, Li Yuanba, was an S-rank warrior type awakened. Rumored to be renowned for his brute strength, he earned himself the nickname Iron Mountain. Fenglin University had always supported awakened individuals resolving personal grudges and conflicts through the arena. The administration had only one rule: once a matter entered the arena, regardless of the outcome, the feud could not be carried over into future interactions. Additionally, combatants were forbidden from killing each other on the arena. Once one lost combat ability or conceded defeat, the fight must cease immediately. Violators faced disciplinary action. To boost engagement, the arena also featured a dedicated betting pool. Though the university boasts 3 arenas, few have actually used them to settle personal grudges. Thus, every challenge to the arena drew large crowds eager for spectacle. Today was no exception. At exactly 10 o'clock, the sun began to beat down fiercely. The arena was a square area, each side measuring 20 meters. Along its perimeter, for towering light barriers stood isolation fields powered by magic rock. Typically, they could withstand sustained, large-scale attacks. Zheng Shanhe had already changed into the school's standard uniform, a black Zhongshan suit. Paired with his handsome, angular features and neatly cropped black hair, he exuded an indescribable aura. Opposite him stood the muscular, imposing figure of Iron Mountain Li Yuanba, his face flushed with rage as he panted heavily. The stark contrast in their physiques sparked murmurs among the gathered students. Damn, what's the deal with this freshman? He dares to go up against Iron Mountain on his second day? You didn't hear? Word is this new guy beat up 3 classmates yesterday, sending them straight to the infirmary. He even shattered the classroom wall. That bad? He's from Sunshine too. I think his name is Zheng Shanhe? Zheng Shanhe? The Zheng Shanhe from Sunshine's laughingstock list? Isn't he a D rank? Your intel is way outdated. His talent rating in yesterday's entrance test was B. Word is his assessment score could even get him into the A-tier portal. Seriously? What's his combat rating? No one knows for sure, but it definitely won't exceed level 40. Amidst the crowd, Li Haohua stared intently at Zheng Shanhe, whose expression remained utterly impassive on the stage. The hatred burning within her grew ever more intense. How dare a D-rank waste transform overnight and leap into B-rank? Even if a B-rank posed no threat to her, she couldn't stand seeing someone of such lowly origins gain others' attention. Cousin, break his hands. Make him stop acting so arrogant. Li Haohua's whisper at the edge of the noisy arena somehow reached Li Yuanba's ears. On the other side, Kafushua, the icy woman who had confronted Zheng Shanhe last night, stood amidst the crowd. She radiated an intimidating coldness. Within a 2-meter radius, no one dared stand beside her, as if she carried a personal barrier. Li Yuanba is a rare S-class warrior who excels in both brute strength and speed. Kafushua silently assessed in her mind, this Zheng Shanhe probably won't last 2 moves. On the stage, Li Yuanba flexed his neck, a smirk curling his lips. Don't blame me for picking on you, you messed with the wrong guy. Boom! Suddenly, Li Yuanba charged forward, swinging his massive arms. The terrifying spectacle resembled a tank barreling toward them. Impressive speed. Zheng Shanhe's gaze sharpened. From the moment Li Yuanba charged to the instant his massive fist slammed toward him, it was but a split second. As the attack arrived, he crossed his arms in front of his chest to block it. Boom! A savage, beast-like force slammed into him, sending Zheng Shanhe flying backward. Beautiful! The crowd below erupted in a roar. Li Yuanba's crushing dominance matched everyone's expectations and exactly what they wanted to see. After all, everyone had bet on Li Yuanba to win this tournament. Who wouldn't want to cash in without a hitch? So when Zheng Shanhe's flying form slammed into the edge of the light barrier and crashed to the ground, the crowd erupted in a thunderous roar. Give up! Give up! Give up! The entire crowd raised their arms in unison, their unified chant leaving no doubt in anyone's mind that Zheng Shanhe was utterly defeated. Li Haohua listened to the boos echoing throughout the arena, her face breaking into a supremely smug grin. Yet unexpectedly, after taking a punch from an S-rank awakened, Zheng Shanhe stood as straight as a pine tree. Impressive explosive power. Zheng Shanhe lightly smoothed the creases in his cuffs, raised his eyes to meet Li Yuanba's frozen expression across the ring, and smiled. Did you sense it? The instant Li Yuanba attacked, Zheng Shanhe had activated his supreme sovereign state. He had to admit, Li Yuanba's punch had been powerful enough to shake mountains. But that was all it could do. All trace of Li Yuanba's earlier expression vanished, replaced by an incredibly grave look. The moment he struck Zheng Shanhe, though the latter flew backward, Li Yuanba felt as if he'd punched a mountain. His right arm tingled with the recoil. Something's off. As he looked at Zheng Shanhe's smiling face, all traces of contempt vanished from his heart. Ah! He took a step forward. Li Yuanba clenched his fist and charged forward once more. Zheng Shanhe stood rooted to the spot, letting the fist come at him. Boom! A deep, thunderous roar echoed through the air. This time, the crowd fell silent. Every expression was frozen in utter, unified shock. For on the stage, Li Yuanba's thick right arm hung suspended in midair, trembling faintly. Before him, the comparatively frail Zheng Shanhe had managed to block Li Yuanba's fist entirely with just one hand. Then, under the gaze of the crowd, Zheng Shanhe raised his right fist and swung it toward Li Yuanba's face. Crash! A terrifying sonic boom erupted once more. Eyes widened as a thunderous thud echoed through the arena. Li Yuanba was sent flying backward by a single punch. His massive frame rolled several meters across the ring before finally coming to a halt. This sudden turn of events froze Li Haohua's expression, rendering her utterly comical. A breeze swept through, and the air around the ring seemed to hold its breath. Below the stage, Kafushua's cold eyes narrowed slightly, her dark pupils flickering faintly. This was a scene no one could have anticipated. Li Yuanba braced himself with both hands on the ground, shaking his head. As he rose, he noticed a streak of crimson blood on the pristine white floor of the arena. Slowly realizing what had happened, he touched his nostrils and, as expected, felt the dampness of blood. He was bleeding from the nose. Lifting his head to stare at Zheng Shanhe, whose expression remained as calm as still water, the beast within him roared to life. Aya! Li Yuanba roared to the heavens as colossal spiritual energy surged within him. Rip! His thin white vest was instantly shredded by the spiritual energy, revealing his powerful, muscular physique. He assumed a horse stance, right arm raised high. Gang Quan! The next second. Boom! Li Yuanba vanished entirely. A fierce gust of wind slammed into Zheng Shanhe, fluttering his collar and short hair. Li Yuanba unleashed a thunderous punch toward him. But Zheng Shanhe neither dodged nor retreated, murmuring softly, I shall stand atop the highest peak. 2,000 points of spiritual energy vanished in an instant. Whoosh! Suddenly, the verse chanted from his mouth transformed into golden light patterns that infused the tip of his fist, meeting Li Yuanba's formidable punch head-on. The moment their fists collided, time seemed to freeze for an instant. The next second. Crash! A terrifying shockwave erupted from the point of impact, spreading outward with earth-shattering force. As it struck the edge of the ring, the light barrier flickered violently, seemingly unable to withstand the collision's aftershock. Looking down at the ring floor, spiderweb-like cracks spread from where Li Yuanba stood, radiating outward toward the rear of the platform. Put. At the same moment, Li Yuanba, who had struck first, suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. His entire aura was utterly drained as he retreated rapidly. No one could fathom the sheer force he had just encountered. Now, Zheng Shanhe. He straightened his body, withdrew his fist, and stepped forward, pressing his advantage as he advanced before Li Yuanba. His lips murmured softly, "From this vantage point, all mountains appear small." Boom! A fist shimmering with golden patterns erupted, striking mercilessly against Li Yuanba's chest. Put! Another torrent of blood spurted forth. Li Yuanba's eyes rolled back, his knees buckling as he collapsed to the ground. Then, his entire massive frame crashed down onto the arena floor. Zheng Shanhe had won. Chapter 20? An invitation from Ku Fuxue. Sunlight streamed down. Zheng Shanhe's expression remained unchanged. After slightly adjusting his clothes, he slowly descended the stage under the silent, stunned gazes of the crowd. The moment he descended, the crowd instinctively parted, carving a path through the sea of people to the outer perimeter for him. Before this, not a single soul could have imagined that he would be the one to leave this arena unscathed. Zheng Shanhe, a freshman on his second day of school. The D-rank failure who topped Sanqing's laughingstock rankings, ridiculed by countless people. Today, he had defeated the S-rank Iron Mountain Li Yuanba in a fair fight. And he did it head-on, using Li Yuanba's own specialty brute force without resorting to any tricks, utterly crushing him. If he's a failure, then what am I? A question began to stir in the minds of the countless onlookers gathered today. Only when Zheng Shanhe's figure gradually vanished from view did Ku Fuxue snap back to reality. As Ku Xian's older sister, she was well aware of Chen Zhang's request for the Ku family to look after Zheng Shanhe. At first, she had thought her father and section chief Chen Zhang were overreacting. In Ku Fuxue's eyes, the power AB rank awakened could wield was extremely limited. Even if this Zheng Shanhe was special, she believed he could at most be compared to an A-class awakened. But today, she hadn't anticipated this B rank shattering all conventions, causing her infallible predictions of arena match outcomes to falter for the very first time. Watching Zheng Shanhe's retreating figure, a flicker of consideration crossed her eyes. Perhaps he could. In an instant, Ku Fuxue vanished without a trace. The crowd dispersed in an instant. Many gritted their teeth in frustration. They had bet on Li Yuanba's victory, but now the outcome meant they'd lost even the money for their meals. Li Hawa stood frozen in place, her three wounded accomplices behind her exchanging nervous glances, none daring to speak. Her gaze lingered on Li Yuanba, motionless on the stage. It took her a long time to accept the reality of her cousin's defeat. In her mind, Zheng Shanhe's terrifying punch and overwhelming power kept flashing back. Deep down, she refused to believe Zheng Shanhe was strong. She insisted it was her cousin who was too weak. How could he fail to take down such a worthless piece of trash? Zheng Shanhe, don't get too cocky. We'll see about that. After today. B-rank freshman crushes Iron Mountain in overwhelming display. Who is the true Iron Mountain? A bombshell story that drew countless views and heated discussions was uploaded to the Phonelin laughingstock rankings. S-rank Li Yuanba suffered a humiliating defeat at the hands of a B-rank freshman. This incident shot straight to the top of Phonlin's laughingstock rankings. Within just 2 days, the name Zheng Shanhe echoed throughout the entire Phonelin University. The combat power of this B-rank freshman may have shattered the upper limit, reaching a staggering 999. Countless exaggerated claims sprouted and exploded within a single day. They preferred to exaggerate wildly rather than acknowledge the fact that a B-rank talent could defeat an S-rank. While combat ratings reflect an individual's overall attribute strength, true potential represents an awakened one's genuine ceiling. This tournament, where a talent rating 2 tiers apart determined the winner in an unforeseen manner, was forever etched into Phonelin University's history. It was also the first instance in the university's history of a B-rank defeating an S-rank. The news spread like wildfire across campus. During break, Ko Xiaoming pulled Zheng Shanhe aside in awe. "Your brother is so strong. How come he's only B-rank yet defeated an S-rank?" "I don't know either." Xiao beamed just as brightly. She didn't care how unreasonable it seemed as long as her brother was unharmed and victorious, nothing else mattered. S-rank. Ko Xian leaned against the corridor railing, inwardly marveling, if Brother Shan has summoned the entire Mount Tai, how many at Phonelin University could withstand it? From that point on, the credibility of Songqing's laughingstock rankings plummeted, earning it the derogatory label of an unofficial list. Meanwhile, Zheng Shanhe had overtaken Iron Mountain Li Yuanba for the 12th spot on Phonelin University's Awakened rankings. His decisive victory sent shockwaves throughout the entire university. At this very moment, walking back to his dorm, Zheng Shanhe stared at the portal app while deep in thought. "I currently hold 22,000 fortune points. Adding today's automatic gain of 500 points brings the total to 22,500. Withdraw 2,500 fortune points and convert them into experience. Combat power level 54. Experience points 60,562,000. Fortune points held 20,000. This makes calculations much easier. Zheng Shanhe put away his phone and focused entirely on the interface. Bring up the Mountain River Creation panel. Summon Mountain River Creation, Mount Tai. Pending summoning, Shanhaeguan Pass. Summoning requirement, 30,000 chi points. Just 10,000 short of summoning Shanhaeguan. Today, I need to find an A-grade portal to test the waters. As he pondered, a gentle breeze suddenly brushed past him. A faint fragrance wafted toward him, and he turned his head. There, standing 5 paces away, was Kufushua, a goddess of icy detachment, as cold as frost. What does this woman want? Your overall assessment score is truly only A? Kufushua's icy tone echoed. What are you implying? Zheng Shanhe replied indifferently. His attitude made Kufushua frown. No boy had ever spoken to her like this before, only she was colder than anyone else. But recalling his performance on the stage, she forced herself to continue patiently. I have an S-class portal under my control, containing rare resources. An S-class portal? Zheng Shanhe's heart stirred. He had learned from textbooks that the space within an S-class portal was extremely complex, structured in layers ranging from a minimum of 2 to a maximum of 4. One must defeat the boss of each layer before escaping. Extremely high risk came with extremely high reward. Why me? Though tempted, Zheng Shanhe didn't rush to agree. Because you owe our family a debt of gratitude. Kufushua's tone was cold and detached. Exchange of favors, mutual exploitation, this was her approach to dealing with anyone outside her family. In other words, in her view, Zheng Shanhe and his sister had gained admission to Fenglin University through the Ku family's connections. Now, it was time for him to repay that debt. Favor? Zheng Shanhe clearly wasn't buying it. If you're referring to the admission spots, wasn't that compensation for saving Kuxian? Kufushua's cold eyes narrowed slightly. So you admit you approached Xiao Xian with ulterior motives? What kind of twisted logic does this woman have? Zheng Shanhe frowned. What purpose do you think I had? He stared into Kufushua's eyes, meeting her gaze without flinching, and sneered coldly. Does the entire world suddenly have ulterior motives the moment they hear the name of your group? That's not what I meant, Kufushua replied, her brows still furrowed. Then what do you mean? Zheng Shanhe countered. Kufushua fell silent. Perhaps she really was being overly sensitive. Over the years, Kuxian had encountered many unscrupulous friends. He was pure-hearted and kind, always willing to spend money on friends tens of thousands at a time, no big deal. Therefore, Kufushua had always been deeply concerned about his friendships. Now, upon careful reflection, Zheng Shanhe was the person specifically singled out for special attention by Qin Zhang, the chief inspector, and the president. Even without the backing of the Ku group, the power he had displayed today was astonishing enough. She admitted she had been a bit too quick to judge. If what I said earlier made you uncomfortable, I can take it back. Kufushua looked at Zheng Shanhe and said, Xiao Xian has significant flaws when it comes to choosing friends. As his older sister, it's my duty to help him filter them. I retract every previous judgment and suspicion I held toward you. Now. She slowly extended her pale, slender hand. I sincerely invite you to join me in clearing the S-class portal. Given her temperament, this was the closest thing to an apology she could offer. If Zheng Shanhe still refused, then she would have no choice but to go alone. Chapter 21, S-Class Portal. Deal. Zheng Shanhe grasped her palm, cool to the touch, delicate and soft. He grasped it, then released it. No time to waste. We depart immediately. Kufushua tilted her chin upward. Soon, a black minivan pulled up before them. Seated inside, Zheng Shanhe asked again, why me? Kufushua's fingertips tapped lightly on the armrest as she replied, you should know that even an awakened individual with an S-rank evaluation cannot clear an S-rank portal alone. If I recall correctly, Zheng Shanhe observed the street scene outside the window. Your Ku family owns its own awakened guild. The Zhengrong Guild, one of the 8 great guilds of the Dragon Nation. Kufushua replied, this is a special S-rank portal. I don't want overly complicated individuals knowing the details. To put it plainly, I completed your background check yesterday. What convinced me to invite you along was your performance on the arena today and your clean record. She tilted her head slightly, her dark pupils fixed on Zheng Shanhe's handsome profile. My perception is keen. Your power extends far beyond what meets the eye. I also want to see why Qingzhang and the guild leader hold you in such high regard. She left those words unspoken. Zheng Shanhe responded with silence. His primary objectives for this journey were to accumulate as many fortune points as possible, summon Shanhaeguan, elevate his combat power level, and improve his talent rating. Fortune points, the more, the better. Normally, joining a party through an S-rank portal required a minimum fee of 100,000 credits. While the resources yielded could easily cover the cost, the complex nature of the portal's interior meant that encountering resources exceeding their estimated value could easily spark fierce competition. That was precisely why Zheng Shanhe had agreed to go. S-rank portals, resources aside, guaranteed him a fortune in fortune points. The car gradually left the city behind, heading toward the rolling hills of the outskirts. After navigating muddy terrain, cliffs, and steep slopes for roughly 3 hours, the vehicle finally reached a flat expanse. Through the window, Zheng Shanhe saw a slowly rotating crimson portal. Surrounded by dense forest, the area near the portal was barren mud, devoid of even a single blade of grass. Stepping out, a group of men clad in black quick-dry uniforms stood at attention in formation. Tents were pitched around the portal. It seemed these men were in charge of security. "Where's the stuff?" Kofushue asked coldly. The driver immediately walked to the passenger's seat and retrieved a palm-sized brocade pouch. As per the young lady's instructions, it contains provisions for nearly half a month, 2 simple sleeping bags, and various other items, everything you need. The driver handed over the bag. "Leave now. Remember to tell Xiao Xian that his friend Zheng Shanhe is with me." Kofushue took the bag and waved him off. "Yes, Mississippi." The driver, along with the numerous security men standing by in readiness, began gathering their belongings to prepare for departure. "This trip will take at least 2 days," Kofushue stated. "Let's go." Zheng Shanhe had no objections whatsoever. The longer he stayed inside, the more fortune points he would accumulate. For him, this S-class portal was also an excellent opportunity for training. Seeing his prompt agreement, Kofushue said no more. With light steps, she walked into the portal. Zheng Shanhe followed closely behind. As they passed through, a wave of heat washed over them. Before their eyes lay a desolate, crimson-hued, charred cavern. Before Zheng Shanhe could survey his surroundings, Kofushue murmured beside him, "It's changed again." "What?" He furrowed his brow. "This portal is peculiar. I've actually entered it alone many times before. Each time I enter, the scene shifts, and the slain alien creatures reappear." At that moment, Kofushue produced an oval object about the size of a palm. It glowed with technological patterns, resembling an alien spacecraft. "This is a transdimensional constructor. Our mission is to explore everything within this portal and document it." Kofushue gently pressed the top of the construct, and instantly, a fluorescent glow illuminated the device. "If we can capture the moment this portal shifts, it will make the Ku family renowned throughout the world." A flicker of excitement crossed her exquisitely delicate face, erasing all traces of her usual icy demeanor. Zheng Shanhe frowned deeply. This sounded exactly like the portal behind Songcheng High School. Then, he suddenly remembered something. "You always entered here alone before?" "Yes." Kofushue, activating the construction device, nodded slightly. "Oh no." Zheng Shanhe's expression immediately darkened. He grabbed her wrist and prepared to step into the portal. Buzz. Unexpectedly, the portal that had been slowly rotating suddenly vanished. Simultaneously, a deep red danger alert box appeared. "Warning. Excessive spiritual energy fluctuations detected. Portal sealed." The air grew increasingly scorching. "Let go of my hand." Kofushue gently struggled. Zheng Shanhe immediately loosened his grip on her wrist, his expression darkening slightly. Just like the strange portal on the back mountain, it could only accept one person at a time. "What's going on?" Kofushue asked. "I don't know." Zheng Shanhe shook his head. He truly had no idea what caused this bizarre mechanism. In fact, it seemed no portal of this type had ever appeared in the world before. For there was no record of it in any book. "Then what you did just now?" Kofushue frowned. "I encountered a similar situation before. Back then, the portal was only D grade, yet a hidden B+ boss appeared." Just as Zheng Shanhe finished speaking. Boom! The rock wall above their heads suddenly shattered. Amidst flying debris, a humanoid alien creature clad entirely in crimson, shouldering a massive black axe plunged down from above. Bloodlust blazed in the alien's eyes as it moved with blinding speed, swinging its axe directly at Zheng Shanhe's head, seemingly intent on cleaving him in two. Clang! But to its shock, the massive axe shattered the moment it touched the human's body. Whoosh! Before shock could fully register, a whistling sound tore through the air. Crash! Zheng Shanhe's fist, carrying overwhelming, terrifying force, slammed into the alien creature. Its nearly 2-meter tall, robust body instantly exploded into a mist of blood. Defeated lesser flame demon, experience plus 100, fortune points plus 200. Boom! Simultaneously, successive explosive ripples erupted from the rock walls and even the ground. Kofushua's expression grew colder as 2 exquisite short blades, one crimson, one azure, flashed in her palms. Within the modestly sized cavern, a horde of small flame fiends, their skin crimson and bodies bulky, swinging massive swords and axes, closed in from all directions, surrounding the two. Break through first, then worry about the rest. Zheng Shanhe clenched his fists and charged forward. Kofushue remained silent, her entire being transforming into an icy rose, radiating a deadly aura as her figure darted through the air like a ghostly apparition. As flashes of crimson and azure light erupted, waves of blood and severed heads sprayed through the swarm of little fire demons. Compared to Zheng Shanhe's terrifying strength that could uproot mountains and overwhelm the world, her elusive form struck even greater fear into the little fire demons. Nearly 20 little flame demons were effortlessly dealt with by the two in mere moments. Chapter 22? Mount Tai rises, shaking the 8 desolations. Blood flowed deep into the ground. Kofushua watched Zheng Shanhe rummaging through the corpses of the little fire demons and asked, "What is your combat power level?" After rummaging for a moment, Zheng Shanhe finally found a palm-sized black crystal within one of the corpses. Demon crystal's the most basic substance produced within the portal. It could be used to forge impenetrable armor or weapons sharp enough to slice through iron like mud. They dropped randomly after slaying alien races. Though not as valuable as magic ore, its market price still hovered around 3,000 per pound. "I'm asking you a question." Seeing him ignore her, Kofushua pressed on, "Don't tell me your combat power level is 35. That's impossible. A combat rating of 35 is the average for AB rank awakened. These minor fire demons only have an A-grade power rating, absolutely impossible for AB rank awakened to shake." Though it was unclear why Zheng Shanhe's entrance exam had only rated him as Class B. But judging by his current performance, Zheng Shanhe was at the very least among the top tier of S-rank awakened ones. At that moment, Zheng Shanhe stood up. "I haven't delved into what lies beyond this portal. I hope you didn't either." He stepped over the little fire demon's corpse and followed the trail of blood flowing inward. Kofushua asked no further questions, walking alongside him as they ventured deeper into the interior. Panel, display total fortune points. Zheng Shanhe murmured silently. Fortune points held, 20,000, points gained from last battle, 1,800. There were nearly 20 little fire demons just now. Each kill was worth 200 fate points. So I only killed 9 just now. Zheng Shanhe pondered. Kofushua truly lived up to her reputation as an SS rank assassin. Her agility and lethality were astonishing. At the same time, this made him realize that when teaming up, only the targets killed by oneself would grant experience points. Only personal kills yielded fortune points. What a hassle. Sighing, Zheng Shanhe felt the air growing increasingly stifling. Before them stretched a vast expanse of scorched earth. Above them hung a dim sky, shrouded in a faint crimson haze. The ground appeared scorched by flames, charred black and cracked dry. Beneath the cracked earth, waves of heat rose, distorting the air. "Up ahead," Kofushua whispered softly. Zheng Shanhe looked up. Amidst the vast expanse of scorched earth, a massive black silhouette stood. Like a miniature mountain, it stood utterly still. This must be the boss room. After a moment of silence, the two stepped forward in perfect unison, their feet landing on the boss room's floor. Thud. Their footsteps seemed to trigger some kind of mechanism. A resonant, booming sound suddenly echoed from the distant black silhouette. Then, before their eyes, molten lava patterns began to emerge across the black silhouette's surface. Rumble. A series of violent, muffled thuds echoed from afar. A creature the size of a small mountain rose to its feet. Its body was so immense it was breathtaking. The flowing magma patterns across its entire form radiated intense heat, causing the air around it to constantly warp. "Ah!" A deep, muffled growl echoed. Though it was far from the two, the sound still carried a piercing force that made their eardrums ache. Fury Flame Knight, combat rating, 75, grade S. The boss's information panel popped up. Zheng Shanhe's pupils suddenly contracted upon seeing its combat power rating. 75. A boss with a combat rating 21 levels higher than his own. Whoosh. Watch out. Suddenly, Kofushue's shout rang out simultaneously with the whistling of a blade cutting through the air. Du Zuan. Zheng Shanhe instinctively activated the second stage of Mount Tai. Clang. In an instant, a crisp metallic clang echoed, carrying immense force as Zheng Shanhe's entire body skidded along the ground before being violently hurled backward. Beneath the swirling dust, where he had just stood moments before, a figure nearly 2 meters tall, clad in dark crimson armor. This figure wielded a crimson iron sword, its entire body encased in iron armor, clearly the true boss, the wrathful Flame Knight. Clang. Kofushua's expression grew grave as she gripped her twin crimson and blue blades. Her gaze swept toward the dust-filled scene in the distance, and a sigh escaped her heart. Is he dead? This boss's movements were so swift, completely catching her off guard. My combat power is only 50. Dealing with it shouldn't be too difficult. Whoosh. Suddenly, a terrifying cold glint swept toward her face. Kofushua's heart sank as she met the attack with her twin blades. Clang. Blades clashed, sending sparks flying everywhere. Kofushua gripped her twin blades tightly, locking against the boss's long sword. Both stood locked in a deadly standoff, but the boss's strength was clearly superior. The crimson blade's edge crept steadily closer to Kofushua's throat. Just as the boss's blade was about to deliver the fatal blow. Blink. Whoosh. Kofushua's figure abruptly vanished. She teleported to the boss's left flank, thrusting her twin blades fiercely at the seam between its helmet and armor, aiming for a fatal strike. Whoosh. A violent wind erupted. What? Kofushua's pupils contracted slightly as her agile form flashed through the air, narrowly evading the terrifying blade. She retreated swiftly, landing on the ground about 5 meters away from the boss. A stinging pain shot through her left side. She touched the spot a fine, slender cut had been sliced open by the sword's edge. So powerful. Kofushua didn't let her guard down. She couldn't believe this boss, clad in armor, could move with such astonishing speed. I'm an assassin type. Its speed rivals mine. This is bad. Swish. Suddenly, a cold gleam flashed once more. Kofushue's pupils contracted sharply. Her waist snapped backward like a blade bending, and her hands gripping the twin blades slammed into the ground with a fierce thrust. Clang! A whirlwind swept past as the boss swung his dual blades in a slashing attack. Using the force from her palm strike, she shot forward like an arrow, once again creating distance between herself and the boss. Zheng Shanhe. Are you dead yet? Kofushue regained her footing and, abandoning all concern for her appearance, shouted in a high-pitched voice. This boss was putting unprecedented pressure on her. If Zheng Shanhe had truly died from that last strike, things would be truly dire. She could never defeat this boss alone. Boom! Suddenly, a terrifying shockwave rippled through the entire space. The colossal creature, whose form resembled a mountain not far away, had now drawn near. The Wrathflame Knight dragged the blade of his long sword along the ground, advancing toward Kofushue with deliberate, unhurried steps. Her grip tightened on the twin blades in her hands as a sudden pang of regret washed over her. This S-rank portal was far more dangerous than she had imagined. She wasn't new to clearing S-rank portals, but this boss before her was on an entirely different level compared to those she'd faced before, even if their combat stats were identical. This wrathful flame knight was stronger. Arg! Behind the boss, a creature as large as a mountain suddenly opened its molten maw, spewing a searing, scorching boulder hurtling toward Kofushue. The boulder's arc was vast, and with the raging flame knight's terrifying speed and attack power looming menacingly, despair welled up in Kofushue's heart. Ha! At that very moment, a clear, thunderous roar echoed. Boom! As a terrifying aura emerged, Kofushue witnessed a mountain shrouded in holy light abruptly materialize from the void. The scorching boulder collided with the mountain, instantly shattering into dust. The mountain didn't even flinch. The moment Kofushue's dark pupils beheld the mountain, they froze solid. Images flooded her mind, scenes of observing, touching, and examining it within her clan. That was Mount Tai. Enveloped in radiant splendor, stirring the soul, the revered sovereign of the 5 great mountains. At that moment, a figure as straight as a pine tree suddenly appeared beside her. Supreme among the 5 great mountains, subdue the alien tribes. Mount Tai manifests, its might shaking the 8 corners of the world. Chapter 23? Joining forces against the enemy. A surge of righteous energy erupted from Zheng Shanhe's chest, roaring upward from the earth. Blood trickled down his forehead. Yet he remained utterly oblivious, his eyes reflecting the illusory image of the world's foremost mountain, his pupils flashing with infinite sharpness. That last strike had nearly ended him in bitter defeat. This boss was no match for Kofushue and him to handle lightly. So, who had time to worry about hiding anything? If he didn't give it his all, Zheng Shanhe knew he would truly die here. At that moment, the majestic Mount Tai grew ever larger. Zheng Shanhe slammed his palm down toward the raging flame knight and the mountain-sized creature below. Suppress. Hum. A deafening roar erupted from within Mount Tai, unleashing a terrifying aura of power visible to the naked eye as it crashed down. Crash. Such terrifying force instantly forced the mountain-sized creature, covered in molten lava patterns, to kneel violently to the ground. The sheer scale of its massive frame created a whirlwind as it moved, sending Zheng Shanhe's clothes and hair flying wildly. Kofushue's gaze remained fixed upon Mount Tai in the sky, seemingly oblivious even to the danger unfolding below. The wrathful flame knight, too, buckled his knees under this overwhelming pressure. But to Zheng Shanhe's astonishment, amidst the violent tremors, the creature straightened its torso once more. Hold! Seeing this, he slammed his palm down into the void once more. Boom! A force even more formidable than before crashed down from the mountain peak, simultaneously causing the entire mass of Mount Tai to sink 3 feet. Ah! The mountainous creature could bear no more. Its colossal form pressed flat against the ground, pinned immovable. Lava patterns on its surface boiled violently, threatening to burst under the crushing weight. Under Mount Tai's overwhelming pressure, the raging flame knight plunged both swords into the ground with all its might. Its body trembled, yet it remained unyielding. After regaining its composure, it suddenly yanked the blades free, its form trembling as it charged toward Zheng Shanhe and his companion. Fortunately, seemingly due to Mount Tai's overwhelming pressure, its speed no longer held the terrifying intensity of before. Kofushue! Zheng Shanhe roared the warning the moment he saw this. Only then did the coldly beautiful goddess, who had been staring blankly at Mount Tai, snap back to her senses. You! The boss is here! Before she could speak, Zheng Shanhe shouted. Kofushue finally snapped out of it. She hesitated, pulling her gaze away from Mount Tai, and watched the raging flame knight whose movements had slowed to a crawl. She knew now was not the time for questions. Whoosh! Instantly, she launched forward, dual blades in hand. In an instant, she appeared before the boss, the sharp edge of her short blades aimed directly at the gap in its helmet, plunging in with brutal force. Clang! To her surprise, the blades didn't pierce flesh but struck against hard armor instead. No living thing inside? A crimson longsword swung toward her. She sidestepped the blow and countered with a strike aimed at the boss's armpit. Clang! A crisp sound echoed, yet it still failed to inflict any meaningful damage. In that case, Kofushue flipped her twin blades, a gleam flashing in her eyes as her spiritual energy reserves plummeted. Sharp thrust ascending azure cloud. In an instant, 2 blinding streaks of azure light surged along the edges of her twin blades. Closing her arms, she thrust the short blades straight toward the raging Flame Knight's chest. This time, the dark crimson armor offered no resistance. The twin blades of crimson and azure pierced unimpeded, driving deep into the heart. Suddenly, a piercing scream erupted from beneath the armor. Boom! A violent whirlwind erupted from within the Wrath Flame Knight's body, sending Kobushue reeling backward. She looked at the spot she had just pierced there, a torrent of blood was gushing forth. But the expected defeat notification window failed to appear. Instead, the boss shrieked incessantly, suddenly raising its left hand to rip off the helmet covering its head. Revealed beneath was a monstrous, savage face, its eyes burning with madness and murderous intent. Fury Flame Knight has entered Phase 2. Combat Power Level 85. Rating S+. Phase 2. Kufushue's expression changed dramatically. Poetry Soul, aid me in suppressing this alien threat. At that moment, Zheng Shanhe's roar echoed from behind. Mount Tai suddenly trembled, and immediately, a gentle yet dazzling ray of sunlight appeared from the summit. The verses of Gazing at the Mountain echoed forth with a heroic laugh. Whoosh! Zheng Shanhe charged forth, his fists channeling the illusory form of Mount Tai as he hurtled toward the roaring boss. Kofushue, seeing this, immediately gripped her twin blades and launched herself forward with a flick of her toes. Kill it quickly! Zheng Shanhe's expression grew grim as his right fist slammed directly into the boss's abdomen. Though the boss's speed remained suppressed by Mount Tai, having entered its second phase, it moved with slightly greater agility. Just as Zheng Shanhe's right fist was about to connect, the boss swung its long sword, slashing toward Zheng Shanhe's shoulder. Clang! Fortunately, Kofushue arrived just in time, desperately blocking the sword strike for him. Zheng Shanhe's powerful punch slammed into its abdomen. Boom! A sonic boom echoed as the dark red armor shattered instantly. The terrifying force even shattered the armor on its lower back. Gah! The boss spat out a mouthful of blood, its grip on the sword weakening slightly. Kobushue acted with lightning speed. Her left palm pressed the crimson blade against the sword, while her right hand wielded the blue blade like a bolt of lightning, thrusting it toward the boss's throat. This time, unimpeded by the helmet, the short blade easily pierced the vital spot. Blood gushed forth like a fountain in an instant. At the same moment, the ethereal form of the poet sage atop Mount Tai finished reciting the entire poem. Retreat! Zheng Shanhe pulled Kofushue back swiftly. As the final line of Gazing at Mount Tai fell, golden talismans, infused with the might of Mount Tai, crashed down with thunderous force. This time, the dying Flame Knight and the mountain-sized creature could offer no resistance. They were instantly reduced to ashes by this final strike. Defeated first layer boss, Raging Flame Knight. Experience gained, 3000. The identical message popped up before both of them simultaneously. Only then did Kobushue's tense, slender frame slowly relax. Fortune points gained, 6000. 6000. Zheng Shanhe touched the wound on his forehead, where blood still seemed to be trickling out. Such a severe injury, yet only 6000? Current fortune points, 21,800. That brings the total to 27,800. Still short by 2,200. He felt dizzy and staggered, collapsing onto the ground. Are you okay? Only then did Kofushue notice the wound on his forehead. Her pretty face grew slightly serious. A flash of light appeared in her palm, revealing a medical kit. She pulled out bandages and promptly knelt before Zheng Shanhe, carefully dressing his wound. Breathing in the faint, delicate fragrance emanating from her body, Zheng Shanhe felt his spirits lift considerably. Who would have thought the man who sent the entire nation into a frenzy just days ago would be you? Kofushue suddenly spoke as she wrapped the bandage. Her voice remained as crisp and pleasant as ice shattering. Regarding Mount Tai, you. She was about to continue, but suddenly, not far from them, an ice blue portal slowly opened. The portal to the second layer has opened. Chapter 24? The Burden of the Mountain and River Craftsman. That's enough. Kofushue stepped back slowly. By now, Zheng Shanhe's head wound had been bandaged by her. Her technique was remarkably skilled, showing none of the awkwardness one might expect from a pampered heiress. I'm more accustomed to clearing portals alone. Treating my own injuries is commonplace. As if sensing Zheng Shanhe's unspoken question, she spoke calmly. Raising her hand, she retrieved the oval-shaped interdimensional construct device. Upon reactivation, the device slowly levitated into the air, hovering above their heads as if scanning the surrounding area. This place is truly unique. Kofushua scanned the surroundings. Typical S-rank portals have multiple layers, but the entrance to the next layer is usually within the boss room. Here, however, another portal has been opened directly. Her words seemed directed at the constructor. Zheng Shanhe rose, his mind flashing back to the moment the boss entered its second phase, its level surging to 85. After a moment's thought, he voiced his confusion aloud, "Our levels are far below the boss's." "Why?" "Because of you." Kofushua answered immediately. Generally speaking, a combat power gap of 5 levels or more makes it extremely difficult to engage a boss. But after Mount Tai appeared, the boss's level was clearly suppressed. She recalled how, before Zheng Shanhe intervened, she had been utterly unable to confront the boss head-on. Yet under Taishan's suppression, the boss's movements and combat power had noticeably weakened. Zheng Shanhe's brow furrowed slightly. He too had noticed something peculiar. This time, Mount Tai's spiritual energy consumption was immense, skyrocketing from 100 points per second to 300 points per second. Had his own spiritual energy reserves not been at 20,000, such a drain would have been unsustainable. Could it be that when Taishan suppressed targets of higher levels than itself, it increased its per second spiritual energy consumption to lower the opponent's level? That seemed the only plausible explanation. But there was no detailed description of this effect in the profession skill description. "Sorry." Kofushua suddenly murmured softly. "I apologize for all my earlier assumptions about you." A glimmer shone in her eyes. You may not know this, but the Ku family has always been a major sponsor of restoring ancient sites, artifacts, and everything related to cultural heritage. Before the alien race arrived, the Ku group has always sought to recreate our nation's magnificent landscapes and breathtaking scenery. The night Mount Tai first appeared, the Ku group was in an uproar, and Kofushua had been relentlessly investigating the source of this phenomenon. Yet who could have imagined that the very person who triggered Mount Tai's descent would, through such a twist of fate, meet Xiao Xian and step through this portal with her? Thankfully, it was him. "Now, I can tell you the secret of this portal," Kofushua said. "An elder in my family speculated that the deepest part of this portal might conceal a fragment of the 9 provinces cauldron." "The 9 provinces cauldron?" "Yes." Kofushua nodded. "When the alien races descended upon our world, their objective was crystal clear: to destroy the mountains, rivers, and ancient relics within our borders. To this day, they have succeeded. Our elders theorized that these mountain and river relics, these bearers of civilization and witnesses to history, contain boundless national fortune. That is why the alien race fears them and seeks to destroy them." Kofushua looked at Zheng Shanhe. "So, do you understand now?" Given the gravity of this matter, Zheng Shanhe paused. "Aren't you afraid I'll leak secrets once I leave? I don't believe a despicable person could ever wield the power to summon Mount Tai." Kofeikshu's gaze was piercing. Zheng Shanhe fell silent. "Is that so?" "The foreign tribes, fearing the nation's destiny-bound power, destroyed the ancient mountains and rivers. Peace reigns over home and nation, free from foreign disturbances." The words his parents had often repeated when he was a child echoed once more within his heart. Only now did Zheng Shanhe truly grasp the immense weight borne by the mountain and river craftsmen. But he would never retreat. For the peace of his homeland, for the eradication of the foreign tribes, he was willing to sacrifice everything. This was the ambition he had held since childhood. Now, he was marching toward that very goal. "Let's go. Next level." Clenching his fist, Zheng Shanhe's eyes blazed with fervor. One day, he would restore the mountains, rivers, and ancient relics destroyed by the invaders. As the two passed through the portal to the second level, the scorching air instantly plummeted to freezing temperatures. A bone-chilling wind swept in from all directions, sending an involuntary shiver down their spines. Zheng Shanhe raised a hand to shield his eyes as endless snow and wind assaulted his face, visibility plummeting. Just then, a small hand clutched tightly at the hem of his robe. Kofushua kept her head down, seemingly unable to adjust. The blizzard raged fiercely, making progress nearly impossible. "Mount Tai, manifest." Zheng Shanhe raised his hand slightly, and Mount Tai, capable of withstanding any gale, materialized once more. As soft flashes of light flickered, the surrounding blizzard instantly ceased. To be precise, it was the imposing aura and destiny energy radiating from Mount Tai that dispersed the raging blizzard around the two. Spiritual power, 8,920,000. Zheng Shanhe exhaled a puff of warm breath. The spiritual energy depleted during the earlier battle had yet to be fully replenished, and now he had no choice but to summon Mount Tai once more. As the blizzard subsided, he could finally see the vast expanse of white around him, snow piled thickly on the ground and trees. "Ha!" Beside him, Kofushua frowned, cupping her hands around her mouth to blow warm breath. True to her assassin nature, she wore only a long-sleeved gray crewneck hoodie and sweatpants. But who could have imagined that the scorching heat of the previous moment would give way to bone-chilling cold in the next? Zheng Shanhe took off his own coat and handed it to her. Perhaps due to the protective aura of Mount Tai, he felt no chill at all. "You?" The eldest Miss Ku was taken aback by his gesture. "I'm not cold." Hearing his words, Kofushue hesitated before finally accepting the coat and slipping it on. I've never encountered such extreme weather before, so the storage bag the steward prepared didn't include any clothing. She murmured softly, as if offering an explanation. We should hurry. We must find shelter from the wind. Zheng Shanhe frowned, his spiritual energy rapidly depleting. He couldn't keep Mount Tai shielding them from the blizzard forever. The two trudged through the snow, one ahead and one behind, traversing the snow-covered forest. Along the way, they encountered numerous snow-white beasts lurking in the snowdrifts and forest glades. Thanks to Kofushua's assassin's perception, they managed to avoid any mishaps. With his spiritual energy rapidly depleting, Zheng Shanhe could only focus on sustaining Mount Tai to block the blizzard. His heart bled as he watched the blood-soaked beasts fall to the ground, each one triggering the pop-up notification, experience plus 100. Each one represented precious, living fortune points. However, after defeating the first layer boss, his combat power level had risen to 55. This was a major leap forward. Not only had his attributes improved across the board, but his senses seemed far sharper than before. At the very least, he could now detect the beasts lurking within the blinding snowstorm. The two pressed onward toward a mountain range. When Zheng Shanhe's spiritual energy dwindled to its final 1,000 points, they finally spotted a cave nestled halfway up the slope. Stepping inside, the blizzard was blocked outside. Zheng Shanhe could finally stow away Mount Tai. His spiritual energy slowly recovered at a rate of 50 points per second. Kofushue raised her hand, producing a glowing orb that illuminated the cave's interior. A faint, metallic scent hung in the air. The cavern was vast, standing roughly 5 stories tall, with a width wide enough for 2 small vehicles to pass side by side. The ground beneath their feet felt soft like sand, yet appeared to be solid rock. Something feels off. Kofushue frowned, covering her mouth and nose as the rusty scent grew increasingly potent. Zheng Shanhe also sensed something peculiar. Instantly, the two decided to leave this place. Rumble. Just then, the cave suddenly began to shake. The entrance they had come through slowly began to close. Moreover, sharp fangs protruded from the surrounding rock walls and the very ground beneath their feet. This is the mouth of some kind of creature. Kofushue's fair face instantly drained of color. Zheng Shanhe's heart pounded wildly. No wonder he'd always found the texture of the ground odd. Outside, the blizzard raged on. Rumble, rumble. Amidst the rolling mountain ranges, a pair of enormous, mournfully yellow eyes suddenly opened. Chapter 25? Beneath the snowstorm, Shanhe appears. In a world blanketed in white snow and blinding whiteout. As the sorrowful yellow eyes appeared, the colossal creature lying dormant within the mountains slowly rose. Resembling a giant lizard, it possessed a broad, flat head and stubby limbs. Only after fully rising did one realize this creature was smaller than the mountains themselves. As if food had wandered into its mouth, it began shuffling toward a specific spot. But after only a few steps, its stride halted abruptly. In an instant. Boom! Amidst the swirling blizzard, the massive lizard-like creature's head exploded violently. Hum! A towering mountain erupted skyward, causing the blizzard to gradually cease. Simultaneously, the colossal creature's body collapsed to one side, causing the entire world to tremble. Beneath the thick snow-covered forest floor, Zheng Shanhe and Kofushue lay on the ground, gasping for breath. Defeated mountain beast, experience plus 1,000, fortune points plus 2,000. 2,000. This giant thing wasn't even a boss? Zheng Shanhe waved his hand, mentally commanding, fortune points details. Fortune points held, 29,800. Proposed mountain river creation, Shanhe Pass. Summoning cost, 30,000. Still 200 short. Kofushue lay sprawled in the snow, her jet black hair disheveled. Her dark pupils flickered incessantly. What kind of portal was this? The dangers encountered here were far more terrifying than any S-rank portal she had ever cleared. It's coming. Suddenly. She sprang to her feet, her gaze turning icy as she scanned the forest. There, a humanoid creature was charging toward them at full speed. Clang! The crimson and azure twin blades materialized in Kofushue's hands. At that moment, Zheng Shanhe's pupils suddenly contracted. Not just one. He grabbed Kofushue's wrist and pulled her back violently. The entire forest is swarming with them. As the words fell, endless cold gleams emerged from the howling blizzard, one after another piercing the spot where the two had just stood. Arrows? Are they humanoid alien races? Kofushue's gaze sharpened. My spiritual energy hasn't fully recovered yet. I can't hold out much longer. Zheng Shanhe said urgently. Can you make Mount Tai grow larger? Kofushue suddenly asked. You want to? Before he could finish, Kofushue cut him off. I'm an area of effect assassin. If these were all humanoid alien races, I could handle them alone. Her words carried a hint of pride and confidence in her own strength. All right. Zheng Shanhe didn't hesitate. A furious command echoed in his mind, rise. Hum. In an instant, the Mount Tai in the sky abruptly expanded. Its volume surged rapidly. growing to infinite proportions in the blink of an eye, nearly suppressing all the wind and snow within dozens of miles. As the blizzard dissipated, the alien beings concealed within were revealed. Their skin was ice blue like snow, their faces hideously grotesque. Some were as massive as oxen, while others were as small and scrawny as monkeys. Goblins. Upon recognizing their appearance, Zheng Shanhe froze in shock. Ice goblins, this was his first encounter with them. Very well. Upon seeing their forms, Kufushua's lips curved into a faint smile. Whoosh! In an instant, her form abruptly vanished. In Zheng Shanhe's line of sight, her figure was as elusive as a gust of wind. The swarm of goblins was utterly annihilated in an instant. Kufushua truly lived up to her reputation as an SS rank assassin. Her ghostly, elusive form, wielding twin crimson and azure blades, resembled a rose blooming with death. In an instant, she scattered the vast horde of goblins into a panicked retreat. Defeated ice goblins, EXP plus 100. Defeated ice goblins, EXP plus 100. The notification boxes popped up frantically. Ah! Just then, a roar erupted from behind. Zheng Shanhe remained composed, his right arm swinging out like steel. Boom! The ice goblin attempting the sneak attack was sent flying by the single blow, crashing into two large trees before meeting its end. Defeated ice goblin, experience plus 100, fate points plus 200. Fortune points held, 30,000. Requirements met to summon the second mountain river creation, Shanhaiguan Pass. Zheng Shanhe's heart leapt with joy. Simultaneously, a notification popped up. Warning! Spiritual power remaining, 320,000. His brow furrowed. Just as he was about to warn Kufushua, a shrill cry rang out, ultimate skill, instant shadow slay. Turning toward the sound, he saw a burly fanged goblin had materialized in the forest. As Kufushua unleashed her ultimate technique, her figure surged forward. In an instant, she split into multiple shadowy figures wielding crimson and azure blades, completely surrounding the Fang Goblin. Blood spattered, flesh flew everywhere. Under this dazzling barrage, the Fang Goblin had no chance to retaliate before slowly collapsing to the ground. Defeated the Icefield Goblin Clan, experience plus 2,000. The pop-up notification startled Zheng Shanhe. Was this the second layer boss? Kufushua wiped the blood from the crimson and blue blades with ice before walking back. Her lips parted slightly as she breathed softly clearly, the exertion had taken its toll. Spirit power, 020,000. At that moment, her spiritual energy finally depleted. Mount Tai vanished. The frozen blizzard surged forth once more, though its intensity seemed greatly diminished compared to when they had entered, likely because the boss group had been eliminated. Spirit power depleted? Kufushua asked coldly. As if the recent battle had reawakened her distant, aloof demeanor. Zheng Shanhe nodded. We'll have to delay for now. Unexpectedly, as soon as the words left his mouth, Kufushua extended her pale, slender hand. In her palm lay a glass vial the size of an oral solution, containing a liquid that emitted a faint blue glow. This is a restorative elixir extracted from magic rock. A single drop can replenish hundreds of points of spiritual energy. Upon hearing this, Zheng Shanhe immediately took it and drank it without hesitation. Spiritual power, 1500020000. Feeling the spiritual energy replenish his body, he breathed a sigh of relief. Running out of spiritual energy in this environment would be extremely troublesome. Kufushua took out another bottle and drank it herself. Her own depletion had been significant. Suddenly, a strange sound echoed from within the blizzard. Watch out, the real boss is about to. Zheng Shanhe didn't finish his sentence. Crash! Suddenly, the ground beneath their feet began to collapse over a large area. A terrifying sensation of weightlessness washed over them. Before panic could set in, vast swaths of snow crashed down with them into the earth. The air began to warm. They landed in a vast circular cavern. Bright torches flickered slowly around them. Zheng Shanhe and Kufushua rose simultaneously, instinctively standing back to survey their surroundings. Above them, several square stone pillars closed in, sealing out the outside wind and snow. Within this vast cavern, the flickering torchlight revealed no sign of life. Kufushua raised her hand, and the sphere illuminated the entire cavern with its wide-ranging light. As the light illuminated the space, Kufushua's expression shifted slightly, and she couldn't help but suck in a sharp breath. Zheng Shanhe's expression darkened as well. For surrounding them on all sides, beyond count, was a staggering tide of snow goblins. In an instant, a deafening, terrifying roar echoed throughout the entire cavern. Goblins wielding blades, flails, and greatswords charged from every direction, their eyes glowing red. The sheer, overwhelming numbers sent a chill down both their spines. What should we do? Kufushua's fair face drained of color. Even she couldn't possibly slay them all. Zheng Shanhe remained silent. Just as the goblins closed to within 10 paces. Shanhaiguan, manifest. Chapter 26, Shanhaiguan appears, soldier spirits defend against the enemy. Shanhaiguan, appear. The ground beneath Zheng Shanhe's feet suddenly cracked open. Simultaneously, as the earth trembled violently, streaks of dark golden light seeped from the fissures. Thud! The soul-shaking roar of war drums echoed from the void. Zheng Shanhe's pupils blazed crimson as his roar echoed throughout the cavern. Iron walls locked the vast expanse, mighty passes guard the 8 directions. Whoosh! The moment his words fell, a fissure tore open in the void, and a rust-stained bronze colossal gate crashed to the ground. The terrifying shockwave it unleashed swept out, staggering every charging goblin. The bronze gate emitted waves of bluish-gray radiance, instantly transforming into a majestic and impregnable wall of bluish-gray stone. Upon this wall, arrow towers, barbican walls, and beacon towers emerged one after another. The moment flames blazing like the scorching sun ignited atop the beacon towers, shimmering, translucent figures began flickering into existence along the ramparts. They were the phantom soldiers, illusory yet real. Dawn! The thunderous, soul-shaking beat of war drums echoed across the heavens once more from within the walls. Upon the ramparts, the soldier spirits raised their ethereal longbows, knocked arrows, and drew their strings. Swish! The synchronized tautness of the bowstrings carried boundless killing intent as countless arrows, gleaming coldly, were already knocked. Rain of arrows! Zheng Shanhe stood below the ramparts, his imposing figure surveying the goblins glaring like tigers. With a single command, he shouted. Whoosh! Instantly, a torrent of arrows erupted from Shanhe, howling out in all directions. The icy arrows sliced through the air with a terrifying, ghostly howl, plunging into the goblin's flesh with unstoppable force. During Shanhe's duration, 200 spirit power is deducted per second. Shanhe Phase 1, volley of 10,000 arrows, a sweeping, relentless hail of arrows covering all directions. Each activation consumes 3,000 spirit power. Note, each arrow that kills an enemy restores 50 spirit power. Total spirit energy returned this round, 2,050 points. Compared to Mount Tai, Shanhe drains spirit power more viciously. Fortunately, it features a return mechanism, otherwise, with only 20,000 spirit power points, it would be impossible to sustain. Moreover, Shanhe also has 3 stages. Beside him, Kofushue stood transfixed by the imposing grandeur of Shanhe, frozen in place, seemingly oblivious to the perilous situation she found herself in. Not long ago, she had witnessed the majestic grandeur of the world's foremost mountain. And now, what stood before her eyes? Shanhe, hailed as the first pass under heaven, the starting point of the Great Wall, a border fortress weathered by time and battle. When the foreign tribes descended, the eastern border of the Great Wall endured relentless assaults. As its starting point, Shanhe had long been destroyed by the invaders. To this day, the foreign tribes' incursions upon the Dragon Nation's borders never ceased, leaving the frontier perpetually engulfed in battle. She never imagined Shanhe would one day appear before her in such circumstances. Zheng Shanhe had no time to dwell on her inner thoughts, his gaze fixed on the surging tide of goblins before him. He knew. Now was the perfect moment to test Shanhe Pass's combat prowess. Phase 2. The mighty army marches forth. Thud! Thud! As Zheng Shanhe's deep roar echoed, war drums thundered ceaselessly atop the Shanhe ramparts. Hum! The moment the deep, resonant bugle call echoed out, the bronze gates of the first pass under heaven slowly swung open. Even as the gates opened just a crack, the roar of clashing steel and galloping horses echoed through the air. The moment they swung fully open. Charge! A steed, both solid and faintly ethereal, thundered forth. Upon its back sat a general clad in tattered armor, his features blurred. The intense stench of battle and the weight of centuries assaulted the senses. The general raised his spear, his battle cry booming like thunder, slay every foe in this world. Only our Huaxia shall reign supreme. Kill! Endless heavy cavalry surged forth, hooves shattering the ground. Their death-defying battle cries echoed throughout the cavern as Zheng Shanhe's spiritual energy rapidly drained. Armed with swords and spears, the horsemen clashed violently with goblins erupting from every direction. The second phase's attack pattern mirrored the first exactly. Each phantom cavalryman consumed 100 points of Zheng Shanhe's spiritual energy per second. Yet for every enemy they slayed, they restored 100 points of spiritual energy. As long as they killed swiftly enough, they could sustain this drain, even achieve a net gain. Zheng Shanhe expended 10,000 points of spiritual energy to summon 100 mighty warriors. The seemingly hopeless situation was completely turned around by the appearance of Shanhe Pass. Kofushue's gaze drifted toward the youth standing before the gate, his posture as straight and sturdy as a pine tree. What kind of power did he possess? No wonder the president of the Grand Association and section chief Chen Zhang held him in such high regard. Once outside, no matter the cost, I must establish a connection with him. I absolutely cannot let members of other guilds snatch him away. Taking a deep breath, she temporarily pushed aside the shock and all other emotions welling up inside her. The crimson and blue twin blades reappeared. She leapt into the air, fighting shoulder to shoulder with the mighty soldiers of Shanhe Pass. The war drums still thundered. When the sound reached her ears, an overwhelming battle intent suddenly surged within her. As if the drumbeats were pushing her body to its limits, her speed and strength both received an unparalleled boost. The power contained within those drumbeats, it was only much later that Kofushua realized was the blessing of the nation's destiny. Roar! The goblin horde, vast as the sea and surging like a tide, was utterly annihilated by the mighty troops of Shanhe and Kofushue. At that very moment, a deafening, terrifying roar finally echoed from the depths of the cavern. King of the Ice Plains, combat rating, 80, grade S. Boom! The ground trembled. The stench of blood rose into the air. From the darkness, a colossal goblin king emerged 4 meters tall, with 2 curved fangs protruding from its jawline. Gazing upon the river of blood flowing from the corpses of his subjects, the Goblin King unleashed a terrifying roar. The sonic force of his roar shattered the illusory army of Shanhai Pass, causing it to vanish in an instant. One after another, in the blink of an eye, over 100 mighty soldiers vanished without a trace. What should we do? Kofushue retreated to his side. After experiencing so many events in succession, she felt overwhelmed and instinctively turned to Zheng Shanhe for guidance. Leave it to me. Zheng Shanhe looked up at the colossal Goblin King. He raised his left hand, and a surge of righteous energy erupted from his palm. Mount Tai, suppress. Boom! The towering mountain unleashed terrifying ripples, causing the Goblin King's movements to abruptly halt. Immediately, he clenched his right palm, gathering a ball of blazing fire. I beseech you, spirit of the general, descend and aid me in slaying the foe. 5,000 spirit power deducted. Thud! At that moment, the figure that had been beating the war drum atop the city wall suddenly stopped. He slowly turned around. Though his figure was blurred, it radiated overwhelming heroic spirit. With a sweep of his wide sleeves, a longbow radiating golden light materialized in his hands. He nocked an arrow, drew the string, and every phantom on the ramparts froze in place, utterly still. The Great Wall stretches 10,000 miles, spanning the dragon's head. Gaze far and wide from this lofty tower. Gales sweep the sun, clouds race to converge, towering waves surge skyward, snow-white fury afloat. The twin capitals' unrivaled key, the Great Wall's foremost pass. With a piercing cry, the bowman's voice rang out in fervor as he suddenly released the string. Spirit power, 120,000. Whoosh! A blinding golden streak shot forth from Shanhe in an instant. The Goblin King, pinned down by Mount Tai and unable to move, could only watch helplessly as the golden beam aimed straight for its forehead. The golden beam pierced through, reaping its soul as it vanished. Defeated second layer boss, King of the Ice Plains. Experience gained, 4,000. Fortune points gained, 8,000. Chapter 27? The colossal Goblin King, nearly 4 meters tall, gradually dissolved into snowflakes. As his spiritual energy neared depletion, Zheng Shanhe turned to gaze upon the first pass under heaven before him, weathered by war yet still standing tall. Upon the gate, the characters, Shanhe, stood carved with the sharpness of chiseled stone. The blurred specter of the general who had slain the Goblin King with his longbow stood majestic and imposing. The ghostly forms of soldiers stood in perfect formation, straight and upright upon the ramparts, inspiring profound respect. As the spiritual energy depleted, Shanhe began to fade. Zheng Shanhe exhaled deeply, ignoring Kofushua's fervent gaze beside him. He silently murmured, Panel. Name, Zheng Shanhe. Talent, Mountain River Craftsman, rating, B. To advance to a rank requires 50,000 fate points, B rank boss essence 01. Current fortune points, 20,000. 20,000? Add the 8,000 from the boss and all the goblins just now, that's another 20,000 earned. Not bad at all. This trip not only saved up enough fortune points to summon Shanhai Pass but also earned a substantial amount of experience. Truly, it was well worth the effort. As the Goblin King's form faded, a dark crimson portal remained where it had fallen. The portal's color was peculiar. From afar, it resembled a gaping, blood-drenched maw, utterly eerie. Third layer entrance, now open. The third layer. Each floor's boss would be stronger than the last, with increasingly complex terrain and environments. It seemed this expedition wouldn't end so easily. Zheng Shanhe breathed slowly as his spiritual energy rapidly recovered. Here. Kofushua approached and handed him another bottle of spiritual energy potion. He accepted it without hesitation. With this, recovery would be much faster. You. Kofushua's gaze was incredibly complex at that moment. Mount Tai alone was enough to astonish her, yet she never imagined this man possessed even more than that. Can you tell me what innate profession you've awakened? Kofushua's voice remained icy. Even as she sought an answer, she refused to lower her pride. If you were truly wise, you wouldn't ask that question. Zheng Shanhe shook his head. The name of one's innate profession was something most chose to conceal, save for a select few. Even when asked, they would only reveal their general category at most. Take Kofushua, for instance. She had only ever mentioned being an area of effect assassin. While there was some overlap in the awakenings people received, revealing one's full class name in this world was akin to voluntarily exposing one's weaknesses. Kofushua realized her earlier question had been impolite and refrained from pressing further. After a short rest, Zheng Shanhe spoke up, let's keep moving. We should aim to get back as soon as possible. Ku Feikshu followed silently. The third layer's space was a deep, dark forest under a starry night sky. It teemed with mutant wildlife of every kind. Monsters with tiger heads and serpent bodies, winged creatures resembling brown bears, and countless other unimaginable combinations they had never encountered before. Compared to the previous two realms, this one was far more perilous. The two had developed some combat synergy along the way, covering each other as they fought their way through the gloomy forest. After 3 grueling hours, they finally felled a boss creature whose ghostly form made it nearly impossible to pin down. At that moment, the night sky stretched deep and vast. Zheng Shanhe and Ku Fushua sat beneath a large tree. A campfire burned before them. The surroundings were eerily quiet, broken only by the chirping of insects and the rustling of leaves in the breeze. 2 bandages wrapped around Ku Fushua's right arm as she fiddled with the interdimensional construction device. It hadn't been used on the second layer due to the heavy snowstorm, but she had brought it out again for this layer. Zheng Shanhe leaned against the tree trunk, letting out a long sigh. His chest and legs were similarly bandaged. The boss of this third layer had indeed been a tough opponent. Inspect the loot. After casually tossing a branch into the fire, he murmured the command in his mind. Defeated 3rd tier boss, Nightshade Fox. Experience points, 5,000. Fortune points, 10,000. The injuries weren't in vain. Level panel. Combat power level, 58. Experience points, 72,000, 76,000. Sure enough, the experience gained from fighting enemies all the way from the 2nd floor had already allowed him to level up 3 times. He was only 2 levels away from reaching 60. Level 60 surpassed the average for B-rank awakened ones, placing him firmly within the realm of A-rank awakened ones. Even among A-rankers, he was positioned at the mid-tier level. I have a feeling the 4th layer won't be easy. My combat power and Ku Fushua's will become increasingly inadequate in the later layers beyond this peculiar portal. Frowning, Zheng Shanhe pondered for a moment before silently commanding, calculate total fortune points. Fortune points held, 46,700. 46,700. Staring at the number, he fell silent. To upgrade his talent to a rank, he was less than 4,000 fortune points short. Yet he still needed the essence of a B-rank boss. That was clearly impossible now. As for the 3rd mountain river creation, he had no clue yet. Even if he did, his fate points would still fall far short. Setting those two aside, the only way to boost his combat strength before advancing to the 4th layer was to use his fate points for upgrades. How many fate points are required to elevate combat strength to level 65? Calculating. Result, upgrading to level 65 requires a total of 46,692 destiny points. Just enough? I'll decide based on the situation. If the 4th layer contains alien races that are truly too formidable to fight, I'll convert all my fortune points into experience. With a wave of his hand, he closed the interface. Zheng Shanhe pondered deeply. The reason the 3rd layer boss was so challenging was that Mount Tai had significantly reduced the boss's power. That was why he had begun contemplating ways to enhance his combat power level. Unnoticed, a full day had passed since entering the portal. Exhaustion welled up from the depths of his soul, compelling him to rest. Ku Fushua retrieved a prepared sleeping bag from her storage pouch and handed one to Zheng Shanhe. She then took out some canned food and water and handed them to him. Even the strongest awakened need to recuperate. He took a sip of the sweet water and smiled. I heard, Ku Fushua said, placing 2 cans over the fire, that once an awakened one reaches combat level 80, their mental strength can sustain them for 3 days without food, water, or sleep. Level 80? Zheng Shanhe shook his head with a smile. That was still a distant goal for him. Gaining enough experience points through the portal's alien races to reach level 80 would likely take at least 3 to 4 years. Take the young miss of the Ku family before him, for instance. It had been nearly 3 years since her awakening, and even with today's experience gains, her combat power level was only at 54. You. Suddenly, Ku Fushua's voice softened, devoid of her usual coldness. Is there an awakened guild you wish to join? She asked softly. Beyond the state-run Awakened Association, private guilds for awakened individuals naturally existed. These guilds recruit newly awakened individuals, pool resources, and offer greater earning potential and prestige, making them the obvious choice for awakened seekers. The Central Association, however, primarily handled classified missions or garrisoned border regions. No. Zheng Shanhe rested his head in his hands. Join a guild? He hated the feeling of being dependent on others and despised being bound by constraints. If pressed, he'd rather establish his own guild. But at the same time, he couldn't be bothered with the management. In this regard, he was a contradictory man. Ku Fushua fell silent. She had already resolved to recruit Zheng Shanhe into the Ku clan's Zhengrong guild. Yet she sensed that someone like Zheng Shanhe would never willingly join any guild. Therefore, she conceived another plan. Chapter 28? The two spent a relatively peaceful night huddled around the campfire. Once his energy was fully replenished, Zheng Shanhe slowly opened his eyes. Before him stretched the same boundless darkness. The campfire had died down, leaving only a wisp of white smoke drifting upward. Having cleared every living creature from this space, they slept soundly. Kofushua awoke moments later. After a quick tidying up, the pair headed toward the portal leading to the next level. This portal was as black as ink, with only faint crimson threads flowing along its edges. Its eerie coloration was one of the factors that alerted Zheng Shanhe to danger. Standing at the forefront, he felt a relentless chill seeping from within the portal. "Let's go." Turning his head, Zheng Shanhe said. Kofushua gripped her twin red and blue blades. Initially, when they entered this place, she had been the one in charge. But after everything that had transpired, the initiative had imperceptibly shifted to Zheng Shanhe. He remained vigilant, taking a step forward. Whoosh! Darkness engulfed his vision, and simultaneously, his consciousness began to warp strangely. When he regained his senses, his vision was filled with a blinding crimson. He looked down to find himself standing on a black, hard surface. A stench of decay and blood, mingled with some strange, unidentifiable odor, invaded his nostrils, causing him to frown deeply. Looking up again, he found himself surrounded by an endless expanse of desolate land. A blood-red crescent moon hung in the sky. An indescribable sense of danger welled up within him. Without hesitation, Zheng Shanhe immediately commanded in his mind, convert all fortune points into experience points. Total fortune points, 46,700. Converting. Conversion complete. Swish. Instantly. A warm current spread from his abdomen throughout his entire body. His perception, strength, mental power, and everything else underwent an extremely noticeable enhancement. Especially. Reach level 65, total spiritual power increased, 20,000 35,000. A total of 15,000 spirit power. Feeling the vastly more colossal power within him compared to before, he finally felt a shred of confidence. Detecting level fluctuation, recalculating combat strength. New assessment, you may freely enter and exit A+ grade portals. Is it because my innate talent rating is too low? Look over there. At that moment, Kofushua, who had just regained her composure, pointed toward the distant horizon. Amidst a sea of crimson, somewhere within the expanse of black earth, a bronze fragment shrouded in sacred light floated slowly. It seemed to repel everything around it, or perhaps, to purify. A fragment of the 9 provinces tripod. Kofushua murmured as she recognized the bronze fragment. Unbelievable, it was real after all. The elder at home had been right all along. She hurriedly retrieved the spatial constructor from her storage pouch, attempting to record everything here. Zheng Shanhe hadn't expected that the so-called 9 provinces cauldron fragment truly existed here. Did this mean that within these unique portals, fragments of artifacts or ancient relics could be found? Can we go in? Kofushua inquired. Zheng Shanhe nodded, and the two stepped forward in unison. They remained vigilant. Since the fragments of the 9 provinces tripod were here, this must be the final layer. The gatekeeper boss awaited them here. Yet this space stretched endlessly vast and empty. Looking around, beyond the crimson beams, only boundless blackness filled the view. Any creature present would be immediately visible. Step by step, the two approached the 9 provinces cauldron fragment. Just as they were about to reach it, Kofushua suddenly halted. She reached out her small hand to tug at Zheng Shanhe's sleeve, her pretty face tense as she pointed the crimson blade in her hand straight ahead. Zheng Shanhe followed her gaze and saw, for the first time, a strange creature lying prone on the black earth ahead. Its fur was pure black, and its pupils were blood-red triangles. The constant crimson light within the space had prevented them from immediately identifying this creature. Even Kofushua relied on her assassin's instincts, detecting its breathing. Ha! A deep, rumbling growl echoed through the air. At that moment, Kofushua sensed Zheng Shanhe's body stiffen. The netherhound lammer. Zheng Shanhe's expression grew grave. As the perennial top student in the school, he recognized the creature before him at a glance. Textbooks documented its characteristics. The netherhound lammer, upon receiving its first fatal wound, would split into 2 identical bodies. The optimal moment to kill it was immediately after its first split, requiring the simultaneous elimination of all 3 lemurs. Otherwise, even if the deaths were separated by a mere second, it would split endlessly. It might not be the pinnacle of alien species, but its sheer stubbornness easily lands it in the top 3 on the rankings. Lammer is the ultimate gatekeeper boss. Statistics show it's never been sighted within portals. Only the turbulent frontiers bear witness to its presence. Kofushua clearly recognized it too, her dark pupils trembling faintly. We have no choice. Zheng Shanhe clenched his fist and stepped forward. After its first split, I'll take it down. Understood. Kofushua nodded, her fair face hardening with icy resolve. Awwa! Lamor sensed their murderous intent, a trace of mockery flickering through his blood-red triangular pupils. It stood utterly still, utterly arrogant. Hades Hound Lamor, combat rating, 90, grade, SS+. The boss information panel popped up, causing both of them to feel a sinking sensation in their hearts. Blink! Koboshue's eyes flashed with icy resolve as her form vanished. When she reappeared, she was already hovering above Lamor, dual blades in hand. Yah! She let out a sharp cry as the blades plunged without hesitation straight into Lamor's massive skull. Swish! Blood gushed forth like a torrent. Kobushua's slender form swiftly retreated. Here I come. Arg! Lamor roared to the heavens. Then, before their eyes, its form suddenly blurred. Two shadowy figures emerged from its body, one on each side. A flash of black light, and two identical Lamers split forth. The sovereign of the Five Peaks. Zheng Shanhe's expression grew grave. He dared not let his guard down. The majestic Mount Tai materialized from the crimson void. The sacred light it emitted scattered the crimson rays within the space. Invoke the poetic spirit, subdue the demonic force. Whoosh! Sunlight cascaded from Mount Tai's summit as the poet Sage Du Fu materialized, channeling the power of his poem, gazing at the mountain to crash down with overwhelming force. The three-headed lammer, having just completed its division, had no time to react before being crushed by the terrifying pressure descending from the heavens. Boom! The three-headed lammer's limbs buckled violently, the ground beneath them instantly shattering and sinking several feet. Kobushua's face was tense as she gripped her twin blades, anxiety gnawing at her heart. Perhaps due to the vast disparity in power, the trembling three-headed lammer slowly rose to its feet. The might of Mount Tai cannot hold them back. Zheng Shanhe steeled his resolve. All or nothing. Supreme Sovereign of the Five Peaks, subdue. His hands clenched with all his might. Boom! Suddenly, the towering Mount Tai, suspended mid-air, crashed down. Carrying unimaginable terror, it crushed down upon the three-headed lammer. Boom! As the mountain completed its descent, the ground erupted in wave-like ripples, followed by a sky-filling shower of flying debris. The earth trembled violently. Zheng Shanhe and Kofushue staggered, barely steadying themselves. Both pairs of eyes were fixed intently on the base of Mount Tai. When the tremors finally subsided, Zheng Shanhe raised his hand with a slight wave. Rumble! Mount Tai, enveloped in sacred light, slowly rose. The scene revealed beneath caused both their pupils to contract sharply. Before them, Lammer had split once more from its previous 3 heads. Now it possessed 9 heads. So it was impossible after all. Seeing this, Zheng Shanhe's lips curled into a bitter smile. Even though he had now reached level 65 and could potentially subdue them with all his strength. But the enemy was ultimately a level 90 SS plus boss. Simultaneously defeating them was simply impossible. Kofushue, as an AoE-focused assassin, was even less capable due to her low level. If even Zheng Shanhe was powerless, then there truly was no solution. Kofushue tightened her grip on the twin blades in her hands, a thread of despair inevitably creeping into her heart. In the end, she had been too young and impetuous, too full of herself. Before entering this place, she never would have imagined that the final boss guarding the gate would be the Netherhound Lamel. They couldn't kill it when it was 3-headed, now split into 9 heads, their chances were even slimmer. Shanhaeguan. Thud. As the bronze gate crashed to the ground, the majestic and weathered first pass under heaven descended once more. You. Kofushue stared at the tall, upright youth, at a loss for words. My goal remains unfulfilled, and Xiao is still waiting for me to return. I absolutely cannot die here. Zheng Shanhe fixed his gaze upon the Netherhound Lammer, his expression more resolute than ever before. The mighty army advances through the pass. Zheng Shanhe swung his fists, each bearing the phantom of Mount Tai, roaring, I refuse to believe you can split endlessly. Since I cannot kill you in one blow, I will slay as many fragments as I can until you can no longer divide. Chapter 29? With my remnant soul, I ignite China. Within the crimson void, the Shanhai Pass stood majestically. The bronze gates swung wide, and from within, wave after wave of ironclad cavalry charged forth, spears and swords raised. Zheng Shanhe had already reclaimed Mount Tai and activated the Supreme Sovereign state. His spiritual energy depleted rapidly as Lammer after Lammer endured death, fragmentation, and rebirth. Just as Zheng Shanhe had anticipated, the Lammer's division did indeed have a limit. Once their numbers reached around 100, the fallen Lammers ceased to divide further. However, their numbers did not decrease either. Because whenever the count dipped below 70, fatally wounded Lammers would split once more, repeating the cycle. Zheng Shanhe's spiritual energy continued to drain, while Kofushue's physical strength was gradually waning. This can't go on. He sighed inwardly. Spiritual power, 10,000, 35,000. The last 10,000. Zheng Shanhe watched the Shanhaeguan soldiers locked in relentless combat with Lamor, then suddenly stepped back swiftly. Mount Tai. His palm shot upward, summoning the sovereign of the 5 great mountains. Its volume expanded wildly, covering the entire ground in an instant. Suppress. Boom. Mount Tai descended, carrying boundless majesty, causing every Lammer in the arena to freeze in place. Wah! But at that very moment, a Lammer's blood-red pupils flashed with brilliance as it roared toward the heavens. Instantly, all the Lammers raised their heads in unison, unleashing a piercing, howling roar like the wails of ghosts and wolves. Whoosh! Suddenly, the Lamors began transforming into blood-red shadows, surging toward the original that had roared first. In an instant, every Lammer present merged into one. Thud! A deafening heartbeat echoed through the air. A terrifying spectral hound, its size rivaling a mountain, came into being before the eyes of Zheng Shanhe and Kofushue. What is this? Kofushue's pupils dilated. Just now, she had glimpsed an eerie light in the eyes of that lammer. That seemed to be some kind of emotion. Roar! The lammer, now the size of a mountain, suddenly opened its blood-red maw. Aiming at the towering Mount Tai in the sky, a faint crimson glow flickered from its jaws. No! Zheng Shanhe's heart jolted, and he immediately withdrew Mount Tai. But it was already too late. A terrifying beam of light suddenly shot forth from the giant lammer's mouth. Upon striking the sacred light-shrouded Mount Tai, it sent the mountain reeling with a thunderous shock. The next second. Crash! The massive boulders encircling Mount Tai shattered violently, tumbling down like avalanches. Put! Mount Tai was damaged, and Zheng Shanhe immediately spat out a mouthful of blood, his aura instantly wilting. Are you okay? Kofushue was startled and hurriedly began rummaging through her storage pouch for healing items. Zzzzzzzzz. Just then, that terrifying beam of light manifested once more. Zheng Shanhe's pupils contracted as he grabbed her wrist, planting his toes on the ground and pulling her backward in a sudden dive. Whoosh! The beam, carrying waves of destruction, streaked past them, its target the Shanhaeguan passed behind them. Boom! The beam struck, instantly tearing a blinding gash through the Shanhaeguan walls. The mountain river creation suffered damage once more, and Zheng Shanhe endured another backlash. As blood spurted from his mouth, a strange, faint sensation suddenly stirred within his heart. Kofushue's face drained of color as she finally fished out a thumb-sized green pill from her storage pouch. Swallow it quickly. This is a specially formulated healing medicine. She placed the pill openly in her palm and fed it directly to Zheng Shanhe's lips. Even as the blood stain from his lips stained her pale palm, she paid it no mind. As soon as Zheng Shanhe swallowed the pill, an incredibly cool warmth spread from his stomach throughout his entire body. Unfortunately, the damage he suffered stemmed from the backlash of the mountain river creation. Medicinal treatment was utterly ineffective. That beast, it's been waiting for Mount Tai to appear. Its goal is to destroy Shanhaeguan and Mount Tai. Zheng Shanhe braced himself with both hands on the ground, staggering to his feet. The creation of mountains and rivers, the nation's destiny. He murmured to himself, his gaze fixed on the bronze fragment that remained suspended nearby. The damaged Mount Tai and Shanhai Pass returned to Zheng Shanhe's body. Within the crimson void, a golden thread of the nation's destiny drifted slowly, born from the damage inflicted upon the two creations. Lammer, whose mountain-like stature inspired utter despair, towered above them, his eyes brimming with endless scorn. It was like a hunter who held everything in its grasp, silently watching its prey struggle desperately in its final moments. So it truly possesses self-awareness. Kofushue once again read the emotion in its eyes, her heart growing even more bitter. It turned out that every move she and Zheng Shanhe had made was nothing but laughable and utterly harmless in its eyes. It was over. Facing this monster that could not be killed, her heart was filled with nothing but endless despair and helplessness. Ko-fake-shu. At that moment, Zheng Shanhe suddenly murmured softly, "You made the right choice to team up with me." Boom! A surge of heroic spirit erupted from his body. Because this task only I can accomplish it. Clatter! Suddenly, the golden national fortune drifting through the air was suddenly drawn by some force. With lightning speed, it violently surged into the bronze fragments suspended midair. Roar! At the same moment, the seemingly carefree giant lammer seemed to sense something, and a crimson beam surged from its mouth once more. Tai Shan! Stop it! Zheng Shanhe roared. Mount Tai, enveloped in holy light, materialized from the void. Its mass rapidly expanded, crashing heavily between lammer and the bronze shards. The sheer colossal volume of the mountain seemed to fill the entire space. Boom! The entire mountain erupted in violent tremors, completely blocking the beam of light spewing from Lamor's mouth. Blood streamed from Zheng Shanhe's lips, yet he seemed utterly unaffected. His gaze remained fixed and intense, locked firmly upon the bronze fragment. As the golden national fortune flowed, surging into this fragment of the 9 provinces tripod. A golden stream of light suddenly surged from the fragment, shooting straight toward the heavens. Ripples spread through the void, warping space as shadowy figures stepped out from the pillar of light. Some of these apparitions wore ancient armor, while others were clad in modern attire. At a glance, there were no fewer than 30 of them, the heroic spirits of past generations who had perished in fierce battles defending the 9 provinces tripod. Is it you who awakened us? Their faces remained indistinct, their voices unified and ethereal, yet carrying a hint of majesty. Zheng Shanhe's aura was utterly depleted. He waved his hand, and the Mount Tai that had been blocking Lammer slowly rose into the air. The revered peak of the 5 great mountains had been utterly devastated by it. Endless dizziness assailed the depths of his soul. Zheng Shanhe clung to lucidity through sheer willpower. Raising both hands, a phrase materialized before his eyes. Resonating with the remnant soul of the artifact, the mountain river creation, Mount Tai has unlocked a new stage attack, the extermination array of Mount Tai. Spirit power consumption, 8,000. Ha! He roared with fury. Beneath the slowly ascending Mount Tai, a golden light array abruptly coalesced. Lammer's eyes blazed crimson as his mountain-like form charged directly toward Zheng Shanhe. I am the craftsman of mountains and rivers. Hear my plea, noble spirits. Aid me in slaying this beast. The golden apparitions gazed upon Mount Tai suspended in the heavens, each erupting in unison with a resounding laugh. So this is it. Blessed by the mountain river craftsman's call, we are granted one last chance to behold Mount Tai's majesty with our own eyes. A single peak soars, dare any mountain range stand in its way? A general's remnant soul, clad in black armor and radiating majestic might, roared with laughter toward the heavens. Excellent. Let my remnant soul be sacrificed to the formation, aiding the mountain and river craftsmen in slaying the alien race. Whoosh! His spectral form shot into the slaughter array formed by Mount Tai, transforming into an intensely golden aura that made the array even more solid. Boom! The array's light patterns descended, completely enveloping the mountain like Lammer beneath Mount Tai, trapping him utterly. No matter how it roared or slammed against the array, the light patterns remained utterly unmoved. Answering the call of the mountain river craftsman, we offer our shattered souls to the array without regret. Following the general's remnant soul, one by one, the remnant souls of those who had fought to the death against the alien race entered the formation. One after another, their shattered souls contained an incomparably intense destiny. Empowered by them, the terrifying fluctuations emanating from Mount Tai's extermination array struck fear even into the heart of Lammer, whose vitality was exceptionally tenacious. Its form had completely shrunken and dispersed back into its previous fragmented state. This was its only means of survival. It refused to believe this formation could annihilate so many versions of itself simultaneously. The final golden phantom, clad in modern attire, gazed upward at Mount Tai, seemingly profoundly shaken. After a moment, it lowered its head. Within its blurred features, a glint of sharp brilliance seemed to surge. Mountain and river craftsman, good. 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 He spread his arms wide and roared with laughter. The foreign tribes fear our splendid Chinese mountains and rivers. They fear our united people and our overwhelming destiny. Now, the mountain and river craftsman is born upon the land of China. One day, the mountains and rivers shall be restored, and the foreign tribes shall perish. After his wild laughter subsided, a faint sigh of melancholy escaped him. What a magnificent spectacle that will be. Alas, I shall not live to see such grandeur. Whoosh! Suddenly, the phantom flickered a finger toward Zheng Shanhe, and a golden speck of light shot into his brow. Fortune points gained, 30,000. My name is Ji Yehua. Today, I offer my shattered soul to aid the mountain river craftsman in completing the formation. May our China's mountains and rivers endure forever. His voice rang out with fervor. With that, he soared skyward and plunged headlong into the extermination formation. Ji Yehua. Beside him, Kufushua's delicate features twisted in shock upon hearing the name. OM. As the final heroic spirit entered the formation, the Mount Tai extermination array reached its peak power. Veins bulged on Zheng Shanhe's forehead. His right hand formed a palm, striking fiercely toward Lammer trapped within the formation. The formation is complete. Noble spirits, channel the might of Mount Tai to slay this beast. No regrets for choosing China in this life. Burn my remnant soul to slay the heretical evil. 30 heroic souls roared with boundless ferocity, transforming into a torrent of molten gold that tore through everything like a tornado. Lammer shattered instantly within this torrent. After death, before it could even split apart, one after another shattered. Finally, when only one remained, it spoke in human words, letting out a howl of utter resentment. The destiny of China shall be severed. You're delusional. Golden light surged in Zheng Shanhe's eyes. Exterminate. Chapter 30? Seriously wounded, temporary conclusion. This life holds no regrets for choosing Huaxia. I burn my shattered soul to slay the heretical evil. A torrent of golden light, capable of obliterating all, filled Kufushua's eyes. In that moment, she felt as though a warm current flowed through every inch of her skin. Those remnant souls who had guarded the Chinese land until their final breath, now reborn, still chose without regret to burn their remnant souls as offerings to the formation. This scene shook Kofushua to her core. The golden torrent blazed with myriad lights. Soon, the faint, unified murmur of 30 lingering souls rose. May China flourish eternally. Farewell, noble spirits. I, Zheng Shanhe, swear here, one day, I shall restore China's splendid mountains and rivers and annihilate all enemies of China. I shall live up to the name of the craftsman of the land. Zheng Shanhe's face was deathly pale. The wounds within his body were severe. Yet, he stood tall and straight, his voice passionate and resolute as he bowed deeply toward the 30 lingering souls within the extermination array. Kofushua stood rooted to the spot. Her dark pupils reflected the figure of the youth, straight as a pine tree. Never before had her heart stirred, yet at this moment, it rippled for the first time. Who could remain unmoved by such a handsome youth? One whose heart burned with fervor for his homeland, capable of channeling the nation's destiny, commanding the very creation of mountains and rivers, and who remained calm and composed in any crisis, turning the tide of battle? Moreover, this handsome youth was her peer, having rescued her from peril not just once, but many times. With all these qualities combined, who wouldn't be moved? Cough. Suddenly, Zheng Shanhe stumbled, his body swaying precariously. Are you all right? Kofushua rushed forward at the sight. But before she could reach him, Zheng Shanhe collapsed face first onto the ground. Zheng Shanhe. Kofushua's pretty face paled with shock. She knelt down and turned Zheng Shanhe over to look at him. Blood trickled from the corner of his mouth. Lamor had inflicted severe damage on Mount Tai. Without his extraordinary willpower, he wouldn't have lasted this long. Defeated final boss, Netherhound Lamor. Experience gained, 10,000. Obtained special item, Hound of the Underworld Spine. Exit unlocked. Don't be afraid. I'll take you to the best medical facility right now. Kofushua watched the blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, overcome with panic. She scooped Zheng Shanhe into her arms and rushed frantically toward the teleportation exit. Sunlight, absent for nearly 2 days, washed over her face. Outside, the driver who had been ordered to wait nearly jumped out of his skin when he saw his young mistress emerge from the portal cradling a blood-soaked figure. Miss! The driver rushed forward. Quick! To the best hospital nearby. Are you hurt? The driver's first instinct was to check Kofushua's condition. Shut up! Just drive. Kofushua's brows furrowed, her usual coldness resurfacing. Yes. Knowing the young lady's temper, the driver hurried forward to open the door. After securing Zheng Shanhe inside, Kofushua immediately sped toward the city center. Drive faster. Kofushua gripped Zheng Shanhe's hand tightly, feeling his body temperature steadily drop. Gritting his teeth, the driver slammed the accelerator to the floor and sped off like a bullet. At that moment, Zheng Shanhe's eyelids fluttered slightly. He opened his mouth and whispered weakly, Don't tell Xiao. That girl was the most fragile. Just hearing he was hurt would worry her to death. All right. Kofushua gripped his hand tightly, her voice suddenly breaking. You're not going to die, are you? Hang on. In this moment, she revealed a slightly vulnerable side for the first time, her tone softening considerably. The driver's heart skipped a beat upon hearing his young mistress's voice, straining to catch a glimpse of her expression through the rearview mirror. But before he could look, he felt a cold glare pierce him. The driver shuddered and immediately focused all his attention on the road ahead, daring not to be distracted again. The 3-hour journey was cut in half. Along the way, Kofushua made a phone call. Upon reaching the city, Zheng Shanhe was taken over by a medical team. Time slipped by swiftly. Before they knew it, night had fallen. In a luxurious private hospital room, Zheng Shanhe lay in bed, breathing steadily as he slept deeply. Kofushua sat on the sofa, her gaze fixed on him, never wavering. Squeak! The door suddenly opened. The man who entered wore a tailored suit, his hair slicked back, and dark sunglasses. Wearing sunglasses in the middle of the night? What a show-off! Kofushua glanced at the newcomer with her usual icy tone. I instructed you to keep an eye on him. The man was none other than Chen Zhang, head of the General Supervision Division. It's my fault. After a moment of silence, Kofushua said, I saw his power. Chen Zhang's expression remained unchanged as he walked to the hospital bed. He looked at Zheng Shanhe, whose eyes remained tightly shut. Assess his combat strength. S-rank portal, 4 layers total. The final boss is a level 90, SS plus Netherhound Lammer. Kofushua's words were concise and to the point, delivering only the critical details. Lammer? An imperceptible gleam flashed in Chen Zhang's eyes. He walked back to Miss Ku. You two took down a Lammer together? No. Kofeikshu shook her head. He did it all by himself. Is that so? The fervor in Chen Zhang's eyes was impossible to conceal. Provide him with every possible convenience and resource. He slipped his sunglasses back on. One more thing, the G group seems to have sensed our stance. They'll definitely try to make contact with Zheng Shanhe. With that, he slipped away silently. The room fell silent once more. A few minutes later, Kofushua suddenly spoke up, Stop pretending. On the hospital bed, Zheng Shanhe's eyelids fluttered before opening. He thought to himself, does this woman even sense when someone is pretending to sleep? Is there anything else bothering you? Kofushua approached with light steps. Her eyes brimmed with concern. Though her tone remained icy, Zheng Shanhe could detect a subtle shift from her usual demeanor. That person just now was? He asked. Chief Inspector Chen Zhang. It was that guy after all. His voice sounded familiar. Zheng Shanhe pressed his hand to his forehead. Did that girl Xiao ask anything? I briefed Cassian beforehand, so she knows you're with me. Kofushua nodded. Right, Zheng Shanhe inquired. That G Group Director Chen Zhang mentioned earlier. Yes, Kofushua replied. That fragment of a soul claiming to be Ji Yehua, he is the chairman of G Group who went missing 30 years ago. I recall my father mentioning that Ji Yehua was obsessed with ancient artifacts and ruins his entire life. To see more, he even traveled around the world multiple times. Who would have thought the patriarch of the Ji family met his end in such a place? Ku Fushu's sighed. The fragments of the Jojo Ding have also turned to ashes. I wonder if that portal was truly so bizarre and unpredictable because of the existence of those fragments. Zheng Shanhe listened silently, murmuring to himself, check loot. Defeated Netherhound Lammer. Experience points, 10,000. Fortune points, 20,000. Obtained special item, Netherhound Spine. 10,000 EXP, 20,000 fortune points? And this special item is. Display total fortune points. Fortune points held, 50,000. Just as he suspected. He recalled that Ji Yehua had once transferred 30,000 points of fortune to him in the blink of an eye. Combined with the 20,000 from the Netherhound Lammer, he now possessed the 50,000 points required to elevate his talent to grade A. All that remained was the essence of a B rank boss. Mount Tai and Shanhaiguan will self-repair over time, and my injuries are slowly healing. He exhaled. Though severely wounded on this journey, the gains were substantial. Not only had he unlocked the second mountain river creation Shanhaiguan Pass. After clearing the stage, I still held 50,000 fortune points in hand. Plus, my level had risen to 66. In short, it all boiled down to two words, massive profit. Chapter 31? On the third day after leaving the academy, Zheng Shanhe returned to the classroom. Unlike previous days, as soon as Zheng Shanhe stepped into the classroom, several classmates swarmed around him. Zhang, you're super awesome. Can you take me with you next time? Zhang, are you free today? I applied for an A-grade portal. Want to team up? Hee Zhang, got plans after roll call? I'll treat you to dinner. Zhang, if I may ask, do you have a girlfriend yet? I'm busy. No time. Zheng Shanhe sat down at his desk, his tone as flat as ever. Seeing this, everyone wisely kept quiet. But barely a moment later, another voice piped up, Zhang, I heard you dominated the top spot on every school exam during high school. I'm stuck on some concepts, could you help me out? Instantly, they found a new topic and chimed in, teach me. I have questions too. Though they were all scions of wealthy or influential families, a prestigious background didn't guarantee personal strength. As a freshman who could effortlessly defeat Iron Mountain Li Yuanba, Zheng Shanhe's potential was undoubtedly limitless. If they didn't build connections now, would they end up like Li Haohua, creating a formidable enemy for themselves? Seated at the very front, Li Haohua's face darkened with gloom. Listening to the flattery directed at Zheng Shanhe from behind, the jealousy and hatred in her heart grew ever more intense. At that moment, teacher Zhang Zhongwen entered the classroom. Everyone immediately returned to their seats and fell silent. Zheng Shanhe. He stood at the lectern, fixing his gaze on Zheng Shanhe. If you can't attend roll call next time, give me a call in advance to let me know. Zheng Shanhe had skipped roll call for 2 consecutive days, and his whereabouts were unknown. It nearly scared the life out of him. After all, he was a special target under strict orders from higher-ups to be protected. Had Kusian not finally revealed Zheng Shanhe's whereabouts, Zhang Zhongwen would likely have turned Fenglin University upside down searching for him. Understood, Teacher Jiang. Zheng Shanhe replied. After taking attendance, Zhang Zhongwen tapped the desk and announced, tomorrow, the university will dispatch a new batch of border trial teams to the eastern border front. Clutching a roster, he continued, those whose names are called should remain. The rest may leave. Zheng Shanhe. His name was called first. Zheng Shanhe frowned. Border trial squad? He'd never heard of it. Li Haohua. Teacher Zheng continued reading out the names. A cold gleam flashed in Li Haohua's eyes. Zheng Shanhe, this time you're finished. Lu Jia. Chao Jin. Li Haohua's 2 accomplices? No, more like lackeys. Alright, the 4 of you stay behind. Everyone else, dismissed. As soon as Zhang Zhongwen finished speaking, the entire class dispersed in a rush. He then turned to Zheng Shanhe and said, the purpose of the border trial program is to let students personally experience the bloody battles between our front lines and the alien races. You must remember, the alien races are the evil forces that seek to destroy our Chinese lands and invade this world. As the saying goes, those who are not of our kind have different hearts. As awakened ones, you must resolve to fight the alien races to the death. With that, he waved his hand. Assemble promptly at the school gate tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock. We'll depart by bus. He exited the classroom. Just as Zheng Shanhe was about to use his free time to locate a Class B portal, an unfamiliar call popped up on his phone. Hello? The moment he answered, a cacophony of chaotic background noise flooded through as if a crowd were jeering. Zheng Shanhe, it's Li Shiqi. Hurry to the high school campus. Soon, Li Shiqi's panicked voice came through. They took advantage of the Ku siblings being away and called a bunch of people to bully Zheng Shoushou. I can't stop them. Snap. Zheng Shanhe's expression darkened instantly, and the phone in his hand shattered under his grip. A violent rage surged from within him, the intensity of his fury startling the students around him. Xiao Shou was his Achilles heel. All these years, the little girl had always been considerate of her useless older brother. Back when everyone mocked him, Xiao had even stormed into the classroom, pointed at Li Hua, and cursed her out, demanding why she created the laughingstock list. Zheng Shanhe would never allow, nor could he ever permit, anyone to bully Xiao. Never. Like a raging beast, he charged toward the high school campus, his fury stirring the very fortune of Lingfeng Academy. On the way, Kufushue, who had just left the classroom, froze when she saw him. That's the direction of the high school campus. Has something happened to Zhang Xiao? Kufushue's brows furrowed slightly. Guessing the reason, she hurriedly quickened her pace to follow. Fenglin High School. Ha! Someone like you, no family connections, no background. How did you even get into our high school? Hey, haven't you heard? Her brother just beat up that new kid Li Yuanba the other day. Li Yuanba? Is he that impressive? No matter how tough he is, he's no match for my brother. A large crowd had gathered in a circle at the entrance of the academic building. Zheng Xiao's clothes were disheveled, her hair scattered. A vivid, crimson handprint stood out starkly on her delicate cheek. Her head was buried deep, her hands clutching her backpack tightly. Books and stationery spilled out in disarray across the floor. The intense, piercing stares from everyone around her made her body tremble. Before her stood a girl dressed in expensive clothes, her family background clearly distinguished, smirking with a look of smug satisfaction. Her chin was lifted high, her eyes brimming with contempt and mockery. Don't delude yourself that your useless brother can save you. Her tone dripped with arrogance as she gestured toward the man at the edge of the room, who watched the scene with keen interest. My brother, Meng Lin, ranks 4th on Fenglin University's Awaken rankings. Though he's 4th, aside from Kufushue in 1st place, my brother is the only one who can hold his own against the 2nd and 3rd ranked. The girl named Meng Yu bloated triumphantly. Zhang Xiao, could your useless brother even compare to mine? The sharp stares piercing her made Zheng Xiao's body tremble. The shadows of her childhood haunted her heart, filling her with dread. Xiao bit her lip tightly. From the very beginning, no matter how these people humiliated her or hurled insults at her, she never once retaliated. But now, hearing her brother insulted, she lifted her head resolutely. Her eyes held no fear. Though her body still trembled, she mustered every ounce of strength to declare, my brother is not a failure. Yet her defiant retort only served as further fodder for their laughter. How dare you speak to me like that? A chorus of laughter erupted. Meng Yu strode forward in 2 strides, and without a word, he lashed out with a palm strike, slapping Xiao hard across her left cheek. Smack! Xiao's eyes held both vulnerability and resolve as she stared back, unflinching. Yet, mist gathered in the corners of her eyes. Oh! Look, little pearls are about to fall out. Meng Yu roared with laughter, her henchmen behind her joining in the mocking chorus. Let me go! At that moment, Li Shiqi was shoved into the crowd from outside. Miss Li, the neglected second daughter of the Li group. Have you finished your distress call? Meng Yu placed her hand on Li Shiqi's face, gave it a pat, then shoved her aside. As the heiress of the Meng Group, one of the 4 great conglomerates, she had every right to be arrogant and domineering. Meng Yu turned to Zhang Xiao, a wicked grin suddenly spreading across her lips. Now, let's play something exciting. Get your phones ready. Strip her naked. Make sure these siblings become infamous throughout Fenglin. The henchman immediately rushed forward, eager to comply. Li Shiqi scrambled to her feet and rushed to Zhang Xiao, raising her hand and shouting angrily, you dare. Wait until her brother gets here, you'll regret this. Ha! Just because you defeated Li Yuanba, you think you're invincible now? Meng Lin, the S-class awakened one who had been coldly observing from the sidelines, sneered. He'd long disliked Zheng Shanhe. He took particular pleasure in teaching lessons to show-offy newcomers like this. Get out of the way. Li Shiqi was eventually pulled away by Meng Yu's henchmen. Tears welled up in Xiao's eyes. Boom! At that very moment, a terrifying aura that shook the very soul suddenly emanated from nearby. He had arrived. Chapter 32? No mercy. As Zheng Shanhe approached, consumed by rage, the surrounding students instinctively parted to make way. Their gazes simultaneously fixated on this freshman who had sent shockwaves through the campus. When Zheng Shanhe saw his sister standing alone in the crowd, the rage that had nearly solidified within him slowly subsided. The shadows left by her childhood experiences made her dread being the center of attention. This situation clearly exceeded what she could bear. Her disheveled clothes, scattered stationery and books, the conspicuous handprint on her cheek, and her faintly trembling body. All of this fell upon Zheng Shanhe's eyes, making his heart bleed. Perhaps due to the imposing presence he carried upon his arrival, Meng Yu fell silent and her entourage followed suit. Zheng Shanhe approached Xiao, reaching out to wipe the tears from her cheeks. Then he crouched down, took the backpack from her hands, and gathered the scattered books and stationery for her. Brother! Zheng Xiao's voice trembled slightly. I'm fine. Let's go. She was so sensible, truly sensible. She had no idea just how powerful her brother truly was. As his sister, all she knew was that the bullies targeting her came from the Meng family, a name as formidable as the Ku group. Though the Ku siblings treated her kindly and warmly, they were not her family. Only her brother was her family. She and her brother had no background or influence to fall back on. Offending the Meng family would surely bring utter ruin upon her brother. Therefore, she wisely chose to endure. She had no choice but to endure. Zheng Shanhe froze at her words. Seeing his sister, her face bearing the bright red imprint of a palm, yet forcing a smile, Zheng Shanhe felt a pang of sorrow in his heart. "I'm sorry, kid." Zheng Shanhe's voice was hoarse as he gently rubbed her small head. "I didn't think things through. I'm sorry for putting you through this." "You?" Li Shiqi hurried forward. Before she could speak, Zheng Shanhe handed her the backpack. "Take Xiao and leave first." "All right." As one of the few who knew his true strength, Li Shiqi agreed immediately. Taking the backpack, she grabbed Xiao's hand and started toward the exit. "Who said you could leave?" Meng Yu regained her arrogance at that moment. But suddenly, a gaze that sent a chill through her heart swept over her. Zheng Shanhe stepped out slowly, his gaze as calm as still water fixed upon her. "The injury on Xiao's face was at you? So what if I did?" Smack! In an instant, Meng Yu, who had been looking down her nose at others and had barely uttered 3 words, was struck squarely across the face by Zheng Shanhe's palm. The blow landed with precise force, neither too light nor too heavy, sending Meng Yu staggering backward. An unmistakable handprint instantly bloomed across his cheek. The entire crowd fell silent. No one expected Zheng Shanhe to actually dare to strike her. She was the heiress of the Meng group. The stinging pain in her face left Meng Yu stunned. She couldn't comprehend it either. What gave Zheng Shanhe the audacity to strike her? Her S-class bodyguard was standing right there. "You're asking for it." At that moment, Meng Lin snapped back to his senses. His hand flickered and a magnificent long sword appeared, slashing directly at Zheng Shanhe. Clang! But unexpectedly, Zheng Shanhe met the strike head-on, shattering the sword into pieces with a single punch. Swish! Then, his palm shot forward. Zheng Shanhe, like a raging beast, savagely seized Meng Lin's throat and lunged forward. Crash! Rocks shattered, sending fragments flying as the ground trembled violently. Meng Lin was slammed face first into the ground, his throat crushed in the grip. Guh! A mouthful of blood spurted from Meng Lin's mouth. "Dare to fight back, and I won't hesitate to kill you." Zheng Shanhe's demonic cold voice sent terror coursing through Meng Lin's veins. At that moment, Zheng Shanhe raised his right arm high and unleashed a merciless punch. Boom! A dull, thunderous roar echoed through the entrance of the academic building. As he slowly rose to his feet, this S-rank awakened of Fenglin University, the young master of the Meng group, lay bleeding profusely from his nose, his eyes rolled back, already unconscious. You. Meng Yu covered her face, her gaze inadvertently catching the pitiful state of her own brother. Shock left her speechless, her mouth agape, all traces of her previous haughty arrogance vanished. Zheng Shanhe showed no mercy. He strode forward, grabbed Meng Yu by the hair with an expressionless face, and dragged her before Zhang Xiao amidst her screams. "Open your eyes wide and see clearly." Lifting his head, Zheng Shanhe's eyes, filled with savage fury, swept across the entire room. Not a single person dared meet his gaze. "From now on, if anyone dares to lay a finger on my sister, Zhang Xiao, whoever it is, I, Zheng Shanhe, will pursue them to the bitter end." Smack! With that, he swung another palm strike at Meng Yu's left cheek. Meng Yu let out a piercing scream, stumbling backward until she collapsed beside her own brother. You just wait." Sitting on the ground, Meng Yu pointed at Zheng Shanhe and burst into tears. He paid her no mind, turning instead to look at his sister's reddened eyes. Reaching out, he gently smoothed her clothes, feeling her trembling body. A warm smile touched his lips. "Don't be afraid, little one. With your brother here, no one will ever bully you again." At that moment, Zheng Xiao could hold back no longer. She threw herself into her brother's arms and sobbed uncontrollably. "Brother! I'm so scared. I'm really scared." She wasn't as strong as she appeared. When those people bullied her, she was truly terrified. She'd put on a brave face to protect her brother from getting involved. But now, her brother had arrived. Not only had he swiftly and decisively knocked out Meng Yu's greatest asset, he also mercilessly slapped Meng Yu twice across the face in front of countless witnesses. She could always rely on her brother. Nearby, Li Shiqi watched Zheng Xiao clinging to Zheng Shanhe and weeping, a pang of sorrow welling in her heart. Wasn't this the very familial affection she craved most? How blessed it must be to have an older brother or sister who shielded you from life's storms, stood up for you, and soothed your sorrows. Alas, such familial affection remained an unattainable dream for her. Zheng Shanhe. I'll remember this. Just you wait. I'll make sure you die a horrible death. Meng Yu, clearly unaccustomed to such humiliation, was so enraged she could barely speak. Her henchmen scrambled forward to cover her mouth, while the surrounding students exchanged bewildered glances. Meng Yu, think before you speak. At that moment, an icy voice cut through the crowd. The Ku family's eldest daughter Fenglin's renowned Ice Queen, whose very presence radiated an aura of isolation, strolled leisurely to Zheng Shanhe's side. Her flawless face lifted slightly as her cold gaze swept over Mengyu. The Zheng siblings are my sincere friends, Kofushui. To make enemies with them is to make enemies with me, Kofushui. Whoever you are, think twice before attempting such actions again. Her appearance silenced the entire crowd, including Mengyu. For the woman before them was far more than just the heiress of the Ku group. She was no mere ornament, but a unique SS-class awakened. Even without the backing of the Ku group, her talent rating alone was enough to earn the attention of the General Association. That Zheng Shanhe and his sister were being so openly defended by her, it seemed Mengyu and his sister had truly shot themselves in the foot this time. Shall we go? After stating her position in a few words, Kofushui turned to Zheng Shanhe. She also managed to send Zheng Xiuxiu a friendly glance. Thanks. Zheng Shanhe nodded to Li Shiqi standing nearby before escorting Xiuxiu and Kofushui away together. Chapter 33? The Invitation from the Abyssal Dragon Guild. The night sky was dotted with countless stars. Within the villa courtyard where Kofushui, Koxiumeng, and Zheng Xiuxiu resided, several exquisite dishes were arranged on the table. Apologize to Xiuxiu. Kofushui sat at the head of the table, her expression cold. It's really not necessary, Sister Ku. Zheng Xiuxiu shook her head. When Xiaoming left, she did ask me to go with her. I chose to stay at school myself. It's not their fault. Xiaoming sat beside her, gripping her arm tightly. Xiuxiu, I'm so sorry. I truly didn't expect Mengyu to do this. Tomorrow, I'll definitely get revenge for you. Exactly. Xian shouted angrily. Those jerks only know how to bully the weak. That's why I refuse to associate with them. Enough with all this nonsense. Do you even know what Xiuxiu went through today? Kofushui's pupils flickered. She and Zheng Shanhe had arrived at the high school campus almost simultaneously, witnessing Zheng Xiuxiu's predicament firsthand. Even now, recalling that scene, a pang of bitterness still stung her heart. Enough. Let's change the subject. Zheng Shanhe, seated across from her, frowned slightly. At his prompt, Kofushui, who had been about to say more, paused and fell silent. Seeing this, Xian and Xiaoming exchanged surprised glances. After all, their big sister had always been the type to do whatever she pleased. But now, just because Zheng Shanhe spoke up, she really wasn't going to press the issue? The atmosphere at the table grew silent. After a moment, Zheng Shanhe asked, what exactly is the border trial project about? Kofushui across the table looked up. Are you going? Teacher Jiang specifically named me today. He inquired, I heard it's for the eastern border front. How long will you be stationed there? That's strange. Xian mumbled with her mouth full, don't they usually send students who've been enrolled at least a year for the border trials? Shanhe just arrived a few days ago and he's already been selected? Because of them. Kofushui muttered inexplicably. They? Zheng Shanhe's heart skipped a beat. Was she referring to the General Association members? Had they grown so impatient they wanted to see just how powerful he truly was? Teams participating in the border trials typically stay at the border for 3 to 7 days. Kofushui shared everything she knew. All 5 heaven-tier classes participate, forming 4-person squads. Under the guidance of border officers, they engage in combat against alien races. The border trials are an excellent place to train awakened ones. I've been twice myself. After a moment's thought, she added, if you're going, then I'll go tomorrow too. Zheng Shanhe nodded. Hearing it described this way, it didn't sound overly complicated. Since the Central Association wanted to see his strength, he'd give them a full display when the time came. Zheng Shanhe clenched his fist slightly. Ultimately, today's incident with Xiuxiu stemmed from his own lack of standing. Everyone assumed he had no backing, no support whatsoever. Unless he could become unrivaled nationwide, someone would inevitably try to step on him. He didn't care about himself, but he absolutely couldn't let Xiuxiu get dragged into this again. He would seize this opportunity to show the General Association whether he was truly worthy of their protection. If he could lean on the General Association as a powerful ally, Xiuxiu's path ahead would be smooth sailing, and no one would dare cause her trouble again. Brother Shanhe. At that moment, Xian crept up beside him and whispered, when did your relationship with my sister get so close? What have you two been up to these past few days? Before Shanhe could answer, his sister's piercing gaze shot his way. Xian immediately shuddered and buried his head in his food. After dinner, Xiaoming dragged Xiuxiu and Xian into the room to play video games. The two were left alone. Sitting in her chair, Kofushui felt an inexplicable tinge of nervousness welling up inside her. This thing. Zheng Shanhe raised his hand. As a flash of light passed, a stark white vertebra, reflecting a piercing cold glint, appeared in his palm. It was the item dropped after defeating the Netherhound Lammer, the Netherhound Spine. Every awakened being possessed a passive storage space. Items dropped by bosses were automatically stored within this space. It could only hold one item at a time, and once removed, it could never be returned utterly useless. Sometimes, Zheng Shanhe couldn't help but think the design of awakened ones in this world felt like a game invading reality. Each has their own interface displaying boss information, combat power levels, experience points, and so on. Including this useless storage space. The spine of a netherhound can be used to craft weapons of exceptional quality. Kofushue added, of course, you could also list it online for sale. A single one like this would fetch around 30 million. 30 million? Zheng Shanhe raised an eyebrow. Processing the netherhound spine is quite complex. Once crafted into a weapon, its price can quadruple. It's among the most elite weapons available. Seeing he seemed perplexed, Kofushue elaborated. So what grade is your red and blue double-bladed sword? This piqued Zheng Shanhe's interest. Kofushue paused, then replied, my twin blades are called Ice Flame. They're crafted from the heart of an eternal flame tree spirit and the ribs of an ice frost demon ape. They're one of a kind. Back then, crafting them cost me just under 70 million. 70 million. Zheng Shanhe sighed softly. It was true what they said, equipment was only for the wealthy. Keep this for me for now. He tossed the spectral hound's spine bone into her hands. Kofushue caught it as he said with a smile, once Shosho awakens, if it's useful, have it forged into a weapon for her. No sooner had the words left his mouth than the driver's voice sounded outside the courtyard. Miss, a letter has arrived. It's from the Yuanlong Guild. What? Kofushue frowned, rose to take the letter, and opened it. The contents appeared brief. She scanned it once, then made a move to tear it up. But after a moment's thought, she walked back to the table. This time, she deliberately sat closer to Zheng Shanhe and handed him the letter. Zheng Shanhe looked puzzled as he took it. Inside was only a single sentence. Mr. Zheng Shanhe, on behalf of the Yuanlong Guild, I sincerely invite you to join us. Signed, Su Su. The Yuanlong Guild, one of the 8 major awakened guilds in Dragon Nation. Rumor had it that this guild was backed by the Ji clan, one of the 4 great conglomerates. Why would they invite him? And who exactly is this Su Su? Compared to his confusion, Kofushua's brows held a storm brewing. This letter was nothing short of a blatant provocation. This is? Zheng Shanhe was puzzled. The Yuanlong Guild and the Zhengrong Guild under the Ku family have always been at odds. Perhaps because of our recent frequent interactions with the General Association and you, they've decided to meddle as well. Kofushue said coldly. Zheng Shanhe stood up and handed the envelope back. Kofushue froze, then heard him say, dispose of this letter as you see fit. With that, he headed toward his quarters. It was time to rest tomorrow, he would prepare to head for the eastern border. Watching his receding figure, Kofushua's lips curved into a faint smile. Then, she tore the letter in her hand to shreds. Ji Yuan, if your Yuanlong Guild thinks you can snatch him away from me, forget it. Chapter 34? The next day. After yesterday's events, Zheng Shanhe accompanied Xiao to school early in the morning and walked her all the way into the classroom. He punched Iron Mountain Li Yuanba and delivered a fierce slap to the Meng siblings. Zheng Shanhe's name had become thoroughly notorious throughout Fenglin campus. With the eldest Miska personally backing him, the Zheng siblings were now truly untouchable. While I'm away these few days, you must stay with Xiaomeng and Kuxian. Don't go anywhere alone, understand? At the classroom door, under countless fearful gazes, Zheng Shanhe gently reminded his younger sister. I know. Zheng Xiao smiled. Be careful, brother. Don't get hurt at the border. All right. Zheng Shanhe patted her little head before turning to Xiaomeng and Kuxian beside him. I'm counting on you two to look after her for me. Brother Shanhe, don't say that. Anyone who tries to bully Xiao will have to get past me first. Xiaomeng declared earnestly. Kuxian's mouth twitched slightly. Shouldn't that be my line? After bidding farewell to the 3, Zheng Shanhe hurried toward the school gates, spurred on by Jiang Zhongwen's urgent calls. The journey to the border involved taking a car from the school gate to the airport, then flying to the eastern frontier. There were 5 heaven-tier classes, and with 4 students per team, that made a total of 20 people. Everyone boarded a bus bound for the airport. Upon boarding, Zheng Shanhe's gaze immediately fell upon Kofushue seated at the very back. He found an empty seat and sat down, only to receive a message from Li Shiqi. The message was concise, watch out for Li Hahua. She'll try to ambush you at the border. Attack me? Zheng Shanhe looked up just as Li Hahua withdrew her gaze. Poof. He sneered inwardly. Last night, Kofushue had mentioned that Chen Zhang, the chief inspector of the General Supervision Division, would be secretly following them on this trip. I'll be damned if I don't see what tricks you'll pull to ambush me under the chief inspector's watchful eye. They had departed early that morning. By the time the plane carrying their group touched down at the eastern border, it was already 6 o'clock in the evening. The moment they stepped off the plane, an overwhelming stench of blood engulfed them. Unlike the towering skyscrapers common in cities, the border area featured structures no taller than 3 stories, save for the looming sentry towers. The rest of the landscape was dominated by vast expanses of deep green military tents, various armored vehicles, and a relentless tide of steel. Though awakened beings were now commonplace, heavy firepower remained indispensable in border conflicts. 5 pre-selected instructors awaited them. From then on, these instructors would be solely responsible for the border trials of the 5 platoons and 5 squads. After a brief assignment, Zheng Shanhe's Sky 2 squad was led by a middle-aged man bearing a conspicuous scar across his nose. The man swept his gaze over the 4 men. His expression commanded respect without anger, his voice deep and authoritative. When you come to the border, you abide by the border's rules. Before undertaking any action, you must report. No matter what you're doing, the moment you hear the whistle, you must appear before me at top speed. Dinner is now. After eating, change into your combat uniforms and assemble with me. His gaze shifted slightly before settling on Li Hahua. This young lady, he said, for the next 4 days, you will serve as squad leader of this unit. Yes, sir. Li Hahua responded loudly, standing tall with her chest thrust out. After the dismissal, Zheng Shanhe headed alone to the cafeteria. Li Hahua watched his retreating figure, her eyes darkening with malice. It's him, the B-rank talent awakener, Zheng Shanhe. A B rank? Let him die. The instructor narrowed his eyes. Xiaohua, this is the last time. Too many accidents will raise suspicion. I know, Uncle Guang. Thank you for your trouble. Li Hahua's lips curled into a cold smile as she walked away. This instructor was an awakened individual cultivated by the Li family, the only one capable of orchestrating Zheng Shanhe's plausible death. Warrior type, S-rank awakener, Li Guang. In the cafeteria, Confucius sat with Zheng Shanhe and reminded him, tomorrow, each of our squads will be split up to carry out separate missions. Remember, once we cross the border into the battlefield, stay close to the instructor. If we get separated, use this. She slipped something under the table. Zheng Shanhe took it and looked down. It was a red signal flare. Stay safe. Confucius rose, tray in hand, and departed. What she didn't tell Zheng Shanhe was that among the 5 squads and 20 members on this mission, she was the only one qualified to possess this flare gun. Soon, time moved forward to the next morning. From the moment they entered the border war zone until dawn, the distant and intermittent sounds of artillery fire and explosions never ceased. The air remained thick with the pungent scent of blood. At exactly 7 o'clock in the morning, Zheng Shanhe and his 3 teammates were summoned outside the camp by Li Guang. Today, according to the border trial plan, our squad's mission is to clear out the foreign forces entrenched at the Shanhaiguan ruins. Remember, on the battlefield, you must report to me first before doing anything. Even if you just want to yawn. You must report it. With that, Li Guang turned and strode toward the front lines where artillery roared. Li Hahua and her 2 henchmen followed closely behind. Zheng Shanhe brought up the rear, his expression unchanged. As they drew nearer, the roar of artillery fire grew deafening. When a steel border wall, towering like a mountain, came into view, Li Guang stepped onto a glowing square floor panel. Upon stepping on it, the floor slowly rose, lifting them onto the border wall, which stood as tall as a 5-story building. The relentless roar of artillery fire echoed in their ears. Upon stepping onto the border wall, Zheng Shanhe witnessed a scene that left him utterly stunned. Before his eyes lay a vast expanse of scorched earth, thick with the acrid smoke of gunpowder. The dawn sky hung heavy and gray. Across this endless expanse of scorched earth, the corpses of the alien race piled up like mountains. Their dark green bodies covered in bone spines torn to shreds by artillery fire. The foul-smelling viscous fluid mixed with the dark brown blood of humans pooled in shell craters, forming a thick, swampy mess. Further across the battlefield, the wreckage of modern armored vehicles billowed wisps of black smoke, their steel hulls scarred by terrifying claw marks. And this was merely the devastation near the border wall. What horrors awaited at the outer front lines? Our objective lies there. Li Guang stood atop the wall, his finger pointing toward the distant eastern horizon. There, the faint outline of the Great Wall's starting point could be discerned. Advance forward, watch for enemies ahead. The rest of the positions leave them to me. Li Guang issued his command. Roger that. Li Hahua shouted, and instantly, a pure white halo blossomed from her body. Then, she leaped off the 5-story high wall. 2 henchmen followed closely behind. Zheng Shanhe hesitated not a moment, leaping down immediately. The scorched earth felt soft beneath their feet, oozing a mixture of alien and human blood with each step. Li Hahua and her henchmen charged ahead, while Zheng Shanhe followed at a steady pace, maintaining a distance of about 2 meters behind them. Along the way, they encountered no alien creatures, only rotting, foul-smelling corpses. Li Guang brought up the rear, gripping a massive, pitch-black double-bladed axe. A palpable surge of immense power radiated from his body. After about 10 minutes of running, the ruins of Shanhaiguan came into view. Nestled within the gaping breach of the ruined city walls were no fewer than 30 lizard-headed humanoid alien creatures. Upon spotting Zheng Shanhe's group, they immediately let out a deafening roar and charged forward. The battlefield isn't like the portal. I wonder what level these alien creatures are here. Zheng Shanhe thought to himself as Li Hahua launched the first attack. Holy light ring. With a surge of spiritual energy, Li Hahua swung her arms, conjuring a brilliant white ring that instantly bound the first 3 creatures charging forward. Sizzle sizzle. The 3 creatures bound by the ring emitted wisps of blue smoke from their skin as if scorched, letting out agonized screams. Holy blade, slash. Li Haohua shouted, channeling her spiritual energy once more to form a massive, sacred blade of light that crashed down with a thunderous roar. In an instant, several alien creatures were slain. Li Haohua has awakened as a combat mage. This skill is quite unique. Zheng Shanhe assessed inwardly. What are you standing there for? You're not scared, are you? Li Haohua suddenly turned her head, fixing Zheng Shanhe with a cold stare. Her two henchmen let out battle cries, each charging forward to engage the alien warriors. Can it even withstand an A rank? Looks like it's not too strong after all. Seeing this, Zheng Shanhe immediately charged forward. Chapter 35? Amidst the frame-up beast tide, the sovereign of the Five Peaks emerges. Ha! Zheng Shanhe swung his fists, and these lizard-headed humanoid alien creatures were utterly defenseless. Each punch sent bursts of blood mist flying. Li Guang watched from behind, observing this B-rank fighter's combat style. His eyes narrowed slightly. His strength is formidable. Lizardmen possess at least a rank physical toughness, yet he dispatches them with such ease. Beyond his profession, his combat prowess is undeniably high. Drawing on years of combat experience along the frontier, Li Guang could tell from these few simple observations that Zheng Shanhe was far from an ordinary B rank. Before long, the group of lizardmen was swiftly dealt with by Zheng Shanhe and his three companions. During the fight, Li Haohua shot Li Guang a frown, her expression seeming to urge him on. Well done. Now, we push deeper and clear out the nearby alien races. Li Guang remained unmoved, continuing to issue orders. Zheng Shanhe wiped the blood from his knuckles when he suddenly sensed the sand beneath his feet begin to tremble eerily. Roar! Simultaneously, countless blood-curdling roars erupted from across the shattered yet still towering ruins of Shanhaeguan Pass. Immediately, dark gray claws began clawing their way up the ruins. In an instant, dozens of monstrous beasts, hideously grotesque with dark purple pupils, leapt onto the Shanhaeguan ruins. A tide of beasts. Li Guang's gaze sharpened. Exchanging a glance with Li Haohua, he immediately commanded, "Follow my lead. Zheng Shanhe, your strength is formidable. Join me in charging into the heart of the beast tide. Rest assured, I will protect you. Li Haohua, you take the two other members and provide cover from the periphery. Don't worry. This wave isn't high level, it's the perfect opportunity for training." With that, he leaped directly onto the wall. Zheng Shanhe knew exactly what was coming next, but he played along nonetheless, leaping up alongside Li Guang. Beyond the Shanhaeguan ruins lay a vast expanse of diverse alien beasts surging like a tidal wave. They seemed to be dwelling here, not appearing as if they had arrived suddenly. Ha! Li Guang leapt down from the wall, dual-bladed battle axe in hand. Boom! His sheer force sent the tide of beasts crashing into a towering wave. Zheng Shanhe didn't hesitate, leaping down with clenched fists to engage in a fierce melee with the swarming beasts. These beasts were low-level creatures, posing no challenge whatsoever to him. At that moment, seeing him leap down, Li Guang abandoned all pretense. He swung his twin-bladed battle axe indiscriminately at Zheng Shanhe. Poof! Zheng Shanhe, ever vigilant, took 2 quick steps back to evade the blade's edge, only to find himself surrounded by the swarm of beasts. Targeted taunt. Seeing his attack dodged, Li Guang's eyes flashed. Instantly, he erupted with a furious roar. Ah! His roar seemed to carry some strange power, echoing far into the distance. Then, as if drawn by some invisible pull, the hideous beasts surged forward one after another, closing in on Zheng Shanhe. In an instant, Zheng Shanhe found himself completely surrounded by wave after wave of beasts. Seeing this, Li Haohua's face lit up with delight, and her two henchmen were equally thrilled. He's surrounded. We can't save him now. Let's go. Li Guang feigned urgency as he shouted. Then, he swiftly led Li Haohua and the others back toward the border wall. Through the gaps, Zheng Shanhe watched the 4 figures retreat without hesitation, a cold sneer forming in his mind. If he were just an ordinary B rank, he'd likely die here without a trace. He showed no sign of haste. His arm swung with earth-shattering force, each strike like the mountain itself descending, sending up vast clouds of blood mist. Defeated a beast of carnage, experience +10, fortune points +10. These beasts were low-level, yielding pitifully small amounts of experience and fortune points. However, their sheer numbers made up for it. Killing them all would still yield an extremely substantial reward. Therefore, Zheng Shanhe pressed forward instead of retreating. He fought his way deeper into the heart of this land. Through the vast tide of beasts, he could make out a ruined village in the distance. There, a peculiar fluctuation seemed to emanate. It was a fluctuation emanating from fortune. He summoned Mount Tai. Holding it like a pagoda in his palm, each strike unleashed a piercing sonic blast. Thus, he charged toward the location of the ruined village. As he drew nearer, amidst the piercing screeches of strange beasts filling the sky, a faint sigh of sorrowful lamentation suddenly echoed. The old man has ridden the yellow crane away, leaving only the yellow crane tower behind. What? Zheng Shanhe froze in shock. Could there still be living people here? Or was it the voice of an alien race? Boom! Another punch flew out, sending a large cloud of blood mist flying. He seized the moment to pinpoint the source of the sound. As his gaze swept over a cluster of ruined buildings, he saw it. It was a phantom. A female apparition clad in a white gown, her long black hair cascading like a waterfall. She sat with grace and dignity within the ruined structure, her gaze fixed on the distant horizon, radiating an indescribable sorrow and melancholy. A lingering spirit? Or? Zheng Shanhe furrowed his brow. As he drew closer, he faintly sensed the source of the fluctuations in destiny emanating from this phantom. But the relentless tide of beasts surged around him, preventing him from focusing on this strange phenomenon. Turning back, the border wall was now shrouded in a thick, impenetrable fog. He had already ventured far into this battlefield. Better not to expose himself any further. Ha! His right hand shot up, and the Tai shan in his palm suddenly swelled. Boom! As the revered peak of the 5 great mountains hung high in the sky, the boiling tide of destiny descended once more. Its colossal size instantly dispersed the thick fog shrouding the battlefield. Gazing upon the endless tide of monstrous beasts before him, golden light blazed in his eyes. Suppress. Within the border wall, Li Guang, accompanied by Li Hahua and the other two, rushed toward the frontline command post with solemn expressions. Upon reaching the minister's office, Li Hahua and the others instinctively halted. Thump. Li Guang knocked lightly on the door with caution. Enter. A deep, authoritative male voice echoed from within. Li Guang gently pushed the door open. Before he could say anything, he saw a man in a suit, slicked back hair, and sunglasses sitting on the sofa. Section Chief Chen. His body tensed abruptly. Chen Zhang? What was he doing at the front lines? Could it be that his previous actions had been exposed? What are you nervous about? Just as these thoughts flashed through his mind, Chen Zhang's detached voice drifted over. Li Guang's heart skipped a beat. It's my first time meeting Section Chief Chen, so I'm bound to be a little nervous. The man before him was the chief of the General Supervision Section, one of the strongest awakened in the Dragon Nation. Chen Zhang's gaze pierced through his sunglasses like a cold blade. Usually, only those who violate the principles of awakened ones feel nervous in my presence. Li Guang swallowed hard, about to respond, when the third person in the room spoke up. Who in Longwood doesn't know your reputation as iron-faced Chen Zhang? Don't try to intimidate my people. The middle-aged minister seated at the desk declared. This man radiated a heroic spirit, sharpness etched between his brows. He was Zhang Honghu, commander-in-chief of the eastern border and minister. With him speaking up, Chen Zhang merely smiled and fell silent. Seeing this, Li Guang truly breathed a sigh of relief. It was said that Zhang Honghu and Chen Zhang had been classmates in their youth. It seemed this trip to the border was merely an old friend's visit to catch up. Go ahead. What is it? Minister Zhang Honghu nodded his head toward him. Yes, it's like this. Before speaking, Li Guang glanced at Chen Zhang, who was leaning back on the sofa, yawning. After a moment's thought, he continued, Today, I was supposed to take Feng Lin's students to experience the atmosphere of the battlefield. But one troublemaker broke ranks and went off on his own to the Shanhaiguan ruins. The Shanhaiguan ruins? Zhang Honghu frowned. 8 dormant tribes reside there. They won't awaken unless disturbed. What was he doing there? I'm puzzled too. But this student has acted like a spoiled brat since arriving last night, completely ignoring orders. Li Guang said in a low voice, because at that time I was engaged in combat with 3 other students and a group of outsiders. By the time I managed to break away and rush over, the student had already. Nearly half an hour had passed since they'd shaken off Zheng Shanhe. There was absolutely no way he could still be alive. Zhang Honghu's face remained expressionless. Was it a young master or a young lady from that family? Li Guang replied, This student doesn't seem to belong to any prominent family. His name is Zheng Shanhe. Oh? At this, a faint, mocking smile flickered beneath Chen Zhang's sunglasses. Boom! At that very moment, a terrifying, vast fluctuation suddenly erupted from the distant battlefield. Zhang Honghu, Chen Zhang, and Li Guang all turned their gaze toward the battlefield in unison. There, towering above the battlefield, a majestic mountain had appeared, suspended high above the fray. Chapter 36? Fragmented souls guarding a ruined town, whispering Yellow Crane Tower. It's him! Chen Zhang's heart stirred. He immediately turned to Zhang Honghu, issue an order no one is to approach the anomaly, including you. With that, he immediately strode out of the office. Zhang Honghu walked to the window, gazing at the mountain that defied description. His pupils trembled. Mount Tai. Li Guang was equally dumbfounded. The Mount Tai apparition had sent shockwaves across the nation, known to nearly everyone. Why, after days of silence, would Mount Tai suddenly appear on the border battlefield? Judging by Chen Zhang's reaction, he had clearly come for this very matter. But Chen Zhang's duty was to oversee the awakened. Could it be that the Mount Tai manifestation was truly the work of an awakened? Who could possibly possess such power? Suddenly, a figure flashed through his mind. Could it be him? Li Guang couldn't help but shiver. If Zheng Shanhe was indeed this awakened one, then they were in big trouble. No. Judging by the direction, it should be in Qingyang town. Zheng Shanhe is at the Shanhaiguan ruins, far from Qingyang town. With the threat of the beast tide, there's no way he could have made it over. He hurriedly reassured himself, but an ominous feeling grew stronger and stronger. Li Guan. At that moment, Zhang Henghu suddenly said, "You'd better pray that the manifestation of Mount Tai has nothing to do with that missing student." Li Guan's body tensed abruptly. Standing at the edge of the ruined village, Zheng Shanhe observed the strange beasts immobilized by Mount Tai's overwhelming pressure. After a moment, he withdrew his gaze. The village's houses lay in widespread ruin, some reduced to half-collapsed brick walls still standing. The ruins were charred black, as if scorched by raging flames. In truth, these scorched marks were the indelible stains left by the mingled blood of alien races and humans. The shadowy figure of a woman seated within the ruined dwelling continued to gaze into the distance. Her gaze shifted only when Mount Tai appeared. This allowed Zheng Shanhe to confirm she was no ordinary apparition, but a lingering spirit capable of perceiving her surroundings. Once the yellow crane flies away, it never returns. White clouds drift idly through the ages. As he stepped into the ruined village, the female spirit murmured again in a voice tinged with sorrow, as if on the verge of tears. Zheng Shanhe watched her. These were the famous lines from Yellow Crane Tower. Why was she sitting here, murmuring these verses? Her gaze stretched toward the distant horizon, where the front lines of the war lay. Gazing into the distance, he could faintly make out a massive, deep crimson, slowly rotating super portal connecting to another realm. Could it be that someone she cared about was defending the front lines? Boom! Suddenly, the ground shook violently. Zheng Shanhe looked westward. There, a dark cloud was hurtling toward him at breakneck speed. He leapt with all his might, landing atop the ruins of a shattered house. There, upon the scorched, blackened earth, a vast horde of monstrous beasts, their bodies entirely covered in black and red scales, surged toward him. Are they here for me? He narrowed his eyes to observe them. Though the beasts raced madly, their eyes were all rolled upward. For Mount Tai. The alien race was indeed drawn by the nation's destiny. He couldn't help but recall his battle against the netherhound, Lammer. When he summoned the heroic spirits, he had only sensed something. Yet when these heroic spirits heard the words Mountain River Craftsman, they showed no confusion, only overwhelming excitement and trust. All this proved that the profession of Mountain River Craftsman had indeed been documented throughout history. Combined with Ji Yao's words, foreign races feared and loathed the aura of a nation's destiny. The appearance of Mount Tai would undoubtedly send shockwaves through the alien races. But this was precisely what Zheng Shanhe desired. If the Grand Association has been watching him from the shadows all along, then this time, let them see everything. Shanhaiguan, manifest. Spiritual energy surged violently. Clang! As a colossal bronze gate crashed open from the heavens and plummeted to earth, the surrounding cosmic energy seemed to boil violently in that instant. The moment that majestic, first pass under heaven revealed itself, thunderous war drums roared like a storm. Swish! The bronze gate swung wide, unleashing a torrent of troops. Rows of imposing heavy cavalry, spears raised, clashed head-on with the surging tide of monstrous beasts. Boom! As Shanhai Pass fully revealed itself. Above the heavens, following Mount Tai, another boundless panorama unfolded. Within this panorama, scenes of war raged. Countless warriors stood upon the ramparts, fighting the alien hordes to the death. These silent yet brutal scenes coalesced into scattered starlight. Then, through some mysterious process, they reassembled into the majestic, peerless first pass under heaven Shanhaiguan. The ethereal image of Shanhaiguan stood side by side with Mount Tai in the heavens. Countless people far within the border walls were drawn to this celestial spectacle. Some even raised their phones, beginning to record. Even the Minister of Border Affairs, seated in his office, had long since raised his phone to capture this astonishing spectacle through the glass. Moments later, finding this insufficient, he rushed out of the command center in 3 strides, leaping onto the rooftop for a better vantage point to capture both of these number one under heaven phenomena in the same frame. What's going on? The students of Phong Lin University's border squad had already gathered together. Each of them pointed in awe at the extraordinary phenomenon in the distant sky, filled with wonder and admiration. We've only ever read about the 10 great passes in textbooks, including descriptions of Shanhaiguan. Now to witness its phantom form with our own eyes, it truly matches the textbook descriptions. Astonishing, breathtaking. Among them, Li Hahua was the most profoundly shaken. As a native of Changqing, she had been absent that night when Mount Tai manifested its divine presence, leaving her filled with regret at missing the opportunity to witness it firsthand. But now, not only had she seen Mount Tai, she had witnessed the phantom of the first pass under heaven. By the way, shouldn't there be one more person in your squad? At that moment, students from other classes asked in confusion. Zheng Shanhe broke ranks without permission and was swallowed by the beast tide. Li Hahua turned her head, deliberately glancing at Kufushu as standing at the rear, speaking loudly. What? So that means he's dead for sure? Sigh, this is a battlefield after all. Zheng Shanhe really is a brainless fool, daring to leave the group like that. Swallowed by the beast tide? He's definitely been torn to pieces. As the collective sighs filled her ears, Kufushua's face turned as cold as frost. In her heart, she murmured 4 words, bunch of fools. Her gaze fixed on the strange phenomenon in the sky, her dark pupils flickering faintly. Memories surfaced in her mind, scenes of fighting side by side with Zheng Shanhe within the teleportation gate formed by the fragments of the 9 provinces tripod. As she thought, a faint warmth inexplicably welled up within her. She was the only one present who knew Zheng Shanhe's true nature. How could he possibly die in a place like this? Li Hahua, what a fool. Chapter 37, Love Across Time extra chapter for lazy. Within the ravaged village. Zheng Shanhe watched the tide of beasts retreating in defeat under the assault of Shanhaeguan's mighty troops, his gaze constantly scanning the surroundings. With all this commotion, wouldn't the association members show up? The beast tide seemed to have exhausted its numbers. After eliminating the last beast and waiting a short while longer, he waved his hand, summoning Mount Tai and Shanhaeguan back to his side. Near the ruined village, vast piles of beast corpses lay scattered. Zheng Shanhe walked back into the village, casually finding a spot to sit down directly opposite the female spirit fragment. Experience panel. Combat power level, 68. Experience points, 140,320 160,000. So the experience points have reached the 100,000 mark already. He stared at the data and mused, killed so many, yet only gained 2 levels. This is tough. Fortune points summary. Total fortune points held, 66,000. 66,000, huh? While eliminating these waves of beasts, he had noticed that not all creatures yielded fortune points. So despite slaying hundreds upon hundreds, the net gain in fortune points was only 16,000. As for the third mountain river creation. Mountain River Craftsman. Suddenly, a haunting, sorrowful voice echoed from ahead. Zheng Shanhe froze. He looked up to find the female specter who had been gazing into the distance the entire time, now staring fixedly at him, utterly motionless. How did she know his profession? Wasn't Mountain River Craftsman supposed to be a secret? Yet he had never encountered those 4 characters online or in any book. Can you help me resolve an obsession? She stared intently at Zheng Shanhe, her voice ethereal. How can I help you? Zheng Shanhe frowned as he asked. He left and never came back. The female ghost's words came out inexplicably. She slowly rose and walked out of the ruined house. Her hands clutching the illusory hem of her robe, she gazed into the distance and murmured, "He promised he would marry me." At that moment, Zheng Shanhe's pupils contracted sharply. Only after she rose did Zheng Shanhe notice the charred, grime-covered skeleton where she had been sitting. The skeleton was small and frail, clearly the remains of a woman. Zheng Shanhe rose slowly, walked over, and stood beside the female specter. Following her gaze, he looked out into the distance. On the scorched earth, not far away, lay another patch of ruins. Can you help me bring him back? The female fragmentary soul gazed at the ruins, her voice trembling. Zheng Shanhe remained silent. Then, he noticed a faint white trace beside the female spirit's bones. He crouched down and brushed away the blood-soaked mud and debris with his hand. That white trace turned out to be a letter made of an unusual material. Though it was unclear how long it had been buried, the letter remained intact. He paused, then looked up to see the female ghost still gazing into the distance. He opened the letter. After much deliberation and sleepless nights, I have finally decided to leave this letter. The first thing that caught his eye was a long sentence written in neat, elegant handwriting. Our wedding day approaches, and I eagerly anticipate seeing you in your wedding gown. Yet now, our nation's borders face relentless invasion by foreign tribes. As a son of Huaxia and an rank awakened one, how could I remain untouched by this crisis? Forgive my sudden departure. By the time you read this, I will have already set foot on the eastern border front lines. I shall return victorious when spring blossoms bloom next year. I still recall the day we met through the Yellow Crane Tower. That day, the peach blossoms seemed to be in full bloom. Should I not return from this journey, please watch the peach blossoms bloom for me next year. The letter was brief. The final words peach blossoms were blurred and smudged, as if tears had soaked through the paper. Between the lines, Zheng Shanhe could sense the writer's inner turmoil. The conflict between his love for his fiancée and his duty to his country. Ultimately, he resolutely chose to march to the front lines. Taking a deep breath, he placed the envelope on the ground. Rising to his feet, he charged toward the ruins where the female ghost's spirit gazed, saying nothing. This ruin seemed to have once been a defensive line. Shattered bones littered the ground, and traces of bloody combat were everywhere. Where? As Zheng Shanhe stepped into the ruins, a frantic, anguished voice drifted into his ears. He rounded a crumbling high wall, where a shadowy figure searched the ruins for something. After a moment, the shadowy figure seemed to sense something and slowly turned around. At the sight of its features, Zheng Shanhe's gaze sharpened. This shadowy figure lacked a left leg and a right arm. His features were as distinct as those of the female spirit, yet his eye sockets were empty. Shanhe craftsman. The figure murmured. This time, Zheng Shanhe's pupils contracted. A suspicion took root in his mind. Help me, I lost her. This figure was also a fragment of a soul. Muttering to himself, he dragged his incomplete soul through the ruins, searching endlessly. Zheng Shanhe remained silent. In a corner, he spotted a skeleton missing its left leg and right arm. It was one of the relatively intact skeletons scattered throughout the ruins. Beneath the skeleton lay a faded, blurred photograph. Its contents seemed to depict the season when peach blossoms bloomed. 2 figures stood beneath the tree. But the photo was too blurry to make out their features. "Is this what you're looking for?" Zheng Shanhe murmured softly. The restless spirit, who had been searching everywhere, struggled over, extended his left hand, and tremblingly took the photograph. Then, as if suddenly understanding something, it murmured, "It's her, she came to find me." "But why did she come?" Zheng Shanhe picked up the male fragment's skeletal remains and walked toward the village. The male fragment followed behind, clutching the photograph tightly, murmuring to himself the entire time. When Zheng Shanhe brought him back to the village, the male fragmentary soul passed right by the female fragmentary soul. They seemed to have no connection whatsoever. The male fragment clutched the photograph, still muttering to himself. The female ghost remained motionless, gazing into the distance. Seeing this, Zheng Shanhe sighed softly and placed the male soul's remains beside the female soul's. "I did my best." Zheng Shanhe lingered no longer, turning to leave. "Thank you." Suddenly, the 2 fragmented souls spoke in unison. He turned back, only to see the 2 lingering souls still gazing into the distance and murmuring. Between them, it seemed as though an invisible wall stood. Their deaths were separated by 20 years. Zheng Shanhe halted in his tracks. Turning his head, he saw Chen Zhang standing beside the ruin house, hands in his pockets, sunglasses pushed up onto his forehead. His gaze fixed on Zheng Shanhe, filled with a searing intensity. "You finally showed up," Zheng Shanhe said. "And you finally decided to stop hiding?" Chen Zhang smiled. Zheng Shanhe shook his head, his gaze shifting to the 2 disembodied spirits that never crossed paths. "You know them?" "The woman is Jiang Yu." Chen Zhan leapt to the ground. She was the heiress of the Jiang group. She vanished a year ago. Her father sought me out for help. I happened to be free at the time, and it was a high-profile case involving the disappearance of a wealthy heiress and an A-class awakened. So I took it on. As he spoke, he walked over to examine the male fragment. 20 years ago, Jiang Yu had a fateful entanglement with a man named Chen Huai. They even privately pledged their lives to each other. The letter he wrote before heading to the front lines was intercepted by Jiang Yu's father. It took 20 years of twists and turns before it finally reached her hands. Chen Zhang turned back. A year ago, this ruined village was still occupied by hordes of alien tribes. Jiang Yu's obsession with Chen Huai transcended life and death. She crossed the border wall alone and ultimately fell here. Where is my hometown as dusk falls? The misty river stirs sorrow in my heart. Even now, Jiang Yu, reduced to a lingering spirit, still gazed toward the impossible return of the one she waited for. Her voice, filled with sorrow and lament, endlessly repeated verses from the poem Yellow Crane Tower. 20 years ago, they met at the ruins of the Yellow Crane Tower in Dajiang City during a poetry gathering. Chen Zhang spoke calmly. "Now that you've placed their remains together, it fulfills their final wish." Due to the 20-year temporal gap, the lingering spirits could neither communicate nor meet. All that awaited them was endless waiting and searching, until eternity. Who would have thought the story behind these 2 lingering spirits would be like this? Zheng Shanhe fell silent. This man named Chen Huai, facing such a choice, could still march resolutely to the frontiers with unwavering conviction and determination worthy of admiration. But for Jiang Yu, it was an unannounced departure and an endless wait with no return in sight. With their wedding day approaching, her fiancé vanished without a trace. Only 20 years later did she learn the truth, a reality too cruel to bear. Life is inherently filled with regret and impermanence. Now, as their skeletal remains lay together, their shattered souls could never reunite, a thought that left one speechless. Chapter 38, Secrets and Surprise Attacks, bonus chapter for Sword Dancing with the Wind. Now, let's discuss the matter at hand. Chen Zhang's eyes burned with intensity. He had witnessed Zheng Shanhe commanding the mighty forces of Shanhai Pass and Taishan to crush their enemies. He was consumed by curiosity, desperate to know what kind of power this handsome youth before him had awakened. "What category does your awakened profession fall under?" The chief inspector posed the first question. "What category, you ask?" Truthfully, even Zheng Shanhe himself couldn't pinpoint his class role. Warrior? Or a summoner within the mage category? Not sure? Seeing no response, Chen Zhang pondered for a moment before suggesting, "Then tell me your class name. We might find some clues in the relevant records." Without hesitation, Zheng Shanhe replied, "Mountain River Craftsman." Unexpectedly, Chen Zhang's brows furrowed upon hearing his answer. "What did you say?" "I didn't catch that." Just as he suspected, Zheng Shanhe was stunned. The moment Chen Huai's lingering soul blurted out "masters of mountains and rivers," he'd begun to suspect. Perhaps the residual souls summoned during the battle with Lamor had never known of Mountain River Craftsman in life. Or perhaps Mountain River Craftsman was an existence only discernible to lingering spirits. Just as Chen Zhang couldn't hear those 4 words clearly now. Staring directly into the other's eyes, Zheng Shanhe repeated the words earnestly. As expected, Chen Zhang still frowned. From his perspective, Zheng Shanhe had spoken, but the words sounded like some kind of mumbling, as if interfered with, making them impossible to make out clearly. True to his role as chief inspector, Zheng Shanhe reacted swiftly, pulling a small notebook and pen from his inner coat pocket. Zheng Shanhe took it, attempting to write the 4 characters Shanhe craftsman. Yet before the 3rd character was fully formed, it seemed as though some unseen force was interfering, preventing the 4 characters from coalescing. Chen Zhang stood nearby, witnessing the entire process. How could this be? Is it the hallucinatory power of the 1,000 caverns of the Mystic Ridge interfering? Chen Zhang's muttered words reached Zheng Shanhe's ears, stirring something within him. The mysterious Ridge 1,000 Caves, the Mogao Caves? The only relatively intact ancient site within China's borders was this mysterious Ridge 1,000 Caves, the Mogao Caves. Have you been to this place? Section Chief Chen frowned as he asked. Zheng Shanhe shook his head. Never been. The mysterious Ridge 1,000 Caves are eerie. They contain some kind of magnetic field that disorients people. Even the strongest awakened would be confused if they entered. The force field interference you experienced while writing clearly originated from this place. Chen Zhang pondered for a moment. Perhaps in the future, I could accompany you inside to investigate the source of this force. Then, sounding slightly disappointed, he added, let's put the job title aside for now. What's your current combat strength level? Don't lie to me, he added, his gaze sharpening. 68. Zheng Shanhe didn't conceal it. 68. Chen Zhang seemed lost in thought, then remarked after a moment, I recall your talent rating was B during Fenglin's entrance exam. You can manipulate your talent rating results? Clearly, Chen Zhang was referring to Zheng Shanhe's D-grade awakening during their senior year's awakening ceremony. No. He shook his head. When I first awakened, my talent rating was indeed D-grade. At this, a sharp gleam returned to Chen Zhang's eyes. You can advance your talent rating. Yes. Excellent. Even without knowing your exact class designation, this information alone is sufficient for me to fulfill my duties. The chief inspector let out a sigh of relief. After so many days without uncovering any details about Zheng Shanhe's awakening, he'd been under constant pressure from Yan Guodong. Meanwhile, Zheng Shanhe pondered privately, what connection could exist between the mountain river artisans and the 1,000 caverns of the mysterious ridge? Why did its fluctuations interfere with his ability to utter those 4 words? It seemed he truly would have to visit the mysterious Ridge 1,000 caverns someday. Suddenly. Just as both men were deep in thought, a heart-pounding fluctuation erupted from the distant front lines of the battlefield. Zheng Shanhe and Chen Zhang were both instantly drawn to it. Even separated by some distance, they could still see portals opening one after another in the skies above the front lines. From within, alien forces surged forth like a tidal wave. A surprise attack. At a time like this. Chen Zhang's expression shifted slightly at the sight. Then, as if suddenly realizing something, he snapped his gaze toward Zheng Shanhe. It's because of Mount Tai and Shanhaiguan. Run! Chen Zhang shot out like a cannonball, his speed so swift he covered dozens of meters in the blink of an eye. At the same time, inside the border wall, at the command center, the enemy has launched a surprise attack on the front lines. All personnel except those on defensive duty, follow me to reinforce the front lines. Zhang Hunhu, radiating overwhelming force, let down from the border wall first. With terrifying, almost unbelievable speed, he charged toward the front lines, trailing a whirlwind in his wake. Following closely behind were armored transport vehicles, heavy firepower vehicles, and awakened individuals whose speed surpassed even the vehicles. Among them were the border trial teams from Fenglin University, integrated into the formation. The battlefield, the front lines. The frontline structure was starkly simple, a curved steel wall, stretching dozens of kilometers long and towering 6 stories high, connected the scorched earth's left and right edges. It formed a barrier, keeping the alien forces at bay. Behind the wall lay military tents and ammunition crates for various heavy weapons. Beyond that, there was nothing else. The front line bordered the lands occupied by the alien races. Here, combat raged ceaselessly. At every moment, warriors fell in battle against the alien forces. Every day, every moment. Within the border wall, soldiers are constantly being sent to the front lines. And from the front lines, the bodies of fallen heroes and the wounded and sick are brought back, hour after hour. Such is the brutal nature of the border war against the invaders. Countless souls constantly confront the invaders with their flesh and blood, all to safeguard the peace and stability within the border walls. At this very moment, the front lines echoed with earth-shaking roars and the frenzy of slaughter that reverberated across the entire land. A thunderous roar, a confluence of human and beast, reverberates across the battlefield like a furious thunderclap. Since those vermin dare launch a surprise attack, today we shall push the front lines forward by several more miles. Zhang Hunhu, riding the gale toward the front lines, showed no hesitation. Enveloped by a hurricane, his spiritual energy surged wildly as he crashed into the battlefield. The savage whirlwind instantly pulverized countless alien creatures. Whoosh! Simultaneously, terrifying artillery fire, darkening the sky, streaked from the distant border wall, striking the alien territories farther away. The heat waves consumed the weaker aliens, but that was all. As armored vehicles rolled in, reinforcements from within the border wall arrived in full force. Ku Fushua leapt from the vehicle without hesitation. Her crimson and azure twin blades flashed as she darted into the chaotic fray with agile movements. Most of the other Fenglin students hesitated upon witnessing this scene. After all, as young masters and ladies from prominent families, they rarely encountered such scenes. Whoosh! Suddenly, several crimson streaks sliced through the sky, striking the front lines with pinpoint accuracy. The moment these crimson streaks touched the ground, towering beams of light shot skyward. Then, they transformed into crimson banners. These banners emitted intense fluctuations. When they entered the bodies of the awakened ones, their spiritual energy boiled and their blood surged. It's the command battle flags. Amidst the chaos of battle, Zheng Shanhe roared to the heavens, "Sons of China, feel the fiery heat of the command battle flags. Follow me and annihilate the invading alien hordes." Like the eye of a storm, he tore through the foreign hordes with frenzied fury. Kill! This was an incredibly powerful buff, lasting for several hours at a time. Instantly, all awakened affected by the banner of command unleashed frenzied battle cries, their strength surging to new heights. This blood-pumping spectacle struck the hesitant students of Fenglin Academy, instantly igniting their pride as awakened ones. If the power of awakening wasn't used to repel the alien race, what was it for? In that instant, every student manhwa included leapt off the high wall with unbridled fervor, plunging into the fray. They forgot their identities, feeling only that on this frontline battlefield, only by personally eliminating one alien after another could they quell the surging bloodlust within their hearts. Chapter 39, all lines recite gazing at the mountain in unison, igniting the soul of China. We're not going to the front lines? Why? Hundreds of meters away from the front lines. Zheng Shanhe frowned, staring at Chen Zhang, utterly baffled by his words. It's not that we aren't going, it's that you can't go. Chen Zhang shook his head. It's not that we aren't going, it's that you can't go. At the very least, you must wait until your talent rating advances to S, or SS, or even SSS. Of course I know that. Zheng Shanhe spread his hands helplessly. Then what about this? I'll summon Mount Tai and Shanhaiguan when no one's watching and control them secretly. Surely that's acceptable? You can do that? Chen Zhang raised an eyebrow. Absolutely. He nodded. In that case. Chen Zhang bent his knees slightly. You handle it yourself. Just don't expose yourself. I'm off. Boom. The words barely left his mouth when an overwhelming surge of power erupted from within him. The ground beneath his feet shattered violently. Like a blade drawn from its scabbard, he shot skyward, plunging toward the front lines 100 meters ahead. Mid-air, Chen Zhang slid his sunglasses down over his forehead. A fierce wind howled around him as his expression grew grim. Xing Feng. His palm clenched lightly. Swish. Instantly, a brilliant green glow erupted from the center of his palm. Chen Zhang, SSS Tier Awakened 1. Awakened Class, Heavenly Sword Saint. 1,000 guests drunk on flowers fill the hall. One sword's frosty chill chills 14 states. Section Chief Chen, radiating boundless sword intent, let out a bold and resonant laugh that echoed across the entire battlefield. Immediately after, a sword sheath filled with earth-shaking fluctuations erupted from the blue blade in his hand. Whoosh! Wherever the sword energy swept, flesh and blood flew everywhere. A single strike, and hundreds upon hundreds fell. As one of the strongest awakened warriors in China, he truly lived up to his name. Plunging into the battlefield, Chen Zhang wielded his long sword and began his slaughter. His crisp suit, slicked back hair, and sunglasses bore no resemblance whatsoever to his profession. Arg! At that moment, as if sensing the might of the Chinese awakened, from the distant alien territory, within that colossal portal that seemed to connect heaven and earth, 3 monstrous magma beasts, each as massive as mountains, began to emerge slowly. These 3 molten beasts resembled giant tortoises, yet their entire bodies were covered in a layer of pitch-black, hard scales. Scorching molten lava flowed through the gaps in their scales, radiating overwhelming power. Ha! The moment the 3 colossal beasts appeared, they raised their heads and unleashed earth-shattering roars. Boom! Rumble! In an instant, giant boulders, molten lava flowing from their centers, erupted from the very spines of the beasts, hurtling toward the frontline wall and the clashing armies below. If these molten boulders were to strike, the consequences would be unimaginably catastrophic. Zhang Henghu. Seeing this, Chen Zhang leapt into the air, his azure-hued long sword in hand. As the blue glow flickered, 2 sword chi blasts slightly weaker than before slashed out. The sword energies collided, yet only carved 2 deep gashes into the surface of the rolling boulders, utterly failing to sever them. Rise, great wind! Frontline Commander Zhang Henghu raised both hands high. A visible silver whirlwind surged skyward, coalescing into a colossal wind barrier. Boom! Several molten boulders plummeted, visibly distorting the wind barrier as it struggled to hold firm. I'll handle this. Chen Zhang's eyes flashed with azure light as he soared through the air, sword in tow. Instantly, his entire form transformed into a brilliant azure streak, carrying the sharp intent to cleave through all obstacles. He roared. Sword Shatter Meteor. SSSSHHH. Swish. A sea of green light flashed, accompanied by a vast, chaotic surge of sword energy. Just as the molten boulders were about to crash down, Zheng sliced them all into tiny fragments. Truly formidable. He truly lives up to his reputation as the chief inspector. Countless witnesses gasped in awe at this spectacle. The spectacle of an SSS rank awakened one in action was not something one could witness casually. Boom! But unexpectedly, just as he had laboriously dealt with those boulders, the three magma beasts spewed out another 5 or 6, determined to shatter this frontline wall. Those vermin! Zheng and Zheng Shanhe's eyes flashed with cold fury. Just as the two prepared to join forces once more. Above the sky. The clouds abruptly parted. A towering mountain abruptly materialized out of thin air. Its towering, earth-shaking peaks in immense, colossal form, adorned with ancient pines and massive boulders, instantly enveloped the entire battlefield for miles around the moment it materialized. Crash! The flying molten boulders were utterly insignificant compared to this mountain. Upon impact, they shattered into dust. Yet the colossal mountain remained utterly unmoved. Mount Tai. It's Mount Tai. Amidst the fierce battle, all the awakened beings looked up at the mountain in the sky and roared in awe. Zheng saw this and immediately scanned the frontline wall. There, Zheng Shanhe stood tall and resolute atop the wall, his spirit soaring like a pine tree. He's here too. Kafushue, moving like a ghost through the alien army, smiled faintly to herself. Clang! Suddenly, the air twisted. A massive bronze gate crashed to the ground. Thud! The colossal bronze gate crashed into the alien army's ranks, sending up billowing dust and falling rocks. As a wisp of blue smoke rose, the majestic Shanhaeguan Pass simultaneously revealed itself. The gates swung wide open. As Zheng Shanhe expended 20,000 points of spiritual energy, 2,000 valiant warriors charged forth from Shanhai Pass. Slay all enemies under heaven, and let our Huaxia reign supreme. A battle cry like muffled thunder roared from the mouths of Shanhaeguan's warriors, shaking the heavens. The two ancient monuments that had appeared earlier manifested once more, igniting the fervor of every awakened warrior on the front lines. Boom! A thunderous drumbeat resounded. Every awakened being present felt a force far more potent than any battle standard in stirring their blood to a fever pitch. Under the thunderous drums, everyone's strength, perception, and speed received an indescribable boost. Excellent! Zheng Shanhe didn't know who was behind all this, but he sensed that with the border battle raging fiercely, having two number ones under heaven join the fray was an unparalleled opportunity. Blessed by Mount Tai and Shanhai Pass's aid, sons of China, fight the enemy with courage. Today, we shall push the frontline wall forward by several miles. Drive back the barbarians and expand our nation's border defenses further forward. Zheng Shanhe's passion and heroic spirit were fully ignited by Mount Tai and Shanhai Pass. Roaring with laughter, he charged toward the three molten lava beasts advancing with trembling strides, carrying a gale with him. Ha ha! Zheng's blood boiled as well. It had been far too long since he last set foot on the frontier battle lines. At this moment, the first pass under heaven stood tall upon the battlefield, its 2,000 valiant soldiers fighting fiercely as illusory forms. Above, the first mountain of the world hung high, its unshakable might blocking the falling boulders that filled the sky. In this era where the splendid land was ravaged by alien races, who could have imagined such a scene? Standing atop the ramparts, Zheng Shanhe raised his head high. As far as his eyes could see, the awakened were locked in fierce combat with the invaders. This sight stirred a profound sense of righteous indignation within him. He yearned to fight alongside them, to repel the enemy together. Alas, since Zheng had repeatedly instructed him, he would instead lend his strength the might of Mount Tai and Shanhaeguan to bolster their cause. Come forth, poetic spirit! Aid the awakened warriors of Huaxia in vanquishing the alien invaders. Zheng Shanhe roared passionately in his heart. As spiritual energy surged forth, Mount Tai suddenly grew in stature once more. Sacred light swirled forth, a blazing sun rising majestically from the mountain peak to illuminate the entire battlefield. How majestic is Mount Tai! The verdant beauty of Qi and Lu endures. Accompanied by the poet sage's heroic voice, amidst the roaring battlefield, countless awakened beings chanted in unison. Nature bestows divine splendor. Yin and yang divide day from night. The students of Fongling University surged with emotion, battling the alien forces while raising their voices in a mighty chant. Within the front lines, those unable to fight but serving in logistics climbed atop walls, shouting at the top of their lungs. Clouds surge in our chests. Birds return as we fix our gaze. Ha ha ha! Zheng Shanhe, charging toward the molten beast amidst the storm, felt his spirit soar as he witnessed all the awakened ones reciting the verses of gazing at the mountain in unison. Zheng, too, let a smile touch his lips. This was the magic of ancient poetry merging with the splendid landscape. No nation in the world could compare to China. Gripping his Qingfeng longsword, he charged alongside Zheng Shanhe toward the three-headed molten beast. We shall ascend to the summit. Zheng Shanhe, Zheng Shanhe, Kafushue, Lihawa, and every awakened on the battlefield all cried out in their hearts or aloud at the final moment. From the summit, all mountains seemed small. In that instant, Every soul brimming with fervor felt their blood boil, a warm current surging through their entire being. Immediately, the spiritual power levels of all the awakened surged wildly, climbing 300 points in the blink of an eye. Simultaneously, some injured awakened beings felt their wounds healing at an astonishing rate. This was the power of the nation's destiny. Surrounded by the majesty of the 5 sacred mountains, they chanted verses aloud. This was the romance of the Chinese people. Invisible ripples spread out across Mount Tai at that moment. In the distance lay a shattered village. The male soul, missing his left leg and right arm, suddenly trembled. He slowly turned, facing the light, and saw a phantom figure. "You are." The male soul murmured, 2 cold streams of blood tears flowing from his empty eye sockets. The soul wept a soul's sorrow. At this moment, the collective resonance of millions on the front lines, combined with the auspicious energy emanating from Mount Tai, brought together 2 souls separated by 20 years. Why? The female soul no longer gazed into the distance, for the figure that had tormented her for nearly 2 decades had appeared right before her eyes. The male soul, dragging his broken form, approached her. They embraced gently. "I'm sorry." Blood tears surged from his eyes. As they released their embrace, the male soul lifted his gaze toward the edge of the sky. Even from such a great distance, he could faintly sense the majestic grandeur of the mountain range suspended in the heavens. "I hate you. Since you, I could never love another." The female soul murmured faintly, "But I have no regrets." The male fragment gazed silently toward the horizon. "I sense the flow of the nation's destiny. I am willing to become destiny itself, transforming my fragment into the lingering might of Mount Tai. Even now, you remain unchanged." The female fragment sighed with lingering resentment. Yet then, she grasped the other's broken hand. "You and I, depart together." A gentle breeze swept by. 2 lingering spirits drifted away with the wind, flowing toward the horizon. On this day, the eastern border front of Huaxia advanced 20 li. Chapter 40? Temporary Rest. Evening, 8 o'clock sharp. An exceptionally rare victory banquet commenced at the eastern frontier. This celebration was not confined to the walls of the frontier fortifications. Smoke rose from the front lines facing the alien tribes, filled with laughter and joy. Today, with the support of Mount Tai and Shanhe, not only had the alien race's 3S rank magma behemoths been slain, but the front lines had also been pushed forward 20 li. This achievement stirred the hearts of all. Yet behind the laughter, the sacrifice of at least a dozen lives was equally present. Perhaps due to this crushing defeat, the alien forces had unusually withdrawn their troops. In the rare quiet of the frontline camp, everyone enjoyed tea in place of wine, reveling in the moment. Throughout the gathering, conversation inevitably turned to Mount Tai and Shanhe. Speculation ran rampant, yet when pressed, no one could truly explain why. The only certainty was that it could not have been caused by human hands. For this event defied all imagination. If someone could summon and manipulate ancient relics lost to history, how powerful would they be? At that moment, listening to the crowd speculate, Zheng Shanhe sat at the table, a steaming cup of tea in his hands. "Today, I thought you wouldn't intervene," Kufu Shui whispered softly beside him. The pleasant fragrance filled his senses, yet Zheng Shanhe kept his gaze steady. "I was delayed by certain matters. Earlier that morning, during the battle, the power of the poetic soul's assistance felt stronger than ever before. At that moment, he sensed the remnant souls of Jiang Yu and Chen Hui merging into the poetry. Moreover, a small notification window had popped up, completed the lingering soul's final wish. Reward, 5,000 Qi Yun points. This triggered another bout of deep contemplation. It seemed that the fluctuations at Mount Tai and Shanhe had broken the barriers, allowing the 2 lingering souls, separated for 20 years, to finally meet. However, this event also gave Zheng Shanhe some clues regarding the creation of the 3rd mountain river. Yellow Crane Tower. This historic tower of renown would be his 3rd creation of the mountain river. Proposed mountain river creation, Yellow Crane Tower. Summoning cost, 60,000 destiny points. Current fortune points, 80,000. 80,000 points. Setting aside the 50,000 needed to elevate my talent to grade A, that leaves 30,000 remaining. Zheng Shanhe set down his teacup, his fingertips tapping lightly on the tabletop as he silently calculated. Each talent upgrade rewards a certain amount of fortune points. The daily fortune points I naturally acquire have all been exchanged for experience, so they can be disregarded. Seen summoning the Yellow Crane Tower while advancing to a rank is impossible. After a moment's thought, he exhaled. Well, Mount Tai and Shanhe are sufficient for now. I shouldn't encounter major trouble in the short term. Rather than rushing to summon the 3rd mountain river creation, it's more urgent to raise my talent rating first. Just as he pondered this, Kafushu suddenly whispered, "Have you heard? The annual international portal seems to be opening 2 months early." The international portal? Zheng Shanhe's gaze sharpened. The entire world was under siege by alien races, and awakened individuals were not exclusive to any single nation. Each year, a massive international portal opens somewhere on the planet. Its location is random, but once it appears, it is detected worldwide. For the fluctuations emanating from this portal were unique. It was said that resources within the international portal were far more abundant and valuable than those found in ordinary portals. Thus, portals of this caliber have become the primary battleground for friction between nations in today's world. There are even international conventions governing it. Each year, every nation participates in the international portal with a fixed quota of 30 individuals. Kofushue declared, "My name will definitely be on the list this year." "Of course, you will absolutely be among them." Zheng Shanhe frowned slightly. He had read a report about international portals. The space within seemed incredibly complex, as if composed of countless smaller portals. Awakened individuals from various nations engaged in open and covert struggles to seize resources. Year after year, the awakened individuals from Dragon Nation and the Beautiful Nation suffered the highest mortality rates. If possible, he naturally wanted to go. As long as he could raise his combat power to level 70 and summon the third mountain river creation before the international portal opened, he was confident he could protect everyone from Dragon Nation within it. "Oh, here, take this back." Zheng Shanhe retrieved the signal gun Kofushue had given him from beneath the table and returned it. He said, "Thanks." Even Chen Zhang had been startled when he saw this signal gun. From what he implied, firing this signal gun during an ambush would trigger unimaginable consequences. He hadn't elaborated on the specifics, but it seemed this flare gun signified more than just rescue. "I'm just glad you're okay." To his surprise, Kofushue murmured softly. Then she stood up and left. Zheng Shanhe froze. Was he misreading the situation? Kofushue seemed different toward him now. After a moment, he shook his head. She was the heiress of the Ku group after all. Better not to get too carried away. Just then, a cold, piercing gaze suddenly shot over from somewhere. Zheng Shanhe raised an eyebrow and glanced over, only to see the unmasked hatred in Li Hao's eyes. She couldn't fathom it. Why was Zheng Shanhe appearing here unscathed? Attending this victory banquet. This guy hadn't even shown his face during the frontline battles. If not for the circumstances here, she would have led the mockery long ago. Just wait. Even if you somehow survive this time, trouble awaits you back home. The main group won't let you off that easily. What good is having the Ku family backing you? Once we're back, we'll leverage our connections within the association to apply pressure. You'll have no choice but to bow down. Li Hao's hatred was practically tangible. She hated Zheng Shanhe for his humble origins yet consistently topping the school rankings. She hated Zheng Shanhe's close relationship with her younger sister. She hated how Zheng Shanhe had ignored her earnest pleas for help back then, costing her a perfect score. She hated him for everything. "Sis Hua." At that moment, the two sycophants whispered. Li Hao snapped back to reality, realizing the chopsticks in her hand had warped. She took a deep breath to steady her emotions. But as her gaze swept over Zheng Shanhe's smirking expression, the hatred in her heart surged once more. United States, a top-secret conference room. Inside the conference room, no fewer than 20 screens displayed the leaders of various nations. This is the most noteworthy development within the Dragon Nation. Their long-shattered Mount Tai has been restored and reappeared. Intelligence indicates this may involve the very fate of a nation extremely serious, incredibly serious. A deep voice echoed through the conference room. If the Dragon Nation truly possesses such an awakened being, it will destabilize the international order. Once this power matures, the Dragon Nation will undoubtedly wield it to dominate the world. Therefore, we must unite. We absolutely must contain the Dragon Nation and prevent it from growing stronger. Chapter 41? Iron Mask Xinjiang. The night breeze carried a faint chill. After everyone had fallen asleep, Zheng Shanhe stood atop the border wall, gazing out at the frontline positions. At the base of the frontline border wall lies a special power turbine. Chen Zhang appeared beside him, his pace measured. He seemed to be explaining why the towering border wall at the front lines could advance freely. "Do you know what advancing 20 li means?" Section Chief Chen gazed at the brightly lit frontline positions and asked. "A larger buffer zone. A front line further removed from our homeland." Zheng Shanhe replied softly. "Correct." Chen Zhang nodded. Across the four major borders of the Dragon Nation, there are no fewer than 20 super-large permanent portals. The eastern border is arguably the least pressured, with only 3 super-large permanent portals. The awakened defending the border are no cowards. They have long entrusted everything they have to the nation. At that moment, Chen Zhang let out a long sigh. Of the 4 major border lines, only the eastern frontier has seen any expansion of the front lines in a very, very long time. "So, do you understand the weight of the mission you carry?" Zheng Shanhe fell silent. He understood this responsibility and duty belonging to the mountain river craftsman. That was why he had sworn this oath. "One day, I will restore the splendid landscapes of China and annihilate all enemies of our nation. To annihilate foreign invaders, safeguard our homeland's eternal peace, and ensure the mountains and rivers remain forever steadfast." He murmured softly. A gentle breeze swept by as he lifted his head to gaze at the bright moon. "I will make this happen." Chen Zhang stood nearby, listening quietly, his admiration unhidden in his eyes. Only those possessing such resolve deserved his admiration. Strive to improve yourself. In 2 months, I will lead the international portal operation. You and I will fight side by side. Section Chief Chen slid his sunglasses down his nose. Of course, before that, you still need to pass the selection process. Selection? Zheng Shanhe froze. In half a month, the 4 major academies in Fenglin University will hold their school assembly. I recall this session is crucial for Fenglin University. What do you mean? Zheng Shanhe still didn't quite grasp it. A school assembly? He'd never heard of such a thing. You could find out about these matters by asking just about anyone on campus. I won't go into detail now. Chen Zheng waved his hand dismissively. Due to advancing the front lines 20 miles today, the border trial program is being concluded early. Tomorrow, you'll be the last to leave. There's something I need you to handle. Something? Zheng Shanhe's heart skipped a beat. Is it about Li Guang? Chen Zheng nodded. Smart. The night passed without incident. The third day at the border. At dawn, the students of Fenglin University boarded a chartered flight to return home. Only Zheng Shanhe was singled out to remain behind. As they departed, Li Hahua seemed to sense something. Her gaze toward Li Guang held a hint of worry. Then, Zheng Shanhe witnessed another side of Chen Zhang. Li Guang, an S-class awakened cultivated by the Li group, colluded with Li Hahua, the Li family's heiress. They exploited the border trials to frame and sacrifice 6 innocent young awakened, burying them at the border. This constituted an egregiously heinous crime. Under the relentless interrogation of Chen Zhang, the iron-faced chief inspector, Li Guang confessed everything. He took sole responsibility for all the crimes, absolving Li Hahua of any involvement. Under the awakened being management regulations, Li Guang was sentenced to body punishment. This was the harshest punishment an awakened could receive. Chen Zhang produced a whip made of a special material and ordered Li Guang to kneel in the punishment ground. Before the eyes of all present, he administered 30 lashes. During the punishment, Li Guang fell unconscious at one point, his flesh torn open and blood flowing freely. After 30 lashes, all the spiritual power within him was destroyed. He fell from being an S-rank awakened being to an ordinary mortal. If one survived the 30 lashes with a single breath left, they would be healed and imprisoned within the penal prison. Later, when large-scale wars erupted at the borders, these prisoners would be injected with a special drug, pushing them to the peak state of an awakened being. They would be sent to the battlefield, where they would ultimately perish. This was the punishment body that struck terror into every awakened being. It is precisely because of this regulation that even the most powerful awakened dare not act recklessly within the borders of the Dragon Nation. He still has a breath left. Drag him away and heal him. At the execution ground. Chen Zheng cracked his whip, and with a sharp snap, the bloodstains clinging to the whip were flung off completely. Zheng Honghu. Then, he murmured indifferently. The minister of the eastern frontier stepped forward. Without a word, he stripped off his outer garments, revealing a muscular torso scarred and bruised. For your failure to supervise properly, according to regulations, you shall receive 10 lashes. Chen Zhang, who had shared laughter-ing toasts with Zheng Honghu just the night before, now wore an iron mask of ruthlessness. Under the gaze of countless border soldiers, he swung the long whip in his hand. 10 lashes. Even this border commander turned pale and broke out in cold sweat under the punishment. In daily life, no matter how foolish your actions may be, it doesn't matter. But remember this, never cross the line. After Zheng Honghu was escorted away, Chen Zhang's cold gaze swept across the entire assembly. This, he declared, is the rule. Dismissed. Dismissed. The gathered soldiers withdrew in orderly fashion. The joyful laughter of last night had transformed into grimness and severity by this morning. Watching the entire scene unfold, Zheng Shanhe couldn't help but recall Chen Zhang's quiet sigh before departing last night. I have no friends. Indeed. Last night, he had sat with everyone at the same table, substituting tea for wine, sharing heartfelt laughter over their drinks. Yet this morning, he presented a completely different face, impartial and cold-hearted. It was indeed difficult to genuinely connect with him. Let's part ways here. After handling the matter, Chen Zhang and Zheng Shanhe stood beside planes bound for opposite destinations. Focus on improving yourself. Aim for the top 10 at the school assembly, but don't reveal your true strength. With that instruction, Chen Zhang stepped into the cabin. By the time Zheng Shanhe returned to the Fenglin campus, it was already afternoon. He didn't go to school. After calling Jiang Zhongwen to report his safe arrival, he headed back to the villa district to shower and rest. The school assembly, huh? Looks like I need to find Kufushui and learn more about it. Shangjing City, awakened one's general association. An unexpectedly clever little one. Inside the president's office. Yan Guodong watched the live footage provided by Qin Zhang, shaking his head with a smile. His abilities should grant him access to ancient relics as his rating increases. Though I wonder how exactly it operates. The Grand Master fell deep in thought. Come to think of it, when everyone chanted contemplating the mountain in unison, my total spiritual energy increased by 300 points, and many people even had their wounds healed. Chen Zhang remarked, perhaps this is the power of a nation's destiny? Quite possible. After pondering, Yan Guodong inquired, "What do you think of Zheng Shanhe? What kind of person is he?" "A future pillar of the nation." Chen Zhang replied succinctly and with conviction. "Is that so?" Yan Guodong raised his eyebrows slightly, seemingly surprised by the chief inspector's assessment. Then he said, "While you two were on the front lines these past 2 days, the Meng family seems to have been making some moves. Tomorrow, you'll personally visit Fenglin University and give them a stern warning." Chen Zhang's expression turned stern as he nodded. "Yes, sir." Chapter 42, Trouble Knocks at the Door. "Brother, what did you see at the border?" That evening, Zheng Shanhe and his sister gathered with Kofuxue and her brother. Xiao asked curiously, "I remember there's supposed to be the ruins of the first pass under heaven at the eastern border. Did you see it?" "Yeah, brother Shanhe, did you see what the starting point of the Great Wall looks like? Got any photos?" Koxiomeng also sounded excited. Both girls were passionate enthusiasts of historical relics, and mentioning these sites made them as excited as if they'd been injected with adrenaline. After Zheng Shanhe gave a few perfunctory replies, he steered the conversation toward Koxian. "Have you been to the portal lately?" Koxian glanced at his older sister. "During my free time, I joined a random team and cleared 2 sea-level portals." Clack! Kofuxue placed her chopsticks gently on the table, her gaze cold as she fixed him with a stare. "I've told you countless times, once you get into university, you'll have all the time in the world to clear portals. Right now, you need to focus all your attention on your studies, especially the courses on awakened knowledge and analysis of alien species and their weaknesses." Koxian pouted. Yeah. At that moment. After pondering for a moment, Zheng Shanhe said, "Are you free tomorrow night? Come with me to clear AB rank portal." At these words, the movements of siblings Koxian and Koxiaomeng froze. Both turned their gaze toward Kofuxue, seated at the head of the table. Sure enough, Kofuxue's brows furrowed slightly. Her dark pupils fixed on Zheng Shanhe. Why does Xiao Xian have to go? The question left Koxian dumbfounded, while Koxiaomeng dropped her chopsticks to the floor. Zheng Xiao froze. Zheng Shanhe also looked somewhat surprised. For Kofuxue's tone carried a hint of resentment and a certain implication. The subtext seemed to say, "Why take him and not me? We agreed when we first met that whenever possible, I'd take him leveling. What's the big deal?" Zheng Shanhe looked slightly puzzled. In his view, a portal of this level shouldn't interest Kofuxue at all. As if sensing the emotion she'd inadvertently revealed, Kofuxue's fair face flushed slightly pink. Ahem. She placed her small fist over her mouth and cleared her throat. "It's nothing. Let's go." After speaking, she turned to Koxian and added, "Behave yourself. Don't hold anyone back." Koxian scratched his head. Was this really his usually uncompromising Ice Queen sister? "What? Don't you want to go?" Kofuxue returned to her usual self, and instantly, Koxian blurted out, "I'm going. I really want to go." The next day, Zheng Shanhe, who had risen early, rode to campus with Kofuxue in the same car. Today was the day Fenglin High School organized an off-campus activity for the entire school. In the car, Zheng Shanhe scrolled through the team-up information on the portal app using his newly purchased phone. Kofuxue sat beside him. For some reason, this quiet moment alone made her heart race. Fearing the sound of her racing heart might disturb Zheng Shanhe, she deliberately covered her chest with her hand, even holding her breath to avoid making a sound. "Oh, right." A moment passed. Zheng Shanhe broke the silence. "What's the school meeting? The school assembly?" Kofuxue, who had been fixated on her own heartbeat, was startled by his sudden question. She quickly regained her composure and explained, "Beyond the 4 great academies, Fenglin University is the only institution nationwide dedicated to cultivating awakened individuals. When Fenglin University was founded, it entered into a treaty with the 4 great academies. Every year, starting 30 years after its founding, Fenglin University would co-host a school assembly with the 4 great academies. The school assembly is a stage where outstanding students from each institution compete and spar. The tournament would run for 5 consecutive years. If Fenglin University could win 3 of the 5 final showdowns during that period, it would ascend to become the 5th major awakened academy in the Dragon Nation." "I see." Zheng Shanhe nodded, finally grasping the significance of the assembly. Then he asked, "So this year is the final one?" He recalled that this year marked Fenglin University's 35th anniversary. "Yes." Kofuxue nodded. Zheng Shanhe suddenly recalled Chen Zhang mentioning how crucial this year's tournament was. Could it be? Over 4 years of school meetings, Fenglin University has 2 wins and 2 losses. This year will be the decisive one. Fierce flames blazed in Kofuxue's eyes. The Ko Group was Fenglin University's largest sponsor, aiming to elevate it into the 5th awakened academy in Long Nation. This would bring immense benefits to the Ko Group. Fenglin lost the first 2 years running. Then, starting with my enrollment, we won 2 consecutive years. This year will be no exception. Kofuxue's words brimmed with confidence. After all, she was an SS-ranked assassin. Among her peers, unless faced with an anomaly like Zheng Shanhe, she had virtually no rivals. The student council also involves the international portal? Zheng Shanhe inquired again. Yes, it's a new regulation implemented this past year. Kofushue explained, the international portal team consists of 20 awakened members from major guilds and the top 10 ranked awakened students from the school assembly. I see. Zheng Shanhe suddenly understood. No wonder Qin Zhang told him to aim for a top 10 spot in the school tournament. Looking at it this way, as long as Kofushue could win the championship, he only needed to secure 7th or 8th place. After all, Qin Zhang had repeatedly warned him not to reveal his true abilities. 7th or 8th place would be just right. I thought I'd be fighting this school competition alone again. Kofushue suddenly smiled, her expression as dazzling as 100 flowers blooming. The gap between Fenglin University and the 4 major academies is actually quite significant. The victories over these past 2 years were all thanks to my solitary efforts. Thankfully, this time I have you, the genius. Zheng Shanhe shook his head with a smile. I wouldn't dream of stealing your thunder. After arriving on campus, the two walked side by side toward the academic building. Kofushue was in class 4 of the astronomy department, and their classrooms were quite a distance apart. Stepping into the classroom. Just as Zheng Shanhe sat down at his desk, a man walked in through the doorway. This man was none other than Meng Lin, the young master of the Meng family whom Zheng Shanhe had beaten up just a few days prior. Zheng Shanhe, you sure kept me waiting. Meng Lin folded his arms and sneered coldly. Come in. The words had barely left his mouth. A stocky man with a buzz cut and a thick gold chain around his neck stepped through the classroom doorway. Whoa! That's Qin Jingchuan from the Early Bird Guild under the Meng Corporation. Instantly, someone in the classroom recognized the buzzcut man. Qin Jingchuan is one of the strongest warrior-type awakened beings, hailed as the Muscle Madman. I've only seen him on variety shows before, but he looks even more solid in person. Whispers rippled through the class, yet every pair of eyes that fell upon Zheng Shanhe now held a hint of pity. Qin Jingchuan was famed as a pure power-type awakened being capable of shattering a mountain peak with a single punch. His fame had long been established. Even if Zheng Shanhe could defeat Li Yuanba in their eyes, there was absolutely no way he could stand a chance against Qin Jingchuan. Is it you? Qin Jingchuan stepped before Zheng Shanhe, grinning widely. You don't look so tough. One punch from me, and you'll be dead. The overwhelming aura of power washed over him, yet Zheng Shanhe's expression remained unchanged as his unique sovereign ability silently activated. He sensed an overwhelming pressure emanating from this burly man, truly befitting a legendary awakened one of long-standing fame. This aura was the strongest he had encountered outside of Qin Zhang and his group. But if the man dared to make a move here, Zheng Shanhe possessed absolute confidence. Anyone wanting to bite into this tough nut better be prepared to shatter their teeth. Their gazes locked, and an invisible, soundless wave began to slowly spread outward. Fight! Kill him! Li Hahua and Meng Lin both screamed inwardly. The tension remained palpable. But just as everyone thought a fight was about to erupt, tap! Footsteps suddenly echoed from the classroom doorway. Immediately after, a man dressed in a suit walked in. Excuse me, who is Zheng Shanhe? Chapter 43, Tension Mounts. Excuse me, who is Zheng Shanhe? The man in the suit held a notebook in his hand and wore a pair of gold-rimmed glasses. A delicate round seal was pinned to his chest. The seal's gold background was engraved with a black, razor-sharp blade. Zheng Shanhe's in big trouble. A gold seal with a black blade, that's someone from the inspection department. The sight of this seal sent shockwaves through the classroom. The inspection division was a department that struck fear into the hearts of all awakened. Especially the reputation of the iron-faced chief inspector, which struck fear into countless awakened individuals. Qin Jingchuan, bristling with aggression, grinned widely, his eyes filled with contempt for Zheng Shanhe. He stepped aside, and the surveillance division officer wearing gold-rimmed glasses strode forward in 2 strides, his gaze cold. Zheng Shanhe, I've received multiple reports alleging you've maliciously harmed innocent people. You are hereby verbally summoned to return to the Shangyuan City Awakened Association for investigation. He produced an ID badge. My name is Meng Hengyu, squad leader of Team 1, Supervision Division, Shangyuan City. Maliciously harming innocent people? Zheng Shanhe remained impassive. Who exactly are these innocent people you speak of? These matters will be explained once we return to Shangyuan City. Meng Hengyu tucked away his badge, adjusted his gold-rimmed glasses, and stated, for now, you only need to tell me, will you cooperate or not? Before Zheng Shanhe could respond, he preempted him, very well. Since you refuse to cooperate, I'll have to ask Mr. Qin Jingchuan to escort you away by force. With that, Meng Hengyu took a step back and whispered, hurry up. Delay could mean trouble. Ha! Qin Jingchuan's lips curled into a sneer as his right arm shot out. Whoosh! A terrifying gust of wind, enough to make the entire class pale, surged forth with his movement. Zheng Shanhe, already on high alert, met the blow head-on with a fist in his supreme sovereign stance. The moment their fists collided. Crash! A piercing sonic boom made the entire class cover their ears. The terrifying shockwave from their collision even sent nearby people and their desks tumbling to the floor. Crack! Cracks spread across the floor from beneath their feet. Zheng Shanhe's eyes darkened slightly. He could feel the overwhelming power surging from Chen Jingchuan. His right arm throbbed intensely from the collision. His opponent was a bona fide star-level awakened. His combat strength was at least 80, if not higher. He was no match for him now. Only by unleashing his full power could he stand a chance. Can you still hold on? Suddenly, Chen Jingchuan burst into laughter. Boom! As his right arm surged with force, Zheng Shanhe's body was violently thrown backward. 3 steps back, Zheng Shanhe halted. Impressive! Li Haohua and her 3 henchmen burst into excited applause at the sight. As long as Zheng Shanhe was humiliated, that was more satisfying to them than anything else. So this is the gap. Feeling the slight numbness in his right arm, Zheng Shanhe let out a long sigh. Chen Jingchuan was formidable, but Zheng Shanhe was confident that once his talent rating reached a class and his combat power hit 70, he could absolutely stand toe-to-toe with him. Of course, if Chen Jingchuan truly wanted to fight him to the end now, Zheng Shanhe was confident he could suppress him by simply summoning Mount Tai. Looks like a weakling, but he sure can take a beating? Chen Jingchuan was utterly surprised to see Zheng Shanhe hadn't shattered under his punch. Without hesitation, he advanced once more, fists clenched. Zheng Shanhe remained silent, his right palm hidden behind his back, where the illusory form of Mount Tai began to slowly take shape. What are you doing? Just then, a sharp cry rang out from the classroom doorway. Chen Jingchuan halted in his tracks, and all eyes turned toward the sound. Turning around, they saw the ice-cold goddess Fonlin, Kofushue, striding into the classroom. Pretty girl, are you free tonight? Let me buy you a drink. Chen Jingchuan's eyes lit up as he grinned and started walking toward Kofushue. Whoosh! In an instant. 2 blades, one crimson, one azure, shot out like arrows. Chen Jingchuan narrowed his eyes and dodged sideways. The blades plunged straight into the ceiling. Kofushua's icy voice rang out, watch your mouth. She glided over to Zheng Shanhe with a gentle breeze, gave him a quick once-over, and whispered, you're not hurt, are you? Zheng Shanhe shook his head. I can handle it. Kofushue frowned, her gaze shifting to Meng Hengyu. What are the Shangyuan City Supervision Department doing at Fonlin University? Hey, girl, watch your tone. Chen Jingchuan's eyes blazed with anger. Just then, Meng Hengyu grabbed his arm. She's the eldest daughter of the Ku family. Don't provoke her. Remember our objective, take Zheng Shanhe away. The Ku family? Chen Jingchuan's gaze sharpened at the mention. Without another word, he strode purposefully toward Zheng Shanhe. You. Kofushue, witnessing this, stepped forward and positioned herself in front of Zheng Shanhe. Before she could speak, Meng Hengyu snorted coldly, Miss Ku, as the squad leader of the supervision department, I'm requesting student Zhang return to assist with an investigation. You have no grounds to interfere, correct? This violates protocol. Kofushue stood her ground, fully aware that if Zheng Shanhe were taken away by these men, he would surely be harmed. Zheng Shanhe's conduct is egregious, with multiple complaints already filed. Bringing him back to the association today is entirely in accordance with regulations and procedures. Meng Hengyu turned to Chen Jingchuan. What are you waiting for? Take him away. This is Fonlin University. In broad daylight, you dare to settle personal scores through official channels. Kofushue warned coldly. We can testify that the supervisory department's actions are entirely justified. There is no personal vendetta involved. But then, Li Haohua gave her henchmen a subtle nod, and 3 of them immediately stepped forward. Oomph! Dare to hit me? This is your fate. Meng Lin remained leaning against the doorway, arms crossed, watching it all unfold with utter satisfaction. Chen Jingchuan's imposing figure suddenly stepped forward. At that moment, Zheng Shanhe gently tugged Kofushue's shoulder. Thank you. Let me handle this. He stepped forward, facing Chen Jingchuan directly. Within his pupils, the illusory image of the 5 sacred mountains flickered. Surrender peacefully, or I won't hesitate to kill you. Chen Jingchuan grinned. Zheng Shanhe's expression remained impassive. You can try. Boom! A colossal surge of righteous energy erupted from his body. Chen Jingchuan raised his right arm once more, channeling immense spiritual energy into it. But just as the two were about to clash again, a soft chuckle suddenly drifted from the classroom doorway. What a lively scene! The sound froze the atmosphere. Chen Jingchuan's pupils abruptly contracted upon hearing that voice. Meanwhile, Meng Hengyu, the squad leader of Shangyuan City's Supervision Division, visibly trembled. Slowly, Meng Hengyu turned his head. At the doorway of Class 2-2 stood a man in a tailored suit, his hair slicked back, sunglasses perched on his nose. Am I early? Chapter 44, The Overwhelming Presence of the Chief Inspector. Chen Zhang. As one of the strongest awakened in Dragon Nation and bearing the title of Chief Inspector. This man was an enigma in the eyes of most. Those who knew him feared him, dreaded him. Those who did not know him, however, idolized him like a celebrity. Sleek pompadour, dark sunglasses. This was his signature look. At that moment, Class 2 fell into dead silence at his arrival. The first to break the tension was Meng Hengyu. Chief Meng, how did you? But. Before he could finish, Chen Zhang glided past him with measured steps. Meng Hengyu's pupils contracted sharply, a wave of foreboding washing over him. He spun around, his gaze locking onto Chen Zhang. As he watched him steadily approach Zheng Shanhe, a chill ran through him. This is bad. At the same moment, Chen Jingchuan, who had radiated overwhelming presence just seconds before, suddenly retracted all his aura, his expression freezing stiff. Listening to the footsteps steadily closing behind him, Chen Jingchuan swallowed hard. Step aside. Only when Chen Zhang's calm voice rang out did Chen Jingchuan hastily step aside. He kept his head slightly bowed, daring not to reveal even the slightest trace of his presence in front of this man. This man was that terrifying. A man no AS-class awakened would ever wish to encounter. Why was he here? Was he here for Zheng Shanhe? How could that be? Chen Jingchuan watched Chen Zhang's every move out of the corner of his eye. But the next moment, a shocking scene unfolded. Hello, I'm Chen Zhang. Do you have a moment? I'd like to buy you a cup of coffee. The chief inspector, dressed in a sharp suit and radiating the intimidating aura of an AS-class awakened being, actually extended his hand toward an unknown, backgroundless B-class. Moreover, he gave a slight nod of acknowledgement, his tone brimming with friendliness and cordiality. In that instant, Zheng Shanhe felt the air itself freeze. Soon, he understood Chen Zhang's intent. Zheng Shanhe adopted an indifferent expression and slowly extended his hand to shake Chen Zhang's. Then, he gave a slight nod, uttering a flat through his nose. HM? Before him. Chen Jingchuan's eyelid twitched violently. Honestly, if he were the one facing the chief inspector's outstretched hand, he would have responded with the most enthusiastic and passionate manner possible. What kind of person is this Zheng Shanhe? Not only did he act indifferent, but he even just gave a simple Damn it, I've been dragged down by that fool Meng Lin. The same shock and suspicion welled up within Meng Hengyu. As a member of the supervision section, he understood the iron-fisted section chief's temperament better than anyone. In his memory, there was only one person in the entire world who could make Chen Zhang adopt such a demeanor. That was Yan Guodong, the president of the General Association who oversaw all awakened individuals in Longhua. How could it be that now? Damn! Could Zheng Shanhe be Chairman Yan's personal? A chill ran through Meng Hengyu's heart. At that moment, he understood that his title as the squad leader of Shangyuan City's supervision division would be stripped from him starting today. Chen Zhang and Zheng Shanhe shook hands briefly before parting. Kofushua stood behind them, watching their stage display and smirking inwardly. As for Li Hahua, she was utterly dumbfounded. Her lackeys were dumbfounded too. Now, a single thought simultaneously formed in the minds of all three henchmen. Is it too late to switch sides and follow Zheng Shanhe now? Chen Zhang turned back, standing shoulder to shoulder with Zheng Shanhe. Their gaze finally fell upon Chen Jingchuan and Meng Hengyu within the classroom. As for Meng Lin, he had bolted the moment Chen Zhang appeared. What are you doing here? Chen Zhang's tone was light. Chen Jingchuan opened his mouth, but under the piercing gaze of this iron-fisted section chief, he couldn't even muster the thought of lying. Weren't you about to beat me to death? At that moment, Zheng Shanhe spoke up. Bullying others, he knew how to do that too. As Chen Zhang's gaze swept over him, the burly man with the gold chain around his neck stiffened. Then, his coarse features twisted into an awkward grin. Zheng, you're joking. I was just kidding. Chen Jingchuan scratched his head, his eyes darting around. Well, I'm just a rough and tumble guy. I hope Brother Zhang won't hold it against me. Zheng Shanhe chuckled. So then, your invitation to accompany me to the Shangyuan City Supervision Department was also a joke? Meng Hengyu, standing near the door, felt his eyelid twitch violently. Spotting Chen Zhang's gaze sweeping his way, he immediately jogged forward, chuckling awkwardly. Mr. Zhang, it's just a matter of cooperating with the investigation. Cooperating? Cooperate with what investigation? Chen Zhang asked coolly. Meng Hengyu's heart skipped a beat. Misunderstanding. It's all a misunderstanding. It's all settled now. His gaze swept across the entire class, needing pairs of eyes fixed on him, yet he dared not show the slightest emotion. He could only curse inwardly, Meng Lin, you bastard. You dug this hole for me to fall into, you son of a... Who could have imagined before this that this ordinary B rank from Sanction would actually climb his way up to become the chief inspector of the General Supervision Department? If he'd found even the slightest trace of evidence, he'd never have dared to cross him. This was an iron plate, an unshakable iron plate. Now that the misunderstanding is cleared up, may I escort student Zhang away? Chen Zhang ignored Meng Hengyu's posture. The latter immediately responded, Chief, you're too kind. Please go ahead. I'll follow behind you. Let's go. Zheng Shanhe and Ku Fushua led the way out. Chen Zheng followed closely behind. As he reached the classroom door, he paused and turned to face the entire class. Keep your mouths shut. I don't want to hear about today's incident anywhere. A warning from the chief inspector was not something anyone would take lightly. With that, he departed. Meng Hengyu stood rooted to the spot. As Chen Jingchuan approached, he heard him mutter, "We're dead meat." A shadow fell over the two figures as they walked away, their earlier defiance completely gone. The rest of the class exchanged glances. Simultaneously, some schadenfreude-filled gazes began shifting toward Li Hahua and her 3 lackeys. You bastard, never would have guessed you had such acting chops. Outside the campus, in the residential area, inside a certain coffee shop, Chen Zhang, wearing sunglasses, chuckled softly. Zheng Shanhe shrugged, smiling without comment. This time, we've truly instilled fear. Kufushue sat beside them, sipped her coffee, and offered a faint smile. If anything comes up in the future, you can reach out to Jiang Zhongwen. Chen Zhang held up his coffee cup. He's one of us. Zheng Shanhe nodded. All right. Oh, right. Chen Zhang seemed to recall something. Are you interested in joining the General Association? We can arrange a suitable position for you. So it had come to this. Zheng Shanhe sighed inwardly. Sorry, Section Chief Chen, I don't like being tied down. Zheng Shanhe offered an apologetic smile. His time as a security guard had been out of necessity. He needed that identity to develop. Now, he needed to devote more time and energy to the portal. Joining the association was simply impossible. Chen Zheng shrugged indifferently. No problem. I understand. So, have you found a guild you're interested in? He inquired again. This question made Kufushue sit up straight, ears pricked. I have no intention of joining another guild. Zheng Shanhe shook his head. You want to start your own guild? Section Chief Chen stirred his coffee. Maybe. Zheng Shanhe pondered. If he could establish his own guild someday, it might provide a place for Xiu to work after her awakening. That wouldn't be so bad, right? Chapter 45? I understand. Chen Zheng understood Zheng Shanhe's meaning. After chatting for a while longer, Chen Zhang was the first to suggest leaving. Since you plan to establish your own guild, you'll have to follow the rules. As he departed, Chen Zhang stated, first, you must assemble your own team and successfully clear 10B rank, 5A rank, and 5S rank portals. After meeting those requirements, you'll also need to pay a 50 million yuan deposit. Once you're ready, apply at the main guild headquarters. With that, he mounted a black motorcycle and roared off into the distance. This complicated? Zheng Shanhe watched his receding figure inside. The strict requirements are because the guild holds exclusive rights to manage certain regional teleportation gates. To prevent those with ulterior motives, strictness is inevitable. Kufushue explained. Zheng Shanhe chuckled. Forget it. Now isn't the time to think about that. We should at least wait until the international portal event is over. Night fell. Kusin bid on AB grade portal, spending 50,000 yuan. According to regulations, clearing the portal required assembling a team of 6. Only after the team's information was submitted to the local association could they proceed. However, seemingly because Chen Zhang had already made arrangements, Zheng Shanhe and Kusian were directly approved for portal entry. Around 9 p.m. that night, Zheng Shanhe rode in Kusian's convertible sports car as the two drove toward the portal, enjoying the night breeze. Brother Shanhe, you and my sister seem to be getting closer and closer. Kusian remarked suddenly during the drive. Ha? Zheng Shanhe froze. Seriously, you haven't forgotten how you were when you first met my sister, have you? You look like a cold-blooded killer. Now look at you. Then, Kusian changed the subject with a suggestive smile. Brother Shanhe, my sister's actually really nice. She's the type who's cold on the outside but warm on the inside. Zheng Shanhe shook his head with a laugh. My sister would actually be interested in me? Kusian pondered seriously. How should I put it? Compared to her past suitors, you seem more reliable. But honestly, I can't even picture what my sister would be like in a relationship. Zheng Shanhe's gaze swept over the blurred street scene, suddenly growing somber. Dating is a hassle. His mind drifted back to a fleeting romance he'd experienced in his sophomore year of high school, brief as a bouquet of flowers. Back then, the feelings were innocent and pure, ending abruptly. Now, he had no such plans, nor would he in the foreseeable future. He was a craftsman of the mountains and rivers, bearing the mission to rebuild China's splendid landscape, the responsibility to annihilate foreign tribes, and to usher in an era of lasting peace for all generations. The road ahead would be anything but smooth. He might well fall by the wayside at any moment. Especially when he recalled the story of Jiang Yu and Shen Hui from the eastern frontier. He couldn't help but think, if one couldn't experience a love that lasts until death do us part, wouldn't that be a terrible thing? Therefore, for now, he would never lightly attempt to pursue a relationship. The car soon entered a residential area. Unexpectedly, the portal had materialized in the garden of a residential complex. A crowd of onlookers stood around it, with children playing nearby. This was Zheng Shanhe's first encounter with a sealed portal awaiting unlocking. Enveloping the portal was a visible, square, translucent light screen. This light screen was made of a special material, rumored to be extracted from the flesh and blood of certain alien races, capable of blocking both physical objects and energy fluctuations. Since some portals would spew out alien beings upon opening, this special method was employed to contain them until an awakened individual could clear the barrier. Directly in front of the light screen was a recess about the size of a smartphone. Only the squad leader who photographed this portal could unlock the light barrier by placing their phone into it. In today's technological society, phones are integrated with ID cards, making this seemingly sci-fi yet commonplace feat possible. The arrival of Zheng Shanhe and Xian drew the attention of numerous residents. Xian placed his phone into the recess. After the light screen recognized it, it slowly dissipated. Let's go. The moment Zheng Shanhe stepped through the portal, a chill wind swept over him. Before them stretched a broad, descending white stone staircase. On either side stood high walls built of irregular stone bricks, their tops invisible. Embedded in the walls were old-fashioned oil lamps, their flames flickering softly. Is that the palace gate below? Xian, who had followed him in, gazed down at the depths below. Stay alert. Zheng Shanhe summoned Mount Tai, cradling it in his palm as he began descending the stone steps. Xian drew his hammer shield, positioned it before him, and jogged 2 steps to Zheng Shanhe's front. I'm the tank, I'll lead the way. The two made their way to the final stone staircase without encountering any danger. The ground connecting the stone steps was paved with another type of rough brickwork. Before them, 2 deep gray stone doors, 4 or 5 stories tall, stood ajar just wide enough for 2 people to enter side by side. Xian took a deep breath, tightened his grip on the shield, and stepped through the doorway first. Inside, ample light illuminated a vast hall. The floor was paved with black and white square tiles, creating an eerie atmosphere. Within the hall, 6 massive stone pillars stood in the corners, flanked by black and white stone statues holding various weapons. At the very rear of the hall, a red carpet was laid out. At the end of the carpet stood 3 golden thrones. Seated upon them were 3 stone figures, each wearing a different crown. These statues remained utterly motionless, an eerie sight. Brother Shanhe, this. Before Xian could finish his sentence, a prompt appeared before them: seal the palace, enter the game. Zheng Shanhe furrowed his brow slightly, glancing at the 2 half-closed stone doors. After closing both doors, will these statues move? It seemed this was a special portal. He and Xian climbed onto the stone doors, one on each side. As if designed for this purpose, the doors weren't as heavy as they had imagined. With a slight push, they slowly closed them. Thud. As the stone door emitted a dull thud, the lights within the grand hall suddenly extinguished. The surroundings plunged into pitch darkness. Xian called out nervously, Brother Shanhe. I'm here, Zheng Shanhe replied. At that moment, deep blue points of light suddenly flickered to life in the darkness. Crack! The lights reignited. As the brightness returned, the two saw that the deep blue points of light were none other than the eyes of the stone statues within the grand hall. Simultaneously, a boss information window popped up before their eyes. Chess Queen, Combat Power, 0, rating, B. Chessboard King, Combat Power Level, 55, rating, B+. Chessboard Strategist, Combat Power Level, 0, rating, B. 3 bosses. Zheng Shanhe gazed into the deepest recesses, where stone statues sat enthroned upon 3 golden thrones. Just as his gaze fell upon them, the statue on the far left raised its hand. Hum. An invisible ripple suddenly spread from its palm, filling the entire hall. Queen of the chessboard alters the rules, silence prohibits all summoning type skills. In an instant, Zheng Shanhe felt the Tai Shan and Shanhaguan within him restricted. He couldn't communicate with them anymore. Brother Shanhe, watch out. Xian's shout rang out abruptly. Behind him, a sharp giant axe was descending straight toward his head. Chapter 46? King vs. General. Boom! Rock fragments flew everywhere. Zheng Shanhe scrambled to his feet from the tumble. The one who had ambushed him was none other than the stone statue that had stood motionless moments before. Simultaneously, countless stone statues surged toward the two from all directions. Though the power of the mountain river craftsman was suppressed, he remained unflustered. Clenching his fist, he leapt into the air. Boom! A savage, powerful force slammed into the statue that had just ambushed him, shattering it into dust. Even without the mountain river creation, his current combat power level soared to a staggering 68. Zheng Shanhe snatched the giant axe from the shattered statue and swung it viciously at the onrushing stone figures. Clatter! A shower of stone fragments scattered across the sky. One swing of the axe left nothing but a sea of dust. Defeated white chess, EXP plus 50, fortune points plus 100. The loot window popped up. Zheng Shanhe turned to see Xian blocking the statue's attack with his left shield while his right hammer slammed into its ribs. Though it left a crack, it wasn't a fatal blow. Need some help? He asked. No need, Brother Shanhe. I can handle it. Xian gritted his teeth. If he needed Zheng Shanhe to help him with everything, he'd be useless. Call me if you can't hold on. Seeing this, Zheng Shanhe said no more, hoisting his massive axe and charging forward. His objective was clear: since the queen had activated silence, shattering her should break the spell. His level 68 combat prowess within AB rank portal made him an unstoppable force. No matter how many stone statues charged at him, they were shattered with a single blow. However, the vastness of the hall and the sheer number of stone statues far exceeded his expectations. Even after his massive axe shattered countless statues, the throne at the deepest recesses remained 100 meters away. Ha! He leapt suddenly among the stone statues, sweeping his right leg out to shatter several at once. Then, he bent down to pick up a massive sword. Gripping the hilt with both hands, he spun it like a windmill amidst the stone statues. Far away, Xian, who had just finished battling 4 statues with great difficulty, was panting heavily. He glanced toward the densely packed statues and nearly dropped his jaw when he saw Zheng Shanhe's whirlwind attack. That's our brother Shanhe for you. Zheng Shanhe moved like a stone statue crusher, reducing one after another to flying fragments the moment they neared him. At that moment, seizing the perfect moment, Zheng Shanhe hurled his massive sword toward the queen piece on the throne chessboard. Whoosh! The great sword sliced through the air above the grand hall, descending toward the chessboard queen at an extraordinary speed. Boom! Yet at the very instant of impact, the king seated at the throne's center rose to his feet. With a single sweep of his arm, he shattered the great sword. Then, the king slowly sat back down. This scene caused Zheng Shanhe's eyes to narrow slightly. The stone statues on the field were endless, each one shattered, another would appear. The key to breaking this stalemate lay with these 3 stone statues firmly seated upon their thrones. He fixed his gaze on the king. After a moment, boom! Zheng Shanhe bent his knees, launching himself forward like a cannonball. Every stone statue in his path shattered under his impact. He seized the weapons from these statues. When he was less than 50 meters from the boss, he leaped into the air. Then, Zheng Shanhe hurled every weapon in his hands at the 3 bosses at once. Several sharp stone weapons flew through the air. At that very moment, he saw the chessboard strategist seated on the right suddenly raise his hand, his fingertips flicking. The chessboard strategist is altering the board. Swish! Suddenly, the 6 stone pillars originally standing in the corners of the hall teleported instantly before the bosses. They fused into protective formations of 2 pillars each, forming 3 groups that perfectly shielded the bosses. The weapons struck the pillars and fell to the ground. Damn it! Zheng Shanhe's brows furrowed tightly. He hadn't expected such a move. Suddenly, a furious roar erupted as Xian transformed into a blazing fireball, charging wildly through the stone statues. He charged straight to Zheng Shanhe's side. Phew! This new skill is pretty useful. Xian, now back to normal, exhaled with a hint of excitement. Right, though he couldn't control Mount Tai or Shanhe, Xian's skill usage remained unaffected. An idea immediately formed in Zheng Shanhe's mind. Use that skill you just activated. See if you can smash through this stone pillar. Ha! Xian froze for a moment before replying, alright. Whoosh! Instantly, he transformed into a fireball once more and charged forward without hesitation. Boom! Unexpectedly, the massive stone pillar was shattered clean through by Xian's head on impact. Seeing this, Zheng Shanhe's eyes widened slightly. But then he watched as Xian staggered, his eyes rolling back slightly. Zheng Shanhe immediately flew forward, grabbing him and pulling him back to avoid the falling debris. Are you okay? Xian shook his head. I'm dizzy. Swish! After the stone pillar was destroyed, the remaining 5 returned to their original positions, leaving the 3 boss spots vacant once more. I need you to ram it one more time. Can you do it? Zheng Shanhe stared at the 3 bosses and whispered. Absolutely no problem. Xian replied, gritting his teeth. Way to go. Zheng Shanhe patted his shoulder. Follow me. Whoosh! No sooner had he spoken than Zheng Shanhe launched himself forward, sweeping aside stone statues as he closed in on the 3 bosses. At that moment, the strategist seated on the right once again flicked his fingers. The 5 stone pillars in the hall once again blocked their path. Xian! Zheng Shanhe blasted a statue's head to pieces with a punch, bellowing. Coming! Xian weaved through the stone statues, looking slightly disheveled, but still managed to keep pace with him. Zheng Shanhe's gaze darted across the 3 sets of stone pillars before him. After Xian had just knocked one down, only 5 pillars remained, no longer forming an impenetrable defense. Behind these 3 sets of pillars, one set definitely contained only a single pillar. If he could guess correctly, Zheng Shanhe could defeat the boss head-on. He exhaled sharply. Zheng Shanhe's body tensed like a drawn bow, poised to strike. Charge the leftmost one. He suddenly shouted. Whoosh! Without hesitation, Xian transformed into a fiery ball and slammed into the leftmost stone pillar. Boom! Rock fragments flew everywhere as the pillar collapsed. Behind it, no second pillar remained. What was revealed was the Empress, still maintaining the effect of silence. Bingo! Whoosh! Zheng Shanhe shot forward like an unstoppable comet, crashing down toward the queen on the chessboard. It all happened in the blink of an eye. Accompanied by a violent tremor and thunderous roar. Queen of the chessboard shattered, silence effect removed. Xian staggered back, fighting off dizziness. Boom! But before he could retreat far, Zheng Shanhe's body flew backward through the swirling debris. Zheng Shanhe landed steadily and looked up ahead. There, the seated king had risen and was now slowly descending from his throne. The king, huh? Zheng Shanhe suddenly smiled. Shanhe. Boom! The majestic pass materialized out of thin air. Cassian stumbled backward repeatedly, his face flushing crimson as he stared at the world's foremost pass suddenly appearing before him. I knew it. The videos from the eastern border had to have Shanhai Pass involved and Brother Shanhe had to be behind it. Zheng Shanhe stood tall and proud, gazing at the king approaching with measured steps. Today, let the spirit of the general personally behead this king. Invoke the spirit of the general to slay the enemy. The city gate swung open, and a figure clad in tattered armor and wielding a long sword emerged, walking slowly. Though blurred in form and outline, the heroic spirit radiating from it was undiminished. Boom! The chessboard king suddenly charged forward. The general spirit stepped forward, blade raised, a piercing blade aura slicing through the air. The chessboard king met the attack with a fist, but before his fist could land, the blade's shadow had already transformed into a crimson rainbow, slashing straight down from his right shoulder. Crack! Crack! One strike shattered the chessboard king's stone form inch by inch, his crown crashing to the ground in pieces. The blade fell. The general's soul spun and leapt onto the ramparts of Shanhai Pass. His long sword transformed into a golden bow. He drew the string, aiming at the last chessboard strategist seated upon the throne, and released an arrow. Defeated chessboard king, chessboard queen, chessboard strategist, EXP plus 1000, fate points plus 2000. Chapter 47? Advancing to Grade A, Lifebound Spirit Artifact. It's finally over. Cassian exhaled a long breath. His combat power was only at level 20 now, so entering the B rank portal was still a bit of a stretch. Acquired B rank boss essence 1-1. Zheng Shanhe tallied his gains. This expedition had added roughly 4,000 fortune points, not bad at all. Most crucially, he had secured the boss essence needed for his A rank advancement. Let's go. Zheng Shanhe waved his hand to stow away the Shanhai Pass, stretching lazily. The stone gate through which they had entered slowly swung open. Cassian, hammer in hand, followed behind him. Brother Shanhe, this is the first time I've ever seen a portal like this. These stone statues and that chessboard king, they're practically straight out of chess. Zheng Shanhe nodded. He too had never seen such unique portal mechanics before. The two gradually walked away. The stone doors of the grand hall stood wide open. In an unnoticed corner, something flickered. From the moment Zheng Shanhe and Cassian entered the portal to their successful exit, less than an hour had passed. The portal would automatically close 10 minutes later if no living presence remained inside. After submitting the clearance confirmation via the portal app, Cassian retrieved a horizontal signboard bearing the inscription, "This portal has been cleared." This was the standard procedure for clearing a portal according to regulations. Driving back to the villa district, Cassian was visibly excited, chattering non-stop about his battle of wits with the stone statue inside the portal. Zheng Shanhe listened, shaking his head and chuckling. Back at their residence, after showering, Zheng Shanhe sat on the bed. Panel. Name, Zheng Shanhe. Talent, Mountain River Craftsman. To advance from B rank to A rank, requires consuming 1 B rank boss essence and 50,000 fate points. Current fortune points, 78,650. The fortune points I gained at the eastern border that day were already substantial. Combined with tonight's haul, it's nearly 80,000 now. Zheng Shanhe immediately waved his hand. Promote talent rating. Whoosh. 50,000 fortune points were instantly deducted. Immediately afterward, he felt a warm, pulsating wave surge through his body. This wave coursed through his entire body, eventually merging slowly with his soul. In an instant, he felt his body undergo a transformation from the inside out. His perception reached new heights. His power grew ever more formidable. And talent rating promotion, spiritual power increase, 35,000, 40,000. Another 5,000. Very good. Zheng Shanhe exhaled deeply. At that moment, the interface popped up again. Talent promotion completed, BA. Reward, 30,000 fortune points. 30,000. After waiting a while longer, Zheng Shanhe frowned. That's it? What about the third stage attack for Shanhe creation? No way. Could it be that the third stage attack requires talent advancement to S rank to unlock? Damn it. Forget it. Fortune points tally. Current fortune points, 28,650. After adding 30,000 from the rank advancement, total, 58,650. Not even 60,000. He fell into deep thought. At this stage, the third mountain river creation, Yellow Crane Tower, required exactly 50,000. Had he not clashed with Chen Jingchuan earlier, he would have summoned the Yellow Crane Tower immediately. But after clashing with Chen Jingchuan and finding himself at a disadvantage, he had second thoughts. Though his power had strengthened after advancing his talent to A rank, he knew it still wasn't enough. Perhaps he was strong enough within the confines of the campus, but in society, there were many awakened individuals like Chen Jingchuan. Therefore, he resolved to spend half of those 50,000 fortune points on upgrading. At the very least, he needed to push his combat strength into the 70 level tier. Level 70 was considered the pinnacle for A rank awakened individuals. Experience panel. Combat level, 68. Experience points, 159,800, 160,000. How many fortune points are required to elevate combat power to level 70? Calculating. Result, requires consumption of 30,200. 30,000, ha. Converting 38,650 fortune points into experience points. Converting. Whoosh. An indescribably scorching warmth surged from his abdomen, radiating throughout his entire body. Once again, his body underwent an extraordinary, comprehensive enhancement. Conversion complete. Combat power level, 70. Fortune points held, 20,000. Zheng Shanhe exhaled comfortably, yet felt a tinge of regret. Other professions gained an additional new class skill every 10 levels. According to the records in the book, below a rank, one could obtain a maximum of 4 new skills. For S rank, there was no limit. His Mountain River Artisan class was exceptionally unique. His combat power level granted him excessive attribute bonuses but served no other purpose. But Zheng Shanhe clenched his right fist and swung it out with a fierce strike. Whoosh! A powerful gust of wind, visible to the naked eye, swept along with his fist, causing the books on the nearby bookshelf to vibrate faintly. In my current state, activating the sovereign mode should allow me to face Chen Jingchuan head-on without issue. The school assembly was in half a month. After that, the international portal would open in a month and a half. Before then, accumulating 30,000 fate points to summon the Yellow Crane Tower should be manageable. That night, no more words were spoken. The next day, Zheng Shanhe entered the classroom. Not a single student dared to meet his gaze. Even Li Haohua and her 3 lackeys kept their heads down. Especially Li Haohua. She had learned yesterday of the punishment Li Guang had received. Her hatred for Zheng Shanhe was now buried deep within her heart, no longer dared to be revealed. Soon, Zhang Zhongwen appeared to take attendance. Learning from Chen Zhang that this man was affiliated with the General Association, Zheng Shanhe felt a pang of surprise. Who would have thought this ordinary teacher was actually a spy affiliated with the General Association? After roll call, Zheng Shanhe received a call from Ku Feiqiu, who asked him to meet her at the campus entrance. Zheng Shanhe arrived as promised, only to discover upon reaching the spot that Ku Feiqiu wasn't alone. Besides her, there were 2 graceful young women and a ruggedly masculine man sporting a full beard. As soon as Ku Feiqiu saw him arrive, she stepped forward and said, "We're heading to an S-class portal, and we're 1 person short. You were the first person I thought of. So, interested?" Zheng Shanhe nodded. "Sure. I've got nothing else to do." Seeing his agreement, Ku Feiqiu's heart leapt with joy. She promptly turned and pointed to the short-haired girl in black casual wear on her left. Zhao Yan, S-rank awakened warrior. The girl named Zhao Yan had delicate features. Blinking her large, curious eyes, she waved at him warmly. "Nice to meet you." Zheng Shanhe returned a polite smile. Ku Feiqiu then pointed to the second girl, fair-skinned and beautiful with long hair. Jiang Ning, S-rank awakened 1, mage type. Jiang Ning shared Ku Feiqiu's personality, equally cold and equally distant. She gave Zheng Shanhe a slight nod, saying nothing. As for the final member, a rugged, bearded man, he seized Zheng Shanhe's hand before Ku Feiqiu could speak, booming with a deep laugh, "I'm Dong Kai. I'm leading this portal team. Looking forward to working with you." Zheng Shanhe gave an awkward chuckle and pulled his hand away. "Now that everyone's here, let's get going." Dong Kai looked at the 3 women. Ku Feiqiu and Jiang Ning nodded silently, saying nothing. Zhao Yao, however, was more lively. She declared cheerfully, "Use mine. I just happened to have a business van today." With that, she tossed the keys to the bushy bearded Dong Kai. "You drive. Then you're listening to my playlist in the car." Dong Kai laughed heartily. "No way. Your playlist is awful. Only mine gets played." Zhao Yan retorted immediately. The 2 bickered as they walked toward the parking lot. Zheng Shanhe watched their retreating figures, lost in thought. He never imagined someone as cold as Ku Feiqiu could have friends like these. This portal might lead us to encounter extremely rare alien species. The rewards could be substantial. Ku Feiqiu murmured softly beside him. "MHM." Just as Zheng Shanhe nodded, a line of text suddenly appeared before his eyes. Hidden achievement unlocked. Fortune bound. Your daily natural absorption of fortune points has reached 40,000. Unlock reward. Forge lifebound spirit weapon. A lifebound weapon capable of altering its form by fusing with the essence of mountains and rivers. Forging requirements. Life essences of 2 S-rank bosses. Life essences of 100 A-rank alien races. 20,000 destiny points. What? Chapter 48? Lifebound spirit weapon. In the car. Zheng Shanhe sat in the back seat, deep in thought. Certain specialized professions don't require deliberate pursuit or crafting of exclusive weapons. For their very nature inherently encompasses a lifebound artifact. So, the Mountain River Artisan is one such profession. Just then, the car's playlist dispute concluded with Zhao Yao's victory. Dong Kai resignedly switched to her playlist. The pulsing electronic rock rhythm made the car windows vibrate faintly. Combined with Zhao Yao's excited singing voice, it interrupted Zheng Shanhe's thoughts. He shook his head inwardly. This music style actually suits Zhao Yao's personality quite well. Right, Dong Kai called out from the driver's seat. This S-class portal is different from the ones we've encountered before. It seems to involve more than just combat, there's a puzzle to solve. Decryption? Zhang Ning looked up at the mention, then turned to Kufushui. MHM. Kufushui nodded. Dong Kai and I scanned the first layer with detectors. The layout is peculiar. She paused before adding, do you know chess? The layout of the first level resembles an enlarged chessboard. At this, Zheng Shanhe's gaze sharpened slightly. Chess? Just last night, he and Kuxian had cleared a similar B-level portal. What do you know? At that moment, Zhang Ning's indifferent voice rang out. Zheng Shanhe looked up to find her staring at him. Such keen perception. He was somewhat surprised he'd only flashed a momentary emotion, yet Zhang Ning had caught it. It wasn't exactly a secret, so Zheng Shanhe recounted his encounter in the B-class portal last night. What a coincidence! Dong Kai exclaimed in astonishment. Though I have heard of some foreigners encountering similar portals. It's not just about brute force, you need intelligence to get through. Ha! Zhao Yao, who had been singing loudly, suddenly chimed in with a mocking tone, no wonder you couldn't handle that portal, turns out you just aren't smart enough. Dong Kai didn't take offense, chuckling instead. Weren't you the bottom of the class dunce back in high school? Let's not talk about each other. Zhao Yan ignored the remark and tilted her head to sing again. Kufushui turned to look at Zheng Shanhe. You should have a solution, right? She was referring to what lay beyond the portal. We'll have to see once we're inside, Zheng Shanhe replied. Zheng Shanhe shook his head. Though he'd been top of his class in high school, textbooks offered little documentation on portals of this specific type. We're here. Dong Kai slammed on the brakes, sending everyone lurching forward. Outside the window lay an abandoned industrial park. Amidst rusted pipes and dilapidated structures, a cyan portal slowly rotated. The group got out. Dong Kai led the way, glancing back at the others as they approached the portal. Same as always, state your profession before we go in. We need to plan our tactics. It seemed quite professional. But this step was clearly tailored for Zheng Shanhe. Not a whisper had leaked about Chen Zheng's appearance in Class 2-2 yesterday. Therefore, in Dong Kai and the others' understanding, Zheng Shanhe was the S-rank who punched Li Yuanba and kicked Meng Lin. Even though his entrance exam rating was only B, being invited by Kufushui made him feel this couldn't be an ordinary B rank. Crazy warrior, I'm definitely charging to the front. Zhao Yan declared first, pointing her thumb at herself with brimming confidence. Archmage. Zhang Ning lifted her fair chin, her words as sparse as ever. Area of effect assassin, Kufushui stated coldly. When it came to Zheng Shanhe, he thought for a moment. I'm a summoner, I guess. After being banned from using summoning skills during last night's game, he could no longer summon Mount Tai or Shanhaiguan Pass, so this class fit. Hearing this, Kufushui showed no reaction, but Dong Kai and the other two were each somewhat surprised. Logically, someone who could stand toe-to-toe with Li Yuanba and defeat Meng Lin should be a warrior class. I'm a fearless tank. No matter what danger you face inside, you can hide behind me. Dong Kai chuckled, patting his chest before his hands flickered, revealing a massive rectangular shield. The shield's design was exaggerated, seemingly forged from steel, its size matching Dong Kai's 185 centimeters height. He gripped the massive shield in his left hand while wielding a black gold battle axe in his right, presenting an intimidating overall appearance. At the same time, Zhao Yan drew her twin blades. Zhang Ning wore two strands of flowing, luminous bracelets on her wrists, each containing magical power. Finally, Kufushui drew her twin blades, the crimson and blue ice flame. Watching them all retrieve items from storage pouches, Zheng Shanhe sighed inwardly. After this is over, I'll have to buy myself a storage pouch too. Let's go. Dong Kai raised his shield in his left hand and strode steadily into the teleportation gate first. The other four followed closely behind. As they passed through the gate, the scene before them instantly shifted from an abandoned industrial park to an immense, boundless space. The portal slowly closed behind them. The five of them stepped onto the floor, composed of black and white tiles, and cautiously advanced. The space was well lit, with walls towering dozens of meters high on all sides. A crystal chandelier hung from the center of the ceiling, radiating brilliant light. Zheng Shanhe surveyed the surroundings. The layout here was indeed similar to last night's. The chessboard-like floor featured massive black and white stone statues. This time, however, the statues were far from simple. Some held longbows, others rode majestic steeds, and still others bore enormous shields. At the farthest point stood a platform elevated by 12 steps. Upon the platform sat 4 gray-white thrones. Judging by their appearance, they were still the king, queen, strategist, and an old woman hunched over and leaning on a walking stick. Scratch! Suddenly, a sound like the ticking of a clock echoed through the air. Immediately, the stone statues throughout the entire space activated one after another. Form a battle plan! Dong Kai shouted the moment he saw this. Zhang Ning, use your magic to control the field. Zhao Yan, lead the assault. Kufushui, you try to take down the 4 statues on the high platform. I'll hold them off at the front. What about me? Zheng Shanhe raised an eyebrow. Dong Kai grinned. You'll step in when the moment demands it. Kufushuet abruptly interrupted, he must take the lead in the assault. Zhao Yan's eyebrow twitched slightly, about to protest with a hint of reluctance. Whoosh! Suddenly, a series of whistling sounds pierced the air, followed by a torrent of arrows raining down upon the group. Jiang Ning's eyes blazed with fire. She raised both hands, and a fiery vortex erupted from her palms like a flaming serpent. The vortex rapidly expanded, enveloping the 5 figures in an instant and swallowing every stone arrow whole. Fight! Fight! Seeing this, Dong Kai wasted no words. Fixing his gaze on the charging stone statue, he raised his iron shield, gripped his massive axe, and charged forward. Woo-hoo! Zhao Yan, her face aglow with excitement, swept forward wielding twin blades. A faint crimson hue flickered through her hair. Go! Kufushuet nodded to Zheng Shanhe before instantly materializing in the distance. Zheng Shanhe's gaze swept toward the high platform, where he saw the Empress raising her arm. Here we go again. Supremacy. Queen of the chessboard alters the rules, silent ban prohibits all spells, summoning arts, and teleportation techniques. In an instant, an invisible ripple enveloped the entire space. Jiang Ning's expression changed drastically. She felt her power abruptly blocked, unable to summon it anymore. Zheng Shanhe felt the fervent energy surging within him, relieved that supremacy remained unaffected by this rule. Chapter 49? Joining forces to break the stalemate. Boom! A massive, muffled explosion reverberated throughout the entire chessboard space. Dust swirled through the air as Dong Kai swung his axe, obliterating all 6 stone statues before him. He then swiftly retreated, shield raised. Zheng Shanhe guarded Jiang Ning, whose power was shielded, swinging his fists to obliterate any approaching stone statues. I've seen bosses and elites that inflict silence on hit. Zhao Yao danced with her twin blades, breaking through the stone statue horde before shouting, but I've never heard of a power that can directly alter the rules of space itself. Shut up! By then, Kufushuet had already charged to the rear with dual blades in hand. With her teleportation skill blocked, she relied solely on her agile movements to close the distance rapidly. But just as she was about to step onto the staircase, the strategist seated to the king's right flickered his fingers. The chessboard strategist is mobilizing the guards. Suddenly, 8 armored knights materialized from thin air on either side of the staircase. What? Kufushuet's pupils contracted slightly as she swiftly raised her twin blades before her. Clang! The knights swung their swords, the immense force colliding with her blades and sending her flying backward. So powerful! Her arms tingled slightly as Kufushuet deftly flipped mid-air, landing steadily on the ground. At that moment, the strategist upon the throne flicked his fingers once more. The chessboard strategist is altering the course of battle. Whoosh! Suddenly, fiery flames erupted from the staircase joints, instantly igniting the black and white tiles into terrifying tongues of fire. Kufushuet saw this and hurriedly stepped back. Zhao Yao, who had been fighting fiercely, also stiffened slightly. Both women moved toward Zheng Shanhe and the others. Quick, come over here. As flames engulfed them from the front, Dong Kai roared. The moment Kufushuet and Zhao Yao retreated, he slammed his massive shield into the ground. Heaven-forged light shield. Suddenly, a layer of blue light unfolded from both sides of Dong Kai's shield, frantically extending outward to form an impenetrable defensive wall. Then, his spiritual energy surged within him, propelling the light barrier skyward. It instantly blocked all the raging flames surging toward them. Well done, old Dong. Zhao Yan watched the flames, mere inches away yet completely blocked, and let out a deep sigh of relief. This first layer was utterly bizarre right from the start, it imposed combat rules she'd never encountered before. Quick, think of a way to break through this stalemate. Dong Kai's hands trembled. Sustaining such a barrier was extremely taxing, and he couldn't hold it for much longer. We must interrupt the queen's silence effect. Jiang Ning frowned, gazing through the sea of flames at the queen seated upon her throne. Zhao Yan slung her twin blades over her shoulders. I could use my skill to carve a path through this sea of flames. Bai Xue, could you dash to the queen's position during the opening? My teleportation is disabled too. I can't do it, Bai Xue shook her head. I'll go. Just then, Zheng Shanhe, who had remained silent, spoke up. Zhao Yan raised an eyebrow slightly, while Jiang Ning also looked at him with a skeptical gaze. Only Bai Xue's eyes held unwavering trust. How? Zheng Shanhe scanned the entire area. Unlike last night, there were no stone pillars here. Furthermore, when Kufushuet had nearly stepped onto the staircase earlier, the chessboard strategist had only summoned a knight to block her path. This further confirmed his suspicion that this chessboard strategist seemed to favor offense over defense. If you need it, I can lend you my shoulder. Dong Kai, clutching his shield tightly, seemed to have guessed Zheng Shanhe's intention. Agreed. Zheng Shanhe nodded immediately. He turned to Kufushuet. The throne area is free of flames. To guard against the chess strategist having a hidden hand, you come with me. They had cultivated deep combat synergy within the Netherhound Lammer portal. Kufushuet was the only choice. Agreed. Kufushuet nodded. I understand what needs to be done. Go ahead without worry, I'll keep up. Zhao Yan shouldered his twin blades. As seasoned S rank awakened with extensive combat experience, sometimes detailed instructions weren't necessary. Ready. Dong Kai's body lowered slightly. Moments later. Let's go. Dong Kai bellowed, thrusting his entire body upward with explosive force. As he rose, Zheng Shanhe seized the moment, planting his feet on Dong Kai's shoulders and launching himself upward. Come on. Dong Kai crouched once more, and then Kafushua leapt into the air using the same technique. Propelled by the high mobility granted by their combat power levels and bolstered by Dong Kai's immense strength, the two figures shot skyward like cannonballs. A gap instantly appeared in the light shield Dong Kai hated. Just as the two launched themselves, Zhao Ya leapt skyward wielding her twin blades. She crossed them into a cross formation, and a blinding light surged along the blade's edges. Devouring flames double slash. Swish. Blood-red blade light erupted, forcibly tearing open a gap through the sea of flames that reached all the way to the throne. Nice move. Zheng Shanhe and Kafushua, one ahead and one behind, sped through the newly opened gap at breakneck speed. Within the throne area, the chessboard strategist seemed utterly unprepared for their fiery breakthrough. Instantly, his fingertips flicked across the board. At that very moment, Zheng Shanhe had already plunged into the throne area like a meteor, hurtling straight toward the chessboard. The chessboard strategist is altering the rules, creating a stasis field. In an instant, ripples began to form in the air of the throne area. Zheng Shanhe's body abruptly halted, every one of his movements slowed to a crawl in that instant. Simultaneously, after the chessboard strategist generated the stasis field, the sea of flames abruptly dissipated. What's happening? Dong Kai retracted his shield, exhaling a long breath. His gaze fixed on the throne area, he froze in shock. Damn it, this chessboard strategist sure has a lot of tricks up his sleeve. Zhao Yan immediately charged forward with his blade raised. But at that very moment, Kafushua, who had been following closely behind Zheng Shanhe, shot forward. Just as Kafushua was about to touch the stasis field. Ha! Zheng Shanhe, suspended mid-air, let out a furious roar. Instantly, he stirred the Tai Shan within his body with his soul, unleashing a shockwave that shook the heavens. Boom! Suddenly, the stasis field shattered in an instant. Whoosh! Yet, in that very instant, Kafushua swept past, her twin blades held firmly before her. She shouted. Sharp thrust ascend the azure clouds. A flash of azure light erupted. The statue of the Empress, its right arm raised high in the silent banishment pose, was decapitated with a thunderous crash. The terrifying force even pierced through the gray-white throne it leaned against. Checkmate queen defeated. Silence seal deactivated. Kabushua landed on the ground, but before she could celebrate, Zheng Shanhe's shout rang out, "Watch out!" Boom! A stone arm, pulsing with boundless power, loomed mere inches away. The sheer force of the wind generated by that arm alone made Kafushua's skin sting. If struck, the consequences would be unimaginable. Boom! A thunderous thud echoed. Kafushua's eyes widened in shock as she saw Zheng Shanhe arrive at the last possible moment. With his slender frame, he had braced himself and absorbed the full force of the blow. You! Kafushua's eyes flashed. Before she could speak, Zheng Shanhe grabbed her and leapt down the steps. Having navigated a similar portal the night before, he knew all too well that defeating the queen wasn't the end. Especially this time, with a stooped old woman wielding a cane. This S-ranked chessboard wouldn't be so straightforward. Zheng Shanhe and Kafushua retreated back to Dong Kai and the others. Dong Kai slapped him on the shoulder. "You're a real man." His actions earned Dong Kai's approval. "So, does that mean we have to defeat every stone statue on the throne to complete this first layer?" Zhao Yan held his twin blades horizontally, his eyes blazing with battle intent. At that moment, the chessboard king slowly rose to his feet. Step by step, he descended the staircase. The chessboard strategist is gathering troops. Suddenly, the moment the king stepped onto the chessboard, stone statues began to materialize around him once more. And this time, under the gaze of Zheng Shanhe and his four companions, the hunchbacked old woman upon the throne who had never once stirred moved. The chessboard sorcerer is imbuing the king and soldiers with magical power. Chapter 50, Joining Forces in Battle. Cough. Zheng Shanhe suddenly covered his mouth and coughed twice. A streak of crimson stained his palm. Are you okay? Kafushua, ever observant, had been monitoring his condition. Seeing this, her expression immediately changed. She pulled a pill from her storage pouch and handed it to him. After all, it was a boss from an S-rank portal. Taking that hit head-on was enough to leave even Zheng Shanhe, in his peak state, feeling the strain. After swallowing the pill Kafushua offered without a second thought, he waved his hand dismissively. "I'm fine." Holy crap! At that moment, Dong Kai let out an exclamation. Zheng Shanhe looked up to see the chessboard king and soldier statues erupting in raging flames. That hunched old woman, she's actually a witch. Zhao Yan's expression grew grave. Who would have thought she could enchant these stone statues? Roar! Suddenly, With a furious roar, the burning statues surrounding the king surged forward. Those flaming statues mounted on galloping steeds left blinding trails of sparks as their hooves trampled the chessboard. "Damn it, take them down!" Dong Kai cursed, charging forward with his great shield raised and a massive axe in hand. Ah! Just as he was about to collide with the flaming stone statue, he hurled his axe sideways. Then, he raised his right arm high and slammed his fist against the inner surface of the shield. Shield shock! Kaboom! The instant his fist struck the shield, it unleashed an incredibly violent shockwave. The shockwave swept out, instantly shattering the nearby cluster of burning stone statues into dust. Mountain collapse, earth rift. Zhao Yao's hair had turned entirely blood red. Her face twisted with bloodlust as she raised her twin blades high and leapt fiercely into the cluster of stone statues. Boom! The ground shook violently. A crimson light erupted from where Zhao Yao landed, sweeping out in all directions. An endless torrent of blood energy spilled forth, instantly reducing the burning stone statues to ash. Impressive! Zheng Shanhe nodded silently. Without further delay, he activated his supreme sovereign aura, charging toward the final king on the chessboard like an immovable mountain. One condition for unlocking his lifebound artifact required the essence of 2S rank bosses, meaning the bosses had to die by his hand. Ice Storm. As he charged toward the chessboard king, an icy blue magic array suddenly coalesced above the ceiling. Immediately, vast swaths of ice and snow, imbued with terrifying magical power, began to fall. The moment this ice and snow touched the burning statues, it instantly froze them solid. Even the chessboard king was affected by this blizzard, his movements slowing considerably. The chessboard wizard casts a freeze-immune shield upon the chessboard king. However, the wizard upon the throne immediately countered. His staff emitted a brilliant light, and instantly, the king was no longer affected by the ice and snow. The chessboard strategist is generating archer soldiers. Whoosh! A torrent of arrows once again filled the sky. As the archmage, Jiang Ning maintained the ice spell array with her left hand while her right hand began to wield a raging storm, creating a turbulent wind wall that deflected every arrow in the sky. Those two on the throne are major threats, they must be dealt with first. Jiang Ning declared. Leave them to me. Konfushue, dual blades in hand, flashed repeatedly toward the throne. Boom! Meanwhile, Zheng Shanhe was locked in a fierce battle of strength with the chessboard king. He activated the power of the Soul Sovereign, and in the clash with this king, he held his own. Truly an S-rank boss, incredibly powerful. Zheng Shanhe smiled. But this is where it ends. I shall stand atop the highest peak. Consuming 2,000 spirit power points, he channeled the verse into a surge of power. His right fist condensed golden talismans as he slammed it toward the king on the chessboard. This chessboard king possessed no special abilities, merely capable of ordinary punches and kicks. Facing Zheng Shanhe's fist, it chose to meet the attack head-on. Crash! But empowered by the verse's might, he stood no chance against Zheng Shanhe's strike. His entire arm shattered instantly from the blow. Stone fragments flew everywhere. Not far away, Dong Kai watched the scene unfold, his expression tightening slightly. He had long known Zheng Shanhe possessed formidable strength, and today's display proved him truly extraordinary. The chessboard king, his right arm severed, retreated swiftly. At the same moment, Konfushue approached the throne area. She pivoted her blade forward, stepped onto the staircase, and thrust off with her toes. Her entire body shot forward like an arrow, aiming straight for the chessboard strategist. But just as she was about to strike, the strategist, who had remained expressionless throughout, suddenly cracked a sinister smile at the corners of his mouth. What? Konfushue's pupils contracted as she halted her momentum with unparalleled decisiveness, retreating backward. Boom! The instant she retreated, a violent cloud of dust erupted before the chessboard strategist. Cracks began to form in the staircase and the throne. Every stone statue in the hall, still locked in battle moments before, collapsed entirely, dissolving into shifting sands and vanishing. Even the chessboard king, shattered by Zheng Shanhe's fist, vanished into thin air. Endgame strategist, combat power, 85, rating, S. Boss information finally appeared. As the dust settled, the strategist who had remained seated all along rose to his feet. He bared his teeth, grinning eerily. Simultaneously, waves of energy rippled from the hunchbacked old woman beside him. Endgame sorceress, combat power, 80, rating, S. A sharp gleam shot from the hunchbacked old woman's eyes, and an ominous aura instantly enveloped the entire chessboard space. What the hell? The boss shows up now? Dong Kai gasped, shield raised. Whoosh! Suddenly, Zhao Yao, closest to Dong Kai, felt only a light breeze brush past her face. Boom! Then, a deafening explosion erupted. Dong Kai was sent flying backward, crashing violently into the wall. Go! Dong Kai's agonized retching echoed through the room. Zhao Yao's expression turned pale. Old Dong, you. Before she could finish, a dark shadow charged straight toward them. Persistent taunt. Dong Kai's furious roar echoed throughout the entire space. The fist, mere inches from her face, abruptly halted. Cold sweat poured down Zhao Yao's forehead. Before her stood the strategist who had been in the throne area just a second ago. Now, provoked by Dong Kai's taunt, the strategist charged toward him once more. It's a wizard. The wizard is buffing the strategist. As a mage, Jiang Ning instantly discerned the situation. Raising both hands, boundless magic surged forth. Pillar of the blazing sun. Whoosh! A rift suddenly tore open in space, seemingly connected to the sun itself. An intensely scorching radiance spilled forth from the fissure, crashing directly toward the strategist. The sudden assault sent the strategist stumbling backward, collapsing to one knee. Seeing this, Dong Kai, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, breathed a sigh of relief. Zheng Shanhe seized the opening, already charging toward the witch seated upon the throne. Kofushue, sharing his intent, leapt forward with twin blades in hand. She beat Zheng Shanhe to the witch, determined to strangle her to death. Pain link. Unexpectedly, the witch extended a finger from afar, pointing it at Zheng Shanhe as he charged forward. The damage inflicted upon me will be fully returned to him. A sinister laugh echoed from the witch's mouth. Hearing this, Kofushue's pupils contracted. The blade that was about to strike the witch was forcibly deflected as she gritted her teeth. Kofushue froze in place, but the witch suddenly raised her right hand, death curse. A surge of malevolent power instantly coalesced from her palm toward Kofushue. But at that very moment, Zheng Shanhe crashed into the scene. His right fist, imbued with the illusory form of Mount Tai, struck without hesitation, aiming directly for the witch's head. Crash! Violent shockwaves erupted. The witch's body shattered inch by inch from her head down. Zheng Shanhe, whose pain was linked to hers, felt as though his own head had been struck by a 1,000-ton force, sending him tumbling backward onto the ground. Fortunately, this level of pain remained within his tolerance. Zheng Shanhe. Kofushue, standing nearby, was terrified. She rushed forward, grabbed him, and scanned his body anxiously. Zheng Shanhe staggered to his feet. Don't be so foolish next time, you just wasted a chance to kill the boss. Without pausing, he charged straight toward the strategist being held down by Dong Kai and his two companions. Kofushue froze in place, staring blankly at his retreating figure, falling silent. In the past, within the portal, she had never cared about others' feelings. She never hesitated for anyone. Now, what had come over her? Meanwhile, Jiang Ning's blazing radiance persisted. The strategist was pressed down by this force, unable to straighten his body. Zhao Yan's twin blades glowed crimson as she crossed them before her chest, an intensely dangerous aura surging from her body. Wait! Let me handle this! Just as she was about to strike, Zheng Shanhe closed the infinite distance in a thunderous burst. He paid no heed to Jiang Ning's magical pillar of light. His fists gathered the colossal might of Mount Tai, and with every ounce of strength, he slammed them into the strategist's head. Crash! As fragments of rock rained down, Zheng Shanhe lay exhausted on the ground, exhaling a sigh of relief, just in time. Lifebound Spirit Weapon Forging Materials, S-Rank Boss Essence 2-2, a rank Alien Life Essence 0-100. Damn it, don't these rank stone golem minions count as alien races? Chapter 51? Here. Dong Kai slung his massive shield onto his back, freeing his left hand to reach for Zheng Shanhe on the ground. After pulling him up, Dong Kai smiled. No wonder Bushue was so confident in inviting you. You really are strong. Beside them, Zhao Yan and Jiang Ning both nodded in agreement. Jiang Ning, especially when the chess queen unleashed silence, Zheng Shanhe had immediately broken the spell for her and kept her protected until Dong Kai arrived. Add to that his composure and quick thinking during combat. The seemingly ordinary B-rank rookie was anything but ordinary. Defeated endgame strategist, experience plus 3,000. Defeated endgame sorceress, experience plus 1,000. Come to think of it, those destroyed stone statues didn't even drop any EXP. Does this first floor only reward the boss? What a ripoff! Zhao Yan muttered under his breath as he stared at the loot screen popping up before him. Compared to them, Zheng Shanhe had gained 8,000 fortune points. Fortune points always equal double the EXP gained. Let's go. Next floor. After a brief rest, Dong Kai raised his shield and headed toward the throne area. The 4 gray-white thrones had shifted to the sides, revealing a quartz staircase leading downward. This was the proper entrance to the next level in a standard S-class portal. Zheng Shanhe silently compared this to the S-class portal he and Kofushue had entered before, gaining a new understanding. The descending staircase was devoid of light, so Jiang Ning raised her hand, emitting a holy glow to illuminate the path. About 10 minutes later, they finally reached the second level. A damp, stifling, earthy-smelling primeval forest. Unlike the enclosed chessboard of the first layer, this second layer not only had wind but also a blazing sun hanging overhead. Great! My least favorite terrain. Zhao Yan exhaled, thrusting his twin blades into the ground as he turned to Dong Kai. Time to strategize, handsome. Look over there. Dong Kai peered through the branches and pointed toward the distant horizon. There, a beam of sky-piercing blue light shone. Based on past experience, that's where the boss is. Dong Kai continued, usually, we split into 2 squads, each taking a path to converge at the boss chamber. But this time, his meaning was unspoken. Zheng Shanhe immediately declared, I'll go solo. That's not what I meant, Dong Kai hurriedly clarified. Usually it's Zhao Yao and Fu Shui, and me with Jiang Ning. I was asking which pair you'd prefer to join. It's fine, Zheng Shanhe shook his head. Just stick with the routine you're most comfortable with. Don't worry about me. He was eager to forge this so-called life-bound artifact. He already possessed the boss's spirit essence, but still needed the spirit essences of 100 A-rank minor monsters. A-rank minions were everywhere in the S-rank portals, so going solo would be more efficient. Alright then. We'll meet in front of the boss room. Zheng Shanhe saw no reason to delay. He gave Fu Shue among the four a subtle nod before darting into a thicket, plunging deeper into the primeval forest. Fu Shue, is he okay? Zhao Yan hesitated. Fu Shue shook her head. If anyone among us could solo an S-class portal, it's him. Hearing this, Zhao Yan narrowed her eyes, a spark of curiosity rising in her heart toward Zheng Shanhe. If you speak so highly of him, I'm genuinely curious to see what his summon creature is. Dong Kai chuckled, but on the first layer just now, it seemed like he hadn't used his summon creature yet, right? Jiang Ning nodded in agreement. Fu Shue chuckled inwardly. I'm afraid you'll be scared silly when you see his summon creature. Be careful. We'll meet up before the boss room. Dong Kai regained his seriousness, shield raised and axe in hand, as he and Jiang Ning marched straight through the forest ahead, pushing deeper into the woods. The five split into 3 squads, each heading deep into a different direction of the forest. At that moment, Zheng Shanhe, who had departed first, had just crossed a stream when he was ambushed by a giant python concealed within a tree trunk. Activating his sovereign state, he reacted with lightning speed, pulverizing the serpent into a blood mist with a single punch. Defeated Forest Python, EXP plus 100, Fortune Points plus 200. Grade A Alien Essence, 100. Very good. Zheng Shanhe clenched his fists. Through his senses, he faintly detected signs of numerous creatures ahead. As he pushed through dense undergrowth, before he could even assess the situation, a blade slashed through the air above his head. Zheng Shanhe dodged by jerking his head to the side, then erupted with a sudden burst of force, kicking the figure concealed in the thicket backward. Amidst the thunderous footsteps, Zheng Shanhe finally got a clear look at the creature that had ambushed him. It possessed the robust physique of a man, yet its lower half was that of a dark brown horse. A centaur. Zheng Shanhe froze, then a cold glint flashed in his eyes as he spun and unleashed a punch. Boom! The other centaur lurking in the shadows, attempting to ambush him, was instantly obliterated. As a cloud of blood exploded, thick hemp ropes shot out from the surrounding forest, snapping precisely around his body and tightening. Zheng Shanhe sneered inwardly, grasping all the ropes with both hands and yanking them with all his might. Instantly, cries of alarm erupted from all directions. Amidst the chaos, one by one, the attackers were yanked to the ground. 1, 2, 3, 9. Perfect timing. Whoosh! A dull thud and terrified screams echoed through the forest. Moments later. Just as Zheng Shanhe wiped the blood from his knuckles, the mud beneath his feet suddenly caved in. With lightning reflexes, he twisted mid-air and grabbed the edge of the collapse. Pulling himself up with all his strength, he saw dozens of dark green vines surge from the caved-in spot, coiling toward him like a swarm of snakes. Plant-type alien species? Golden light erupted from his entire body. Holding Mount Tai aloft in his right hand, he slammed it downwards with thunderous force. Crash! Terrifying shockwaves erupted. Accompanied by a piercing shriek, the vines instantly withered. Defeated, corrupted venomous vine. Experience plus 150, Fortune Points plus 300. Zheng Shanhe crushed the withered vines underfoot, noticing the blood seeping from the slain centaurs into the ground. A sudden, ominous foreboding gripped him. Zheng Shanhe immediately pivoted on his toes and retreated. Boom! The very moment he retreated, the ground beneath his feet cracked open like a spiderweb. Instantly, a pitch-black, razor-sharp spear erupted from the earth. Amidst flying dirt, Zheng Shanhe saw a centaur covered in eerie green runes. This centaur was hideously grotesque, its face adorned with 4 slender, ghostly eyes, muttering incomprehensible words. An elite monster? Zheng Shanhe charged forward with clenched fists. Just as he neared, the runes on the centaur's body emitted a blinding light. Seeing this, he immediately ducked to avoid the attack. Whoosh! A searing beam of light streaked past his head toward the rear, instantly toppling several large trees. Simultaneously, Zheng Shanhe seized the opportunity to close in, swinging the Taishan hammer down with all his might. Crash! The earth-shattering roar echoed throughout the entire second level. The centaur dissolved into a mist of blood. Zheng Shanhe looked up to see a burst of magical light exploding in the sky far above him. The light coalesced into 4 characters. Requesting reinforcements. Chapter 52? Forging the life-bound spirit weapon. Boom! A searing fireball exploded amidst the beast horde. It's been nearly 10 minutes, why aren't they here yet? Dong Kai stood back to back with Jiang Ning, wielding a massive shield and axe. Surrounding them was an endless sea of monstrous beasts. Centaurs, werewolves, venomous serpents, and even eerie vines. Ah! At that moment, Jiang Ning suddenly let out a startled cry. Immediately, she stumbled backward, her ankles ensnared by several vines that began dragging her toward the swirling tide of beasts. Jiang Ning! Seeing this, Dong Kai immediately hurled his massive axe, severing the vines with pinpoint accuracy. Arctic Blast. Jiang Ning scrambled to her feet, magic surging from both hands as she slammed them down onto the ground. Whoosh! Light patterns spread out, instantly freezing every beast within a 3-meter radius. Immediately after, a fiery light flashed in Jiang Ning's eyes as 2 magical arrays coalesced in her palms. Thermal extraction. The moment she activated the arrays, Dong Kai slammed his massive shield into the ground, bellowing, absolute defense. Instantly, a circular light barrier materialized, enveloping both him and Jiang Ning. Then, as the thermal extraction formation activated, the frozen beasts within the 3-meter radius exploded violently under the extreme cold and heat. A terrifying shockwave rippled outward, colliding with the shield and forcing a muffled groan from Dong Kai's throat. Fortunately, the explosion did not last long. When the air finally settled, Dong Kai retracted the shield. The surrounding area was shrouded in post-explosion smoke, visibility extremely low. Wind. Jiang Ning, leaning against his back, managed to say with difficulty. Whoosh. As the smoke was blown away by a gust of wind, Dong Kai's expression changed slightly. All around, the tide of beasts remained. Over here! Jiang Ning suddenly shouted. Dong Kai spun around instantly, thrusting his massive shield in front of her. Clang! A tremendous impact reverberated as a drooling, ferocious werewolf leapt over the shield, snarling at the pair. Fire beam! Jiang Ning unleashed a burst of flames from her palm, striking the werewolf squarely across the face. It fell backward, howling in agony. My spiritual energy is nearly depleted. Jiang Ning's face turned deathly pale. Me too. Dong Kai gave a bitter smile. That centaur covered in runes again. At that moment, he spotted a centaur amidst the advancing tide of beasts. It wielded a totem staff and was covered in purple runes. A powerful surge of magic erupted from the staff in its grasp. Absolute defense. Dong Kai gritted his teeth as the light shield materialized once more. Crash! The magical beam slammed into the shield, shattering it instantly. At that very moment, a blinding golden light suddenly descended from the heavens. Ha! Accompanied by a deep, powerful shout, Zheng Shanhe descended from the sky, carrying a surge of air with him. His right fist, shrouded in the illusory shadow of a mountain, slammed heavily into the ground. Boom! Earth-shattering shockwaves erupted, visible rings of vibration exploding outward, pulverizing the surrounding beasts into dust. Grade A Alien Essence, 73-100. Sorry, ran into a little trouble on the way. Zheng Shanhe flicked his wrist, his back turned to the 2 stunned figures. Within a 10-meter radius ahead, the beasts had been obliterated, leaving a fan-shaped vacuum zone. The muddy ground was littered with the remains and blood of the beasts. What astonishing destructive power! Dong Kai and Jiang Ning exchanged glances, both seeing shock in each other's eyes. Even knowing Zheng Shanhe's strength rivaled that of an S-class, they never imagined his combat prowess could reach such heights. What was his combat rating? At that moment, the centaur priest wielding the totem staff let out a furious snarl. More beasts surged from the shadows, charging toward the trio in a deadly assault. Can you hold out? Zheng Shanhe retreated to stand beside them. Dong Kai shook his head. We stumbled into a place teeming with beasts. To fight our way out, we've exhausted all our spiritual energy recovery potions. Jiang Ning silently shook her head as well. I understand. Zheng Shanhe stared at the swarm of beasts charging toward them, closing in for the kill. He swung his fist to meet them. Each strike of his fist unleashed violent shockwaves that reverberated through the horde, carrying the force of a tidal wave. Dong Kai's pupils contracted at the sight. With his spiritual energy depleted, he could only struggle to hold back the waves of beasts closing in from all sides. Jiang Ning's hands billowed with magical mist, yet she remained unable to unleash any effective power. Are we too late? At that very moment, a crimson blade of light erupted from the depths of the forest. Zhao Yu's hair stood on end, blood red, his eyes gleaming with a bloodthirsty glint as he wildly swung his twin blades. Death whirlwind! Kefushue's shrill cry rang out. Swish! Amidst the beast tide farther from Zheng Shanhe and his companions, a flash of crimson and azure light erupted. As blood mist sprayed across the sky, another swath of beasts was cleansed away. Prioritize killing that tattooed centaur. Dong Kai, relieved to see the 2 women arrive, pointed at the centaur priest at the rear of the horde and shouted. Kefushue gripped her twin blades tightly, her eyes flashing with determination. Blink! Her form vanished in an instant, reappearing before the centaur priest. Shadow stab. Blood spattered as Kefushue's twin blades pierced the centaur priest's neck, cleanly severing his head. This centaur priest seemed to be a super elite monster, second only to a boss-level foe. With his death, the beast horde lost all will to fight and began scattering in all directions. At that moment, Zheng Shanhe, who still needed the last 2 alien essences, immediately leapt forward. Before the horde could fully disperse, he secured the final 2 A-grade essences. Jiang Ning's legs buckled, and she collapsed to the ground. She was nearing her limit. Dong Kai let out a long sigh, thrusting his shield and great axe into the ground before plopping down. Damn it, I'm exhausted. You two always have such rotten luck. Every time we enter a portal, you're the ones who end up facing the worst beast swarms and dangers. Zhao Yao watched them with a hint of schadenfreude. Good thing we always show up just in time. Cut it out. Dong Kai waved his hand. This time it wasn't thanks to you, you know? If Zheng Shanhe hadn't been the first to arrive, you'd be burying me in Jiangning. He shot Zheng Shanhe a grateful glance. Zheng Shanhe shook his head, turned his back to the group, and silently murmured, "Panel. Name, Zheng Shanhe. Combat power level, 70. Experience points, 209,200 220,000. Talent rating, A to advance to S rank requires consuming 01A rank boss essence and 80,000 fate points. Pending creation, Yellow Crane Tower. Summoning cost, 60,000 fate points. Current fortune points, 34,000. After reaching level 70, the maximum EXP required for leveling up increases exponentially. Without converting fortune points, leveling up would likely take an extremely long time. Fortunately, acquiring fortune points isn't too difficult. Each S-tier portal, excluding the first layer's special circumstances, typically yields around 10,000 to 20,000 fortune points per layer. After a moment's consideration, Zheng Shanhe made his decision. The immediate priority remains forging this so-called life-bound spirit artifact to see what it truly is. Crafting requirements, 2S rank boss essences 2 100 A rank alien essences 100 20,000 fortune points. Casting requirements met. Craft. The words fell. Zheng Shanhe felt boundless fortune gathering in his abdomen, slowly spreading deep into his soul. Accompanied by a peculiar sensation taking root, a prompt box pulsing with azure light appeared before his eyes. Forging complete. Your life-bound spirit artifact is now bound to your soul. The power of the life-bound spirit artifact grows stronger with increasing combat strength. He focused his mind. Within his body, a golden orb of fortune now floated near his heart, emitting a gentle glow. The life-bound spirit artifact can fuse with the essence of mountains and rivers, altering its form to become a weapon imbued with the power of the land. Fusion with Mount Tai transforms into the Mount Tai celestial ruler, consuming 10 spirit power per second. Fusing with the Shanhaiguan Pass, it can become the sky-splitting cloud-climbing bow, consuming 1,000 spirit power per draw. This is the life-bound artifact of a mountain river craftsman. Zheng Shanhe's pupils flickered slightly. Chapter 53, The Daizong Heaven Measuring Ruler. Just as Zheng Shanhe was about to examine his life-bound artifact closely, Dong Kai suddenly spoke in a solemn tone. Next, we have two choices. Zheng Shanhe looked up to see everyone had already gathered. He temporarily set aside thoughts of his life-bound artifact and hurried forward. Jiangning and I found a hidden entrance not far ahead in a wooded area. Dong Kai's expression was grave. It should lead to a hidden boss room. We're incredibly lucky. Zhao Yan exclaimed excitedly. What are we waiting for? Hearing this, Zheng Shanhe fell deep in thought. According to textbook records, within an S-rank portal, discovering a hidden boss room meant defeating it would unlock a special entrance to the next level. Simply put, it skips the tedious process of clearing minor enemies, allowing direct access to the next level's boss room. However, this special entrance came with a catch. All subsequent bosses would be hidden tier, at least one tier stronger than regular gatekeepers. Choosing to enter unprepared would guarantee disaster. Let's vote. Minority follows majority. As the team leader, Dong Kai raised his hand first and stated, I vote to enter the hidden boss room. The reason is simple, hidden bosses have an extremely high chance of dropping materials for crafting equipment. Plus, the experience from one hidden boss is equivalent to defeating a regular boss plus a whole bunch of minions. He scanned the group, his gaze lingering briefly on Zheng Shanhe before shifting away. I trust our team's strength, we can absolutely take it down. Put. Zhao Yao grinned, dual blades slung over his shoulder. What kind of leader votes like that? But since we're on the same page, I'm also going for the hidden room. Jiang Ning silently raised her hand then lowered it, tacitly agreeing with their decision. At that moment, Kofushue turned her head to look at Zheng Shanhe. Whatever he did, she would follow suit. Dong Kai and the other two also fixed their gaze on Zheng Shanhe. Dong Kai especially, though he claimed the minority would follow the majority, if Zheng Shanhe didn't plan to enter the hidden room, he'd undoubtedly defer to him. After all, after witnessing 2 rounds of combat, it was crystal clear to him who the strongest member of this squad was. This B-rank newcomer. I agree too. After a moment of silence, Zheng Shanhe spoke. It was the perfect opportunity to test the power of his life-bound artifact against the hidden boss. That was just how he was once he gained new power, he couldn't wait to test it. Seeing his stance, Kofushue nodded in agreement. With that, Dong Kai breathed a sigh of relief, then raised his massive shield and laughed, let's go then. The entrance to the hidden boss's chamber lay at the core of 3 massive tree trunks. After leaping down, they found themselves in a vast subterranean cavern. Irregular rock walls lined the surroundings, embedded with torches. At the farthest depths lay a massive wall woven from countless mottled vines. At the very bottom of this wall, a narrow gap opened just wide enough for 2 people to pass side by side. That's another entrance. Dong Kai pointed to a dark opening on the left. When Jiang Ning and I jumped down, this place was swarming with beasts. That's how we broke through. Even now, recounting it, he still felt a chill of fear. As the group approached the base of the vine wall, the air thickened with the pungent scent of green vines. This hidden boss, it can't be a tree spirit, can it? Zhao Yan led the way, blade slung over his shoulder, living up to his role as the main attacker. Once they all passed through the vine wall and entered the inner space, the scent of green vines grew even stronger. The ground within was uneven, covered in pitted gravel. Light was dim, but faintly visible at the center was a massive dark silhouette. As they surveyed their surroundings, the giant vine wall behind them slowly closed, sealing off the entrance. Whoosh! As a faint yellow glow lit up overhead, pale yellow points of light soon illuminated the surrounding walls, bathing the entire space in soft illumination. Only then could they discern the interior of a vast plant cultivation chamber. The glowing lights emanated from various green plants scattered throughout the area. And at the very center, a colossal tree ant knelt. This tree ant was remarkably lifelike. Its limbs, torso, and even the contours of its head and facial features were clearly discernible. As the greenery illuminated the entire chamber, the kneeling tree ant abruptly rose to its feet. The sound of countless withered leaves being crushed echoed through the air. Immediately afterward, a branch glowing with a faint yellow light extended from the tree's shoulder. The next second. Whoosh! A beam of light, nearly impossible to dodge, erupted from the branch and shot straight toward Jiang Ning among the five. Get out of the way! Dong Kai, standing closest to her, shoved her aside. The beam struck its mark, piercing Dong Kai's left shoulder. Old Dong! Zhao Yan rushed forward, but Dong Kai waved her off as the wound healed in an instant. This was his class ability. Any non-fatal wound could be healed. Hidden boss, fused tree spirit, combat power level 85, rating S. Its weakness is fire. Jiang Ning, attack it with fire magic. Zheng Shanhe charged forward. He'd read about this tree spirit in books. It wasn't particularly troublesome. But to deliver a fatal blow, they first had to use fire to strip away its hard outer shell and expose its head. Jiang Ning hesitated not a moment. Violent fire elements surged from her hands. Blazing storm. Hum. A crimson magic array opened high in the sky, pouring endless fireballs down toward the tree spirit. The fireball struck its shell, igniting instantly upon contact. Arg! The tree spirit let out a roar, spreading its arms wide. A faint green glow suddenly flared at its left heart. Dong Kai, it's going to attack Jiang Ning. Use your light shield to block it. This is a barrage attack. Seeing its movement, Zheng Shanhe immediately shouted. Then, he directed Zhao Yan and Kufushui, you two target its left knee. That's where its armor is weakest. Right leg is mine. Whoosh! As the words fell, terrifying beams of light erupted in clusters from the tree spirit's heart, transforming into an endless barrage of bullets. Just as Zheng Shanhe had warned, they hurtled toward Jiang Ning. Absolute defense. Seeing this, Dong Kai wasted no time, slamming his shield onto the ground to erect a protective barrier of light. Whoosh! As the endless barrage of beams struck the shield, they detonated into countless miniature explosive seeds, sending plumes of green smoke billowing from the ground where they landed. Meanwhile, Zhao Yan and Kufushui had already charged to the tree spirit's left leg. Devouring flames double slash. Sharp thrust ascending azure cloud. Both women unleashed their most powerful defense-piercing techniques simultaneously, striking the left knee with all their might. Zheng Shanhe, wielding Mount Tai, slammed it down with brutal force onto the tree spirit's right knee. Boom! Two nearly simultaneous booms echoed as the tree spirit's knees exploded, sending its entire body crashing backward. Hidden behind Dong Kaiguang's shield, Jiang Ning clenched her fists, eyes closed as she rapidly chanted an incantation. The moment the tree spirit hit the ground, her eyes snapped open. The crimson formation high above suddenly began to spin. Descend, God-slaying blaze. Whoosh! A terrifying wave of heat erupted from the formation, shattering the tree spirit's hard outer shell completely. Exposed at the position of its head was a crimson crystal, its weak point. Back up! Damaging its head will trigger a violent explosive shockwave. Zheng Shanhe bellowed, causing Kufushui and Zhao Yao to halt in their tracks. Then you. Just as Zhao Yan opened her mouth to speak, Kufushui grabbed her arm and pulled her toward Dong Kai. Watching the two women retreat, Zheng Shanhe abruptly raised his right hand. Whoosh! The light throughout the entire space suddenly twisted and collapsed. An indescribable, terrifying force gathered within him at that moment. A massive blue ruler, radiating golden holy light and as resilient as a mountain, slowly solidified in his palm. The Mount Tai Heaven Scaling Ruler. As he grasped this colossal ruler forged from his life-bound artifact fused with Mount Tai, a towering, righteous aura surged skyward. Zheng Shanhe's toes touched the ground as he leapt into the air. The Mount Tai celestial ruler, bearing the illusory form of Mount Tai, crashed down toward the tree spirit's head. Before the blade's edge even reached its target, the overwhelming pressure alone shattered the tree spirit's crystalline core into countless cracks. The instant the colossal ruler touched the crimson crystal, the light in the entire space seemed to dim for a fleeting moment. Destroy! Zheng Shanhe gripped the massive ruler with both hands, heaving with all his might. Destroy! Boom! The tree spirit's crystalline core shattered into dust beneath the righteous energy and the blade's edge. The surging shockwave erupted violently. Zheng Shanhe held the Mount Tai eternal sky ruler before him, summoning the illusory form of Mount Tai to absorb every ripple of the explosion. Yet the residual force still hurled him backward. As the ground trembled, Zheng Shanhe violently thrust the massive ruler into the earth to halt his momentum. In the distance, the tree spirits remains dissolved into scattered points of glowing light, vanishing into the vastness of heaven and earth. Chapter 54? Getting into the groove, taking down bosses one after another. Defeated hidden boss, tree spirit of fusion. Experience plus 5,000, fortune points plus 10,000. Powerful. The shockwave from the tree spirit's explosion washed over Dong Kai's absolute defense. Through the light screen, the four witnessed Zheng Shanhe's entire process of slaying the boss. Kofushua stared at the giant ruler in Zheng Shanhe's hand, deep in thought. Only after the shockwaves dissipated did Dong Kai retract his light shield. With him at the school tournament, victory is practically guaranteed. Zhao Yan nodded in agreement. Having witnessed his performance throughout the journey, Zheng Shanhe was undeniably powerful, far beyond expectations. Zhang Ning nodded silently, her way of showing agreement. Listening to the trio's unreserved praise for Zheng Shanhe, a faint curve lifted at the corners of Kofushua's mouth. Hearing others praise her might not have brought her such joy. It was a peculiar psychological phenomenon. With the boss's demise, the luminous vegetation in this space gradually withered. Zhang Ning raised her hand to activate her light. Seeing the vegetation behind them wither away, the group discovered a passageway. Beyond it lay the path to the next level. Zheng Shanhe approached. Dong Kai lowered his shield, clenched his fist, and extended it. It's an honor to team up with you. Likewise. Zheng Shanhe lightly bumped fists with him. The five did not rush to descend to the next level, choosing instead to rest and recuperate on the spot. Have you heard? Dong Kai sat on the ground, took a sip of water, and said, Zhong Xian is leading the Holy Heaven Academy delegation to the school assembly this time. Zhong Xian? Zhao Yan mumbled with his mouth full of bread. The one nicknamed the Berserker tank? I heard this Zhong Xian is a rare SS rank tank type awakened. If he's leading their team, this school tournament is going to be tough. Zhao Yan pondered for a moment. At least Bai Shue won't be able to handle him. Though both SS rank, an assassin and a tank rarely engage in direct 1v1 combat. Looks like we'll have to hand Zhong Xian over to Zheng Shanhe then. Dong Kai chuckled. Zheng Shanhe looked puzzled. What are the rules for the school tournament? Is it a free-for-all where the four colleges and our Fomlin College send people to PK? Of course not. There are both individual and team battles. Dong Kai waved his hand dismissively. It's hard to explain with words. You'll understand once the schedule is released when the tournament begins. Zhong Xian is from the Yuanlong Guild. At that moment, the silent Kofushua spoke up. Yuanlong Guild? Zheng Shanhe froze, then recalled the invitation card delivered to him by the Dragon Abyss Guild that night in the Villa District. The Yuanlong Guild is backed by the G Group and the Jiang Group. They're not to be trifled with. Dong Kai grimaced. After that, the group chatted sporadically. Half an hour later, preparations were complete. The entrance to the next level was a cavern. Within the cavern lay a vast expanse of luminous rock formations, pulsing with faint blue patterns. These were all magic crystals. The entire cavern was filled to the brim. Such an enormous quantity of magic rock. Holy crap! Dong Kai was taken aback, and both Zhao Yan and Zhang Ning wore expressions of varying degrees of astonishment. But that was all. Those who could team up with the Ku family's eldest daughter naturally came from families that weren't exactly ordinary. Though magic stones weren't solely for monetary exchange, within this portal, they still failed to spark much interest among these young masters and ladies. Zheng Shanhe, however, had eyes that lit up. So many. If he could take them all out, how much money could he make? Alas, he possessed neither a storage pouch nor mining tools. He could only sigh inwardly. The cave leading to the next level gradually sloped downward. As the incline steepened, walking became impossible. They could only maintain their balance and slide down. As they descended deeper, the air around them grew steadily warmer. Before long, a blazing red glow appeared at the end. The five of them charged forward into an underground chamber filled with churning magma. No sooner had they steadied themselves than they saw a crystal giant, entirely crimson, standing in the center of the lava pool. Embedded in its chest was a blue-purple energy core. Hidden boss, Mana Rock Golem, combat power, 85, rating, S. It's the Mana Rock Golem. Zhang Ning's fingertips crystallized with frost as she spoke rapidly for the first time. Its exterior is coated with layers of molten rock, making it exceptionally hard and difficult to damage. We must expose and shatter the energy core in its chest, or we won't be able to kill it. Before she finished speaking, the magic energy rock golem slammed both fists into the ground, sending waves of molten lava crashing toward them. I'll take it. Dong Kai roared, unfurling his light shield. The molten lava hissed upon contact with the shield. What the hell? Zhao Yao, dual blades in hand, was itching to join the fray. I'll break through its outer layer of molten rock. You and Kofushua find an opening to strike its core. Zheng Shanhe clenched his palm, and the Mount Tai heavenly ruler appeared in his hand. Then, gazing at the molten lava-filled ground before them, he commanded, "Jiang Ning, clear a path for us." Freeze! Jiang Ning immediately unleashed her high-level magic. A layer of frost spread across the scorching molten lava ground in an instant, covering the entire space in the blink of an eye. Charge! Zheng Shanhe, gripping the Mount Tai celestial ruler, charged forward first. Roar! The rock golem plunged both hands into the wall, effortlessly tearing out a massive chunk of molten rock and hurling it viciously at Zheng Shanhe. Crack! Zheng Shanhe swung his ruler, shattering the molten rock. Then, with all his might, he hurled the massive ruler toward the rock golem. Whoosh! The Mount Tai heavenly ruler's ruler, carrying the force of 10,000 tons, slammed toward the rock golem. It raised its arm to block, but was violently knocked back. Supremacy! Standing atop the highest peak, all other mountains seemed small. At that very moment, Zheng Shanhe closed in, channeling the power of supreme sovereignty. Golden talismans gathered in his fists, and without warning, he slammed them directly into the rock golem's chest. Crash! A deep, thunderous roar echoed as the seemingly indestructible magma rock layer shattered under his twin fists. Well done! Zhao Yao, following closely behind, held her twin blades horizontally before her chest. A crimson glow flared in her eyes as her black hair transformed into a blood-red hue. With a cold shout, she commanded, "Blood slaughter!" Swish! An indescribable aura erupted from her body. Instantly, she streaked through the air like a blur, driving both blades deep into the core of the demonic energy rock golem. Aya! A torrent of core fluid gushed from the wound as the golem screamed and tumbled backward. Is it dead? Zhao Yan's eyes lit up with joy. But suddenly, a thick, rock-like arm erupted from the pierced core, lashing out toward Zhao Yan's face. Watch out! Fortunately, Zheng Shanhe reacted swiftly. He brought down the Dezong Hengtian ruler with a fierce strike, severing the thick rock arm. It has more than one core. From the distance, Jiang Ning's shout rang out. At the neck! Kofushue's voice echoed. Zheng Shanhe understood instantly. He flipped the giant ruler in his hand and thrust it straight into the rock golem's abdomen. After pinning its body, he leapt into the air, his fists surging with immense power as he aimed at the gleaming core in its neck. Thud! Molten rock splattered, revealing its core once more. Kofushue's figure flickered into position, her twin crimson and blue blades piercing it with pinpoint accuracy. Splash! Another torrent of core fluid gushed forth, from which yet another molten arm emerged. Ah! With two cores detonated, the mana rock golem seemed to enter a critical phase. Lava patterns erupted across its surface before it exploded violently. Boom! Yuan Heng's shield. Just as the three closest figures were about to be engulfed by the blast, Dong Kai's shout rang out. This shield can only withstand one attack. Retreat now! Instantly, a faint light barrier materialized around the trio, deflecting the shockwave. Though the barrier lasted only an instant, it was enough for all three to pull back simultaneously. Now unprotected, the mana rock golem's body flowed with molten lava, its final core flickering at its brow. Control it! Don't let it move! Zheng Shanhe bellowed. Instantly, the Dezong Hengtian ruler vanished from his hand as a golden radiance coalesced in his palm. Light chain! Jiang Ning immediately unleashed her most powerful control skill. As countless intricate arrays materialized, chains radiating sacred light shot forth, binding the golem's limbs. Sensing its confinement, the rock golem roared in frustration. Then, a blinding blue glow began to emerge from its chest. What is this? He's going to self-detonate. Attack the core! Jiang Ning shouted anxiously. Suddenly, an intensely turbulent aura surged through the air. All eyes were drawn to the source. They saw that Zheng Shanhe, at some unknown moment, now held a golden light energy longbow in his hands. He nocked an arrow and drew the string. Sky-splitting cloud-climbing bow. Zheng Shanhe's gaze sharpened like a blade, fixed on the core at the rock golem's forehead. His fingers suddenly released the string. Shoot! Whoosh! Under the gaze of the four, a dazzling golden beam sliced through space, piercing straight toward the rock golem's forehead. Chapter 55? The end of the expedition, the core of the rock golem. The arrow fired from the sky-splitting cloud-climbing bow transformed into a golden dragon, treading upon clouds as it streaked through the air at breakneck speed. Carrying ripples of spatial distortion, it roared silently, piercing the rock golem's forehead the instant it was about to self-detonate. Crash! The magma body of the magic energy rock golem shattered violently. Exploding molten lava rained down like a torrent. Dong Kai raised his massive shield, and a protective light barrier materialized. Defeated hidden boss, Magitech rock golem. Experience plus 8,000, fortune points plus 16,000. Zheng Shanhe exhaled. True to its reputation as a hidden boss, the experience and fate points were generous indeed. Obtain special item, Rock Golem Core. But then, after a brief pause, another notification popped up. Rock Golem Core. Zhao Yan froze in shock before jumping up in excitement. Damn it! Finally, I can upgrade my weapon. We really are lucky. Dong Kai laughed along. Kofushua walked slowly to Zheng Shanhe's side and explained softly, the rock golem core can be embedded into forged weapons to enhance their attack power and maneuverability. For example, a giant sword weighing several tons with a rock golem core embedded, even a baby could lift it. That kind of effect? Zheng Shanhe raised an eyebrow. No wonder Zhao Yan was so excited. It seems this adventure is about to come to an end here. Jiang Ning murmured softly. The group looked ahead. Where the magic energy rock golem had fallen, a portal had opened. Sigh, only 3 layers? Dong Kai chuckled as he stepped forward, wrapping an arm around Zheng Shanhe. We finally got a powerful teammate, and this is as far as we go? Hey! Zhao Yao protested, her tone tinged with displeasure. Are you implying the 3 of us aren't up to par? She pointed at Kofushua and Jiang Ning beside her. The 2 women, reserved by nature, showed no interest in joining Zhao Yao's picking a fight squad. But Zhao Yao shifted her tone, giving Zheng Shanhe a thumbs up with a grin. You really are the most reliable teammate I've ever had. Then, a peculiar smile spread across Zhao Yao's delicate face. You're handsome and incredibly skilled. Who knows? After a few more team-ups, I might just fall for you. Her tone was full of playful teasing. Here we go again, Dong Kai shook his head, speechless at her antics. Zheng Shanhe caught the playful note in her voice and laughed back, sure thing. The dangers and battles within the portal truly had a way of quickly bringing people closer together. After this joint battle, Zheng Shanhe and Dong Kai had cultivated a fair amount of mutual rapport. Unnoticed by anyone, Kofushua's body stiffened for a moment when Zhao Yan made her jest. Let's go, let's go. I'm exhausted. After a moment of light-hearted banter, the 5 of them stepped into the portal one after another, returning to the present world. After their departure, the molten lava space abruptly shattered, plunging into darkness. At a certain moment, a ripple of sound emerged from the darkness, a peculiar language. Anthropomorphs, accelerate the anthropomorphization process. Dispatch more forces to China. At the opportune moment, eliminate this Zheng Shanhe in his infancy. The forces of China are too tightly knit. No one can openly eliminate him. We must rely on external forces. The anthropomorphs have a highly influential anthropomorph within China. Now is not the time for exposure. However, we have already fueled international friction. This international portal is the optimal location for elimination. Very well. Begin deployment. We must eliminate him before Zheng Shanhe gains momentum. On the bus to campus. Zhao Yan and Dong Kai argued once more over the playlist. This time, however, Dong Kai prevailed. His playlist featured soothing light music, a choice that didn't quite match his appearance. I really hope all 5 of us make it through this international portal selection. Zhao Yan tapped her fingertips against the passenger window as she spoke. It's tough, you know. Only 10 spots, and we're competing against students from the 4 major academies. It's not that simple. Dong Kai hummed along to the music as he replied. I know that, Zhao Yan said, sounding a bit annoyed. What kind of music is this? It's putting me to sleep. Instantly, the driver and passenger began bickering in the car. This seemed to be their daily routine. Kofushua and Jiang Ning, 2 icebergs of quiet reserve, remained utterly silent. Zheng Shanhe, seated in the back, reviewed the haul from their journey. Fortune points held, 40,000. Earlier, he had held 34,000 points in his hands. After spending 20,000 to forge his lifebound artifact, he had earned back 40,000 points upon finally exiting the portal. He owed much of this to the hidden boss's generous rewards. As for the rock golem core dropped by the magic energy rock golem, Zheng Shanhe planned to keep it. Since he possessed his lifebound artifact, he had no use for it. He would leave it, along with the spine of the netherhound lammer, for Xiao Xiao. He wondered what class the girl would awaken to. Lost in thought, Jiang Ning suddenly spoke up unexpectedly. Zheng Shanhe, may I ask you a question? Zheng Shanhe paused, then nodded. Go ahead. Jiang Ning shot a glance at Kofushua. You and Fushua live together? The moment the question left her lips, the bickering pair in the front seats fell instantly silent. Zhao Yan and Dong Kai exchanged a glance, their eyebrows arching slightly as if to say, this smells like gossip. Instantly, they held their breath, listening intently for the slightest sound from the back seat. He lives with my brother. Before Zheng Shanhe could speak, Kofushua replied indifferently. Jiang Ning's gaze fell on her, then suddenly remarked, oh, I see. I thought you two were a couple. Kofushua's hand, hidden within her sleeve, clenched tightly, her body stiffening. But she controlled her expression well, meeting Jiang Ning's gaze with a cold stare. What? Do you like Zheng Shanhe? Need me to set you up? 2 icebergs unexpectedly began to clash head-on. Zhao Yan covered her mouth, eyes wide with excitement. Dong Kai felt a surge of excitement too, even slowing the car considerably. Only Zheng Shanhe in the backseat looked utterly bewildered. What the hell? Why was this suddenly about me? Had he missed some crucial exchange earlier? No way. Then, he caught Dong Kai adjusting the rearview mirror and saw the sly grin on his face. Suddenly, everything became crystal clear. So this inexplicable rivalry between the 2 women was actually a long-standing tradition? Zhang Ning and Ku Fushua locked eyes. After an unknown amount of time, a faint smile curved Zhang Ning's lips as she turned to look at Zheng Shanhe in the back seat. Are you free tonight? Ku Fushua's eyes darkened slightly. Not free, Zheng Shanhe replied immediately. He thought to himself, don't drag me into your feud. The atmosphere grew silent. They drove back to campus. They had left in the morning, but by the time they returned, evening was approaching. Time truly flew inside the portal. A single round trip had consumed an entire day. Dong Kai and Zhao Yao, ever eager for drama, both felt a bit disappointed that Zhang Ning and Ku Fushua hadn't ended up in a heated argument. After parting ways at the school gate, Ku Xian drove a luxury sedan to pick them up. Zheng Shanhe sat in the front passenger seat while Ku Fushua occupied the back seat. Shortly after the car started moving, Ku Fushua suddenly said coldly, that woman, Zhang Ning. She clearly can't hold a candle to me in any way, yet she insists on comparing herself to me in everything. Her invitation was just a whim. Don't take it seriously. Of course not. Zheng Shanhe shrugged indifferently, having never given it much thought himself. He hadn't picked up on anything, but as her younger brother, Ku Xian was different. Ku Xian narrowed his eyes. Though his sister's tone was icy, he could still detect a hint of explanation in it. Chapter 56, the girl's realization bonus chapter for Sword Dancing with the Wind. Back at the villa complex. The Zheng siblings and Ku siblings shared dinner together as usual. Tonight, Ku Fushua seemed unusually low-spirited, her icy aura more pronounced than ever. Noticing the stifling atmosphere at the table, Zheng Xiaoxiao paused before softly saying, brother, there's something I need to tell you. What is it? Zheng Shanhe looked at her. I've awakened. Xiaoxiao murmured softly, fingering her chopsticks. Oh? Zheng Shanhe froze. It seems to be a privilege granted by the General Association. Ku Xian explained from the side. Chen Zhang? Zheng Shanhe nodded silently, then asked curiously, what did he awaken? A class warrior type. Xiaoxiao is so amazing. Ku Xiaoming chimed in. Grade A? Zheng Shanhe was somewhat surprised, but Xiaoxiao didn't seem particularly pleased. What's wrong? Not happy? He noticed her unusual mood. Zheng Xiaoxiao shook her head. No, I was just thinking. What is it? Tell me. Zheng Shanhe smiled happily. Xiaoxiao awakening in a class talent was excellent news to him. After all, she now possessed the power to protect herself. I don't want to go to school anymore. Unexpectedly, Zheng Xiaoxiao's words plunged the dining table into silence once more. I want to become the strongest, most powerful awakened one. That way, I can protect my brother forever. In the little girl's world, besides archaeology and history, there was only her brother. Xiaoxiao stared with wide eyes, utterly serious. Her delicate face flushed slightly from speaking so passionately, yet she gathered her courage to declare, from now on, Big Brother must never enter those dangerous portals again. From now on, I'll be the one to go through the portals. I will shoulder the responsibilities of an A-rank awakened one. Zheng Shanhe froze, his heart stirred by his sister's utterly earnest expression. Ku Xian, however, stood with his mouth half open. From his angle, he caught the pink flush on one side of Xiaoxiao's cheek. 3 words unexpectedly formed in his mind. So cute. Ku Xiaoming opened her eyes slightly, looking somewhat surprised. After all, in their past interactions, Xiaoxiao hadn't seemed like the type to speak up loudly. As for Ku Fushua, her chopsticks paused mid-air. She lifted her head, watching Zheng Xiaoxiao's earnest expression, a hint of tenderness flickering in her eyes. A moment passed. Zheng Shanhe suddenly smiled. He stood up and gently patted Xiaoxiao's head with his palm. Silly girl, just focus on your studies. Don't get distracted by nonsense. With that, he turned and walked out of the courtyard. He left behind a pensive Zheng Xiaoxiao and the Ku siblings, each wearing a different expression. Zheng Xiaoxiao. A moment later, Ku Xiaoming sighed. You really need to brush up on your knowledge about awakened ones. What do you mean? Xiaoxiao was utterly confused. Seriously. Ku Xiaoming said, exasperated. Your brother is the guy who punched Li Yuanba and kicked Meng Lin. In the entire awakened community at Fenglin University, your brother is now someone no one dares to provoke. Ku Xiaoming said softly, do you really think he needs your protection? Xiaoxiao froze. He's incredibly strong. At that moment, Ku Fushua tried to make her voice sound less icy. Your brother, he's the strongest awakened I've ever seen among his peers. Focus on your studies. Don't just pore over history books, learn more about the alien races and awakened ones. After speaking, she reached out, seemingly intending to pat Xiaoxiao's head like Zheng Shanhe had done. But then she felt it was inappropriate, withdrew her hand mid-air, and walked away. Is brother really that strong already? Zheng Xiaoxiao murmured, watching Ku Fushua's retreating figure. Of course he is. Ku Xian scratched his head and laughed. Brother Shanhai is seriously super strong. Ku Xiaoming thought for a moment before saying, Xiaoxiao, I think you should apologize to brother Shanhe. Ha? Why? Ku Xian and Zheng Xiaoxiao both looked utterly confused. Because from my perspective, I'm stronger than you, yet you said you'd protect me. That's just too hurtful to my pride. Ku Xiaoming tilted her head, her words full of whimsical logic. A black line appeared on Ku Xian's face. What kind of twisted logic was this? Oh, right. To his surprise, Zheng Xiuxiu seemed utterly convinced. She then took a step and dashed toward the house. Witnessing this scene, Ku Xian finally understood. No wonder Xiuxiu and Xiaoming became such close friends, both of their thought processes were anything but ordinary. Inside the house, Zheng Shanhe curled up on the bed, playing with the palm-sized core of a rock golem in his hand. Now that Xiuxiu had awakened, he'd ask her in a few days what kind of weapon she needed. Then he'd have Ku Fushue find someone to fuse the netherhound spine with this rock golem core. Beep. His phone buzzed. He grabbed it and saw a message from Ku Fushue. Asleep? Just about to. What's up? Xiuxiu is very thoughtful and adorable. Zheng Shanhe replied with a smile, of course she is. No sooner had he sent it than Xiuxiu sent over an adorable emoji. Xiuxiu? Omega? Zheng Shanhe, what's up? Xiuxiu, bro, I messed up. Zheng Shanhe? Xiuxiu, what I said at the dinner table hurt your pride, didn't it? Zheng Shanhe? You should read less history, it's turning you into a fool. The next fortnight passed with the usual routine of classes. Fenglin University had already begun preparations in advance for the upcoming school assembly. A solemn atmosphere of preparation permeated the entire campus. The list of participants for the festival was also announced. Notable students from Fenglin University, such as Ku Fushue, Dong Kai, Zhao Yan, and Zhang Ning, were among the participants, including Zheng Shanhe. In the final days leading up to the festival, Ku Feiqi spent her entire days immersed in the training hall, no longer visiting the portal. The day before the official opening of the tournament. Evening, 7:30 p.m. After dinner, Zhang Xiuxiu pestered her older brother. Brother, please take me just once. I promise, once we're inside the portal, I'll do exactly as you say. Zheng Xiuxiu held up 4 fingers, looking utterly serious. She'd been pestering Zheng Shanhe about this for 4 days straight. Fine. Zheng Shanhe couldn't resist her like this and could only nod helplessly. Yay! Zhang Xiuxiu jumped up in delight. 10 minutes later. Inside a C-class portal with an irregular cave-like space. Ku Xian stood guard beside Xiuxiu, shield and hammer raised. Zheng Shanhe walked ahead, bored out of his mind. So this is the world inside the portal? How fascinating. Xiuxiu blinked her big eyes, looking around with curiosity at this unfamiliar environment. Then, one by one, foul-smelling wolf monsters began to appear. Zheng Shanhe casually disposed of them all. Xiuxiu's emotions shifted from initial fear to surprise, then curiosity, and finally a desire to join the fight herself. Unfortunately, by the time Zheng Shanhe casually defeated the boss, neither she nor Ku Xian had gotten a chance to fight. Had your fill of excitement? Now get back to your studies. Once you're in college, I won't interfere with your portal hopping. On the way back to the villa, Zheng Shanhe spoke earnestly. Got it. Xiuxiu replied with a satisfied smile. Chapter 57? Lottery Results Extra Chapter for Laziness. The 35th year since Fenglin University's founding. This final school assembly would determine whether Fenglin University could ascend to become the 5th major awakened academy. On the opening day, Fenglin University was bustling with activity. Banners and decorations welcoming and motivating the attendees were visible everywhere from the moment one entered the campus. The venue for the assembly was the university's sports field. There, a venue capable of accommodating tens of thousands had been erected. Within the venue stood an enormous, oversized arena. Contestants from the 4 great awakened academies of Huaxia had also arrived at Fenglin University in waves via special transport. The campus atmosphere shifted from the somber mood of the preparation period to a rhythm of warm welcome. At this very moment, Zheng Shanhe leaned against a patch of green shade, his gaze fixed on the massive arena in the distance. The items have been procured. Zhao Yan's voice rang out. He turned his head just as a cold bottle of drink was tossed his way. He caught it, opened it, and took a couple of sips before hearing Zhao Yan say, "Guess who I saw on my way here just now?" She licked her ice pop, deliberately teasing them with the suspense. Ku Fushue and Zhang Ning sat silently on either side. Dong Kai, panting heavily, gulped down ice water. Finally, Zhao Yan could only turn her gaze toward Zheng Shanhe. Stop beating around the bush. Just spit it out, Zheng Shanhe said, slightly exasperated. Over the past half-month, he'd frequently hung out with Dong Kai and the others, and their bond had grown quite strong. Zhang Xian. Zhao Yan pursed her lips. This Zhong Xian has thick eyebrows, big eyes, a build like an ox, and stands over 6 feet tall. He looks like he'd be a real handful. Build up like an ox and 8 feet tall. Dong Kai's eyes widened. Is he even human or some kind of alien race? Zheng Shanhe chuckled. Is it really that exaggerated? I swear it's true. Zhao Yan's expression turned serious. Everyone coming from the 4 academies this time is terrifyingly strong. At that moment, everyone's phones rang simultaneously. A group message appeared, Zheng Shanhe, Zhao Yao, Ku Fushue. As the 3 representatives from Phonelin participating in the individual battles, please proceed to the venue immediately for the draw. Whoa! We're getting assigned opponents this fast? Dong Kai said after reading the message aloud. Let's go. Zheng Shanhe led the way toward the venue. He was already familiar with the rules of the school tournament. The 4 major colleges in Phonelin University each fielded 10 participants. From these 10, 3 would be selected for 1v1 individual battles. The remaining 7 would compete in team battles. The rules were extremely simple, yet they laid bare the strengths and weaknesses of each contender. Upon entering the arena, Zheng Shanhe's gaze was immediately drawn to a burly, broad-shouldered man with thick brows. That's him. Zhong Xian from Shengtian Academy. Zhao Yan whispered urgently. Zheng Shanhe narrowed his eyes. This burly man was clearly a powerhouse. Approaching the draw table, the trio waited briefly before contestants from other academies began arriving one after another. Soon, once all participants for the individual battles were present, the draw commenced. One by one, they drew a capsule toy from a large glass tank and opened it in front of everyone. When it was Zhao Yao's turn, she drew a capsule and opened it. Inside was a slip of paper reading, Ascending Dragon Academy Zhao Qi. A girl with a ponytail stepped forward from the crowd. Phonelin Academy Zhao Yao vs Rising Dragon Academy Zhao Qi. The staff member in charge of registration announced the result loudly. After returning, Zhao Yao murmured, I've heard of Zhao Qi. She's a newly promoted battle mage at Rising Dragon, quite formidable. Do your best, Zheng Shanhe sighed. Individual battles were all about personal strength. Another round passed and now only a handful remained unmatched or unselected. On Fanglin's side, only Zheng Shanhe and Kufushue remained. Zhong Xian from Holy Heaven Academy also hadn't been selected. Next up, Zhong Xian. The moment his name was called, all eyes in the arena turned to the burly man. He was formidable. No one in the arena, save Zheng Shanhe, wanted to face him. Don't pick us, don't pick us. Zhao Yan murmured softly from the back. Soon, Zhong Xian selected a gashapon capsule and opened it. The name on the slip inside made Zheng Shanhe frown. After a glance, the staff member announced loudly, Holy Heaven Zhong Xian vs Windling Kufushue. Oh no! Zhao Yan's brows instantly knitted together. Kufushue's brow also subtly furrowed. The one she least wanted to face had ultimately proven unavoidable. Next up, Zheng Shanhe. Called by name, Zheng Shanhe stepped forward briskly. Glancing at the few remaining gashapon capsules, he casually selected one and opened it. Ziyu Academy Chen Jingchuan. When the name on it was announced, many froze in place. Chen Jingchuan? Wasn't this guy already out in the real world? How did he end up here? Zheng Shanhe was equally stunned. Then, the muscular, buzz-cut hulk of a man named Chen Jingchuan strode forward in 2 strides. His eyes held a hint of resignation and concealed ferocity. Indeed, this was all Chen Zheng's doing. He wanted Zheng Shanhe to face Chen Jingchuan in a fair fight. If Zheng Shanhe could win, then Chen Jingchuan would become the stepping stone to Chen Zheng's fame across China. Within the villa compound, in the courtyard. Tonight was the final relaxation before the battle. Dong Kai, Zhao Yao, and Zhang Ning were invited to a barbecue party hosted by Zheng Xiuxiu and Ku Xian. At that moment, everyone gathered around the table. Dong Kai exclaimed in surprise, What? Bao Shui actually ran into Zhong Xian. Get your priorities straight. Zheng Shanhe is the one we should be most worried about. Zhao Yao said with extreme gravity. He drew Chen Jingchuan. What the hell is that guy doing on the list? Chen Jingchuan, he's formidable. Zhang Ning remarked coldly. Dong Kai sighed deeply. They say his combat rating is as high as 80. With S-tier talent to boot, how could he not be formidable? Among the regular students across the 4 academies, who even has a combat rating above 75? Kufushue, who had been silent since the draw, suddenly spoke up. Phonelin will find it very difficult to win this school tournament. Victory in this school tournament was incredibly important to her, even essential. Yet today's draw left her deeply disheartened. To guarantee victory in the tournament, she must win every single individual match. Yet now, she faced Zhong Xian, the formidable opponent she was least confident of defeating. Meanwhile, Zheng Shanhe had drawn Chen Jingchuan, a name long renowned in the martial arts world. It wasn't that she lacked confidence in Zheng Shanhe, but Chen Jingchuan's reputation was simply too formidable. For Phonelin, the individual match draw for this school tournament was nothing short of despair. If we end up with 1 win and 2 losses in the individual matches, what are our chances of winning the school tournament? Zheng Shanhe looked at Kufushu and asked. Less than 10%, Kufushu replied with certainty. Zheng Shanhe frowned. He was confident in his own strength. As things stood, he was absolutely capable of facing Chen Jingchuan. But to determine a clear winner on the stage? Without invoking the power of mountain river creation, it would be nearly impossible. Summoning Mount Tai to fight during the school assembly? Before the fight even ended, his name would likely be trending on every hot search list. Sigh. Kufushue showed a troubled expression for the first time. The Ku family had sacrificed so much to elevate Fonlin University into the ranks of the top 5 awakened academies. Now, at this final hurdle, such an unexpected turn of events had occurred. What was she to do? Zheng Shanhe watched her, paused in silence, then rose and left. Retreating to a secluded corner, Zheng Shanhe dialed a number. Hello? A man's voice answered. Section Chief Chen, I need access to the S-Class portal. Now. Immediately. Chapter 58? The school assembly begins. Let the Ku clan win. The next day. The school festival commenced as scheduled. Following a grand and thrilling opening ceremony, the 5th school festival officially commenced. Before the main competition began, following tradition, a warm-up segment in the form of a performance was scheduled. Students from any of the 4 colleges or Fonlin Academy could take the stage to spar with one another. This served as a signature segment, easing the tension before the serious matches to come. At that moment, the stadium, seating over 10,000, was packed to capacity. On a stage the size of a football field, students from various factions engaged in enthusiastic sparring matches during the warm-up phase, neither intense nor focused on winning or losing. In one of the front rows, Dong Kai scratched his bushy beard and scanned the crowd. Where's Zheng Shanhe? That guy left without a word last night. No idea, Kofushue replied, her face as cold as ice. Xiao Xian said he didn't come back last night. Zhao Yan chuckled. Could he have gone to level up in the portals? Even if he spent the entire night, at most he could only clear 3 S-rank portals. Dong Kai shook his head inside. Even so, the experience points gained inside couldn't possibly have leveled him up to 80. After spending time with him, I'll be honest, Dong Kai paused before continuing. Zheng Shanhe may seem calm on the surface, but his pride and self-respect are far stronger than the average person's. Given his temperament, he absolutely cannot accept even a single defeat. Bull. Zhao Yan retorted indignantly. Are you implying he chose to flee rather than fight? No way. Kofushue shook her head too. Dong Kai shrugged. We're iron brothers, but faced with the facts, I wouldn't doubt him for a second. And even if he did, I wouldn't hold it against him. After all, this school tournament is truly difficult. At that moment, Jiang Ning, who had remained silent, suddenly spoke up. The schedule is out. Today kicks off with the team battle, followed by 3 individual matches to wrap things up. The remaining individual matches will be completed tomorrow. Dong Kai frowned. That's not right. Haven't they always done the individual matches first and saved the team battle for last? That's how you calculate the points properly. Jiang Ning didn't respond to his question, instead turning her gaze to Kofushue. The final individual match today is Kofushue versus Zhong Xian. Hearing this, Zhao Yan placed a hand on Kofushue's shoulder and patted it reassuringly. Hold your ground. It's okay if you lose. Zheng Shanhe and I will do our best to win. Dong Kai and Jiang Ning fell silent. They all understood how crucial the outcome of this school tournament was for Kofushue and the Ku group. The warm-up phase is about to conclude. This year's tournament will commence with the team battle as the opening match. All participating contestants are requested to proceed to the backstage area immediately for preparation. The announcement echoed through the venue. Dong Kai and Jiang Ning rose simultaneously. Let's go. Call Zheng Shanhe, our ironclad buddies joining the fray. He absolutely has to be here to cheer us on. Dong Kai instructed Zhao Yan and Kofushue before leaving. Kofushue's hands, resting on her lap, slowly clenched into fists. What should she do? If she truly lost to Zhong Xian, all her family's efforts would be in vain. The moment the school assembly team battle commenced, in a grove less than 500 meters from Fonlin University, Zheng Shanhe emerged from a slowly rotating portal. His brow was etched with exhaustion, and a thick, pungent scent of blood clung to him. Did you really have to push yourself that hard? Behind him, Chen Zhang, sporting a slick-back hairstyle and sunglasses, emerged at a leisurely pace. He glanced at the bright sky, cracked his neck, and remarked, Fonlin University's ambition to leap into the ranks of the top 5 academies inherently conflicts with many vested interests. Having Fonlin lose by a 3-2 margin was actually the agreed-upon outcome between the Ku group and them. This way, Fonlin wouldn't lose too badly, and their future recruitment would be smoother. Chen Zhang remarked coolly, Are you certain you wish to disrupt this understanding? I'm repaying a debt. Zheng Shanhe murmured softly. For a single favor, you've been burning the midnight oil, pushing through 5S level portals non-stop? Chen Zhang lifted his sunglasses. I don't know whether to call you deeply loyal or just stubborn. The two returned to the car. Zheng Shanhe sat in the passenger seat, his eyes closed in exhaustion. As the vehicle pulled away, he suddenly asked, How is the Ku group doing in China? They're reputable. Dedicated to restoring the nation's glory, they actively recruit and cultivate exceptional awakened individuals while also supporting grassroots awakened and providing more opportunities for ordinary people. Chen Zhang replied immediately. Then why isn't Ku group represented among the 4 great academies? Zheng Shanhe pressed. Because the Ku group is very upright. Chen Zhang's seemingly repetitive answer carried multiple layers of meaning. Of course, I'm not implying other conglomerates are problematic. Chen Zhang added, "It's just that Ke group is the only massive entity I've seen where everyone, from top to bottom, is united in purpose, no disagreements whatsoever. In society, your uniqueness may sometimes bring applause and attention. But more often, it brings alienation and isolation. That's why Ke group didn't invest in any existing academy. Instead, they chose to spend 35 years building their own." Zheng Shanhe exhaled deeply. "I understand." Zheng Shanhe slowly opened his eyes, silently commanding, "Bring up the experience panel." Name, Zheng Shanhe. Combat power level, 74. Experience points, 223,050 250,000. After spending an entire night eliminating every alien creature on every floor within the S-rank portal, he could only manage to level up 4 times. The higher the combat power level, the more time it required to accumulate. Rapid advancement was extremely difficult and exhausting. Total fortune points. Fortune points held, 120,000. Adding the original 40,000 points, the total fortune points gained from 5 S-rank portals amounted to only around 80,000. Through this experience, he realized S-tier portals also varied in quality. The average EXP from the previous portal's boss was still 4,000, but the next portal's boss could easily drop to 3,000. Moreover, not every S-rank portal had 4 layers. 2 layers was the most common configuration. How many fortune points are required to elevate combat power to level 80? Calculating. Result, requires consumption of 180,000. 18,000. Still short by 60,000. After level 70, the experience required per level becomes a massive leap. Rubbing his temples, Zheng Shanhe sighed. Section Chief Chen, let's continue tonight. Chen Zhang glanced at him. Don't wreck your health. If something happens to you, the chairman will skin me alive. I know my limits. Zheng Shanhe shook his head. He'd already checked the schedule, no matches for him today. That meant one more day. He would never forget the day Xiuxiu was bullied, nor Kefushua's public stance. His relationship with Chen Zhang was confidential, so Kefushua's offer of symbolic protection to Xiuxiu was crucial and effective. There was one more thing. Xiuxiu's early awakening wasn't arranged by Chen Zhang or the General Association. It was Kefushua's covert instruction. Fenglin University was dominated by the Ku family. A single early awakening remained within the rules. The intent behind all this was obvious without needing to be spelled out. That's why Zheng Shanhe said he owed the Ku family a favor. He was the kind of man who repaid even the smallest kindness with profound gratitude. Not to mention the Ko siblings' meticulous care for Xiuxiu. This time, he would ensure Ko's victory, Kefushua's victory. To repay their kindness and at the same time, secure a reliable ally for his and Xiuxiu's future path. Chapter 59? The opening match began, and the school assembly officially commenced. After parting ways with Chen Zhang, Zheng Shanhe dragged his weary body toward the fervently buzzing competition venue. At that moment, the team battle had already commenced. 7 members from each of the 4 colleges in Fenglin were engaged in a massive free-for-all on the enormous stage. The final outcome of the school tournament would be determined by points. In the team battle, eliminating an opponent by knocking them off the stage earned 1 point for their respective college. Eliminating one opponent earned 1 point. This meant that the 45 combatants on the stage were now fighting tooth and nail to knock opponents off the platform and secure points for their houses. As Zheng Shanhe entered the arena, the massive screens displayed not only the real-time battle footage but also the current point standings. A quick glance revealed that Chen Jingxuan's Jiyu Academy ranked first with a total of 10 points. Second was Shengtian Academy, represented by Zhong Xian, with 8 points. Even without their strongest members participating in the team battle, both academies maintained a commanding lead. What surprised Zheng Shanhe was that Fenglin University occupied 3rd place with 4 total points. Following Fenglin was Shenglong Academy in 4th place with 2 points. Bringing up the rear was Xingchuan Academy in 5th place, with a total score of 1. Only 20 contestants remained on the field. Among them, Fenglin University had only Dong Kai, Zhang Ning, and the unexpectedly resilient Li Haohua left. Huddled in a corner of their current arena, Li Haohua and Zhang Ning, both mages, recharged their spiritual energy under Dong Kai's protection. Among the remaining teams, Jiyu Academy and Shengtian Academy were nearly at full strength, both maintaining 6 members. Xingchuan Academy had 2 girls left. Judging by the weapons they wielded, they appeared to be tanks. As for Shenglong Academy, they were in the same position as Fenglin Academy, with only 3 members remaining. The most anticipated showdown of this team battle would likely occur after the other 3 teams were eliminated. The 6-member showdown between Holy Heaven and Jiyu. The entire arena erupted in cheers and shouts, the atmosphere electric. Amidst the deafening cheers, Zheng Shanhe made his way through the crowd and finally took his seat between Kefushua and Zhao Yan. You finally showed up. If you hadn't come today, old Dong would have been complaining about you. Zhao Yan's mood was heavy due to the grim situation unfolding on stage. Seeing him finally appear, she forced a change of subject to distract herself. We still have a chance to get at least 1 more point. Seeing Zheng Shanhe's attention fixed on the stage, Zhao Yan turned her gaze back inside. At that moment, Kofushue turned her head. With her keen sensitivity to auras, she could easily detect the faint scent of blood on Zheng Shanhe and the weariness etched between his brows. "Are you okay?" she asked in her usual icy tone. "Nothing." Zheng Shanhe shook his head, his gaze fixed on the arena. At that moment, Dong Kai held his large shield, shielding Jiang Ning and Li Haohua in front of him. The trio watched ahead with vigilance. Closest to them were two female students from Xingchuan Academy. Shengtian Academy and Jiyu Academy eyed each other warily, yet both were moving closer to Shanglong Academy. Meanwhile, the Shanglong Academy members were closing in on them. Clearly, they intended to ignite a final chaotic battle. Ready to fight? Dong Kai surveyed the situation, his gaze fixed on the two girls from Xingchuan Academy. Yes. Jiang Ning and Li Haohua answered in unison. In that case, let's launch an assault on the Star Spring Academy team and secure these 2 points. Dong Kai raised his shield and began advancing slowly. They're 2 tanks with strong defenses, but I can break through. Seize the opportunity to take them down. Got it. Both women nodded simultaneously. After taking 2 more deliberate steps, Dong Kai suddenly roared, "Charge!" Boom! His shield flashed with light as he charged toward the 2 girls from Xingchuan Academy. Whoosh! Simultaneously, Jiang Ning unleashed magic from her hands, sending a seemingly powerful fireball hurtling toward them. Seeing this, the 2 Star Spring girls quickly joined their shields together, forming a barrier to block the fireball. Fearless shield charge. Unexpectedly, Dong Kai gripped his massive shield with all his might and roared as he slammed into the 2 girls. Clang! The shattering sound of the barrier collided with the crisp clang of shields clashing and being repelled. Holy hammer! Seizing the moment, Li Haohua, the battle mage, spread her hands wide. A massive magical hammer, radiating holy light, materialized from thin air and slammed viciously into the 2 Star Spring Academy girls. Boom! A dull thud echoed as both girls were sent flying backward toward the edge of the arena. Howling gale. Jiang Ning swung her right arm, unleashing a fierce gale that swept across the stage, delivering the final blow to the 2 girls from Star Spring Academy. Boom! As their bodies crashed onto the ground below the stage, the scoreboard flashed. Fenglin University's points instantly jumped from 4 to 6. Beautiful! Led by Zhao Yan, the Fenglin students erupted in the stands. Dong Kai and his team's crisp, decisive coordination ignited a spark of hope among the Fenglin students. Alas! In the final team battle, Fenglin's score remained stuck at 6. Within the next 5 minutes, Dong Kai and his team were eliminated by Shengtian Academy's 6-member squad without suffering a single casualty. Just as everyone had anticipated. The team battle culminated in a showdown between Shengtian and Jiyu. In the end, Shengtian Academy emerged victorious. The final team battle scores were as follows. Holy Heaven Academy, 19 points. Jiyu Academy, 16 points. Fenglin Academy, 6 points. Shanglong Academy, 2 points. Xingchuan Academy, 1 point. Shengtian and Jiyu's combined points held a commanding lead. As the opening match, this back-and-forth team battle thoroughly heated up the entire arena. Everyone now eagerly anticipated the upcoming individual battles. After all, the individual battles would ultimately decide the winner. Victory earns 10 points. The individual battles were crucial. One match decides the outcome. First up was the showdown between Rising Dragon Academy and Star Spring Academy. Both awakened warriors were of the warrior class. The battle began with back-and-forth exchanges, but gradually, Xingchuan Academy's fighter gained the upper hand. By the 20th minute of combat, they had completely kicked the Rising Dragon Academy fighter off the stage. With this victory, Star Spring Academy earned 10 points, propelling them to 3rd place in the rankings. The second match pitted Holy Heaven against Jiyu. In this clash between a mage and an assassin, Jiyu's assassin emerged victorious with ease. Jiyu Academy's total points reached 26, putting them far ahead of the competition. This brought them to the 3rd match. The 3rd match that would decide Fenglin's fate. SS Tier Assassin versus SS Tier Tank. This was a clash everyone had been eagerly anticipating. As everyone knows, unless an assassin holds a significant level advantage, it's nearly impossible to go toe-to-toe with a tank in a direct confrontation. While there might be room for maneuvering in other scenarios, on a 1v1 stage, an assassin simply cannot overcome a tank. Defeat him, and we'll celebrate tonight. Backstage. Zhao Yan and Dong Kai cheered on Kofushue. Jiang Ning stood silently nearby. In the final minute countdown, Kofushue fixed her gaze on Zheng Shanhe, whose brow bore the weight of exhaustion. Don't feel any pressure. I'm here for you. Zheng Shanhe said calmly. Kofushue pressed her red lips together, gave a slight nod, then turned to lift the curtain and stride toward the ring. This battle, she would give her all. Only if she won could anything else be possible. Chapter 60? Stepping onto the stage under the spotlight. Kofushue's slender figure resembled an ice maiden, her hands gripping the twin blades of ice flame as she stared straight ahead. Opposite her, the broad-shouldered, thick-browed Zheng Shanhe clenched his fists, his gaze serene. My apologies, Miss Ku. By my elder brother's orders, I must win this match. Zheng Shanhe's voice was rough yet resonant. Kofushua raised her blades, adopting an offensive stance, and coldly declared, "Tell Ji Yuan to keep his hands off Zheng Shanhe. He will never join your Yuanlong guild." Zhong Xian shook his head. Clenching his hands, his massive fists were soon coated in a layer of gilded liquid. Slowly, the liquid solidified, transforming into a pair of dazzling gauntlets. "Ready? I'm starting." Zhong Xian's thick arms suddenly tensed. Boom! A violent gale slammed into her face. Kofushua's pupils contracted. The burly man who had been a short distance away just moments before now appeared before her in the next instant. His right arm, clad in golden gauntlets, struck out with such force that Kofushua had no confidence in blocking it. She could only flicker away, dodging to the side. But no sooner had she created distance from Zhong Xian than that terrifying force closed in once more. "No!" Kofushua held her twin blades before her chest, a blue glow flaring in her eyes, sharp thrust ascending azure cloud. Brute force. Zhong Xian's deep, muffled roar echoed simultaneously. Then, a blurred golden bull's head seemed to appear atop his right fist. The fist wind stirred up waves of sound, like the roar of a wild bull, as he met Kofushua's twin blades head-on. Crash! Visible shockwaves rippled outward from the violent collision. Whoosh! The crimson short blades in Kofushua's hands traced an arc through the air, plunging into the distant ground. In this head-on clash, she had lost. Blink! Kofushua's figure flickered beside the fallen dagger. Picking it up, a cold gleam flared in her eyes. Instantly, she charged forward once more. "You're an assassin. None of your techniques work against me on this stage." Zhong Xian stood his ground. True to his reputation as a berserker tank, his speed and strength were in no way inferior to warrior-type awakened. "This ends here, Miss Ku. I don't wish to injure you. It's not over yet." Kofushua would never concede defeat so easily. Even if she truly couldn't match her opponent, she would only accept defeat willingly after giving her absolute all. Whoosh! In mid-stride, she flung the ice-blue dagger in her hand toward Zhong Xian. The moment the blade whizzed past Zhong Xian's ear, her figure vanished instantly. Whoosh! Reappearing, she gripped the ice-blue dagger and teleported behind Zhong Xian, thrusting both blades toward his shoulders. Hardening. Zhong Xian neither dodged nor evaded, allowing her dual blades to strike. Clang! The blades struck his shoulder with a crisp clang, as if piercing the hardest steel. Kofushua felt a tingling numbness in her palm from the recoil. A flash of unwillingness flickered in her eyes as boundless spiritual energy erupted from her entire body. Ultimate technique, instant shadow slaying. Instantly, her figure became elusive, and multiple murderous shadows wielding crimson and azure blades seemed to split from her, pouncing on Zhong Xian from all directions. Explosive rage. Zhong Xian sensed an undeniable danger in her attack. Without hesitation, he raised both fists and slammed them into the ground. Crash! A faint yellow shockwave erupted violently. The killing shadows formed by Kofushua instantly dissipated, and her body was sent flying several meters, crashing to the ground. Seeing this, Zhong Xian said with a hint of apology, "My apologies, Miss Ku." Backstage. Watching the live feed on the built-in TV, Jia Yan and Dong Kai both sighed, "It's over." In the corner, Zheng Shanhe sighed upon seeing the outcome, "You two comfort her. I'm leaving first." His head was pounding fiercely. The aftereffects of last night's all-night battle were slowly surfacing, and he needed to get back to rest immediately. After all, tonight would require another sleepless vigil. Even the strongest awakened ones, before reaching the pinnacle of combat prowess, were still fundamentally ordinary people who needed rest. "Hey! You're just leaving like this? Are you sure you don't want to wait for Bushue?" Dong Kai was annoyed by his departure at such a moment. "Are you even my friend anymore?" Zheng Shanhe didn't respond. His ears were ringing, and he had no energy left for such matters. Zhao Yan nudged him. "Cut it out already. I'm just curious. Don't you find it odd? Ever since yesterday's draw results came out, this guy's been ghosting us." Dong Kai remained irritated. He was nodding off the whole time. Kofushua is in the middle of a crucial battle, and this guy can actually fall asleep? Pfft, don't think we don't know you've always had a thing for Fushua. If you're angry, don't take it out on others. Better start thinking about how to comfort her later. Zhao Yan rolled her eyes. Not long after, Kofushua returned to the backstage area. As usual, she showed no emotion, appearing utterly unaffected. Her icy gaze swept across the entire venue, but Zheng Shanhe was nowhere to be seen. After a moment of silence, she said, "I'm leaving." She left the school. Kofushua rode in her private car back to the villa district. She walked back to her room at a leisurely pace. The moment the door closed, the icy composure she had maintained crumbled instantly. Crystal clear tears welled up in her beautiful eyes. Devastated, she slumped against the door and curled up on the floor, sobbing silently. She knew her failure had rendered 35 years of her family's efforts utterly wasted. Zheng Shanhe slept straight through until 8 in the evening. Upon waking, he immediately contacted Chen Zheng. Another all-nighter, another 5S level portals. Chen Zheng complained that Zheng Shanhe had already cleared all nearby S-class portals. If they kept going, they'd probably have to fly to another city. As the sun rose the next day, Zheng Shanhe stood beneath an unfinished building. Morning sunlight spilled down. Experience panel. He exhaled, murmuring to himself. Combat power level, 75. Experience points, 253,330 290,000. Fortune points held, 178,650. To upgrade combat power to level 80 requires consuming 170,000 fate points. This teleportation portal was terrible. I encountered at least 4 scenarios with no experience or fate points. Zheng Shanhe stared at the barely changed numbers, his frustration boiling over. Fortune points, convert them all. Converting. Total fortune points after conversion, 0. In an instant, an infinite, colossal power surged upward from within him. As it surged toward the crown of his head, Zheng Shanhe felt every ounce of fatigue vanish from his body. He exhaled deeply in relief, but before he could savor the moment, the immense power slowly receded. The exhaustion from fighting through the night washed over him once more. Didn't they say that once your combat power reaches level 80, you can go without sleep for 3 days straight? Zheng Shanhe turned to Qin Zhang beside him. Section Chief Chen exclaimed in surprise, who told you that nonsense? To stay awake and energetic non-stop, level 80 is nowhere near enough. At the very least, you need to reach the pinnacle of mastery. What level is that? Zheng Shanhe asked. Chen Zhang waved his hand dismissively. That's all too distant for you right now. Just focus on your school assembly. Remember, you absolutely must not use your powers at the school assembly. Absolutely. Chen Zhang's stern, unquestionable words were precisely why Zheng Shanhe had no intention of summoning the Yellow Crane Tower at this moment. The power of mountain river creation ultimately required invocation to manifest. Therefore, to win the school tournament, he must elevate his combat prowess to the highest level without holding back. Clenching his fists, though utterly exhausted in body and mind, he must turn everything around at today's school assembly. Absolutely. Chapter 61, The Final Showdown. Day 2 of the school assembly. Due to the 1v1 nature of the individual battles, one of the 15 contestants would have a bye. Therefore, the rules stipulated that this bye match would be cancelled outright. This meant only 7 individual matches would be held. 3 matches had already been completed on the first day. The final 4 matches would conclude the tournament on the second day. When Kufushue lost her match yesterday, Feng Lin's momentum had waned. Currently, the top-ranked contestant, Sheng Tian, held a total score of 29 points. Second place, Jiyu, total points, 26. Third place is Xingxuan, who won 1 individual match yesterday, with a total score of 11. Feng Lin sat in 4th place with 6 points. A glance at these scores revealed the inevitable outcome. With only 2 matches left in the individual battles, even if Feng Lin wins them all, his total points would only reach 26, unable to surpass Sheng Tian. The outcome was already decided. For students unable to enroll in the 4 great academies, Feng Lin University serves as an exceptionally valuable platform. If Feng Lin could leap to become the 5th major academy, it would undoubtedly be a great honor for them. Thus, the current outcome left Feng Lin University's students deeply disheartened. At the next day's school assembly, more than half the seats in the venue remained empty. Most chose to be absent, unwilling to witness Feng Lin's defeat firsthand. Dong Kai, Jiang Ning, and Kufushue sat in the sparse audience, watching the final 4 individual matches. The showdown between Zheng Shanhe and Chen Jingchuan was scheduled as the grand finale. At this moment, Zheng Shanhe still hadn't appeared. Dong Kai harbored resentment toward him, sitting in the stands and constantly berating him. Unfortunately, the 2 icebergs, Jiang Ning and Kufushue, paid him no mind. The first match pitted Xingxuan against Shenglong. A clash between 2 mages. Dazzling magical skills filled the entire arena, but the relentless barrage of spells throughout the match proved rather uneventful. It all came down to who had more mana. In the end, Xingxuan's player couldn't outlast Shenglong and was eliminated. Rising Dragon claimed 10 points, while Windfall plummeted to last place. The second match pitted Star Spring against Holy Heaven. Another mage versus assassin duel. Unsurprisingly, Xingtian's assassin secured an easy victory. At this point, Holy Sky Academy's total points had soared to 39. What's the point? Might as well forfeit now. Dong Kai slammed his fist onto the seat. Kufushue kept her head down, her phone clutched in her palm, frozen on the chat screen with Zheng Shanhe. Where are you? The 3 words appeared on the screen before she deleted them. What am I expecting? Even if he beats Chen Jingchuan, it won't change anything. It's all my fault for not winning. Kufushue clutched her phone tightly, her eyes misting over. Early this morning, the Ku family had called to console her. The Ku family had already signed a contract with the 4 major academies. In 10 years, Feng Lin would host another 5-year academy conference, aiming to leap into becoming the 5th major academy. But that would consume another 15 years. Third individual match, Zhao Qi of Ascending Dragon Academy versus Zhao Yao of Feng Lin University. A clash between a battle mage and a dual blade warrior. As Zhao Yao strode leisurely onto the stage, dual blades slung over her shoulder, Dong Kai immediately shouted, "Go Zhao Yao! Stop shouting! The outcome is already decided. Her match against Zheng Shanhe is meaningless now, Zhang Ning said coldly.
Zheng Shanhe? Have you even seen him?
Dong Kai shot a glance at Kofushue, who remained silent with head bowed, and snorted coldly. On the stage, Zhao Yao's black hair transformed into a blood-red hue as she charged toward Zhao Qi of Rising Dragon Academy, dual blades raised. Light Blade, Part 2. Zhao Qi shouted, and instantly, 2 elemental magic swords forged from holy light materialized in her hands.
A battle mage was fundamentally different from an ordinary mage.
Wielding her elemental magic swords, Zhao Qi clashed head-on with Zhao Yan. Throughout the clash, Zhao Qi found moments to unleash elemental spells, leaving Zhao Yao struggling to keep up.
Ha! After dispelling another elemental spell, Zhao Yan lunged forward, swinging both blades. Light Tomb Shield.
A sacred shield materialized, blocking the strike for Zhao Qi. But Zhao Yan didn't stop there. She stepped back half a pace, forced her opponent back with a horizontal double blade strike, then used the momentum to leap into the air. Blood Shadow Slash. A crimson blade light flashed like neon lights as Zhao Yan raised her twin blades high in midair and brought them crashing down. This powerful strike contained immense force. Yet at the very moment of impact, a magical aura suddenly flared around Zhao Qi's left wrist. She took 2 steps back as 3 beams of light shot from the ground, chaining Zhao Yao's ankles and forcibly halting her fatal strike.
Light's Edge, 5th form. Zhao Qi commanded.
The elemental magic sword abruptly split into 5 luminous blades, hovering midair. Zhao Yao swiftly severed the chains, but 2 of the light blades were already pressed against her throat. The referee's whistle pierced the air. Shanglong Academy, Zhao Qi wins. Arg! Dong Kai in the stands clutched his face in frustration.
It was so close. He knew Zhao Yan's finishing move. It was incredibly powerful. Too bad.
On the stage, Zhao Qi sheathed her sword and bowed slightly.
You've been too kind. The light element dissipated behind her.
After she departed, Zhao Yan remained frozen in her sword-holding stance, utterly still. Her eyes burned with bitter defeat. Returning to the backstage area with her head bowed in defeat, she spotted Zheng Shanhe sitting in a corner, fast asleep. His exhaustion was palpable, needing no further observation to be felt.
Still sleeping? It's your turn. Zhao Yan took a deep breath, forcing herself to look less defeated. Zheng Shanhe opened his eyes. Did you lose?
She shrugged helplessly.
One wrong move. I lost fair and square. Final round participants Zheng Shanhe and Chen Jingchuan, please take your seats. The announcement echoed through the hall.
Zheng Shanhe yawned as he stood up.
Leave it to me from here on.
He walked away at a leisurely pace. Back in the audience seats, as soon as Zhao Yao approached, Dong Kai gave her a thumbs up.
That was pretty good.
You were so close. Pfft, like I need your consolation, Zhao Yao retorted, pouting as she sat beside Kofushue.
The crowd in the arena had thinned considerably. One could even say it was now sparse.
The Saint Heaven Academy students were already preparing their acceptance speeches. This final match, devoid of stakes, held little interest for spectators.
On the stage, Chen Jingchuan wore a simple tank top and shorts, revealing his well-defined muscular frame.
Zheng Shanhe wore the Fenglin Academy uniform, a solemn Zhongshan suit. After stepping onto the stage, he rolled up his sleeves lightly, his expression as still as water.
Not many spectators, huh?
Chen Jingchuan scanned the empty arena, then broke into a grin.
Chief Chen specifically told me not to hold back in this fight. I can cripple you if I have to. You know I respect him deeply. His words, I will honor.
Zheng Shanhe remained silent. Let me make this clear, what happens in the ring stays in the ring.
Don't go complaining to Section Chief Chen afterward that I deliberately injured you. Chen Jingchuan laughed, clearly dismissing him. Finished?
Zheng Shanhe suddenly asked coldly.
Chen Jingchuan raised an eyebrow. Whoosh. In an instant, a hurricane slammed into his face.
In Chen Jingchuan's eyes, it seemed as though a towering mountain was charging toward him in an indescribable manner.
Chapter 62?
It's not over yet. Reversing the rules. You. Chen Jingchuan's pupils contracted sharply as he instinctively crossed his arms to shield himself.
Crash. Earth-shattering force erupted from Zheng Shanhe's right fist. One punch sent a sonic boom and visible shockwaves rippling outward. Chen Jingchuan's body was sent flying backward. How is this possible? Chen Jingchuan roared inwardly.
His arms had gone completely numb.
Was Zheng Shanhe human or demon?
How could he possess such terrifying strength? And worse, his momentum carried him relentlessly toward the edge of the ring.
If he fell, he would be eliminated. Ah! Instantly, Chen Jingchuan unleashed a furious roar.
A colossal surge of spiritual energy erupted from his body, forming a shockwave that abruptly halted his momentum.
Zheng Shanhe, you.
His feet touched the ground, but before he could finish his sentence, a terrifying gust of wind slammed into his face once more. Chen Jingchuan's expression twisted in shock as he roared, shocking River Thunderfist.
In an instant, lightning flared between his overlapping fists, his most devastating strike. Yet Zheng Shanhe remained utterly composed. His fist shattered the thunderous blast with brutal force, and the shockwave sent Chen Jingchuan crashing backward. Half his body hung in midair as he crashed to the ground. At that moment, Zheng Shanhe's indifferent voice reached his ears. The gap between us is merely a matter of combat strength. Now that gap has vanished. You are no match for me. Whoosh! As Zheng Shanhe unleashed his final punch, Chen Jingchuan could only watch helplessly as he was sent flying off the stage like a. The final round had lasted barely 3 minutes. The outcome was already decided. In the audience, Dong Kai and Zhao Yao stared wide-eyed. They exchanged glances before exclaiming in unison, "What just happened?" Jiang Ning, for the first time, wore a look of astonishment. Staring at the figure standing tall and straight as a pine tree on the ring, she murmured, "He actually defeated Chen Jingchuan." Kofushue, who had kept her head down the entire time, immediately looked up upon hearing this. But soon, she returned to her bitter smile. He really had won. But what difference did it make? It was over. Final individual match, Zheng Shanhe of Fenglin University wins. The referee's whistle blew, and simultaneously, the announcer declared to the sparse crowd in the arena, "This year's school games have concluded successfully. Based on the final points tally, Holy Sky Academy will." "It's not over yet." At that very moment, Zheng Shanhe shouted. Instantly, the host and the few remaining spectators in the stands all turned their gaze toward the stage. Zheng Shanhe stood tall, his gaze fixed on the host's podium. "According to the rules, having eliminated my opponent within 5 minutes, I am eligible to request the additional rule. I request to activate the reversal round-robin battle." His booming voice echoed throughout the entire arena. Additional rules. The microphone in the host's hand emitted a shrill buzz as he instinctively took a half-step back, glancing toward the referee's table. "Please hold on. We need to verify the tournament regulations." The stands erupted in sudden commotion. Dong Kai gripped the back of the seat in front of him, shouting in shock, "What additional rules? What the hell is this guy talking about?" Zhao Yao gripped her seat just as tightly, knuckles turning white from the pressure. "I don't know either. Are there really extra rules in the Student Council tournament regulations? You two dunces. This is Article 17 of the Student Council Charter." Jiang Ning suddenly leapt to her feet, her voice brimming with excitement. The victor who defeats their opponent within 5 minutes gains the right to initiate a reversal round-robin. If they consecutively defeat all 7 individual contestants in this tournament, Fenglin's total points will receive a 10-fold bonus. Kofushua's phone clattered onto the steps, the screen still frozen on her chat with Zheng Shanhe. The last message, sent 10 minutes ago, read, "It's over." Zheng Shanhe had replied, "I'm here." At that moment, Kofushua gazed at the handsome young man standing tall and proud on the stage, her eyes sparkling with boundless radiance. The judges' table was in heated discussion. Meanwhile, on the viewing platform for the 4 major academies, the representative from GU Academy frowned deeply. "There are additional rules like this." The representative from Xingchuan Academy also expressed dissatisfaction. "How did Fenglin University produce such a troublemaker? Why have we never heard of this Zheng Shanhe before? If the additional rule passes, Zheng Shanhe will have to endure 7 consecutive matches. Can he win?" "I doubt it," sneered the representative from Shanglong Academy. The representative from Shengtian Academy shrugged and chuckled. "He defeated Chen Jingchuan in 5 minutes. Who knows? He might just pull off this relay battle." At this remark, the other 3 exchanged sharp glances. Fenglin becoming the 5th academy was not what they wanted to see. The representative from GU Academy immediately beckoned. A secretary hurried forward and leaned in to hear his instructions. "Go inform the judges' table immediately. These outdated and unreasonable supplementary rules should have been abolished long ago." "Yes, sir." The secretary promptly headed toward the judges' table. Poof. At that moment, a loud laugh echoed from the corner. "Why are the 4 of you in such a hurry? Could it be you genuinely fear Zheng Shanhe might pull off a 7 in a row? Oomph. Fenglin University brought such a person to compete, completely disregarding fairness and justice." The representative from GU Academy retorted sharply at the person in the corner. "Is that so? But what about you? Bringing Chen Jingchuan to compete, what fairness are you talking about?" The figure in the corner sat up straight, revealing his dark complexion. "Kodongnan, don't get too cocky. Zheng Shanhe might seem skilled, but winning 7 consecutive matches in a row? That's a pipe dream." Kodongnan crossed his legs and chuckled. "You're right, I agree. Let's wait and see." The judges' table erupted in heated debate, voices both for and against. But when a man with slicked back hair and sunglasses appeared at the judges' table, the disagreement dissolved instantly. Soon, the announcer's voice echoed from the judges' booth. "Important announcement, based on the original charter certification. Contestant Zheng Shanhe's supplementary rule request is valid and effective. Broadcast this campus-wide, all participating students from every college must return to the arena within half an hour." Repeating. Contestant Zheng Shanhe requests to initiate the reversal round-robin battle. All participating students from every college must return to the arena within half an hour. Boom. The broadcast echoed throughout the arena, across the entire campus, and even reverberated throughout Fenglin High School. Like a meteor crashing into stagnant waters, the entire school erupted in chaos. Countless people rushed headlong toward the arena. Xiao. Brother Shanhe is amazing. He's going to create a miracle. Let's go. To the scene. At Fenglin High, Kuxian, who had been in class, immediately leapt up, grabbed Zhang Xiaoxiu and Kuxiaoming by the arms, and stormed out the door. On the podium, the teacher, far from scolding them, rallied the entire class. Quick! Let's all go cheer on Xiaoxiu's brother. This battle held the honor of the entire Fenglin Academy. If Zheng Shanhe truly accomplished this feat, then starting tonight, they would become faculty and students of the 5th Academy. At that moment, as the announcement echoed across campus, every student and teacher at Fenglin erupted in excitement. Chapter 63, Let's Go Together. Inside the arena. Zhao Yao leapt onto the guardrail and shouted down at the ring below, Zhang. If you actually win this marathon battle, I swear I'll fall head over heels for you. Don't you dare win. Dong Kai's face darkened. Get lost. What the hell are you babbling about? Ha ha ha. Dong Kai. Jealous, huh? Zhao Yao's gloom vanished as she laughed. That Zheng Shanhe guy is just too handsome. Dong Kai sighed deeply inside. He looked at the young man standing tall and straight as a pine tree in the center of the ring, and a genuine sense of admiration rose within him. A 1v7 match? Even in a round-robin tournament, not just anyone would dare to volunteer for that. At the very least, he himself absolutely lacked the courage. On the stage, Zheng Shanhe glanced at Chen Jingchuan slumped dejectedly below before withdrawing his gaze. Your combat rating. Chen Jingchuan coughed up blood-tinged saliva. Has reached 80 already? Zheng Shanhe rolled up another sleeve at a leisurely pace and countered, your combat power level is below 80? Chen Jingchuan lowered his head. His combat power level was only 79, still a significant gap from the 80 mark. Yet this gap felt as unbridgeable as a chasm. You'll win. Among the participants in this school tournament, even Zhong Xian is only at level 66. Chen Jingchuan staggered to his feet, dragging his weary body toward the arena exit. Watching his retreating figure, Zheng Shanhe fell deep in thought. If he didn't possess the ability to convert fortune points into experience, he'd likely be stuck at around level 40 to 50 right now. Converting fortune points into combat experience that was truly crucial. Will he create a miracle? In the stands, Jiang Ning leaned back in her seat, murmuring to herself. At that moment, the entire arena floor began to tremble. Kofushue turned her gaze toward the entrance corridor. Countless phone screens flickered in the dim passageway, and a deafening roar of footsteps surged into the arena. Immediately, a dark, surging tide of people rushed in, scrambling to claim the best seats. Move! I was sitting up front just a moment ago. Who the hell stepped on my foot? Keep moving forward. Why are you blocking the way? Fenglin. Fenglin's about to make a comeback. The roar of tens of thousands nearly shook the entire arena to its foundations. Less than 10 minutes after the school-wide announcement, the venue was packed to capacity again, even more crowded than the first day. Half an hour passed. According to the rules, the 4 colleges needed to select 7 members from their combined teams to face Zheng Shanhe in this round-robin battle. Soon, they reached a decision. The 7 were all elite competitors from their respective colleges. Among them, Zhong Xian from Holy Heaven College, who had defeated Kofushue, would be the final contender to take the stage. As the roster was announced, Zheng Shanhe swiftly faced his first opponent. Zhang Jibua from Xingchuan Academy, an assassin type S rank awakened. You're truly arrogant, thinking you can take on 7 of us alone? Zhang Jibua stepped onto the stage, a curved blade gripped in his hand. Zheng Shanhe stood his ground, gazing at the live broadcast camera and bellowing, don't waste time, bring on the next one. His words crashed like a boulder into a lake, instantly sending waves of shock rippling through the arena packed with tens of thousands of spectators. The arena's central screen zoomed in on Zheng Shanhe's handsome face, his gaze unwavering with boundless confidence. Arrogant. From the viewing platforms of the 4 great academies, the representative of Jiyu Academy immediately shouted in anger. Representatives from Xingchuan and Shanglong academies wore equally dark expressions. Zheng Shanhe's words clearly showed he held their students in utter contempt. What did he mean? How dare some unknown upstart from Fenglin University challenge 2 of them at once in this setting? This is nothing short of a blatant insult to the 4 great academies. The representative from Shangtian Academy stared at the giant screen in surprise, chuckling, an interesting youngster. Soon, the second contestant stepped onto the stage, his face flushed with anger. Lu Kan, an S-rank mage from the Ascending Dragon Academy. Zhang Jibua, who had taken the stage first, was equally furious. He raised his curved blade, pointing it directly at Zheng Shanhe. Watch me cripple you. You will pay for your arrogance. Lu Kan's palm flickered, and an exquisite staff materialized. A blue energy orb coalesced at its tip, instantly turning the air bitterly cold. Shadow escape. Zhang Jibua declared coldly. Then, his figure dissolved into a black mist and vanished in an instant. Supreme Sovereign. Overwhelming power enveloped Zheng Shanhe as he charged toward Lu Kan in the distance, his strides as steady as a mountain. Just as he neared Liu Kan, Zheng Shanhe suddenly clenched his fist and slammed it into the void behind him. Space trembled. Zhang Jibua, who had been hiding and attempting to launch an attack, immediately spat blood. His entire body flew like an unraveled kite at unimaginable speed, smashing through the edge of the arena and crashing out of the ring. What? Seeing Zhang Jibua eliminated instantly, Liu Kan's heart jolted. He immediately accelerated the condensation of his spell. Fortunately, just as Zheng Shanhe closed to within 5 paces, the spell crystallized. Liu Kan's heart leapt with joy. He knew Zheng Shanhe would be a formidable opponent, so he had unleashed his most powerful killing move from the start. As the air began to freeze solid and frost covered the arena's surface, it appeared to be a large-scale freezing technique. Zheng Shanhe keenly sensed his perception and body gradually being encased in ice. Instantly, he clenched his palm forward into the void. Mount Tai's heavenly ruler. Hum. A surge of azure light flowed, and a mighty aura shot skyward. As a colossal ruler, its surface rippling with azure light patterns, coalesced in his grasp, Zheng Shanhe flipped his palm and drove the massive ruler into the ground with a fierce thrust, roaring in his heart. Mount Tai, earth-shattering. After advancing his combat power to level 80, his life-bound spirit artifact unlocked a unique skill. Clang. The instant the ruler touched the ground, a dazzling golden light erupted. The powerful shockwave forced Liu Kan to close his eyes involuntarily. Simultaneously, the energy sphere gathered at the tip of his staff shattered violently. Finish. Zheng Shanhe stepped forward, his right fist striking out. Gah! Liu Kan spat blood and was sent flying off the stage. The moment Liu Kan hit the ground, the entire arena fell into a brief silence. Spotlights from the arena ceiling abruptly converged, bathing Zheng Shanhe's upright figure holding the measuring rod in a golden halo. Clap! Someone began clapping first. In an instant, deafening cheers erupted from the stands in wave after wave. Fonlin University students waved their arms and shouted in unison. Zheng Shanhe's decisive victory against 2 opponents ignited a hope they had never known before. Zheng Shanhe! Zheng Shanhe! Zhao Yan screamed at the top of her lungs, leaning against the railing. She wanted nothing more than to rush to the announcer's booth and blast her favorite heavy metal track to match the intensity of the moment. This guy vanished for 2 days, and it turns out he was quietly working on something big. Dong Kai shook his head in admiration. Jiang Ning stared at the figure in the arena. After a moment, she turned to Ku Fushue beside her. Ku Fushue's gaze was already completely captivated by Zheng Shanhe, bathed in a golden glow on the field. A heavy silence hung over the viewing platforms of the 4 major academies. Only the representative from Shangtian Academy suddenly chuckled. I'd say it's time to congratulate Fonlin University on getting their wish. Tan He. The representative from GU Academy snorted coldly. We know the G Group and K Group are on good terms, but this matter isn't just about the interests of the academies. Poof. The middle-aged man addressed as Tan He smiled. There's no point discussing these matters with me. You'll need to speak with our chairman. The representatives from Xingchuan and Shanglong remained silent, their expressions equally grim. At that moment, Zheng Shanhe, standing atop the arena, slowly raised the Mount Tai Eternal Heaven Ruler. At its tip, colossal power began to flow steadily. The rest of you, come at me together. Chapter 64, Turning the Tide at the Last Moment, Supporting the Collapsing Edifice. Zheng Shanhe fixed his gaze on the camera, his aura suddenly surging with a thrilling, heroic fervor. No more stalling. The rest of you come at me all at once. Youthful recklessness burned within him. Now that his combat power had soared to level 80, coupled with the boundless confidence granted by his life-bound spirit artifact, he dared to speak these words and he dared to act on them. Within the arena, tens of thousands of eyes locked onto the figure at the center of the stage, clutching a massive blue ruler. The entire arena fell silent. Crack! On the viewing platform of the 4 great academies, Kodongnan Wen Ling Academy's principal glared with piercing eyes, his teacup shattered in his palm. Blood seeped from his fingers, yet his face wore an expression of delight and admiration. Excellent. Truly earth-shattering, Zheng Shanhe. Kodongnan swept his gaze across the representatives of the 4 academies, his voice thick with excitement. Have any of you ever witnessed such a young man whose presence engulfs the mountains and rivers? Arrogant to the extreme. The representative from GU Academy's face darkened. Since he dares to speak so brazenly, we shall grant his wish. The representatives of Ascending Dragon and Star Spring Academy snorted coldly in unison. Only Tan He, the representative of the Holy Heaven Academy, watched with keen interest, remaining silent. Since this contestant has such a request, let us all grant it. The words echoed from the viewing platforms of the 4 academies, reverberating throughout the arena. The contestants still waiting backstage, all except Zhong Xian, showed varying degrees of anger and rushed toward the arena. Only Zhong Xian remained backstage, arms crossed, observing. Arrogant bastard. Today I'll make you eat your words. A tank type awakened from GU Academy leapt onto the stage first. Wielding a massive diamond-shaped shield, he charged forward like an enraged wild bull. Zheng Shanhe planted his massive ruler vertically into the ground, waiting motionless.
Just as the opponent closed in with a fury-fueled charge, Zheng Shanhe clenched his right fist, a flash of golden light erupting. Boom! An unimaginable force slammed into the rhombic shield, sending the Jiu Academy fighter reeling back with a single punch. Simultaneously, the other three leapt onto the stage. Seeing this, Zheng Shanhe seized the Mount Tai Eternal Heaven Ruler, his spiritual energy rapidly depleting. Heaven and earth, one ruler. The moment he silently chanted the incantation, 10,000 points of spiritual energy were deducted. Instantly, the ruler's body erupted with a dazzling radiance 10,000 feet tall. This was the Daizong Constant Heaven Ruler's ultimate skill upon reaching level 80. It compressed the might of Mount Tai's 1,000 peaks into a single foot. Ha! The instant Zheng Shanhe swung the Daizong Heaven-reaching ruler with all his might. Time within the arena seemed to freeze. Swish! In the blink of an eye, a terrifying azure light blade sliced through the air, causing space itself to warp violently. What kind of power is this? The four figures on the stage paled in shock. Unshakable. The tank from Jiu Academy held his shield with both hands and slammed it into the ground. Thud. Instantly, an indestructible shield of light expanded. Yet the instant the azure light blade struck, this absolute defense shattered at a speed visible to the naked eye. In an instant. Boom! The shield shattered. Yet, a silver-haired youth stepped forward before the crowd. Extending both hands, his palms emitted vortexes resembling black holes, steadily diminishing the power of the blue light blade. Magic power blazed in his eyes. His profession must be that of a mage wielding unique powers. Help me! The silver-haired youth shouted through gritted teeth. The other three snapped out of their daze and immediately unleashed their own powers, bombarding the blue light blade in an attempt to destroy it. But just as they united their resistance, an extremely peculiar fluctuation suddenly erupted on the stage. Startled, the four looked up. Beyond the blue light blade, Zheng Shanhe's giant ruler had vanished. Golden light coalesced in his right palm. In the blink of an eye, the golden light transformed into a luminous energy ball. Zheng Shanhe stood tall, his right hand resting lightly on the bowstring as he drew it back. Whoosh! Instantly, a shockwave of staggering power coalesced into an arrow, forming between the bowstring. Shatter void arrow. Another 10,000 points of spiritual energy drained away. The moment Zheng Shanhe released his right hand. Whoosh! The arrow transformed into a roaring golden dragon, instantly tearing through space. With unimaginable force, it swept the four contestants off the stage. They crashed to the ground, instantly knocked unconscious. This outcome plunged the arena into an instant deathly silence. Then, boom! The screams and stomping of tens of thousands erupted like a volcanic explosion, shaking the entire arena to its foundations. Dwindling university students went wild, hurling their school jackets into the air. Some even attempted to scale the barriers and leap into the center of the ring, only to be dragged back by security personnel. Zhao Yao planted one foot on the bleacher railing, screaming into the camera like a madwoman. Zheng Shanhe! Zheng Shanhe! Dong Kai leaned back in his seat, utterly speechless from the shock, shaking his head in disbelief. Jiang Ning and Kefusue, two icebergs, fixed their gazes on the figure at the center of the ring. Ripples began to form in Kefusue's eyes and heart, or rather, they had already unleashed a storm. Oh my god, Xiuxiu, your brother is exactly my ideal man. Sitting in the back row, Ko Xiaoming tugged at Zheng Xiuxiu's arm, screaming incessantly. Ko Xian had already pushed past countless people to the very front of the stands, leaning against the railing to cheer Zheng Shanhe on. Zheng Xiuxiu stared blankly at the giant screen, mesmerized by her brother's unstoppable dominance. What class did Zheng Shanhe awaken to? He's switching between a sword and a bow. The viewing platform of the four great academies was now in complete disarray. The representative from Jiu Academy shot a cold glance at Kodongnan, who was laughing heartily behind him, swallowing his anger whole. Amidst the tsunami-like roar of cheers, Zhong Xian walked thoughtfully from backstage toward the arena. The burly man with thick eyebrows and large eyes looked at the dashing young man before him, radiating overwhelming momentum, and suddenly smiled. You remind me of my older brother. Zheng Shanhe clenched his fists, activating his dominant state. Mr. Zhang, on behalf of the Yuanlong Guild, I extend a sincere invitation for you to join us. Zhong Xian appeared friendly. Thank you, Zheng Shanhe shook his head. But I have no desire to join any guild. I see. Zhong Xian didn't press further. Upon receiving his answer, he nodded calmly. I'll convey your decision to the boss. Still, I hope we can remain friends. As the words fell, golden gauntlets materialized over his fists. A fierce fighting spirit surged in Zhong Xian's eyes. I'm ready. Zheng Shanhe's figure shot forward in an instant. He didn't want to delay. Let's settle this quickly. Standing atop the highest peak, all other mountains seemed small. As the verse crystallized into runes, Zheng Shanhe, radiating supreme dominance and wielding the might of an 80-level combat power, unleashed his most devastating punch of the day. Explosive winds howled. Zheng Shanhe's robes flapped wildly as Zhong Xian's pupils contracted. Completely unprepared indeed, he hadn't even managed to track Zheng Shanhe's movements.
He felt only a sudden gust of wind, followed by a 1,000-ton force crashing into his abdomen. Thud! The thunderous impact of the punch erupted in a deafening thud that silenced the entire arena. Zheng Shanhe's massive frame stood rooted to the spot, utterly motionless. The entire arena fell into dead silence once more. Everyone held their breath in unison, staring intently at the two figures on the stage, not daring to blink. After a moment, Zheng Shanhe moved. He slowly lowered his fist, letting his rolled-up sleeves fall back into place, and spoke softly, "I held back on that punch. Thank you for showing mercy to Kufushue." His words echoed throughout the arena via the broadcast. They reached every ear. Kofushue's dark pupils flashed with brilliance as her emotions surged to their peak. Boom! On the stage, Zheng Shanhe crashed to one knee, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. "With you, Fenglin, it truly deserves to be called the Fifth Academy. I've lost." As the words fell, Zheng Shanhe's eyes rolled back and he lost consciousness. This punch, imbued with the might of an 80th tier combat power and bolstered by the towering force of the Soul Sovereign, was one that even Zheng Shanhe had held back. Yet among his peers, none could withstand it. Saving the nation from collapse, propping up the crumbling Great Xia. Well done, Zheng Shanhe. Well done. Well done. Well done. Kodomnan's unrestrained laughter echoed throughout the entire spectator stands. Chapter 65? The outcome was decided. The moment Zheng Shanhe conceded defeat and collapsed. Everyone knew that from this day forward, China's Fifth Awakens Super Academy had been born. Boom! Colorful, fluffy celebratory confetti erupted from the arena's ceiling. A dazzling rain fell from above. Zheng Shanhe stood on the stage, an overwhelming wave of exhaustion washing over him. Let us offer the most fervent applause to this supernova who single-handedly shattered the barriers of 4 academies. Zheng Shanhe. From the announcer's booth, the host's nearly hoarse roar exploded through the speakers. Amidst a sky filled with fireworks, spotlights poured down like a river of stars, converging entirely upon Zheng Shanhe's upright shoulders. Cold sweat trickled down the host's back. Chen Zhang sat right behind him. This congratulatory gesture had been arranged by Section Chief Chen. Taking a deep breath, the host's face flushed crimson as he turned to the frozen frame on the giant screen. Zheng Shanhe's final, triumphant punch. From defeating Chen Jingchuan with lightning speed to single-handedly taking on 7 opponents, and finally standing unscathed on the stage to embrace victory. Once, he may have been nameless and unknown. But today, under the gaze of tens of thousands, you will remember him. Remember this awakened one who wields a giant ruler to sweep all before him, whose longbow pierces the starry sky. From this day forward, Fenglin's school flag shall forever commemorate this moment. When Fenglin faced utter despair, he stepped forward and forcefully overturned what seemed an inevitable outcome. By the end, even the host was visibly moved. After all, what this young man accomplished today was enough to stir the soul of anyone. Let us once again give a thunderous round of applause to congratulate Zheng Shanhe on completing the reversal of the wheel battle. He single-handedly faced 7 opponents and accomplished this heroic feat of turning the tide. And let us also celebrate the addition of China's 5th major awakened academy from this day forward. A thunderous roar and applause erupted, reaching a fever pitch at that moment. The host pointed toward Zheng Shanhe in the center of the arena and concluded, "Let's turn our cameras to the supernova of this year's academy tournament and hear him share his joy in this moment." The camera swiftly extended from the edge of the ring to Zheng Shanhe's face. Immediately, the giant screen centered on his handsome, resolute face. Gazing into the dark, reflective lens, Zheng Shanhe suddenly smiled. Then, he extended his palm, reaching out toward Kofushue in the audience, her fair face flushed with color. This victory belongs to her. Let her speak for me. In the audience, Kofushue's fingers tightened around the armrest of her seat. Her eyes widened slightly, utterly unprepared for Zheng Shanhe to entrust such a crucial moment to her at this very instant. Gazing at the figure bathed in starlit spotlights on the stage, the emotions welling in her eyes surged like an unstoppable tide. In this moment, Zheng Shanhe shone like the most dazzling light, captivating the gaze of all. Such a spirited young man, how utterly captivating he appeared in the eyes of all the young people present. "Zheng, I've truly fallen for you." Zhao Yan's eyes sparkled as she gripped the railing and shouted, "I'll give you my entire dowry. Let's go to the Civil Affairs Bureau right now." Her delicate cheeks were flushed with excitement and an indescribable adoration. The audience erupted in good-natured laughter. Oomph! Dong Kai slumped into his seat, letting out a bitter laugh. How could he possibly compare to him? He couldn't. Jiang Ning sat beside Kofushue, her eyes flickering as she gripped the armrest tightly, her thoughts unclear. The moment the camera shifted to Kofushue at Zheng Shanhe's signal, this icy fairy, as if stepped out of a painting, gazed toward the stage. Facing the camera, she suddenly broke into a captivating smile. "Thank you." The school assembly concluded. Fenglin University clinched the title of 5th Academy with a final score of 3-2. This outcome swept across the internet like a storm, eventually spreading nationwide. After 35 years of effort by the Ku Group, the moment their goal was achieved, they spared no expense, hosting a grand banquet on the Fenglin campus grounds. The entire university was granted a 3-day holiday to commemorate this historic day. Zheng Shanhe's victory against 7 opponents single-handedly etched a monumental chapter in Fonglin Academy's founding narrative. It became an unforgettable legend for all future awakened students entering Fonglin Academy. Yet the protagonist himself vanished quietly after the student assembly concluded. Ultimately, Kufushua stepped before the cameras, handling all social media interviews with grace and professionalism. Time passed. Perhaps it was sheer exhaustion. After slipping away from the school assembly, Zheng Shanhe returned to the villa and collapsed into bed. He slept straight through until the following afternoon. "I'm starving." The discomfort throughout his body roused him from his slumber. After a sleepy wash, he yawned his way to the villa of the Ku sisters, hoping to find something to eat. Just as he popped a piece of bread into his mouth, soft footsteps approached from the staircase. When a pair of long, snow-white legs came into view, Zheng Shanhe lifted his gaze. There stood Kufushua, her eyes equally hazy, her black hair casually tousled and slightly disheveled. She wore a loose pink nightgown that just barely covered her slender figure. She usually wore dark-colored pants and tops, and Zheng Shanhe had never seen her dressed like this before. After taking just 2 steps, Kufushua abruptly halted. Then, as if sensing something, her drowsy eyes slowly opened. When she saw Zheng Shanhe crouched in the living room, a piece of bread in his mouth, watching her, she slowly lowered her head. Instantly, a blush spread across her cheeks. Whoosh! Her figure vanished in an instant. Then, a sudden clatter erupted from upstairs, as if numerous objects had been knocked over and crashed to the floor. Sigh. Upstairs, inside the room. Kufushua stared at the small objects scattered across the floor, rubbing her head in pain. Her hastily cast teleportation spell had backfired spectacularly. But then, the thought of Zheng Shanhe seeing her in this state made her wish she were dead. I didn't see anything. I'll just be going. At that very moment, Zheng Shanhe's voice echoed from downstairs. Hearing this, Kufushua covered her face in embarrassment, stomping her feet in frustration. After leaving the villa and returning to his room, Zheng Shanhe finally breathed a sigh of relief. He chuckled to himself, surprised he'd accidentally witnessed another side of Kufushua. After eating and drinking his fill, just as he was about to rest a bit more, Chen Zheng suddenly called and arranged a meeting place. He had no choice but to go. Driving the car Kusian had arranged for him, he arrived at the shopping plaza near the Fonglin campus and spotted Chen Zheng. Sitting in a coffee shop, Chen Zheng spoke first. "Don't slack off. In about a month, the international portal will open." Zheng Shanhe shrugged. "By the way, how exactly are the top 10 spots in the student council determined? Why do you care about that?" Chen Zheng took a sip of his coffee. "Didn't you say only the top 10 in the school assembly can go through the international portal?" Zheng Shanhe countered. "The criteria are actually quite simple." Chen Zheng pushed his sunglasses up to his forehead. "Whichever side's 10-person squad wins the competition, they become the top 10 in the school tournament." Zheng Shanhe retorted irritably, "So Fonglin absolutely has to win? But you told me earlier to just aim for 7th or 8th place. How am I supposed to do that now?" Chen Zheng pursed his lips. "Originally, according to my plan, as long as you could beat Qin Jingchuan, regardless of Fenglin's final result, I would arrange for you to be one of those 10. But who knew you'd go crazy and drag me through portals 2 nights in a row? Seeing you like that, how could I let your efforts go to waste?" Chen Zheng shrugged. "The current outcome is perfect, isn't it?" Zheng Shanhe's lips twitched at the words. Chapter 66? Ordinary Days. After bidding farewell to Chen Zheng, no sooner had Zheng Shanhe settled into the car than his phone buzzed again. He glanced at it. Holy cow, it was flooded with messages. "Dong Kai, bro, where are you? I need to talk to you about something." "Jiang Ning, got time? Want to grab coffee?" "Zhao Yuan, Zheng Shanhe, I need to ask you something. Call me back ASAP." "Kufakshu, where'd you go?" "Zheng Xiuxiu, bro, the braised spare ribs at the banquet today were amazing. Want me to bring you some?" "Kusian, Shanhe. Kuxiaomeng, brother Shanhe, can you chase after Big Sis? I want you to be my real brother." What a mess. Too much information at once. He didn't know where to start replying. In the end, he opened Xiuxiu's chat window first. "I've eaten. You should eat more." Then he replied to Kuxiaomeng. Next was Kusian, "Aren't I super handsome?" After replying to all 3 kids, Zheng Shanhe glanced at the messages from the other 4. After a moment's thought, he first told Kufushua, "Outside." He then dialed Dong Kai's number. "I'm at the mall." 10 minutes later, Dong Kai strode into the coffee shop wearing a dark blue short-sleeved shirt and shorts, his feet in a pair of flip-flops. Zhao Yan, with her neat short hair, followed behind in overalls. After they sat down, Zhao Yan tapped the table and said with a hint of displeasure, "Why didn't you reply to my message first?" Zheng Shanhe opened his mouth, but before he could speak, Dong Kai interjected, "I ran into her on the way and she insisted on tagging along." "Put." Zhao Yan rolled her eyes, then turned serious as she looked at Zheng Shanhe and declared loudly, "I've got my eye on you. How about we have a passionate romance?" Her voice was so loud that every pair of eyes in the quiet coffee shop instantly turned toward them. Has she always been this bold? Zheng Shanhe's eyelids fluttered slightly as he shook his head. No. Fine, I'll be going.
With that answer, Zhao Yan immediately stood up and stormed out like a whirlwind.
What the hell was that? Just as he was feeling a bit dazed, Dong Kai waved his hand dismissively. Don't mind her.
She's always like this when she loses her temper.
Then, a fierce light ignited in Dong Kai's eyes as he turned to Zhang. I was rude to you the other day. I apologize. Zheng Shanhe shook his head. I heard from Fushue that you also possess a spine bone from the Netherhound lammer? Dong Kai revealed the purpose of his visit. I want to buy it.
It's for my sister, Zheng Shanhe refused.
All right. Dong Kai shrugged.
After exchanging a few more words, he rose to take his leave. Zheng Shanhe had barely returned to his car when his phone rang. This time, it was Jiang Ning. Good grief, one after another, timing their calls so perfectly. He answered the call, and Jiang Ning's cool voice came through. I ran into Zhao Yan at the mall.
She said you were there too? Would you like to grab a coffee? The third time. Zheng Shanhe stepped into the familiar coffee shop once more, taking his usual seat.
The person across from him had changed from Chen Zhang to Dong Kai to Zhao Yan, and now it was Jiang Ning, a goddess with cascading long hair and an icy demeanor. Even the waitstaff eyed him strangely.
Yesterday, why did you hand over the moment of glory to Kufu Shue? Jiang Ning's question caught Zheng Shanhe off guard.
He looked up to see her head bowed, her slender fingers gripping a spoon as she stirred her coffee incessantly. Because she needed this victory.
Zheng Shanhe replied. Would you have done the same for me?
Jiang Ning lifted her head, her gaze fixed directly on him.
No.
He shook his head. Because my relationship with Kufu Shue is different from yours. He stated it plainly. The assistance cook group in Kufu Shue had provided to him, and Xiao justified his actions yesterday.
What's your relationship with her? Are you two dating? Jiang Ning pressed.
Of course not, Zheng Shanhe replied, slightly taken aback, unsure why she would ask such a question.
But the next second, his surprise turned to utter bewilderment.
Jiang Ning paused her movements, gently flicking a strand of hair behind her ear, her expression radiating stunning beauty.
Then, fixing Zheng Shanhe with an intense gaze, she spoke in a softness he'd never heard from her before. Then, can we be a couple? Zheng Shanhe froze.
But soon, he shook his head with a sudden smile.
Why bother? He said, why do you have to compare yourself to her in everything?
After spending time with them, Zheng Shanhe had figured out the dynamics within this small group of four.
Zhao Yan was lively, sunny, and carefree.
Dong Kai was steady and dependable, but his heart belonged to Kufu Shue, and that affection could lead him to act impulsively.
However, based on his observations lately, it seemed Dong Kai might also have feelings for Jiang Ning. This rugged, bearded guy seemed to prefer the icy type. As for Jiang Ning, she actually bears a striking resemblance to Kufu Shue.
They share similar personalities, striking appearances, and prominent family backgrounds.
Though not as colossal as the Ko group, her family background is certainly not to be underestimated.
Under these circumstances, she constantly engages in overt and covert clashes with Kufu Shue.
Mostly over trivial matters.
In short, she constantly measured herself against Kufu Shue using everything around her. Today's words were clearly spoken out of this comparison mindset, devoid of any genuine sentiment. Now, with Zheng Shanhe's words piercing through her facade, Jiang Ning's body stiffened. For a moment, she didn't know how to respond.
If you compare yourself to others in everything, wouldn't life become exhausting? Zheng Shanhe remarked.
Jiang Ning lowered her gaze.
She knew this well enough.
Yet she believed the gap between her appearance and Kufu Shue's wasn't that great. She considered herself quite capable. But why did people always notice Kufu Shue first in a crowd, and not her? Truth be told, it was jealousy at play. Lately, she had noticed Kufu Shue's attitude toward Zheng Shanhe was different from how she treated others. That was precisely why she wanted to steal Zheng Shanhe away, to give this Ku family heiress a taste of her own medicine.
Actually, you already have so much.
At that moment, Zheng Shanhe suddenly sighed.
Jiang Ning looked up to find his eyes tinged with melancholy.
A distinguished family background, perfect as great awakening talent, and truly outstanding looks.
Zheng Shanhe's fingertips traced the tabletop.
These three things are what countless people dream of yet can never attain. You should have more confidence. There's no need to compare yourself to anyone else.
He met Jiang Ning's gaze, a smile spreading across his handsome face. Just be yourself. You can always trust yourself.
Those words seemed as if he were speaking them to himself.
Jiang Ning gazed at his smile, yet her mind suddenly flashed back to yesterday's school assembly, the moment this young man had stood on the stage, radiating an air of noble bearing. Combined with his gentle tone now, ripples inevitably stirred within her heart. For the first time, she found herself speechless. Chapter 67? I can read lips. Jiang Ning left.
Before leaving, she said with utmost sincerity, if you ever want to be in a relationship with someone, please choose me first.
Back in the car.
Zheng Shanhe smiled bitterly to himself. It was the first time he'd realized he possessed such charm. Just as his hand gripped the steering wheel, his phone rang again.
No way.
His lips twitched as he checked the caller ID. It was Ku Xian.
What's up? You're not trying to ask me out for coffee too, are you? He answered with a hint of sarcasm. What coffee? Cassian paused on the other end, then spoke urgently, Brother Shanhe, come back immediately. Something's happened. Zheng Shanhe's expression darkened.
He hung up immediately and raced back to the villa complex. As he stepped out of his car, Cassian rushed over and grabbed his arm.
Brother Shanhe, your girlfriend is here. What girlfriend? Zheng Shanhe frowned.
Cassian glanced back at the villa courtyard where Kafushua and the others were gathered, whispering urgently, she's sitting in the courtyard with my sister right now. If you'd been any later, my sister would have gone on a killing spree.
Immediately.
Zheng Shanhe walked into the neighboring courtyard, his expression puzzled. At a glance, he saw Kafushua sitting at the table, her face as cold as frost, her demeanor icy and otherworldly. Across from her sat a girl with black hair tied in a ponytail, dressed in a white long dress, her features exquisitely beautiful. She sat poised, hands folded in her lap, her entire demeanor radiating elegance and dignity. When Zheng Shanhe saw her face, his footsteps halted abruptly.
Mu Qingqing? Cassian, following behind him, felt his heart skip a beat. Oh no, she really is my sister's rival.
The two women sat in opposite corners, the atmosphere thick with silence. Zheng Shanhe's arrival drew both women's gazes toward him simultaneously. Kufushua's gaze held complexity. Mu Qingqing's starry eyes, meanwhile, held the long-missed yearning of a distant reunion.
Ah Jean. Mu Qingqing rose and called out with a smile. Who's Ah Jean? Cassian murmured under her breath. Zheng Shanhe sighed helplessly, it's my childhood nickname.
He had changed his name once. His former name was Zheng Jinjin. The dignified and elegant girl before him was his first love from his sophomore year of high school. That romance had ended abruptly when Mu Qingqing left without a word.
Jin, I.
Mu Qingqing stepped forward slowly, about to speak, but Zheng Shanhe shook his head.
Just call me by my name.
Hearing this, Mu Qingqing's eyes dimmed slightly. Meanwhile, Kafushua, who had been observing coldly all along, flashed an imperceptible glimmer of joy in her eyes.
I know you're angry about what happened back then.
It was my fault for leaving without saying goodbye, but it was my family's decision I couldn't resist.
Mu Qingqing explained softly, back then, we never said goodbye, right?
Zheng Shanhe smiled wryly.
That's because I never even had your contact information.
This memory of first love had become a painful chapter best forgotten. How did you find this place? He asked in a calm tone, devoid of any emotion. Mu Qingqing felt hurt by his attitude and slowly lowered her head. Her fragile demeanor stirred pity in anyone who saw it. Actually, I saw you these past few days at the school assembly. Mu Qingqing whispered softly, I came to see you this time just to say, when the international portal opens, can we go together?
No.
Zheng Shanhe's refusal was decisive. In the end, Mu Qingqing left, her spirits low. The sun beat down fiercely. A large parasol shaded the courtyard furniture where Zheng Shanhe sat, eyes closed in quiet contemplation.
She's the young lady from the Mu family of Magic City? Kofushua suddenly spoke up.
I heard the Mu family had been preparing to arrange a marriage alliance with the Zhou family of Shangjing City 2 years ago. Zheng Shanhe rested his head in his hands, eyes still closed, replying indifferently, after she left without a word, I did inquire about it. Rumor has it she transferred to Shangjing apparently to prepare for the marriage alliance. He opened his eyes and said calmly, but all that?
None of my concern?
Kafushua abruptly stood up, her entire being radiating a chilling coldness. A wave of invisible bitterness surged from her heart. When she came looking for you, she specifically mentioned she was your girlfriend.
Kafushua deliberately emphasized the word girlfriend.
Zheng Shanhe didn't detect her unease at all, shrugging his shoulders.
That's just wishful thinking on her part.
She called you Jean. Kafushua sat back down, her slender fingertips silently rubbing the chair cushion.
It's just a childhood nickname. Nothing strange about it.
Zheng Shanhe explained, but soon realized something was off.
Why had the atmosphere turned so strange all of a sudden? What was he explaining? What was Kafushua sulking about now?
Before he could ponder further, two cheerful laughs drifted in from outside the courtyard.
Xiaomeng and Zhang Xiuxiu, two energetic young girls, ran into the courtyard. Brother Shanhe.
Xiaomeng's eyes lit up the moment she saw him.
What's your decision?
What? Zheng Shanhe frowned in confusion. Tisk. Xiaomeng gave him a meaningful look, then leaned closer and whispered, the message I sent you.
Message?
Zheng Shanhe thought for a moment.
Brother Shanhe, can you pursue big sister? I want you to be my real brother. Suddenly, it all clicked.
His mouth twitched, and he shook his head repeatedly.
Pursue the eldest Miss Ku? Forget it. Instead of dwelling on such unrealistic fantasies, he'd be better off focusing his energy on the international portal.
Brother, there are tons of front-page headlines about you at school today. Xiuxiu ran over, her eyes sparkling as she looked at her beloved brother. At the school assembly, she finally realized just how powerful her brother had become. He was no longer that ridiculed D-rank gatekeeper. Because of this, whenever Zhang Xiuxiu walked through campus and was recognized, she'd be swarmed.
Most were eager to curry favor with Zheng Shanhe. Xiao had always dreaded being surrounded by onlookers, so she and Xiaoming even wore sunglasses at school to hide their identities. But soon, the two girls sensed the icy aura emanating from Fuxue. They exchanged a glance and retreated back into the house. No sooner had they retreated than they saw Xian perched by the window, watching every movement in the courtyard. What's going on? Big sis seems really upset. Xiaoming leaned in and whispered. Xian hurriedly motioned for them to be quiet, then whispered to Xiao, "Didn't our brother have a first love named Mu Qingqing?" Our brother. After witnessing Zheng Shanhe's explosive outburst yesterday, the three little ones had secretly changed their nickname for him to this. I think there was someone like that, Xiao replied, frowning as she thought. Just a little while ago, this Mu Qingqing came looking for our brother. She even said she was his girlfriend. Xian blurted out immediately. Ha! Xiaoming gasped. So that's why Big Sis is acting like this. Xian chuckled. Well, duh. She's clearly got the jealousy bug biting. The three giggled. Xiaoming nudged Xian. Quick, look. They're talking. Ugh, I wish I could eavesdrop on what they're saying. I'll do it. I can read lips. Xian immediately held his breath and focused intently. Can someone forge the spine of a ghost dog and the core of a rock golem into a blade for me? In the courtyard, Zheng Shanhe spoke. Over the past couple of days, he'd found time to ask Xiao, and the girl had expressed her desire for a blade as her weapon. Fuxue's cold response came from her nostrils. Seeing her attitude, Zheng Shanhe pursed his lips. What a strange woman. Then, his phone emitted a notification sound. He opened it to find a message. Fuxue tilted her head slightly, seeming quite interested. Zheng Shanhe tapped it open. It was from Chen Zhang. The location for the international portal activation has been confirmed. 22 days from now, within the territory of Sakura Nation. Chapter 68, The Blade. After the student council meeting concluded, Zheng Shanhe didn't allow himself to relax too much. After all, to reach level 80 in such a short time, he had already converted all his available fortune points into experience. The 500 points naturally gained each day were clearly insufficient. Moreover, advancing his talent rating to S tier required not only the essence of an A rank boss but also 80,000 fate points. And the creation of the Yellow Crane Tower in the Third Mountain River also demanded 60,000 fate points. Achieving both objectives within 22 days proved exceedingly difficult. After all, S-rank portals weren't constantly waiting for him to challenge them. Thus, after the school assembly, Zheng Shanhe would take attendance in the classroom each day before roaming between various portals. In his spare time, he would also bring Xian and Zhang Xiao along to gain experience in B-rank and even higher level portals. One noteworthy detail, due to Zheng Shanhe's performance at the assembly, Li Haohua personally apologized to him in front of the entire class. Not only her, but also her sycophants and those old classmates scattered across other classes. A long line formed, surrounding Class 2-2 so tightly that no one could pass. All to say one thing in his presence, I'm sorry. Who could have imagined that the boy who, just a year ago, had awakened a D-rank talent and become the laughingstock of the school as a gatekeeper, would now stand victorious after battling all 4 major academies? It was through him that they earned the honor of becoming the inaugural students of the 5th Academy. Everyone's admiration for Zheng Shanhe was genuine, including Li Haohua. Ever since then, she attended classes meekly and submissively, her former arrogant demeanor completely gone. Moreover, Ko Dongnan, the president of Fenglin University, personally received him. He stated that once the Fenglin Academy campus was selected and established, Zheng Shanhe's name would be engraved after the academy's title. After all, without him, the Ko group in Fenglin University would have had to wait another 15 years. With the student council incident concluded, Zheng Shanhe and Zhang Xiao had become the Ko group's unspoken protégés. Simultaneously, the name Zheng Shanhe spread across the nation for the very first time. At this very moment, 7 days remained until the international portal opened. Evening, in the villa district. The lower level of the villa where Fuxue and her 2 companions resided connected to the area occupied by Xian and Zheng Shanhe. A relatively spacious training ground. Come on, everyone, focus. Zheng Shanhe thrust the Daizong Hengtian ruler into the ground and beckoned to Zhang Xiao and Xian before him. Xiao, don't hold back. Seeing this, Xian charged forward first, shield raised and sword drawn. Got it. Zhang Xiao's face tightened as she tucked a training longsword under her arm and followed Xian. The pair charged fiercely toward Zheng Shanhe. As they neared, Xian suddenly hurled his shield forward. Then, he deliberately swung his warhammer in an exaggerated arc, completely drawing Zheng Shanhe's attention. Here I come. Zhang Xiao followed closely behind, raising her long sword as spiritual energy surged within her. Ha! Sky-splitting slash. As Xiao swung her blade down, the air sliced open by the edge revealed a spatial fissure. Simultaneously, a fissure appeared on Zheng Shanhe's flank as the blade closed in. Xian instinctively blocked the retreat with his shield. The two of them, like seasoned hunters working in perfect sync, cornered Zheng Shanhe against the wall. Now! Zheng Shanhe's eyes flashed with intense focus as she took 2 swift steps forward, swinging her long blade toward her own brother's face. The training blade halted 3 inches from Zheng Shanhe's face. Her neatly tied bun had long since come undone, strands of hair and sweat clinging to her flushed cheeks. Nice tactic, Zheng Shanhe murmured, his fingertips gripping the blade lightly. But, boom! The Daisong constant sky ruler embedded in the ground nearby suddenly erupted with a blue glow, hurtling toward Zheng Shanhe. Ah! Cassian spun around abruptly, but before he could raise his shield, he was knocked flying alongside it. Clang! The Daisong constant heaven ruler came to a halt 2 paces away from Zheng Shanhe. Cassian! Seeing this, Xiao moved to retract her blade. Zheng Shanhe exerted slight force, knocking her long sword away. His fingers shot out with powerful force, pointing at her sweat-beaded forehead. In real combat, enemies won't hold back. Zheng Shanhe gently tapped his sister's forehead and smiled. Remember what I said, in combat, you must constantly be aware of any potential threats. And maintain sufficient vigilance, don't let your focus waver just because your comrades are injured. Xiao sat on the ground, panting. It's because you're too strong, brother. We're only level 30. Cough. Cassian staggered to his feet. Brother Shanhe, why does your blue giant ruler have a recall function? Zheng Shanhe chuckled dryly, about to respond, when his gaze suddenly shifted toward the entrance of the training ground. Kofushue stood with her arms crossed, leaning against the doorway. She wore a black long dress, cold and beautiful. She approached with light, graceful steps. With a flick of her palm, a jet-black, elongated box materialized. Ready? Zheng Shanhe's eyes lit up as he took the box and opened it. Whoosh! As it opened, a chill swept through the air. Inside, a snow-silver ring-handled dagger lay silently. Its blade was bitterly cold, forged from the spine of a hellhound, radiating boundless killing intent. Embedded at the hilt was a tiny yet luminous core. The blade measures 1 meter and 10 centimeters. The perfect fusion of netherhound spine and rock golem core allows it to slice through iron like mud while maintaining exceptional maneuverability. Kofushue spoke slowly. Impressive. Zheng Shanhe's fingertips tapped lightly along the blade's edge. Listening to the crisp, melodious ring, he glanced at Zheng Xiao, who stood nearby watching with curiosity. Do you like it? Xiao nodded. Then, her own brother handed her the long box, your awakening gift. This. Zheng Xiao froze in surprise at the words. She looked at her brother, about to say something, but was cut off. Little girl, your brother here has his own weapon. Xiao, take it already. This blade is forged from 2 incredibly rare materials you won't find anywhere else. Cassian chimed in enviously from the side. Forged from the fusion of a netherhound's spine and a rock golem's core, any weapon crafted this way was priceless. Weapons of this caliber transcend monetary value entirely. Xiao knew that if she hesitated, she would upset her brother. After a moment's silence, she slowly took the long box and cradled it in her arms. Throw the box away. Kofushue suddenly spoke up. Then, she pulled a pale pink scabbard from her storage pouch and handed it over. Use this. Though the scabbard was pink, it held faint, flowing crimson patterns. At a glance, one could tell it was extraordinary. A glowing stone? Cassian instantly recognized the sheath's material and stared at his older sister in shock. That must cost at least 10 million. How could you possibly be so generous? Ignoring her brother's astonishment, Kofushue handed the scabbard to Xiao and said softly, the sword is an awakening gift from your brother. I didn't know what else to give you, so I thought of this scabbard. Do you like the color? Zheng Xiao froze in place, then shot her brother a questioning look. Zheng Shanhe was equally surprised, never expecting Kofushue to splurge so extravagantly. He smiled and said, if you like it, then take it. With her brother's approval, Xiao carefully took the scabbard and flashed Kofushue a heartwarming smile. Thanks, Sister Fushue. I absolutely love pink. Beside them, Cassian was practically crying with envy. Sis, why did you only spend 2,000 on the shield and hammer for me? I'm reporting you for favoritism. Kofushue ignored him, glancing at Zheng Shanhe. I need to talk to you. Leaving the training ground, Zheng Shanhe followed her all the way to the rooftop. Beneath the deep night sky, Kofushue leaned lightly against the edge, gazing at the city lights in silence. Zheng Shanhe stood beside her, less than a meter apart. Zhang Ning came looking for you again at noon today? After a moment, Kofushue suddenly spoke softly. Zheng Shanhe turned in surprise. Just to tell me that? Of course not, Kofushue replied, her eyes flickering. Zhang Ning's interactions with Zheng Shanhe had been ordinary lately. But a few days ago, Kofushue had seen the look in Zhang Ning's eyes when she gazed at Zheng Shanhe. She understood exactly what that look meant. Kofushue parted her red lips, paused, then said, the international portal will open in a week. Are you ready? Zheng Shanhe shrugged. I'll improvise. Oh, right, he asked. About that storage pouch I asked you to buy for me. Except for these. Kofushue suddenly interrupted. She turned her head, silver moonlight spilling across her flawless face. Can we talk about something else? Something else? Zheng Shanhe froze. Just as he was about to speak, his phone rang. It's Chen Zheng calling. I need to take this. He answered the call and headed downstairs. Ah!
Only a solitary figure remained on the rooftop.
Chapter 69, Special Commission Bonus Chapter for Wedge. What? The opening date for the international portal has been postponed?
Zheng Shanhe gripped his phone, his brow furrowing slightly.
Can this thing just be postponed on a whim?
On the other end, Chen Zheng's voice carried a hint of resignation. Abnormal energy fluctuations have been detected in the international portal. After consultation among representatives from various nations, it has been decided to postpone. The exact cause is still under investigation, but it might not be entirely bad news for us.
At least you have ample time to prepare. He hung up.
Zheng Shanhe stood at the stairwell entrance, gazing up at the ceiling. Kofushua's silhouette flickered in the moonlight, the interrupted conversation still lingering in the air.
He hesitated, but ultimately did not return to the roof.
Instead, he turned and headed toward the first floor. The delay meant more preparation time, but it also disrupted his plans. He had expected to gather enough fortune points within the international portal to summon the Yellow Crane Tower. Now, he needed to rethink his strategy.
Brother Shanhe. Xian poked his head out from the training room. What's going on?
Zheng Shanhe briefly explained the delay of the international portal.
Xian's eyes lit up. Isn't that even better? We can train for a few more days.
Xiao just got her new weapon, perfect timing to get used to it. Zheng Shanhe nodded, his gaze settling on the pink scabbard in his sister's hand.
Kofushua's gift had been genuinely unexpected.
Recalling her hesitant expression earlier, an unusual feeling stirred within him.
The next morning, Zheng Shanhe received an invitation from Dean Fenglin. Inside the office at that moment, Dean Kodongnan tapped his fingertips lightly on the desk and smiled.
I must thank you for turning the tide at the school assembly, enabling Fenglin to secure its place as the 5th academy.
Dean, you flatter me. As a member of Fenglin, it's only natural that I contribute to the academy.
Zheng Shanhe showed no trace of pride, merely smiling faintly and shaking his head. As for your reward, we'll save that for the ribbon-cutting ceremony of the new academy.
Kodongnan studied the young man before him, finding him increasingly agreeable.
After a moment, he slid a document toward Zheng Shanhe.
You're aware of the delay in the International Portal project.
The distant branch has decided to use this time to organize a full academy practical training exercise, with senior students leading teams through BA-level portals.
Me leading a team? Zheng Shanhe raised an eyebrow.
You're the student council hero everyone on campus looks up to you now, Kodongnan chuckled.
Especially those newly awakened underclassmen.
They need role models like you.
But?
Zheng Shanhe hesitated, words on the tip of his tongue.
I've only been enrolled for a short while. Ha? Didn't that girl Baishua tell you? Kodongnan was a bit surprised by his response.
Therefore, he continued, the academy's ranking system isn't what you might imagine.
We'll explain the details later.
For now, just know that when I say lower grades, I mean students whose strength isn't as great as yours.
This. Zheng Shanhe hesitated. Kodongnan added, of course, your efforts won't go unrewarded.
For each team you lead to clear a stage, the academy grants 1,000 credits redeemable for rare materials or high-grade equipment.
Oh? Zheng Shanhe's eyes lit up.
Since enrolling, he'd been swamped with tasks and hadn't had time to learn about these details. Now that the international portal matter was on hold, he realized this actually gave him time to properly experience academy life.
Alright, I'm in. Nearly 100 students stood in neat formation on the academy plaza.
Zheng Shanhe stood at the very front, flanked by Kofushua, Dong Kai, and Zhao Yan.
Jiang Ning was temporarily absent due to family matters. Besides them, 2 upperclassmen capable of serving as team leaders were also present.
Divide into groups of 5 based on combat strength ratings. Kofushua announced while holding the roster, Zheng Shanhe leads the first group, I'll take the second, Zhang Yu the third, Dong Kai the fourth, Zhao Yan the fifth, and Luing the fifth.
The grouping was complete. 4 younger students stood before Zheng Shanhe, their faces filled with admiration.
The most eye-catching was a girl with twin ponytails, staring at him with sparkling eyes.
Mr. Zhang.
I'm Lin Lulu, a C-rank magician, the twin ponytailed girl introduced herself excitedly.
I've watched all your matches at the school council, you're so cool. The other 3 students also murmured their admiration. All 4 students were rated C-tier, with combat power levels barely reaching 20.
Zheng Shanhe's tone turned serious, the B-rank portal poses some danger to you. Once inside, stay close to me at all times.
Do not act on your own.
Yes, they replied in unison, their eyes brimming with anticipation.
Let's go.
Seeing no further questions, Zheng Shanhe led them to board the special vehicle, heading toward their destination.
Inside the B-grade portal. A tropical rainforest.
Damp, stifling air washed over them, punctuated by the occasional eerie roar of wild beasts in the distance. In this type of portal terrain, keep a close eye on both the ground beneath your feet and the canopy above.
Venomous insects or traps may be lurking there.
Zheng Shanhe surveyed the surroundings, sharing his insights with them.
No sooner had he finished speaking than Lin Lulu suddenly screamed, "Something's wrapped around my foot." A vine as thick as a bowl shot up from the ground, coiling around her ankle. The other three scrambled backward, only to trigger more vines to attack. Seeing this, Zheng Shanhe clenched his right hand, and the Mount Tai heavenly ruler appeared in midair. Whoosh! A flash of blue light severed all the vines at their roots. Remember, whatever happens inside the portal, you must stay calm. The true elite monsters lie at the heart of the rainforest. Follow me. With that, he retracted the giant ruler and strode forward. Behind him, the four students stood dumbfounded. Even these bizarre vines alone had left them flustered and overwhelmed. Transportation portals of B rank and above began to reveal peculiar terrains and experience absent from DC rank portals. The four, who had only ever accessed DC level portals before, were startled the moment they entered. But as they followed Zheng Shanhe, about to venture deeper into the rainforest, a massive saber-toothed tiger blocked their path. Its body was covered in metallic scales, and its fangs stretched nearly half a meter long. A steel-armored saber-toothed tiger. I've read about this creature in books. A boy exclaimed, I heard this beast could wipe out an entire C-rank Awaken squad. The other three halted as well, their faces frozen in terror. Whoosh! Suddenly, Zheng Shanhe flickered, appearing directly above the saber-toothed tiger's head. As it unleashed a deafening roar, Zheng Shanhe, wielding no weapon, clenched his fist and slammed it down with brutal force. Crash! The sonic boom echoed as the colossal beast, weighing several tons, crashed to the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. Zheng Shanhe landed lightly, clapping his hands. The weak point of the steel-armored saber-toothed tiger is the third vertebra in its neck, the most vulnerable spot on its entire body. Lin Lulu excitedly jotted down every word Zheng Shanhe spoke in her small notebook. The other three were utterly dumbfounded. This was an elite monster that gave many hunters headaches. Even some B rankers found it troublesome. While they knew Zheng Shanhe was strong, still. Upon reflection, he was the man who had defeated Qin Jingchuan. Instantly taking down a steel-armored saber-toothed tiger seemed almost expected. Still, the shock in their hearts was no less profound. Chapter 70, the Young Elite Program Extra Chapter for Wedge. For the remainder of the journey, Zheng Shanhe deliberately slowed their pace, allowing the students to practice coordination. He only intervened when danger arose, each intervention precise and elegant, showcasing the absolute dominance of an 80-level combat power. When the five of them returned to the Academy Plaza after clearing the stage with ease, the other teams were still battling within the portal. Waiting faculty and students stared in astonishment at Zheng Shanhe's group emerging so swiftly. While we knew student Zheng possessed astonishing strength, leading a team through a grade B portal in just 8 minutes has shattered the Academy's fastest record, the record keeper announced incredulously. Kofushua's team emerged second, having taken 30 minutes. Watching Zheng Shanhe surrounded by younger students, a faint smile touched her lips. Looks like he's gained another batch of admirers, Dong Kai remarked as he approached, his tone tinged with complexity. He deserves it, Kofushua replied briefly, her gaze never leaving Zheng Shanhe. In the days that followed, Zheng Shanhe became the busiest person in the academy. Before they knew it, a month had passed. Mr. Zheng, could we take a photo with you? Mr. Shanhe, this is my sister. She's a huge fan of yours. Mr. Zheng, could you teach us some combat techniques? Mr. Zheng, what class are you exactly? You're so strong. Every time Zheng Shanhe stepped into the academy, it felt like a fan meet and greet. He'd instantly be surrounded by a crowd. From initial discomfort to growing accustomed, he gradually learned to maintain patience amidst the enthusiastic students. That afternoon, he had just finished leading a training session at an A-grade portal when he was stopped by a teacher from the Academic Affairs office. Mr. Zheng, please visit the dean's office when you have time. Pushing open the door to the dean's office, Zheng Shanhe found several unfamiliar faces besides Kodongnan. Let me introduce you, Kodongnan said with a smile, gesturing toward them. These are special envoys from the Education Division of the Association, here specifically to inspect and guide the preparations for our new academy. Leading the group was a middle-aged man wearing gold-rimmed glasses. He pushed his glasses up and scrutinized Zheng Shanhe from head to toe. I've heard a lot about you. Even the section chief praised your performance at the student assembly. You flatter me, Zheng Shanhe replied with a polite nod. We're here to invite you to participate in a special program. The representative produced a document. The nation is establishing the Youth Elite Cultivation Program, and we hope you will join as Fengline's representative. Zheng Shanhe opened the document, his brow furrowing slightly. Youth Elite? Exactly, the envoy explained. Representatives from 5 major academies, including Fenglin, will be sent to exchange ideas with young talents from other countries. Considering you're on the candidate list for the international portal, this is an excellent opportunity to familiarize yourself with awakened individuals abroad in advance. Kodongnan added from the side, the program lasts 6 months and will be held in Shangjing. If you agree, you'll depart tomorrow. Hearing this, Zheng Shanhe fell into deep thought. With the international portal postponed, he did need more practical combat experience.
Moreover, gaining early insight into the combat styles of awakened individuals from other nations would greatly benefit his future explorations.
I need to discuss this with my family, he said, closing the file. He left the door open, keeping his options flexible. Of course, the envoy smiled. We look forward to your participation. Leaving the office, Zheng Shanhe headed straight for the training grounds. From a distance, he spotted Kofeikshu instructing a group of students on swift and stealthy attack techniques. Fushue, he called softly. Kofushue turned, her black hair glistening in the sunlight. She motioned for the students to continue their practice before walking toward Zheng Shanhe. What is it? Zheng Shanhe briefly explained the matter concerning the Ministry of Education. After listening, a complex emotion flashed in Kofushue's eyes. This is a good opportunity, she finally said. You should go. But I promised Xiao I'd accompany her to the portal training session soon. I'll take care of her, Kofushue interrupted. Besides, there are so many people there. There's nothing to worry about. Alright then, Zheng Shanhe nodded. I'll pack my things tonight. As he turned to leave, Kofushue suddenly called out, Zheng Shanhe. He turned back. Her delicate cheeks flushed as she hesitated, then after a moment, she said, Stay safe. I'll wait for you to come back. Zheng Shanhe smiled. Don't worry. It's just a friendly exchange. Nothing serious will happen. That evening. Upon learning Zheng Shanhe was leaving, Xiao felt a pang of reluctance. Brother, how long will you be gone this time? About half a year, Zheng Shanhe replied honestly. That long? Xiao paused in surprise. But then, she waved the ring-handled dagger in her hand and assured him, Brother, go with peace of mind. I'll train really hard. Ko Xiaoming pondered, could it be because Brother Shanhe has been performing exceptionally well lately, so the Capital Association took notice? Of course, Ko Xian said proudly. He's Brother Shanhe, the guy who pulled off a 7-hit combo at the school tournament and made history. The 3 younger siblings chattered around Zheng Shanhe, seemingly reluctant to see him leave, even for a short while. Only Kofushue stood a little apart, quietly observing it all. Late into the quiet night, Zheng Shanhe's phone suddenly vibrated. It was a message from Kofushue, I'll drive you tomorrow morning. The next morning. As the first rays of sunlight touched the ground, Kofushue was already waiting outside the courtyard. She wore a light blue dress today, looking exceptionally fresh and charming in the morning light. Morning, Zheng Shanhe said, dragging his suitcase over. Kofushue nodded and thoughtfully took the backpack from his right shoulder. Let's get in the car. The ride to the airport passed in silence. Only when they reached the security checkpoint did Kofushue suddenly speak up. The Ko Corporation's secondary headquarters is in Shangjing City. If you run into any trouble, contact me anytime. I will, Zheng Shanhe nodded silently. The boarding announcements sounded. He turned toward security, only to have Kofushue tug at the corner of his suitcase. And? Her voice was soft, her eyes brimming with reluctance and longing. Come back soon. As the plane soared into the clouds, Zheng Shanhe saw Kofushue still standing in the same spot through the window. Her figure shrank into a tiny speck before finally vanishing from sight. That evening, in the villa's training room, Xiao practiced diligently. After Kofushue returned, she stood silently watching from the side. Sister Fushue. Soon, Xiao noticed her presence. Wiping sweat from her forehead, she smiled and asked, Did my brother leave? Yes. Kofushue stepped forward. While he's away, I'll be your instructor. Xiao's eyes lit up. Really? That's great. Kofeikshu offered a rare, gentle smile. You have real talent. Don't waste it. She looked up at the sky, where no trace of the plane remained. But her heart seemed to soar away with that plane, into the distant horizon. Chapter 71, Training Ground, First to Battle. The moment Zheng Shanhe stepped off the plane, he spotted Qin Zhang's sleekly combed hair, sunglasses perched on his nose. The chief inspector was there to greet him personally. In the car. This is a good thing, it will elevate your reputation domestically. Throughout the drive, Qin Zhang kept discussing the elite training camp with Zheng Shanhe. What about the international portal situation? Zheng Shanhe inquired. The energy fluctuations at the portal have dissipated. Based on past patterns, it might reappear in another country in about a year. Qin Zhang gripped the steering wheel, his tone casual. This youth elite training camp is actually a stepping stone specially arranged for you by Chairman Yin. Of course, the most crucial point is not to reveal your true strength. Here we go again. Zheng Shanhe hesitated. Without using my true power, are you sure I can hold my own against elite youths from all over the country? Qin Zhang smiled inexplicably. That's not my concern. Just remember one thing, he said with a smile. Don't expose yourself. That's an order. Zheng Shanhe's mouth twitched. The car fell silent. Finally, Qin Zhang pulled the car to a stop at a heavily guarded compound. Elite training base. Standing at the entrance, Zheng Shanhe was met with an atmosphere of solemn tension. Towering alloy structures gleamed coldly in the sunlight, while armed personnel patrolling the perimeter bore piercing stares. Every detail underscored the facility's exceptional status. Windling Academy, Zheng Shanhe. The receptionist verified his name on the roster and handed him a silver badge. This is your temporary identification. You must wear it at all times during the training period. The badge felt icy to the touch, its edges engraved with intricate patterns. Zheng could faintly sense fluctuations of spiritual energy emanating from it. Zheng Shanhe pinned it to his collar and followed the directions to the central plaza. The square was already crowded with over 100 young awakened, gathered in small groups whispering among themselves. Zheng Shanhe scanned the crowd and recognized several familiar faces. Zhong Xian from Shengtian Academy stood with hands clasped behind his back, flanked by several companions radiating powerful auras. The representatives from GU Academy were uniformly clad in dark green uniforms, their expressions haughty. Well, isn't this the Wen-Ling hero of the Seven Strings? A slightly mocking voice came from the side. Zheng Shanhe turned to see a youth with dyed gray hair approaching. The badge on his chest identified him as a student from Shanglong Academy. Don't get cocky just because you beat Chen Jingchuan and some nobodies by luck. The 4 major academies had been humiliated by Fenglin's freshmen, who had swept all 7 matches at the school assembly. This incident dealt a severe blow to the 4 academies' reputation. Consequently, the hostility toward Zheng Shanhe from the 4 academies was intense. A 7-man defeat, that's all. Apart from Chen Jingchuan, what real merit do the others possess? Even Zhong Xian from Shengtian Academy, the other 3 colleges had students who could match him. The gray-haired youth smirked. Hope you don't get eliminated in the first round, that'd be downright embarrassing. Facing this guy's provocation, Zheng Shanhe merely gave him a dismissive glance and didn't respond. Such taunts were nothing new to him. After the student council elections, he'd heard plenty of similar remarks. What's the matter? The hero of Fenglin can't even speak up after leaving his home turf? Seeing Zheng Shanhe ignore him, the gray-haired youth raised his voice, drawing the attention of many nearby. The chatter across the square gradually quieted as all eyes focused on the 2 men. Zhong Xian opened his half-closed eyes and glanced at the gray-haired youth, silently shaking his head. Under the crowd's scrutiny, Zheng Shanhe sighed and finally spoke. If you're so eager to prove yourself, you'll have plenty of chances once training begins. Making a scene here just makes you look foolish. The gray-haired youth stiffened, clearly not expecting Zheng Shanhe's sharp retort. He was about to erupt when a commanding voice suddenly echoed from the front of the square. Everyone, assemble. The command was not loud, yet it reached every ear with clarity. Zheng Shanhe turned to see a middle-aged man in a black Zhongshan suit had appeared on the elevated platform at the square's front. His face was stern, his gaze sharp as an eagle's, and he radiated an oppressive aura that felt suffocating. It's cold-faced Zhang Chao, someone whispered in alarm. Zheng Shanhe paused in thought. Zhang Chao, head of the Awakening Division at the General Association. An SS-class Awakened one, hailed as the Shield of China, his reputation rivaled Chen Zhang's Iron Mask. Who would have thought this training session would be personally overseen by him? Seeing this, the gray-haired youth could only glare fiercely at Zheng Shanhe and mutter, "You're lucky." With that, he strode briskly toward the assembly point. Zheng Shanhe watched his retreating figure coldly. He never provoked anyone first, but if someone repeatedly pushed their luck, he would certainly retaliate. First and foremost, everyone here needs to understand their place. Zhang Chao's voice was steady and authoritative, carrying the sternness of a cold face. Here, there are no distinctions between prestigious academies or high-ranking families. You are all merely young individuals selected by the state as relatively exceptional. As for the elite of the 108 present, only 20 will survive the rigorous selection process. Only those who endure will earn the title of Youth Elite. Zheng Chao scanned the room, his gaze lingering briefly on Zheng Shanhe before continuing. This training camp will last 6 months, divided into 3 phases. The first phase is foundational training. The second phase is the portal trials. The third and final phase is the international exchange tournament. The first phase will last 3 months, during which you will undergo the most rigorous training. Daily training hours are from 6 a.m. to 10 p.m., with no days off. Zhang Chao's words sparked a ripple of murmurs. 6 a.m. to 10 p.m., no days off? Are you kidding me? Shut up! Zhang Chao barked, and the entire plaza instantly fell silent. In the second stage, you will be divided into squads and enter specially designed AS-grade portals for practical combat trials. Squads demonstrating outstanding performance will receive special rewards. As for the third phase, a faint smile touched Zhang Chao's lips. Young elites from nations across the globe will arrive in Dragon Nation for an exchange. From the final 20 participants, we will select 5 to represent Dragon Nation in sparring matches against them. The words fell, and the crowd erupted once more. Represent the nation in sparring matches against elite youths from other countries. This was a stage watched by the entire nation. To put it bluntly, reaching the final stage and defeating foreign young awakened individuals would bring immeasurable personal fame and influence. To put it in the most down-to-earth terms, it would bring honor to one's ancestors. However, at that moment, Zhang Chao spoke again. Everyone fell silent, listening intently. Before we begin training, I need to assess your true abilities. Zhang Chao shifted his tone. Now, everyone will form groups by academy and engage in 1v1 duels. The winners stay. The losers leave. The moment these words were spoken, a tense atmosphere instantly enveloped the entire venue. Starting off this explosive? Report. Suddenly, a calm voice rang out. All eyes instantly turned toward the source of the voice. There stood Zheng Shanhe amidst the crowd, raising his hand. Speak. Zhang Chao's gaze swept over. I volunteer to be the first to fight. Zheng Shanhe's gaze pierced through the crowd, locking onto the gray-haired youth who had earlier challenged him. Chapter 72, What is Invincibility? Zheng Shanhe's voice echoed across the square, drawing the attention of everyone present. Zhang Chao raised an eyebrow slightly, a hint of surprise flickering across his stern face. You wish to be the first to fight? Yes. Zheng Shanhe's gaze remained calm as he stared straight ahead. Zhang Chao pondered for a moment before nodding. Very well. Since you volunteered, you shall begin. With a wave of his hand, the ground in the center of the square suddenly cracked open, revealing a circular platform approximately 50 meters in diameter that slowly rose into the air. The platform's surface was engraved with intricate light patterns, its edges shimmering with a pale blue energy barrier clearly designed to prevent combat from spilling beyond the arena. The rules are simple, Zhang Chao's voice echoed across the arena. Stop at the first sign of injury. No intentional maiming or killing. The loser is the one who concedes defeat, loses the ability to fight, or falls off the platform. Zheng Shanhe strode toward the platform, his steps steady and deliberate. Windling Academy Zheng Shanhe, choose your opponent. Zheng Chao watched him, his eyes holding a hint of amused scrutiny. Below the stage, all eyes were fixed on him, seemingly eager to see which opponent he would choose. At that moment, Zheng Shanhe slowly raised his hand and addressed the gray-haired youth in the crowd who had been sneering all along. Come on. The crowd instantly parted, revealing the gray-haired youth. The gray-haired youth snorted coldly and leapt onto the stage. Since you're so eager to embarrass yourself, I'll grant you your wish. The two stood facing each other, their eyes locked. Shanglong Academy, Forestry. The gray-haired youth grinned, a flash of cruelty in his eyes. Don't come crying to your mommy and daddy later. Zheng Shanhe responded indifferently, Fenglin, Zheng Shanhe. He didn't even bother to lift an eyelid. Begin. Zhang Chao's command echoed across the arena. Swish. Lin Yi erupted like lightning, his right fist engulfed in searing flames, hurtling straight toward Zheng Shanhe's face. A fire-type warrior class awakened? Zheng Shanhe sidestepped. The flames grazed the tips of his hair as they passed, the scorching blast wave lifting the hem of his robe. Nice reflexes, but useless. Lin Yi roared with maniacal laughter, unleashing a barrage of punches as flames poured down like a torrential rain. Zheng Shanhe's eyes sparkled with fascination. He didn't rush to counterattack, instead deftly dodging and weaving, evading each strike with perfect timing. Is that all Fenglin's 1-7 can do, just dodge? Someone outside the arena sneered. Probably scared of Lin Ye's momentum. After all, someone from a nouveau riche academy like Fenglin can't compare to us, right? Exactly. And they call Fenglin a hero? He's been pinned down from the start, unable to even land a counter. Whispers grew louder, many beginning to doubt Zheng Shanhe's true strength. Yet, atop the high platform, Zhang Chao narrowed his eyes. This kid is playing games. What? His assistant beside him froze. You'll see soon enough. Zhang Chao remarked calmly. No sooner had the words left his mouth than the situation on the field shifted abruptly. Frustrated by his prolonged failure to break through, Lin Yi grew increasingly impatient, intensifying his assault. He leapt upward, fists clenched together, as flames coalesced into a massive fireball that slammed toward Zheng Shanhe. Flame explosion, meteorite fall. The fireball crashed down like a meteorite, scorching the arena floor until it cracked from the intense heat. At that moment, Zheng Shanhe finally moved. He shifted his right foot back half a step, slowly clenching his right fist as an invisible force abruptly coalesced at its tip. Supremacy. The two words were uttered calmly, yet his aura surged dramatically. Boom! The fist erupted, shattering the air. Before the fireball could descend, its edge was forcibly torn apart by the fist's impact. Lin Ye's pupils contracted sharply. Before he could react, Zheng Shanhe's figure appeared before him like a ghostly apparition. It's over. Zheng Shanhe's fist struck without restraint, smashing viciously into Lin Ye's face. Crack! Shattered teeth mixed with blood sprayed out as Lin Ye's entire body flew like a piercing through the edge barrier and crashing to the ground. He hadn't even seen Zheng Shanhe's movements. Silence fell over the entire arena. All eyes slowly turned to Lin Yi lying on the ground, each gaze filled with utter disbelief. While not the strongest, Lin Yi was at least among the elite. Yet, the crowd erupted instantly. One move. Lin Yi couldn't even last one move. What kind of speed was that from Zheng Shanhe just now? I couldn't even see it clearly. That's Fenglin's 1 strike, 7 down. No wonder he beat Chen Jingchuan. Yeah, beating Chen Jingchuan wasn't luck at all. If you ask me, there are no more than 5 people here who could reliably beat him. Zhang Chao narrowed his eyes slightly, nodding with satisfaction. Zheng Shanhe wins. Zheng Shanhe withdrew his fist and turned to walk off the stage. After the opening match, Everyone had already formed 4 separate lines, grouped by academy.
This arrangement also gave rise to a rather comical scene.
Zheng Shanhe stood alone. For Fonglin Academy, he was the sole representative. Select your opponents now. Move quickly, all battles must be completed within half a day.
Zhang Chao raised his hand again.
The plaza's surface trembled, and in an instant, no fewer than 10 platforms rose into the air. Staff appeared in perfect unison, taking their positions as referees. The crowd parted as each selected their opponent.
At that moment, a young woman clad in white training robes stepped forward slowly. Her black hair cascaded like a waterfall, her eyes as cold as ice, and a piercing chill emanated from her entire being.
Jiu Academy by Shuang.
She looked directly at Zheng Shanhe and said calmly, "Please instruct me."
Zheng Shanhe naturally did not refuse, nodding slightly. "Please." The two stepped back onto the stage, and the atmosphere instantly turned as cold as ice. "Begin."
Bai Shuang spread her hands, and a sudden burst of frigid energy erupted.
Frozen 1,000-mile snow. Crack.
A thick layer of frost instantly crystallized across the ring's surface, the frigid air surging toward Zheng Shanhe like a tidal wave.
Zheng Shanhe lightly tapped his toes and leapt into the air.
As if anticipating this, Bai Shuang raised her fingertips.
Ice spikes piercing the void. Whoosh. Whoosh. Whoosh.
Dozens of razor-sharp ice spikes tore through the air, sealing off every escape route for Zheng Shanhe. "It's over," Bai Shuang declared coldly, her voice brimming with confidence.
Yet, a faint smile touched Zheng Shanhe's lips. Mount Tai's heavenly ruler. Hum. A flash of azure light erupted as a colossal ruler materialized out of thin air. He gripped the ruler with one hand and swept it horizontally with tremendous force. Boom.
The ice spikes shattered completely, the frigid air forcibly cleaved apart. Bai Shuang's pupils contracted, but before he could react, Zheng Shanhe closed in like a raging storm.
Ha!
The massive ruler, wielded with the force of Mount Tai, crashed down.
Bai Shuang hastily conjured an ice shield to block the blow. Boom!
The ice shield shattered, sending her reeling back several steps, nearly tumbling off the stage.
Shall we continue? Zheng Shanhe stood with his ruler drawn, asking calmly.
Bai Shuang gritted her teeth, her eyes filled with lingering fear. She could clearly sense that Zheng Shanhe had held back on that last strike. Finally, she took a deep breath and slowly nodded.
I concede. The crowd erupted once more. The prodigy of Jiu Academy had actually been defeated.
Zheng Shanhe had fought 2 consecutive matches, winning both. Moreover, his opponents were all formidable fighters who ranked among the top in this group. At this point, it seemed no one would dare choose him anymore.
Chapter 73, Training Camp commences. Afterward.
After a morning of combat, as expected, half the participants were eliminated.
After delivering a few closing remarks, Zhang Chao declared the entrance assessment concluded.
The dormitory conditions were excellent, with single rooms for everyone.
After showering, Zheng Shanhe lay on his bed. The moment he opened his phone, a message from Ku Fushue popped up. How'd it go? Zheng Shanhe replied, not bad. Got into a few fights. Ku Fushue quickly replied, did you win?
Of course. Zheng Shanhe could almost picture her slightly raised eyebrow as she asked the question.
Get some rest. Ku Fushue ended the chat with those 4 words.
At the same time, Chen Zheng sent a message, good work.
Keep up the momentum from today.
The night passed without further words.
The dawn of the first day of official training camp. A piercing whistle split the sky. Zheng Shanhe jolted awake.
Outside the window, darkness still reigned. He glanced at the time, 4:30 a.m.
Everyone, assemble on the field within 5 minutes. Zhang Chao's voice boomed through the loudspeaker across the entire dormitory complex.
Zheng Shanhe rolled out of bed, quickly pulled on his training uniform, and dashed out the door. Chaotic footsteps echoed down the hallway as sleepy-eyed cadets fumbled with their shoelaces.
Damn it, wasn't the wake-up call supposed to be at 6? This is an hour and a half early. Enough. Let's go.
He's got the watch, he decides what time we get up. When Zheng Shanhe reached the field, Zhang Chao stood with his hands behind his back on the elevated platform, his stern gaze sweeping over the arriving cadets.
5 minutes are up.
Zhang pressed the stopwatch.
The latecomers will run 20 laps around the field before rejoining the formation. A dozen latecomers turned pale and reluctantly began their punishment laps.
Zheng Shanhe silently shook his head. He never imagined he'd feel the oppressive weight of morning drills again after all these years. Phase 1 training commences now, Zhang Chao's voice rang out, hard as steel. First exercise, physical limit test. At his command, the training ground suddenly split open. Dozens of 2-meter diameter metal discs slowly rose from the earth. Each disc was connected by heavy iron chains, their ends attached to solid iron balls nearly half a person's height.
1 per person. Drag the iron ball for a 10-kilometer cross-country run. Zhang Chao's stern face was devoid of emotion. Time limit, 1 hour. Those who fail to meet the standard will have their training extended by 2 hours today.
The words had barely left his mouth when a chorus of groans erupted from the sidelines. Most of these recruits were spoiled rich kids who'd never endured this level of special training.
Moreover, these iron balls weighed at least 3 to 4 tons. While awakened combatants could enhance their physical capabilities through their combat power levels. But solid iron balls weighing 3 to 4 tons? For anyone except specialized strength-based classes, dragging one across flat ground was already a struggle, let alone rough terrain. While some groaned, just as many silently got to work. Zheng Shanhe silently approached a circular platform and gripped the iron chain with both hands. The chains felt bone-chillingly cold to the touch, their surfaces covered in tiny spikes that dug into his palms at the slightest pressure. Let me reiterate, this is not a vacation spot. If you lack iron willpower, I hope you forge it here through sheer force of will. Zhang Chao's voice was cold and deep. Begin. At Zhang Chao's command, Zheng Shanhe drew a deep breath, every muscle in his body tensing. His full 80-level combat power erupted in that instant. He yanked the iron ball with sheer force, plowing a deep furrow into the muddy ground. Is this guy a monster or a human? Someone exclaimed in shock. But soon after, several more iron balls began shifting. Among them, Zheng Shanhe of Holy Heaven Academy gripped the iron ball with both hands, his expression composed as he dragged it with strength matching Zheng Shanhe's. Zheng Shanhe paid no heed to the gasps around him. He focused on regulating his breathing rhythm, quickly realizing that relying solely on brute force accelerated physical exhaustion. So he began experimenting with evenly distributing his spiritual energy throughout his limbs, ensuring each exertion was perfectly measured. After 3 kilometers, most trainees were panting like oxen. Blood seeped from the palms of Zheng Shanhe's hands, scraped raw by the chains, yet his pace did not falter. Among these trainees, there are still a few promising young talents. From the elevated platform, Zhang Chao murmured to his assistant beside him, Zhong Xian from Shengtian Academy. With his superior strength, this first task poses no challenge for him. Zhong Xian's bull-like frame dragged the iron ball across the rugged terrain at remarkable speed, as if the 3 or 4 tons of weight meant nothing to him. Chai Lily from GU Academy is also impressive. Though she's a girl, her speed is every bit as fast as Zhong Xian's. The assistant added from the side. Meanwhile, among the leading group, 2 figures clad in robes, one male, one female, also advanced. Magic surged from their hands, propelling the iron balls forward without their palms ever touching the chains. As for the 2 mages from Shanglong and Xingchuan, though they're taking some shortcuts, controlling the movement of an iron ball weighing nearly 5 tons with magic alone is still quite difficult. At that moment, Zhang Chao's gaze settled on Zheng Shanhe. The seemingly unremarkable figure in the leading group was far ahead of everyone else. Watch Zheng Shanhe's footwork, Zheng Chao murmured, admiration flickering in his eyes. Each step lands with centimeter-perfect precision. He seems to distribute his spiritual energy evenly throughout every corner of his body to propel that iron ball. Section Chief Chen Zhang asked me yesterday to tell you that he hopes you'll push Zheng Shanhe to his absolute limits in training. The assistant chuckled softly beside him. That guy always exaggerates like that, Zheng Chao replied indifferently. Then, he too smiled faintly, but Zheng Shanhe is a promising prospect. As Zheng Shanhe crossed the finish line first, Zheng Chao pressed his stopwatch, 45 minutes, 28 seconds. First place. Closely behind him was Zhong Xian, clocking in at 45 minutes and 44 seconds. Next came Chai Lily and Shanglong from GU Academy, 2 mages from Xingchuan. The final times for the 3 were 48 minutes 55 seconds, separated by mere milliseconds. Crossing the finish line, Zheng Shanhe released the chain, his palms already raw and bleeding. Sweat soaked his clothes. He shook his hands and let out a breath. Long time no see. At that moment, Zhong Xian approached with steady strides, offering a greeting. It really has been a long time. Zheng Shanhe returned the smile. He had a favorable impression of Zhong Xian. As the 1-hour deadline approached, roughly 30 people remained unfinished on the field. Those who haven't finished won't get breakfast today. Zhang Chao barked out the order with unmistakable severity. Next exercise. The subsequent training exercises grew increasingly brutal. Weight-bearing squats involved suddenly electrified footrests, obstacle runs featured high-pressure water cannons, and even mealtimes required constant vigilance against rubber bullets that could fly at any moment. Is this training or torture? This is nothing like I imagined. At lunchtime, a student from GU Academy collapsed onto the table in despair. Wails of despair echoed around the room. Zheng Shanhe silently shoveled his food, his ears keenly attuned to the surrounding commotion. Suddenly, his head jerked as a rubber bullet whizzed past his ear, striking the soup bowl behind him and sending broth splattering everywhere. Simultaneously, cries of pain erupted from every corner of the cafeteria. Chapter 74, Devilish Training. Afternoon. Zhang Chao personally demonstrated a set of combat-oriented boxing techniques. The movements appeared simple, yet each strike was lethal. This style fuses the essence of ancient martial arts with modern battlefield requirements, Zhang Chao declared, then shattered a 10-centimeter thick steel plate with a single punch. Now, pair up for sparring. You must master every technique before sunset. Zheng Shanhe's opponent was a burly giant from Xingchuan Academy, reputed as a human tank. But Zheng Shanhe couldn't shake the feeling this guy wasn't as solidly built as Zhong Xian from Shengtian. You defeated by Shuang, the burly man grinned, revealing pearly white teeth. I hope you won't disappoint me. Zheng Shanhe assumed his starting stance without reply. The burly man roared and charged forward, his fist tearing through the air toward Zheng Shanhe's face. At the instant of impact, Zheng Shanhe shifted his stance slightly. His right hand coiled around the opponent's wrist like a serpent, using the force to pull and push. The burly man instantly lost his balance, stumbling several steps and nearly falling. What kind of move was that? The burly man demanded, bewildered. Military boxing 7th form, deflecting force, Zheng Shanhe shrugged. Section Chief Zhang demonstrated it earlier. During the subsequent sparring session, Zheng Shanhe deliberately held back, using only military boxing techniques. He discovered that while this boxing style was simple, it proved exceptionally practical in close combat, with every move targeting vital points. This training camp was proving to be a valuable learning experience. After about 2 hours of training. Stop! Zhang Chao abruptly halted the session. Now we begin the combat test. Zheng Shanhe, step forward. Zheng Shanhe stepped into the center of the field. Zhang Chao personally entered the space and stood opposite him. Attack me with everything you've got. The entire field fell silent. Zheng Shanhe took a deep breath, his gaze sharpening. Then, whoosh! Zheng Shanhe burst forward like an arrow released from its string. His right fist channeled the power of the Soul Sovereign, compressing the air so violently it produced a deafening crack. Good! Zheng Chao's gaze sharpened. Without flinching or dodging, he unleashed a punch of his own. Boom! The two fists collided, sending shockwaves rippling outward. The training ground cracked and several nearby trainees were knocked to the ground by the shockwave. Zheng Shanhe staggered back over 10 steps before regaining his footing, his right arm tingling slightly. This was the first time he had been at a disadvantage in a clash with an awakened. Zhang Chao also stumbled back half a step, surprise flashing in his eyes. An 80 combat rating with that kind of explosive power? Impressive, Zhang Chao nodded. Continue. Over the next 10 minutes. Zheng Shanhe unleashed every technique at his disposal. He cycled through the Mount Tai heavenly ruler and the sovereign state techniques, yet remained unable to breach Zheng Chao's defenses. Your problem lies in over-relying on innate skills, Zheng Chao commented after the sparring session. He knew Zheng Shanhe's true strength well. If Zheng Shanhe dared to unleash his full potential, even Zheng Chao would have to take him seriously. But ultimately, this too was a form of dependence. To become truly flawless, you must cultivate strength beyond your innate abilities. That, he continued, is precisely why you came here for this intensive training. Zheng Shanhe nodded thoughtfully. This battle made him realize there was still a significant gap between himself and the top-tier masters. At the same time, Zhang Chao was absolutely right. Without the power of the mountain river creation, his strength alone was insufficient to reach the pinnacle. As time passed, the eventful first day of training gradually gave way to night. All trainees were led into a pitch-black chamber filled with a special magnetic field designed to disrupt mental energy. Final lesson, meditation. Zhang Chao's voice echoed from the darkness. Maintaining inner calm under extreme conditions is a mandatory lesson for all awakened ones. Zheng Shanhe sat cross-legged, attempting to quiet his mind. But the surrounding magnetic field relentlessly disrupted his spiritual energy flow, like millions of ants crawling inside him, preventing any true stillness. Find the equilibrium point of your consciousness. Focus your energy. Perceive yourself. Perceive everything around you. Harness your spiritual energy. Let it become not merely the source that drives your awakened power, but your third eye. Zhang Chao continued his gentle instruction. Zheng Shanhe recalled the breathing technique Chen Zhang had once taught him and began slowly adjusting his rhythm. Gradually, the external disturbances seemed to fade away, and the spiritual energy within his body began to circulate along specific pathways. In this wondrous state, Zheng Shanhe felt his connection to Mount Tai and Shanhaiguan grow ever stronger. This included his life-bound artifacts, the Mount Tai heavenly ruler and the sky-splitting cloud-climbing bow. Their pulsations felt like heartbeats, gradually synchronizing with his own breath. Simultaneously, vague outlines of his surroundings began to emerge in Zheng Shanhe's mind. The sponge-like texture of the floor and walls, the outline of the person seated beside him, even the garments they wore all blurred into his mind. This mystical state was utterly captivating. After an unknown span of time. Time's up. Blinding lights suddenly flared on. Zhang Chao's voice snapped everyone back to reality. First day of training is over. Assemble again tomorrow morning at 4:30 sharp. By the time Zheng Shanhe had dragged his exhausted body back to the dormitory, it was already late at night. His phone was flooded with unread messages. Messages from Ku Fushue, Xiao, and even Kuxian and Kuxiomeng. Lying in bed, he replayed today's training drills in his mind until he drifted off into sleep. Days passed in the relentless grind of training. Before he knew it, 3 months had passed. Standing at the edge of the training ground, Zheng Shanhe gazed at the rising sun in the distance and suddenly realized he had spent a full 90 days in this grueling training facility. Every single day of those 3 months felt like purgatory. From the initial 4:30 a.m. wake up to drag iron balls, to later underwater breath-holding combat, survival training in toxic gas environments, and finally, combat simulations against various simulated monsters. Each training exercise was enough to break an ordinary person. Yet Zheng Shanhe persevered. Not only did he endure, but he emerged as the most outstanding trainee in this session. 3 months had polished away the last traces of his youthful innocence. Now, his handsome features radiated an icy coldness, his lean frame stood as straight as a pine tree, and his entire being resembled a blade drawn from its sheath, a natural aura of sharpness. "What are you thinking about?" Zheng Xian's deep voice echoed from behind him. After 3 months of interaction, this burly man from Holy Heaven Academy had developed a solid friendship with Zheng Shanhe. "Just thinking about today's second stage group assignments." Zheng Shanhe turned around, smiling at Zheng Xian, who had also tanned considerably. "I hear the grouping rules are quite unique this time." Zheng Xian nodded. "Section Chief Zheng hinted at it last night. Seems like it'll be based on our performance in the first phase. Who knows? Maybe we'll end up on the same team." He chuckled. As they spoke, the assembly whistle sounded. On the training ground, only 64 trainees remained out of the original 108. The rest had withdrawn, unable to endure the training intensity. Zhang Chao, still clad in his black Zhongshan suit, stood atop the platform surveying the group. "Congratulations on surviving the first phase." His voice remained cold and stern. "Starting today, we begin the second phase, the portal combat trial. Based on your performance in the first phase, you have been divided into 16 four-person squads." As his words fell, the large screen in the training ground lit up with the team assignments. Zheng Shanhe quickly found his name. Team 4, Zheng Shanhe Wingling, by Shuang Jiyu, Lu Hong Xingchuan, Sun Xinxin Shengtian. By Shuang, though defeated by Zheng Shanhe in their initial battle, had been allowed to remain due to her strong determination. Who would have thought she'd end up in the same squad as him? "Hey, that girl's personality is cold enough to scare the crap out of you. You're in for it." Zhong Xian, having seen his own team assignment, chuckled with schadenfreude. Zheng Shanhe shook his head with a smile. "I'm not here to fall in love. Who cares what her personality is like?" Chapter 75, Portal Trial Bonus Chapter for Sword Dancing with the Wind. All teams, assemble at the designated area to receive mission briefings. Zhang Chao's voice rang out. "Attention, this phase incorporates an elimination mechanism. The timing for triggering elimination will be clearly outlined in your squad's action plan. Disperse. Proceed to your respective team assembly points." The crowd dispersed in an instant. Zheng Shanhe also spotted his other two teammates besides Bai Shuang. Lu Hong, a dark-skinned, bald giant whose profession was tank. He seemed somewhat reclusive and didn't speak much. As for Sun Xinxin, a young woman with short silver hair, she possessed a lively personality that reminded Zheng Shanhe of Zhao Yan. In their team, both Bai Shuang and Lu Hong were silent types. On the way to the assembly area, only Sun Xinxin was naturally outgoing, chatting non-stop with Zheng Shanhe. Their squad's meeting point was a closed conference room. An administrative staff member wearing glasses had been waiting there for quite some time. Upon seeing the four, he immediately began his briefing. "You will be entering the S-class portal designated Abyssal Corridor. The clerk pushed his glasses up as a projector illuminated a complex topographical map. "This is a specially modified trial ground created by the Association's Science and Technology Department. Though it's a testing ground, it functions as a fully operational S-class portal with dynamically changing internal conditions." Zheng Shanhe noticed 16 flickering points on the map, 4 of which were marked in red. Each squad will be randomly teleported to different zones. The clerk pulled up the mission list. Your primary objectives as Squad 4 are threefold. First, activate the beacon at the central control tower. Second, collect at least 3 energy crystals. Third, the projection abruptly switched to Team 6 data, revealing Zhong Xian's resolute face at the top. Defeat and eliminate at least 2 members of Squad 6. Sun Xinxin's breath caught. "Are you kidding me? You want us to eliminate Zhong Xian?" Bai Shuang stared coldly at Zhong Xian's projection. "It's just a mission. Eliminating anyone makes no difference." Zheng Shanhe, however, looked pensive. 3 months ago, they had been comrades training side by side. Now, in the blink of an eye, they were to become adversaries. This arrangement was clearly deliberate. Special reminder. The administrative officer tapped the table. Each squad's mission differs. If Squad 6 evacuates safely in full, your entire squad will be eliminated and permanently removed from the training base. There are also prerequisites for initiating combat. Zheng Shanhe raised an eyebrow slightly. It seemed this second phase was a brutal elimination tournament. At that moment, Lu Hong, who had remained silent, suddenly spoke up. "What are the elimination criteria?" "Loss of combat effectiveness," the civilian paused. "Simply put, falling unconscious means elimination." The conference room fell silent. Zheng Shanhe rapidly analyzed the situation in his mind. Zhong Xian's squad was entirely composed of power-type fighters, giving them an advantage in direct confrontation. On his side, Bai Shuang was a control-focused battle mage, while Sun Xinxin was a ranged assassin. Only he and Lu Hong could match them head-on. Eliminating 2 members of Zhong Xian's squad should be manageable. "Departure in 1 hour," the administrative officer said, gathering the documents. "I suggest you use this time to finalize your tactics." As Zheng Shanhe and his 3 companions stepped through the portal, A damp, putrid stench assaulted their senses. Zheng Shanhe opened his eyes to find himself standing at the edge of a swamp, where dark green bubbles continuously burst on the surface of the muddy pool. Nice luck, we're in the poison swamp zone. Sun Shanhe, agile as ever, leapt onto a nearby tree trunk and scanned the surroundings. This terrain is unfavorable for melee classes. During the hour of preparation, they had assigned roles. Before entering the portal, the guild had distributed 2 items to each squad: a map positioning device and a mission objective tracker. Sun Shanhe was in charge of the map locator. Bai Shuang was responsible for the mission tracker. As for Zheng Shanhe and Lu Hong, they only needed to focus entirely on combat. We should prioritize the second objective, collecting energy crystals. Bai Shuang pressed one hand against the ground, activating the tracker. Moments later, she rose and stated coldly, energy signatures detected 2 kilometers away. It's the crystals. Let's deal with the immediate problem first. Zheng Shanhe suddenly turned with a cold laugh. Beside him, Lu Hong raised his heavy shield and arrow clanged as it embedded itself in the shield's surface. Shadowy figures flickered faintly within the distant thickets. Zheng Shanhe instantly summoned the Mount Tai Heavenly Ruler, its Team 7's Chai Lily. Did they receive orders to attack us? During the 3 months at the training base, he had already studied each cadet's combat style. Such precise long-range archery, aside from Sun Shanhe of their own squad, could only be executed by Chai Lily. Boom! Bai Shuang stomped her foot, sending icicles shooting forward in a fan-shaped burst. Amidst the thunderous crashes of trees being cleaved in half, 4 figures were forced into the open. The red-haired girl at the front, wielding a nimble longbow, was none other than Chai Lily. Hand over the crystals. Chai Lily flicked her long hair, knocked an arrow, and drew the string. A spiraling vortex swirled around the arrowhead. Zheng Shanhe, we only want the resources. We don't want to hurt anyone. You're overestimating yourself. Zheng Shanhe shook his head. Lu Hong, he suddenly barked. The bald, burly man immediately understood, smashing his heavy shield hard against the ground. Boom! Amidst the muddy waves churned by the shockwave, Zheng Shanhe advanced like a ghostly apparition, sweeping his Mount Tai Heavenly Ruler across the air. The terrifying force forced Chai Lily to leap backward hastily. A 3-meter deep trench gouged into the earth where she had stood moments before. Her teammates were about to rush to her aid when frost suddenly crystallized beneath their feet. Bai Shuang's absolute zero domain demonstrated terrifying control with its very first deployment. Don't linger. Zheng Shanhe twisted his ruler's edge, flinging the assassin attempting to ambush Bai Shuang into the muddy swamp. Remember our objective. Chai Lily's squad was frozen by Bai Shuang. Sun Shanhe pulled a crystal from Chai Lily's waist. We've hit the jackpot, they've already collected one. Bai Shuang abruptly pressed her communicator. Command reports, Squad 6 has just eliminated Squad 2. Her ice-blue pupils narrowed slightly. It's Zhong Xian's team. The projection map unfolded before them, showing Team 6 Lightpoint rapidly moving toward the central control tower. Zheng Shanhe narrowed his eyes. Zhong Xian had clearly received a targeted elimination mission too. Moreover, capturing the central control tower seemed to be one of the objectives for all squads. Change the plan. He stowed away the Mount Tai Eternal Sky Ruler. Head straight for the control tower. We'll wait for them to come to us. In the metal corridor at the base of the control tower, the nauseating stench of blood mingled with the smell of engine oil. Zheng Shanhe and his 3 companions lay concealed within the ventilation ducts as heavy footsteps echoed from above. 3 men, Bai Shuang projected an image through ice crystals. Zhong Xian isn't with them. Sun Shanhe drew her crossbow. Should we move? Zheng Shanhe shook his head. Zhong Xian was definitely nearby. They had discussed this kind of obvious bait trap countless times during their training. Sure enough. As the 3 members of Squad 6 reached the middle of the corridor, the ceiling suddenly collapsed. Zhong Xian crashed through like a meteorite, his fists unleashing sonic booms as they slammed into the seemingly empty corner. That was precisely where Bai Shuang had set up the ice crystal refraction point. Let's fight. Zheng Shanhe burst through the pipe wall, his Daezong Heavenly Ruler clashing violently with Zhong Xian's Iron Fist. The shockwave blew away all disguises, exposing both squads completely to each other's sight. I knew you'd see through it. Zhong Xian roared with laughter, veins suddenly bulging on his fists. This mission I've been given demands I eliminate you. The entire control tower began to tremble. Zheng Shanhe shouted between the punching winds, Bai Shuang, control the field. Sun Shanhe, take the tower. Lu Hong, hold off the others. In an instant, icy frost and explosive energy erupted throughout the space. Come on, Zheng Shanhe. Ever since the student council meeting, I've been itching for another fight with you. Zhong Xian roared with laughter, charging forward with a punch. Chapter 76, Unrest Bonus Chapter for Sword Dancing with the Wind. Boom! The instant Zhong Xian's Iron Fist collided with the Daesong Constant Heaven Ruler, the entire metal floor of the control tower caved in. Zheng Shanhe used the momentum to step back 3 paces, the ruler's edge scraping the floor and sending sparks flying. A sharp gleam flashed in his eyes as his sovereign state activated instantly. Come on!
Zhong roared with laughter, his fists glowing with a bronze-like radiance as he forcefully absorbed Zheng Shanhe's ruler strike. The shockwaves from their clash reverberated through the surrounding metal walls, making them hum with a low, constant hum. Bai Shuang's ice crystal domain had already spread across the battlefield, plunging the entire area into freezing temperatures. With a light flick of her fingertips, dozens of ice spikes shot toward Zhong allies from angles. Lu Heng! Sun Xinshin cried out sharply. Lu Heng instantly raised his heavy shield and slammed it into the ground. The shockwave forced the attacking opponent 3 steps back, landing them squarely within Sun Xinshin's firing range. Ha! Sun Xinshin leapt high into the air, launching several poison-tipped crossbow bolts. The 3 attackers couldn't dodge in time, struck in the shoulders, their movements instantly slowed. It's over. Zheng Shanhe smiled as the giant ruler in his hand suddenly changed its stance. His previously sweeping, wide-ranging assault abruptly transformed into a series of intricate, lightning-fast strikes. The ruler's edge rained down like a storm, covering Zhong vital points. What? Zhong pupils contracted. In 3 months of training, Zheng Shanhe had never displayed such exquisite close combat skills. He blocked hastily, yet 3 blows still struck his chest, leaving bruises instantly visible on his bronze-colored skin. Your strength has improved, but it's still not enough. Zheng Shanhe's voice remained calm as he twisted the ruler's tip upward in a sudden upward strike. Zhong was forced backward, only to see Zheng Shanhe clench his left fist as the power of the Soul Sovereign erupted with a thunderous roar. Boom! The fist slammed squarely into Zhong abdomen, sending him flying over 10 meters before crashing heavily into the alloy wall of the control tower. Zhong! His teammates cried out, rushing to aid him only to be blocked by Bai Shuang and Lu Heng. Zheng Shanhe made no move to pursue, instead thrusting the Daisong Hengtian ruler into the ground. Admit defeat. At least you'll save some strength. Zhong struggled to his feet, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, yet his face twisted into an excited grin. This is where the fun begins. Ha! He tore open his shirt, revealing a chest covered in eerie patterns. The patterns writhed like living creatures, emitting a dangerous crimson glow. Bloodline awakening. Sun Xinshin gasped at the sight. Has he lost his mind? He'll lose control in this state. As a fellow academy member, Sun Xinshin clearly understood Zhong power better than anyone else. Zheng Shanhe's eyes narrowed sharply. In these past 3 months, Zhong had never displayed this state before. Roar! Zhong unleashed a deafening roar as his form swelled. His skin turned entirely bronze-colored. When his fists collided, they produced a metallic clang. In that moment, he seemed to transform entirely into a colossal bronze statue, his power staggering. Now that's more like it, Zhong Shanhe was not alarmed but delighted. The sovereign state was fully activated. He charged forward, and the two clashed fiercely once more. Each collision sent the control tower trembling violently. Boom! 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 3 heavy punches clashed in a thunderous roar. Zheng Shanhe's figure flickered as he found an opening amidst Zhong frenzied assault. It's over, brother. Zheng Shanhe clenched his right fist, unleashing a mountain-moving punch that slammed into Zhong midsection. Thud! A terrifying thud reverberated throughout the entire space. Everyone froze in their tracks at that instant. Their gazes turned toward Zheng Shanhe and Zhong. At the tip of his fingers, Zhong, still in his frenzied state, crashed to the ground. The patterns on his body rapidly faded. Zhong eyes were slightly closed as he gasped for breath. Mission complete. Bai Shuang retracted the ice crystal and announced coldly. Sun Xinshin had already activated the beacon in the central control tower. Meanwhile, 2 members of Zhong squad had been eliminated 2 minutes prior. They have 3 crystals. Lu Heng retrieved 2 crystals from the pockets of the unconscious man. Without encountering any other squads, Zheng Shanhe's team had already completed all 3 objectives. The hum of the central control tower's activated beacon echoed throughout the entire space. Warning! A squad has completed all tasks. Phase 2 is about to commence. A cold mechanical voice echoed from all directions. Alien forces have arrived. All teams, break out toward the southwest evacuation point immediately. Time limit 2 hours. Teams exceeding the time limit will be eliminated. Check our position. Zheng Shanhe immediately turned to Sun Xinshin, who held the map device. She hastily unfolded the map, projecting a holographic image. The group discovered the once clear route map was now densely covered in red dots. Worse still, the evacuation point was an extremely long distance away. Move out. He yanked Zhong, who had just regained consciousness, to his feet. We don't have time. The 2 squads instinctively called a temporary truce and charged outward along the control tower's emergency exit. But the moment they burst through the tower doors, the sight before them made everyone gasp in horror. The once gray sky was torn apart by dozens of crimson fissures, and alien creatures resembling mantises over 3 meters tall surged forward like a tidal wave. Their razor-sharp forelimbs sliced through metal walls with ease, their eyes gleaming with a bloodthirsty light. The General Association's tech division can actually control the timing of alien appearances through the portal, exclaimed one member of Zhong squad.
Something's wrong. Bai Shuang frowned. I've reviewed the training manuals. All the alien species in this space are captured and confined types. There's no mention of a species with this form. Eek. The alien at the front suddenly let out a shrill screech, its forelimbs slashing toward the group at a speed imperceptible to the naked eye. Clang! Zheng Shanhe's Daisong Constant Sky Ruler blocked it just in time, yet the impact sent a numbing shock through his palm. This. His pupils contracted. These monsters' strength far exceeded S-rank standards. Bai Shuang was right, these creatures aren't programmed entities. Everyone, be careful. Zheng Shanhe shouted urgently, forcing his arm to repel the alien creature before him. Could it be a rift conflict causing stronger S-class beings to descend? Zhong Xian's skin once again rippled with bronze-like patterns as he roared, delivering a punch toward the alien creature before him. We can't linger here. We have to get out of here. Lu Hong leapt into the air, gripping his heavy shield with both hands and smashing it into the swarm of beasts, clearing a path. All around, the alien hordes closed in like a tidal wave, filling the path he had carved in an instant. Heaven and earth, 1 foot. The sky-piercing blue blade flashed out, unleashing earth-shattering power to carve a new escape route. Break through! Break through! Zheng Shanhe charged forward wielding his giant ruler, and everyone hurriedly followed close behind. Arctic blizzard. Ice crystals gathered at Bai Shuang's toes, and the ice crystal domain spread once more. The two squads fought their way through the encirclement, charging straight toward the southwest. Along the way, they encountered other squads making desperate last stands. Gradually, their ranks swelled. Has the association lost its mind? This level of alien threat and sheer numbers could wipe us all out right here. Damn it, if this is really the association's doing, only a bunch of psychopaths could come up with such a twisted plan. The curses and shouts never ceased. The alien forces grew ever more numerous and powerful, completely blocking their path. At this moment, besides Zheng Shanhe and Zhong Xian's squad, 4 new teams had joined the fray. Among them was Chai Lily's squad. What should we do? Our strength is fading. It's getting harder to break through. Zhong Xian panted heavily as he jumped beside Zheng Shanhe and whispered. Zheng Shanhe's expression remained composed. With the association offering no assistance at this point, only 2 possibilities remained. Either everything was under control, or the situation here had spiraled out of control, making external intervention impossible in the short term. Whoosh! Suddenly, space ripped apart in the distance. A massive claw covered in pitch-black armor thrust forward. Even just the claw's tip was larger than an adult human. The moment the claw struck the ground, the entire surface shook like an earthquake. What the hell? Someone screamed in shock. Damn it, that's the Death Lord that appeared at the border portal. It's a super S-rank alien. When the colossal creature fully revealed itself, everyone finally got a clear look. It was a monstrous creature resembling a fusion of a scorpion and a spider. Massive in size, it stood 4 or 5 stories tall. 8 blood-red compound eyes glowed faintly along its dark brown head. This creature seemed adept at psychic attacks. The instant it appeared, Zhong Xian, Lu Hong, and all the tank classes lacking sufficient mental fortitude collapsed to their knees, vomiting. A single psychic shockwave nearly incapacitated the entire party. Even Zheng Shanhe was momentarily dazed by the assault. Instantly, the alien creatures from all directions seemed to receive some command, charging toward Zheng Shanhe in unison. They ignored everyone else entirely. The shadow of death loomed over him. Zheng Shanhe could no longer hide. His right hand shot upward, and he was about to roar in fury. But at this critical moment, a cold, clear voice suddenly echoed throughout the entire space. Death Harvest. Chapter 77, Dan Tai Qing Xian. The sudden voice was as frosty as ice. In an instant, time seemed to freeze across the entire battlefield. The savage faces of the alien creatures froze mid-strike, and Zheng Shanhe could even see the foul, viscous mucus dripping from their fangs. Whoosh! A streak of azure flame sliced through the void. Then came the second, the third. Countless blue flames intertwined into a net, enveloping every alien creature lunging toward Zheng Shanhe. Gah! Amidst piercing screams, the alien creatures' bodies were sliced apart as if by invisible blades, instantly torn to shreds. Zheng Shanhe's pupils contracted sharply. He saw that the alien creatures' remains did not fall to the ground but were suspended midair, held by some force. Every shred of flesh, every drop of blood, was enveloped by the blue flames and burned to ashes. Even more spine-chillingly, from within the ashes, the ghostly forms of the alien beings slowly materialized. Their faces contorted in silent wails, as if forcibly restrained by some power. They transformed into wisps of blue smoke, drifting toward some distant direction. Zheng Shanhe turned his head toward the direction the smoke drifted. In the center of the battlefield, a slender figure had appeared, seemingly out of nowhere. In that moment, Zheng Shanhe beheld a woman he would never forget for the rest of his life. She appeared to be in her early 20s, clad in a simple white gown, her black hair cascading like a waterfall to her waist. Her features were exquisitely painted, her nose bridge as sharp and cold as a snow-capped peak, her lips a pale pink like cherry blossoms, perfectly complementing her white gown. Her beauty was intensely captivating, yet radiated a profound aloofness and chill. What truly riveted Zheng Shanhe's gaze was the immense, shadowy figure suspended behind her. This shadowy figure was mysterious and hazy, seemingly clad in a long robe with a hooded cape. From its back sprouted a pair of skeletal wings, engulfed in blue flames. Its left arm was raised high, holding a flickering, ghostly lamp that cast a bone-chilling blue glow. The souls of the alien race seemed imprisoned within this very lamp. On its right arm, it gripped an exaggeratedly shaped blue scythe, its blade edged with churning fragments of the alien soul. A terrifying chill emanated from the apparition, causing Zheng Shanhe's pupils to contract. Annihilation. The woman's pale lips parted, her voice detached. As she spoke, the phantom slowly raised the scythe. Hum. Where the scythe sliced through, space itself tore open into a pitch-black fissure. In that instant, vast hordes of the alien race perished, their souls a sea of wailing spirits silently surged toward the phantom figure. Yet such a grand spectacle failed to command attention. Roar! The distant Death Lord seemed to sense the threat. Its 8 compound eyes locked onto the woman simultaneously, unleashing a deafening roar. Its colossal form surged forward, cracking the ground and raising clouds of dust in its wake. Yet the woman didn't even lift an eyelid. She merely waved her hand lightly. Swish! A crescent-shaped blade of azure light sliced through the air. Initially only a meter long, the blade expanded as it flew, transforming in an instant into a colossal slash dozens of meters long. Splash! The Death Lord's iron hard shell proved as fragile as paper against this slash, sliced open with ease. Boom! Its massive body crashed to the ground, sending a cloud of dust billowing into the air. Even more terrifying, its soul was forcibly ripped out, transforming into a wisp of blue smoke that coiled around the scythe's blade. The entire arena fell deathly silent. Everyone stared wide-eyed, utterly incredulous at the spectacle. A Super S rank, the dreaded Death Lord who had caused so much trouble at the border, had he really been killed in an instant? Zheng Shanhe's pupils flickered. If he summoned the mountain river creation, he too could achieve an instant kill. But his gaze locked onto the colossal spectral figure. He had never witnessed such terrifying power. This woman, who was she? The rescued survivors slowly regained their senses. Just then, Zheng Shanhe heard the startled cries from his own team by Shuang and Sun Xinxian. Dantai Qingxian. It's Dantai Qingxian. Both women's voices were filled with shock and admiration. Upon hearing that name, Zheng Shanhe's heart skipped a beat. Dantai Qingxian. Dantai Qingxian, hailed as the foremost SSS-tier awakened being in all of China. He had heard this name repeatedly in news reports, and even across major websites, the buzz surrounding her name remained consistently high. National female war god, divine maiden of Xiancheng, number 1 below SSS rank, and so on. At that moment, the woman of long-standing fame stepped through the air toward them. Her gaze swept across the crowd, finally settling on Zheng Shanhe. After a moment, she looked away. The teleportation gate at the training base has detected abnormal fluctuations, establishing a brief connection with an unknown S-class portal. I have been dispatched to rescue you. Dantai Qingxuan's tone was flat. Everyone exchanged bewildered glances. No wonder these alien races were so savage, there really was a problem. The other teams have all been rescued. Now, everyone follow me out. Dantai Qingxian turned, waved her pale hand lightly, and a blue portal slowly materialized in the void. Returning to the familiar training square, the survivors collapsed onto the ground, breathing sighs of relief. Dantai Qingxian led Zheng Shanhe toward the command center. Only after entering the elevator did Zheng Shanhe get a clear look. Her eyes were extraordinary hazy gray lashes framing amber pupils. Beneath her left eye, 3 inches down, sat a tiny, ink-black tear mole, lending her entire face a faint, pitiable air. Finished staring? Suddenly, Dantai Qingxian asked coolly. Zheng Shanhe awkwardly averted his gaze, scratched his nose, and remained silent. The elevator doors opened at just the right moment. Zheng Shanhe followed behind Dantai Qingxian, acutely aware of the reverent stares directed their way. Finally, Dantai Qingxian stopped before the main control room door. Pushing the door open, Zheng Shanhe saw Qin Zheng frowning as he repeatedly examined the holographic projection. The projection repeatedly played back the abnormal fluctuations that had occurred when the Death Lord appeared. Hearing footsteps, Qin Zheng turned, his gaze lingering on Zheng Shanhe for a moment before furrowing his brow. You're injured? Zheng Shanhe glanced down at his right arm. The wound, torn open by the alien creature's claws during the battle, was seeping blood, staining his training uniform crimson. It's nothing, he shook his head. Sit down. I need to discuss something with you. Qin Zheng gestured for him to take a seat, then turned to Dantai Qingxian. Thank you for your hard work. Leave the follow-up cleanup to the Special Operations Unit. Dantai Qingxian gave a slight nod and turned to leave. The moment she stepped out of the control room, Zhang Chao entered. As the door slowly closed, Qin Zheng suddenly slammed the documents on the table. Do you know the casualties from this incident? He pointed at the red-marked areas on the screen. All members of 3 squads suffered critical injuries. If not for Dantai Qingxuan's ability to breach the alternate dimension, everyone would have perished there. Zhang Chao fell silent. This unexpected turn in the training exercise had indeed left him and the technology department at a loss. Zheng Shanhe remained equally silent. Casualties during training were not uncommon, but for Chen Zhang to lose his composure like this clearly meant there was more to the story. Afterward, Chen Zhang gave Zhang Chao a thorough dressing down. Knowing he was in the wrong, Zhang Chao remained silent throughout. Only after Chen Zhang had completely vented did he squint and say with a smile, "Finished? Fancy drinks tonight?" This demeanor bore no resemblance to the cold-faced shield of China. "Get lost." Chen Zhang spat at him. And just like that, Zhang Chao laughed off the entire accountability session. Stepping out of the room, Zhang Chao's smile instantly vanished. A bone-chilling coldness seeped from his eyes. "Issue the order, conduct a thorough investigation into everyone who entered or exited the main control room during the second phase of the training camp." Chapter 78, Combat Training. Only Zheng Shanhe and Chen Zhang remained in the control room. After a moment of silence, Chen Zhang's fingertip tapped lightly on the desk as his gaze fixed on the holographic projection. Energy trace data shows the Death Lord was forcibly dragged into the training portal by some unknown force. He adjusted the holographic display with a flick of his hand. As if someone had hooked it out of the abyss with a fishing line. The holographic image abruptly shifted to the moment when the group resisted the alien tide. Magnified tenfold, the image revealed a bizarrely shaped rune reflected in the monster's crimson pupils. "This is?" Zheng Shanhe frowned. "This mutation was targeted at you." Chen Zhang shut off the projection. "After comprehensive evaluation, Chairman Yan has decided to end your training early. You'll rejoin the team for the Elite Arena tournament in 3 months. He waved his hand dismissively. Zheng Shanhe's mouth twitched. "What does that mean? Don't think I can't see through you, kid. This training camp is nothing but child's play for you." Chen Zhang's words left Zheng Shanhe momentarily speechless. Indeed, though the 3-month training was rigorous, it hadn't pushed him to his true limits. The power of his mountain river creations remained suppressed, like dancing in shackles. "Fine then." Zheng Shanhe shrugged. "When do we leave?" "Now." Chen Zhang pulled back the curtains. The rotors of the helicopter on the helipad were already spinning. Dantai Qingxian happens to be heading to a city near Fenglin for a mission. She can give you a ride on the way. As the helicopter touched down on the helipad in Fenglin's suburbs, the setting sun had already painted half the sky crimson. Zheng Shanhe leapt to the ground. A gentle breeze greeted him, as if welcoming his return. "We're here." Dantai Qingxuan's voice came from behind him. She stood outside the cabin, her plain white dress fluttering gently in the wind. "I still have a mission. I won't see you off." Zheng Shanhe nodded. "Thank you." "No need to thank me," she replied indifferently, turning to leave. The helicopter quickly ascended, vanishing into the twilight. Zheng Shanhe dragged his luggage into the Fenglin campus. To reach the villa district, he had to pass through the academy's main gate. From afar, he spotted a massive banner hanging over the entrance, boldly proclaiming, "Martial Arts Tournament, Peak Showdown, Battle for Glory." "What the hell is this?" Zheng Shanhe raised an eyebrow. To be honest, there were hardly any people on campus today. At this time, it was usually bustling with activity. Just then, a student hurried past. Zheng quickly stopped him. "Hey, what's this martial arts training all about?" The student looked impatient at first, but upon recognizing his face, his eyes widened in surprise. Zheng Shanhe. Aren't you supposed to be at that youth elite training camp?" "I came back early," Zheng Shanhe smiled. "When did this martial arts training competition start?" "Today's the first day," the student exclaimed excitedly. "This is the first time our Fenglin Academy is participating in the 4 Great Academies martial arts training competition. If we win, Fenglin will get priority access to top-tier student resources next year. Fenglin is under immense pressure right now. After all, our academy's heritage pales in comparison to the 4 Great Academies. Your early return is perfect timing. You..." He didn't finish his sentence, but his meaning was clear. Fenglin Academy seemed to be performing poorly in this event. Dragging his luggage back to the villa, he found it completely empty. As the classmate had mentioned earlier, the training competition was being held in Magic City. Besides the participants, many eligible students from Fenglin had chosen to travel to the venue to cheer on their peers. It seemed Ku Fushua and the 3 little ones were no exception. Just as he set down his luggage and prepared to contact Ku Fushua, an unfamiliar number called him first. "Zheng Shanhe, I heard from Section Chief Chen that you were released early?" The moment he answered, the laughter of Dean Kodongnan filled the line. Zheng Shanhe's eyelid twitched. Wasn't the word released a bit crude? It made him sound like he'd been in jail. Upon receiving his response, Kodongnan immediately said, "I've already booked you a direct flight to Magic City first thing tomorrow morning. Get a good night's rest tonight. Make a strong impression tomorrow." The next day, at the Awakening Arena in Magic City. The arena, spanning an area equivalent to 2 football stadiums combined, was packed to capacity. Spectators from the 5 major academies were divided into 5 sections, all dressed uniformly in their respective academy colors, cheering and waving flags for their institutions from the stands. The Fenglin contingent occupied only one corner of the stands.
Though numbering in the thousands, they were still far fewer than the 4 major academies. At that moment, every Fenglin supporter, clad in their academy's traditional Zhengshan suits, waved their hands incessantly, chanting toward the arena.
Kufu Shui! Kufu Shui! Kufu Shui!
Martial arts training competitions were a long-standing tradition among the 4 academies.
Now that Fenglin had risen to become the 5th academy, it had naturally received an invitation.
Of course, this invitation seemed more like an attempt by the 4 major academies to salvage their lost prestige.
Today marked the 2nd day of the martial arts training exercises. Today's theme, Arena Battles. One academy is selected from the 5 to serve as the champion, accepting challenges from the other 4. Fenglin was naturally selected.
The rules were simple. Fenglin would send out a champion, and each successful challenge would earn them 10 points.
The same scoring system applied, and once again, the familiar scene unfolded. Fenglin lagged behind in points. What an intense battle. The announcer's voice echoed through the arena, filled with excitement. Kufu Shui from Fenglin has consecutively defeated challengers from Shanglong and Xingchuan in this defense match, securing 20 points for Fenglin. It's nothing short of a miracle. As the words fell, the entire arena erupted in laughter. Whether intentional or not, the host's words, though seemingly complimentary, were dripping with sarcasm.
In the current overall standings, Fenglin sat at the very bottom with 0 points, and that included the 20 points Kufu Shui had just won.
Has Fenglin run out of players? Ha! They actually made the Ku group's heiress fight 2 matches in a row.
Where's Zheng Shanhe?
During the school tournament, our 4 colleges didn't take him seriously and let him get lucky.
Now let's see him pull off another 7-game streak.
We'll crush him. Exactly. He coasted through the school tournament, now he's hiding. Sending this beauty to defend the stage? Ugh, it's painful to watch.
Sarcastic remarks rippled through the spectator stands. Fenglin's team, languishing at the bottom of the point standings, dared not voice their anger, swallowing their frustration instead. Those despicable people. In one row, Ku Xiaoming clenched her fists, her eyes blazing as she swept the crowd with a furious glare.
I absolutely hate them. How dare they talk like that about big sis and brother Shanhe? I hate it.
Though furious, her soft, cute demeanor made cursing utterly unnatural for her.
Sis, keep your feelings to yourself. Don't voice them out loud. Ku Xian sighed. What can we do?
Their foundations are simply more solid than ours.
In past years, Fenglin's admissions were always the leftovers from the 4 major academies. The gap in strength is just something we have to accept.
As he spoke, he stole a glance at Zheng Shanhe beside him. Her delicate face was flushed with anger, clearly sharing the same frustration. If only brother Shanhe were here, Ku Xian sighed.
He'd definitely blast all these jerks into outer space.
He deliberately mimed a punching motion. Xiao turned her head to glance at him, a faint smile playing at the corners of her lips.
Hee, that's more like it. No need to get angry, it's just a sparring session. Anyway, Fenglin has officially become the 5th academy now. We've got plenty of time ahead. Ku Xian smiled too. On the arena,
Kufu Shui stood at the center of the ring, her black hair damp with sweat, clinging to her pale cheeks. Her breath came in heavy, ragged gasps, her slender fingers trembling slightly as she clenched the twin red and blue blades in her grasp. As an assassin, she had fought back-to-back against 2 of the toughest tanks, completely draining her stamina.
Yet, her clear eyes remained unwavering. Kufu Shui of Fenglin Academy requests to continue defending the ring.
Her voice was quiet, yet it echoed throughout the entire arena via the broadcast system.
Fu Shui, don't push yourself. Let me take this round. Dong Kai shouted anxiously from below the stage.
The defending side could switch fighters at any time.
Zhao Yan nudged him. One more loss ends it. You're the one being stubborn. We gave it our all yesterday. The 4 great academies are simply far stronger than us. If even she can't defeat them, then our participation would be futile.
Even Jiang Ning, who usually clashed with Kufu Shui, spoke coldly.
Damn it. Dong Kai understood these truths all too well.
Right now, he cursed his role as a defensive tank unsuited for one-on-one combat, unable to aid Kufu Shui.
On the field, the referee frowned at Kufu Shui's swaying figure. Are you sure you don't need a substitution? No. Kufu Shui crossed her dual blades horizontally across her chest, signaling her resolve. Chapter 79, What are you doing here?
Bonus chapter for Sword Dancing with the Wind. Next challenger, Star Spring Academy, Mu Qingqing. As the announcer's voice faded, a nimble figure leapt onto the stage.
It was Zheng Shanhe's ex-girlfriend, whom Kufu Shui had briefly met at the villa.
Mu Qingqing still wore her hair in a ponytail, her fresh and lovely face carrying a hint of a smile.
We meet again, Miss Ku. Humph. Kufu Shui's lovely face instantly turned icy cold.
She gripped her twin blades tightly, saying nothing. I won't hold back, Mu Qingqing stated, her eyes flickering with an unusual emotion. Without a Jin, Fenglin has no chance of turning this around.
You'd be better off conceding now to avoid injury. Kufu Shui stared at her coldly. His name is Zheng Shanhe. Cut the nonsense. If you want to fight, let's fight. Seeing this, Mu Qingqing pursed her lips and said no more. Battle begins. The referee's voice boomed. Mu Qingqing instantly stepped back, a shimmering light erupting from her palm as a crystal bowl, radiating a flowing emerald glow, materialized. Wind dance. She leapt high into the air, 3 arrows leaving her bowstring. They traced bizarre arcs through the sky, striking Kofushua from 3 different angles. Kofushua barely managed to block them, but her exhausted body was half a beat too slow. One arrow grazed her shoulder, drawing a trickle of blood. You should just admit defeat. Mu Qingqing cried out upon seeing this. Stop your hypocritical posturing. Kofushua charged forward, dual blades in hand. If that's the case, then forgive me for being rude. Mu Qingqing sighed, then swiftly drew back her fingers, unleashing 5 arrows in rapid succession. The hail of arrows came thick and fast, each carrying a peculiar vibration that forced Kofushua to retreat relentlessly. Her steps grew erratic, her breathing increasingly ragged, yet her gaze sharpened with each step. Her stamina is depleting. I still have one chance to strike. Amidst her evasive maneuvers, she suddenly noticed that Mu Qingqing paused ever so slightly between each arrow, as if gathering some kind of power. Now. Kofushua murmured to herself, then slid forward with a sudden burst of speed. Her twin blades flashed, deflecting the arrows while the left blade stabbed toward Mu Qingqing's chest, forcing her to retreat hastily. A flicker of panic crossed Mu Qingqing's eyes as she hurriedly knocked an arrow and drew the string, but Kofushua had already anticipated her move. Sharp thrust ascending azure cloud. Seizing that fleeting opening, Kofushua thrust both blades like venomous serpents. A howling wind whipped through the air as the blade tips halted mere inches from Mu Qingqing's throat. The entire arena fell silent for a second before erupting in deafening cheers. Students from Fenglin Academy leapt to their feet, cheering Kofushua's name. Below the stage, Zhao Yan and the others breathed sighs of relief to varying degrees. Fenglin Academy's Kofushua, 3 consecutive victories, the referee announced loudly. Kofushua sheathed her blades, her body swaying dangerously as she nearly collapsed to her knees. Fortunately, she managed to steady herself, though everyone could see she had reached her limit. That's enough. You've earned 30 points, that's sufficient. Dong Kai's deep voice echoed from below the stage. The defending champion could certainly concede. While the 30 points wouldn't significantly boost her overall ranking, Kofushua was nearing her absolute limit. Zhao Yan chimed in, Fushua, let's call it a day. Winning 3 consecutive matches is more than enough. Simultaneously, the host's voice rang out, tinged with obvious sarcasm, what an astonishing performance. But what will Fenglin Academy do next? It seems Miss Ku can't continue. From the spectator stands, students from the 4 major academies began to jeer. Ha! Is Fenglin out of players? Having a woman carry the team this far is embarrassing. Well, you can't really blame them. Yesterday's free-for-all left most of Fenglin's S-rankers battered and bruised. Today, Kofushua might be their only fighter left, huh? Heh, what about Zheng Shanhe? Could he be scared? What do you know? He's attending elite training in Shangjing City right now. What a big shot, huh? By the time his training ends, the whole academy will probably be nailed to the pillar of shame. A tidal wave of mockery washed over them. Fenglin Academy students turned ashen-faced, yet powerless to retort. Kofushua stood alone on the stage, her slender figure bearing an overwhelming weight. Fenglin Academy really is a dumping ground for losers, leaving such a beauty to defend the stage alone. At that moment, a gray-haired youth leapt onto the stage. Chin thrust forward, he bellowed with unbridled arrogance, Ling Yi of Shanglong Academy challenges you. Damn it! Dong Kai frowned, muttering under his breath, I've heard of this guy's reputation. He seems to be a combat type class specializing in special elements. S rank. He's strong. Zhao Yan also frowned. Didn't I hear this guy was selected for the elite program too? Why is he here? He withdrew early. The exact reason is unknown, Jiang Ning said coldly. Bao Shui won't stand a chance against him. Zhao Yan's eyes flashed with a blood-red light as she watched Bao Shui's retreating figure. I'll take this round. With that, she drew her twin blades. Let me handle this. Your injuries from yesterday's free-for-all haven't healed yet. Dong Kai stepped forward. His injuries were no less severe, but who would hide in the back at a time like this? I'll do it. Zhao Yan refused to yield, fully aware of Dong Kai's condition. Just as the two argued, a clear, cheerful laugh sounded from behind them. I'll handle it. All 3 froze in place. Then, they turned around simultaneously. There stood a figure all too familiar. He wore the black Zhongshan suit of Fenglin Academy, the silver badge on his collar gleaming in the sunlight. 3 months of intense training had honed his physique into lean, muscular definition, his gaze sharp as a blade. Zheng Shanhe. Zhao Yan screamed, her face radiating uncontrollable joy. Dong Kai froze for a moment before his tense body slowly relaxed. You're back? Jiang Ning's icy eyes also flashed with joy. Zheng Shanhe nodded slightly, his gaze sweeping past the 3 of them to rest on Kofushua, who stood unsteadily on the stage. Her silhouette was stubborn yet frail. I'm back. He murmured softly, his voice carrying clearly to everyone present. Kofushua whipped her head around. The moment Zheng Shanhe came into view, the weariness in her eyes vanished, replaced by a sudden brightness. Her lips trembled slightly, as if she wanted to say something but forced herself to hold back. You. She managed only one syllable before Zheng Shanhe raised his hand to silence her. Leave it to me. Zheng Shanhe strode forward and, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, leaped onto the stage. The arena's giant screens instantly switched angles, broadcasting Zheng Shanhe's leap onto the stage from every possible angle. The arena fell silent for several seconds before erupting into even louder clamor. It's Zheng Shanhe. Wasn't he in the capital for elite training? He's back. When did he return? This is gonna be a show. Lin Yi, take him down. Lin Yi, knock him down, go. On stage. Lin Yi's previously arrogant expression suddenly froze. You. What are you doing here? Chapter 80, One Punch settles it. Extra chapter for lazy. Zheng Shanhe took in every flicker of expression on Lin Yi's face. Then he chuckled, same as you graduated early. He deliberately emphasized the word graduated, and the meaning behind it was understood only by Lin Yi. Damn it! Lin Yi's fists clenched slowly. The sight of Zheng Shanhe's smile instantly brought back memories of that scene at the training base 3 months ago. That single punch had become his nightmare. Now, facing Zheng Shanhe, whose aura grew increasingly formidable, he felt utterly certain of defeat. What should I do? Unconsciously, sweat began to bead on his forehead. With everyone watching, retreating without a fight would surely make him the laughingstock. But if Zheng Shanhe crushed him with a single strike like he did 3 months ago, wouldn't that be even more humiliating? Fight! What are you standing there for? At that moment, someone in the stands shouted. Then, the entire arena began urging him on. Lin Yi's eyelids twitched violently. After a moment of internal struggle, he finally moved. Under the gaze of the entire crowd, Lin Yi retreated step by step. Just as everyone thought he was preparing some special move, he simply retreated off the stage. His expression stern, he returned to the audience seats. The next second, Shengtian Academy erupted in boos first. Soon, the entire arena erupted in a sea of boos. Lin Yi's face remained impassive. Unfazed, he returned to his seat, clenching his teeth in silence. How could Shenglong Academy produce a useless piece of trash like you? A youth in the Rising Dragon Academy stands abruptly, clad in a pristine white uniform. An S-rank badge gleams prominently on his chest. The youth leapt down, landing on the stage with a shockwave of air. Zhang Tian of Rising Dragon Academy challenges. The name Zhang Tian detonated like a bomb among the spectators. This deputy chief of Holy Heaven Academy had achieved the terrifying feat of defeating 12 opponents in a row during last year's 4 Great Academies combat training tournament. His biological father was none other than Zheng Chao, hailed as the Shield of China. Lin Yi, open your eyes wide and watch this. He first taunted the retreating Lin Yi, drawing roars of laughter from the stands. Lin Yi clenched his fists, his eyes dark and brooding, yet a cold smile played at the corners of his mouth. Zheng Shanhe, is it? Zhang Tian's fingertips erupted with blinding lightning. I wasn't present at the school assembly back then. Otherwise, I would have made you crawl like a dead dog and beg for mercy. He was arrogant as the son of the Shield of China and the vice chief of the 4 Great Academies. He had every right to be. Let me show you the power of my thunder. Suddenly, furious thunder erupted from Zhang Tian's fists. The terrifying thunderous might crashed down upon the entire arena, drawing gasps from many. You'll be my test subject. Facing Zhang Tian's overwhelming momentum, Zheng Shanhe merely took a deep breath. Then, he clenched his right fist. Upon its knuckles, faint yet discernible, the illusory forms of Mount Tai and Shanhaiguan Pass merged. This was the power he had grasped during his meditation in the intensive training camp. He channeled the essence of mountains and rivers into his fist, unleashing a punch capable of shattering the heavens and earth. Whoosh! Zhang Tian transformed into a thunderous bolt, charging forward. At the same moment, Zheng Shanhe's right fist lashed out violently. Boom! Before Zhang Tian could even unleash his skill, his entire body was struck as if by a 10,000-ton hammer. His figure flew backward violently, erupting with explosive sounds as he pierced through the ring and slammed into the edge wall. Spider-web-like cracks spread frantically across the wall. At its center, Zhang Tian was embedded in the masonry, blood streaming from his nose, a large, vivid fist imprint glaring starkly against the stone. Zhang Tian's eyes rolled back, his head lolling to one side. Were it not for the faint rise and fall of his chest, everyone would have thought him dead. It all happened too fast. So fast that even the on-site equipment failed to capture the instant Zheng Shanhe threw his punch before it was all over. Can we announce the result now? Zheng Shanhe withdrew his fist and stood upright. The stunned referee, snapped out of his daze, hurriedly blew his whistle and waved frantically, Feng. Fenglin Academy's Zheng Shanhe wins. The referee's voice nearly cracked from the shout. The host was utterly dumbfounded. Staring at the close-up of Zhang Tianlong's utterly disheveled state on the big screen, he found himself momentarily speechless. Zheng Shanhe. Zheng Shanhe. Zheng Shanhe. The chant lasted a full 5 seconds before erupting into a tsunami of sound. In the Fenglin stands, thousands of students wildly waved their academy flags, roaring with excitement. Brother Shanhe is as awesome as ever. On stage, the three little ones were absolutely ecstatic.
Koxian stood on the back of a front row chair, shouting at the top of his lungs.
Ko Xiaomeng was especially wild, her eyes brimming with almost tangible adoration.
In that instant, the desire for Zheng Shanhe to be her own brother consumed her entirely. Xiu Xiu's eyes sparkled as she watched her brother stand tall and sturdy on the stage. Her heart was filled with nothing but deep emotion and boundless joy.
How is this possible? In stark contrast to Feng Lin's triumphant elation, the spectator stands of the four academies fell silent as if muted. Countless faces turned ashen as people rubbed their eyes in disbelief.
The vice chief of Ascending Dragon Academy, the champion who had achieved 12 consecutive victories, hadn't even gotten a chance to strike against Zheng Shanhe.
Lin Yi gripped the armrests with both hands, his eyelids twitching violently.
Staring at Zheng Tian's pitiful state on the screen, he silently thanked his luck for not having chosen to fake his strength. Otherwise, that person embedded in the wall.
Any more challengers?
Zheng Shanhe's voice on the stage was soft, yet it instantly silenced the entire arena. His gaze swept across the spectator stands of the four academies. Wherever his eyes fell, the once boastful prodigies of the four academies lowered their heads and averted their eyes.
What a freak!
Dong Kai shook his head in awe, watching the figure on the stage survey the crowd with an air of invincibility.
So damn cool, no wonder he caught this lady's eye. Zhao Yao laughed heartily. Kefushuan and Zhang Ning stared at his retreating back, both women's eyes brimming with affection. Finally, the defense battle concluded when Zheng Shanhe took over.
Per the rules, Feng Lin earned 40 points for winning 4 matches.
Additionally, with no further challengers, the successful defense earned him a 50-point bonus.
The current standings on the martial arts training competition leaderboard are as follows.
Sheng Tian, 110 points. Ascending Dragon, 110 points. Jiyu, 100 points. Xingquan, 100 points. Win's Edge, 90 points. Tomorrow will be the final contest. Portal Sprint Race. Divided into 3 stages. Stage 1, Class A Portal, Solo Speed Run. Each academy sends one participant into a controlled Grade A portal. Points are earned based on completion time. Faster completion yields higher points.
Stage 2, S-Class Portal, Team Speed Run. Each college sends a 5-member team, with all other rules identical to Stage 1.
The third stage is the most crucial. S-Class Portal, Solo Boss Speedrun. Within predetermined portals, players consecutively challenge 4 final bosses. This round holds the potential to level the score in one fell swoop. Unfortunately, the same participant cannot compete in consecutive stages.
Therefore, Zheng Shanhe was assigned to the final boss speedrun as the backup.
Chapter 81, The Final Battle. Day 3.
The atmosphere at the Awakening Arena in Magic City had reached a fever pitch.
The final scores displayed on the giant screen. Holy Heaven, 110 points. Rising Dragon, 110 points. Jiyu, 100 points. Xingquan, 100 points. Fenglin, 90 points. Wow!
This year's martial arts training competition has been absolutely spectacular. The host's excited voice echoed throughout the arena. Today, we'll witness the final stage, the Portal Sprint Race. Buzz. At the center of the arena, the stage vanished, transforming into a vast open space. 5 portals slowly rotated. Next up, the Class A Portal Solo Speed Race. Contestants from all academies, please take your places. Windfall Academy's representative was Zhao Yan. With fiery red hair, dual blades in hand, and clad in a vibrant crimson gown, she was a striking figure.
I see it now, Fenglin is ruled by women.
The burly man from GU Academy sneered.
The other 3 students shared similar smirks. In their eyes, aside from Zheng Shanhe and Kufushua, the rest of Fenglin's contingent were subpar.
Don't come crying to your mommy later, Zhao Yao said coldly, slinging her blades over her shoulder and shooting him a dismissive glance.
Ha 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 ha.
The burly man roared with exaggerated laughter.
Pretty spicy, just my type.
In the preparation zone, Dong Kai furrowed his thick brows and said gravely, Zhao Yao's explosive power is formidable.
An A-grade portal should be no challenge for her. But her opponents aren't ordinary either. She'll be fine, Kufushua remarked calmly.
She hasn't been idle these past 3 months. At the referee's command, all 5 charged into the portal simultaneously. Instantly, the large screen displayed the real-time progress rankings.
1. GU Academy Tai Hong. 2. Holy Heaven Academy Li Feng. 3. Shenglong Academy Meng Duan. 4. Xingquan Academy Mu Qingqing. 5. Fenglin Academy Zhao Yan. As expected. Dong Kai clenched his fists. The opponents are just too strong.
But no sooner had the words left his mouth than the rankings on the screen suddenly shifted. Zhao Yan's position shot up like a rocket, swiftly overtaking Mu Qingqing in 3rd place, Meng Duan, closing in on 2nd place.
What's happening?
The audience erupted in gasps.
All eyes turned to the giant screen.
In Zhao Yao's feed, she transformed into a crimson streak of light, navigating the intricate terrain within the portal with effortless ease. Her twin blades flashed crimson slashes, cleaving every monster that dared to block her path. After all, she's S rank. As long as the combat power gap isn't too vast, Zhao Yuan's Berserker class holds a significant advantage within the portal. Kufushu seemed to have anticipated this outcome. Zheng Shanhe nodded slightly. Compared to the later rounds, Zhao Yao was objectively stronger among the contestants deployed in this first round. He stared at the screen, pondering for a moment before asking, once we're inside, can we block the broadcast feed? Block it? Why? Dong Kai was puzzled by the question. Kufushu's eyes flickered. She understood Zheng Shanhe's meaning. This broadcast essentially operates by placing an energy absorption device. At that moment, Jiang Ning, who had remained silent, spoke up to explain, theoretically, generating an excessively powerful energy fluctuation would cause the absorber to blow up. Kufushu nodded. This has happened in previous years. Disrupting it isn't difficult. Having received the answer he sought, Zheng Shanhe fell silent. Boom! As Zhao Yao severed the final boss's head with a single stroke, her figure burst through the portal. The timer froze at 10 minutes and 4 seconds. The entire arena erupted in shock. Fenglin Academy had actually taken first place. Zhao Yan from Fenglin Academy has emerged. Good heavens, she beat the runner-up by a full 2 minutes. The host exclaimed in astonishment. One by one, contestants from other academies emerged from the portal. The burly man from GU Academy who had mocked Zhao Yao first turned ashen-faced. He never imagined this fiery girl from Fenglin would be so formidable in the portal. Phase 1 concluded, with the total points ranking updated in real time. 1. Holy Heaven, 120 points plus 10. 2. Ascending Dragon, 120 points plus 10. 3. Fenglin, 110 points plus 20. 4. GU, 105 points plus 5. 5. Xingchuan, 100 points plus 0. Zhao Yan's first place finish boosted Win's total points by 20, lifting them from last place to third, a result they could accept. Next up, Phase 2, S-Class Portal Team Speedrun. Fenglin's lineup comprised Dong Kai, Jiang Ning, Kufushu, and 2 classmates Zheng Shanhe wasn't quite familiar with. Of course, all 5 were S rank, with combat power averaging around 60. All 5 teams entered the portal simultaneously. The difficulty had clearly escalated this time. The monsters within the S-Class portal were not only stronger but also employed tactical coordination. When confronting a particularly troublesome boss, Dong Kai inexplicably grew impatient, abruptly leaving his teammates behind to venture deeper alone. This ultimately led to the team's formation collapsing. As time passed, after the final squad emerged from the portal, the final rankings froze on the large screen. 1. Holy Heaven Academy 15 minutes 32 seconds. 2. Ascending Dragon Academy 1608. 3. Star Spring Academy 1845. 4. Ujiu Academy 19 minutes 12 seconds. 5. Fenglin Academy forfeited seriously injured member. Is that all Fenglin's got? The captain of Holy Heaven Academy flicked his blood-stained bandage, deliberately raising his voice. Yesterday you relied on Zheng Shanhe to save face. Today, your true colors are showing, aren't they? Riotous laughter erupted as Kufushu and her 4 teammates, each bearing injuries of varying severity, retreated to the preparation zone. Dong Kai lowered his head in shame upon seeing Zheng Shanhe. I'm sorry. I was too eager to prove myself. I let everyone down. The announcer's voice echoed throughout the arena. It seems the Fenglin squad members don't know each other well? To make such a serious mistake. What a pity, such a pity. Now, let's take a look at the overall standings. The large screen refreshed. 1. Holy Heaven, 140 points plus 20. 2. Rising Dragon, 130 points plus 10. 3. Star Spring, 110 points plus 10. 4. GU, 110 points plus 5. 5. Wind's Edge, 90 points forfeited 20. Ha! Just what you'd expect from a nouveau riche academy, someone in the 4 Great Academies spectator section shouted. What good is arena combat skill? Inside the portal, it's all about teamwork. Exactly. Thank goodness this is just a training exercise. If this were a real portal, this entire team would die inside. That's not how you fight. Whenever they got the chance, the 4 Great Academies would fiercely flaunt their perceived superiority. Before this year's school tournament, Fenglin Bei wasn't even eligible to participate in the combat training, let alone score points. Exactly. Does Zheng Shanhe even know how to fight? What good is that? For the past 35 years, Fenglin had been nothing more than a third-rate school in the eyes of the 4 Great Academies. In their eyes, suddenly climbing to become the 5th Academy and expecting to hold that position? Give it a rest. Next up, the final round. The announcer's booming voice echoed through the speakers. Round 3, Solo Boss Speedrun. Notably, the winner of this round will receive 100 points. The host's tone suddenly grew leisurely, tinged with a peculiar implication. Of course, that's a score no one will ever achieve. After all, over the many sessions of this martial arts tournament, countless contestants with combat ratings as high as 80 have attempted to claim first place in the solo boss speedrun.
Need I elaborate on the outcome? The host tossed the question to the audience.
The four academies responded in a loud, somewhat disjointed chorus. No one can speedrun it in 25 minutes unless that person is iron-faced Chen Zhang. This seemingly impossible feat had become something of a running joke, apparently known to many. Given the addition of a new academy this year, before the final round begins, I feel it necessary to educate everyone on the points awarded for clearing times. The host pointed to the large screen. Clear within 25 minutes, plus 100 points to the academy. Clear within 60 minutes, plus 40 points to your academy. Clear within 3 hours, plus 20 points to the academy. Failure to clear the stage, 10 points for the academy. As the scoring rules were announced, the entire audience fell silent. Everyone understood that students assigned to the final round were certainly no pushovers. Including Zheng Shanhe, every participant in this round was certain to clear the stage within 60 minutes.
In other words, everyone was guaranteed at least 40 points.
While that seemed substantial, with everyone on equal footing, Feng Lin's final ranking remained unchanged.
As for 25 minutes, that was simply unimaginable.
Zheng Shanhe is formidable.
Everyone at Feng Lin Academy knows it. But to speedrun 5S rank boss encounters within 25 minutes, it's a fairy tale.
As the host stated, past participants from the four academies included individuals with combat ratings as high as 80.
Even they failed to accomplish this feat. How could anyone reasonably expect Zheng Shanhe to achieve it?
The spectator stands of the four academies had already swept away the gloom that had hung over Zheng Shanhe's appearance yesterday.
They all felt an unprecedented sense of relief. As long as Feng Lin finished last, it didn't matter to them who took first place. Preparation zone.
Dong Kai's knuckles cracked as he clenched his fists, his nails digging deep into his palms.
It's all my fault. If only I hadn't acted on my own.
It was all because they'd been penalized 20 points for forfeiting in the second round, leading to this passive situation now.
What good does it do to dwell on it now? Jiang Ning cut him off coldly, blood still seeping through the bandage wrapped around her right arm. All we can do is trust Shanhe. Kofushu frowned slightly at the name. Clear 5 bosses in 25 minutes? You're that confident in him.
Though she spoke thus, she believed more than anyone else that Zheng Shanhe could pull it off. After all, she was the only one who knew his trump card.
But she just couldn't stand Jiang Ning calling him Shanhe. Oomph.
Jiang Ning snorted coldly, turning her head away to avoid the verbal sparring. This time, it might end here, Zhao Yao sighed, her words trailing off.
The jeers from the audience grew louder. Feng Lin's students fell silent, some even wiping away tears discreetly.
Now, please prepare for the third round contestants to enter.
The announcer's voice echoed. Zheng Shanhe stepped steadily toward the center of the arena. At that moment, every pair of eyes in the arena turned toward him. With the outcome seemingly predetermined, would this young man, like during the school assembly, once again turn the tide and create a miracle? Chapter 82, 9 minutes 17 seconds speedrun.
He stepped into the center of the arena. After the representatives from the other four colleges took their positions, they all turned their heads to look at Zheng Shanhe. Zheng Shanhe gazed at the slowly rotating portal before him, his expression calm. Final round contestants, are you ready?
The competition will commence in 3 seconds. 3.
As the host counted down, every heart in the dwindling spectator stands collectively leapt into their throats. Silently, each person cheered Zheng Shanhe on in their hearts.
2. 1. Whoosh. The moment the countdown ended, 5 figures simultaneously charged into the portal.
The large screen broadcasted real-time footage of the 5 inside the portal. As the familiar energy fluctuations washed over him, Zheng Shanhe felt a scorching wave of heat bearing down. Inside the portal, the first stage boss was a colossal lava beast. Lava flowed from its entire body, and with every step it took, terrifying molten cracks split open the ground. Outside, every spectator in the stand stared intently at Zheng Shanhe, eager to witness the power he would unleash to crush this creature.
On the broadcast feed, Zheng Shanhe closed his eyes and took a deep breath. Then, the instant he opened them again. Beep. The broadcast feed abruptly went black and cut out. Holy! What the hell is going on?
The audience erupted in chaos.
Where the hell is the feed? Freeze? It's the energy absorber. Zheng Shanhe blew it up, that's why the broadcast ended.
Across the stands, members of the 4 major academies rose to their feet, tiptoeing and craning their necks to catch glimpses of the arena's turmoil. Yet the portal continued its silent rotation, transmitting no further images. Buzz.
Suddenly,
a line of text appeared on the giant screen. Feng Lin Zheng Shanhe has defeated the first boss.
What?
A chorus of gasps and murmurs erupted.
How long had it even been?
Feng Lin's entire team leapt to their feet, erupting in frenzied cheers. But then, the big screen flashed another message. Xingquan and Shanglong had defeated the first boss. So the first stage boss was no match after all. Witnessing this, the 4 academies collectively breathed a sigh of relief. In contrast, Feng Lin's side felt as if they'd been doused with a bucket of cold water.
Ha! Getting so worked up over just the first boss? Looks like the Fonglin folks are scared out of their wits too. The taunt echoed through the air. The Fonglin members fell silent, each of them staring intently at the teleportation gate. Buzz! Fenglin's Zheng Shanhe has defeated the second boss. Suddenly, the mechanical alert blared like thunder, plunging the entire arena into an eerie, deathly silence. In the spectator stands of the four great academies, the mocking expressions frozen on their faces just a moment ago suddenly solidified. Some gaped with open mouths, others stared wide-eyed, and a few even rubbed their eyes in disbelief. No, impossible. It hasn't even been a minute. How could he have already defeated the second stage's boss? Before the uproar could subside, a third alert blared. Fonglin Zheng Shanhe has defeated the third boss. Boom! In an instant, a terrifying storm swept through the entire arena. The members of the four academies were all shaken to their core. Meanwhile, the entire Fonglin contingent erupted in wild cheers. Thousands leaped to their feet simultaneously, causing the stands to tremble faintly. Brother Shanhe! Brother Shanhe! Brother Shanhe! Ko Xiaoming's face flushed crimson, utterly possessed by frenzied excitement. Ko Xian screamed at the top of his lungs, desperate to burst through the portal himself and hoist Zheng Shanhe high above his head in celebration. Xiuxiu's eyes brimmed with tears, her joy beyond words. What is going on? In the preparation zone, Dong Kai murmured in a daze. Zhao Yao snapped out of her daze, laughing speechlessly. This guy, he's a freak. How did he do that? Jiang Ning murmured. Only Kofushue stood with her arms crossed, her eyes calm and unruffled, a faint smile playing at the corners of her lips. Meanwhile, in a relatively quiet spectator area, a middle-aged bald man stood up, his expression darkening slightly. Just who is this Zheng Shanhe? How could he possibly defeat 3 bosses in a row? Is he cheating? Beside him, a woman clad in emerald green jade robes frowned in disbelief. Poof! A soft chuckle drifted from the corner. Everyone, this feels just like back in the student council days. Ko Dongnan sat up straight. You prepared this venue and set the rules. Why are you now questioning yourselves? Having experienced the school assembly, the representatives from the 4 colleges refrained from retorting. This Zheng Shanhe. The representatives of the 4 colleges all shared the same thought. Click. Suddenly, a faint footstep echoed. Every person in the audience stiffened. Turning around, they saw the chief inspector of the General Supervision Department, dressed in a sharp suit and standing as straight as a knife's edge, had graced them with his presence. Before anyone could rise to greet him, the chief inspector spoke calmly. Zheng Shanhe is a key cultivation target of the General Association. Don't entertain any ill intentions. His words froze the 4 college representatives mid-rise. Then, the 4 hurriedly put on smiles. Director Chen, you jest. With a young talent like Zheng Shanhe in our nation, we're barely keeping up with nurturing him. Buzz. Fonglin Zheng Shanhe has defeated the 4th boss. As the announcement echoed, the host slumped into his chair at the commentary desk, rubbing his face hard. As a longtime host of the 4 academies' martial arts competitions, essentially one of their own, he'd gone out of his way to flatter the academies while disparaging Fonglin. But he never imagined. Time taken, 5 minutes and 40 seconds. The audience erupted into frenzy. Once again. Amidst the sea of mockery and unbearable humiliation. Just as he had done at the school assembly, Zheng Shanhe used his actions to deliver a resounding slap in the face to the 4 prestigious colleges on behalf of all Fonglin students. With his fists, Zheng Shanhe utterly shattered their so-called nobility. Boom! As the portal in the arena violently distorted, a pillar of azure light shot skyward. An energy storm swept through the entire arena, leaving a peculiar warmth lingering in the air. But before anyone could fully grasp it, the sensation abruptly vanished. On the large screen, Zheng Shanhe's countdown slowly came to a halt. Fonglin Zheng Shanhe, final boss defeated. Total time, 9 minutes 17 seconds. Dead silence. Absolute silence enveloped the entire arena. That number was so dazzling, so blinding, so utterly breathtaking. The representatives from the 4 major academies fell silent. Ko Dongnan rose slowly, nodded to Qin Zhang, and stepped forward to leave first. As he walked away, a faint, deeply satisfied smile played at the corners of his mouth. On the field, the portal belonging to Zheng Shanhe slowly dissipated, and Zheng Shanhe's figure gradually became clear. His breathing was steady, showing no sign of disturbance. Though several tears had been torn in the hem of his robe by the residual energy, they only served to make him appear like a drawn sword, dazzling and radiant. When the other 4 contestants emerged around the 50-minute mark, they were met not with the cheers and applause they had anticipated. Because, on the overall rankings, that nouveau riche academy they had scorned now dominated the top spot with overwhelming superiority. Especially the string of numbers following Zheng Shanhe's name had left the 4 contestants utterly dumbfounded. Chapter 83, First Glimpse of Brilliance. Zheng Shanhe had done it. Just as he had turned the tide during the Fonglin School Assembly. Next year, Fonglin Academy would gain priority access to the most outstanding freshmen, along with substantial support from the association. During the school tournament, Fenglin's goal was to break into the top 5 academies.
During the martial arts training competition, Binglin's goal was to secure the highest possible ranking to attract outstanding new student resources. Both of these critical objectives were ultimately turned around and achieved by Zheng Shanhe alone. Zheng Shanhe. These three characters would henceforth be forever inscribed in Fenglin Academy's history, his contributions standing equal to those of the dean himself. At the final awards ceremony, the deans of the four major academies attended in person. Moreover, the dean of Shengtian Academy declared before countless journalists, all young awakened individuals nationwide should take Zheng Shanhe as their role model. Such unreserved praise instantly ignited a nationwide sensation. If the school assembly marked Zheng Shanhe's initial emergence, then this martial arts competition marked the beginning of Zheng Shanhe's rise to national prominence. That evening, the Ku group once again demonstrated its formidable financial might. With a grand gesture, they lavishly hosted a banquet for guests from all quarters. They hosted an extravagant victory banquet for Zheng Shanhe and all participants of the martial arts training competition. At the banquet, Xiao Xiao stood timidly, shielded by Ku Xian. Upon learning she was Zheng Shanhe's younger sister, countless guests saw an opportunity to gain favor through proximity and began vying for her attention. Fortunately, Ku Xian, leveraging his status as the young master of the Ku family, maintained a firm and resolute stance. He protected Xiao Xiao well amidst the lively festivities. As for Ku Xiaoming, she was already ecstatic. Holding a champagne flute, she told everyone she met, "Did you know? Zheng Shanhe is my real brother." Had her status as the Ku family's little princess not been common knowledge, she might have actually fooled a few people. Meanwhile, Zheng Shanhe's area had been completely surrounded by Fenglin's own people. Students raised their drinks, reveling wildly, while Dong Kai and Zhao Yao sang off-key rock tunes arm in arm. Drowned out by the din, Zheng Shanhe leaned against the bar, a faint smile playing on his lips as he glanced beside him. Ku Fushue stood right next to him, her fair cheeks flushed with a faint blush. "You're drinking alcohol?" Zheng Shanhe raised an eyebrow at the amber liquid swaying in her hand. "Just one glass." Ku Fushue tilted her head back and drained it. After exhaling through her thin red lips, she added with a hint of defiance, "What? Is that a problem?" Seeing this, Zheng Shanhe grew intrigued and was about to tease her when his phone suddenly vibrated. "Urgent. Call back. From Chen Zhang." His gaze sharpened. After briefly explaining the situation to Ku Fushue, he quietly excused himself. He walked to a quiet, unoccupied corner and dialed Chen Zhang's number. "Did I interrupt your celebratory banquet?" Chen Zhang teased as soon as he answered. "Want to join us? Easy. Just mention my name at the door." Zheng Shanhe returned the playful smile. "You little rascal," Chen Zhang scolded with a laugh, then turned serious. "Book the earliest flight to Shangjing City now." "What's going on?" Zheng Shanhe narrowed his eyes. After a 2-second pause, Chen Zhang said, "The vanished international portal has reappeared on the outskirts of Shangjing. The energy disruption far exceeds expectations. According to the Ministry of Science and Technology's projections, it will likely activate within 24 hours. Wasn't it supposed to appear a year from now?" Zheng Shanhe frowned. "The international portal's unpredictability is unique." Chen Zhang added, "The elite training camp will be cut short because of this. The first battle stage will be inside the portal. Get ready." After hanging up, Zheng Shanhe hurried back to the banquet hall. Ku Fushue keenly sensed his unease, setting down her wineglass to follow him. "What's wrong?" Zheng Shanhe lowered his voice. "The international portal seems to have appeared in Shangjing City. Chen Zhang wants me to head there immediately." Ku Fushue's eyes narrowed slightly. "If that's the case, I might receive a notice tomorrow too. You go ahead. I'll join you tomorrow." Her cheeks were flushed with a flattering pink, her eyes holding a tenderness rarely seen before, perhaps due to the slight buzz from the wine. Zheng Shanhe nodded, then turned to Ku Dongnan. After briefly explaining the situation, Ku Dongnan immediately arranged a private jet and patted his shoulder. "You're Fenglin's pride. Stay safe." Upon landing in Beijing, Zheng Shanhe was picked up by a black SUV. What he hadn't expected was that another person was already inside. "We meet again." Zheng Shanhe smiled at Dantai Qingxian, who sat beside him holding a book. Dantai Qingxian tilted her chin in acknowledgement. 20 minutes later. Headquarters Association, small conference room. 3 hours ago, the outlying monitoring station captured this. Chen Zhang stood before the projection table, pulling up a video clip. In the footage, the pitch-black night sky was suddenly torn apart by crimson lightning, slowly coalescing into a powerful vortex. Energy readings reached SS-level thresholds and beyond, perfectly matching the frequency of the portal that vanished from Sakura Nation months ago. Per international protocol, the emergence of an international portal must be reported globally. Now, teams from various nations are arriving one after another. Chen Zhang turned to Zheng Shanhe. "The international portal is an ideal training ground. I will personally lead this expedition. Per protocol, Fenglin secured 10 slots after winning the school tournament. You may select 4 members to join your team. Now." Zheng Shanhe froze. "Of course.
After receiving the confirmation, he paused briefly before naming Kofushue, Dong Kai, Zhao Yan, and Jiang Ning. Chen Zheng pondered for a moment before nodding. All right. Then, in addition to the 5 of you, adding Qing Xian will be sufficient. You 6 will form a team, with command authority delegated to Qing Xian. Understood. Zheng Shanhe raised no objections. Having witnessed Dantai Qingxuan's strength firsthand, and considering his own lack of experience, having her as captain seemed ideal. That's settled for now. Get some rest tonight. Shen Zheng waved his hand dismissively. As they exited the conference room and headed toward the designated lounge, Dantai Qingxian, walking beside him, suddenly remarked, "Our squad has a special mission within the international portal. I'll share the details once we're inside." Understood. Upon returning to his room, Zheng Shanhe immediately briefed Kofeichu and the other 3 about the squad's mission. Kofushue and Jiang Ning took it in stride. Dong Kai and Zhao Yao, however, were practically ecstatic. They chattered wildly in the group chat, their excitement bordering on going to a coronation tomorrow. All night long, for reasons unknown, Zheng Shanhe tossed and turned, unable to sleep. Perhaps it was the anticipation and inexplicable emotions of participating in his first large-scale group activity. As the night deepened, he gradually drifted off to sleep. When he woke again, it was already 6 in the morning. Though he'd slept less than 4 hours, he felt wide awake. Pulling back the curtains, he saw the sky was just beginning to lighten. Leaving his room, he found the corridor already bustling with staff moving about busily, the air thick with a solemn tension. Upon reaching the front hall, Dantai Qingxian stood by the window in an off-white gown. The morning breeze swept in, carrying an ominous aura. Her pale fingers rested on the window frame as her amber eyes gazed into the distance. It's happening earlier than expected. Several kilometers away, the sky was being slowly torn apart by some indescribable force, while chaotic fluctuations of spiritual energy grew increasingly disordered in the air. Chapter 84, Beacons of War summoning armored horses and steel weapons. Zheng Shanhe stood beside Dantai Qingxian, his brow furrowed. When do we depart? You must first see Chairman Yan. Afterward, assemble in the waiting hall. Dantai Qingxian glanced at him before striding forward with purposeful steps. Following her directions, Zheng Shanhe headed straight for the Grand President's office. Pushing open the door, he found the gray-haired president standing by the window, gazing down upon the still slumbering city of Shangjing. Chairman Yan. Zheng Shanhe reigned in all his sharpness and aura, retaining only respect. In this man's presence, it was the proper course. It's been a while. You've grown considerably. Yan Guodong wore his usual serene expression, a faint smile playing on his lips. I summoned you to offer a reminder. The chairman's gaze drifted back to the view outside the window as he continued. The conflicts among awakened individuals worldwide are concentrated within the international portals. Remember this, there are no rules within the portals. Inside, be wary of threats beyond the alien races. Zheng Shanhe replied, understood. However, Yan Guodong suddenly smiled, if you encounter threats, eliminate them without hesitation. Whatever happens inside, the nation stands behind you. Act boldly. Hearing this, Zheng Shanhe felt a chill run through him. He nodded solemnly. Understood, Chairman. After leaving, on the way to the waiting hall, Zheng Shanhe kept replaying Yan Guodong's words in his mind. Combined with prior intelligence he'd heard, it was now clear that within the international portal, awakened individuals from other nations would form an unspoken alliance to hunt down dragon nations awakened. Bring it on. Let me see what makes these awakened individuals from other nations so special. He entered the waiting room. Apart from the 9 members of the Fonlin faction, among the remaining 20 participants, excluding Qin Zheng and Dantai Qingxian, the only others he recognized were Bai Shuang and the others who had joined the elite program together. Zhong Xian seemed to be regrettably absent due to some matter, his spot filled by someone from the Yuanlong Guild. Kofu Shui and the others approached him as soon as they saw him. The atmosphere feels so tense. This is my first time participating in an international portal operation. Dong Kai scanned the waiting hall, his eyes brimming with excitement as he took in the group of people radiating powerful auras. Calm down, will you? If others see us like this, they'll think all of us from Fonlin are country bumpkins. Zhao Yan rolled her eyes at him. Kofushua and Jiang Ning simultaneously approached Zheng Shanhe and asked, you said last night that we're on the same team as Dantai Qingxian. Is that really true? Their voices carried a hint of admiration and delight. Zheng Shanhe raised an eyebrow. Everyone said Dantai Qingxian was the idol of all female awakened ones in the entire dragon nation. At first, he'd been skeptical, but seeing Kofushue and Jiang Ning's expressions now, he believed it. After half an hour of assembly, the 30 participants boarded special vehicles and arrived at the perimeter of the teleportation gate. The site was already swarming with military and association personnel, completely packed. As awakened individuals from various nations arrived, Zheng Shanhe's gaze was immediately drawn to a squad dressed in pure white uniforms. Golden cross insignia embroidered on their chests, they were led by a silver-haired Nordic elder. The elder wore a deep blue robes and held a staff inlaid with ice crystals. Behind him stood 60 young elites from several nations of the Nordic Union.
The Nordic United Academy encompasses many nations. This international portal serves as the exchange stage for the elite program. Chen Zheng stood beside Zheng Shanhe, explaining.
Next, attention turned to the group on the opposite side. Dozens of knights clad in iron armor stood at attention.
At their head, a knight clutched an eagle-winged helmet, his stern face marked by a prominent scar. Raymond, Deputy Commander of the Knights Templar of England. Chen Zheng's voice reached their ears. He leads the Order's newest generation of Holy Lance Knights, said to excel in chaotic combat.
As for the land of cherry blossoms, as Chen Zheng spoke, Zheng Shanhe's gaze swept southward.
Among the 30 from the land of cherry blossoms, some wore black kimonos while others donned shadow ninja armor. The middle-aged man at their head bore centipede-like scars across his face, his waist adorned with numerous talismanic papers.
Shadow Sorcerer, Shimada Jiro. This awakened profession ranks among the strongest in Sakura Nation.
Zheng Shanhe nodded silently, then turned his gaze to the final location.
The beautiful country's contingent.
They wore silver-white tactical uniforms, with stars and stripes insignia pinned to their chests. At the front stood a burly middle-aged man with a buzz cut and sunglasses. His bare arms were covered in dark red mechanical patterns.
America's Iron God of War, Lauren Wei. Chen Zheng remarked casually. He single-handedly took down an SS-class deep-sea anomaly in the Pacific Theater. His awakened profession seems to be something about blending mechanical and flesh, or something like that.
Bottom line, none of these guys are worth fighting. Chen Zheng didn't even bother acknowledging the Koreans or Russians.
At that moment,
a violent wind suddenly swept across the field.
The massive international portal emitted intense fluctuations, fully activated.
This portal is unique. All who step through will be forcibly scattered at random. Chen Zheng's voice rang clearly in the ears of every awakened individual from the Dragon Nation. While in the waiting hall, teams have been bound together.
Members of the same team will not be separated.
Once inside, ensure your own safety before carrying out your mission.
Yes. The Dragon Nation awakened responded in unison.
Other nations also made thorough preparations.
The moment the international portal fully opened,
the American team leader, Lauren Wei, immediately waved his hand and charged forward. Go!
Go! Go! In an instant, all teams began moving in succession. As Zheng Shanhe stepped into the portal, that familiar sensation of distortion and stretching washed over him once more. Time seemed to freeze. A cool breeze brushed his face, jolting Zheng Shanhe back to reality.
Before his eyes lay an immense, boundless plain. The night sky was dotted with stars, a crescent moon hanging high. All around, waist-high green grass swayed in the night breeze. In the distance of this plain, towering mountains and cliffs loomed. At the farthest horizon, the faint outline of a city could even be discerned. Stay alert. The passage of time varies for everyone entering the portal.
Some might have been here for an hour already.
Dan Tai Qingxian furrowed her delicate brows, her amber eyes darting about.
Within this squad, she alone possessed experience with the international portal.
Upon hearing this, Zheng Shanhe immediately summoned the Mount Tai Heavenly Ruler as a precaution.
Kofushui and the other three also drew their weapons with solemn expressions. Is that a city?
Zhao Yan pointed at the distant silhouette and asked.
No, that's...
Before Dan Tai Qingxian could finish her sentence, an eerie sound suddenly erupted from the grass on the left.
Ambush, she exclaimed immediately. Whoosh!
A cold gleam shot simultaneously from the grass toward her vital points. Dan Tai Qingxian instantly raised her hand to block. But at that very moment, a shadowy figure wielding a long blade burst forth from the grass directly in front of her. The earlier threat had been a bluff. This was his true killing move. Just as the blade was about to pierce Dan Tai Qingxian, her body suddenly dodged the attack in an extremely chaotic manner. Instantly, a pitch-black scythe materialized. Swish! The blade's edge sliced through space, accompanied by a blood-curdling scream as blood spattered. It's the United States, Japan, and England. Dan Tai Qingxian's phantom descended once more, her blue-flamed bone wings flapping to illuminate the surrounding darkness. 12 of them. 4 on the left, 3 on the right, and more behind us. No sooner had she spoken than Zheng Shanhe saw 3 shadowy figures leap from the grass. The Knights of England.
Ha!
The Mount Tai Heavenly Ruler's ruler erupted with azure light, sweeping out to repel the 3 assailants.
Clang! Behind them, Zhao Yan's twin blades crossed, trapping the attacking awakened warrior from the land of cherry blossoms. Sparks flew in the night air. Kofushui moved like a phantom, locked in fierce combat with several assassins in the shadows. Dong Kai shielded Jiang Ning, but was steadily pushed back by 3 awakened warriors from the United States and Sakura Nation fighting in concert. Die, scum of the Dragon Nation. 3 English awakened, repelled by Zheng Shanhe, charged back with raucous laughter. Outnumbering the Dragon Nation fighters 2 to 1, they were confident they could crush the Dragon Nation awakened. At that moment, Zheng Shanhe took 2 steps back. The Mount Tai Heavenly Ruler's ruler vanished, replaced by the sky-splitting cloud-climbing bow. He stretched both arms, suddenly drawing the bow taut toward the heavens. In his eyes, boundless, frenzied power surged. The instant 20,000 points of spiritual energy were expended. Zheng Shanhe's fingers on the bowstring snapped taut. Beacon fires and smoke signals summoning the iron horses and steel spears. Chapter 85, Loyal Spirits, Heroic Bones Extra Chapter for Lu Lingfeng. Beacon fires and smoke signals summoning the golden spears and iron horses. As the bowstring quivered, the arrow transformed into a crimson gold streak of light, piercing straight through the heavens. The entire plain was suddenly bathed in blinding light. Boom! The arrow soaring into the sky exploded into 7 fiery beacons. The smoke burned fiercely beneath the night sky, while deafening war drums thundered from the depths of the void. The 3 English awakened who had been about to strike Zheng Shanhe stumbled and fell. Everyone present felt the ground beneath their feet tremble in rhythm. What? Dantai Qingxian, locked in combat with 4 Japanese awakened, glanced toward Zheng Shanhe with peripheral vision. To her astonishment, 7 beacon fires blazing in the night sky crashed down to earth. Amidst the churning smoke, translucent phantoms of cavalry clad in shattered armor tore through rifts in the void and surged forth. The leading general's warhorse blazed with fiery hooves. 3,000 phantom cavalry swept through, stirring up dust and gale-force winds. Grass withered instantly beneath their trampled hooves. My God! The American warrior awakened swung his giant hammer at the ground, but the shockwave it unleashed was effortlessly swallowed by the torrent of iron cavalry. What kind of power is this? The assassin from the land of cherry blossoms attempted to dissolve into a black mist and flee. But the charging general swung his spear, violently flinging the assassin out of the mist. In that instant, save for Zheng Shanhe and his few companions, the awakened warriors of the beautiful nation and the land of cherry blossoms lost all will to fight. They scrambled to employ every means and power at their disposal to survive the trampling of the 3,000 iron cavalry. I'll hold them back. A burly tank-type awakened warrior from the land of cherry blossoms stepped forward in 2 strides. The 3,000 iron cavalry surged forward, carrying the aura of golden weapons and killing intent, instantly crushing this overconfident fool into a mist of blood. Holy crap! The knight from England froze in terror at the sight, hastily raising his holy light shield. But it shattered with a thunderous boom after just 3 seconds, sending fragments of light and flesh flying everywhere. Bakaya are you? What kind of power is this? How could there possibly be such? Before the awakened warrior from the land of cherry blossoms could finish speaking, bone wings flickering with azure flames suddenly obscured the moonlight. Dantai Qingxuan's scythe traced a ghostly blue arc, reaping its life. Retreat! Retreat now! The surviving awakened from both nations descended into chaos. The 3 American awakened closest to Zheng Shanhe were instantly obliterated by the surging tide of iron cavalry. Come here, quickly! A blonde American awakened screamed, conjuring a pentagonal light array beneath her feet with her power. It seemed to be some sort of teleportation array capable of transporting multiple people. But just as the array was about to activate, the Phantom General's spear pierced through the chests of 2 of her teammates. In the end, only she survived to leave through the teleportation array. At the same time, the Iron Cavalry Phantom had reached its time limit. As the beacon smoke dissipated, only 5 frantic figures remained fleeing around Zheng Shanhe and his 5 companions. Trying to run? A cold gleam flared in Kofushua's eyes. Facing these cowards who had lost all will to fight and sought only escape, she, an assassin, saw the perfect opportunity to reap her harvest. An awakened individual from Sakura Nation muttered something frantically before conjuring a paper crane from a talisman. It carried him directly into the void, vanishing without a trace. Meanwhile, a burly man from the beautiful country used his fallen comrade's corpse as a shield, braced against Kofushua's attack, then sprinted for his life. Yet in the end, the red and blue blades of death still found him. Phew! Thus, the ambush was shattered amidst the thunderous clatter of hooves. Zheng Shanhe never imagined the second skill of the sky-splitting cloud-climbing bow would prove so terrifyingly effective. How the hell did those bastards know we'd come out here? Dong Kai exhaled a long breath. Just a coincidence. Zheng Shanhe shook his head. They've set up an ambush here. Anyone who isn't one of us is fair game. As he spoke, he kicked aside some grass. There lay a corpse judging by its appearance, likely an awakened individual from Bear Country. This is standard procedure. Every year at the international portal, the United States always teams up with other nations to target us. Dantai Qingxian raised her wrist, studied it for a moment, then headed westward. There, a large patch of glowing green plants seemed to be visible. The terrain in the deep zone changes periodically, except for a few landmark locations. Let's gather some supplies first. After walking for about 10 minutes, the group arrived at a narrow pass resembling a small valley. Steep, jagged rock walls stretched to the unseen depths of the night on both sides. Beneath the cliffs, countless magic stones grew. In today's world, magic crystals have become a substitute for numerous resources. They fuel energy systems, form building materials, power equipment, and more. Their liquid core can even be refined into restorative potions that replenish spiritual energy. People's lives had become inextricably intertwined with magic stones. At that moment, just as Zheng Shanhe had cut a piece of magic rock, Dantai Qingxian suddenly appeared beside him and asked, "Do you know what the true significance of our participation in the international portal is?" He paused, then pondered before replying, "To acquire more resources?"
After all, the space and landscapes within this international portal were vastly more expansive than those of ordinary portals. To his surprise, Dantai Qingxian shook her head and stated bluntly, "Chen Zheng speaks highly of you, but your answer now disappoints me."
Zheng Shanhe offered no rebuttal, merely listening quietly.
The international portal is actually another world formed from countless shattered battlefields across the globe after the alien race invaded 100 years ago. Within our Dragon Nation's strategic framework, the international portal holds significance across 3 distinct phases. Dantai Qingxian waved her hand, tucking away a cut piece of magic rock before continuing.
Phase 1, the dragon lies hidden, concealing its sharpness to reveal its clumsiness.
A century ago, Dragon Nation suffered the most severe alien invasion, depleting vast national resources. Within the international portal, while the awakened of the United States flaunted their power and bullied other nations awakened, we quietly gathered every resource useful or otherwise to replenish our depleted national strength and grow stronger. She raised a second finger. Phase 2, the dragon appears in the fields, forming alliances and strategizing. Once our resource reserves were sufficient to sustain us for a century and we had achieved abundance, we began proactively contacting awakened individuals from other oppressed nations. 10 years ago, within the international portal, we routed the United States' invincible global 30-person squad, sending them fleeing in disarray. Now, we shift from defense to offense.
Dantai Qingxuan's tone grew passionate.
Phase 3, the dragon soars in the heavens, seizing control of the celestial core. Since last year, our sights have been fixed on the unfathomable depths of the alien races. As for the punitive expeditions or threats from other nations led by the United States, they have long ceased to merit our attention. Today, numerous nations have formed alliances with us, jointly analyzing and confronting the alien race. Dantai Qingxian clenched her fingers into a fist. The Dragon Nation has become the global leader in resisting the alien race.
Zheng Shanhe's heart trembled violently. Kofushue and the other 3 were equally stunned.
The matters Dantai Qingxian mentioned without delving into the details, one could never grasp the nation's true intentions by mere appearances alone. From its initial state of weakness and quiet development, to standing shoulder to shoulder with the United States, and finally leading the world. A simple statement, yet it held unimaginable sacrifices and hardships. Therefore, since last year, our mission to enter the international portal has changed.
Dantai Qingxuan's amber eye swept across the group. Now, you may learn our squad's mission.
Within this portal that once devoured countless lands of the present world, we seek the shattered battlefields that once belonged to the Dragon Nation. We must bring home the loyal bones and heroic souls buried within. The resources within the international portal are no longer our pursuit. Our purpose here is to recover the fragments of relics that may still exist, and the loyal bones and heroic souls.
Chapter 86, that figure bonus chapter for Lu Lingfeng. Bring the loyal bones and heroic spirits home.
In that moment, the mission within the international portal achieved infinite elevation. After gathering all the magic crystals here, Dantai Qingxian summoned the holographic map again to pinpoint their location. According to her, this device monitored fluctuations in destiny energy, capable of locating inner spaces within the international portal and any destiny energy connected to China. Yet it could only monitor the sole profession capable of manipulating destiny was that of the mountain River Artisan. Now, the group advanced toward the city outline they had glimpsed upon their arrival. Meanwhile, in another space. Mr. Laurenway, what should we do? The Dragon Nation's awakened ones are terrifyingly powerful. A male awakened one from the land of cherry blossoms, clad in a kimono, spoke with lingering fear. He was the one who had narrowly escaped the onslaught of steel and horses. Beside him, the blonde woman from the United States who had also fled was still visibly shaken. At this moment, awakened ones from the United States, Japan, and the battered Korean nation gathered together.
The Korean awakened ones were all deathly pale. Chen Zhang killed our SS rank awakened one. This declaration sent shockwaves through the crowd. Calm down.
The American leader, called Laurenway, snorted coldly. We've long understood the Dragon Nation's objective. They seek to recover the remains of their fallen soldiers. Therefore, they will inevitably head to the 4th layer of the bone graveyard.
We can wipe them all out there. My plan is already set. The awakened ones of the Dragon Nation will die horribly, horribly. As Laurenway's laughter echoed, the entire space erupted in a chorus of mocking laughter.
Within the international portal, all electronic devices ceased functioning.
Relying on Dantai Qingxuan's monitoring device, Zheng Shanhe and his group followed the signal as it grew from faint to strong.
After trudging nearly 5 kilometers, they finally made out the shape of the shadow.
It was indeed a city. But strangely, it seemed pieced together from fragments of countless nations across the globe. Midway up the skyscrapers stood dilapidated earthen structures. Asphalt roads stretched across the pavement, occasionally branching off into muddy paths and wild trails overgrown with weeds. A world stitched together from the fragments of battlefields. This phrase takes tangible form in this moment. What an incredible sight! Jiang Ning murmured. A gentle breeze swept through. Not far from where they stood, the earth was drenched in a torrential downpour. Elsewhere, rays of sunlight split through the clouds and spilled onto the ground, yet the sun itself remained hidden.
This city carried an indescribable sense of fragmentation.
Over there. Dan Tai Qingxuan's attention remained fixed on the monitoring device.
She pointed toward the southeast, where a vast expanse of dilapidated village lay. The group immediately headed in that direction. As they drew nearer, Zheng Shanhe saw a pair of upright skeletal remains standing tall. Surrounding the skeleton lay the remains of countless creatures strewn across the ground. What a scene this was! A skeleton stood amidst a sea of corpses, its hands clutching a rust-stained long sword.
It's him. Dan Tai Qingxian suddenly turned to look at Kofushua. We finally found the remains of this heroic spirit.
Kofushua stiffened. Her gaze swept over the desolate village scenery nearby, and memories of her family history suddenly flooded her mind. Her great-grandfather, Kolong. It was said that decades ago, when the eastern border fell, as the sole SS-ranked awakened of the Dragon Nation at the time, he led a detachment to intercept the alien horde at Jinyang village. With unwavering resolve and a death-defying determination, they held the invaders at bay for 7 days and 6 nights. This allowed the Dragon Nation to rebuild its border defenses and weather the crisis. In the years that followed, the Ku family sought to recover the remains of this heroic spirit.
Yet Jinyang village seemed to vanish along with the invaders' retreat. Who would have thought it would be here?
He is Kolong, the leader who, with a mere 7-man squad, held back the foreign hordes for 7 days and 6 nights. Dan Tai Qingxian bowed slightly in respect toward Kolong's skeletal remains standing amidst the sea of corpses. Dong Kai, Jia Yan, and Zhang Ning all wore expressions of varying intensity.
Kolong, that name was written into history textbooks. Everyone knew it.
Zheng Shanhe was utterly astonished. When he had studied this very lesson in school, he had felt an indescribable admiration for this hero. Never did he imagine that the loyal bones of this man would now lie in such a place. Kofushua's fingertips trembled slightly. Since childhood, she had cherished hearing stories about her great-grandfather. This tale had planted a seed of patriotic fervor in her young heart.
She slowly approached the steadfast, unyielding loyalist's remains.
As she drew near, a faint crimson glow flickered along the rusted blade in his hand. Zheng Shanhe's expression shifted at the sight, and he immediately shouted, "Watch out!" Swish! A sharp, piercing gleam of cold steel. The rusted sword in Kolong's hand suddenly swung out, striking toward Kofushua's neck. Clang! Fortunately, at the last possible moment, Dan Tai Qingxian blocked the strike with her scythe. Yet the blade's sharp edge still sliced off several inches of Kofushua's hair.
He's been corrupted. Dan Tai Qingxuan's voice carried both furious rage and sorrowful lament. Boom! Suddenly,
an endless crimson glow erupted from Kolong's skeletal remains. Waves of malevolent power surged forth, like countless slime-covered tentacles clinging to the bones, ultimately coalescing into a towering monstrosity. This creature resembled venom, possessing a human form with a gaping maw filled with razor-sharp fangs, letting out a piercing, blood-curdling shriek at the crowd. Holy! Dong Kai was so startled by the sight he cursed aloud, then immediately drew his shield and axe.
Everyone instantly entered combat mode.
Zheng Shanhe, holding the Mount Tai heavenly ruler, wore a grim expression. "You filthy creatures! You have no right to touch the loyal bones of our Chinese ancestors."
At that very moment, Dan Tai Qingxuan's scythe dissipated. She raised her left hand and suddenly grasped at the void. Clang! In an instant, a jade-green blade abruptly coalesced from her palm. Clear water. As Dan Tai Qingxuan's fingers closed, the blade transformed into a sword shrouded in emerald light.
Simultaneously, a jade-green light descended from the heavens.
Boom! Once more,
a shadowy figure materialized behind Dan Tai Qingxian. But unlike the previous cold, grim figure wielding a scythe,
this apparition radiated holiness, its brilliance illuminating the world.
Clothed in a snow-white robe, her beauty could rival the moon in flowers, yet it held a sharpness that sent shivers down the spines of all living things.
This apparition was Dan Tai Qingxian. Another Dan Tai Qingxian.
Exorcise the demon. As her whisper echoed,
a jade-green sword aura tore through the monster's viscous body. Behind Dan Tai Qingxian, the phantom's robes billowed, radiating an overwhelming aura of sanctity. Ah! The monster did not die immediately.
It roared, lashing out with crimson tentacles, only to be shredded into dust by the icy blade in the next instant.
Get away from my great-grandfather's remains. Kofushua's eyes blazed crimson as her twin blades flashed, ultimate instant shadow slaying.
Shadows materialized in multiple forms, joining her in a coordinated assault against the monster.
Sacred chains.
Zhang Ning's fingers formed a mystic array, conjuring chains of holy light from the void that bound the monster's limbs and body.
Gah! The monster proved tougher than anticipated.
With a piercing shriek, it unleashed a torrent of dark red, corrosive slime.
Absolute defense. Devouring flames double slash.
Dong Kai raised a protective light shield before the group, while Zhao Yao simultaneously drew her twin blades, slashing out 2 crimson streaks that severed the monster's outstretched tentacles once more.
Simultaneously, Dan Tai Qingxuan's sacred apparition raised its longsword and swung it fiercely at the creature. Purify. Swish. A terrifying blade of light tore through space, slashing toward the monster's neck. Kofushua immediately retreated. The creature's aura was eerie. Ordinary attacks could scarcely inflict fatal damage upon it.
When Dan Tai Qingxuan's sword energy sliced across its neck, it precisely cut a gash. Yet, the tentacles covering the monster's entire body remained active. It hadn't died.
Dan Tai Qingxuan's gaze sharpened.
To avoid damaging Ko Long's remains, she had refrained from unleashing her full power.
Heaven and earth, 1 foot. But at that very moment,
Zheng Shanhe, who had remained motionless, suddenly raised the Mount Tai heavenly ruler high and swung it down in a horizontal strike. Whoosh! The blade, imbued with boundless righteous energy, sliced across the ground, carving a terrifying gash. Then, it charged straight toward the monster.
Zheng Shanhe,
don't damage the remains. Seeing this, Dan Tai Qingxian cried out urgently. But the blade had already arrived.
Chapter 87, Graveyard of Dry Bones. Extra chapter for Lu Lingfeng. Just as Dan Tai Qingxian feared Zheng Shanhe's strike would damage the remains,
the blade's edge, forged from Mount Tai's eternal heavens, suddenly transformed upon contact with the monster. It transformed into countless minuscule, righteous blades, slicing through and purifying the creature's malevolent power at an unbelievable speed. With piercing screams, the creature gradually dissipated.
Defeated the demon.
Experience plus 5,000, fortune points plus 10,000.
After the last vestige of evil was purged, Ko Long's remains remained standing. Seeing this, Dan Tai Qingxuan's gaze toward Zheng Shanhe held a hint of suspicion. What the hell was that thing just now?
Dong Kai sheathed his shield and asked curiously.
Zhao Yan also turned a curious gaze toward Dan Tai Qingxian.
They had traversed countless portals, yet this was the first time they had encountered such a bizarre creature.
An aberrant demon. Dan Tai Qingxian offered a concise explanation.
An elusive alien race adept at attaching itself to various objects. She waved her hand, dispelling the shadowy figure behind her, and retrieved an exquisitely crafted wooden coffin. As his descendant, you shall assist him into the coffin. She looked at Ku Fuxue. Ku Fuxue sheathed her twin blades and stepped forward. The moment her fingertips touched her great-grandfather's remains, a desolate, battle-hardened resolve surged from the depths of her bloodline. Taking a deep breath, she knelt without hesitation on the blood-soaked earth, bowing her head in reverence and sorrow.
Great-grandfather, your descendant Ku Fuxue brings you home.
After carefully placing his remains within the wooden coffin, Ku Fuxue gently wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes. It was impossible to imagine the scene when her great-grandfather had led his squad against the endless hordes of alien forces. Dan Tai Qingxian stowed the wooden coffin and activated the monitoring device to locate the next target. And, before she could finish, a sharp whistling sound suddenly pierced the air from somewhere.
Clang! Zhao Yan blocked the incoming cold gleam with a single stroke of his blade. It was a silver short arrow. Oh my, there are so many bones here, it's practically paradise. 8 golden-haired, blue-eyed national awakened beings appeared by the crumbling walls. They wore lion-patterned armor. At the rear walked a gaunt man clad in a deep purple robe. Awakened ones from England. Dong Kai tightened his grip on his massive shield and stepped to the front of the group. The one in the dark purple robes must be Smode, the English necromancer who's gained notoriety in recent years. Dan Tai Qingxian whispered. Awakened of the Dragon Nation, we have no desire to be your enemies. Smode stepped forward with open palms, his expressionless smile devoid of warmth. Our target is the skeletal remains within this area. Find another place. Dan Tai Qingxian replied coldly. Zheng Shanhe frowned slightly. Ever since these men appeared, he couldn't shake the feeling that something was terribly wrong. No! 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 The awakened individuals from England immediately grew restless. This is territory we value. It should be you who move elsewhere. Oomph. At that moment, Zheng Shanhe suddenly snorted coldly, hurling the Mount Tai heavenly ruler's ruler into the air. Whoosh! The colossal ruler slammed into the ground less than 3 meters in front of Dong Kai. The moment it struck the ground. Boom! Amidst the swirling dust, 6 bloodless figures were violently propelled from the ground. Puppets? Dong Kai froze. No wonder he'd sensed movement beneath the ground earlier. Is this what you call unintentional enemies? Zheng Shanhe sneered coldly, activating his dominant state. Without another word, he charged forward, fist raised. In this territory, besides Ko Long's remains, his squad members still needed to be found. They couldn't just give it up. Besides, why should they yield? Zheng Shanhe unleashed a fist imbued with mountain-crushing force, while the English awakened recklessly swung his own punch to meet it. Boom! Snap! Ah, SHT! My arm! The collision, the cracking of bones, and the English awakened one's agonized scream echoed simultaneously. Zheng Shanhe's single punch sent him flying, crashing to the ground where he writhed in agony. You! The others' faces darkened instantly, but just as they were about to strike, the necromancer Smode held them back. His ghostly green eyes fixed intently on Zheng Shanhe, as if observing something. Moments later, he offered another emotionless smile. Since our friends from the Dragon Nation have taken a liking to this place, we shall cede it to you. Let's go. With that, Smode shot Zheng Shanhe one last lingering look before leading his group away at a brisk pace.
After maintaining vigilance for another 10 minutes to confirm the group had truly departed, Dantai Qingxian finally reactivated the monitoring device. Sadly, aside from Kolong's remains, they ultimately found only the bones of the other 3 squad members. 4 others remained forever buried within the ruins of Jinyang village. Hey, I just remembered you said you were a summoner, right? What exactly is your summoned creature? On the way, Dong Kai slung his arm around Zheng Shanhe's shoulder and asked. You're that curious? Zheng Shanhe chuckled and shook his head. This guy asked him the same question practically every few days. Of course I am. Dong Kai pointed at Zhao Yao and Zhang Ning. Everyone's curious, okay? Zhao Yan tilted her head, speculating, could it be the big ruler and the longbow? Zheng Shanhe pondered, you could interpret it that way. No way. Dong Kai clearly didn't buy it. If the ruler and bow are your summoned weapons, why are you ridiculously strong even when you're not using them? Zheng Shanhe rubbed his nose tip and remained silent. He silently murmured, display total fortune points. Fortune points held, 70,000. Pending creation, Yellow Crane Tower. Summoning cost, 60,000 destiny points. Just as he suspected. During the practical combat training sessions with lower-level students at the academy, though they only used B-grade portals, he had still managed to accumulate some fortune points. Combined with the demonic entity just vanquished, his fortune points now totaled 70,000. He didn't rush to summon the Yellow Crane Tower. As long as he had enough fortune points, he could do it any time. There was no need to rush. Dantai Qingxian, who was leading the way ahead, suddenly halted her steps. Chen Zhang has sent out coordinates for everyone to assemble. He must have located the ultimate objective of this expedition. Immediately, the group accelerated their pace toward another direction. Along the way, Dong Kai quietly approached Zheng Shanhe and whispered, what is the final objective? Yeah, what is it? Zhao Yan also leaned in curiously. I don't know either. Zheng Shanhe shook his head. Are you serious? Dong Kai didn't believe it. Zhao Yan also pursed her lips. Zhang, that's not very nice of you. Why would I lie to you? He spread his hands helplessly. We'll find out once we meet up with everyone, won't we? When the group arrived at the coordinates, Chen Zhang stood before a massive, rust-covered circular cavern. A chilling wind blew out from within the cavern, carrying a thick, blood-soaked stench that sent shivers down their spines. At that moment, awakened individuals from Dragon Nation began arriving one after another. Not only them, but awakened ones from other nations were also converging on this location. Chen Zhang walked over to Zheng Shanhe. Seeing he was unharmed, he pointed down at the cavern. Below lies the core area of the international portal. The Bone Graveyard. The scene inside changes every year, but no matter how it transforms, the space within always has only 4 layers. Our objective is the final layer. After speaking, Chen Zhang scanned the area. Seeing that the Dragon Nation squad was fully assembled, he added, once we descend, do not act on your own or split up. Our objective is the deepest level. With that, he leaped down first. Zheng Shanhe followed his lead. The entrance to the bone tomb wasn't high, just a downward slope. The slope was extremely wide enough for dozens to walk side by side. The moment the group charged into the lowest level, a thick, putrid stench instantly filled their nostrils. Amidst deafening roars, chaotic explosions, and thunderous crashes, Zheng Shanhe's vision filled with a vast bronze chamber. Within this bronze chamber, countless alien creatures of every kind scrambled frantically out through the cracks in the bronze walls. Awakened warriors from other nations fought their way forward into the depths. At the very depths, 2 enormous bronze gates could be faintly discerned. Don't split up. Stay alert. Chen Zhang's roar pierced the deafening chaos, reaching the ears of the Dragon Nation's forces. Everyone's expressions turned grave as they drew their weapons, keeping pace with the main force to carve a path through this sea of monstrous beasts. Holy crap, what is this? Suddenly, a student from Fenglin University let out a terrified cry amidst the crowd. Zheng Shanhe followed the sound and saw, before the male student, a broad-shouldered alien creature. Its abdomen split open with jagged, saw-like gashes, resembling a gaping, bloody maw. Clatter. The next instant, countless maggots, coated in viscous fluid, erupted from the gaping wound and rained down upon the Dragon Nation squad. Wind rises. Chen Zhang, at the forefront, sensed the threat. Instantly, he formed a sword with 2 fingers, unleashing a whirlwind that swept through the air, shredding every disgusting maggot in its path. Tanks, assemble at the squad's flanks. Form a defensive line to cover our advance. Chen Zhang barked the order. Dong Kai sprinted forward, thrusting his massive shield forward with all his might, absolute defense. Instantly, layers of light barriers rose, forming a square formation. The Dragon Nation awakened squad advanced steadily, moving toward the entrance of the second layer in the most secure manner. Midway through their advance, Chen Zhang suddenly pressed his hand against Zheng Shanhe's shoulder and whispered, before we enter the 4th layer, no matter what happens, you must not intervene. Why? Zheng Shanhe whispered back. This is an order. As Chen Zhang's words faded, the group of foreign awakened ones who had first encountered the bronze colossal door ahead let out startled cries of disbelief. Thud! The ground trembled violently.
The towering stone statues of monstrous beasts flanking the bronze gates suddenly came to life. These colossal beasts spat out rocks from their mouths and shot out eerie purple beams from their eyes, rampaging wildly through the chaotic first layer of space. Wherever the beams struck, flesh and blood flew everywhere. Yet under the combined assault of the awakened warriors, the colossal beasts were ultimately reduced to ashes. After all, those selected to participate in the international portal may lack combat experience, but their power is undeniably formidable. The foreign awakened charging ahead eagerly pushed open the first bronze gate. In that instant, the heartbeat of some colossal creature thundered from beyond the threshold. Simultaneously, within the chaotic first layer of space, all the alien races scrambled back toward the cracks in the surrounding walls as if fleeing. In the blink of an eye, the entire space was devoid of any alien presence. Only the intense pounding of a heartbeat echoed from the second layer. Chapter 88, The Four-Layered Space, Handan Mountain Ruins. The moment the bronze colossal door slammed open, the drum-like heartbeat grew even more piercing. The Dragon Nation team flowed into the second layer with the crowd. There, suspended from the 1,000-meter diameter bronze ceiling, hung a mass of scarlet flesh. At the very center of this tumor, a foreign creature the size of a small mountain lay prostrate. These alien beings possessed blood-red skin, 8 thick arms like Rakshasas, and hideous heads. Each palm clutched a bone weapon of different design. "They're here! Enemy attack!" Pretty countries suddenly shouted. Whoosh! The terrifying creature broke free from the tumor and crashed to the ground. Boom! The violent tremor sent the entire second layer of space reeling. Attack! Attack! Lauren Wei, the leader of the beautiful country team, flashed light from his palm and hurled a pulse grenade. As the azure plasma exploded on the alien's chest, his arms coalesced into 2 massive cannons, instantly blasting scorching lasers. Lauren Wei's awakened class was known as the Hyper Spirit Mechanic. It was said that he alone was an entire armory. Within the Sakura Nation squad, intense spiritual energy surged as numerous awakened individuals formed hand seals. Countless talismans transformed into snow-white serpents, coiling around the alien's legs and immobilizing it. Damn it! The awakened warriors of the Korean peninsula refused to be outdone, charging at the alien race with their awakened powers surging. The battle-crazed warriors of the Bear Nation charged forward, swinging frost-covered axes and a variety of weapons. The Nordic Alliance Knights formed defensive lines, encircling their foes step by step. Maintain defensive formation. Chen Zheng had no intention of intervening. His gaze fixed on the alien creature entangled by the multinational awakened, its feet radiating an endless crimson glow seeping into the ground. That monster is building up some kind of attack. Everyone stay alert. Sure enough, as the tanks concentrated on maintaining their defensive formation, the alien creature under combined assault suddenly erupted in a deafening roar. The seemingly dominant offensive from the allied nations couldn't even scratch the 8-armed alien. Just as the awakened from various nations realized something was terribly wrong, the 8-armed alien creature swung its weapons with brutal force. Clang! A terrifying force swept through, scattering the multinational awakened in an instant. Dozens of figures flew backward, blood spattering everywhere. Now! Follow my lead! Chen Zheng abruptly drew his sword and charged forward. With a flick of his wrist, a terrifyingly sharp blade slashed through the air. Simultaneously, every tank in the formation instinctively activated their taunt abilities, drawing the 8-armed aliens' full attention. Then, the remaining Dragon Nation awakened ones charged forth. In an instant, magical arrays bloomed across the sky, and several shadowy figures of assassins darted out. Their coordination was flawless. Tanks held aggro, warriors and mages dealt frontal damage, while assassins executed throat-slitting strikes. As the 8-armed alien creature crashed to its knees under this assault, Chen Zheng and Dantai Qingxian, each wielding a sword, leapt forward in a synchronized cross-step. A cold gleam swept through the air, the sharp sword light freezing the entire space in deathly silence. Thud! A massive head rolled across the ground, blood gushing forth like a fountain. Defeated 8-armed Rakshasa, experience plus 10,000. Instantly, a notification window popped up before every awakened individual in the space. Of course, in addition to the experience, Zheng Shanhe also gained an extra 20,000 fortune points. Press onward. Chen Zheng shook the blood from his sword's edge and regrouped the formation. Boom, boom. Suddenly, the bronze bricks beneath their feet began to curl upward like waves, rolling endlessly. What? A burly warrior from the Bear Nation plunged his battle axe into a crack between the bricks, only to see dark green blood spatter out. Alive! It's alive! In an instant, cries of shock and disbelief erupted from the awakened individuals of various nations. The entire space seemed to transform into the esophagus of a colossal beast, writhing in an eerie manner as it scattered the awakened warriors from all nations and began swallowing them whole in different directions. Watch your step! Before Chen Zheng's words had fully faded, the bricks beneath the Dragon Nation's formation erupted with violent tremors. Like a raging tidal wave, they hurled everyone skyward and scattered them apart. The same scene played out in every corner of the space. Walls transformed into gaping abyssal maws, swallowing countless awakened beings whole. Zheng Shanhe was hurled into the air. Before he could react, several tentacles dripping with eerie green slime burst through the ceiling, coiling toward him. Damn it! Just as he reached for the Mount Tai Eternal Sky Ruler. Not yet. Shen Zhang, thinking Zheng Shanhe was about to activate Mount Tai, swiftly darted forward with several sword chi streaks, severing all the tentacles. Immediately after, he drew his sword and swung it with all his might. Swish! The moment Shen Zhang's sword light cleaved into the bronze wall, the entire space erupted in a piercing screech. Rumble! Countless bronze bricks flaked off like scales, and the writhing ground beneath his feet revealed distinct flesh and blood tissue. The entrance to the third layer is beneath our feet. Awakened individuals from various nations detected the anomaly, steadying themselves before launching fierce assaults at the exposed flesh and blood tissue. Zheng Shanhe, I'll borrow your giant ruler. Shen Zhang suddenly leapt into the air. Without hesitation, Zheng Shanhe materialized the Mount Tai heavenly ruler and hurled it toward him. Shen Zhang caught it effortlessly. As a surge of power coursed through it, the Daizong heaven-reaching ruler transformed into a massive, razor-sharp sword. As he swung the ruler with all his might, a blinding sword beam erupted, stinging the eyes of every awakened being present. The frenzied sword energy unleashed by Qin Zhang, wielding the Daizong heavenly ruler, tore through the ground with devastating force, causing the entire space to instantly collapse into a vortex. A thick, foul stench engulfed everyone as they plummeted toward the third layer. The third layer was a space of eerie silence. The floor was littered with shattered bronze vessels and dried bloodstains were visible everywhere. Shen Zhang crouched down and touched the ground. This is the place. It matches the prediction. Lifting his head, he gazed into the depths at a massive, blurred light screen. The light screen seemed to seal off this space from another realm. The ruins of Handan Mountain. Shen Zhang stood up, ignoring the awakened individuals from other nations surrounding him. He issued a direct order: all Dragon Nation personnel, advance toward the entrance to the fourth layer. Instantly, the Dragon Nation's ranks shot forward like arrows across the open terrain, advancing in perfect formation toward the massive light screen in the depths. Behind them, Lauren Wei, the leader of the beautiful nation, observed this with a cold, meaningful smile. Running alongside them, Zheng Shanhe's heart trembled. Just now, he had overheard Qin Zhang's muttered words. The ruins of Handan Mountain. As the most brutal battle chronicled in history textbooks, the Battle of Handan Mountain had once shaken Zheng Shanhe's young heart. 300,000 heroic souls perished in the Battle of Handan Mountain, taking 1,000,000 foreign invaders with them. He especially remembered that his grandparents had perished in this very battle. It was said that blood flowed like rivers during the Battle of Handan Mountain, staining even the sky red. 300,000 awakened warriors of Huaxia fought to the death against 1,000,000 invaders. In the end, even Mount Handan was leveled to the ground before they could achieve a bitter victory. Who would have thought that the fourth layer of this bone graveyard would be the ruins of Mount Handan? So, the purpose of this journey was to escort the 30,000 heroic souls of Mount Handan home. Chapter 89, The Three-Skulled Demon Scorpion King. Deep within, the light barrier leading to the fourth layer rippled. Shen Zhang led the way, sword drawn, as the awakened warriors of the Dragon Nation followed in formation. Simultaneously, other nations witnessed this and attempted to follow the Dragon Nation's lead. Hey! But just then, Lauren Wei, the leader of the beautiful country, suddenly let out a strange laugh. Instantly, a crimson blood-red pattern erupted from his palm, violently striking the light barrier. A strange fluctuation surged forth. The entire light barrier leading to the fourth layer solidified into a purple crystal barrier, completely losing its ability to connect the two spatial layers. It trapped all the awakened individuals from the Dragon Nation within the fourth layer. This bizarre action stunned the representatives from other nations. Then, Lauren Wei's skin began to melt like wax. He erupted in maniacal laughter, his melting skin revealing a body covered in dark red scales. An anthropomorphized being. Holy! The leader of the pretty country is an anthropomorphized being. England's awakened screamed in unison. Japan and South Korea, who had previously been very close to the United States, paled visibly and screamed as they backed away. Even Lauren's own teammates from the United States were startled by this transformation. Boom! Suddenly, one alien after another plummeted from the third layer spatial ceiling. Humans, prepare to die. As countless alien beings surged forth, the third layer descended into chaos in an instant. The fourth layer revealed a desolate, scarred landscape beneath a hazy, gray sky. The entire space was suffused with an indescribable oppressive atmosphere. At that moment, the 30-strong formation of the Dragon Nation stood upon a desolate expanse of land. Around them, rifts began to open one after another in the surrounding void. From within, hordes of alien forces poured forth in relentless waves. Is this a trap set for us? Chen Zhang's eyes grew icy as he pulled his sunglasses up onto his forehead. Clang! He pointed his long sword toward the sky and declared in a resonant voice, "We stand upon the ruins of the ancient battle of Handan Mountain. Our retreat is sealed. Fight! Fight alongside the 30,000 heroic souls of Huaxia buried in this desolate land. Once we've slaughtered these verminous invaders until they dare not show their faces again, we shall return home with the souls of those 300,000 heroes.
With that, the sword's radiance, powerful enough to shake heaven and earth, converged in an instant. Chen Zhang gripped his sword in his right hand, an unparalleled aura surging from his body at that moment. One sword, frost cold across 14 states. Swish! A terrifying sword chi, as if splitting heaven and earth, swept forth. The awakened warriors of the Dragon Nation immediately let out battle cries, confronting the alien races surging in from all directions. Roar howl. Thousands upon thousands of alien invaders swept in like a plague of locusts. Chen Zhang wielded his long sword, its SSS tier innate power erupting in bursts of sword chi that shredded countless invaders. Dantai Qingxian summoned a deathly shadow wielding a giant scythe, weaving through the alien hordes to reap them with frenzied abandon. Death's gentle whirl. Kofushua wielded twin blades in a frenzy of slaughter. In that moment, every soul fought amidst a sea of blood. Except for Zheng Shanhe. He wielded the Mount Tai heavenly ruler, each sweeping strike raising vast clouds of blood mist. You expect me to wait at a time like this? He shouted at Chen Zhang, who stood not far away. Cut the crap. If I tell you to wait, you wait. Chen Zhang thrust his sword forward, releasing a surge of sword energy that crushed all the alien creatures around him. Whoosh! Countless magical formations opened in the sky, unleashing thunderbolts, scorching flames, and bitter cold terrifying area of effect spells poured down from above. Tanks shielded the mages within the formation, while warriors and assassins fought fiercely against the enemies. In this 30-person expedition, only one support type S rank awakened existed. Support type awakened ones were the rarest class in Dragon Nation. S rank support was even rarer. At this moment, he held a massive emerald green orb of light. Within the Dragon Nation's ranks, the instant anyone was injured, they were instantly healed. He alone had to heal such a large team, forcing him to exert every ounce of his strength to maintain the healing. As the battle raged on, endless hordes of alien forces poured ceaselessly from the rift. It seemed they didn't even need to deploy their strongest units, mere sheer numbers alone were enough to overwhelm them. Hold formation. Chen Zhang swung his sword, slaying over 100 alien foes. The Dragon Nation's 30 warriors maintained a rigid square formation, warriors and tanks held the outer perimeter, while mages unleashed relentless attacks from the inner circle. Time passed. Gradually, some began to struggle. Especially the students from Fenglin University. Their combat ratings were never exceptionally high to begin with. Even though these alien tribes weren't overly powerful, their sheer numbers made it impossible to endure the attrition. Buzz. Suddenly, a deep purple fissure tore open in the sky. From within, hordes of hideous-looking alien creatures poured forth, their aura fluctuations even more powerful than before. Death Harvest. Dantai Qingxuan's phantom, wielding a scythe, swept out abruptly. An indigo glow traced a circular arc, annihilating every alien being that emerged. But soon, one violet fissure after another opened. Countless alien beings, several tiers stronger than the initial wave, swarmed forth once more. Section Chief Chen, we can't hold out much longer. Cries echoed from every position within the formation. Such overwhelming numbers, unless one was a peak level awakened, how could anyone possibly endure? Chen Zhang's expression remained composed, as if he hadn't heard. He continued swinging his sword. What exactly are you trying to do? If any single position in the formation collapses now, it will trigger a total collapse. Dantai Qingxian could no longer hold back. She stepped beside him and demanded. The greatest threat has yet to appear. Chen Zhang's gaze fixed on the distant horizon, where a dark green fissure flowed, yet no alien beings had emerged from it. Once Zheng Shanhe unleashes his power, he must coordinate with me to eliminate the greatest threat. His fingertips flickered with energy. What kind of power does he possess? I hate dealing with you because you always love to deliberately keep things under wraps. Dantai Qingxian glared at Zheng Shanhe's retreating figure, her tone dripping with impatience. You'll find out. Chen Zhang smiled. Suddenly, the moment the words fell, the distant dark green fissure finally emitted violent ripples for the first time. Immediately afterward, a massive hand abruptly emerged from the fissure. Swoosh! As the palm tore through the fissure, a foul, blood-curdling stench instantly filled the air. The palm's owner revealed 3 twisted heads, the central one covered in honeycomb-patterned, ghostly green eyes, the left head encrusted with writhing flesh tumors, and the right head devoid of features, its gaping maw filled with bared fangs. As the entire creature emerged from the fissure, its colossal form, towering dozens of meters high, sent shockwaves through every heart. Squeak-clack! 3 heads simultaneously emitted shrieks of varying frequencies. Behind them, 3 pitch-black scorpion tails, bristling with barbed spines, burst forth from its body. Each tail's venomous stinger flickered with an eerie blue undead flame. The 3-headed venomous scorpion king. Someone gasped. This was a species of immense prestige among the alien races. Who would have thought it would appear here? Finally showing itself. Chen Zhang sneered coldly. Zheng Shanhe. Now is the time. His battle cry echoed throughout the entire space. Then, he shot upward like a rainbow, charging toward the 3-headed demon scorpion king. Ha! Zheng Shanhe slammed the Dazong Hengtian ruler into the ground, sending shockwaves that knocked nearby alien creatures off their feet.
He no longer needed to hide. Supreme among the 5 peaks, subdue the alien races. Mount Tai manifests its might, shaking the 8 desolations. Chapter 90, Mount Tai manifests, subduing the 8 desolations. Mount Tai, manifest. Zheng Shanhe's resounding voice, filled with boundless righteous energy, echoed in everyone's ears. At that moment, Kufushua, moving among the alien tribes, felt a stir in her heart, a flicker of joy appearing in her eyes. He had finally unleashed his power. In an instant, the heavens shook and the earth trembled. Rumble. The gray, murky sky abruptly split open, revealing a gap stretching 100 miles across. The shadowy outline of a towering mountain range suddenly surged forth from the clouds. As the rugged and majestic sovereign of the 5 great mountains fully manifested, the very air of the entire 4th layer seemed to freeze in that instant. Zheng Shanhe stood amidst the surging tide of alien hordes, his right hand raised high. Boundless righteous energy surged wildly within his palm. Above, the colossal mountain continued to swell. Suppress. As his palm slammed down upon the void, Mount Tai suddenly sank several inches. Crash. An indescribable, terrifying force descended upon the entire space with a thunderous crash. Every alien creature upon the ground was instantly knocked to the earth. The crushing pressure made their bodies tremble violently, as if they might shatter at any moment. The sovereign of the 5 peaks manifested, and countless alien beings found themselves utterly immobilized by the crushing force. The awakened ones of the Dragon Nation stood frozen in place. Their gazes were all drawn to the suddenly appearing Mount Tai. Dantai Qingxuan's amber pupils trembled incessantly. Finally, she forced her gaze away and looked toward Zheng Shanhe, standing not far off, radiating overwhelming righteous energy. Her heart raced with shock. So it was him. No wonder. In that moment, the endless mysteries shrouding her heart were finally revealed. Why the General Association held him in such high regard? Why did Qin Zheng hold him in such high regard? All of this was perfectly explained by the scene unfolding before her eyes. Dong Kai's mouth hung open as his gaze darted back and forth between Taishan and Zheng Shanhe. Moments later, he rubbed his eyes and suddenly erupted in a torrent of curses. This ing thing is what you call a summoned entity. Zheng Shanhe, you bastard. You've been hiding this deep all along, holy. So you're the one who summoned Mount Tai. You're the one who summoned it. This is utterly shocking. Zhao Yuan's twin blades slipped from her grasp and clattered to the ground as she tilted her head back, murmuring. A moment passed. Zheng. I'm sticking with you for the rest of my life. Zhao Yan shouted at the top of her lungs, completely disregarding the situation. Jiang Ning's heart felt as though it had been struck at that very moment. The look she gave Zheng Shanhe held no trace of hidden emotion, only affection that threatened to overflow. This is incredible. My goodness, the Mount Tai manifestation is connected to an awakened one? Just who is this Zheng Shanhe? Unbelievable. This is simply unbelievable. The other awakened ones erupted into a frenzy. Who could have imagined that the Mount Tai manifestation event, which had been the talk of the nation, actually had a mastermind behind it? And this person was an obscure awakened from Fenglin University. Before this, anyone who mentioned such a thing would have been laughed to death. But what stood before them now? Ironclad reality. The revered Mount Tai manifested its divine power because of Zheng Shanhe. How could this be possible? As the entire crowd fell into endless shock, Zheng Shanhe's focus remained fixed on the 3-cranium poison Scorpion King in the distance. The oppressive might of Mount Tai slowed the 3-headed poison Scorpion King's movements. Just as Chen Zhang closed in, Zheng Shanhe roared, "Summon the poetic spirit. Aid me in slaying this foe." A sacred light suddenly enveloped the entire Mount Tai. Space trembled in that instant. How is Mount Tai faring? The green of Qi and Lu endures. Boom! The verses transformed into golden talismans, surging directly toward the 3-headed poison Scorpion King. Contemplating Mount Tai. I actually witnessed this very scene today. The awakened ones of Dragon Nation erupted in excitement. Dong Kai was the first to shout, "When I stand atop the highest peak, I shall survey." You idiot, that's the final line. Zhao Yan interrupted excitedly, then recited with unwavering confidence, "The second line is, clouds swell in my chest." Before she could finish, the majestic voice of the poet sage echoed from the summit of Mount Tai, "Nature has endowed it with divine beauty." Ha 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 ha. Dong Kai immediately scoffed, "And you dare criticize me? You recited it wrong too." Their bickering drew disapproving sighs from many onlookers. The appearance of the supreme of the 5 great mountains breathed new life into the team, which had been on the verge of collapse, allowing them to finally catch their breath and rest. In the distance, the 3-clawed poison Scorpion King was being relentlessly suppressed by Mount Tai. It attempted to lash out with its venomous stinger, only to have the strike swept aside by Qin Zhang's sword as he dove in. "You're the most stubborn beast to kill. Without Mount Tai's power, you'd give me a real headache." Qin Zhang's lips curled slightly as the blue blade in his hand abruptly flipped. Slash extreme annihilation. Whoosh. Exploding sword light plummeted like a meteor, slicing through the 3 heads of the 3-headed poison Scorpion King in a bizarrely precise arc. Splash.
Blood spurted skyward as Chen Zhang stepped through the void, shooting back at lightning speed. As the pale green blood of the three-headed poisoned scorpion king dripped onto the ground, it corroded the earth, sending up wisps of green smoke. As its massive body crashed to the ground, Zheng Shanhe's eyes flashed with golden light. Suppress them all. Boom! Mount Tai sank once more, reducing every last alien creature still struggling on the surface to dust. Well done. Chen Zhang pushed his sunglasses up to his forehead and patted Zheng Shanhe's shoulder with satisfaction. At the same time, everyone else gathered around. But in Zheng Shanhe's mind, only one thought occupied his mind. Damn it, why didn't the three-skulled demon Scorpion King and all these alien creatures drop any experience or fortune points? Such a massive haul yielding 0 rewards? That's a loss of 200 million. No, it was a loss of 200 million, maybe even more. As the crowd pressed forward, countless self-introductions and friend requests were hurled at Zheng Shanhe. Kofushue, Dong Kai, and Jiang Ning stood at the periphery, watching Jia Yao jostle toward the front. Dong Kai suddenly sighed. Will we still be in the same world as Zheng Shanhe from now on? I fear he'll only drift further and further away from us. No sooner had the words left his mouth than he caught Kofushue's sharp glance. What? Did I say something wrong? He was puzzled. He didn't just gain this power today. In the past, did he not get along well with you? Kofushue said coldly. Dong Kai's face flushed instantly as he scratched his head. I was being shallow. You knew Mount Tai was his power all along? Jiang Ning, with her keen insight, detected another layer of meaning in Kofushue's words. Long before he met you, I fought side by side with him. I know everything about him. Kofushue replied indifferently, yet her words were enough to make Jiang Ning grind her teeth in frustration. Hiss. At that very moment, countless fissures tore open across the scarred ground once more. Simultaneously, 4 enormous, shadowy fissures abruptly opened in the sky above. One crisis barely subsided before another arose. Chapter 91, Crane Reflections in the Pupil. As the dark fissures opened, eerie black mist seeped out. The 4 fissures resembled vertical pupils tearing through the sky, from which emanated the terrifying breath of some monstrous beast. Crack crack. First to emerge from the fissure was a dark purple horn covered in silver patterns. As the space violently trembled, 4 monstrous beings, each as tall as 5 or 6 stories, stepped out from the rift. Resembling giant, upright lizards, they fixed their pairs of dark vertical pupils intently upon Zheng Shanhe amidst the crowd. Most eerie of all was the black mist coiling around their bodies, seeming to warp and devour even light itself. From the fissures in the ground, alongside these 4 monstrous lizards, came a swarm of crawling alien creatures. The light-eating lizard clan. Chen Zhang sneered coldly. Looks like they've really pulled out all the stops this time. Beware the black mist surrounding them. It's a bizarre substance capable of devouring spiritual energy. Looks like bringing the 30,000 souls of Hanong Mountain home won't be so easy after all. Charge! Zheng Shanhe raised his palm high, and Mount Tai manifested once more. The moment the shockwave rippled out, every alien creature's movement froze abruptly. Kill! Chen Zhang's sword blade, shrouded in energy, pointed at the 4 demon lizards. The rest maintained their formation, clashing once more with the alien forces surging in from all sides. This time, empowered by the might of Mount Tai, the awakened warriors of the Dragon Nation fought with renewed vigor, growing stronger with each clash. This won't do. Suddenly, a chilling laugh echoed through the void. Hum. Ripples spread through the void. Instantly, Zheng Shanhe snapped his head up, his pupils reflecting a colossal dark purple palm that seemed to blot out the sky. The palm's surface was covered in chaotic dark gold patterns, with azure light rippling between its fingers. Wherever it passed, space itself seemed to collapse. So immense was this palm that it seized the sky-high Mount Tai in a single, thunderous grasp. Zheng Shanhe's heart lurched in shock. But before he could react, Mount Tai suddenly radiated a vast surge of golden fortune. Amidst billowing green smoke, the dark purple palm instantly released its grip. Damned fortune power! Damned! A chilling, rage-filled voice echoed from within the spatial ripples. Ha ha! You vermin! Even on your own turf, you dare not show yourselves! Chen Zhang slashed back the corrosive light lizard with a sword strike, then roared his mockery at the colossal palm retreating into the sky. Kill! Kill this man for me! The owner of the dark purple palm ignored his words, instead pointing its terrifying fingers directly at Zheng Shanhe. Hum. Suddenly, endless fissures began to tear open in the ground and sky. In an instant, a sea of alien creatures surged forth like a tidal wave. Within mere seconds, they seemed to engulf the entire ruins of Handan Mountain, trapping the 30 warriors of the Dragon Nation in the center, fighting for their lives. Killing me won't be that easy. Fierce flames blazed in Zheng Shanhe's eyes as he roared, Shanhaeguan, manifest. Clang! A colossal bronze gate coalesced from the void and crashed down with a thunderous roar. The majestic and imposing Shanhaeguan gate suddenly materialized amidst the sea of foreign invaders. Thud! The thunderous roar of war drums echoed in every ear, instantly sweeping away their weakness and leaving only a fierce desire to fight. Damn it, I knew it! That day, the eastern border advanced 20 li under the blessings of the 2 number ones under heaven.
Today, we'll damn well survive this encirclement. The awakened warriors of the Dragon Nation roared in unison.
Zheng Shanhe's spiritual energy rapidly depleted.
Boom! The gates of Shanhaiguan swung open, and mighty troops surged forth with fierce resolve. Countless warriors let out a deafening battle cry that shook the heavens, slaughter all enemies under heaven. Only our Chinese nation reigns supreme. The thunderous battle cry infected everyone. Kill! Follow the mighty troops of Shanhai Pass and slaughter all enemies of China.
On the ramparts, war drums thundered ceaselessly. Chen Zhang watched the awakened warriors of the Dragon Nation fight with ever-growing ferocity, his heart swelling with exhilaration. This was the superhuman boost that Zheng Shanhe's power could deliver. With the dual pressure from Mount Tai and Shanhai Pass, though the alien forces' assaults remained relentless, they were now well contained. But, just as the mighty forces at Shanhaiguan and the Dragon Nations awakened were poised to sound the trumpet for a counterattack, an unexpected turn of events occurred. The four colossal demon lizards, relentlessly pushed back by Chen Zhang and Dantai Qingxian, suddenly erupted in piercing, shrill screeches. Then, they abruptly swelled and developed pus-filled boils oozing dark purple fluid. Damn it, retreat! Seeing this, Chen Zhang's expression darkened. He immediately shouted to everyone, spread out.
Tanks, deploy shields for defense, deploy.
But his words were cut short. One of the mutated giant demon lizards suddenly exploded into a massive blast.
Boom! In an instant,
a deafening, terrifying explosion reverberated through everyone's ears. The explosive force spared no one, friend or foe. It crushed the alien creatures while simultaneously hurling the Dragon Nation's troops to the ground. Even the Shanhai Pass warriors charging into battle were scattered by the blast's shockwave. Zheng Shanhe, closest to the blast's epicenter, was hurled several meters away. The violent impact made him spit out a mouthful of blood. Fortunately, in his state of supreme power, his skin was thick and resilient. As soon as he hit the ground, he scrambled back to his feet. Yet the scene before him made his pupils contract sharply. The explosion of those four colossal demon lizards had blasted a massive crater into the ground.
Dong Kai!
Zheng Shanhe spotted Dong Kai first. Rushing over, he flipped him onto his back only to find his face deathly pale. Half of both arms had been torn away in the blast, blood gushing wildly. Cough! Dong Kai coughed up a mouthful of blood, his eyes filled with agony.
I'm fine. My talent can heal wounds.
Don't worry. After confirming Dong Kai was out of immediate danger, Zheng Shanhe sprang back to his feet. A fierce sword aura surged forth from the distance. Chen Zhang, his clothes stained with blood, was sweeping away the endless hordes of alien invaders.
Quickly assess the casualties.
Seeing Zheng Shanhe was unharmed, he breathed a sigh of relief before urgently adding, find Lu Mangyun first, he's our only support healer.
Zheng Shanhe searched along the way and found Zhao Yao first.
Her eyes were tightly shut, her breathing faint, her left cheek already a bloody mess.
Damn it! Zheng Shanhe's heart sank.
Just then, out of the corner of his eye, he saw Kofushue staggering to her feet from among the pile of alien corpses. The moment she spotted Zheng Shanhe, she fought back the dizziness and staggered toward him.
Are you okay? Zzzzzzz. Suddenly, a jade green beam, brimming with boundless vitality, spread from afar into Zhao Yao's body.
Instantly, the mangled side of her face began to mend. Zheng Shanhe hurriedly followed the light's source, only to see Lu Mangyun, the sole assistant, with blood trickling down her forehead, holding out her palm. A jade green orb of light branched into countless healing rays, restoring the injuries of everyone present. There was no time for celebration. The sky and ground split open once more, and dark purple beetle-like creatures poured out in swarms from the fissure. This onslaught seemed determined to bury them all, along with the 30,000 souls of Handan Mountain within this very space.
How many can still fight?
Chen Zhang coughed up blood, shouting as he fought on.
Clear moon slash. A blinding crescent-shaped swordlight suddenly sliced through the void.
Dantai Qingxian, equally drenched in blood, her black hair disheveled yet her spirit unyielding, I can still fight.
I can still fight too.
Kofushue struggled to rise, but Zheng Shanhe gently pressed her back down.
Rest. He rose to his feet, scanning the surroundings.
One by one, the less severely injured awakened warriors of the Dragon Nation staggered to their feet. All around, endless hordes of alien creatures continued to pour forth. At that moment, two massive rifts tore open in the sky once more. Emerging from them were two bizarre alien beings entirely covered in scales, headless, yet bearing a single brown eye on their chests. The moment these two appeared, the brown single eye on their chests fixed its gaze on Zheng Shanhe. You are as good as dead.
Boom!
A terrifying aura erupted from the two creatures.
An immense pressure bore down upon him. Zheng Shanhe took a deep breath, clenching his fists tightly. Within his pupils, two cranes were reflected. 60,000 destiny points deducted. Craftsman of mountains and rivers, you may now summon the Yellow Crane Tower. Chapter 92. The Yellow Crane Tower finally appears. Extra chapter for Lu Lingfeng. The rift continued to widen.
The gray sky was now filled with endless fissures. From within, alien beings with thick, terrifying auras stepped forth.
It seemed this wave was the true main force, while the previous ones had merely served as cannon fodder to wear down the awakened warriors of the Dragon Nation. The limitations of heaven and earth's fortune prevent stronger races of these vermin from descending. These are the mightiest among the alien races capable of manifesting in this world. Chen Zhang stood suspended in midair, his sword raised, his robes stained with blood. Though they were within the portal, the land they stood upon was the remnants of China's Handan Mountain. Ancient sites and landmarks bear witness to a nation's history, carrying the fortune and destiny that shape its rise and fall. The alien races, hindered by the world's inherent destiny energy, could not fully manifest. This was the fundamental reason behind their relentless destruction of any nation's ancient sites and landmarks. Even now, though Mount Handan lay in ruins, its destiny remained intact. Even if the alien race appearing now wasn't the strongest, each individual possessed combat power rated at least 70, with classifications ranging from A to S. Coupled with their relentless numbers, even Chen Zhang and SSS tier awakened with the Heavenly Sword Saint class could not possibly protect everyone flawlessly under such an onslaught. Is there anyone else who can fight? Therefore, he must ascertain the remaining combat strength. Yet the only voice that answered him was Dan Tai Qingxuan's. Yet at that very moment, a certain force began to simmer within the air. Chen Zhang whipped his head around. There, the illusory crane reflected in Zheng Shanhe's pupils abruptly solidified. His palms snapped together as a torrent of boundless energy surged forth from his body. Yellow Crane Tower. Manifest. The moment Zheng Shanhe's palms snapped apart, the space before him twisted violently. Caw! A piercing, clear cry of a crane echoed from the void. As a golden light rippled outward. Bronze eaves pierced the clouds, gilded roof tiles shimmering with dawnlight. A 9-story tower materialized with a thunderous roar from the void. Copper bells at its eaves rang out with a clear, resonant sound. The aura emanating from this tower caused the surging, malevolent energy of the alien race to recede and dissipate. Whoosh! Countless translucent cranes flapped their wings and flew out from the carved windows of the pavilion. Wherever they passed, the shells and bodies of the alien creatures developed fine cracks. What is this? Chen Zhang and Dan Tai Qingxian froze in unison. Whoosh! The moment they materialized at Yellow Crane Tower, 2 alien beings covered in scales and bearing a single brown eye on their chests had already appeared before Zheng Shanhe. Life-devouring chains. Simultaneously, they extended their palms. An evil, heart-stopping power gathered from their palms, coalescing into several chains wrapped in dark red light patterns that coiled toward Zheng Shanhe. Whoosh! In the distance, a sword chi swept through, severing every chain in its path. Chen Zhang charged forward, riding a gale of wind. With a single swing of his sword, a piercing blade of light carried both alien beings skyward. Death Realm. Dan Tai Qingxian stood amidst the tide of beasts. Behind her, the shadowy figure wielding a giant scythe suddenly solidified, opening a vast black void that swallowed countless alien beings whole. Ah! Zheng Shanhe raised both hands high, his pupils reflecting the radiant glow of the Yellow Crane Tower. Third Mountain River Creation, Yellow Crane Tower. Phase 1 skill, Crane Blessing consumes 5,000 spirit power to summon a flock of cranes to heal allies. Swish swish. As 5,000 spirit power points were deducted, dozens of cranes spread their wings and soared from the tower, diving toward the ground. Their cries echoed through the air as golden feathers drifted down, settling into the bodies of the wounded and slowly healing their injuries. The sky tore open again, this time unleashing a torrent of monstrous, exaggeratedly grotesque beings. Each possessed strength on par with an S-rank portal boss, surging forth from the rift. Zheng Shanhe gasped for breath, retrieving a bottle of spirit energy restorative from the storage pouch Fushua had given him. After drinking it, his aura surged. The sky-obscuring wave of boss-level alien creatures surged forward like a tsunami. Mount Tai. Rumble. The revered peak of the 5 great mountains manifested, its immense pressure instantly slowing the movements of all the alien creatures present. Shanhaiguan. Clang. The world's foremost pass, igniting beacon fires, materialized from the void. Upon its walls, 10,000 arrows launched in an instant. Yellow Crane Tower. Caw! The ancient tower suspended mid-air radiated a dazzling glow, while the cries of countless cranes pierced the heavens. Third Mountain River Creation, Yellow Crane Tower. Second stage skill, Poetic Soul Manifestation consumes 20,000 spirit power to condense a spectral form of the poetic soul, wielding versus weaponry. Each line of poetry carries distinct effects. Summon the poetic spirit, manifest. Zheng Shanhe's roar echoed throughout the entire space. The headless, one-eyed alien creature locked in combat with Chen Zhang in the distance immediately snarled, "Stop him!" The swarm of boss-level alien creatures surged forward at breakneck speed once more. Whoosh! Fortune surged around Zheng Shanhe as the bronze bells at the Yellow Crane Tower's eaves suddenly chimed. The 9-story pavilion erupted with dazzling rays of light, and an ethereal figure stepped out from the carved windows, riding a crane. Its robes shimmered with azure hues, fluttering without wind. He bore no distinct features, holding a scroll of ink, radiating an air of serene detachment. The old man has ridden the Yellow Crane away, only the Yellow Crane Tower remains here. The phantom swept his sleeve and chanted, each word resonating like stone striking metal. A sky full of cranes instantly transformed into golden seal script, exploding mid-air. The rippling shockwaves instantly reduced the nearest alien beings to dust. Once the yellow crane departs, it never returns. The poetic spirit unfurled the scroll, causing the Handan mountains to tremble violently. Golden sparks surged from the earth, converging upon the tower. Instantly, the tiles of Yellow Crane Tower glowed, each reflecting illusions of mountains, rivers, and the realm itself. Their radiant light made the alien race's skin sizzle and smoke. Aya! The alien hordes charged toward Zheng Shanhe, forcing their way through the crushing pressure of Mount Tai and the hail of arrows from Shanhai Pass. But at that very moment, the poetic spirit recited once more, white clouds drift idly through the ages. Nearby, Zheng suddenly experienced divine inspiration. Boundless destiny surged from the Yellow Crane Tower into the sword in his hand. The sword flashed, its blade surging with destiny as it pierced the heavens. With a single strike, it obliterated every remaining rift in the alien forces. Dantai Qingxuan's realm of death surged threefold under this fortune's boost. Wherever the site's phantom swept, hordes of the alien race perished. Clear rivers and bright trees of Hanyang. The poetic spirit chanted. Behind them, Kufushue struggled to her feet, only to discover with astonishment that emerald sprouts, brimming with vitality, had suddenly sprouted from the scorched earth beneath her feet. The sprouts spread across the battlefield, radiating outward from her like a circle, and in an instant, the vibrant vitality enveloped the entire ruins of Handan Mountain. Grass grows lush on Paradile. As the poetic spirit chanted, the soul-healing orb supporting Lu Mengyun shattered in response. Emerald leaves sprouted from every wound. New buds emerged from Dong Kai's severed arm. After a brief pause, they coalesced into fresh flesh, restoring him. Jiang Ning and Zhao Yao, still unconscious, felt a warm current envelop their bodies. Opening their eyes, they found their injuries had been completely healed without their awareness. All the awakened awoke in that instant. Some let out cries of relief, while others marveled at the gathering of Mount Tai, Shanhaiguan, and Yellow Crane Tower. Their momentum surged relentlessly within the verses of the Yellow Crane Tower's poetic spirit. At that moment, the ethereal form of the poetic spirit suddenly turned toward Zheng Shanhe. The ink scroll revealed its final two lines. Where is my hometown as dusk falls? The misty river stirs my sorrow. Boom! Suddenly, a violent rumbling erupted from within Zheng Shanhe's body. Then, the Yellow Crane Tower abruptly collapsed. But this was no mere fall, it collapsed into a single, intense point of light. His life-bound artifact surged at that moment. Zheng Shanhe instinctively understood, suddenly spreading his arms wide. Ka! A piercing crane cry echoed as the life-bound artifact transformed into a colossal crane. Zheng Shanhe leapt onto its back, and the crane spread its wings, soaring into the sky. Mount Tai. Shanhaiguan. A howling gale whipped Zheng Shanhe's robes into a fluttering frenzy. Closing his palm, he pressed the two mountain river creations simultaneously into the luminous point at the Yellow Crane Tower. Boom! The three mountain river creations merged in that instant, bathing the entire space of the Handan mountain ruins in blinding light. Crush all enemies of China. Zheng Shanhe, riding the colossal immortal crane, roared with fury. The crane beneath him plunged directly into the light point. Whoosh! The light surged violently, melting the alien races like thin snow under the scorching sun. Wherever it passed, they didn't even have time to scream. Chapter 93, I Refuse. The aftereffects gradually dissipated. The crane beneath Zheng Shanhe's feet also dissolved into a point of light and vanished. He landed steadily on the ground, a wave of profound exhaustion washing over him. His spiritual energy was utterly depleted in that moment. He pulled out a bottle of replenishment fluid and poured it into his mouth. Continuous use would gradually dilute its effectiveness. After reaching combat power level 80, his total spiritual energy had increased by 10,000 points, now standing at 50,000. Yet, unleashing all three great creations had proven far too draining. What grieved him most was that these alien races yielded no experience points or fortune points as rewards. Dust slowly settled over the scorched earth. All traces of the alien race vanished from the space. The sky remained a hazy gray, enveloped in profound stillness. The vibrant green sprouts that had emerged from the ground in response to the verses of Yellow Crane Tower swayed gently, adding a touch of emerald vitality to the entire space. Zheng Shanhe plopped down onto the ground and let out a breath. This journey through the international portal had truly been full of twists and turns. In the distance, Dong Kai's hoarse laughter echoed. This new arm I grew, the flesh is even softer than the original. He thrust his newly grown arms toward Zhao Yao, who immediately rolled her eyes. Instead of showing off here, why don't you go thank Zheng Shanhe? Kufushue walked over and sat beside him. Are you okay? Zheng Shanhe shook his head, about to speak, when Jiang Ning knelt before him and handed him a bottle of spirit energy replenishment liquid. He has one already, Kufushue interjected, holding out her palm to stop her. I'll give him mine. The two women's gazes locked. Poof. Dantai Qingxuan's scythe lay slanted in the ground as her gaze swept across the scene. Is everyone all right? The crowd slowly gathered around Zheng Shanhe.
Thankfully, the yellow crane tower summoned by Zheng Shanhe possessed healing properties.
Otherwise, I alone would have been utterly overwhelmed. Lu Mengyun, the soul support type awakened, looked at Zheng Shanhe with gratitude.
Indeed, we owe this journey entirely to Zheng Shanhe. Without him, our odds would have been grim.
The group offered their praise without reservation, and it was well deserved. Chen Zhang stepped forward, standing before the group alongside Dantai Qingxian.
Beneath his blood-stained cloth, the gruesome wounds were healing at a visible pace.
This trip has yielded more intelligence on the alien race. Chen Zhang spat out a mouthful of blood-tinged saliva.
He was referring, of course, to the self-detonation of the corrosive light lizard tribe. Such an occurrence had never happened before, which is why it had caught them completely off guard at the time.
Now,
crouching down, Chen Zhang brushed his fingers over scorched earth dotted with green sprouts. It's time to bring the fallen heroes home. Upon hearing this, Zheng Shanhe immediately focused all his attention on Chen Zhang.
He was intensely curious about how Section Chief Chen would lead 300,000 heroic souls away.
As Chen Zhang finished speaking, Dantai Qingxian sheathed her scythe. The two walked forward, a light seal appearing simultaneously in each palm. I hear this operation is led by Elder Qi from the think tank team. His unique power can relocate the entire ruins of Handan Mountain. Among the crowd, some awakened individuals privy to the secret whispered among themselves.
At that moment,
Zheng Shanhe, who had been observing, suddenly caught a whiff of a faint, sweet fragrance. Immediately after, Kafushua's soft, tender voice murmured by his ear, I think
I've fallen for you.
Miska's tone carried a hint of shyness and nervousness. Zheng Shanhe froze in shock. But just as he turned his head to look at Kafushue,
ZZZZZZ. Back off.
Chen Zhang's furious roar exploded simultaneously with the deafening crack of space shattering. A colossal palm, enveloped in a terrifying might several times more formidable than before, descended from the warped space with a thunderous crash. Dark gold runes pulsing within the palm's ridges shattered inch by inch, unleashing waves that churned up towering air currents.
Zheng Shanhe felt darkness engulf his vision before consciousness snapped away instantly. At a certain moment, clang!
The jarring collision pierced his very soul.
Zheng Shanhe's eyes snapped open.
He sprang to his feet, but the searing pain in his skin and skull made him suck in a sharp breath. His vision blurred intensely. Powerful ripples erupted around him, causing him to stagger. He rubbed his eyes hard, and the blurry vision slowly began to focus. What met his eyes was a streak of azure light slicing through the sky. Chen Zhang stood drenched in blood, his sword dripping with fresh blood. Alone, he held his ground against the dense, swarming hordes of the alien race.
Once again,
Zheng Shanhe pressed his hand to his forehead, his gaze sweeping across the scene. There, all the awakened warriors of the Dragon Nation lay together, each chest rising and falling faintly. Dantai Qingxian, leaning on her scythe with both hands, stood before the unconscious crowd, utterly exhausted, slashing down any invaders who dared approach. Yet, judging by her movements and condition, her injuries must be equally severe. Zheng Shanhe raised his hand with great effort.
Mount Tai.
The energy within him was chaotic. His spiritual power had vanished without a trace, leaving him with no reserves whatsoever.
Damn it!
He hastily retrieved a replenishment potion from his storage pouch and swallowed it.
Spiritual power, 2,050,000. Has the potency diminished this drastically already?
Zheng Shanhe sighed, but still gritted his teeth against the dizziness and the tearing pain throughout his body, roaring, Supreme of the Five Peaks. Clouds parted. The towering form of Mount Tai emerged. Immediately, he retrieved another bottle of restorative liquid and poured it into his mouth.
Spiritual power increased 1,000. Zheng Shanhe. Suddenly, explosive shockwaves radiated from ahead.
Chen Zhang's body flew backward, his sunglasses shattered, hair disheveled, his stern face covered in battle scars.
Let's go.
Blood flowed freely from his sword-wielding hand. Clearly, the colossal palm that had materialized in that instant possessed power no weaker than that of the SSS-ranked chief inspector. Though severely wounded, Chen Zhang's gaze remained as sharp as an eagle's as he locked eyes with Zheng Shanhe. In a moment, I will sacrifice myself to the sword and unleash the full power of my profession. I will shatter the spatial barrier.
With Dantai Qingxian covering you, you must lead everyone out of here.
At that moment, Dantai Qingxian also shot him a fearless glance.
Wait. Zheng Shanhe's expression darkened instantly. What about you too? Chen Zhang exhaled deeply.
Next year, or perhaps many years hence, when the international portal reappears at the ruins of Handan Mountain, you shall bring us home together with these 300,000 souls. His tone was calm, without a trace of hesitation. With that, he transformed into a sword beam and charged forward once more.
Damn it! Zheng Shanhe clenched his fists, pulling out all his spiritual energy replenishment potions and downing them in one go.
The remaining 26 bottles replenished him with less than 20,000 spirit energy. Constant use had severely diluted his spiritual energy reserves.
Shanhaiguan. Signal fires blazed up suddenly. The gates swung open and 1,000 mighty soldiers charged forth from within. After defeating the enemy, the Shanhaiguan warriors would regain 100 points of spiritual energy. This was the only way Zheng Shanhe could hold on at this moment. Supreme Sovereign. He sheathed Mount Tai and transformed himself into a towering mountain, crashing violently into the tide of beasts. Crash. A terrifying shockwave tore through the alien hordes. He glared at Chen Zhang and roared, "I won't sacrifice a single soul. We leave together, or we die together." Bull. Chen Zhang's sword sliced through hundreds of beasts as he snapped back, "You bear a special mission. You are the great fortune bearer of our Huaxia. You absolutely cannot die here. Zheng Shanhe. The power you possess will one day restore the destiny of China to its peak, bringing blessings to the entire nation." Dantai Qingxian swung her scythe, her voice sharp as she snapped, "Now is not the time for you to play the hero. Great bearer of destiny." Zheng Shanhe sneered in defiance. A great bearer of destiny who sacrifices the lives of the chief inspector and a woman just to save his own skin? I refuse to be one. Zheng Shanhe roared, unleashing a punch that shattered a large group of alien invaders. All I know is that my power exists to protect those I choose to protect. I refuse to sacrifice anyone. Since these outsiders are determined to trap us here, let's break through their lines and escape together. Don't tell me about the greater good. In my way, leaving no one behind is the only path to true peace of mind. Chapter 94, Soul-Igniting Sword Ritual, Summoning Spirits with Blood. Zheng Shanhe's thunderous roar reverberated in the ears of Chen Zhang and Dantai Qingxian. The two had never imagined Zheng Shanhe to be such a reckless fool. Fine. Chen Zhang suddenly burst into laughter. Then kill. Slay every last one of these vermin that dares to show its face. Kill until they never dare appear again. Dantai Qingxian turned her head, studying Zheng Shanhe intently, as if etching this unique young man into her memory. Using the unconscious bodies as cover, the trio divided their forces, each taking a direction as they fought fiercely. But human willpower could only last so long. When even the SSS-ranked awakened could no longer swing their swords, Dantai Qingxian was the first to falter. Her arm was torn open by the relentless claws of the alien creatures. Blood gushed as she retreated swiftly. Chen Zhang's Qingfoam longsword could no longer unleash sword chi. A faint notch had even appeared on its blade. They were already gravely wounded. That they had held out this long was a miracle within a miracle. Watch out. Zheng Shanhe sensed their condition. Drawing on the spiritual energy reserves of the Shanhai Pass garrison, he could still hold out. He unleashed a punch, shattering the alien creature lunging at Dantai Qingxian, then hurled his massive ruler, slamming it into the horde of aliens before Chen Zhang. Enemies closed in from all sides, but 1,000 Shanhaiguan soldiers formed a perimeter, temporarily holding back the onslaught. Zheng Shanhe helped Dantai Qingxian and Chen Zhang to the unconscious bodies nearby. Chen Zhang's vital energy was weak. That dark purple giant palm that had torn through space earlier had targeted him. He had suffered severe injuries. Any other SSS rank awakened would have fared no better than him in this situation. The Shanhaiguan forces were gradually being overwhelmed in their battle against the invaders. Zheng Shanhe wielded the Mount Tai heavenly ruler, continuing to slay enemies. Don't worry about us. Dantai Qingxian watched his retreating figure, shaking her head helplessly. Suddenly, Chen Zhang's Qingfoam longsword ignited with blinding light. At that very moment, his spine and entire body emitted the sharp crack of fracture. Indescribable agony spread throughout his body, yet Chen Zhang's expression remained icy cold as he roared, "Sacrifice my body to the sword, ignite the sword spirit with my soul." Boom! A terrifying fluctuation that made heaven and earth tremble erupted from his body. No! Zheng Shanhe clenched his teeth, his eyes instantly turning bloodshot. What was missing? Ever since before, he had been trying to awaken the heroic spirits of these ruins of Handan Mountain, just as he had done when confronting Lamor. Yet, he had never succeeded. What was missing? Ignite my soul. Protect the young sprouts of Huaxia. Leave this space. Chen Zhang leapt up suddenly. In a final burst of strength, he gripped the sword hilt tightly and swung it fiercely toward the direction from which he had come. Whoosh! The desperate strike, unleashed in that instant, made the spatial barrier emit a shrill, thunderous roar. But just as a crack opened in the space, ripples surged once more. The massive, dark purple palm appeared for the third time. The palm, flowing with dark gold runes, abruptly seized Chen Zhang's desperate strike. The collision of the two forces unleashed a violent tempest. Seeing this, Zheng Shanhe immediately summoned the Shanhai Pass with a wave of his hand. It rose before them, standing tall and blocking the entire storm. You must die here. A cold, echoing voice reverberated through the spatial ripples. Even if it costs me my entire palm. Crash. Finally. The dark purple palm shattered into dust upon colliding with the sword's blade. The ripples gradually faded. Chen Zhang's desperate strike ultimately left only a faint crack in the air before vanishing entirely. Chen Zhang collapsed to the ground. He had given it his all. In this premeditated ambush designed specifically to eliminate him, his response had been commendable. Yet the alien race's strategy proved far more meticulous. Whoosh! Dantai Qingxuan's black scythe suddenly swung out. Its sharp blade plunged without hesitation into Chen Zhang's chest, sending a spray of blood flying.
Then, a dark, viscous energy surged from the side's handle along the blade, seeping into Chen Zhang's body. With his strength spent, Section Chief Chen was kept clinging to his last breath by Dantai Qingxian in this manner. What is this? Zheng Shanhe, wildly swinging his ruler, was nearly driven mad by the thought. A foreign creature swooped down, its sharp claws slicing through his chest and piercing his flesh. The instant blood spilled forth, Zheng Shanhe's entire body convulsed violently. Fortune! It's the blood of destiny. He immediately slammed the Dezong Hengtian ruler heavily onto the ground. Then, without hesitation, his right fist slammed hard against his chest. Put! A torrent of crimson blood spurted from his mouth, yet Zheng Shanhe did not stop. What are you doing? Dantai Qingxian watched his actions in shock and confusion, utterly bewildered. Put! Another mouthful of blood spurted forth, this time flecked with specks of golden light. With my very essence. Zheng Shanhe's gaze was resolute and unwavering as his fist slammed violently against his chest. Put! This time, the blood spurting from his mouth transformed into a sky filled with golden light. That was the blood of destiny, imbued with the nation's fortune and possessing boundless power. The unique blood of fortune belonging to the mountain river artisans. This blood of destiny drifted with the breeze, scattering across the ruins of Handan Mountain. Yet, no change occurred. The mighty troops of Shanhaiguan were in full retreat, surrounded and slaughtered by the invading tribes. Not enough. Still not enough. Madness consumed Zheng Shanhe's eyes. He clenched his fists, slashing his wrists viciously against the blade edge of the Mount Tai Eternal Heaven ruler. Golden light surged as vital energy and blood flowed through him. What are you doing? You'll bleed out and collapse like this. Dantai Qingxian forced herself to stand. But just then, she caught sight of a faint golden glow seeping from the ground. Zheng Shanhe knelt on the ground, his palms digging into the scorched earth of Handan Mountain. His voice was hoarse yet thunderous. Here stands the mountain river craftsman. With my vital essence and blood, I summon the heroic spirits of Handan Mountain to aid me in slaying the enemy. The golden glow from the earth grew ever more intense. As Zheng Shanhe lost vast amounts of blood, his consciousness began to blur. Yet he still repeated, the mountain river craftsman stands here. With my vital essence and blood, I summon the heroic spirits of Handan Mountain to aid me in slaying the enemy. The mountain and river craftsman is here. Summon the heroic spirits of Mount Handan to aid me in slaying the enemy. Zheng Shanhe. Dantai Qingxian rushed forward, her palm touching his body. Only endless coldness met her touch. His life force had quietly slipped away, yet he remained kneeling, his fingers dug into the scorched earth, clutching it tightly. Witnessing this scene, a wave of sorrow welled up in Dantai Qingxian's heart, stinging her nostrils. The surrounding enemy forces had already breached the Shanhai Pass defenses, charging toward them with bloodthirsty shrieks. As Zheng Shanhe's final drop of blood fell to the ground. Thud! The ground beneath Handan Mountain suddenly trembled violently. From the depths of the earth's veins, an unimaginably terrifying aura surged forth at that very moment. OM! A golden light surged from beneath the earth, sweeping all the alien creatures on the surface into the air. At that moment, the entire space became saturated with intensely potent patterns of destiny. Countless translucent golden apparitions rose from the scorched earth. Chapter 95, May China Prosper Forever. 300,000 heroic souls. 30 long years ago, upon these very slopes of Handan Mountain, they fought a bloody battle against 1,000,000 foreign foes. Today, through Zheng Shanhe's act of exhausting every ounce of his essence, the heroic spirits returned. Ragged and blurred in form, the spirits materialized in an instant, wielding their broken weapons to crush the invaders near them. OM. Amidst the 30,000 heroic spirits, a series of desolate horn blasts suddenly sounded. The golden patterns of destiny filling the sky seemed to be drawn toward them in that instant. Under Dantai Qingxian's gaze, these patterns surged rapidly toward Zheng Shanhe's wounds and facial features. In an instant, his lifeless body, like a parched stream, was replenished with clear spring water. Blood color returned to his skin. His eyes fluttered briefly before slowly opening. The first thing he saw was Dantai Qingxian's breathtakingly beautiful face. Seeing him regain his vitality, Dantai Qingxian immediately breathed a sigh of relief. Cough. At the same moment, not far away, Chen Zhang's wounds rapidly healed under the infusion of the light pattern energy. The exhaustion within him, caused by sacrificing his body to the sword, was slowly being healed at this very moment. Zheng Shanhe abruptly rose to his feet. Upon the scorched earth, golden-hued heroic spirits were slaughtering every last alien creature. Awah! A crimson fissure once again opened in the distant void, from which emerged 4 monstrous hounds, their dark red fur and hideous, terrifying forms. Zheng Shanhe's gaze sharpened upon seeing these beasts, hellhounds lamel. Behind the 4 lammers, another fissure opened. A half-beast with thick black hair, 2 horns protruding from his forehead, and dark purple skin emerged slowly. The dragon nation is indeed far more troublesome than any other country. This half-beast's body was bulging with muscles, engraved with golden runes. At a glance, Zheng Shanhe recognized that this half-beast belonged to the same race as that terrifying, shadowy giant palm.
Standing there, it resembled an abyss with no bottom in sight. Its terrifying power caused the golden aura surrounding it to dissolve faintly. Whoosh! The half-beast suddenly swung its fist. A glow flared. The next instant. Boom! A terrifying shockwave, like a beam of light devouring all living things, shattered every soul it touched. The Yi clan, one of the 10 strongest divine clans among the alien races. Dan Tai Qingxian said solemnly, due to the existence of the world's destiny energy, powerful alien races cannot freely manifest themselves. Therefore, this Yi tribe member's power absolutely cannot exceed SS rank. But it's not just him. Those 4 netherhounds Lamel are the real troublesome ones. Dan Tai Qingxian took a deep breath before continuing, I'll handle the Yi clan. You figure out a way. Before she could finish, Zheng Shanhe interrupted, leave it to me. He turned his head slightly. Has your spiritual energy recovered? Dan Tai Qingxian froze, then pressed her rosy lips together in silence. Her spiritual energy was recovering, but it might not be enough to sustain her against the Yi clan. Whoosh! Suddenly, the muscular half-beast suddenly flashed before them. Without hesitation, it unleashed a brutal punch. Du Zuan! Zheng Shanhe immediately clenched his fist in response. Crash! The ground beneath Zheng Shanhe's feet suddenly caved in, sending violent ripples that forced Dan Tai Qingxian to step back swiftly. You actually blocked my spectral slaughter fist? The half-beast was slightly surprised, its fist tip shrouded in a layer of ghostly purple light. Golden light erupted from Zheng Shanhe's body, sending the beastman reeling backward. Without hesitation, he raised his palm high and roared, Mount Tai. Hum. Clouds parted. The half-beast looked up at the towering mountain and sneered coldly, Mount Tai, the sovereign of the 5 great mountains, was destroyed by our clan in the past. Now that you have summoned it, I shall destroy it once more. Crush it. Zheng Shanhe slammed his palm downward, unleashing an immense force that crashed down with thunderous force. The half-beast faltered momentarily, but swiftly swung its right arm in an arc. Just as it was about to unleash the punch, Zheng Shanhe closed in, wielding the Mount Tai heaven scaling ruler. The half-beast was forced to redirect its punch, but Zheng Shanhe's single strike with the ruler, carrying terrifying force, sent it crashing backward. Whoosh! Simultaneously, several heroic spirits of Handan Mountain swung their weapons at it. Boom! The half-beast swung its arm, scattering the heroic spirits, and coldly declared, a bunch of stinking bugs who won't even rest in peace after death. Both the alien race and humanity compared each other to vermin. At that moment, Zheng Shanhe suddenly thrust his massive ruler into the ground. For 4 hellhounds the lammer were charging at him from all 4 directions. Zheng Shanhe released the ruler, his toes digging into the ground as he leapt backward. You! The half-beast immediately attempted to pursue, but it suddenly sensed something. Its expression changed drastically as it abruptly looked up. Suddenly, Mount Tai blazed with blinding golden light, and an indescribably terrifying force thundered down from the heavens. Hum! A pure golden light array abruptly coalesced beneath Mount Tai, enveloping the half-beast and all 4 lammers. Too late! Mount Tai's extermination array. Rumble! The golden formation spun. Zheng Shanhe bowed deeply to the heroic spirits of Mount Handan. I am the craftsman of mountains and rivers. Honored spirits, aid me in annihilating the foreign invaders. Though our bodies have perished, we offer our souls to consecrate this formation. Instantly. One by one, the heroic spirits charged into the formation without hesitation. Terrifying ripples spread out, causing the half-beast's face to contort in horror. The horns on its forehead shattered as it roared, tearing open the golden runes on its chest. The Yi tribe's vital essence transformed into claws, reaching out to tear at the void. But before it could touch the spatial fissure, an infinitely scorching arrow sliced through the air, shooting straight toward its claws. Boom! Its escape route shattered, the half-beast glared with a grim expression. Unbeknownst to him, Zheng Shanhe had summoned Shanhaeguan Pass. That piercing arrow had been fired by the spirit of the general atop the ramparts. Blessed by the craftsman's summons, we shall witness the panoramic views of Mount Tai and Shanhaeguan after our demise. What a thrill! What a thrill! Countless heroic spirits laughed as they plunged into battle with their shattered bodies. The mountain river craftsman was born upon the soil of China, stirring our blood to boil. May our Chinese mountains and rivers stand firm forever, thriving through the ages. Vast swaths of golden light surged from the earth as one by one, the noble spirits with straightened spines coalesced within the slaughtering formation into a colossal golden dragon spanning heaven and earth. Their mortal bodies now rest eternally beneath Mount Handan. To aid China's descendants in vanquishing foreign foes is the finest resting place for these heroic spirits. Whoa! Within the formation, 4 lammers tore frantically at their own forelimbs. Dark crimson blood coalesced into sinister, obscure talismans, seemingly attempting to corrupt the great array. But now, all the heroic spirits had fully coalesced within the formation. Golden light flared from Zheng Shanhe's eyes as his spiritual energy rapidly drained. His palm slammed down with overwhelming force. Mount Tai extermination array, bearing the fearless heroic spirits, slay. Boom! The golden array erupted in a blinding radiance as intense as the sun. Even as the Yuyue tribe's half-beasts were annihilated, they could never have imagined that Zheng Shanhe still possessed such a despair-inducing trump card. The 4 nether dogs were reduced to ashes within the golden light, unable even to split apart. May souls protect China. If only we could see the land of our ancestors one last time. Countless heroic souls murmured. At that very moment, the cry of a crane echoed. The yellow crane tower suddenly materialized. Behold, noble spirits! Zheng Shanhe's hands held the sky-splitting cloud-climbing bow. As he drew the string, his eyes reflected the dazzling lights of modern Dragon Nation. Resonating with the heroic spirits, the soul-bound artifact, the sky-splitting cloud-climbing bow, can gather scenes from the minds of the mountain river artisans. As Zheng Shanhe released his fingers, whoosh! An arrow exploded atop the yellow crane tower. Space trembled as golden streams of light unfurled across the sky like 100 Zheng scroll. The setting sun bathed the towering skyscrapers in a serene, peaceful glow. In the fields beyond the city, unmanned harvesters rolled over heavy rice paddies. At the village edge, 3 or 5 carefree children chased kites, laughing and playing in blissful harmony. Countless heroic spirits gazed upon this scene. Each blurred face radiated an overflowing aura of joy. In the scene, a high-speed train traverses a tunnel, its clear windows reflecting mountains blanketed in crimson flowers. The lands once ravaged by fierce battles with foreign tribes now rise with towering skyscrapers, a landscape of profound peace. Golden ripples slowly spread across the scene. Finally, as the image froze on the night sky dotted with countless lights, the souls of the fallen all lifted their heads in unison. Their fading forms transformed into fireflies amidst the starlight, each tiny glow reflecting the smiling faces gathered around a table in some distant window. It was worth it! Someone murmured suddenly. Then, amidst this harmonious scene, countless heroic spirits smiled at one another. 30 years ago, they had charged without hesitation into certain death alongside a million enemy soldiers. Wasn't it precisely to protect the countless lights behind Handan Mountain that they had fought? A gentle breeze swept through. Countless heroic spirits began to scatter with the wind. Yet now, they carried a newfound serenity and release. To witness the harmony and beauty of the land of Huaxia 30 years later left them with no regrets. May China flourish forever. The spirits murmured as they faded away. As one of only 2 individuals besides Zheng Shanhe who remained conscious, Dantai Qingxian tilted her head slightly, gazing at the drifting spirits. Her eyes grew moist. Zheng Shanhe slowly knelt to the ground, bowing deeply toward the countless heroic spirits. We shall ensure this era of prosperity endures forever. The gray sky suddenly revealed a blinding ray of sunlight. The sky had finally cleared. Chapter 96, Homecoming. Zheng Shanhe plopped down onto the ground. He gazed at the scabbed wound on his wrist, a wry smile curling his lips. This time, it should be over, right? Seems I need to get reacquainted. A hand, pale as snow and faintly dusted with soil, extended before him. Lifting his head, he met Dantai Qingxuan's amber eyes fixed on him, filled with admiration. During this international portal mission, she had witnessed this young man's resilience, strength, composure, and absolute devotion to his homeland. She had always admired those with such character, but in her view, Zheng Shanhe still lacked one crucial thing: cruelty. When facing utter despair, at least from her perspective, if she and Chen Zhang were willing to sacrifice themselves, Zheng Shanhe should have eliminated them without hesitation to save his own life. But who could have foreseen it? He had actually awakened the 30,000 heroic souls of Handan Mountain. Don't tell me about the greater good. In my way, only by not abandoning a single soul can I truly face myself with a clear conscience. His earlier roar echoed in Dantai Qingxuan's mind, causing her eyes to curve slightly and a faint smile to tug at her lips. Her features were already mesmerizing, like a beauty that could make the moon hide its face and flowers blush. Now, her expression blossomed like 100 flowers in full bloom, stunningly exquisite. The tiny, ink-black tear tattoo beneath her eye added a touch of allure to her expression. Let's get reacquainted. Dantai Qingxian. She repeated. Zheng Shanhe smiled and shook his head, reaching out to take her delicate, smooth hand. Zheng Shanhe. As time passed, no further traces of the alien races were seen after the appearance of the Yi tribe and the 4 Lammers. At the edge of the distant ruins of Handan Mountain, a solidified giant light screen appeared the very path they had come. It seemed this was truly the end. One by one, the unconscious members slowly regained consciousness. Only Chen Zhang remained unconscious, seemingly due to the soul-burning sword ritual. Wait a little longer. Let's depart only after he wakes. As the strongest present besides Chen Zhang, Dantai Qingxian naturally assumed command. Of course, this was only her apparent strength. Zheng Shanhe sat beside Chen Zhang, observing him. His breathing was steady, his vital signs stable. He should be fine. The group rested where they were, utterly baffled. All they could recall was the earth-shattering palm tearing through space, unleashing a shockwave that knocked everyone unconscious. They were all curious about the details of their victory. You did it! Ku Fushui approached him. Compared to Qin Zhang and Dantai Qingxian, she leaned more toward Zheng Shanhe. Just luck, he chuckled. About what I said earlier. Ku Fushui lowered her voice, a faint blush spreading across her lovely face. After a moment, she said, "You needn't feel troubled or pressured. It was merely an expression of my inner thoughts. I hope it won't affect our relationship." With her keen insight, Zheng Shanhe's lack of immediate response made her realize he likely harbored no such feelings. Zheng Shanhe froze. After surviving that life-or-death battle, he did genuinely put the matter out of his mind. Truthfully, Kofushue was the absolute perfect girlfriend. Whether it was her looks, her family background, her SS-tier combat prowess, or her cool exterior hiding a warm heart, she embodied the ideal girlfriend countless people dreamed of. But Zheng Shanhe asked himself, had his feelings for Kofushue truly reached that level? The answer was no. Having endured a failed relationship before, he understood that if love couldn't be mutual and genuine, it was better not to start at all. After carefully weighing his words internally, he stated, "To be honest, when we first met, I thought you were utterly unreasonable." Kofushue stiffened. Zheng Shanhe shrugged with a smile. Who starts off by calling someone a bad influence? That first meeting, Kofushue's cold, intimidating demeanor had left a deep impression. Catching the jest in his words, Kofushue relaxed, her ears slowly flushing red. But as we spent time together, I gradually came to know the real you. Zheng Shanhe gazed at her slightly lowered, delicate face. You're special. Thank you for opening your heart to me. But I can't deceive you. He paused. I have feelings for you, but they don't yet amount to love. This might be blunt and even cruel, but what was there, and what wasn't. He couldn't lie, nor would he. Kofushue buried her head deeper, her hands clenched tightly until her knuckles turned white. Right now, I bear the mission of rebuilding our nation and its lands. This duty leaves me no room for distraction. Zheng Shanhe's voice softened suddenly. When my power grows strong enough to ensure our nation no longer fears foreign tribes, I believe I will seriously consider these feelings. Kofushue's clenched fingers suddenly relaxed. She lifted her head to meet Zheng Shanhe's resolute gaze. There was no evasion or consolation within them, only sincerity and openness. Kofushue's dark pupils flickered. After a moment, she tucked a stray strand of hair behind her ear and flashed a breathtaking smile. All right. Until then, let us first become partners who entrust our lives to each other. She laughed, her first truly joyful smile. Agreed. Zheng Shanhe smiled too. Partners who entrust each other with their lives. I only wish to stay by your side forever, to love you forever and ever. Kofushue murmured silently in her heart. A gentle breeze swept by, dispersing the thick clouds in the sky. A ray of sunlight spilled down, illuminating the two of them. The unspoken words drifted away with the wind. They looked like a married couple. In the distance, Zhao Yan laughed heartily. Dong Kai shrugged helplessly, having no say in the matter. Jiang Ning beside him grew even colder. But soon, she suddenly felt at peace. Truthfully, Zheng Shanhe's performance within this international portal made her feel utterly insignificant, so small she dared not even love anymore. Meanwhile, other students from Fenglin University were also watching Zheng Shanhe and Kofushue. These two individuals, one the heiress of Fenglin's largest corporate sponsor, the other a prodigiously gifted awakened who single-handedly turned the student council election around and achieved a miracle in the academy's martial arts training competition. Neither was an ordinary person. Moreover, the power Zheng Shanhe possessed was truly awe-inspiring. Within the ranks, Li Hahua had become utterly insignificant. The hatred she once harbored toward Zheng Shanhe had vanished, replaced by an endless, overwhelming fear. Chen Zhang awoke 2 hours later. He was astonished to find himself completely unharmed. Yet, upon hearing from Dantai Qingxian what Zheng Shanhe had done, he burst into an inexplicable, loud laughter. After a brief rest, Chen Zhang and Dantai Qingxian once again activated the light seal capable of relocating the entire ruins of Handan Mountain. Placing the seal upon the scorched earth, an invisible ripple instantly spread across the land. The process was faster than anticipated. Mission accomplished. Chen Zhang's gaze swept over the Dragon Nation's undamaged formation. When his eyes met Zheng Shanhe's, he nodded with satisfaction. Let's go. Lead the 30,000 loyal souls home. Chapter 97, Mission accomplished. A single sword strike shattered the solidified light barrier. Chen Zhang led the group back to the third spatial layer. The moment they stepped in, an overwhelmingly pungent, fishy stench assaulted their senses. Everyone halted in their tracks. Zheng Shanhe narrowed his eyes. This third layer had transformed into a veritable hell on earth. Severed limbs littered the ground, flesh and organs scattered everywhere. Awakened individuals from numerous nations lay torn apart by some unknown creature. Not a single intact corpse remained. What the hell? They got attacked too? Good heavens, this is nothing short of a slaughterhouse. Look! There's someone still alive over there. A man shouted. All eyes turned to a corner of the third level, where several blood-soaked figures were leaning against the wall, gasping for breath. Kovanov? Chen Zheng approached and recognized one of them as the leader of the Russian awakened fighters. Chen of the Dragon Nation. Kovanov stiffened at the sight of him, then abruptly assumed an attack stance. What happened here? Chen Zheng raised his sword in readiness. Among the remaining group, besides the Russian, were a necromancer from England whom Chen Zhang had met before, and 2 female awakened from Japan and Korea. Kovanov scanned the Dragon Nation's intact formation, his eyes brimming with apprehension and suspicion. It's you! You allied with the United States anthropomorphized race to ambush us all. Bull! The pretty country isn't worthy of our alliance. You old Russian bastard, what the hell are you talking about? The Dragon Nations awakened were instantly enraged by his direct slander. Zheng Shanhe stood among the crowd, somewhat surprised. The anthropomorphs? Rumored to be the most enigmatic race among the alien species, capable of flawlessly disguising themselves as ordinary citizens or even awakened ones of any nation worldwide. The longer the anthropomorphs maintained their disguise, the harder it became to distinguish them from the real thing, a truly terrifying race. Kovanov, we also encountered an ambush in the fourth spatial layer. Refrain from malicious speculation. Chen Zhang said coldly. Hearing this, Kovanov scanned everyone present. Only after distinctly sensing the thick scent of blood emanating from them did he exhale. The United States. Their leader, Lauren Wei, is an anthropomorph. Kovanov detailed the entire sequence of events. After Lauren Wei of the pretty country revealed his identity, a horde of alien races emerged. They fought desperately to the death, and in the end, only these four scattered individuals remained. An anthropomorphized being actually rose to the position of team leader. Many in the Dragon Nation's ranks exchanged stunned glances. This was utterly shocking. In the end, they carried away the four severely injured foreign team leaders. And so, this year's International Portal event delivered an explosive, globally sensational news story. Shock. High-level officials in the United States may have been infiltrated by anthropomorphized creatures? Massacre. Multiple nations wiped out at this year's International Portal event. Only the Dragon Nation contingent emerged unscathed. Supernatural horror. American team leader revealed as anthropomorphized race spy. International news exploded. The entire world is discussing this International Portal incident. Surviving leaders from England and Russia lambasted the United States during press conferences. Meanwhile, the leaders of Sakura Nation and Bamboo Nation have gone silent. In an instant, the world united in condemnation of the United States. The United States flatly denied the allegations, declaring, "This is a deliberate frame-up by the Dragon Nation. It's a coordinated propaganda attack against the United States orchestrated by the Dragon Nation, England, and the Bear Nation." The matter of the International Portal thus came to a close. The Dragon Nation's operation had been an unqualified success. Not only had the ultimate objective been achieved, but every member of the team had survived. Naturally, Zheng Shanhe, the chief architect of this success, received immense rewards. Though, these rewards didn't really enhance him in any way. Upon departure, Chen Zhang gathered all participants in the conference room and, with utmost solemnity, warned everyone against boasting about Zheng Shanhe's abilities. However, he added one final remark: keep this information within a small circle. Beyond that, if any of you wish to recruit him into the guild or pursue other endeavors, I won't stand in your way. And so, because of that final remark, on the eve of leaving Shangjing City, Zheng Shanhe found himself surrounded by the group. Zheng Shanhe. Add me as a friend. Zheng Shanhe. I'm from one of the 8 great guilds. Join us. We're also one of the 8 great guilds. A deluge of friend requests and guild invitations flooded him. Sitting on the flight back to Fonlin, Zheng Shanhe rubbed his temples, looking slightly troubled. You'll get used to it. After all, who asked you to have such abnormal abilities? Dong Kai, seeing his expression, burst into laughter. If you ask me, if these guys were truly sincere, they should have sent their president to personally invite our Shanhe. Zhao Yuan chimed in with a smile. Us, Shanhe? Dong Kai, Kofushua, and Zhang Ning all turned to look at her in unison. Put. Zhao Yan flicked her short hair, her delicate cheeks lifting slightly. Mr. Zhang, the moment we land, we're heading straight to the Civil Affairs Bureau. I adore you. Zheng Shanhe's mouth twitched. I don't love you. Oh. Faced with another blunt rejection, Zhao Yan remained surprisingly calm. Kofushua and Zhang Ning watched her, both inwardly groaning in unison. Just an oh? This girl is the epitome of heartlessness. After landing, Zheng Shanhe and Kofushua took a private car back to the villa. This trip through the International Portal had taken them 4 days in total. It was now late at night. What are your plans from here on? Inside the car, Kofushua asked. I need to relax for a couple of days. Zheng Shanhe leaned back in his seat and exhaled. From the school assembly to the elite training camp, then the combat drills and the International Portal, he'd been on edge the entire time. Now that things had temporarily settled down, he needed to seize the moment to unwind. I understand. Kofushua nodded, her gaze softening as she looked at him. Upon returning to the villa complex, their first priority was to visit the 3 little ones. Opening the door, they found Koxian, Koxiomeng, and Zhang Xiuxiu gathered around the TV, engrossed in a game. They were having the time of their lives. Especially Xiuxiu, the little girl, was laughing wildly and happily. When Zheng Shanhe and Kofushua appeared silently behind the 3. A few seconds later. Ah! Their combined screams pierced the quiet night air. What time is it? Why aren't you resting? Don't you have class tomorrow? Kofushua reverted to her usual cold demeanor, instantly silencing the three youngsters. The next second. Whoosh! Ko Xiaoming and Zhang Xiuxiu bolted back to their room in a flash. Left alone in the living room, Ko Xianqing sat utterly dejected, staring at his ice-cold older sister in Zheng Shanhe, who was gloating over his misfortune. Ko Xian tossed the controller aside. Who shoved this into my hands? I'm allergic to controllers. What if I have an attack? Standing up, he declared sternly, Big sis, brother Shanhe, you two must be exhausted from that portal trip. Get some rest early. I'm off to bed, woof. Just then, Xiuxiu poked her little head over the stair railing, bro. Ko Xian was the one who kept us playing games these past few days. It's not our fault, okay? Ko Xiaoming also nodded vigorously from her perch on the banister. Xiuxiu's right, it's all my brother's fault. How dare you two? Ko Xian's expression darkened. Before he could finish. Arg. That night, Ko Xian unleashed a blood-curdling scream. Zheng Shanhe had witnessed firsthand the charm of Kofushua, the eldest sister. Though this charm was rather ear-splitting. Chapter 98, a 200 million yuan bloodbath. The seasons changed, and time flew by. Before they knew it, a full year had passed since Zheng Shanhe and his sister enrolled at Fenglin Academy. During this uneventful year, Zheng Shanhe slightly slowed his pace of growth. He devoted himself to savoring the beauty life offered. Zhang Zhongwen, Zheng Shanhe's academic advisor, left his post after the student council meeting. As Chen Zheng put it, he had completed his mission and now needed to move on to other places. School life remained uneventful and relaxed. The only change was Zhong Ning. She processed her transfer to Shangtian Academy. Before her departure, she said to Zheng Shanhe, the next time we meet, I will be someone worthy of you. Her eyes burned with fire and passion for Zheng Shanhe. An unquenchable passion. In the days that followed, after roll call each day, Zheng Shanhe would gather with Kofushua, Dong Kai, and Zhao Yan. They shopped together, played together, and occasionally teamed up to clear portals. Throughout the year, he had only cleared 3 S-rank portals. The rest of the time, he ventured through BA rank portals with Xiuxiu and Ko Xian. Looking back on his days guarding the gates at Sungcheng High School, it felt like yesterday. Brother Shanhe, what are you spacing out about? In the villa compound, within the courtyard. Ko Xiaoming tapped the tabletop and waved her hand in front of Zheng Shanhe's face. Zheng Shanhe snapped back to reality, his gaze settling on Kofushua, who was bustling around the grill wearing an apron. Isn't Big Sis amazing? She can hold her own in formal settings and rule the kitchen too? Ko Xiaoming propped her chin on her hand, watching her eldest sister's back as she spoke. When we were kids and complained Auntie's cooking was terrible, it was always Big Sis who took over the kitchen. Doesn't a girl this perfect make you weak in the knees, brother Shanhe? She turned her head, smiling. Kofushua, absorbed in her tasks at the grill, imperceptibly perked up her ears. You little brat, stop trying to sweet-talk me. Zheng Shanhe chuckled softly, tapping her forehead. You're in your senior year of high school and still so into gossip. After a year together, the Zheng siblings and the Ku siblings had developed a deep bond. Each had come to regard the others as their closest family. Why don't you marry my eldest sister? Then I could officially treat you like my own brother. Ko Xiaoming pouted playfully, glancing at her eldest sister. Seeing her ears flush crimson, she chuckled inwardly. Big Sis was eavesdropping again. Zheng Shanhe shook his head. What on earth is going through your head all day? At that moment, Ko Xian and Xiuxiu emerged from the training ground below the villa. Outside of class, they dedicated themselves to strength training. Now that they were in their senior year, their focus could shift toward awakening. Brother Shanhe, Ko Xian panted as he sat down. Xiuxiu's new skill is super powerful. Zheng Xiuxiu sat down beside her brother and smiled sweetly. I'm still not very proficient with it. I need more practice. After a year of intermittently clearing portals, her combat level had reached 40, unlocking her 4th class specific skill. Her awakened class was warrior type, named Sky-Splitting Blade Master, rated A. A rare class capable of wielding spatial power. Extremely uncommon. Zheng Shanhe looked at Xiuxiu. After a year of battling alien races, the girl had grown tremendously. At the very least, her once fragile nature had undergone a remarkable transformation. Dinner's ready. As Kofushua brought in the steaming hot grilled meat, a sense of peace and warmth instantly filled the entire courtyard. Night. Lying on his bed with his hands behind his head, Zheng Shanhe gazed through the window at the night sky. Panel. Name, Zheng Shanhe. Occupation, Mountain River Craftsman. Rating, IQ advancement to S requires 80,000 fate points. A rank boss essence, 1-1. Fortune points held, 80,002. After a year of intermittent acquisitions, combined with previous savings, I'd barely scraped together these 80,000 points. Combat power level, 81. Experience points, 500,000 and 2,550,000. As for experience points, it feels like a bottomless pit. 4th Mountain River creation not yet drafted, please draft. 4th Mountain River creation not yet drafted, please draft.
This year, he deliberately made no plans, choosing instead to spend a full year properly with Xiao Xiao. Today, witnessing the remarkable transformation in that girl Xiao Xiao, he could finally begin planning again. This time, he would not stop. Starting with the fourth mountain river creation, he would ascend to the pinnacle. As for this fourth mountain river creation, he already had options in mind. Achievement list. As his words fell, the interface unfolded a new panel. Upon exiting the international portal, the panel had displayed this so-called achievement list. Pending achievement, renowned across the world, the 4 Great Towers. Requirements, summon the 4 Great Towers as mountain river creations. Progress, Yellow Crane Tower summoned. Achievement reward, 200,000 fortune points, national fortune boost, national awaken boost, national common folk boost. The exact nature of these bonuses might only become clear once the achievement was completed. But this gave Zheng Shanhe a new goal. Draft the 4th mountain river creation. Golden light shimmered in Zheng Shanhe's eyes, Yang Tower. Invisible ripples spread outward with his words. Design complete. Mountain river creation in draft, Yang Tower. Summoning cost, 100,000 fortune points. 100,000. After a moment of contemplation, Zheng Shanhe declared, consume 80,000 fate points to upgrade my talent rating. Clank. Suddenly, the surging force of destiny within him roared like a river bursting its banks. He distinctly felt a searing torrent erupt from his spine, infinite power surging through his veins at that very moment. He felt his strength, perception, and everything else undergo another super amplification. This surge felt different from the sensation of a combat power level increase. It was more like his limits had been abruptly raised beyond perception. Beneath his skin, faint golden patterns of light rippled. He clenched his fist lightly. Boom! A powerful shockwave erupted from his palm, jolting Xian, his neighbor, awake from his slumber. Blinking sleepily, he stared at the slightly trembling painting on the wall, utterly bewildered. This is the gap between S rank and A rank. Zheng Shanhe felt the surging power within him and suddenly smiled. Combat strength rating determines one's baseline potential. But talent rating is the sole measure of how far one can go. Come on, the 3rd stage attack of Shanhe creation. He gazed expectantly at the interface. Soon, a notification popped up on the interface. Talent rating, AS. Reward, 50,000 fortune points. Spiritual power increase, 50,000 60,000. To advance to SS rank requires 200,000 fortune points. S rank boss essence, 02. 50,000 fortune points as a reward? Not bad. Spiritual power increased by another 10,000, also not bad. Now, it was time for the part he anticipated most. Talent upgraded to S rank. New skill acquired, devour fortune after defeating alien races, dissolve their flesh and blood to convert into fortune points. That's it? Zheng Shanhe stared blankly at the motionless interface. No way. Does the 3rd stage attack of mountain river creation require talent advancement to SS or even SSS to unlock? What a ripoff. Especially this new skill. Why the hell is it only giving it to me now? If he'd had this skill back in the international portal, he wouldn't have just gotten 200,000 fate points, he would have gotten way more. At this moment, he truly felt like he'd missed out on 200 million. Chapter 99, Nothing to do? Let's form a random party. Morning. Sunlight streamed through the curtains into the room. Zheng Shanhe stretched lazily, sitting up in bed with sleepy eyes. Today was a rare weekend. He opened his phone, about to ask everyone if they were interested in going out, when his expression suddenly froze. Bro, Xian, Xiaomeng, and I are going to an art exhibition today. Anyway, it's not something you'd be interested in, so I won't be hanging out with you this weekend. Xiao Xiao's message stood out starkly. Immediately after, Xian chimed in, Brother Shanhe, today I'm meeting Xiao Xiao and Xiaomeng to check out an art exhibition. Anyway, it's all stuff you wouldn't be interested in, so I won't be able to hang out with you this weekend. Xiaomeng, Brother Shanhe, today I've got plans with Xiao Xiao and Xiaomeng to check out an art exhibition. Anyway, it's all stuff you wouldn't be interested in, so I won't be able to hang out with you this weekend. Zheng Shanhe's mouth twitched slightly. Which one of these 3 was copy-pasting? Especially Xiaomeng, she decopied it word for word without even changing a single character. He sighed. Just as he was about to vent to Fushue, he saw she had sent a message too. Shanhe, I need to handle some family matters in Hangzhou City. Since you might want to go out this weekend, I can only apologize in advance. Zheng Shanhe helplessly put down his phone. After a moment's thought, he sent messages to Dong Kai and Zhao Yao. Old Don, free this weekend? Let's team up with Zhao Yao and run some portals. Dong Kai replied quickly, sorry, bro. I'm meeting my girlfriend's parents today. Probably won't be free this weekend. What kind of girlfriend did you meet? Zheng Shanhe was taken aback. Been a while. My family set us up. Heh, I'll introduce you guys sometime. Dong Kai's reply came with a mischievous smiley. Zheng Shanhe shook his head and messaged Zhao Yao instead, hey, beautiful Zhao, up for a team up? Zhao Yao replied instantly, oh my, what day is it today? The big star Zhang actually reaching out to me? Too bad, I have a family gathering today.
Maybe next time. Fine.
Zheng Shanhe pursed his lips.
Everyone's busy. Good thing they're busy.
After a moment's thought, he opened the portal app and began browsing for suitable teams. Since everyone was away anyway, he might as well test out the newly unlocked fortune-devouring skill in the portal. But after scrolling through the listings, he found mostly CB grade portals. Forget S grade, he barely even saw any A grade ones.
Can I really be this unlucky today? He sighed. Then, a team name suddenly caught his eye. Mountain River Fan Squad. He grimaced. He glanced at the team's portal level A. They were exactly one member short. After a moment's thought, Zheng Shanhe clicked to apply. Over the past year, he had updated his identity verification once. Thanks to the portal app's privacy protection mechanism, while real name registration was mandatory upon sign-up, daily teaming could be done anonymously. After changing his verification level to A, he occasionally joined random teams. Luckily, none of his teammates had ever recognized him.
It seemed that across the country, more people recognized him through his deeds.
But it made sense.
After all, during the school assembly and martial arts training sessions, the live broadcast footage had never been circulated, out of respect for the 4 major academies. This turned out to be a blessing in disguise.
His application to join the team was approved quickly. The location was in a suburban area 2 kilometers from Fonglin Academy. Changing into simple casual clothes and grabbing one of Ku Xian's baseball caps, Zheng Shanhe drove to the rendezvous point.
From a distance, he spotted 3 young people standing before the teleportation gate. 2 men and 1 woman, all appearing to be in their early 20s. As he approached, a tall young man greeted him enthusiastically. "You're the level 60 who applied for the team?" Zheng Shanhe had listed his combat power level as 60 in the app.
"Hello," Zheng Shanhe nodded. "No need for formalities.
I'm Wang Lei, the one who started this group." The tall man didn't recognize him and introduced with a smile, "This is Li Chang and Zhang Xiaoyu.
We're from Damong City." Zheng Shanhe replied vaguely, "Yeah, I'm Ku Xian." He wasn't good at handling fan meet and greets scenarios. Being mistaken for an ordinary person was the best outcome. Ku Xian, the young master of the Ku group? Unexpectedly, the girl named Zhang Xiaoyu gasped in surprise. Just a coincidence, just a coincidence.
Zheng Shanhe chuckled inwardly, thinking he'd stick with Dong Kai's name next time. Ku Xian was far too conspicuous.
His explanation didn't raise any suspicions among the 3. After all, why would the young master of the Ku group join a random team? Now that we're all here, let's go.
Wang Lei exclaimed excitedly, "This portal seems to have stronger fluctuations than usual. Maybe there's a hidden boss inside." Before them, the portal's light screen rippled like water.
Zheng Shanhe followed the trio through.
After the familiar dizziness subsided, the scene that greeted them was desolate and decaying. The sky wore a sickly purplish-red hue, while cracked ground oozed thin wisps of black mist. Vessel-like dark red vines crawled over the ruins of distant structures. At a glance, the scene within the portal resembled a fallen city.
"This terrain is unprecedented. I've never encountered anything like it," Captain Wang Lei exclaimed in surprise. "Something feels off." Zhang Xiaoyu peered around, standing left and right. "Watch out."
Li Chang, who had remained silent until now, suddenly shouted.
Crackle, crackle.
The ground ahead suddenly split open in a spiderweb pattern, and dozens of crawling creatures covered in bone spines burst forth from the earth. Resembling flayed hounds, their exposed flesh embedded with faintly shimmering purple crystals. "Prepare for battle."
Wang Lei thrust out his right shoulder, and a pale yellow orb of light erupted, instantly coalescing into a shield of spiritual energy.
Then, he drew the heavy hammer from his back and swung it with all his might.
Clang! A blue glow flashed from the hammerhead.
Upon striking the spirit energy shield, it unleashed a dazzling shockwave, stunning the entire pack of hounds before him.
Gift of Radiance.
Zhang Xiaoyu raised her right hand, and a dazzling magical array formed in her palm. Instantly, Zheng Shanhe felt a peculiar force surge into his body. Zhang Xiaoyu was applying a buff.
Ha! Rain of arrows.
A longbow appeared in Li Chang's hands as if by magic. As light swirled around it, the arrows he shot into the sky transformed into a hail of arrows, wiping out the pack of hounds.
The trio's coordination was seamless, clearly a seasoned convoy. "Heh, we're old friends now." After resolving the immediate crisis, Wang Lei noticed Zheng Shanhe's astonishment and smiled. "Impressive." Zheng Shanhe offered his praise without reservation. Boom! Suddenly, the ground erupted, and from amidst countless shards of rock, a creature even more massive than the pack of hounds earlier burst forth from beneath the earth. The terrifying shockwave sent Wang Lei, who was at the very front, stumbling and crashing to the ground. As debris flew everywhere, Zhang Xiaoyu gasped, her light array dissipating. Li Lei drew his bowstring, trying to aim through the debris but failing to lock onto the target. The terrifying creature lunged at Wang Lei, its blood-stained maw filled with razor-sharp fangs. Just as it was about to swallow him whole, a dark shadow flashed by. Boom! Zheng Shanhe's right leg came down like a battle axe, smashing the colossal beast to the ground with a thunderous crash that sent shockwaves rippling through the earth. With a single blow, the beast's spine snapped, killing it instantly. Chapter 100, You're Zheng Shanhe. The beast's corpse twitched twice before going completely still. Wang Lei slumped to the ground, his pupils still tightly constricted. Staring at the monstrous beast before him, roughly 3 meters long and terrifyingly robust, he swallowed hard but couldn't utter a sound. Behind him, Zhang Xiaoyu, who had only heard the muffled thud, stared in shock at Zheng Shanhe's back upon seeing the beast's death. You just... Li Chang's bowstring remained taut between his fingers, yet the arrow had long since been askew. He too wore an expression of utter disbelief, shifting his gaze between the collapsed beast on the ground and Zheng Shanhe's shoes. Not a single speck of blood stained them. This is an A+ class elite creature, a bone-eating hound. Wang Lei finally found his voice, though it was hoarse. One kick, and it was dead? Ignoring the trio's shock, Zheng Shanhe approached while saying, just got lucky, kicked it right in the spinal joint. The trio fell into collective silence. Zheng Shanhe approached the colossal beast. After a moment, he gently placed his palm on the corpse and murmured silently, "Fortune devour." Whoosh! Golden light blossomed from his palm. An indescribable force instantly absorbed the beast's corpse, leaving nothing behind. Fortune points gained, 5,000. 5,000? Zheng Shanhe's eyes lit up. When he had slain this colossal beast, he had only gained 1,000 points. He never imagined devouring it would yield an additional 4,000. Not bad. Brother, may I ask, which academy do you attend? Li Chang stepped forward, his longbow in hand. Zheng Shanhe turned and replied without hesitation, "Fenglin." The three exchanged glances upon hearing the answer. Then, Wang Lei exclaimed excitedly, "Then you must know Zheng Shanhe." Zheng Shanhe raised an eyebrow. "Heh, we're freshmen at Xingchuan Academy. Just enrolled not long ago." Wang Lei scratched his head with a grin. Zhang Xiaoyu also asked curiously, "We heard Zheng Shanhe often guides new students through the portal and teaches them at Fenglin Academy. Is that true, classmate? Are all windlings or rankers as strong as you?" Li Chang was more interested in his strength. Zheng Shanhe chuckled, brushing off the three with a few casual remarks. Perhaps because of the strength he displayed, combined with his status as a Fenglin student, Wang Lei and the others grew even more enthusiastic than before. Together, the four navigated the crumbling city, searching for the boss room. This A-rank portal was indeed peculiar. Compared to other A-rank portals, the terrain felt unnaturally vast, almost reaching S-rank proportions. The experienced Zheng Shanhe had already sensed something amiss. As they passed through an alleyway, the scene before them halted all four in their tracks. At the center of the shattered crossroads lay a massive, pulsating nest. More accurately, it resembled some kind of incubating embryo. The embryo emitted a faint crimson glow, with countless blood-red vines coiling around it, weaving the entire intersection into a space suffused with a putrid stench. "Is this the boss room?" Zhang Xiaoyu whispered extremely softly, as if afraid a louder voice might awaken the creature within the embryo. "This setup doesn't look like an A-rank boss at all." Wang Lei swallowed hard. Compared to the A-rank portals they'd cleared before, the scene before them was terrifyingly overwhelming. At that moment, all three shifted their gaze toward Zheng Shanhe. The power he'd displayed throughout their journey had already earned their respect. Even if they didn't realize that the Zheng Shanhe they'd been murmuring about all along stood right before them. "We." Just as Zheng Shanhe began to speak, his expression suddenly changed. Whoosh! Crash! A terrifying shockwave knocked Wang Lei and his two companions flat onto the ground. They hadn't even registered what had happened. They only sensed a terrifying force erupting from behind them, followed by a deafening, thunderous crash. You. At that moment, Wang Lei, his ears still ringing, heard Li Chang's startled cry. He forced himself to lift his head, his pupils suddenly contracting. Before him stood the man who had called himself Xian, facing a monstrous, over 2-meter-tall alien creature with a hideously grotesque appearance. Most crucially, he gripped a massive ruler radiating a green glow. A blue giant ruler. Zheng Shanhe. Wang Lei froze in shock. You're Zheng Shanhe. Boom! A powerful surge erupted from the alien's hands. Zheng Shanhe stumbled back several steps, coming to a halt directly before the trio. He stared at the alien before him, sneering coldly, "A trap, huh? Interesting." All around them, sinister crimson vines had already begun to encircle the four. At that moment, a shrill alarm suddenly sounded from Zhang Xiaoyu's waist. Her expression changed drastically as she pulled out a palm-sized device. The energy peak is off the charts. This isn't an ordinary grade A portal at all. The energy monitor, a portable alert device, accurately measured the portal's current energy peak. This device never malfunctioned. Its current alarm meant it had absolutely exceeded the set Class A threshold. What? Wang Lei and Li Chang turned ashen. Whoosh! Suddenly, Zheng Shanhe's figure surged forward, his entire body transforming into a streak of green light. He slammed into the massive alien's chest, sending it flying. The alien's body slammed into the wall woven from crimson vines, sending ripples of patterns across its surface. Then, it slowly came to rest on the ground. Bloodshed Beast, combat rating, 75, grade S. The boss panel appeared. Level 75. And rated S. Wang Lei and his two companions paled. A boss of this caliber shouldn't appear in an A-grade portal. Oomph. Zheng Shanhe let out a cold snort before transforming into a streak of light and charging forward once more. As he neared, he hurled the massive ruler in his hand, smashing it viciously into the boss's chest. Thud. The terrifying force sent the boss stumbling backward, crashing into the vine wall once more. Die. Zheng Shanhe's figure closed in like a phantom, his right fist clenched as the illusory forms of the three great rivers converged at its tip. Boom! A thunderous, muffled roar reverberated throughout the space. Under the stunned gazes of Wang Lei and the other two watching from behind, the boss who had appeared less than 3 minutes ago had lost its upper body. Purple blood splattered everywhere as text flashed. Boss defeated. Gained EXP plus 10,000, fortune points plus 20,000. Staring at the motionless boss, the trio swallowed hard in unison. No wonder it's him. The trio was utterly bowled over. Feng Lin the hero truly lived up to his reputation. He. Suddenly, a chilling laugh echoed out of nowhere. The entire space's aura plummeted to freezing point. At the center of the crossroads, the pulsating embryo suddenly contracted violently. Snap. Accompanied by a bone-chilling tearing sound, a bloody crack split open on the embryo's surface. A sharp claw covered in purple crystals violently pierced the membrane, followed by a second, then a third. Moments later, 6 twisted, segmented limbs emerged from the embryo. Back up. After devouring the boss's corpse, Zheng Shanhe immediately barked the warning. Zhang Xiaoyu shrieked as the three of them scrambled backward. Boom! Simultaneously, the embryo exploded violently. As viscous fluid splattered everywhere, a monstrous creature towering 5 or 6 stories tall slowly rose to its feet. This creature possessed a human torso, yet its lower body sprouted 6 spider-like appendages. Its head bore no facial features, only a massive maw filled with spiraling, razor-sharp teeth. This form alone was enough to strike fear and terror into anyone who saw it. Hidden boss, corrosive heart spider queen, combat rating, 90, grade, S+. Hiss. The creature emitted a high-pitched shriek that made the very air tremble. Holy! Wang Lei and his two companions covered their ears and collapsed to their knees, blood trickling from their nostrils. They couldn't withstand this mental assault. Ha! Taking advantage of their distraction and momentary mental fog, Zheng Shanhe swung his palm. Buzz. A colossal mountain silhouette surged forth, carrying earth-shattering force as it slammed into the Spider Queen's face. Crash! A deafening roar reverberated throughout the entire space, instantly dissipating the terrifying mental assault. Simultaneously, the illusory form of Mount Tai retracted. Zheng Shanhe shot forward like lightning. Seizing the moment the Spider Queen was stunned by Mount Tai's blow, he swung the Mount Tai heavenly ruler straight down toward its head. Clang! A sharp metallic clang echoed, followed by the sound of a blade piercing flesh. Crimson blood gushed forth as the Spider Queen let out a piercing scream. Without pausing, Zheng Shanhe slammed his right palm against the ruler's back, driving the massive blade deeper into the Spider Queen's flesh. Then, he leapt high into the air, clenching both fists to channel the power of creation. Ripples formed in the air as he brought down a devastating strike. Boom! Amidst an earth-shattering explosion, the ruler's blade completely pierced through the Spider Queen's chest. The terrifying force sent shockwaves rippling across 100 meters of ground, sending clouds of dust skyward. Wang Lei and the others stumbled backward repeatedly. Amidst the chaos, Li Chang's voice trembled. Is this really the power a student can possess? None of them had expected that when facing such a high-rated boss, Zheng Shanhe wouldn't even need a shred of assistance. He soloed it in record time. When the dust settled, the Spider Queen's massive body lay lifeless on the ground. Zheng Shanhe stood before it, breathing lightly. Defeated hidden boss. Gained EXP plus 20,000, fortune points plus 40,000. Exhaling, he raised his hand and murmured silently, devour. A flash of golden light erupted, and this time, a staggering 30,000 fortune points were added to his tally. Combined with his previous holdings, Zheng Shanhe now wielded a staggering 95,000 fortune points. Is it over? Zhang Xiaoyu's voice trembled. Wang Lei and Li Chang were utterly speechless. They stared blankly at the figure before them. In that moment, Zheng Shanhe seemed like a god descended from the heavens. Fierce. Only one word echoed in their minds. Turning around, Zheng Shanhe looked at the three of them and smiled faintly. It's okay now. Let's go. Those words seemed to flip a switch. Zhang Xiaoyu instantly became so excited she could barely form coherent sentences. You, I, he, you. Senior Zhang, you're way more handsome in person than the legends say. Wang Lei also expressed his admiration. We didn't recognize you right away. How embarrassing. The relatively taciturn Li Chang spoke in a low voice. Once we're outside, could we take a photo with you? Chapter 101, Alien Invasion, The Phantom of Destiny appears. Thank you, Senior Zhang. You're just too handsome. After exiting the teleportation gate, Wang Lei and the others got their wish and took a photo with him.
Afterward, they attempted to exchange contact information, but upon being declined, they departed together. Watching their receding figures, Zheng Shanhe smiled wryly. 2 years ago, when he first awoke, could he have imagined this moment? He drove back to his residence. He plunged into the bathroom, soaked in a relaxing bath, and then fell into a deep, restorative sleep. When he awoke again, it was already evening. Starving, he yawned, grabbed a few pieces of bread, stuffed them in his mouth, and turned on the TV in the living room. Then, Zheng Shanhe grabbed his phone to ask the 3 little ones when they'd be home. During this, he glanced at the TV. But that single glance made his body freeze in shock. Suncheon High School tragedy, alien attack incident? He quickly turned up the volume. Reports indicate that at 10:05 a.m. this morning, an uncontrolled portal suddenly appeared at Suncheon High School. Hordes of alien beings poured through, resulting in dozens of student deaths and over 100 injuries. Among the casualties, Principal Dai Ran of Suncheon High tragically lost his life in this tragedy. The phone fell to the floor. Zheng Shanhe snapped back to reality. He strode quickly to the television, just as the news broadcast switched to footage of Suncheon High School. The familiar school he knew was now a scene of unimaginable horror. One shot cut to an office where blood stained the furnishings and ceiling, silently telling a story of horror. Principal Dai Ran is dead. Zheng Shanhe's eyes widened, his fists clenching until they trembled. During his time at Suncheon High, Principal Dai Ran had given them, brother and sister, so much help. Even that first portal on the back mountain, the one that had made him rich beyond his wildest dreams, had been given to him by Dai Ran. How could this happen? He hadn't even known anything about it, let alone had a chance to stop it. In a daze, the ringing of his phone snapped him back to reality. He picked it up. It was Chen Zhang. Hello? As soon as he answered, Chen Zhang said, I'm at your doorstep. Zheng Shanhe turned off the TV, changed his clothes, and pushed open the door. As soon as he got in the car, Chen Zhang floored it and sped out of the villa complex. Aliens. On the road, Chen Zhang's voice was icy. Ever since the international portal suddenly appeared within our borders, multiple incidents of portal malfunctions have occurred across the country over the past year. How could this happen? Zheng Shanhe frowned deeply. Those alien vermin are clearly up to something again. The vehicle sped along the highway. Zheng Shanhe scanned the passing scenery and asked, where are we headed now? Half an hour ago, the Dajiang City Association reported abnormal fluctuations. It seems another portal is on the verge of losing control. Chen Zheng floored the accelerator. You can observe Qi Yun, right? I need you to check if these unstable portals show any Qi Yun fluctuations. You mean the alien race is trying to manipulate Qi to force their arrival? Zheng Shanhe understood the implication. Chen Zheng nodded. How is that possible? Aren't they inherently repelled? Zheng Shanhe was perplexed. We'll see when we get there. Dajiang City. 40 kilometers from Fenglin. This was the city where the Yellow Crane Tower once stood. At the city center, a 9-story ancient tower stands tall, its eaves adorned with string lights. The entire structure glows brilliantly in the night. This is the Yellow Crane Tower, restored to its former glory. Throughout the entire city of Dajiang, auspicious energy was both potent and scattered. The moment Zheng Shanhe entered this territory, he was drawn to this scattered, potent aura. It seemed that when ancient sites were destroyed and rebuilt, only their form could be preserved. As for the soul that gathered and suppressed the vital energy, it could never be restored. Chen Zhang drove his car along the mountain road toward the outskirts, finally stopping halfway up the slope. Near the edge of a steep cliff, several members of the Awaken Association were gathered. Upon seeing Chen Zhang, they hurried over, each wearing a grim expression. The situation? Chen Zhang scanned the group. Section Chief Chen, the portal has vanished. A man hurriedly reported, moreover, our assessment was incorrect. These rogue portals aren't in their usual form. They're actually a hunting grade. Another staff member immediately added, based on the characteristics of a hunter-class portal, we scanned nearby cities. At Dongting Lake in Changyang City, we identified an identical hunter-class portal entrance, which has been secured. Then what are we waiting for? Chen Zhang's tone grew colder. The group quickly dispersed and drove toward Changyang City, 20 kilometers away. What exactly is a hunting-grade portal? On the way out, Zheng Shanhe voiced his confusion. The knowledge in the books only covered portals up to S rank in terms of structure and detailed explanations. The most bizarre and unfathomable type of portal. Chen Zhang explained, think of it as identical to an international portal, but one that permanently exists within the country. Hunting-grade portals have entry points scattered nationwide. They typically appear dark gray, and the alien species within exhibit stronger adaptability, often manifesting creatures whose levels surpass comprehension. You might even encounter bosses rated SS or higher. Hearing this, Zheng Shanhe fell deep in thought. This situation was identical to when he and Ku Fushue cleared that S-rank portal. He distinctly remembered that the final boss, the Netherhound Lammer, had been rated SS. As the vehicle traversed Dajiang City, Zheng Shanhe's heart suddenly jolted when passing near the Yellow Crane Tower ruins. Immediately, a device inside Chen Zhang's car emitted a piercing, shrill screech. Squay.
Chen Zhang slammed on the brakes. The force of inertia threw Zheng Shanhe forward, but he paid it no mind, instead craning his neck to peer through the window at the yellow crane tower in the distance. At that moment, the entire city's aura surged wildly, tinged with faint traces of dark purple. This disturbance in the aura signaled rejection. Chen Zhang located the source of the shrill noise inside the Kara device about the size of a palm. Displayed upon it, flashing in blood-red letters, were 4 words that caught the eye: fortune disturbance. Instantly, he turned to the passenger seat. Zheng Shanhe was staring intently at the yellow crane tower. Chen Zhang followed his gaze. The star-studded night sky was suddenly obscured by a shroud of mist. Amidst the turbulent shifts in destiny, a massive, pitch-black vortex slowly spun atop the yellow crane tower. From within the vortex, claws covered in eerie, dark purple patterns began to emerge. An alien invasion. Shen Zheng immediately got out of the car. Whoa! A primordial horn-like hum echoed from the pitch-black vortex as thousands of dark purple beast claws tore open its gaping maw. Dark mist swirled as alien creatures poured forth like locusts. At the forefront stood a bizarre creature with 3 enormous, ghostly purple eyes. The moment it appeared, it roared toward the heavens. Within that piercing soundwave lay some strange energy shockwave that instantly plunged the entire city of Dejiang into darkness, cutting off all power. Chen Zhang's sword aura surged violently around him. He drew a special communicator and barked, "Dejiang Awakened Association, activate Level 1 Defense Protocol. Evacuate all C rank and below awakened individuals and ordinary citizens to the safe zone." Crimson sword chi crisscrossed the air before erupting in a sudden strike. The terrifying force instantly shredded dozens of alien creatures. Simultaneously, awakened individuals of B rank and above surged forth, engaging in fierce combat with the rampaging alien forces. Zheng Shanhe leapt onto a rooftop with the speed of the wind, the sky-splitting cloud-climbing bow materializing in his hands. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Golden arrows, trailing flickering light, sliced through the pitch-black city, leaving trails of golden radiance. Wherever they struck, alien creatures exploded into fragments. As the defense protocols activated, several S-rank awakened stationed within the city launched their attacks simultaneously. Waves of spiritual energy surged from every corner of Dejiang City. Amidst the chaos, ordinary citizens were systematically evacuated to safe zones by the Awakened Association personnel. Chen Zhang, wielding his Qingfeng longsword, locked horns with the 3-eyed alien. This creature seemed exceptionally powerful, holding its own against Chen Zhang in direct combat without showing weakness. Urgent report. An invasion vortex has appeared in Changyang City. All city awakened are currently engaged in combat with the alien race. Emergency call. Hangzhou City is under massive alien invasion. Engaged in combat. All awakened within China, tonight the alien race has launched another large-scale invasion. Every city nationwide is now in combat. The alien assault on our borders grows fiercer. Awakened within cities, provide mutual support. Repeat. All of China is currently engaged in combat with the alien race. If any city gains control of the situation, immediately provide support to neighboring cities. In an instant, Chen Zhang's waist-mounted communicator, along with every communicator nationwide, broadcasted the solemn and grave notification. It seemed the recent portal malfunction was merely the beginning. Zheng Shanhe. Finish this quickly. At that moment, Chen Zhang's voice suddenly rang out beside him. The situation in Changyang City is critical. The alien forces have caused the waters of Dongting Lake to surge back. We must rush to provide support. His meaning was crystal clear. Without hesitation, Zheng Shanhe dissolved the sky-splitting cloud-climbing bow. Screech. Suddenly, the piercing cry of a crane, echoing from the heavens, reverberated throughout the entire city of Dejiang. Zheng Shanhe stood in the pitch-black city, golden light blazing from his pupils. Rumble. A deep, muffled rumble rose from the earth's veins beneath Dejiang City. The scattered vital energy within the city seemed to converge in that instant, surging madly toward the ruins of the Yellow Crane Tower. Yellow Crane Tower, manifest. As Zheng Shanhe pressed his palm into the void. Whoosh. A blaze of crimson light suddenly illuminated the entire pitch-black city as bright as day. Under the stunned and incredulous gazes of countless onlookers, a towering phantom of an ancient tower, 1,000 zhang high, materialized in the night sky above Dejiang City. A peculiar resonance power reverberated throughout the city at that moment. Just as it had once resonated with Mount Tai and Song City. The manifestation of the Yellow Crane Tower resonated with the local ruins' destiny in an unimaginable way. Hum. As the phantom tower took shape in the heavens, thousands of cranes spread their wings and soared from the carved windows of the pavilion. Enveloped in emerald radiance, the cranes reflected in the eyes of every soul in the city, leaving them spellbound. The terrifying force of destiny reached its peak intensity at this moment. Countless alien races let out wails of despair, retreating steadily under the combined assault of the awakened ones. Even the vortex swirling above the Yellow Crane Tower ruins was shattered in an instant. The Yellow Crane Tower's fortune phantom. It's the Yellow Crane Tower's fortune phantom. Heaven blesses our Huaxia, truly heaven blesses our Huaxia. Instantly, the citizens of countless major cities erupted in fervor. As the Yellow Crane Tower's aura descended like the Tsangcheng Mount Tai aura during this alien invasion, the blood in their veins boiled. Chapter 102, Critical Situation, Flood Disaster Erupts. Damn it! A streak of azure sword energy sliced through, severing the three-eyed alien's palm clean off. Dark purple viscous fluid oozed from the severed limb. One eye glared furiously at Chen Zhang, while the other two eyes fixed a gloomy stare upon the Yellow Crane Tower's phantom, which rumbled incessantly in the sky above. Summon the poetic spirit. Zheng Shanhe's spiritual energy rapidly depleted. The old man has ridden the Yellow Crane away, leaving only the Yellow Crane Tower behind. A recitation suddenly echoed through the void. The bronze bell atop the Yellow Crane Tower began to ring without wind. The lingering shadow of the poetic spirit materialized in the moonlight, unfurling a scroll of ink. At that moment, the boundless destiny of Dazheng City coalesced around it. Good heavens! That figure atop the tower is Cui Hao. It's him, absolutely him. Tonight, not only has the Yellow Crane Tower's aura manifested, but Cui Hao's spirit recites the timeless masterpiece Yellow Crane Tower. Ha 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 ha. From this day forward, our great city of Dazheng will stand alongside Songqing, its name resounding throughout all of China. Countless people pulled out their phones to capture the scene, and in that instant, each joined the poetic spirit in chanting. Clear rivers and distant trees of Hanyang. Hum. The collective chanting of the entire city collided with the spirit of the poem, igniting the fortune until it boiled over. Then, an indescribable ripple suddenly spread outward from the apparition of Yellow Crane Tower. Swish! In an instant, the city's power restored, lights blazing. At this peak moment, the destiny force reached its zenith. The lesser alien races, overwhelmed by the poetic souls and the collective chanting of the citizens, exploded and perished. The remaining alien beings perished at the hands of the awakened, scorched by the very force of destiny itself. You vermin! Do you still dream of destroying the foundations of our Huaxia nation as you did years ago? A brilliant green light erupted from Chen Zhang's hand. The children of China grow stronger with every setback. How dare you vermin covet what is ours? Amidst the city's fervent chanting, Chen Zhang swung a sword that lit up the night sky. Swish! The clouds were cleaved open, and the three-eyed alien's furious roar of defiance abruptly ceased. As the last alien perished, the night's shrouding mist dissipated. The bronze bells atop the Yellow Crane Tower ruins swayed gently, scattering starlight across the heavens. The entire city was ablaze with light, street lamps illuminating the ground strewn with alien remains. Zheng Shanhe's pupils contracted slightly. Just now, at the moment the Yellow Crane Tower resonated with the entire city, a notification popped up before his eyes. Place Yellow Crane Tower at the ruins to suppress Dazheng City's fortune and gain 50,000 fortune points at once. Note, after placement, the mountain River Artisan may still summon the Yellow Crane Tower. One of the four great towers. Zheng Shanhe murmured, suddenly recalling something. Instantly, he swept his hand. The ethereal image of the Yellow Crane Tower drifting in the sky crashed down to earth with a thunderous roar. Under the gaze of all, the phantom overlapped with the ruins of the Yellow Crane Tower on the ground. Boom! A mighty aura surged forth from the ancient nine-story tower. In an instant, the scattered fortune of the great river city surged inward, converging within the staircase before slowly feeding back out. Thus, the once shadowed ruins of the Yellow Crane Tower, whose spirit had long since faded, now possessed both form and essence in this night. Nourished by the Yellow Crane Tower's fortune, Dazheng City would undergo transformation. This transformation will grow increasingly evident as the nation's destiny grows richer. Achievement, renowned throughout the world. The four great towers. Placed, Yellow Crane Tower. Progress, 1-4. Reward, 50,000 fortune points. You placed the Yellow Crane Tower. Chen Zhang descended from the sky, gazing at the Yellow Crane Tower now restored to its original form and spirit, his words caught in his throat. Zheng Shanhe nodded silently. It's time to go. A green blow appeared beneath Chen Zhang's feet, carrying him and Zheng Shanhe toward Changyang City. The night wind howled. After some time, Zheng Shanhe's gaze was drawn to a breathtaking sight. Moonlight spilled across the distant landscape, where Dongting Lake shimmered like a giant mirror pressed against the earth. Were it not for the alien invasion causing lake waters to surge into the city, it would undoubtedly be a scene of indescribable beauty. On the lakeshore, an ancient tower stood, weathered and aged like the Yellow Crane Tower. Around this ancient tower, vast areas of brilliant fluctuations erupted frequently as the alien race engaged fiercely with the local awakened ones. Section Chief Chen. The entrance to the Hunter Grade portal lies southwest of the Yeyang Tower ruins. The alien race that triggered the lake's waters has infiltrated it. You must locate and eliminate them immediately, or the continued flooding will cause catastrophic damage. A woman's anxious voice crackled through the communicator at his waist. She seemed to have sensed Chen Zhang's arrival. Copy that. Chen Zhang's expression turned grave as a blue glow shot from his feet like a meteor, propelling him southwestward. A group of alien creatures, their bodies shimmering with green light, guarded the entrance to the dark gray hunting grade portal. Whoosh! As Zheng Shanhe descended from the sky with a force of 10,000 tons, terrifying shockwaves rippled outward. The sheer impact of the sovereign's arrival instantly reduced nearby alien beings to bursts of blood mist.
Without pause, he swept away the alien race at the portal entrance and charged into the hunting-grade portal alongside Chen Zhang. The moment they crossed the threshold, a terrifying gale slammed into them.
Zheng Shanhe unleashed a punch almost reflexively. Clang! A crisp sound echoed as a double-bladed giant axe spun backward and flew away. A quick glance revealed a cavern glowing with a faint blue light. Ahead, a one-eyed alien creature clad in beast armor charged forward with heavy, deliberate steps. Zheng Shanhe channeled the might of Mount Tai into his fist, took 2 strides forward, and leapt into the air. Ha! A fist packed with explosive force slammed out. Even before making contact with the one-eyed alien, the sheer residual force of Mount Tai sent its body flying backward, its chest caved in. Boom! The next instant, its entire body dissolved into a crimson mist, staining the entire cavern red. Defeated one-eyed demon, experience plus 500, fortune points plus 1000. The alien creature slain earlier in Daejiang City also yielded no bonus rewards. Was this some strange rule? Or some peculiar setting? Zheng Shanhe was puzzled, but Chen Zhang had already plunged deep into the cave with his sword drawn. He hesitated no longer and swiftly followed. Clatter! As they advanced deeper, the narrow passage abruptly opened into an immense emerald-green cavern. The roar of rushing water echoed through the cavern. Chen Zhang snorted coldly, using his fingers as swords, suddenly sliding them swiftly around him. Swish! In an instant, terrifying sword energy radiated outward. Zheng Shanhe watched as cracks appeared in the very fabric of space, shattering like a shattered mirror in the next instant. Gah! A piercing scream echoed through the air, synchronized with the deafening crash of shattering rock. Only then did Zheng Shanhe realize that everything that had just occurred was some sort of illusion. The reality they now faced was a space of utter gloom. Their feet tread upon a muddy path paved with countless withered petals. The sky hung heavy and gloomy, surrounded by endless shades of dark gray. Whoosh! Chen Zhang swung his sword. A flash of blue light instantly illuminated the scene around them. Countless crimson pupils reflected the blue light, while dense black scales glinted coldly. Surrounding them were countless strange beasts resembling giant lizards. These beasts bore dark gray spiked ridges along their backs, their claws buried in the ground strewn with withered flowers. Putrid mucus dripped from between their sharp teeth. The next instant. Clang! Blade storm! Chen Zhang's voice rang out softly. In an instant, countless sword energies coalesced around him into a tangible jade-green sword aura, swirling like a vortex. 10,000 fathoms. The whisper echoed. Boom! The sword aura storm encircling Chen Zhang erupted with a thunderous blast. Tens of thousands of 3-foot-long jade blades, accompanied by dragon-like roars as they sliced through the air, swept across the surroundings. Amidst the shattering of scales and the splattering of blood and flesh, the entire dark gray space was illuminated by dazzling azure light, as bright as day. Even more terrifying, at the very center of this blade tempest, the rapidly spinning sword she lifted the withered petals scattered across the ground. Drawn by the vortex, they coalesced into the head of a gray-white dragon, its features eerily lifelike. The dragon head roared silently, soaring into the air before crashing down violently onto the ground beneath the two figures. Boom! Suddenly, cracks spread across the ground, which collapsed in the next instant. Chapter 103, Ascending Yang Tower. As the ground shattered and collapsed, a damp, putrid stench surged up from beneath their feet. Zheng Shanhe looked down and saw a massive, sinister merman, its entire body a deep, eerie blue, frantically waving its arms. Surrounding the merfolk was a pool of stagnant water. Reflected in the water was the very image of the surging waves of Dongting Lake outside at that very moment. I knew it. Chen Zhang sneered coldly as the colossal dragon head, guided by the blade storm, crashed down with a thunderous roar. What? The merfolk manipulating the waters of Dongting Lake outside paled, gazing up at the plunging dragon head. Its body instantly dissolved into water, seemingly about to flee. Mount Tai. At that moment, Zheng Shanhe flicked his palm, and the dwarfed Mount Tai immediately shot forth. Its overwhelming, terrifying force sent the merfolk screaming as their entire bodies slammed into the wall. Simultaneously, the two men landed on the ground. Without hesitation, Zheng Shanhe clenched his fist and leapt into the air. Die! Boom! Blood spattered as the merman was instantly killed by a single punch. Defeated title priest, experience plus 2,000, fate points plus 4,000. But the tide priest's body collapsed into the watery pool, blood flowing from its shattered skull, staining the pool crimson. Zheng Shanhe stepped forward, raising his palm. Devour fortune. Fortune points gained, 10,000. Total fortune points held, 135,000. With the tide priest's death, Chen Zhang immediately retrieved his communicator to make a call. Crafted from a special alloy, the communicator maintained connection to the outside world even within the portal. What they hadn't anticipated, however, was that even with the tide priest dead, the surging lake waters outside showed no sign of abating. These vermin aimed to completely undermine the very foundation of China's destiny. Chen Zhang immediately guessed the reason. The waters of Dongting Lake have been disturbed by foreign forces, and a flood disaster is about to erupt. That's precisely what these vermin are after. Let's go first. At that moment, Zheng Shanhe suddenly spoke. Chen Zhang looked up, meeting his gaze. I must summon Yayang Tower. Outside, torrential rain poured down over Changyang City. Crash. Turbid waves, carrying broken timber and shards of rock, crashed against the light shield like a 1,000-pound hammer. The light shield erected by hundreds of tank awakened ones flickered frantically. We can't hold it much longer. Veins bulged on the awakens' necks as shouts erupted from their throats. Hold the damn thing up. Changyang City lies behind us, a million civilians still within its walls. We absolutely cannot let the floodwaters through. The vice president of the Changyang City Awakened Association gritted his teeth and roared. As the floodwaters grew more ferocious, the ground beneath hundreds of tanks cracked inch by inch under the terrifying force. The strongest awakened were now locked in combat with the alien forces. Most of the awakened tasked with holding back the lake's onslaught were C rank, and even some D rank awakened had volunteered to join the defense. Boom! Amidst the chaos, scattered alien creatures were hurled against the light shield by the surging floodwaters. The terrifying force instantly cracked the surface of the light shield into a spiderweb of fractures. Whoosh! A flash of green light streaked through, obliterating the alien creature. Chen Zhang flew over on his sword, his expression solemn. In the distance, numerous low-rise houses were being swept away by the torrent like cardboard boxes. A 6-story residential building collapsed with a thunderous crash right before his eyes. Amidst the splashing water from the crumbling steel and concrete, faint cartoon patterns could still be seen on the curtains. The entire front line was nearly submerged by the floodwaters. Countless awakened erected makeshift levees, while others linked arms, forming impenetrable human walls with their own flesh and blood, determined to shield the urban districts behind them. The harrowing scene unfolding in Changyang weighed heavily on Chen Zhang's heart, spurring him to accelerate the extermination of the alien creatures. Only by exterminating every last of these troublesome vermin could the higher-level awakened free their hands to join the defense against the torrent. Rumble. But at that very moment, a distant light barrier formed by tanks shattered violently. Hundreds of awakened were instantly engulfed by the terrifying floodwaters, swept toward the city center behind them. Damn it! Chen Zhang's expression darkened as he immediately launched forward. Landing alone, he thrust his long sword violently into the ground. Hum! A colossal, powerful wind wall instantly materialized, halting the surging floodwaters in their tracks. However, this flood carried within it the chaotic energy of disrupted fate. This chaotic energy, indiscriminate of friend or foe, mingled with the floodwaters, forming a terrifyingly potent force. Even Shen Zhan couldn't withstand this onslaught for long. Zheng Shanhe, hurry! He roared inwardly. The downpour intensified. At that moment, whoosh! Above the night sky, a piercing golden light suddenly broke through the dark clouds. Vaguely, the outline of flying eaves and bracket sets emerged from behind the clouds. Yet no one looked up to notice this change. For all who remained alive were still locked in battle against the floodwaters and the alien hordes. At the ruins of Yayang Tower, Zheng Shanhe's robes fluttered wildly, sleeves billowing. Golden light blazed in his eyes. As he expended 100,000 points of destiny, he roared with fury, Yayang Tower, manifest! Whoosh! Suddenly, the ruins beneath his feet trembled violently. From the cracks between the bricks and stones, long submerged by floodwaters, surged forth countless strands of golden fortune energy. The auspicious light pierced the dark clouds overhead, descending suddenly to illuminate the entire city of Changyang. The sky paused in its downpour. A 9-jiang high eve pierced the night sky, its carved wooden structure gleaming brilliantly amidst the dark clouds. Every lattice window of the 3-story pavilion flowed with golden inscriptions from the record of Yayang Tower. The Yayang Tower, both tangible and ethereal, manifested before all. Changyang City's destiny surged at this moment. Golden light showered down, and every head turned upward. Splash! The raging flood suddenly froze in place. Above the suspended, murky waves, a phantom figure stood atop the tower, its silhouette reflecting as it wielded a brush. Worry before the world worries. A powerful, resonant voice pierced through time and space, and the water currents disrupted by the alien race were restored to their proper course in that instant. Intense destiny surged relentlessly, crushing every last alien still caught in the chaos. The phantom of Fan Zhongyan, the phantom of Yayang Tower's destiny, this. The entire city froze in stunned silence. Chen Zhang gazed at the frozen flood before him and burst into laughter. Zheng Shanhe. Truly a man of great destiny. With you, China shall vanquish all foreign invaders and safeguard eternal peace for all generations. At the ruins of Yayang Tower, Zheng Shanhe watched the halted floodwaters and exhaled deeply. Then, without hesitation, he clenched his fist and slammed it down onto the ruins of Yayang Tower beneath his feet. Dongting Lake holds the waters of the world. Yayang Tower stands as the tower of the world. Condense the destiny, suppress the overflowing waters. Rumble. The heavens and earth roared. In that instant, the ethereal image of Yayang Tower in the sky abruptly overlapped with the ruins. Swoosh. As if pulled by an invisible force, the endless floodwaters reversed their course, rushing back and pouring entirely into Lake Dongting. Achievement, renowned throughout the world. The 4 great towers. Placed, Yellow Crane Tower, Yayang Tower. Progress, 2-4. Chapter 104, The Anomalies of Hangzhou City. Extra chapter for Lu Lingfeng. That night, the entire territory of Huaxia faced a massive invasion by alien tribes. Through united resistance across all regions, the invading alien forces were utterly annihilated.
Casualties were inevitable, and multiple damaged historical sites and landmarks suffered varying degrees of further destruction. Yet compared to the devastation of decades past, the situation was vastly improved. In Chanyang City, ravaged by flooding, Chen Zhang personally commanded the cleanup efforts. As an awakened who had reached the pinnacle, he could go without sleep for an entire night without feeling the slightest fatigue.
Early the next morning,
when Zheng Shanhe awoke from his slumber, Chen Zhang brought him to a breakfast shop where they ate and talked.
"What are your plans now?"
Chen Zhang pushed his sunglasses up to his forehead and munched on a fried dough stick without a care for his appearance. "While I'm out here, I plan to swing by Hangzhou City and Xiancheng."
Zheng Shanhe didn't hide anything.
"So your goal is the 4 Great Towers?"
Chen Zhang raised an eyebrow.
He still hadn't figured out exactly how Zheng Shanhe summoned the ruins. Initially, he'd assumed Zheng Shanhe needed to pass through the ancient sites of the ruins after they'd been settled by time.
This reasoning stemmed from Sangcheng being the site of Mount Tai. But that theory was quickly overturned when Zheng summoned Shanhaiguan at the eastern border.
Thus, Chen Zhang speculated that Zheng Shanhe's summoning ability must be tied to his location. He could summon the corresponding ruins only when standing on the site of that specific ancient structure.
Yet, within the international portal, Zheng Shanhe once again shattered his expectations.
Within the Bone Mound, during the Battle of Handan Mountain, he summoned the Yellow Crane Tower.
After witnessing last night's summoning of the Yeyang Tower, Chen Zhang pondered but ultimately held his questions.
When you reach the Immortal City, contact Anti-Qin Xian if you encounter trouble.
That's her territory.
After swallowing his fried dough stick in one bite, Chen Zhang said, "I'll be disappearing for a while. If something truly urgent comes up, you can go directly to Shangjing City and contact Chairman Yan."
The two parted ways. Zheng Shanhe lingered briefly in Chanyang City.
Just as he was about to depart, he received a call from Ku Xian.
"Brother Shanhe? Where are you right now?" Ku Xian's tone carried a hint of urgency. "I'm in Chanyang." "What's up?" Zheng Shanhe frowned.
"My sister went to Hangzhou yesterday and hasn't been in contact since. None of her staff can be reached either."
Something might have happened. Ku Xian was deeply concerned. Given last night's full-scale alien invasion across the entire territory, Kofushua wouldn't have gone missing without reason unless something unexpected had occurred. "I'm heading to Hangzhou City immediately. Don't worry." After hanging up, Zheng Shanhe walked to a deserted alleyway.
With a flick of his palm, his life-bound spirit artifact transformed into a crane, lifting him into the sky. Soaring through endless clouds as the crane spread its wings, Zheng Shanhe suddenly noticed a faint, twisted, and eerie phenomenon on the distant horizon. Directly below that horizon lay Hangzhou City, the site of the ruins of Tingwang Pavilion, one of the 4 Great Towers of China. The crane dove downward, landing precisely at the city's outskirts. He dialed Kofushua's phone, but there was no answer. Walking along the streets, traffic flowed swiftly, people bustled to and fro, nothing seemed out of the ordinary.
Last night, the entire region suffered an invasion. Chanyang City is still conducting large-scale post-disaster assessments. How come Hangzhou City looks so utterly normal?
Zheng Shanhe frowned deeply.
For some reason, the entire city gave him an inexplicably strange feeling.
He quickened his pace toward the city center, but as he passed a shop, his peripheral vision caught a familiar figure.
Kofushua. His footsteps halted. It was a clothing store. Kofushua, clad in a gray trench coat, was engaged in conversation with a sales clerk inside. "Why didn't you answer your phone?" Zheng Shanhe pushed open the door. To his surprise, Kofushua turned at the sound of his voice. Her exquisite, pretty face flashed confusion before she promptly turned back to continue her conversation with the salesperson. "Something's off." Zheng Shanhe's pupils contracted slightly. Kofushua's eyes held no light, appearing black and white. He glanced at the salesperson, whose face was animated with gestures and expressions, yet her pupils were also black and white. Instantly, spiritual energy surged within him. But just as he prepared to unleash his power, a chill wave washed over him. Everything flickered before his eyes. Kofushua and the salesperson vanished. The light abruptly shifted from bright to dim. Simultaneously, he found himself no longer in the city center, but had somehow ended up in the outskirts of Hangzhou City. "What?" Zheng Shanhe stood in the outskirts as dusk settled over the entire city of Hangzhou. The sunset lingers, a lone wild goose cries in sorrow. These 8 blood-red characters froze in the dusk-shrouded sky. Like some kind of seal, they were firmly etched into the sky. After staring for too long, Zheng Shanhe suddenly realized the memories of the literary lineage stored within his mind were gradually fading. "This space is slowly devouring my memories of the Chinese literary tradition." Simultaneously, a piercing pain shot through his soul. Not only his memories, but his spiritual energy was also steadily draining away with each passing moment. He immediately forced himself to endure the soul-piercing agony, gathering spiritual energy in his palm to summon the mountain river creation and his life-bound spirit artifact.
Yet he discovered that the moment the spiritual energy emerged, it transformed into strands of murky, indistinct energy rushing straight toward the 8 blood-red characters in the sky. Chirp! Suddenly, the blood characters twisted, transforming into a swarm of crimson solitary birds diving down from the sky. Their sharp beaks devoured the spiritual energy emanating from Zheng Shanhe, coating their wings with a layer of dark crimson light patterns. This bizarre space seems to be devouring spiritual energy to strengthen itself. Zheng Shanhe sidestepped the crimson bird's attack, reaching out to seize its slender neck for closer inspection. Moments later, a slight squeeze extinguished the solitary bird. Spiritual energy was unusable, and the mountain river creation could not be summoned. What about the power of destiny? His gaze fell upon the corpse of the solitary bird in his hand as he silently murmured, "Devour the force of destiny." But an unexpected scene unfolded. The moment the devouring chi flowed, the solitary wild goose's corpse suddenly exploded. Strands of golden chi fortune scattered in all directions. Under Zheng Shanhe's gaze, as these threads sliced through the air like erasers, they actually scraped away the twilight's afterglow, leaving streaks of daylight in their wake. Moreover, through these streaks of light, Zheng Shanhe glimpsed Hangzhou City as it existed in the normal timeline. Whoosh! In an instant, the light trails vanished. What just happened? Zheng Shanhe's pupils contracted sharply. Instantly, he slammed his palm against his chest and activated Devouring Fate. SSSSH. Instantly, countless golden threads erupted from his pores. The vital energy within his blood was drawn out, forcibly tearing a gap in the dusk shrouding his body. Seizing this fleeting moment of clarity, Zheng Shanhe leapt forward. Thud! His soul trembled violently in that instant. All around, the twilight had transformed into a blood-red world. He remained at the edge of Hangzhou City, but this time, the streets were utterly deserted. He raised his head to see a sky dyed crimson, upon which 8 characters remained etched like blood. All things decay, heaven grows dim, fate's fortune severed. Zheng Shanhe pressed his throbbing temples. At this moment, he finally understood what had befallen Hangzhou City. Is the cultural lineage being tampered with? Have the alien races torn open Hangzhou City's space through some means, dragging the entire city into a time vortex? Or, Chapter 105, The Alien Races Guide Extra Chapter for Lu Lingfeng. Boom! Suddenly, a terrifying tremor erupted from the distant city. Under Zheng Shanhe's gaze, a towering skyscraper collapsed in an instant. Just as he prepared to summon his life-bound artifact, his spiritual energy was, unsurprisingly, once again devoured by the blood-red characters in the sky. The entire city of Hangzhou seemed enveloped by some bizarre force, exerting unimaginable suppression upon the awakened. Boom! At that moment, a colossal surge of spiritual energy erupted skyward from the distant city. It seemed to contain the power of countless people. As it surged into the heavens, the blood-red characters flickered momentarily. But soon, it returned to normal. Is that where the people of Hangzhou City gather? Zheng Shanhe immediately rushed out. His professional skills were suppressed and could not be unleashed due to the restrained spiritual energy. Yet the combat enhancements granted by his battle strength rank did not rely on spiritual energy. With each step Zheng Shanhe took, cracks split the ground beneath him as his entire body shot toward the city like an arrow. Just as he entered the city, weaving toward the location where the spiritual energy pillar erupted, a woman clad in red suddenly burst from an alley ahead. Ah! The woman screamed, seemingly being pursued by an enemy. But the next instant, her expression changed drastically the moment she saw Zheng Shanhe. She stumbled backward while shrieking at the top of her lungs, "He's here! It's him! Zheng Shanhe is right here!" Hearing this, Zheng Shanhe's pupils contracted sharply. Swish! A violent gale suddenly swept through the alleyway. Zheng Shanhe charged forward, fist clenched, showing no mercy. Sacred mark! A dark purple spiderweb pattern suddenly cracked open in the woman's left eye socket. Raising her arm, she screamed as she thrust forward. Hum! A purple light shield flared into existence, halting Zheng Shanhe's fist mid-strike. Thud! A dull thud echoed through the alley. Zheng Shanhe's right fist trembled slightly, but he didn't pause. He immediately kicked out. Boom! As the light shield shattered, Zheng Shanhe's left palm had already lunged forward. Snap! Just as Zheng Shanhe's fingertips were about to touch the woman's throat, the brick wall at the alley entrance exploded with a thunderous crash. A blood-stained, scaly claw, accompanied by a foul stench, forcibly halted his attack. Zheng Shanhe stumbled back 2 steps, his cold gaze sweeping the scene. From the dust of the collapsed wall emerged a humanoid alien over 2 meters tall. Its head was covered in dark purple spikes, its neck split open by 6 gashes, its dark yellow pupils darting wildly. Lowly vermin, a strange voice rasped from its throat as the blood-stained, scaled claw swung out again. But Zheng Shanhe didn't retreat, he advanced instead. Dodging the claw with a sidestep, he drove his right fist upward with brutal force, smashing it into the alien's abdomen. Thud! A thunderous thud echoed. Zheng Shanhe seized the momentum to leap upward, his right leg sweeping like a battle axe to smash heavily against the alien's left cheek. The shattering of scales and cracking of bones erupted simultaneously as the massive body was sent crashing into the wall beside them by sheer brute force. Before it could recover, a cold gleam flared in Zheng Shanhe's eyes. His left palm shot out, clamping down on its throat, while his right hand dug deep into the barbed spines along its spine, yanking with all his might. Rip! A bone-chilling, horrific tearing sound echoed through the air. You actually managed to take down a sacred mark apostle. The woman slumped against the wall, terror etched across her face. Zheng Shanhe flung the still twitching alien corpse toward her. Magical light erupted from her palms, but Zheng Shanhe had already leapt into the air, stepping on the corpse. Before she could react, his right hand closed like an eagle's talon, clamping around her throat and yanking her entire body upward. Why did you collude with the alien race? Zheng Shanhe's eyes burned with murderous intent. I was forced. The woman gasped hoarsely. Instantly, Zheng Shanhe released his grip and she plummeted to the ground. Coughing violently while clutching her throat, she choked out through tears, "My child. My 5-year-old son contracted a strange illness. He needs the anomaly-eliminating reagent to survive. I had no choice. An abnormal disease?" Zheng Shanhe knew this disease. It was a genetic virus brought by the alien invasion. The opening of portals released viruses from the alien realm into the surrounding areas. Those possessing spiritual energy within their bodies were immune to the virus. But those unable to awaken or who haven't awakened yet, if exposed for too long, the virus invades their bodies, causing horrific consequences. At its mildest, it causes physical or skin alien transformation. At its worst, infected individuals undergo genetic rewriting, eventually transforming into mindless, bloodthirsty monsters. This is a disease that strikes terror into the hearts of all who hear of it, and it is precisely why portals must be cleared swiftly once they appear. The longer the delay, the more concentrated the virus emanating from the portal becomes. The alien disease cannot be cured, it can only be suppressed with a special, de-alienation, reagent. Zheng Shanhe coldly observed the tearful good mother before him and said icily, "So, to cure your son's alienation, you chose to collude with the alien race? But what could you possibly offer the alien race?" The woman sobbed, "Because I'm a mage. Among all the awakened, mages are the group most capable of resonating with the alien race. Once they accept the alien's power, they can use mages to disrupt the dragon nation's destiny." Zheng Shanhe narrowed his eyes. "Are you implying that you're not the only mage colluding with the alien race in this nationwide attack?" "Yes." The woman suddenly knelt on the ground, crawling forward until she was before him. She cried out, "I'll tell you everything, just please let me go this once. My child cannot be without his mother. He's so young and already tormented by this affliction." What a noble excuse." Zheng Shanhe's expression grew calm. Clenching his fist, he murmured, "How many lives were lost in this nationwide invasion? Weren't those who sacrificed their lives also someone's parents, someone's children?" Zheng Shanhe suddenly spoke to himself, including Principal Dai Ran. He had 2 daughters, both afflicted by the anomaly. His wife was an inspector for the Tsangqing Awakened Association, who sacrificed herself to save a group of children who had wandered into a portal. The compensation from his wife's death benefit isn't even enough to sustain his 2 daughters. A flicker of sorrow passed through Zheng Shanhe's eyes. Dai Ran, that warm-hearted principal, was someone he deeply admired. Yet he persevered to this day. In 2 more years, his daughters would turn 18, gaining the chance to awaken, eradicate their affliction, and reclaim their lives. Yet the alien race killed him. His death shattered the last hope for his daughter's survival. Zheng Shanhe's fists clenched suddenly. "It was you, the lackeys of humanity, who caused the portal to go haywire and killed them." The woman wept bitterly, shaking her head as tears streamed down her face. She could only shake her head repeatedly, murmuring, I'm sorry. But I had no choice. I had no choice." "You have no right to seek anyone's forgiveness." Zheng Shanhe's gaze remained calm. "When you reach the underworld, explain yourselves to those you killed." Crash. A sky filled with shattering rocks and blood collided. A ripple of fate's energy rippled through the air. The 4 characters in the sky suddenly twisted. "So that's how it is." Zheng Shanhe realized with a start, using their own weapon against them. The alien race interfered with Hangzhou City's destiny, tampered with the preface to the Pavilion of Prince Tang, and harnessed the power of destiny embedded within the text to create a prison, dragging Hangzhou City into an alternate dimension. What the alien race seeks is to isolate the entire city of Hangzhou and devour it completely. Chapter 106, A Land of Outstanding Talents. Bonus chapter for Lu Lingfeng. Zheng Shanhe snapped his head up. Things decay, heaven dims, fortune severed. 8 characters remained etched deep into the blood-red sky. I never imagined the alien race could turn fortune against the awakened ones. Zheng Shanhe couldn't help but recall the catastrophic scene of Dongting Lake's waters surging back into Chongyang City. If fortune fell under the control of the alien race, it would lead to unimaginably horrific consequences. Since you've twisted the power of literary lineage with destiny to corrupt Hangzhou City. Golden light surged in Zheng Shanhe's eyes as he raised his right hand high and slammed it fiercely against his chest. The destiny-bound essence within the blood of this mountain river artisan shall never be tainted. A torrent of blood spurted forth, mingled with golden essence of destiny. He immediately clenched his palm, seizing the essence blood and swiftly inscribing upon his palm. Decaying objects, darkening heavens? His eyes blazed with brilliance. As the final stroke fell, a towering golden light erupted from his palm. Wrong. It is heaven's treasures in full bloom. Whoosh. In that instant, the blood-red world around Zheng Shanhe began to regain its former colors. The character's decaying objects, darkened heavens above the sky twisted and flickered wildly, as if being erased by the words he was inscribing with his own blood essence. Zheng Shanhe's movements never faltered as he spat out more essence blood. This time, he wrote directly into the air. Fortune severed? Wrong. It is destiny flourishing. Our land of Huaxia is blessed with extraordinary people and a spiritually fertile soil. As the final stroke fell, golden light erupted. Whoosh. A terrifying golden beam shot skyward, piercing the clouds. At the same moment, at the site of the Tingwang Pavilion ruins in Hangzhou City, the entire city's population had gathered here, while monstrous beasts swarmed like a tidal wave, sealing off the area completely. Thousands upon thousands of awakened, battered and bruised, forcibly formed a ring-shaped barrier. Behind them stood women cradling children, white-haired elders, spirited students, and infants still in swaddling clothes. With their spiritual power suppressed, they could only fight to the death against these alien creatures using the absolute limits of their physical strength. They held but one thought: fight to the death, never retreat. Damn it! The blood-soaked president of Hangzhou City's Awakened Association, his right arm exposed to the bone, still slammed his massive shield into the ground with his left hand. We must hold on. Kafushua's fair face stained with blood, her hands trembling slightly as she gasped, help is coming. Miss Ko, it's not that I'm pessimistic. The Hangzhou Association president smiled bitterly. Those vermin have hijacked the cosmic energy, creating at least a triple-layered anomalous space. I suspect the outside world might not even detect the disturbance here. As for reinforcements, Kofushua fell silent. In this life or death moment, the image of that towering figure, as sturdy as a pine tree, constantly flashed through her mind. Damn it! If my spiritual power weren't suppressed, how could things have come to this? No use talking now. The alien vermin are attacking again. Hold your ground. The tide of beasts surged once more from all directions. Facing the overwhelming numbers, Kofushua clenched her twin blades, a bitter sorrow filling her heart. If I die here, would he weep for me? Miss Ko, please step back. The awakened members of the Ko group rushed to shield her behind them. She had fought at the front lines for far too long. With the beast tide surging once more, they had to protect their young mistress at all costs. Despair gripped everyone. Without spiritual power, they were ultimately spent arrows. If the Awakens line broke, the ordinary citizens behind them would be slaughtered without mercy. Hold the line. We will not retreat, even at the cost of our lives. The fearless battle cry of countless awakened pierced the heavens, while the civilians behind them closed their eyes. Just as the beast tide was about to breach the Awaken's defenses once more. Whoosh! From the distant city's edge, a golden beam pierced the entire city, shooting abruptly skyward. Boom boom boom. In an instant, the crimson sky shattered, and the oppressive blood red shrouding the entire city instantly faded away. As sunlight poured down, golden characters abruptly appeared against the azure sky. Abundant natural resources, prosperous fortune, and a land of outstanding talents. Whoosh! Instantly, every awakened being in the city felt the long-dormant fluctuations of spiritual energy surge through them. The power that had been suppressed surged forth like a tidal wave. The skeletal arm of the Hangzhou Association president instantly restored itself from a mangled mess to perfect condition. What is that? The suppression. The suppression has been broken. My spiritual power is back. My spiritual power is back. Damn it, you filthy vermin, come and die. In an instant, as daylight returned, the blazing sun shone high. Tens of thousands of awakened roared in fury, unleashing their class skills as they charged headlong into the tide of monstrous beasts. In a mere instant, the tide of battle turned. Awakened ones, their spiritual energy restored, unleashed pent-up fury as raw power, driving the alien beast tide back dozens of meters in every direction. That golden light is... Kofushua gazed distantly at the fading golden beam, a handsome face emerging in her mind. Could it be him? Fortune devouring. In the alleyway, Zheng Shanhe absorbed the corpse of the alien he had just slain. Fortune points gained, 10,000. Total fortune points held, 95,000. Pending creation, Tingwang Pavilion. Summoning cost, 100,000 destiny points. It seemed that 100,000 points was the maximum cost required to summon a mountain river creation. Zheng Shanhe looked up at the golden characters floating in the sky. His spiritual energy had also fully recovered. Rip! Suddenly, a massive crack appeared in the azure sky. It looked as though the entire sky had been torn in two. As the fissure widened, a chaotic, deep purple glow emerged from within. Within that dark purple glow, a single, sorrowful yellow pupil suddenly came into view.
The pupil shifted, finally locking onto Zheng Shanhe. To thwart the grand design of our divine race, utter folly. The desolate yellow pupil within the dark purple fissure abruptly vanished. The entire sky seemed to be kneaded into a ball by an invisible giant hand, gradually twisting and folding. The ground beneath Zheng Shanhe's feet turned to quicksand, and a vortex of spacetime swept him down into the void with a thunderous crash. Rumble! Thunderclaps roared beside his ears. The moment Zheng Shanhe's vision cleared, he found himself inside an ancient, ornately carved pavilion. Outside, dark clouds gathered thickly, thunder roared, and torrential rain poured down. He stood between two pavilions, and amidst the howling gales, a chill wind swept through the hall. "Who are you? How did you get here?" Suddenly, a stern, authoritative voice boomed from behind him. Zheng Shanhe whipped his head around to see a man clad in a dragon-embroidered robe, his bearing noble and imposing, standing within the pavilion. "Prince Tang?" His brow furrowed. "Is this an illusion, or have I truly been transported back to the time when the Prince Tang Pavilion was first built?" Zheng Shanhe froze in place. Chapter 107, The Power of Destiny. Extra chapter for laziness. Carved wooden windows rattled violently as gales slammed them, driving rain into the room. Zheng Shanhe stared at the man in the dragon-embroidered robe before him. The Prince of Tang from the history books now frowned as he scrutinized him, clutching a yellowed scroll of architectural blueprints. A faint black aura shimmered at his fingertips and beneath his eyes. "Unauthorized intrusion into the sacred halls of the workshop pavilion warrants the execution of your entire clan." Prince Tang's voice was deep and low. From the sandalwood incense burner on the nearby table, purple smoke rose and coalesced mid-air into a hideous, grotesque face. "Foreigners?" Zheng Shanhe's heart sank. Did these vermin intend to tamper with the cultural lineage from the very foundation of Prince Tang's pavilion, robbing the Huaxiao world of its divine fortune forever? For he had discerned the lurking alien patterns and alterations within the blueprints held by Prince Tang. The eave structure and every joint of the pavilion's beams and pillars were etched with dark crimson and ghostly purple patterns, resembling some malevolent incantation. "I shall execute you on the spot." Suddenly, the Prince of Tang, clad in his dragon-embroidered robe, eyes darkening to a sinister purple, spoke with an eerie, endless chill in his voice. He flung the blueprint aside and unleashed a thunderous strike with his right palm. A shadowy purple mist surged from his palm. Zheng Shanhe neither dodged nor retreated, meeting the strike head-on with his fist. Boom! A dull thud echoed as Zheng Shanhe stumbled backward repeatedly. "My spiritual energy is gone, and my strength is steadily waning. This..." His brow furrowed as a stinging pain shot through his right arm. The eerie purple mist was now corroding his flesh, clinging and spreading. With a fierce exertion, he channeled his vital energy and essence blood. The mist vaporized instantly. Swish! Simultaneously, Prince Tang lunged forward again, delivering another palm strike. Zheng Shanhe could only scramble backward to evade. "Ha ha ha ha! Do you think this is some kind of illusion?" "Wrong!" The Prince of Tang roared with laughter. "This is the true, chaotic realm of time and space. Once our divine clan's grand plan is fulfilled, the Dragon Nation will forever lose the fortune and vitality of this renowned tower. Then, the power our divine clan can bring upon the Dragon Nation will be even greater." Zheng Shanhe stared at the shattered wall of the pavilion behind him, his expression grave. "Give up struggling." Prince Tang charged forward, forcing Zheng Shanhe to dodge swiftly. "In this present timeline, no awakened exist in this world. Your power is useless here." "Ah ha 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 ha!" The desk shattered. Tong Wang cackled, his gaze fierce, "But my divine race is different." A biting wind swept across his cheeks, sending Zheng Shanhe stumbling. Just as this alien being claimed, his power was now utterly gone. He was now nothing more than an ordinary mortal. What should he do? If he allowed the alien race to continue this desecration, one day, every ancient site across the nation would fall victim to their cruelty. Die! Another strike from the Prince Tang came like lightning. This time, he could not dodge. He could only watch helplessly as the palm slammed into his chest. Boom! Blood spurted from Zheng Shanhe's mouth as he was sent flying backward, crashing into the beam. Cough! He staggered to his feet, leaning heavily on his body. A searing pain stabbed through his chest, yet he remained oblivious, his mind still racing. Time and space. Zheng Shanhe's mind raced. Though our divine race lacks sufficient power in this present time and space, it's more than enough to deal with an ordinary mortal like you. Prince Tang clasped his palms together and leapt upward with a sudden burst of energy. Your power is forbidden by my divine race. Die! A force of annihilation descended from the heavens, and a golden light suddenly surged in Zheng Shanhe's eyes. Yes! Boom! A deafening explosion erupted. The pavilion's floor shattered, yet it did not collapse. Prince Tang's palms, shrouded in endless dark purple mist, hovered midair. The savage grin on his face vanished instantly. You! To everyone's astonishment, Zheng Shanhe had effortlessly blocked the attack with just one hand. The dark purple mist spread relentlessly, attempting to seep through Zheng Shanhe's palm. Yet, at that very moment, his skin began to radiate an endless golden glow. I finally understand why only the mountain river artisans can capture and control the power of destiny. A faint smile curved Zheng Shanhe's lips. Beyond awakened power and combat rank, I possess a third force. Boom! Golden light erupted. Prince Tang was instantly knocked back. Now, in the golden age of our great Tang dynasty, with such profound fortune permeating the land, how dare you vermin attempt to rewrite history? Rumble! A violent storm raged. Zheng Shanhe's robes billowed wildly, his black hair flowing freely. His eyes radiated boundless pride and confidence. Throughout China's 5,000 years of history, we have witnessed countless cycles of national fortune and decline, yet our destiny has never been severed. You vermin dare choose the golden age of the Tang dynasty as your point of subversion? He roared with laughter, how utterly deluded. Amidst the downpour, thunderous footsteps echoed. 30 craftsmen burst through the door, their eyes glowing green. Their intense aura of evil was impossible to conceal. They instantly filled the entire pavilion, closing in like a net to trap Zheng Shanhe. So what if you can manipulate the power of destiny? Prince Tang sneered coldly, do you think I don't know? That force of destiny can only assist to truly control it, you need a vessel. You are not that vessel. When you caught my attack just now, if I'm not mistaken, you must have temporarily channeled the power of destiny. The deep purple glow in the Prince Tang's eyes intensified. Prepare to die. Let me tell you this, our divine race has already succeeded in altering history and extinguishing destiny in the land of cherry blossoms and the land of the bamboo. The Dragon Kingdom will be no exception. As the words fell, 30 craftsmen swung their Luban rulers, transforming them into bone blades that slashed toward him. Green light flickered within the blades. Die! The Prince of Tang extended his palm once more. Attacks converged from all directions, yet Zheng Shanhe closed his eyes. As the attacks neared, he parted his lips slightly and murmured softly. Fortune, dissipate. Boom! Golden light erupted from his body, shattering the bone blades slashing in from all directions. The Prince of Tang and all the craftsmen were sent reeling backward by the shockwave. Simultaneously, the golden light, upon touching the Tingwang pavilion, began to slowly mend the areas tampered with by the alien race. His manipulation of the force of destiny will disrupt our clan's plans. Take him out. The Tingwang's expression froze, a flash of ferocity in his eyes as he transformed into a purple mist and charged forward, dragging Zheng Shanhe toward the ground. Crash! The ground trembled. Golden light swirled around Zheng Shanhe's body, leaving him completely unaffected. Fine, let's go outside. I'll destroy you all first, then repair the Prince Tang pavilion. Dream on. The cold, sinister laughter of the Prince of Tang echoed. Boom! Lightning split the storm-lashed night sky. All around, countless alien races swarmed toward him in a relentless assault. The numbers of our divine race are beyond your imagination. Even if you can shield yourself with destiny's favor, what difference does it make? Our race can crush you to death with nothing but our flesh and blood. The Prince of Tang's eyes brimmed with utter confidence. But then, he saw Zheng Shanhe suddenly shake his head with a smile. You mentioned earlier that this tactic of altering history had proven effective against the land of cherry blossoms and the land of the bamboo? Zheng Shanhe suddenly spread his arms wide. I'm afraid my destiny isn't limited to mere protection. And it pains me even more to inform you that the historical depth of our Chinese civilization is beyond comparison with any other nation. Now, I shall borrow the noble spirit in verses of Tang Dynasty scholars to show you vermin coveting China what true great power heritage truly is. Golden light surged in Zheng Shanhe's eyes as boundless fortune energy rushed toward him. Then, he roared aloud, dark clouds pressed down upon the city, threatening to crush it. Rumble! Suddenly, the torrential rain ceased. An indescribable force merged with the heavens and earth as he recited the verse, as if resonating with it. The Prince of Tang grimaced, his aura of evil flaring anew as he instantly launched a wave of dark purple poisonous mist. At that moment, Zheng Shanhe roared once more, armor gleams like sunlit gold scales. Swish! The moment the words fell, a streak of dawn-like golden light pierced through the dark clouds, showering Zheng Shanhe's body. Instantly, the fortunes surrounding him coalesced into golden dragon scales. Chapter 108. Die. The Prince Tang advanced, shrouded in a, yet the moment the toxic mist touched the golden dragon scales covering Zheng Shanhe's body, it instantly melted away like ice in the sun. You! Before he could finish, Zheng Shanhe seized the Prince of Tang by the wrist and slammed his right fist, charged with surging energy, into the enemy's face. Thud! Golden sparks flew as the Prince of Tang staggered back in pain. The scorching force of destiny seared his flesh, drawing a low, guttural growl from his throat. What did it matter that he lacked awakened power or combat rank? In this golden age of the Tang dynasty, the mountain river artisans wield poetry as their blade to repel foes. As the Prince of Tang retreated, hordes of foreign tribes surged in from all directions. Zheng Shanhe's gaze sharpened as he recited aloud once more. A single man fought across 3,000 miles, a single sword once held back 1,000,000 troops. Whoosh! Propelled by the force of destiny, the verse transformed into a river of sword energy that radiated from his body, sweeping through the tide of beasts. The Prince of Tang was startled by this sword energy, transforming into a black mist as it rushed toward the Prince of Tang pavilion. Seeing this, Zheng Shanhe immediately dashed forward. Inside the tower, the aura of the evil alien race permeated every corner, having already polluted the entire structure to an extreme degree. As he traversed the halls, alien beings periodically emerged from the walls. 10 steps, 1 kill. Zheng Shanhe weaved through the pavilion's corridors, each step he took triggering the murderous intent of the verse. Sword chi sliced through the alien corruption, severing the malevolent aura. As he neared completion of the purge, his gaze pierced through the floors toward the pinnacle. He murmured, 1,000 miles leave no trace. Whoosh! Zheng Shanhe's figure flickered, suddenly appearing on the topmost floor where he had first confronted the Prince Tang. You! The Prince of Tang, startled by his sudden appearance, was about to unleash his power when... Boom! Unexpectedly, the entire pavilion suddenly shook violently. Ha 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 ha! As the tremors spread, the Prince of Tang erupted into maniacal laughter. What good is your ability to weave fate into verse? It cannot thwart the grand design of my divine race, ha ha ha! Amidst his laughter, the figure of the Prince Tang dissolved into a mist that billowed into the night sky and vanished. Zheng Shanhe rushed out in pursuit, only to find the malevolent aura he had previously purged from the base of the Tangwang Pavilion intensifying once more. This malevolent aura seemed to transform into the gaping maw of a colossal beast, poised to swallow the entire Prince Tang Pavilion whole. Should it succeed, the Tangwang Pavilion would cease to exist in the annals of history. He stared at the churning vortex of malevolence at the base. The wooden structure of the entire pavilion groaned under the strain, its creaking sounds like desperate cries for help. This pavilion flows with the 1,000-year-old, mighty fortune of China's artisans. How dare you vermin defile it? A fierce resolve flashed in his eyes as he struck his chest once more. With the essence of the land's artisans, I wield the destiny of a golden age as my brush. Boom! A colossal surge of destiny rose from the earth's veins, coalescing before Zheng Shanhe into a golden brush. Zheng Shanhe snatched it, his essence blood surging madly from his palm into the brush at that very moment. His face instantly drained of color, yet the madness in his eyes reached its peak. Now, only by risking his life could he halt the overwhelmingly dense aura of evil below. Today, the artisan of mountains and rivers shall take the liberty to wield this brush. With the preface to the pavilion of Prince Tang, I shall suppress this unholy force. Golden light surged from his eyes as Zheng Shanhe wielded the golden brush, writing in the air, the ancient commandery of Yuzhong, the new capital of Hongdu. The stars divide at Asian, the land connects to Henglu. The golden characters of the preface to the pavilion of Prince Tang materialized in the air. Heavenly treasures adorn the land, dragon light pierces the constellations of the Ox and the Dipper. Blood spurted from Zheng Shanhe's mouth as his vital essence was violently drained, yet his hand never paused, continuing to write. A land of outstanding men and splendid scenery, where Suru descended from Chen Fan's couch. As he wrote, the golden characters suddenly overflowed with a righteous energy so powerful it shook heaven and earth. That very aura caused the dense, malevolent energy below to recede significantly. What are you doing? Suddenly, the returning Prince Tang lunged forward with a ferocious roar. Simultaneously, the pitch-black night sky split open like a gaping maw. The eerie yellow pupils that had previously appeared above Hangzhou City manifested once more. Dare to disrupt our clan's grand scheme? Die! Whoosh! A piercing, eerie yellow beam shot through the night sky. The light contained unimaginable danger, causing the air itself to recoil and scatter. The beam aimed directly at Zheng Shanhe's forehead. If it struck, he would die instantly. At the critical moment, the surrounding aura of the Tangwang Pavilion suddenly coalesced of its own accord. From the void, the ethereal form of an ancient figure emerged with unparalleled grace. He laughed heartily, raising his right hand lightly. When the great pang rides the wind, it soars straight up 90,000 miles. Whoosh! As the phantom's words echoed, a piercing cry that seemed to shatter time and space reverberated throughout the entire realm. Immediately, a bird of staggering size, awe-inspiring in its sheer magnitude, soared skyward. With indescribable momentum, it pierced the clouds, scattering both the attacking Prince Tang and the incoming beams of light. Then, the great phoenix spread its wings and plunged directly into the rift in the sky, causing the eerie yellow pupil to vanish. Zheng Shanhe gritted his teeth, focusing all his energy on writing the preface to the pavilion of Prince Tang. At that moment, the ethereal figure, formed from the essence of destiny, stepped through the air. As he did so, he seemed to glance back at Zheng Shanhe, whose face was deathly pale. With a hearty laugh, I stride forth, we are no common folk. Finally, the graceful apparition left behind a resounding laugh before transforming into boundless destiny. It abruptly plunged into the alien contamination beneath the pavilion, instantly weakening the pervasive aura by another third. Ha! At that very moment, Zheng Shanhe finally reached the final stroke of his inscription. Clutching the brush with both hands, he poured every ounce of strength into it. Yet his vital essence had reached its limit. No matter how fiercely he pressed, the final stroke refused to form. Suddenly, the void trembled. Behind Zheng Shanhe, a shadowy figure materialized. This phantom extended its palm and grasped the brush alongside him. Instantly, Zheng Shanhe felt a colossal surge of vitality flood into his body. Where now is the imperial sun within the hall? Beyond the bars, the Yangtze flows on in vain. As the final line was written. Clatter. The complete golden characters of the preface to the pavilion of Prince Tang shone brilliantly in the air. The phantom behind Zheng Shanhe gave a gentle push, and the entire parallel prose flowed like a starry river into the base of the pavilion, instantly shattering the malevolent energy. Golden light flowed through the pavilion, restoring every part that had been corrupted by the alien race to its rightful state. Zheng Shanhe gasped for breath. After a moment, he turned his head. Before him, a golden apparition floated in midair. Its features were indistinct, yet it seemed to meet his gaze. A moment passed. The apparition suddenly drifted toward the plaque of the Prince Tang Pavilion. With fingers like engraving chisels, it inscribed 2 lines of text. Then, it gave Zheng Shanhe a slight nod before fading away. Rumble. As if in response to the pavilion's restoration, a colossal vortex began to form in the sky. Its terrifying suction threatened to rip Zheng Shanhe from this very spacetime. In the very last moment before his departure, he caught sight of the words the phantom had inscribed upon the pavilion's plaque. The literary lineage burns like a torch, banishing all evil. True artisans shall guard the mountains and rivers. Chapter 109, Masters will secure the mountains and rivers. Whoosh! A violent storm erupted suddenly over Hangzhou City. The sky flickered between light and darkness as Zheng Shanhe plummeted from the temporal turbulence, returning to the outskirts of Hangzhou City. In his ears, it seemed as though a scholar's whisper echoed. The literary tradition burns like a torch, banishing all evil. There are always artisans to guard the mountains and rivers. At that moment, golden light surged around Zheng Shanhe. Beneath his feet, the earth of Hangzhou erupted with countless golden threads of energy. It felt like a timeless command, saturating Zheng Shanhe's very being before coalescing into an ocean of destiny that flowed deep into his soul. Acquired literary fortune blessing, 100,000 points. Current fortune points, 195,000. So that's how it is. Zheng Shanhe understood instantly. Indeed, the ethereal figure who had assisted him in completing the final stroke of the preface to the Pavilion of Prince Tang at the last moment was none other than its author Wang Bo. In the distant city, at the ruins of the Pavilion of Prince Tang, the clamor of battle shook the heavens. The awakened continued their desperate battle against the alien forces. One of the 3 famous towers of the world, the Pavilion of Prince Tang, manifest. Zheng Shanhe abruptly descended upon the ground of Hangzhou City, carrying with him 100,000 points of destiny. Suddenly, the paving stones across the entire city suddenly revealed gilded characters inscribed with the preface to the Pavilion of Prince Tang. The foundations, bearing witness to endless ages in history, roared like the dragon's cry. At that moment, Hangzhou City's destiny surged to a boiling point. Countless awakened individuals instantly sensed a warm aura permeating the air, soothing their weary bodies and minds. Whoosh! In an instant, a blinding radiance, as fierce as the sun, erupted from the heavens. An ancient tower, constructed in a unique 3 visible, 7 hidden layout, suddenly materialized in the air, bathed in blazing radiance. Its 9-tiered eaves pierced the heavens. As the carved wooden windows opened, a tidal wave of cosmic fortune surged forth like a starry tide, causing all the alien races within Hangzhou City to emit agonized shrieks. As the 7 golden characters, the setting sun and solitary wild geese fly together, spanned the sky, the cultural lineage, long corrupted by the alien races, reunited in this moment and erupted in fervor. Holy! Look, that's the Tangwang Pavilion. The real Tangwang Pavilion. The crowd erupted in chaos. It's like the illusory image of Mount Tai back in Songcheng. This is the illusory image of the Tangwang Pavilion's destiny. A woman cradling an infant pointed at the pavilion shimmering with destiny in the sky and shouted, "Heaven blesses Huaxia! Heaven blesses Hangzhou! We're saved!" Ordinary citizens burst into tears of joy upon witnessing the sudden manifestation of the tower. At that moment, 49 eternal lamps within the pavilion ignited simultaneously, each wick flickering with the ethereal forms of literary giants from throughout history. Those literary figures, whose immortal verses had been recorded in history and books, radiated a vast and mighty force of destiny as the wick swayed. This force crystallized into boundless might, instantly obliterating every foreign entity within Hangzhou City. In that instant, the phantom of the Prince Tang Pavilion bore the collective will of Hangzhou's citizens, carrying the hope-fueled energy of the awakened ones transformed from despair into fervent resolve. Suddenly, the bronze bell suspended at the highest point swayed, its crisp chime drawing in the dissipating aura of the alien races. Once every last one had been eradicated, it transformed into a pillar of light piercing through heaven and earth, shooting straight into the clouds. Crack! Thus, under the influence of this soaring pillar of light, Hangzhou City, long disrupted by the alien forces, finally broke through layers of mist like eerie space and returned to the true present world. As the pillar faded, a clear sky revealed the blazing sun overhead. Across the entire battlefield, not a single alien creature remained alive. The blood-soaked surviving awakened stared blankly at the towering pavilion suspended in the sky. The benevolent energy flowing from its eaves gently caressed their wounded bodies. The entire city had suffered heavy casualties among its awakened due to the alien race's tactics. As a desolate wind swept through, someone began to recite the preface to the Pavilion of Prince Tang in a choked voice. Gradually, their voices merged into a wave, echoing across the heavens. Layers of verdant peaks rise to pierce the clouds. The pavilion, gilded and soaring, seems to defy the earth below. Students, teachers, gray-haired professors, and awakened warriors who had fought valiantly all cried out in anguish at that moment. Among them were those who had lost the most precious people in their lives during this attack. Kofushue stood amidst the crowd, inhaling the scent of blood that filled the air. Gazing up at the ghostly silhouette of the Tingwang pavilion in the sky, she exhaled a long breath. Has he arrived? Far away at the city's edge, Zheng Shanhe slid down a wall and collapsed onto the ground. Release, Tingwang Pavilion. He was exhausted. This battle to defend the literary lineage had finally drawn to a close. For Great Towers, placed 3-4. Seated in the Ku family's private vehicle returning to Fenglin Park, Zheng Shanhe closed his eyes to rest. Are you okay? Kofushue gazed at him, her eyes softening. I'm fine. Just overexerted myself. Zheng Shanhe shook his head. His thoughts lingered on the female mage he had encountered. Had so many within Huaxia truly colluded secretly with foreign tribes? In this black and white world, the existence of such people, though not entirely uncommon, still felt hard for Zheng Shanhe to accept. By the way, where else will you be going lately? Kofushue asked after agreeing to his request. Why? Zheng Shanhe opened his eyes. Kofushue pressed her red lips together before saying, my father wants to see you. She quickly added, it's because of your performance at the student council meeting and the martial arts training exercises. Father knows you're very busy, so he's been waiting for a time when you're free. Zheng Shanhe was somewhat surprised. Would the head of Huaxia Dragon Group really be considerate enough to ask about his schedule? He didn't need to think twice to know Kofushue had been mediating on his behalf all along. It seemed this time, the head of the group was issuing an ultimatum. Alright, you set the time. Zheng Shanhe nodded. Since Kofushue had brought this up for the first time, he had to agree. Seeing his agreement, Kofushue brightened and quickly said, then let's set it for the night after tomorrow. Zheng Shanhe had no objections whatsoever. Silence fell. After a moment, Kofushue continued, one more thing, the new campus for Fenglin Academy is complete. We might be relocating to Magic City soon. She smiled. Speaking of which, the dean might ask you to make an appearance at the academy's opening ceremony. The opening ceremony? Zheng Shanhe frowned. Forget it. I'm not cut out for that kind of event. I know, Kofushue replied with a smile. I've already declined on your behalf. However, when you meet my father the day after tomorrow, there's someone else who wants to see you too. Her expression suddenly froze. Duan Tao. Kofushue uttered a name that made Zheng Shanhe's pupils contract slightly. Duan Tao, one of the 5 SSS ranked awakened in Longwa? That's him, Kofushue nodded. He and my father are sworn brothers, very close. I see. Zheng Shanhe fell silent. Who would have thought the Ko family maintained such a close connection with an SSS tier awakened? It seemed their rise to become the Dragon Group wasn't entirely without merit. Chapter 110, The Allure of Traffic. Bro, you were gone for ages. Evening. Zheng Shanhe and Zhang Xiuxiu leaned against the rooftop, enjoying the evening breeze. Xiuxiu's concern for her brother was unwavering. Though he'd concealed it well upon returning, she could still detect the weariness etched between his brows. Don't worry, I'm fine. Zheng Shanhe patted her head gently. Graduation's almost here. Any thoughts? Xiuxiu smiled, tilting her head as she pondered. I'm going to work hard to stay by your side every day and help you out. Ever since witnessing his formidable abilities, the little girl's mindset had shifted from protecting her brother to supporting him. No matter what, all she wanted was to stay by her brother's side forever. Want to team up with me? Zheng Shanhe chuckled. Then you'd better hurry up and get stronger. After a tender moment between the siblings, Zheng Shanhe suddenly grew pensive. Xiuxiu, do you remember Principal Dai Rant's 2 daughters? Of course. They were tormented by their ailments yet persisted in their studies. I wonder how they'll manage after Principal Dai Rant's departure. Xiuxiu also felt a pang of sadness. The Dai sisters were in the same class as her. The 2 sisters supported each other, studied diligently, and were sincere, lively, and sunny in their interactions with others. The affliction hung over them like a nightmare, yet it could not crush their passion for life. Let's go see them. Zheng Shanhe suddenly handed over a bank card. It contained 6 million yuan. Each vial of the anomaly suppression reagent cost 500,000 yuan and was strictly controlled by the association. Each injection suppresses the virus for 2 months. For those infected with the anomaly, the only solution is to endure until awakening. Once awakening spiritual energy manifests within their bodies, the anomaly can be dissolved. However, awakening is not possible for everyone. Furthermore, some individuals, even after awakening, remain unable to eliminate the alien disease and still rely on the reagent to survive. The 6 million yuan would be more than enough to provide the sisters with a comfortable life until the day of their awakening. Zheng Shanhe's savings had now grown substantial. The debt of gratitude he owed Dai Ran for helping his siblings could only be repaid through his daughter. Before they knew it, 2 days had passed. Tonight, he had arranged to meet Kufeichu and her father. Therefore, Zheng Shanhe arrived in Magic City with Kufushu at a day early. Magic City. One of China's largest cities. This city was home to countless guilds and clans, large and small. It stands as one of the most prosperous metropolises, second only to the capital. With plenty of time before their meeting, Zheng Shanhe suggested visiting the Magic City Awakened Ones Association. Next, he planned to formally begin establishing his own guild. The first step was to update his awakened individual information. Entering the Awakened Hall, amidst its opulent yet solemn surroundings, headhunters from various guilds lurked, scrutinizing every newcomer with their professional gaze. To recruit fresh, promising blood for their guilds, these recruiters spared no effort. When Zheng Shanhe appeared in the hall, countless eyes instantly turned toward him. As their focus settled on his face, the pupils of numerous recruiters twitched slightly. Then, as if on cue, everyone simultaneously pulled out their phones to send some kind of message. Next, Zheng Shanhe. After a long and tedious wait, his name was finally called in the awakening room. But just as he was about to step inside, a large hand suddenly reached out from the side, gently pressing against his shoulder. Zheng Shanhe raised an eyebrow, glancing over to see a tall, burly man with a cold stare. "Hold on a moment," the man said. A piercing scream erupted from the hall, followed by a sudden commotion. A man with blonde hair and sunglasses approached, surrounded by bodyguards, followed by a crowd of enthusiastic fans holding various lightboards. The top idol of Magic City by Che. Rumor had it this guy had delayed his own awakening to become a star, turning the whole thing into a major publicity stunt. Even someone like Zheng Shanhe, who rarely used the internet, had heard the name by Che, a testament to the scale of his promotional campaign. "Our brother Che is rushing to his next gig. You, step back." The assistant stepped forward in 2 strides, waving Zheng Shanhe away without even looking at him. As for the top star himself, he strolled leisurely forward amidst the screams of his fans. Just as Bai Che was about to enter, Zheng Shanhe's shoulder jerked slightly. The burly assistant's palm, pressed against him, was instantly repelled by an invisible force. Zheng Shanhe shot a cold stare at the assistant. "The awakening room called my name. You're the ones who should step back." The assistant, pierced by Zheng Shanhe's eagle-like glare, stumbled back half a step before snapping back in anger. "Who the hell are you, country bumpkin? Do you even know how much our brother Che is worth per minute? You think you deserve to waste brother Che's time? Letting you cut in line is already giving you face." The assistant flung his arm out, bellowing at the bodyguards, "What are you standing around for? Get rid of him." Bai Che's stride didn't falter. A cold smile even curled at the corner of his mouth. "Who the hell do you think you are, talking trash to my brother? You bastard, what do you think you're doing to my little Che? He's still young, take it out on us if you have a problem." The distant fan club erupted at the scene, each member glaring at Zheng Shanhe with eyes that could devour him. Zheng Shanhe chuckled inwardly, so this is the influence of a top-tier star? Suddenly, he took a sharp step forward. Boom! An aura as overwhelming as a mountain, capable of crushing all in its path, poured forth like the tip of an iceberg. Yet even these faint wisps of aura caused the bodyguards before him to pale visibly, instinctively parting to make way. "I'll say it again. You. Back off." Zheng Shanhe stared at the top-tier celebrity, who stood frozen in shock, his tone cold and detached. If these guys had shown proper respect from the start, cutting in line might not have bothered him. But since they chose to act so high and mighty, he wouldn't be blamed for going toe-to-toe. Click. Suddenly, the hall's fervent fans fell inexplicably silent. Simultaneously, an oppressive atmosphere abruptly enveloped the entire awakened hall. Accompanied by footsteps neither light nor heavy. A middle-aged man with flowing silver hair slowly appeared within everyone's sight. With each step he took, the oppressive weight in the air grew heavier. Since when did cutting in line become acceptable during the awakening ceremony? The man's deep, piercing eyes lifted slightly, sweeping over Bai Che and his group. Even Bai Che, the top-tier talent, became as docile as a rabbit in this man's presence, lowering his head slightly and remaining silent. His assistant's eyelids twitched violently, cold sweat beading on his forehead. "Greetings, Chairman Zhang." This middle-aged man with flowing silver hair was none other than Zhang Tingzhou, president of the Awakened Association of Magic City. His gaze fell upon the bodyguards surrounding the entrance to the awakening chamber. With a flick of his fingers, immense power surged forth, instantly scattering the guards. "I permit you to make a grand entrance, but do not disrupt normal order." As soon as Zhang Tingzhou finished speaking, his assistant hurriedly nodded in agreement. This brother, I'm truly sorry, you may enter." Under Zheng Shanhe's gaze, the assistant turned back, quickly shifting his expression to smile at him. At the same time, Zhang Tingzhou shot him a greeting glance. "Thank you." Zheng Shanhe gave a slight nod before stepping into the awakening room. After watching him enter, Zhang Tingzhou turned and walked away, his expression pensive. Standing inside the awakening chamber, a staff member addressed him through a loudspeaker from behind a thick glass partition. "Mr. Zhang, hello. Please place your palm on the device in front of you." The moment Zheng Shanhe placed his hand, a chill swept through his body. Then, the device erupted in a blinding golden light.
A shrill alert sounded from the staff's end.
Moments later, the light faded and the staff stared dumbfounded at the results. After a moment, he stammered, "Mr. Zhang. Mr. Zhang. Congratulations on becoming the 6th SSS rank Awakened one in Dragon Nation. You."
Before he could finish, Jiang Tingzhou's figure suddenly materialized behind the staff member. He glanced at the results, then turned his gaze to Zheng Shanhe.
"Per Chairman Yan's directive, your awakening rank must remain concealed. We will issue you an SS rank awakening certification." "Thank you." Zheng Shanhe nodded. "By the way," Jiang Tingzhou suddenly said, "would you mind coming to my office for a chat?" Chapter 111, The Meeting. Leaving the awakening room. Following Yan Guodong's directive, Zheng Shanhe's awakening results were not broadcast.
Therefore, to everyone else, he entered quietly and exited quietly. Nothing out of the ordinary, as if to say the awakening had failed.
What a waste of time. The assistant watched his retreating figure, snorted derisively, then ordered the bodyguards to cordon off the awakening chamber once more. Top-tier talent Bai Che entered the awakening chamber. Not long after, the announcement came.
Bai Che, awakened profession, warrior, rating A.
Wah! In an instant,
the fans in the hall erupted into chaos. Even his assistant wore a look of surprise. Though not S rank, and A rank still exceeded their expectations. With Bai Che's fame combined with his awakened A rank talent, a little promotion would make this another massive news sensation. Soon, Bai Che strode out with an air of pride. Had he awakened an S rank talent, he might as well have been walking on air. Bai Che, forever pure. Bai Che, we love you. Fans erupted in a wave of chants throughout the hall.
Excellent. In a couple of days, we'll arrange a C rank portal for you.
Then we'll package it as an A rank challenge. Pair it with the headline, newly promoted A rank rising star takes on A rank portal solo, and it'll dominate every major headline and trending search. The assistant grinned with delight.
At that moment, the lobby doors swung open.
Then, a group of awakened individuals who had gained significant fame in society poured in.
They quickly divided into 8 groups. Each group wore insignia of different shapes on their chests. The 8 great guilds? How did they all end up here?
Everyone froze in shock.
The top-tier assistant's expression shifted from bewilderment to ecstatic joy. They're here for you. Being fought over by the 8 great guilds right after awakening? Holy crap, this is another massive viral hit. With a little promotion, this topic could draw in tons of casual fans for you. The assistant looked at Bai Che. The top star's lips curved into a faint smile. He lifted his chin, signaling the assistant to go negotiate. Only 3 representatives from each of the 8 great guilds were present. Among them, at least one had participated in the International Portal event and fought alongside Zheng Shanhe. When the International Portal concluded, Chen Zhang had instructed everyone not to reveal Zheng Shanhe's power to outsiders. Even if they wished to recruit him into their guild, they had to wait a full year. Now that the deadline had passed and Zheng Shanhe had reappeared in the magic capital, it naturally caused a stir. Such godlike power, if possessed by one of their own guild members, would bring benefits beyond measure. Thus, today, each had come under orders from their respective guild leaders, determined to recruit him at any cost. From the Abyssal Dragon Guild, Zhong Xian, who had faced Zheng Shanhe in the school tournament, was also present. Beside him stood a man of slight build yet haughty bearing. Third brother, Zheng Shanhe is very close to Kufu Xue. Could the Zhengrong Guild snatch him away? Zhong Xian was deeply troubled. The Zhengrong Guild was under the Ku group, and Zheng Shanhe's relationship with the Ku family's eldest daughter was common knowledge. Thus, everyone present harbored some hostility toward the Zhengrong Guild. Relax. The man Zhong Xian called third brother waved dismissively with a carefree air. Who do you think I am? Yuan Long Su Su. The undisputed top negotiator, got it? Is there anything I can't handle? Big brother said if we can't recruit Zheng Shanhe, he'll cut both our bonuses. Zhong Xian said in a low voice. Damn it. Ji Yuan always threatens me with this kind of thing. Fine, then we absolutely must get Zheng Shanhe. Su Su pounded his chest, utterly serious. At the same time, Bai Che's assistant approached them, smiling. Well, it's an honor to have all of you here. But if all 8 major guilds wish to recruit Bai Che, please come talk to me. Here's how we'll proceed, each of you state your terms in turn, and I'll present Bai Che's offer for reference first. The assistant pulled out a notebook and said with a smile. The 8 major guilds, who had been exchanging information, fell silent at his words. Almost immediately, Su Su of the Abyssal Dragon Guild erupted in fury. What the hell is Bai Che? Who the hell are you, you idiot? The assistant froze in shock. But he soon realized the other guild members were also shooting him looks of contempt and disregard. These individuals represented the 8 strongest awakened guilds in Dragon Nation. The number of people in the entire Dragon Nation who dared to openly challenge them simultaneously could be counted on 2 hands. Damn it! The Abyssal Dragon Guild is playing dirty. Their guild leader Ji Yuan is currently upstairs with Zheng Shanhe. Suddenly, someone answered a call, and the 8 guilds erupted in chaos. Zheng Shanhe and Su Su from the Abyssal Dragon Guild looked utterly bewildered, while the other guilds shot daggers with their eyes. Everyone agreed to fair competition, yet your guild resorts to dirty tricks. Under the collective glare, Su Su's mouth twitched. Whoosh. Before he could finish, he suddenly bolted upstairs. Zheng Shanhe immediately followed suit. Damn it! The Yuanlong Guild is playing dirty tricks. Everyone, follow me. The hall erupted into chaos as members of the 8 major guilds swarmed toward the staircase. The assistant was jostled senseless in the crowd. By the time he returned to Bai Che's side, he looked utterly bewildered. Damn it, after all that, these guys weren't even here for our top star. Upstairs, in the guild leader's office. Across from Zheng Shanhe sat a youth with a handsome face and short, jet-black hair. He was Ji Yuan, the heir to the Ji Group and founder of the Yuanlong Guild. Zheng Shanhe had spent considerable time gathering intelligence on this individual. He was an extremely rare SS-class summoning awakener. It was said that Ji Yuan could summon ancient beasts. According to Zheng Shanhe's intelligence, Ji Yuan's summoned beasts included a flame qilin and some sort of lightning attribute wolf. Regardless, to have ascended to the position of guild leader within one of the 8 great guilds, this young man was certainly not as simple as he appeared. My apologies. Ji Yuan smiled. Today, the guild leader made an exception to arrange this meeting for me. Downstairs is too crowded and noisy, not the place for this conversation. Zheng Shanhe's fingertips traced the tabletop as he replied calmly, I have no intention of joining a guild. I know. Ji Yuan spread his hands and extended a gesture. Rest assured, Yuanlong won't bother you. In his palm lay a neatly folded piece of paper. This meeting is to demonstrate my sincerity. Zheng Shanhe's gaze sharpened slightly as he reached out to take the paper from the other's palm and unfolded it. Immortal City, Hunter Class Portal. If I'm not mistaken, you're likely seeking to establish your own guild, correct? Ji Yuan continued, the process of founding a guild is cumbersome, but there's an unspoken rule, close a hunter tier portal, and you gain the qualification to establish one. Chapter 112, Kofushue's Other Side. If you don't trust me, you can verify this with guild leader Jiang. Ji Yuan smiled as he shifted the conversation to Jiang Tingzhou, who had remained silent throughout. Zheng Shanhe glanced over and saw Jiang Tingzhou nodding. What exactly was Ji Yuan's relationship with the president of the Demon City Association? Zheng Shanhe pondered this internally. After a moment's hesitation, he tucked the note into his pocket. The exact time? 3 days from now. Ji Yuan replied. Agreed. With that, Zheng Shanhe stood up immediately. Just as his hand touched the doorknob, Jiang Tingzhou suddenly spoke from behind him, I suggest you take a different route. Startled, he turned back in confusion, only to see Jiang Tingzhou opening the window. At the same time, an ominous aura seemed to permeate the air outside the door. Zheng Shanhe's hand froze on the door handle. After a moment, he took 2 steps back, nodded to Ji Yuan and Jiang Tingzhou, then leaped out the 4th-story window. No sooner had he landed safely than several members of the 8 great guilds, who had been crouched nearby, burst out from all directions. Mr. Zhang, we are. Zheng Shanhe's eyelids fluttered. Giving these men no chance to surround him, he instantly darted out and sprinted away. Upstairs, Ji Yuan slowly opened the door. Members of the 8 great guilds had taken over the entire hallway. Ji Yuan's appearance drew hostile stares from the other guild members. Just as someone was about to speak, a phone rang. The moment it was answered, frantic shouts came through, Vice President. Zheng Shanhe jumped out the window and ran away. Holy! Instantly. The hallway erupted. Members from every guild except Yuanlong rushed downstairs. The clock struck 7 o'clock sharp. Zheng Shanhe wore a bespoke suit, his tall, straight posture and handsome features giving him an entirely different aura. Kofushue wore a black gown adorned with starlight. With a light touch of makeup on her cheeks, she stood out under the lights of the high-end restaurant. The two walked side by side, guided by an attendant to a private room. Upon entering, beyond the opulent decor, the private room featured floor-to-ceiling windows offering a view of the neon nightscape of Magic City. Beyond the dining area, a separate lounge featured a sofa and coffee table. Father and Uncle Duan are on their way. Traffic's a bit heavy at this hour, so let's wait a moment. Kofushue led him to sit in the lounge area. Once seated, Kofushue's gaze remained fixed on Zheng Shanhe. What's wrong? Does my outfit look strange? Zheng Shanhe looked down at his clothes, puzzled. To be honest, he wasn't used to wearing suits. No, Kofushue smiled. You look handsome. Zheng Shanhe shook his head and changed the subject. Do you know what the inside of a hunting grade portal looks like? When it's just the two of us, can we talk about something else? Kofushue propped her cheek with her hand, her dark hair falling diagonally across her face. Her eyes brimmed with affection. Ever since expressing her feelings within the international portal, Kofushue seemed to have shed all inhibitions and barriers. Privately, whenever she was alone with Zheng Shanhe, she would go all out with her advances. Though she maintained a calm exterior each time, it was clear that Miss Ku wasn't naturally adept at such things. Just like now, the moment she finished speaking, a flicker of shyness passed through her eyes. If you like someone, you must have the courage to express your feelings. Otherwise, they will drift further and further away from you. This was the most liked line Kofushua had seen in an online relationship advice thread while browsing. She never read such content, yet recently had unknowingly become a high-level user. Her sole purpose? To have something to talk about when she was alone with Zheng Shanhe. But now, seeing Zheng Shanhe's expression, she realized her stolen tactics weren't working. She quickly changed the subject. Kofushua's cheeks flushed slightly as her mind raced. Finally, she remembered something. I heard you went to the Awakened Association today and caused quite a stir? A stir? Zheng Shanhe smiled. Probably because of that top-tier guy, Bai Che. Nothing to do with me. Here we go again. Kofushua shot him a faint, disapproving glance, a look only visible when they were alone together. The Awakened Association in Magic City issued an SS rank Awakened certification today. Word's been spreading about it for ages. Hearing this, Zheng Shanhe shrugged his shoulders. Just as he was about to speak, the private room door finally swung open. Leading the group was a man in a navy blue shirt, his steps steady and deliberate, his demeanor reserved yet concealing a sharp edge. The middle-aged man's face bore an air of arrogant indifference. He bore a striking resemblance to Cassian, or rather, all three Ka siblings carried traces of this man's features. It was obvious without a second thought he was Kujinzong, the helmsman of the Ku group. Among the four major conglomerates, only the Ku group's leader was an S-class Awakened. It wasn't that only S-class individuals could shoulder such heavy responsibilities. It's just that a leader like Kujinzong, who excels in both strategy and combat, is a rare find. As he stepped into the private room, his gaze immediately locked onto Zheng Shanhe. The sharpness in that gaze made Zheng Shanhe's heart tighten slightly. Simultaneously, an eerie, unsettling aura began to stir in the air. Behind Kujinzong, a figure as elusive as a mirage slowly approached. He wore a deep blue robe, its wide sleeves concealing a pair of pale, delicate hands. Black hair, flowing with magical energy, cascaded over his shoulders. The middle-aged man's eyes were deep and contained countless stars. At a single glance, Zheng Shanhe felt a vast surge of magical energy wash over him, enveloping him completely. The world's sole SSS-ranked Awakened mage. A chill ran through his heart. This man's appearance and aura sent a shiver down his spine. It was a sensation he had never experienced before. Yet, no matter how intimidating the entrance of these two powerful figures might be, Zheng Shanhe remained as steady as a pine tree. His breathing remained steady, his expression unruffled. Shui always says young friend Shanhe possesses the composure of a rock. Seeing you today, it proves true. A hint of amusement flickered across Kujinzong's stern face. As the sharp aura around him receded, he stepped forward and took the seat of honor. A youth of such brilliance is destined to surpass his master, Duan Tao remarked as he sat down, his eyes, brimming with magic, fixed on Zheng Shanhe. Otherwise, how could he have earned such profound favor from the nation's destiny? Zheng Shanhe sat down without flinching. After the incident with the international portal, his power was no longer a secret among high-level Awakened individuals. It seemed Xin Zhang had been quietly stirring the pot behind the scenes. However, this knowledge remained confined to the elite Awakened circles. For most people, the revelation of Mount Tai's manifestation still lingered in the realm of doubt. Snow Girl, you've made quite the friend. He's cleaned up quite a few messes for you, hasn't he? Duan Tao suddenly chuckled, his earlier solemnity gone. Not at all, not at all. To everyone's surprise, Kofushua abruptly shifted her tone, almost as if she were a different person. She spoke softly. Uncle Duan, are you referring to the kind of mess where someone like you blows up a villa every single day? I'm just a lowly SS rank. How could I possibly match Uncle Duan's capabilities? Kofushua's tone carried a hint of sarcasm, surprising Zheng Shanhe. This was the first time he'd ever seen her like this. The world's most powerful mage's lips twitched slightly. He cleared his throat and said, that was an experiment, you know? What a grand experiment. Every single time, you end up covered in soot and ash, looking like you've been burned to a crisp. Kofushua pressed on relentlessly. They say after Uncle Duan's experiments end, that burnt smell can be smelled for 100 miles around. It's truly pitiful. Zheng Shanhe raised an eyebrow. So sharp-tongued? Was this really the Kofushua he knew? Chapter 113, The Immortal City Island. Cough. Duan Tao scratched his chin awkwardly, completely lacking the dignity of the first mage. You old fool, how many times has this happened? Still haven't learned your lesson. Kujinzong burst into laughter upon seeing Duan Tao reduced to meek compliance by Snow Maiden's words. Who would have thought that this prominent figure, renowned throughout the Dragon Nation, could appear so utterly approachable at this moment? Leaning back in his chair, the powerful ruler's smile brimmed with the unique indulgence and doting reserved for his daughter. As for Duan Tao, now awkwardly rubbing his nose under Kofushua's teasing about his disastrously bad cooking, he resembled more of a neighborly uncle. What seemed like a formal dinner turned into a relaxed family gathering as the two elders chatted freely over the table, creating an atmosphere free of formality. Throughout, Zheng Shanhe sensed an unspoken goodwill emanating from the two prominent figures.
Throughout the entire process, Kofushua, aside from her initial sharp-tongued remarks, maintained a little woman demeanor, quietly serving Zheng Shanhe food and pouring tea without interrupting. This scene made Kujinzong and Duan Tao's eyebrows twitch in surprise. When had Snowy ever attended to them like this? Shanhe, you mentioned heading to Xiancheng in a couple of days. Would you mind telling your uncles what exactly you'll be doing there? Kujinzong asked with a slightly tipsy smile. I heard there's a hunting grade portal there. I'm just going to check it out. Zheng Shanhe had nothing to hide. Given the status and standing of the two men before him, he saw no need for secrecy. Seems you're after that hidden rule for founding a guild. Duan Tao smiled too. Be careful when you get to Xiancheng. I hear there's been some trouble there lately. Incidents? Zheng Shanhe froze. The terrain of Immortal City is quite unique. True to its name, it sits atop a vast island shrouded in mist and clouds. To reach Immortal City, one must cross a considerable stretch of ocean. Duan Tao explained, rumor has it something happened to the island's divine maiden recently. You mean Dantai Qingxian? Zheng Shanhe narrowed his eyes. Yes. Duan Tao nodded. Dantai Qingxian is a native of Immortal City. The power she awakened is regarded by its citizens as the embodiment of both divine beings and demons. Near the Immortal City dwells a peculiar race of sea demons, massive creatures with sinister and bizarre abilities. Listening to Duan Tao's suggestion, Zheng Shanhe nodded in agreement. As for Dantai Qingxuan's situation, it seems rather complicated. I'm afraid only by setting foot on the Immortal City island yourself will you uncover the truth. Kujinzong added at that moment. Regardless, remember this, the Ku family stands as your steadfast support. Since you intend to establish your own guild, we will handle all matters concerning guarantees. Thank you, Uncle Ku. This dinner turned out far more pleasant than expected. Before leaving, Kujinzong specifically instructed Zheng Shanhe to visit the Fenglin new campus after returning from Xiancheng, though he didn't elaborate on the specifics. Inside the car on the way back to the villa district. I'm afraid I won't be able to accompany you to Xiancheng this time. Kofushua said softly. It's fine, Zheng Shanhe shook his head. Just take good care of Xiao for me. She flicked a strand of hair, her tone tinged with reproach. Do I even need you to tell me that? Then, her tone shifted. Be extra careful in Xiancheng this time. The trouble with Dantai Qingxian seems rather serious. Zheng Shanhe's brow furrowed slightly. Dantai Qingxian was the nation's only openly acknowledged awakened being capable of advancing from SS to SSS rank. This appeared linked to her unique power. Rumor had it that this time, her power akin to a Dharma body had suffered some sort of accident, causing it to enter a state of separation. This state had triggered a rift in a hunter-grade portal, causing it to descend upon Immortal City. All this information came from online sources, and Zheng Shanhe couldn't vouch for its accuracy. What was certain, however, was that Dantai Qingxian had gone missing. This trip to Immortal City, besides completing the achievements of the 4 Great Towers, was to see if he could help her. One night passed without incident. 2 days later, Zheng Shanhe arrived in Hongtua City, the mandatory transit point for those heading to the Immortal City. To enter Xiancheng, one could only take a boat from Hongtua City's port. Of course, flights were also an option, but due to the recent smog closure of Xiancheng, all flights had been suspended. At Hongtua City's Xian Pier, entry to Xian City is currently suspended. Travelers wishing to visit Xian City, please note that the reopening date will be announced separately. Thank you for your understanding. Staff members stood at the edges maintaining order, while loudspeakers mounted on the ground continuously repeated the announcement. Amidst the sea of people, most were merely curious onlookers, not genuinely intending to board a ship. I heard something major happened in Xiancheng. They're summoning awaken from all over the country to resolve the crisis on the island. Damn those alien races. Because of this, my entire 30-ton shipment of sweet fruit has gone bad. Yeah, who can argue with that? Every time the alien races stir trouble, us ordinary merchants take the hardest hit. Rumor has it the auspicious auras of the 3 Great Towers, Yellow Crane Tower, Yeyang Tower, and Prince Tang's Pavilion have all appeared recently. Wonder if Panglai Pavilion in Immortal City might follow suit. Who can say? If the Pavilion of Immortals aura truly manifests, perhaps it could resolve the Immortal City's current predicament? Hard to say, hard to say. Amidst the murmurs, Zheng Shanhe pushed through the crowd to the very front. Without even needing to identify himself, the staff recognized him and granted him immediate passage. This newly ascended SS rank Awakened One's portrait had already circulated throughout the National Awakened Ones Association. The sea breeze, laden with salty moisture, lashed against his face. Zheng Shanhe walked along the deserted pier, gazing out at the calm sea. Yet at the ocean center, a thick haze obscured the view. Only one ancient wooden boat was moored at the pier. Upon it, a dark-skinned boatman stood at the bow. Spotting Zheng Shanhe's approach, he immediately addressed him. Sir, your surname is Zhang, I presume? Yes. Zheng Shanhe nodded. Please come aboard, Mr. Zhang. Representatives from all the major guilds have already entered the island. I am here awaiting your arrival, following young Master Ji Yuan's orders.
As the boat left the dock and headed toward the central haze, Zheng Shanhe faintly detected an odd scent in the air. Neither yachts nor large vessels can operate under these unusual circumstances. We're still forced to use the original method to cross the river. The old boatman pushed off with his oar, rowing as he spoke. Who knows what's really going on this time? This is bad news. What exactly is happening in Xiancheng? Zheng Shanhe inquired. I don't know. Ever since that night when the foreign tribes attacked, the divine maiden fought fiercely with some sea monster in the ocean. After that, the immortal city was shrouded in mist. I'm just a simple boatman. Since the mist rose, I've lost the way to the island and can only drift near the harbor. The old boatman stamped his foot on the deck. See, these past few days, all the awakened trying to get to the island, this old man here just hauls them to the harbor, and they have to make their own way in. So once you reach the harbor, you'll have to find your own way onto the island. After speaking, the old boatman suddenly glanced toward the sea on the left. Zheng Shanhe frowned, about to speak. Clang! A series of eerie bell-like chimes echoed from the sea. Immediately afterward, a dark shadow surged up from the depths. The violent commotion churned the water, rocking the wooden boat violently. Good heavens! As the old boatman cried out in shock, Zheng Shanhe's pupils contracted slightly. Not far away, a massive, scaly tentacle emerged from the sea surface. It was an octopus's tentacle, its sucker-tipped arrows flickering with eerie, azure runes. Upon closer inspection, these suckers harbored chillingly sharp teeth within. Trapped within them hung fragments of torn flesh. It's a Canra! A Canra sea demon! Boom! As the boatman's words fell, several more tentacles suddenly rose from the sea surface. Moving with blinding speed, they pierced straight through the wooden hull, snatching the old boatman and yanking him violently. The violent tremors from the hull's destruction sent Zheng Shanhe stumbling. By the time he regained his footing, the old boatman's final agonized scream pierced his ears. Salt water surged madly through the cracks in the hull, filling the cabin as a terrifying roar echoed. Beneath the surface, a massive black shadow abruptly materialized. Chapter 114, Hunting Grade Portal Extra Chapter for Lu Lingfeng. The sea churned violently. Amidst violent shaking, a colossal sea demon's head emerged from the surface, its eye sockets glowing with a cold, eerie yellow light. The sea monster twisted its tentacles, frantically tearing at the wooden hull. Zheng Shanhe lightly tapped the deck of the sinking vessel with his toes, and a vast, mountainous aura suddenly surged around him. The illusory form of Mount Tai materialized from the primordial chaos, its vast, oppressive aura instantly enveloping the entire sea. Seal! With the whispered command, the Mount Tai specter crashed down. The dark blue tentacles turned to dust the instant they touched the mountain's shadow, and the giant sea monster that had poked its head out let out a shrill, hollow wail. Then, enveloped in a foul, bloody mist, it was brutally crushed back into the depths by Mount Tai. Simultaneously, the sea wind abruptly ceased. Before Zheng Shanhe could catch his breath, a massive, dark vortex suddenly emerged beneath the shattered ship's deck. From this vortex, dozens of eerie chains inexplicably extended, wrapping around his limbs at unimaginable speed and yanking him violently toward the abyssal vortex. As the world spun violently, Zheng Shanhe suddenly found himself trapped within a fractured, fragmented space. A blood-red sky, cracked beyond repair, resembled a shattered mirror. The ground around him was strewn with eerie, withered flowers and vibrant wild grasses. His vision was filled with a vast expanse of scorched earth. Vaguely discernible were the skeletal remains of humans and other creatures. This is inside the portal. Zheng Shanhe frowned deeply. Intelligence mentioned that hunter-grade portals possess the ability to devour reality space. Could the entire Immortal City Island have already? Boom! A deafening explosion suddenly echoed from the distant horizon. Amidst a deluge of flying debris, a colossal creature as tall as a 10-story building slowly rose from the ground. This monstrous creature was built from scorched earth and piled bones, devoid of features. It swung its pillar-like arms, stirring up a whirlwind as it lunged toward Zheng Shanhe. Amidst the chaos, a gaping maw suddenly split open in its pitch-black chest, spewing foul-smelling black quicksand. Zheng Shanhe rolled aside to evade it. The black sand carried intense corrosive properties, instantly etching a massive pit into the ground upon impact. What kind of monster? Zheng Shanhe withdrew his gaze, a flicker of light dancing in his eyes. But before he could act, the blood-red sky was suddenly torn apart by a blazing green light. Roar! A deep, muffled roar of some creature rose from the void. In the left half of the sky, waves of azure flames rippled outward, gradually coalescing into a fiery creature covered in snow-white scales. What is this? Zheng Shanhe froze in shock. Instantly, the creature unleashed a torrent of azure flames from its maw, coalescing into a terrifying storm that engulfed the pitch-black colossus. The air temperature steadily rose. Only then did he recognize the creature. It was the legendary auspicious beast, the Qilin. A blue-flamed Qilin? Was this Ji Yuan's power? His summoned beast? Sure enough. The thought barely formed in his mind when the figure of a handsome young man appeared in his line of sight. Brothers Shan and he. Ji Yuan, leader of the Yuanlong Guild, strode forward. Behind him, the majestic blue Qilin followed, striding through the air. A formidable summoned beast. Zheng Shanhe withdrew his gaze and looked at Ji Yuan. Have you been waiting here for me? Yes. Ji Yuan's gaze swept over the shattered space before sighing. The situation in the immortal city is worse than anticipated. Take this. Ji Yuan raised his hand and tossed a compass-like object toward Zheng Shanhe. This is the dedicated compass for the hunting grade portal. Once a hunting grade portal fully manifests, it will pull the surrounding reality into the otherworld. This compass will guide you to the location of the immortal city. The compass in his hand emitted slow pulsating ripples, forming a four-dimensional image on its surface. This technology made Zheng Shanhe's eyes light up. The red arrow points to the location of the immortal city. Listening to Ji Yuan's words, Zheng Shanhe asked, "What about you?" "My men arrived at the immortal city 2 days ago. They seem trapped within some kind of space. I must go first to help them escape." Ji Yuan finished speaking, mounted the majestic Qilin beast, and smiled, "Wish you luck." Whoosh! With that, the Qilin beast vanished in a flash of green light. Zheng Shanhe gripped his compass, following the arrow's direction as he dashed forward. Inside this so-called hunter-grade portal, the scene was virtually identical to that of an international portal. Zheng Shanhe charged forward at full speed, using the looming shadow of Mount Tai to crush the thunder and lightning-patterned terrain beneath him, shattering countless lightning serpents formed from electrical energy. Later, in an ancient forest riddled with swamps, he encountered some bizarre blood-red carnivorous plants. The most bizarre encounter, however, was the mirror maze. Within a space composed of tens of thousands of shards of mirror, deadly dangers lurked in the shadows. Fortunately, Zheng Shanhe was no ordinary man. He summoned all his creations of mountains and rivers, and the terrifying force of destiny shattered the entire mirror maze. Clutching his compass, he pressed forward. Unbeknownst to him, the number of spaces traversed and peculiar creatures encountered had long since become incalculable. Drawing upon his combat experience and the power of the mountain river craftsman, he always managed to turn danger into safety whenever crisis struck. Until he passed through a crimson vortex, heading toward the next space. Whoosh! A bone-chilling wind descended from the heavens, piercing straight through his skull. Zheng Shanhe's hair stood on end as he instinctively summoned Mount Tai to shield himself. Clang! In an instant, a terrifying shockwave rippled outward. Rocks shattered and scattered, while the sacred glow surrounding Mount Tai dimmed slightly. What is this? Zheng Shanhe looked up at the sky. Within this dim space, he saw a massive, green figure suspended mid-air. The figure wielded a purple scythe, with azure bone wings sprouting from its back. It was Dantai Qingshuan's demon god form. What the hell was going on? Boom! The demon god swung its massive scythe as if intent on cleaving Mount Tai in two. Vaguely, Zheng Shanhe glimpsed a slender figure floating within the colossal demon god's chest. Dantai Qingshuan. Zheng Shanhe roared instantly, but the demon god showed no mercy, swinging its scythe once more. Damn it! His heart sank as Mount Tai erupted with earth-shattering might, repelling the oncoming scythe. The force of destiny spread wildly from Mount Tai. When it reached the demon god, it suddenly caused a green light to erupt all around it. Whoosh! Suddenly, a needle-thin beam of light shot from the demon god's chest, piercing straight into Zheng Shanhe's forehead. Thud! In that instant, Zheng Shanhe felt everything around him freeze. Before his eyes, a scroll began to slowly unfold. The soft, fading light of sunset pierced his eyes. A gentle breeze swept past. He suddenly snapped back to reality. All around him, the sounds of laughter and cheer filled the air. Zheng Shanhe looked around again and froze in shock. This is... The ground was paved with blue bricks, surrounded by ancient buildings full of charm. At his feet flowed a crystal-clear river, where lightboats drifted downstream toward the horizon. The immortal city. He lifted his eyes to the massive plaque before him. 2 golden characters hung high upon the archway. Chapter 115, Her Memories bonus chapter for Lu Lingfeng. I hate. A faint whisper drifted on the wind. Zheng Shanhe froze in shock. Was it Dantai Qingshuan? Was this an illusion she had created, or... Little eye, hurry up, hurry up. The 8 Immortal Shadow Play is being held at the Panglai Pavilion today. Suddenly, a group of children burst past him, laughing and chattering. Among them, one child caught Zheng Shanhe's attention. It was a girl of about 7 or 8. She wore a tattered outfit that looked cheap. Her long hair wasn't tied into twin pigtails like the other children's, but instead was casually pinned up with a half-broken, eerie white bone hairpin. Most striking were her eyes. Her left pupil was deep and dark as ink jade, while her right pupil glowed with an eerie blue-gold hue, faintly shimmering with a flowing light. The young Dantai Qingshuan. Zheng Shanhe followed her gaze. Little Qingshuan wore an excited smile as she darted through the crowd with her companions. This space, like a phantom realm, had Dantai Qingshuan actively pulled him into it, or... Yikes! The ghost with the strange eyes is bringing bad luck again. Run! As Qingshuan and her friends reached a square, the previously playful children suddenly scattered. A girl with a red hair ribbon deliberately bumped into her. Stumbling, Qingshuan grabbed a stone lantern, her palm pressed against the sharp edge of the stone steps, blood trickling down. Xiaoai, are you okay? Her friends rushed over. How dare you play with the ghost with different eyes? The girl with the red ribbon stood with hands on hips, her voice sharp and commanding, "Odd-eyed ghost, leave Xiancheng." The children behind her clenched their fists, waved their arms, and shouted in unison, "Eyes of the dead, get lost. We don't want to be with you." The girl with the red ribbon seemed to have a lot of influence. In no time, almost all the children in the square had been rallied to her side, spitting at little Qin Xian. The adults stood by, watching coldly. They treated it as mere childish squabbling, neither intervening nor joining in. "Oomph. I'll give you one last chance. If you still choose to play with this freak, the entire immortal city will treat you as outcasts too." The girl with the red ribbon didn't seem like a mere 7 or 8-year-old. She folded her arms and declared haughtily, "If you're labeled as outsiders, you'll never be allowed to play in the Panglai Pavilion again, you know. This." At her words, the friends gathered around little Qin Xian froze in shock. Slowly, one of them began to jog, rushing toward the crowd across the way. "Sorry, shall I?" Under such a threat, Qingxuan's friends didn't hesitate for a moment. They all abandoned her and walked over to the girl with the red ribbon. Xiao Qingxuan's young face remained expressionless. Her small hands clenched tightly into fists, silent and unmoving. "Eyes of the demon, get out of Xiancheng." The girl with the red ribbon shouted triumphantly. Instantly, her group echoed the cry in unison. Zheng Shanhe stood among the crowd. After a moment, he slowly stepped forward, coming to stand behind Xiao Qingxian. In this illusory realm, he seemed like a non-existent entity, ignored by all. He gazed at Xiao Qingxian, his thoughts deepening. Is this Dantai Qingxuan's past? Could she be trapped here? How can I help her? Eyes of the dead, get out of the immortal city. At that moment, a cold, ominous fluctuation suddenly surged forth from Xiao Qingxuan's body. Boom! The twilight sky abruptly filled with dark clouds. Lightning flashed and thunder roared across the sky, as if the gods themselves were unleashing their fury. This sudden change in the sky startled everyone present. Rumble! A crimson-hued lightning bolt erupted from the dark clouds. A demonic green light shot from Xiao Qingxuan's right pupil as terrifying power awoke within her. Zheng Shanhe looked up and suddenly saw, amidst the thunder and lightning, what appeared to be a massive, ghostly purple pupil. An alien race. His heart jolted. This enormous pupil was nearly identical to the one that had appeared above Hangzhou City back then. Those vermin again. Are they attempting to manipulate Dantai Qingxuan's consciousness? Or do they harbor other intentions? Ah! As he pondered, the petite Qin Xian before him suddenly let out a roar of fury. Boom! A crack tore open in the dark clouds, and crimson lightning shot forth. Within that lightning, faint green ripples shimmered as it crashed down upon a distant pavilion. Crash! In an instant, the ground trembled violently as some strange force quietly dissipated under the lightning strike. Though subtle and hard to grasp, Zheng Shanhe sensed it. The power of destiny. Those vermin are trying their old tricks again. They plan to use Dantai Qingxuan's hand to destroy the destiny veins of the immortal city and shatter the Panglai Pavilion. Zheng Shanhe instantly grasped the truth. Yet just as he prepared to act, the scene before him abruptly shifted. The dark clouds dispersed, revealing the sunset sky once more. And he, too, shifted from his position in the square back to the riverbank where he had first arrived. Little eye, hurry up, hurry up. The 8 Immortals shadow play is happening at the Pavilion of Immortals today. A group of children ran past, laughing and playing. Zheng Shanhe saw little Qin Xian once more. It was as if the previous scene were replaying itself. He tried to summon the yellow crane tower, but some unseen force seemed to interfere. Frowning, he once again followed Xiao Qingxuan's group. But just as they passed through the crowd, the surrounding scene began to fade rapidly. The buildings, the blue bricks beneath their feet, and everything around them seemed to be fast-forwarded, shifting at breakneck speed. Beside him, ripples of time rippled across the reflection of the river. Zheng Shanhe watched as Qingxuan's figure twisted and stretched within the ripples. When the water's surface settled, 19-year-old Dantai Qingxian stood gracefully beneath a bronze street lamp. It was one of the earliest streetlights installed in the immortal city. 19-year-old Dantai Qingxian wore her waist-length hair neatly braided into a sleek scorpion tail style, the ends adorned with a blue hexagonal copper bell. Her once simple garments had been replaced by a long blue dress, and her eyes had transformed into a uniform amber hue. Standing beneath the streetlight, the 19-year-old resembled a fairy from a painting. Her exquisite beauty bore a trace of melancholy that no one could fathom. She stood in the square, gazing toward the nearby pavilion, her amber pupils filled with longing. Dantai Qingxian, the ghost with the strange eyes, is forbidden to enter. Zheng Shanhe stood behind her, spotting a sign in the distance. Look, it's her. The demon with strange eyes mentioned on the sign in the Panglai Pavilion district, it's her. What a pity. Perfect looks, but she awakened a C-grade talent. Such a waste. Heh, who can blame her for clashing with our chairman Zhang's daughter since childhood? Rumor has it she's never set foot in the Panglai Pavilion district. For someone from the Immortal City, that's nothing short of a joke. Exactly. Immortal City folk haven't even set foot in the Panglai Pavilion district. If word got out about this, it'd be laughable. Why don't you take pity on her and bring her in for a look? Get lost. Getting close to her would be indirectly offending the association president's daughter. Do I look like I'm looking for trouble? Zheng Shanhe remained standing beside Dantai Qingxian, quietly listening to the passersby's whispered remarks.
In truth, it wasn't exactly whispering. Every word reached Dantai Qingxuan's ears unfiltered. The association president's daughter. Zheng Shanhe frowned, recalling the girl with the red ribbon tied in her hair. It must have been her.
His gaze fixed on Dantai Qingxian.
He never imagined she had such a past.
C-rank talent. Her starting point was similar to his own. Chapter 116, her past bonus chapter for Lu Lingfeng.
The evening breeze lifted Dantai Qingxuan's long hair.
She no longer stirred with emotion at these people's words.
Zheng Shanhe pondered how the current situation mirrored that in Hangzhou City almost exactly. The difference was that he could not manipulate fate at this moment. Even using his essence blood would be futile. Am I truly within the hunter-grade portal or trapped within the world Dantai Qingxian has constructed? He gazed at Dantai Qingxuan's retreating figure when suddenly the surrounding scene blurred. In the air, the faint scent of gunpowder began to permeate. Bathed in the blood of the alien race, crown my S-rank. A female voice, brimming with boundless heroic spirit, suddenly exploded in his ears. The pungent, acrid stench of burning flesh assaulted his senses. Zheng Shanhe snapped his gaze upward. In the distance, Dantai Qingxuan's long hair fluttered wildly as a shimmering, holy white cloak billowed behind her. She held a sword shimmering with emerald light, surrounded by a sea of corpses and blood from the foreign race. At that moment, a sacred light mark shone upon her forehead, and behind her, a vast, illusory silhouette began to materialize. The sky turned crimson as the entire immortal city plunged into a desperate battle against the alien invaders. Defend our homeland. Awakened warriors clashed with the invaders, while ordinary citizens fled in terror amid the chaos. The instant Dantai Qingxian opened her eyes, the shadowy form behind her finally solidified. Resembling a colossal divine form, it radiated blazing holy light. This was the moment she ascended to S-rank. Yah! Amidst the alien horde, a massive three-headed creature was greedily drinking the blood of the awakened defenders of the immortal city. Dantai Qingxuan's colossal phantom wielded a holy light greatsword to meet it, striking with a single mighty blow. Swish! Terrifying force cleaved the three-headed alien creature clean in two. Aya! Her earth-shattering display of power sent shockwaves of excitement rippling through the ranks of the awakened. Dantai Qingxian strode over the alien corpses, charging against the wind. Her heroic bearing left everyone in awe. Who could have imagined that the once ridiculed C-rank talent of Xiancheng would now bear the weight of the collapsing heavens? This must be the legendary battle of the falling immortal city recorded in the textbooks. Zheng Shanhe fell silent. He recalled the textbook's description. The alien race flooded the immortal city like a tidal wave. On the brink of despair, a woman wielding a blue-hued blade, her back bathed in an ethereal, sacred light, propped up the collapsing heavens. From that day forward, the name Dantai Qingxian echoed throughout the land. This was the battle that made her famous. And now, the daughter of the Immortal City Association's chairman lay leisurely on the bund in Magic City, using her phone as a spectator. The scene blurred once more. Zheng Shanhe finally confirmed that he was currently within Dantai Qingxuan's consciousness or memories. Traitor! The demon-eyed one. She's a traitor colluding with the alien race. Unexpectedly, when the scene shifted once more, the citizens of Xiancheng, including the association president's daughter, were all glaring furiously at Zheng Shanhe. Their eyes burned with hatred and fury. Weapons were raised, pointing at Dantai Qingxian, who stood wounded behind Zheng Shanhe. Kill her! Avenge the citizens of Xiancheng who died. The daughter of the Xiancheng Association president incited the crowd, roaring furiously. Dantai Qingxian stood amidst the smoke of battle, fighting desperately, giving everything she had. Yet now, once again, those she had once protected turned their blades against her. The anger buried deep within her heart, having endured countless torments, could no longer be contained. Kill this demon with the strange eyes. She was a monster from birth and should have been executed long ago. Kill her. All the awakened shifted their assault, closing in to surround Dantai Qingxian, who was now utterly spent. Kill. At that moment, a delicate, childlike voice suddenly rang out from within the crowd. Then, a feeble throwing knife flew out, striking Dantai Qingxian. A young girl cowered and hid. This was the final straw that broke the camel's back. I'm not a demon with strange eyes. Boom! Thick black mist suddenly surged forth from Dantai Qingxuan's body. The heavens and earth shifted color. Zheng Shanhe now saw the distant Panglai pavilion flickering with an eerie purple glow. An alien race. Zheng Shanhe frowned. They intend to use Dantai Qingxian as their vessel. You forced my hand. Suddenly, a blinding green flash sliced through the black mist, unleashing a terrifying assault that plunged straight toward the pavilion of the immortals. Boom! Golden light mist exploded outward. Vast swaths of auspicious energy points surrounding the Panglai pavilion dissipated, while the glow grew increasingly intense. You vermin! Golden light flared in Zheng Shanhe's eyes. He finally understood what was happening here. Yellow crane. But just as he prepared to summon the creation of mountains and rivers, a bone-chilling cold light suddenly shot out from within the crowd.
What? Zheng Shanhe's expression shifted slightly.
The illusory shadow of Mount Tai flickered across his arms as he swiftly raised them to block the attack.
Clang! A shrill clang echoed as Zheng Shanhe's figure rapidly retreated.
Regaining his footing, he shook his slightly numb arms and glared ahead.
You won't ruin our clan's grand plan.
Amidst the crowd, the face of the daughter of the Immortal City Association's president suddenly contorted, morphing into a hideous, spiked beast-like visage.
Simultaneously, her body swelled and burst, transforming in an instant into a burly, over 2-meter-tall alien being. This alien creature gripped a mass of dark purple chains.
The giant axe that had just attacked Zheng Shanhe was bound by those very chains. A cloud of dark red gas erupted from its mouth, its eyes flickering with a sinister yellow glow. Zheng Shanhe clenched his fists, a fierce light blazing in his eyes. You vermin! Crawl back to your shadowy world. Whoosh! Charging forward with savage force, he unleashed a punch with no holds barred.
The alien creature seemed to anticipate the punch's force, sidestepping it entirely.
Simultaneously, it swung the chain in its grasp, curling the massive axe once more. Oomph! Zheng Shanhe shifted his fist into an elbow strike, smashing the axe away, then lunged forward in pursuit.
Ah! Unexpectedly, the alien creature let out a piercing roar.
The sonic wave, imbued with a peculiar force, caused Zheng Shanhe's footsteps to falter.
Die!
Seizing the moment, the alien creature's eyes flashed with savage intent as it swung its axe down toward Zheng's head.
Mount Tai, manifest! Rumble, rumble, rumble!
The earth shook violently as overwhelming pressure descended suddenly.
Boom! The alien creature, axe and all, crashed violently into the ground.
Golden light of destiny blazed in Zheng Shanhe's eyes as a fierce surge of righteous energy erupted from his body, freezing the entire space in its wake. Above, the 5 sacred mountains shone brilliantly, their radiance reverberating through this space forged from the depths of Dan Tai Qingxuan's consciousness.
Move, move!
The alien lay trembling on the ground, struggling to rise but unable to do so. It could only force out a few words through gritted teeth. Quick, move on it. Whoosh! The words barely left its mouth before Zheng Shanhe's deadly fist already descended toward its skull. Swish! But at that very moment, Zheng Shanhe's brow furrowed as Dan Tai Qingxuan's terrifying giant scythe swept horizontally toward him.
Chapter 117, Deep Space Extra Chapter for Laziness. Dan Tai Qingxian.
Zheng Shanhe retracted his fist and leapt upward, evading the deadly side's sweeping strike. Landing, he glared at Dan Tai Qingxian, her eyes shrouded in darkness, and roared, "Snap out of it. This is all an illusion. This is an illusion created by the alien race invading your subconscious, don't believe it." Whoosh! The scythe, wielding boundless power, swung once more. Boom! A surge of azure light erupted as Zheng Shanhe wielded the Mount Tai Eternal Heaven Ruler, desperately parrying the side's blade. Dan Tai Qingxian, wake up! She's already deeply possessed. You can't possibly wake her up. The alien race, having narrowly escaped death, wielded their chained battle axes and charged in a pincer attack. Boom! Simultaneously, light patterns erupted from Dan Tai Qingxuan's scythe. A ball of ghostly flames suddenly pierced Zheng Shanhe's eyes, blinding him instantly. Whoosh! The whistling of wind cut through the air from the left. Damn it! Zheng Shanhe clutched his stinging eyes and instinctively dodged to the right. You've been tricked! The alien's sharp, cold laughter rang out. Accompanied by a violent impact and searing pain, Zheng Shanhe's body was hurled backward. Blood spurted from his throat. Clutching his blinded eyes, Zheng Shanhe forced himself to stay calm. Shanhai! Die! The sound of wind slicing through the air came from behind him. Zheng Shanhe abruptly halted his movement and rolled forward. Tricked again! A force like a truck slammed into him head-on, sending Zheng Shanhe reeling backward in disarray. This time, on the left. Whoosh! Ha 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 ha! Wrong guess, it's actually behind you. The burning sensation in his eyes intensified, even his hearing was affected to some degree. Blinded, Zheng Shanhe found himself constantly taunted by the alien attacks, unable to pinpoint his enemy's location. Soon, his entire body was covered in wounds. Here I come again. Boom! Again. Zheng Shanhe rolled across the ground. Blood flowed freely as he forced himself to his feet. Amidst the chaos, he faintly heard a powerful collision echoing in the distance. These vermin intend to use Dan Tai Qingxuan's hand to utterly destroy the Immortal City, severing the vital energy channels of the Panglai Pavilion. If we can't stop them, the entire Immortal City Island will be forever trapped within the alternate dimension of the Hunter-grade teleportation gate. Zheng Shanhe staggered forward as the whistling sound of wind tore through the air once more. If only we could awaken Dan Tai Qingxian. With her power combined with mine, we could surely avert this crisis. But she seems too deeply lost, it will be difficult to awaken her. Time to end the games. It's time to send you on your way. The maniacal laughter of the alien race echoed. Zheng Shanhe's unsteady steps abruptly halted. Guess again. This time, the price is your life. A brazen, wicked chuckle echoed from above.
Simultaneously, a faint rustling sound stirred faintly from the right. The sovereign of the five peaks. Hum. A silent force suddenly radiated outward from Zheng Shanhe's body. WH? An earth-shattering pressure descended from the heavens once more. Boom! Zheng Shanhe slowly closed his eyes. When he opened them again, the green glow that had obscured his vision had vanished. He gazed at the alien race member pinned to the ground on his right, golden light rippling in his eyes. How many more conspiracies do you have up your sleeves? He muttered to himself, not expecting an answer. As he spoke, he stomped his foot down onto the alien's skull. Thud! Blood mixed with some other fluid spattered everywhere. But Zheng Shanhe didn't pause. He strode forward, his right fist crashing into the empty air. Kaboom! The immense force poured into the void, violently hurling a massive, muscular figure from nowhere. The alien creature, which had seemed dead moments before, revealed a look of shock as it materialized. Burdened by the pressure of the sky-high mountain, it couldn't flee quickly. You! The land of China is not a place you can covet. Get out! Zheng Shanhe strode forward with purpose, his fist bearing the reflected images of the three great towers and the majestic Shanhai Pass. This strike, imbued with the essence of all creation, crashed down upon the alien being, instantly rippling through spacetime itself. The next second. Boom! The alien being exploded into dust. Without a moment's delay, Zheng Shanhe thrust his palm toward the distant void where the pavilion of the immortals stood. Rumble! The overwhelming might of Mount Tai poured forth, causing Dantai Qingxian, who wielded a giant scythe, to strike at the vital energy channels of the pavilion of the immortals to tremble violently. Humanity's greatest weakness is emotion. The depth of resentment hidden within her heart, you cannot help her, ha ha ha. The alien laughter echoed throughout the space. You think what you just witnessed was distorted by my kind? Wrong. What you saw was precisely the truth. Zheng Shanhe's gaze sharpened. Dantai Qingxian continuously radiated emotions of resentment, hatred, and vengeance. That deep sorrow did not seem feigned. What you humans excel at most is rejecting, envying, and isolating those more powerful than yourselves. That such a top-tier awakened one could become the blade of our clan is entirely thanks to you, ha! Ha 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 ha! The alien race laughed maniacally. Under Mount Tai's overwhelming pressure, Dantai Qingxian showed no sign of stopping, continuing to swing her massive scythe. The gap in combat prowess between her and Zheng Shanhe was immense to begin with, and her strength was no weaker than his. Dantai Qingxian. With yet another vein of destiny severed, the immortal city teetered on the brink of collapse. Zheng Shanhe summoned the five great mountains and rivers, their colossal, boundless fortune energy enveloping the entire space. He drew back the sky-splitting cloud-climbing bow, its golden radiance blazing. Ha! But at that very moment, a terrifying fissure abruptly erupted from the ground. Endless burst forth from beneath the crack, then transformed into countless massive purple ghostly claws, clinging to the precariously swaying Panglai pavilion. Those hands, seemingly reaching from the depths of hell, sought to drag the pavilion of immortality into the abyss. Boom! Simultaneously, the earth beneath Zheng Shanhe shattered, opening into a gaping maw that swallowed him whole. The sky darkened. The acrid dust and smoke that had filled the air vanished. A terrifying silence descended. In the darkness, a sliver of light suddenly appeared before Zheng Shanhe's eyes. Holy, brilliant, flawless light. His power was being drained away, as if this space had no connection to the world of the awakened. Clenching his fist, Zheng Shanhe stepped toward the light ahead. As he drew nearer, his footsteps halted abruptly. Put! Get lost, you one-eyed ghost. Anyone who messes with you either vanishes or plunges into the sea. You're a walking disaster. The faint curses came in broken bursts. The brilliant light emanated from a girl curled up in a ball. She sat in the darkness, hugging her knees and burying her head, her small body shivering as she endured the surrounding curses and contempt. Is this a deeper layer of the consciousness space? Zheng Shanhe approached slowly, coming to the girl's side. In an instant, the scene shifted, returning to the once celestial city. Did you hear? The parents of this one-eyed freak died fighting on the southern border right after she was born. She's a disaster star, bringing nothing but bad luck from the moment she came into this world. Several slightly older youths formed a circle, pointing and whispering about the girl. Hey, you dare get so close to her? Watch out, you might catch that bad luck and end up paying for it. Suddenly, a girl with a red hair tie emerged from the crowd. Pointing at Zheng Shanhe, she exclaimed with extreme displeasure, "Get away from her right now." Chapter 118, Awakening. Extra chapter for laziness. She can see me? Zheng Shanhe's expression grew tense. As he plunged deeper into this layer of consciousness, he distinctly sensed a powerful surge of destiny energy flowing through him. It seemed that his unreserved invocation of the mountain river creation had triggered some unique resonance, allowing him to enter Dantai Qingxuan's deepest layer of consciousness. But unexpectedly, here, he was no longer merely an observer. Ah! This strange man must have been infected by the ghost with the strange eyes. The girl with the red ribbon in her hair wasted no time, pointing directly at Zheng Shanhe and screaming. Instantly, the surrounding onlookers took several steps back. Their retreat was remarkably synchronized, adults included. They could clearly see the farce unfolding before their eyes, but constrained by the red ribbon girl's background, they had no choice but to play along with her charade. After all, shunning a mere little girl cost them nothing. Even if someone like Zheng Shanhe had joined the fray now, it hardly mattered. Drive the demon-eyed one and this jinxed boy out of Xiancheng. The girl with the red ribbon immediately flew into a rage, bending down to pick up a stone from the ground and charging recklessly toward Zheng Shanhe. The other youths followed suit. The young Daitan Qingxian tensed even more. She neither dodged nor retreated, as if long accustomed to such treatment. But this time, it was different. Zheng Shanhe stepped forward, the faint remnants of power within him surging forth, shattering the incoming pebbles on impact. His brow furrowed, his eyes filled with cold indifference. This girl with the red ribbon was truly a talent, leveraging her status as the association president's daughter to wield such influence in Xiancheng. With just 2 short sentences, she had branded him a disaster magnet too. His gaze swept over the adults and slightly older youths surrounding them. Zheng Shanhe coldly snapped, "Are all of you brainless fools who can only be swayed by others' incitement?" At these words, the adults' expressions shifted slightly. They hadn't expected this sudden interloper to dare speak so boldly. Who was this girl with the red ribbon? Zhang Xian, daughter of the Xiancheng Awakened Association president. On Xiancheng Island, Zhang Xian was like a little tyrant, no one dared provoke her. Little Qingxian curled up hugging her knees, froze in shock. First, the stone hadn't arrived. Second, who was this person standing before her? In Xiancheng, no one had ever offered her a helping hand. Who was he? What do you mean by that? Zhang Xian, standing haughtily among the crowd with her hands on her hips, was still young yet possessed an incredibly spoiled demeanor. Her lively eyes fixed on Zheng Shanhe. Am I to understand that you're insulting me? How dare you insult Sister Xian? You're asking for trouble. The young men beside her bristled with righteous indignation, looking anything but like kids. Get lost. Zheng Shanhe's gaze turned icy as he swept it harshly over the group of kids. Instantly, the once fiery youths fell silent, frozen in fear. You? Zhang Xian was equally startled. Then, her anger boiling over, she shouted, "You just wait. I'll make you pay for this. Who's causing trouble?" The words had barely left her mouth when heavy footsteps echoed through the air. A group of seemingly respectable awakened individuals appeared and immediately approached Zhang Xian upon seeing her. "You're just in time. This guy actually cursed at me in public, and even insulted my father." Joy flashed in Zhang Xian's eyes at their arrival. She instantly adopted an utterly aggrieved posture, even letting a few tears glisten at the corners of her eyes. "How dare you insult Chairman Zhang?" The awakened ones all lit up with delight. This opportunity had practically walked right into their hands. If they decisively dealt with this guy, they were sure to earn the chairman's favor. Without hesitation, several of them rolled up their sleeves and closed in on Zheng Shanhe. Big brother." Suddenly, a voice filled with fear and caution came from behind Zheng Shanhe. He froze, turning to look down. There, trembling behind him, was Xiao Qingxian. Her eyes, of different colors, brimmed with gratitude and fear. "Big brother, please go." "Thank you, but I don't want to hold you back." Xiao Qingxuan's speech seemed slightly impaired, yet she conveyed her meaning clearly. Her eyes held shattered starlight, tightening Zheng Shanhe's heart. He suddenly recalled the day of the awakening ceremony. Standing alone in the downpour, wiping his D-rank awakening badge, Zheng Xiuxiu had rushed out of class upon hearing the results. Stumbling, she held an umbrella over him and smiled, saying, "Brother, it's okay. Once I awaken, I'll take care of you." That day, too, the girl's crimson-rimmed eyes held 1,000 emotions. First, kick that jinxed ghost with the strange eyes out. This guy needs a good beating. Zhang Xian suddenly pointed at Xiao Qingxian, her eyes filled with malice. Got it. Several awakened individuals eager to climb onto the big tree immediately responded. Who said she brings bad luck? Suddenly, Zheng Shanhe raised his hand in a dismissive gesture. The illusory form of the Supreme of the Five Peaks flickered in and out of the clouds. You lowly creatures who judge by appearances, open your eyes wide. The entire street trembled violently as terrifying power seeped from the cracks between the blue stone pavers. What? The crowd's expressions changed dramatically. Rage surged wildly within Zheng Shanhe's heart. Boom! Suddenly, under the horrified stares of countless onlookers, the ethereal form of the yellow crane tower shot skyward. The layered brick and tile pavilion materialized, bronze bells chiming crisply from the eaves. The very fortune of the entire street surged violently, sending everyone reeling backward in shock. The fury in his heart merged with the surging fortune into a colossal force. A disaster star? Zheng Shanhe held a miniature replica of Mount Tai in his palm, his gaze cold enough to kill. Her parents were martyrs, heroes who sacrificed themselves on the front lines for the nation and its people. You bastards! What right do you have to ostracize her? What right do you have to label her a demon with strange eyes? You! Zhang Xian, caught in the crowd, recoiled in terror. Get out of my sight! As Zheng Shanhe's words echoed, every figure vanished in an instant, swept away by the wind. The setting sun hung low on the horizon, its fading rays stretching as shadow to envelop the trembling Dantai Qingxian. She timidly lifted her gaze and saw a gentle smile appear on the stranger's face. It's okay. Zheng Shanhe knelt on one knee, bringing his eyes level with the little girl. He reached out and, just as he would pat Xiao, the little girl gently ruffled Qingxuan's hair. But I'm different. My eyes. Xiao Qingxuan's eyelashes trembled, her eyes brimming with tears. That's not true. Zheng Shanhe shook his head. Prejudice is like a cage, resentment its catalyst. They warp your soul, dragging you into an abyss from which you cannot escape. But they never imagined that 20 years later, you would bathe in the blood of the alien race and save the entire immortal city. Your name will echo across the land, becoming revered by countless awakened ones. Zheng Shanhe placed both hands on Xiao Qingxuan's shoulders, his eyes filled with earnestness. Don't let negative emotions cloud your vision. Xing Xian. It's a unique name, a tranquil world, forget-me-nots that ease sorrow. Trust me, the world to come will be free of worry, free of care, free from alien invasion. Therefore, awaken, Dantai Qingxian. Let us join forces and crush these vermin that disturb your thoughts. Chapter 119, The Great Battle Extra Chapter for Laziness. Little Qingxian stared blankly at Zheng Shanhe. A moment passed. 2 crystalline tears streamed from her heterochromatic eyes. As the tears traced her cheeks and fell to the ground, ripples spread through the space. The surrounding scene shifted once more. Smoke and blood red once more enveloped the area. The stench of death rose from the corpses of the alien race strewn across the ground. In the distance, Dantai Qingxian, drenched in blood, stood resolute amidst the battlefield. This was the day of the desperate battle at the immortal city. After the alien forces were utterly crushed, Zhang Xian once again stirred up popular resentment, attempting to eliminate Dantai Qingxian, his rival. At that moment, Dantai Qingxian was surrounded by countless people, subjected to verbal attacks and condemnation. Her hand clenched tightly around her sword, lips pressed together, she remained silent. It was that demon with the strange eyes who brought this alien attack. I warned you all, she's a disaster star, bringing nothing but misfortune. The guild leader's daughter lashed out viciously amidst the sea of blood. As an S rank awakened herself, why would she fear Dantai Qingxian, who had only recently ascended to S rank? Pay with your life. Pay for the lives of the fallen citizens and awakened of Xiancheng. Amidst the torrent of curses, Dantai Qingxuan's face turned deathly pale. Her solitary form was surrounded and attacked by countless people. Shut up, all of you. In that instant, a roar filled with overwhelming fury erupted. Everyone froze, turning toward the sound. There, a handsome man with golden sparks dancing in his pupils strode toward them from the distance. You bunch of sycophants, incapable of independent thought. Just because of some worthless title as the president's daughter, have you all lost all sense of right and wrong? Zheng Shanhe's rage boiled over. Their mob-like condemnation mirrored the moment he awoke to the world's scorn. He knew this pain all too well. If not for Dantai Qingxuan's breakthrough in battle, if not for her slaying 3 alien beasts, you'd all be dead. Now, with nothing but your mouths, you seek to brand Dantai Qingxian a disaster star. I don't know whether to pity you or despise you. Do you even consider how fawning your expressions will be when she reaches SS rank, after all this verbal slaughter? You bunch of opportunists, you lowly creatures who judge others by their status, get out of here. Zheng Shanhe strode over to stand shoulder to shoulder with Dantai Qingxian, his voice thunderous as he rebuked the entire assembly. He knew full well that Dantai Qingxuan's dark emotions were being amplified by the alien race's manipulator. The urgent priority now was to free her from this influence. A vast aura of authority spread with his words, and those lurking in the depths of Dantai Qingxuan's consciousness once again dissolved into dust. Who are you? Dantai Qingxian swayed precariously, utterly exhausted. Rest assured, you are no longer alone. Zheng Shanhe turned and steadied her body. Witnessing her pitiful state, Zheng Shanhe couldn't help but recall their first encounter. Who could have imagined that this woman, as striking as a highland flower, had such a past? Yet what truly resonated with him was their uncanny similarity. Both started at the bottom, one at C rank, the other at D rank. Both had lost their parents, faced ridicule, and endured exclusion. The only difference was that Zheng Shanhe still had Xiao by his side. But Dantai Qingxian, she had only ever been alone. It's you. Dantai Qingxian gazed at Zheng Shanhe, her amber pupils sparkling. My big brother from childhood. Thank you. Thank you. With that, Dantai Qingxian suddenly rolled her eyes and forced herself to faint. Big brother? Zheng Shanhe froze, quickly catching her body. Boom. Suddenly, the sky coalesced into a deep purple vortex. That terrifying alien pupil emerged once more from the vortex. You. At Yellow Crane Tower, it was you. During the flood at Yeyang Tower, it was you. When Tengwang Pavilion devoured the literary lineage, it was still you. And now, it's you again. The colossal pupil trembled as boundless fury roared from the void. Today, even if my body perishes in this struggle, I shall slay you. Boom. The pupil dissipated, transforming into a colossal purple arm that abruptly emerged from the vortex. That arm, carrying world-shattering power, appeared in this space, instantly raising waves of green smoke around it. Kill you.
Such a terrifying spectacle caused Zheng Shanhe to leap to his feet.
Mountain river creation, manifest together.
A dazzling golden light erupted from Zheng Shanhe's body as 5 illusory forms of mountains and rivers surged forth from the void. Yellow Crane Tower summoned a chorus of 1,000 cranes, Yeyang Tower stirred 10,000-foot-high raging waves, Tingwang Pavilion projected countless illusory scholars, Mount Tai stood tall against the sky, and Shanhaeguan Pass loomed behind him.
The 5 great mountain rivers, carrying boundless destiny, crashed toward the descending purple arm. What a formidable creation of mountains and rivers! Had we truly allowed you to grow unchecked, you would have become the greatest obstacle to our race. The terrifying arm shattered the void, yet the flesh of the alien limb continually regenerated under the onslaught of the literary pulse. Amidst swirling blue smoke, the entire consciousness space began to crack and collapse. The clearly unconscious body gradually floated upward. This purple arm was immensely powerful. The combined might of the 5 mountain river creatures could not possibly withstand it. In Zheng Shanhe's estimation, this colossal arm's might matched that encountered within the international portal. That was a force capable of gravely wounding even Chen Zhang with a single strike. Summon the spirit of the scholar. Aid me in subduing this foe. In an instant.
Upon Mount Tai, as sunlight cascaded down, the ethereal form of Du Fu materialized. Within the Yellow Crane Tower, 10,000 cranes soared as a golden light radiated outward. Shui Hao's apparition appeared, slowly stepping forward with a scroll of ink in hand. Behind Yeyang Tower, towering waves surged as Fan Zhongyan, clutching his record of Yeyang Tower, stood atop the structure, his feet planted firmly on the crashing tides. From Tungwang Pavilion, 10,000 scrolls of books flew forth, coalescing into the figure of the scholar Wang Bo. Boom! The vast power of destiny swept across the heavens and earth at that moment. The souls of the 4 literati chanted in unison, ultimately uttering with one voice. Harness the force of destiny, subdue all evil. Splash! Suddenly, the destiny energies emanating from the 4 great mountains and rivers converged with frenzied intensity. A howling gale erupted as the force of destiny collided with the colossal arm of the alien race, locking in a fierce standoff. Zheng Shanhe stood on the ground, head tilted back, his dark hair and robes whipped by the gale. A fiery glow ignited in his eyes. Summon the spirit of the general. Aid me in slaying the enemy. Whoosh! Behind him, a towering column of smoke suddenly rose 10,000 feet from Shanhai Pass. The thunderous beat of war drums echoed, accompanied by the shouts of countless soldierly apparitions. Take the bow! The spirit of the general stood atop the ramparts, arms outstretched. As a longbow materialized, the spirit drew the arrow and pulled the string. Whoosh! Countless currents of destiny surged madly toward the bowstring. In the blink of an eye, Bina transformed into a colossal golden dragon head, radiating overwhelming might. The dragon roared, and as the general spirit released its fingers, it shot forth with a deafening roar. Exploding golden light illuminated the darkness, the void trembling incessantly beneath the roar of this golden dragon of destiny. What a terrifying strike this was! Suddenly, a crimson vertical pupil split open on the purple colossal arm, its depths swirling with malevolent light. Behold the true annihilation! Boom! A viscous black mist abruptly seeped from the heavens, carrying the essence of devouring and destruction, crashing down from the sky. The fortune-bound energy tainted by this black mist vanished in an instant. Chapter 120, The Tranquil Cosmos Extra Chapter for Laziness. What? Zheng Shanhe's pupils contracted. The black mist spread unstoppably. The golden dragon of destiny, which had been swimming with vigor, let out a mournful cry the moment it was touched, then vanished. A palpable sense of impending doom surged through his heart. Without hesitation, he swiftly retrieved the mountain river artifacts, cradled the unconscious Dantai Qingxian in his arms, and braced his feet to flee. Think you can just leave? Not so fast. An evil voice reverberated throughout the entire space. At this moment, Dantai Qingxuan's consciousness space had shattered, and they had returned to the isolated space within the hunting grade teleportation gate. Here, there was no exit. I'll crush you. Even if my body shatters, it'll be worth it. A devastating black mist spread like a dark cloud. Zheng Shanhe had nowhere left to retreat. He placed Dantai Qingxian, whom he held in his arms, behind him. Within his eyes, boundless destiny energy surged. What he couldn't achieve in the consciousness space, he could now within the hunter-grade portal. Panglai Pavilion, manifest now. Boom! Fortune surged like a raging sea. The instant 100,000 points of destiny were deducted. Zheng Shanhe's eyes reflected a dazzling radiance. In the darkness, a streak of rosy light rippled out, illuminating the dark space. Mists coalesced into a sea of clouds, and within this vast expanse, 81 jade steps descended. At the summit of Danyu Mountain, a vermilion pavilion pierced the black mist. Bronze bells hanging from its eaves resonated with a pure, purifying sound that cleansed all evil. Within the pavilion, the mural depicting the 8 immortals crossing the sea suddenly flashed with brilliance. Then, the painting came to life. The 8 mythical immortals swept their sleeves, unleashing waves upon waves of snow. Panglai Pavilion Phase 1 Attack, Illusory Realm Abbot of the Oceanic Isle.
Creates an illusory space, erodes enemy willpower, and dispels evil, consumes 500 spirit power per second. Illusory realm, Abbot Xingzhou. With Zheng Shanhe's furious roar. The carved windows on the second floor of the Pavilion of the Immortals swung open, instantly pulling the entire space into an illusory realm where reality and illusion intertwined. Boom! A colossal purple arm crashed down, its world-shattering force striking the flowing cloud walls. Yet it seemed to hit nothing but cotton, dispersed and dissolved by countless layers of mirage-like illusions. Viscous black mist spread outward, yet the moment it touched the summit of the Pavilion of the Immortals, it abruptly crystallized into jet-black ice shards before dissipating. Illusory space. What kind of awakened being are you? A blood-red vertical pupil on the purple arm erupted with a fierce roar. Zheng Shanhe remained silent, his spiritual energy burning wildly. Summon the poetic soul to suppress it. Panglai Pavilion's second stage attack, manifest the poetic soul. Clatter! Auspicious light filled the air as gilded seal script burst forth from within the Pavilion of the Immortals. The apparition of Su Shi materialized, holding the scroll of Sea Mirage poem as he recited aloud. The eastern sea of clouds, empty and void, immortals appear and vanish in the luminous void. A mighty literary force surged forth like 1,000 waves, crashing against the dark mist in the sky. Too weak. You are still too weak. The purple colossal arm pulsed with churning flesh, and 36 bone spines, cold and sinister, suddenly shot forth from its vertical pupils. Each bone spike carried the annihilating force that warped space, instantly covering the vermilion beams and stairs of the Panglai Pavilion with cracks. Put. The mountain river artifact suffered damage, and Zheng Shanhe endured the backlash, immediately spitting blood as his entire aura instantly withered. This giant arm was too powerful. But he could not retreat. Mountain river creation. Fortune swirled around him. Zheng Shanhe wiped the blood from his lips and raised both hands high. The 5 great mountain river creations manifested once more. Before this overwhelming might, all your efforts are futile. The purple colossal arm once again erupted with terrifying bone spines. Instantly, Mount Tai shattered under the bone spike's impact. Yayang Tower dissolved, enveloped in black mist. The flock of cranes gathered at Yellow Crane Tower wailed as they turned to golden dust. The countless scrolls of Tingwang Pavilion shattered inch by inch. This time, the mountain and river creations appeared only for an instant before shattering completely. Put. The terrifying backlash instantly drained Zheng Shanhe's face of color as copious amounts of blood spurted forth. Die. A colossal purple arm descended like a mountain range. Clang. A blue glow suddenly erupted. Beneath the colossal palm, Zheng Shanhe clenched the Daisong Hengtian ruler in a death grip. The alien arm, seemingly weakened by prolonged exposure, gradually lost its strength. In an instant, the Daisong Constant Heaven ruler shattered explosively. Zheng Shanhe channeled the powerful shockwave, propelling himself and Dantai Qingxian away. Boom! The colossal palm slammed into the ground, causing the earth to shake violently. Zheng Shanhe's face drained of color as he hoisted Dantai Qingxian onto his back and fled without hesitation toward a corner. This purple colossal arm was too formidable, it shattered mountains and rivers alike. This was the first time he had ever encountered such power, leaving him no choice but to temporarily avoid its fury. Boom! The arm, carrying the force of destruction, swung again. Zheng Shanhe couldn't dodge in time, clutching the unconscious Dantai Qingxian tightly to his chest. Supreme Sovereign. Hum. Boom. The sound of shattering bones echoed through the air. Zheng Shanhe, clutching Dantai Qingxian, was sent flying backward like a crashing into the ground far away. Blood dripped from his chin onto Dantai Qingxuan's pale cheek, causing her eyelashes to flutter in her unconscious state. Cough. Zheng Shanhe's vision blurred as he stared at the purple colossal arm charging toward them once more. He let out a bitter laugh. Damn it, this arm is way too sturdy. He glanced at the still unconscious Dantai Qingxian in his arms and sighed, if you don't wake up soon, we're both going down here. Buzz. The words had barely left his mouth. A blinding light suddenly erupted from his embrace. Accompanied by a slight tremor, a sacred light mark appeared between Dantai Qingxuan's eyebrows. Her eyelashes fluttered briefly before a pair of amber eyes opened. You. Zheng Shanhe's voice cracked. Whoosh. The shattering sound of breaking wind drew dangerously close. Dantai Qingxian abruptly rose to her feet, boundless holy light surging skyward from behind her. The radiant, luminous shadow of her divine form coalesced in an instant. Alien race. Dantai Qingxuan's black hair fluttered like a goddess descending from the heavens, her boundless holy light illuminating the entire dark space. Sword in hand, a swirling green aura gathered at her fingertips. Terrifying power surged through her body, instantly slowing the purple giant arm's assault. What? The force fluctuations caused the purple arm to erupt in a roar of shock and fury. Boom! A blinding radiance erupted from Dantai Qingxuan's body. Simultaneously, the light behind her began to split into two. One figure radiated unparalleled sanctity, wielding a jade-green longsword. The other, cold and sinister, gripped a dark scythe. The difference was that these two forms were far more solid and powerful than before. SSS class. The purple colossus roared. Chengping, Guanyu. Dan Tai Qingxuan's eyes flashed with light as she raised her sword and gave it a light swing. Whoosh! That strike seemed to cleave through space itself. Where the blade pointed, reality shattered. The purple colossal arm snapped apart inch by inch. As purple gold blood spattered, the entire dark void began to crumble. Don't get cocky. The purple giant arm screamed fiercely, our clan is currently hindered by fate, preventing our complete descent. But one day, when our clan fully arrives, all awakened beings will become our sustenance. Boom! With that, the purple arm shattered. It seemed to be the core conduit of this hunting grade portal. With its shattering, the entire hunting grade portal began to disintegrate piece by piece. The dark void gradually dissipated, a streak of dawn light piercing through the space, illuminating the distant silhouette of Dan Tai Qingxian. Chapter 121, Choosing Not to Listen. Extra chapter for lazy. At that moment, even the slightest breath caused excruciating, tearing pain throughout Zheng Shanhe's body. Lying flat on the ground, he raised his hand to shield his eyes from the sunlight when Dan Tai Qingxian stepped forward, blocking the light for him. The glare made it impossible for Zheng Shanhe to discern her expression. You're not dead, are you? Dan Tai Qingxuan's voice was calm. Yet beneath that calmness, a hint of deliberate affectation could be detected. I'm okay. Zheng Shanhe grimaced, about to shift his body, but the sharp pain made him instinctively suck in a sharp breath while his brow furrowed tightly. You? Dan Tai Qingxian hurriedly crouched down beside him, but quickly regained her composure. She spoke softly, your injuries are severe, and... Clang! The blue-edged sickle flashed into view. Without hesitation, she swung it toward Zheng Shanhe's chest. Zheng Shanhe neither dodged nor blocked, allowing the terrifying scythe to pierce his chest. Moments later, Dan Tai Qingxian gripped the handle and pulled. Swish! Zheng Shanhe felt as though some stubborn force within him was being ripped away. In the blink of an eye, the scythe hooked out a mass of purple mist from his body. Gah! As the mist was pulled out, unimaginable agony washed over Zheng Shanhe like a tidal wave. His expression froze instantly, beads of sweat rolling down his forehead. This black mist is that alien race's backup plan. It produces a paralyzing substance that prevents you from analyzing it. It lurks within your flesh and blood, waiting to strike. Dan Tai Qingxian seemed well versed in this substance. So this time, you too. Zheng Shanhe grasped the implication in her words. Yes. Dan Tai Qingxian nodded slightly. Relax. I can treat you. As she spoke, she extended her pale, slender hand and gently placed it against Zheng Shanhe's chest. A cool sensation seeped through his skin, permeating his entire body. Seconds later, Zheng Shanhe exhaled deeply. That's enough. The rest of the injuries won't be a problem. But Dan Tai Qingxian did not stop her movements. Her cheeks were slightly pale, her rosy lips pressed together, yet she did not withdraw her touch. What are you doing? Seeing this, Zheng Shanhe frowned. Dan Tai Qingxuan's red lips moved slightly, as if searching for the right words. After a moment. You help me, I help you. This statement made Zheng Shanhe chuckle softly. Why do I suddenly feel like you're acting awkward? His words made Dan Tai Qingxuan's fingertips tense slightly. Her amber eyes flickered as she replied, thank you. That's not like you. Zheng Shanhe chuckled, recalling how far more perilous their situation had been inside the international portal. Back then, she hadn't thanked him, nor had she acted as awkwardly as she did now. Are you implying I'm heartless? That I don't know gratitude? Unexpectedly, Dan Tai Qingxian seemed slightly annoyed. Even she hadn't noticed the playful edge in her own tone. I never said that. Zheng Shanhe spread his hands in a shrug. Buzz. At that moment, the disturbances from the portal disrupting the immortal city's boundaries gradually faded. As a melodious and stirring ancient horn call echoed across the heavens and earth, Dan Tai Qingxian silently raised her head, her tense body slowly relaxing. That's the Pingle horn. It seems that massive purple arm truly was the core structure of this hunting grade portal. With its core shattered, the portal has dissipated. The original appearance of the immortal city was revealed. Only then did Zheng Shanhe realize his current location, the chaotic ruins at the city's edge. Bodies of alien races and humans lay intermingled, crimson blood mingling with the viscous fluids of the alien races, bearing witness to the horrific carnage. Not far ahead lay the unique cityscape of the Immortal City Island. Due to the unique terrain, buildings in the Immortal City generally did not exceed 3 stories in height. However, the island's vast expanse accommodated a substantial population. As the full sunlight bathed the entire Immortal City Island. In the distance, waves of cheers and exhilarated shouts of survivors echoed. We drove back those vermin. It was the divine maiden Dan Tai who saved us. I saw that familiar holy light. The divine maiden Dan Tai is over there. Amidst the surging waves of voices, many spotted Dan Tai Qingxian standing amidst the ruins. Seeing this, Zheng Shanhe dragged his battered body toward a broken wall. Where are you going? A cool voice suddenly came from behind him. Dan Tai Qingxuan's skirt was stained with traces of purplish black blood. Her gaze toward Zheng Shanhe held confusion. Now that the crisis is over, you should go receive their applause and cheers. He nodded toward the gathering crowd. At his words, Dan Tai Qingxuan's pupils flickered. You could also. Spare me. I'm not cut out for this sort of occasion. Zheng Shanhe shook his head. This is the applause you deserve. With that, he strode across the rubble, sat down against a broken wall, and hid himself well. Dan Tai Qingxian stared blankly at the direction he vanished, until the people of the immortal city surrounded her. Every face radiated reverence, excitement, and exhilaration. The sheer joy of surviving the catastrophe brought tears of happiness to some eyes. Zheng Shanhe was separated from this fervent atmosphere by a single wall. He tilted his head back to gaze at the clear sky, yet his mind involuntarily replayed the scenes he had witnessed within Dan Tai Qingxuan's consciousness space. The monster with strange eyes shunned by the entire city since childhood, the humiliation after awakening her C-rank talent, and the scenes of her single-handedly turning the tide after advancing to S-rank only to be slandered. These images merged with the fervent, excited voices around him, somehow adding a tinge of irony. Among the crowd stood a woman with long hair tied back with a red ribbon. The passage of time had tempered the once spoiled daughter of the guild president, softening her youthful arrogance. Zhang Xian, her face streaked with tears, held a bouquet and said to Dan Tai Qingxian in a trembling voice, "You are the hero of Xiansheng." Behold, how ironic this scene was. Dan Tai Qingxian gazed quietly at Zhang Xian. Ever since the latter joined the local Awakened Association, she had gradually toned down her former personality. Yet, she had still secretly played some petty tricks on her behind the scenes. That changed when Dan Tai Qingxian ascended to SS rank. Zhang Xian never targeted her again, or rather, dared not. Countless people surrounded her, as if enthusiastically celebrating a hero's triumphant return. Dan Tai Qingxuan's gaze remained fixed on a broken wall. Suddenly, whoosh! Crash! A surge of terrifying power erupted from Dan Tai Qingxuan's fingertips, obliterating the crumbling wall standing amidst the ruins into nothingness. Zheng Shanhe, who had been resting with his eyes closed, was startled by the sudden commotion. Not just him, everyone surrounding Dan Tai Qingxian fell silent as if struck by fear. They say I'm a hero. Dan Tai Qingxian chuckled softly, her gaze fixed on Zheng Shanhe seated amidst the ruins. You've all misunderstood. It's thanks to him that Xiansheng was able to completely escape the hunter-grade portal this time. Dan Tai Qingxian slowly raised her hand, pointing at Zheng Shanhe, whose eyelid was twitching violently. It was he who fought the core boss within the hunting-grade portal, ultimately defeating it and shattering the portal itself. In an instant, countless cameras focused on Zheng Shanhe as the crowd surged forward. Watching Zheng Shanhe, now tightly surrounded and visibly tense, Dan Tai Qingxian suddenly let a faint smile curve her lips. I'm no little girl. I can choose not to listen to you. Chapter 122, The Tower of Renown bonus chapter for Sword Dancing with the Wind. Night. On the northern edge of the Immortal City Island stood a solitary peak. Not exceptionally tall, yet it offered a commanding view over the entire Immortal City. The residence of the Immortal City's Divine Maiden stood atop this solitary peak. Besides a modern villa, there was also a spacious circular platform. At this moment, Zheng Shanhe sat bathed in moonlight at the edge of the platform. Beneath his feet lay a sheer cliff thousands of feet deep. Feeling the night breeze, he gazed down at the city below, illuminated by countless lights, and couldn't help but sigh, the view here is truly magnificent. If you like it, I could make an exception and let you stay. Dan Tai Qingxian, dressed in a white gown with her black hair cascading loosely, sat beside him. Really? Zheng Shanhe turned his head, smiling at her beautiful profile. Dan Tai Qingxian met his gaze directly, her tone unwavering. Do I look like I'm joking? Yes, you do. He grinned. Sly fox. Dan Tai Qingxian pursed her lips. A moment passed. Dan Tai Qingxian suddenly muttered, Zheng Jinjin, you look anything but proper. Ha! Zheng Shanhe raised an eyebrow, slightly surprised. How do you know that name? It was his former name. You guessed it, the Immortal City Goddess replied with a meaningful smile, her slender fingertips lightly tapping the ground. Poof. Seeing this woman, who had once been as aloof as a cold flower, now displaying such an expression, Zheng Shanhe smiled. Is it because I entered your consciousness space while you were unconscious? Dan Tai Qingxian didn't deny it. I've gone through nearly all of your memories. What? Zheng Shanhe's expression froze. So, while I was clashing with that purple arm, you were actually immersed in my memories the entire time, completely oblivious to the battle unfolding around us. Aren't heroes supposed to make their move at the very last moment? Dan Tai Qingxian said with a smile. Zheng Shanhe's mouth twitched. I suppose you have a point. A soft chuckle suddenly echoed. Dan Tai Qingxian covered her red lips with her hand, laughing delightedly. After a moment, she continued, enough joking. Truthfully, my awakening at the last moment was thanks to your vital essence blood touching me. Zheng Shanhe remained stiff-faced, saying nothing. Seeing this, she slowly reined in her laughter. Blinking once, she drew closer to Zheng Shanhe. Tilting her head, her dark hair cascading down, her flawless face looked up at Zheng Shanhe. You're not angry, are you? Yes, I am. He replied with deadpan seriousness. Who admits they're angry like that? Dan Tai Qingxian covered her mouth and giggled. Then, she grew serious. Thank you. Zheng Shanhe looked at her. For what? Everything. The night breeze stirred her long hair as she tilted her head back. Together, they gazed at the silver moon in the sky. The star-studded night sky appeared profound and serene. Zheng Shanhe gazed toward the city center, where the ruins of the Panglai Pavilion glowed with brilliant lights. Whoosh! He raised his hand slightly. A golden glow suddenly surged from his palm. A colossal surge of divine energy shot skyward like a dragon emerging from the sea. In an instant, the stars above the immortal city trembled violently, and the night sky itself was torn apart by streaks of colorful cracks. The once gentle sea breeze turned violent, sweeping across the entire immortal city island with a salty, briny stench. Dan Tai Qingxuan's expression grew solemn. She distinctly sensed the energy of destiny throughout the entire immortal city boiling to a fever pitch. Panglai Pavilion, manifest! With Zheng Shanhe's thunderous shout, the entire solitary peak seemed to sink 3 feet. The torn night sky suddenly cascaded down a 10,000-foot-long radiance, bathing the immortal city island and the surrounding seas in light as bright as day. My divine beings! Look to the heavens! At that moment, the entire city erupted into chaos. Behold! Within the glow, a pavilion slowly materialized. The main pavilion's soaring eaves pierced the glow, while 12 pairs of bronze bells chimed without wind. With each clear chime, the pavilion's windows swung open. Streams of golden seal script burst forth, forming steps beneath the structure. Su Shi's ethereal form materialized upon the steps. His sleeves billowed as he wielded his brush with sweeping strokes. The world's myriad forms sway and shift. How could pearls hide within a shell's palace? Each character thundered like a clap of lightning, stirring whirlpools on the sea and stirring hearts to fervent excitement. The aura of Panglai Pavilion's destiny. My goodness! After witnessing the Yellow Crane Tower, Yayang Tower, and Prince Ting's Pavilion, the 3 great towers, I never imagined our city's Panglai Pavilion would also manifest its destiny aura. Ha! Splendid! Splendid! With the auspicious auras of all 4 great towers now manifest, does this signify that the fortune lost by our Chinese land through years of bloody warfare against foreign tribes is finally gathering once more? The citizens were in an uproar, countless eyes brimming with tears. Somewhere in the immortal city, a handsome young man stood atop a rooftop, gazing upward at the awe-inspiring phantom image of the pavilion in the sky. This must be Zheng Shanhe's doing. Beside him, Su Su, the self-proclaimed top-tier speaker from the Awakened Association in the Demon City, glared with piercing eyes. His power is truly beyond comprehension. The shock we felt inside the international portal back then was even more intense than this. A member of the Yuanlong Guild beside him sighed in awe. Along his journey, he has successively stirred the aura shadows of the 4 great towers, Yellow Crane Tower, Yayang Tower, Tingwang Pavilion, and Panglai Pavilion. Ji Yuan, the guild leader of Yuanlong Guild, narrowed his eyes in speculation. There seems to be some deeper meaning behind this. Perhaps he's gathering the scattered auspicious energy within Huaxia in some manner? The tall and imposing Zhong Xian also voiced his conjecture. Continue to maintain friendly relations with him. Don't be overly enthusiastic, nor deliberately cold. Just show normal goodwill. Ji Yuan added, the power he awakened is unique. I have a premonition that he might hold the key to the mysterious Ridge Thousand Caverns, a mystery no one has yet solved. You hold him in such high regard, brother? Zhong Xian grinned. Absolutely. He's the only awakened one in the entire world capable of harnessing the power of homeland and mountains. Ji Yuan nodded. The true Pavilion of the Immortals. Upon the solitary peak. Dan Tai Qingxuan's amber pupils reflected the pavilion, her gaze slightly unfocused. From her childhood until she became the divine maiden of the immortal city, the pavilion of Panglai had always been a place she yearned for beyond measure. Her parents had perished on the frontiers defending their homeland, slain by foreign invaders. Thus, from her earliest days, her dream had been to end this chaotic world and drive out all foreign invaders. This fervor and dream had never wavered, even when faced with childhood injustices and various forms of persecution. Tonight, witnessing the true pavilion of Panglai with her own eyes, she was indeed lost in thought. At that moment, Zheng Shanhe rose to his feet. He raised his palm and gently pressed it toward the city's Panglai Pavilion. In an instant, the ethereal aura of heavenly fortune swiftly descended, merging completely with the ruins of the Pavilion of the Immortals. It transformed completely from its previous form without spirit into a form that possessed both form and spirit. Achievement, renowned throughout the world, the 4 great towers. Placed, Yellow Crane Tower, Yayang Tower, Tingwang Pavilion, Panglai Pavilion. Progress, 4-4. Achievement unlocked, the famed towers stand, the land is secured. Achievement rewards will activate shortly. Chapter 123, Achievement Reward Bonus Chapter for Sword Dancing with the Wind. Zheng Shanhe focused his mind. He distinctly remembered that this achievement reward seemed to grant a national fortune boost. Now, let's see if this boost is worth it. Achievement reward for completing the 4 great towers. Reward 1, 200,000 fortune points. Reward 2, national fortune boost. With the 4 great towers manifesting, fortune surges. Within the Dragon Nation, the influence of hunter-tier portals on reality is significantly reduced. Reward 3, National Awaken Fortune Boost. All awakened individuals within the Dragon Nation gain a 5-tier combat power increase, while the total spiritual energy pool of all awakened rises by 300. Reward 4, National Fortune Boost for ordinary citizens. All non-awakened and potential awakened citizens within the Dragon Nation experience enhanced physical constitution and an average lifespan increase of 5 years. Reward 5, cities housing the 4 Great Towers will be imbued with a national fortune buff. Awakened individuals entering portals within these cities gain a temporary +5 combat level. The pop-up message was so astonishing it made Zheng Shanhe's pupils contract in shock. He had never imagined the bonuses granted by this achievement would be so earth-shattering. Whoa! Beside him, Dantai Qingxian suddenly let out a contented hum. Then, she looked down at herself in astonishment. What's going on? My combat power level is actually... Before she could finish, Zheng Shanhe felt a wave of warmth surge through his entire body. Combat rating, 8191. A colossal surge of destiny power washed over his body. As a mountain river artisan, the awakened bonuses he received doubled. The entire immortal city island was enveloped in an indistinguishable golden radiance of destiny at that very moment. That night, the entire nation erupted in excitement. Whoa! What the hell is going on? My combat power level just shot up by 5 tiers. And that's not all. My spiritual power has surged by 300 points. Holy crap! Is this divine favor upon China? My mother, who was bedridden with a serious illness, has actually recovered. Fenglin University, Villa District. Recently, the 4 renowned ancient towers across our nation simultaneously manifested illusory auras of destiny. Experts speculate this may be an extraordinary phenomenon caused by the return of destiny flowing back to the Chinese land. Simultaneously, around 9 p.m. tonight, when the illusory form of Panglai Pavilion appeared over Xiancheng, awakened individuals and ordinary citizens nationwide experienced a peculiar warm current. This phenomenon might be termed fortune bestowed. Sitting on the sofa, Kusian watched the continuous news reports about the illusory forms of the 4 Great Towers on TV and exclaimed with deep emotion. Shanhe really is my idol. Then, he turned his head to look at Kofushua, who sat silently beside him, and said, Big sis, you really don't plan on joining our own awakened guild? Kofushua's gaze remained fixed on the television, seemingly oblivious to Kusian's words. But Brother Shan has been planning to start his own guild for ages. Clinging to his coattails later might not be a bad idea. Kusian scratched his head and chuckled, I'm so glad I had that brainwave a year ago to head to Changcheng. Otherwise, I might have missed out on meeting Brother Shanhe. At this, Kofushua finally stirred. Going to Changcheng was the best decision you ever made. Kofushua said softly. She agreed with Kusian not for any other reason. Simply because Zheng Shanhe had secured the opportunity for the Fenglin Yuesheng Super Academy for the Ku family and for her. That alone was enough to offset all the help the Ku family had ever given him. Suddenly, her father's earnest words echoed in her mind. Shuat, this Zheng Shanhe isn't someone to be trifled with. If you want to build a future with him, you must increase your own value and make him feel your presence. Otherwise, as he advances further, those stagnating around him will be left behind and forgotten. Her father's words echoed in her ears, causing Kofushua's small hands to slowly clench. Shangjing City. Awakened One's General Association, President's Office. The changes wrought by destiny. The middle-aged president, his temples graying, stood before the floor-to-ceiling windows, his gaze fixed on the bustling cityscape beyond. Who would have thought? He suddenly smiled, raising his wrinkled palm. Even an old man like me, with 1 foot in the grave, could receive such a blessing. Who knows? Perhaps in my remaining years, I might actually witness a world at peace. Zheng Shanhe. Good, good, good. A faint, feeble light illuminated the office. The figure of the chairman, perhaps accentuated by the light, appeared aged and frail. Xiancheng Island. The sky's glow slowly faded as the pavilion settled into place. Dantai Qingxian stared at Zheng Shanhe's retreating figure, utterly astonished. So, the illusory presence of the 4 Great Towers' fortune all this time, it was actually your plan? You could say that, Zheng Shanhe replied with a smile. Now that the 4 Great Towers are complete, what will you do next? Buzz. Suddenly, a shrill alarm pierced the air, echoing across the entire island. Simultaneously, red warning lights flashed along the island's perimeter, as if heralding some impending crisis. Both men turned their heads to see 5 crimson beams of light shooting skyward from the island's southeast. Where the beams converged, a translucent spatial fissure was forming. Within it, octopus-like creatures and various grotesque sea monsters could be faintly discerned. The Sea Depths Clan. Dantai Qingxian narrowed her eyes, about to act, but Zheng Shanhe waved his hand. Stepping forward, golden energy swirled around his palm as he murmured, You vermin shouldn't be here ruining the mood. The Pavilion of Immortals erupted in dazzling golden light. Bronze bells at the eaves rattled urgently, their clear chimes surging outward with the sea breeze. Golden light danced in Zhang Shanhe's pupils as boundless fortune surged, scorching hot. Illusory Realm, Abbot Xingzhou. In an instant, the entire sea was drawn into an illusory realm where reality and illusion intertwined. 5 crimson pillars of light twisted into serpentine vines. Dantai Qingxian lifted her gaze to see the sea, once churning with sea demons, transformed into the fairy realm of the Jade Pool. Tens of thousands of ethereal maidens, each holding a crystal palace lantern, flitted through the mist and clouds. Roar! The octopus-like creature's tentacles violently lashed against the illusion's barrier, only to burst into terrifying blue flames the very next second. Zheng Shanhe pressed his palm forward. Su Shi's apparition stepped out of the Panglai pavilion, gliding from the scroll of Oasis in the sea. Golden seal script formed chains that pierced through space. How could a dragon grieve for lost waters? How could hawks and falcons shun the lofty autumn skies? The verse exploded like thunder, and the illusory ocean abruptly dried up. The scales of the sea depths warriors flaked off one by one under the blazing sun illusion, their viscous blood evaporating before it could fall. Zheng Shanhe abruptly flipped his palm, summoning the phantom of Yellow Crane Tower. 1,000 immortal cranes, bearing the raging waves of Yeyang Tower, crashed down. Seal. Destroy. Collapse. Zheng Shanhe's steady, cool command echoed across the solitary peak. The Tingwang Pavilion boiled with the manifestation of its literary lineage's fortune. The 4 great towers gathered together, their terrifying aura causing the skin of all the abyssal clans to crack and their weapons to shatter. Dantai Qingxian stood behind, watching Zheng Shanhe summon the 4 great towers with a mere wave of his hand. Her amber pupils shimmered with awe. The radiance emanating from him at this moment was blindingly intense. As the last wisp of mist, heavy with alien essence, dissipated over the sea, Zheng Shanhe turned, meeting Dantai Qingxuan's smiling gaze. A thunderous cheer erupted from the immortal city. To them, this moment was undeniably the divine might of the immortal pavilion of Panglai. Chapter 124, the challenge bonus chapter for sword dancing with the wind. The next day, the sea breeze swept across the harbor, carrying the salty tang of the ocean. Dantai Qingxuan's skirt fluttered, her long hair dancing in the breeze. Her fingertips unconsciously stroked her sleeve as she watched Zheng Shanhe board the ferry. Leaving already? She asked. There are still many matters to attend to. Zheng Shanhe nodded. Dantai Qingxian parted her red lips, feeling a peculiar blend of sweetness and bitterness rise in her throat. Finally, she murmured softly, "What is your next target?" The question, of course, referred to Shanhe creation. Zheng Shanhe paused, taken aback. "I'll put it on hold for now. I need to focus on establishing the guild first." "I see." Dantai Qingxuan's amber eyes flashed. "Once the guild is established, remember to let me know. I'll come to show my support." "Of course. Having the divine maiden of the immortal city attend would be a great honor," Zheng Shanhe replied jokingly. "Goodbye." Dantai Qingxian tucked a strand of hair behind her ear. "Goodbye." Zheng Shanhe didn't linger either, stepping toward the cabin. Dantai Qingxian turned and walked away. After taking a few steps, Zheng Shanhe glanced back. Coincidentally, Dantai Qingxian turned back at the same moment. Their eyes met, and they smiled at each other. By the time he returned to Fenlin, it was already around 3 in the morning. Zheng Shanhe moved quietly, careful not to disturb Kuxian, and slipped back into his own room without a sound. After taking a shower and shedding the weariness of his outing, he lay down on the bed. Unexpectedly, the moment he lay down, his phone rang. He picked it up to find a message from Ku Fuxue. "Back already? Are you okay?" Her keen intuition seemed to be growing increasingly uncanny. Zheng Shanhe thought to himself as he replied, "Still awake this late?" The night breeze carried a hint of chill. Kufushua stared at the message on her phone and slowly drew the curtains shut. About to sleep. Leaning against the windowsill, Kufushui paused before typing, "Did anything interesting happen on your trip?" Zheng Shanhe replied almost instantly, "Are you sure you want to chat at 3 a.m.? He also attached a funny meme. Kufushua sent back an equally playful meme before drifting off to sleep with a faint smile on her lips. The next morning. Brother Shanhe. Upon seeing Zheng Shanhe in the living room, Kuxian rushed forward excitedly and gave him a huge hug. The combat power levels of all awakened individuals nationwide have risen by 5 tiers. It must be because you activated the auspicious aura of the 4 great towers, right? Kuxian's eyes sparkled as he gazed at him like a piece of raw jade. The young man was beside himself with excitement, chattering non-stop as he tugged at Zheng Shanhe. Finally, Zheng Shanhe helplessly pointed at the clock on the wall, "You're going to be late." Only then did he escape Kuxian's relentless chatter. Stepping out of the villa, Zheng Xiuxiu spotted him and beckoned with squinted eyes as she prepared to get into the car. "Brother." Xiaomeng, already seated inside, leaned halfway out the window, waving enthusiastically and calling, "Brother Shanhe." Zheng Shanhe smiled back. These 2 little girls really did share the same lively spirit. After the 3 little ones drove off, Kofushua slowly emerged from the adjacent room. "Want to talk about guild matters?" Kofushua inquired. "Sure." The 2 sat in the courtyard. After Zheng Shanhe listened to her list all the precautions, he frowned and said, "The process is this complicated?" He hadn't expected that establishing a guild would involve not only the Awakened Association but also a slew of related departments. Just hearing the process made it sound tedious. Don't worry. I've already taken care of everything during your 2 days in Xiancheng. Kofushua took a sip of hot tea before continuing. Now, there are only 2 things left for you to decide. First, which city do you plan to establish the guild in? Second, we need to come up with a memorable name for the guild. Zheng Shanhe fell deep in thought. When it came to choosing a city, his original motivation for founding the guild was to provide perfect protection for Xiao. Therefore, it couldn't be too far from Xiao. As for the name, he was hopeless at naming things and honestly had no good ideas. Kofushua, seeing him silent for so long, let a faint smile touch her lips. After taking another sip of hot tea, she spoke softly. If you're stuck, why not consider my suggestion? Zheng Shanhe nodded. I'm all ears. The new campus at Fenglin has been completed. The ribbon-cutting ceremony will be held in 3 days, after which it will officially open for use. At that time, our current campus will become the old campus, and most faculty and students will relocate. This includes all high school students. Kofushua added, the new campus is located in Magic City. I see. Zheng Shanhe suddenly understood. So that meant Xiao, along with Kuxian and Kuxiaming, would also be heading to the new campus in Magic City. Magic City was already one of the nation's premier cities, with 3 of the 8 great guilds headquartered there. Choosing this location as the guild's base was a sound decision. Seeing his agreement, Kofushua continued, the Ku family owns an office building. Father has agreed to lend it to you free of charge for 3 years. An entire office building. Zheng Shanhe's eyebrows shot up. For our small guild just starting out, wouldn't it be better to keep things low-key? Seeing his reaction, Kofushua smiled reassuringly. Don't worry, we're only borrowing a few floors. Oh, and besides the name change, there's another matter requiring your careful consideration. Her tone suddenly turned serious. Zheng Shanhe froze, then adopted a slightly more solemn expression. What is it? Unexpectedly, Kofushua abruptly stood up, bowing slightly with utmost sincerity. I am Kofushua, an SS rank assassin type awakened being with a combat rating of 70. I wish to apply for the position of vice president in your guild. President Zhang, please grant me this opportunity. This demeanor was one she only displayed when alone with Zheng Shanhe. Immediately, Zheng Shanhe chuckled softly, shaking his head. Miss Ku, you flatter me. I was just thinking along those lines. Really? Ku Feixiu looked at him with delight. Of course. Who else could possibly fill this role? Kofushua had helped him immensely. This position was well deserved. Kofushua covered her mouth to stifle a smile, but the crescent-shaped curve of her eyebrows betrayed her delight. Then, Chairman Zhang, we should now discuss the matter of the guild's name. Hearing her speak thus, Zheng Shanhe spread his hands helplessly. That's precisely what troubles me most. Vice President Ko, what are your thoughts? Morning sunlight spilled warmly across the courtyard. Both of them ran their fingertips along the rim of their teacups, lost in thought. After a moment, Kofushua suggested, how about Mount Tai? At the same time, she noticed Zheng Shanhe scribbling on a blank sheet of paper. 7 or 8 names were already listed there, but none seemed quite satisfactory. Zheng Shanhe set down his brush, rubbing his temples as he shook his head. It just feels lacking. I've thought of another one. Kofushua held up her finger. How about Jinyu? What do you think? Well, Zheng Shanhe narrowed his eyes. Isn't that a bit too straightforward? Instantly, both the new guild's leader and deputy leader sank into agonizing contemplation. Before the guild had even officially launched, its 2 founders faced their greatest challenge yet. The naming challenge. Chapter 125, Vast and Majestic Landscapes Extra Chapter for Yuluo. 2 days later. What? You still haven't decided on a name for the guild? Evening, at the dinner table. Kusen, a chicken drumstick in his mouth, stared in surprise at Zheng Shanhe and Kofushua. If you really can't think of anything, just go with the one I suggested yesterday. Kuxian said with deadpan seriousness. Zheng Shanhe's hand holding the chopsticks jerked back, and Kofushua's movements also paused. Then, both chose to selectively ignore Kuxian's suggestion. What name did you come up with? Seeing her brother's reaction, Xiao turned to Kuxian with sudden curiosity. The Bachelor's Guild. Kuxian set down his chicken drumstick and said cheerfully, see? Brother Shanhe is single, and my big sister is single too. Doesn't that name fit perfectly? Arg. No sooner had he spoken than Kuxian let out a sudden, agonized yelp. He looked over in confusion to find Kuxiaming staring at him with a strange expression. Are you stupid? If we call it the Bachelor's Guild, how will brother Shanhe ever date Big Sis? How will he become our real brother? Kuxiaming leaned close to his ear, murmuring with exasperation. Across from them, Kofushua's expression tightened slightly, a fleeting blush touching her cheeks. Oh, right. Kuxian finally caught on. Sis, Shanhe, you two should just figure it out yourselves. He quickly added to the pair, my suggestion was terrible, absolutely terrible. How could I call you bachelors? At that moment, the silent Xiao raised her hand. All eyes instantly turned to her. Guild names, are there any with 4 characters? Zheng Shanhe asked. Of course. Isn't there a guild under the main group called Tian Yunwanli? Ku Xian's eyes lit up. You know what? 4 character guild names actually sound pretty imposing. Xiao, do you have any suggestions? Kofushua looked at Xiao, her eyes filled with anticipation. Xiao glanced at her own brother first before speaking. It's just, I suddenly thought of a name. I just thought of it on the spot. It might not be quite right. No problem, let's hear it and discuss it together, Zheng Shanhe said with a smile. With her brother giving the nod, Xiao blurted out, River Artisan. The Magnificent Mountains and Rivers Guild? Ku Xian froze. Zheng Shanhe's eyes lit up. That's a great name. He then looked at Kofushua, who nodded with a satisfied expression. Honestly, it was the most solid name they'd heard in 2 days. Nice one, Xiao. That name beats my brother's lame Bachelor's Guild by a mile. Ku Xiaoming chimed in with her approval. Hey, if it's Bachelor's Guild, why add lousy in front? That's pretty hurtful to our pride, you know. Ku Xian's mouth twitched slightly, then he gave Xiao a thumbs up in admiration. River Artisan, it sounds so powerful. And it really suits Shanhe's vibe. Zheng Xiao blushed at the flattery, smiling shyly. I just got inspired by the news these past few days. Truth be told, Xiao still didn't grasp just how absurdly powerful her own brother truly was. Similarly, Ku Xiaoming was equally unaware. At this dinner table, only Ku Xian and Kofushua knew Zheng Shanhe's true capabilities. Well, President, are you satisfied with the name? Kofushua tilted her head slightly. Of course I am. Zheng Shanhe laughed. Let's settle on it then. Our guild's name shall be River Artisan. The main reason was that he'd been racking his brain over the naming issue these past 2 days. In the blink of an eye. 4 days passed. The new campus of Fenglin Academy held its ribbon-cutting ceremony and officially opened for use. Faculty and students from the old campus had gradually completed their relocation. This included Zheng Xiao and her 2 friends from Fenglin High School, who had also arrived at the new campus. At this moment, 4 hours remained until the ribbon-cutting ceremony. Zheng Shanhe drove back to Changcheng alone. He first stopped by Changcheng High School to meet with Principal Dai Rant's 2 daughters, leaving them 2 admission letters for Fenglin Academy. This way, even if the 2 girls didn't awaken to a high talent level during the awakening ceremony in a few months, they could still attend Fenglin Academy. Then, he returned to the house he once shared with Xiao, loading the last of their belongings including his parents' mementos into his car. Finally, he drove to the cemetery. He had always hired someone to clean and tend to his parents' tombstone. Apart from a light dusting, there was nothing amiss. Dad, Mom. Zheng Shanhe sat beside the steps, gazing up at the tombstone where his parents' smiling photographs were displayed. Everything I have now, I once dreamed of having. Rest assured, Mom and Dad. Xiao and I are doing well, very well. He placed the lit incense sticks into the small burner before the tombstone. I've established my own guild. He reached out to wipe the photos of his parents, his eyes gradually reddening. Dad, Mom. Why don't you ever come to see me and Xiao in my dreams? That girl's getting feisty now, she even talks back to me sometimes. Wiping his eyes, he smiled. Xiao and I are moving to Magic City. Don't worry, we'll make time to come back and see you. Before he knew it, 2 hours had passed as he sat there talking. Only when Kofushua's urgent call came did Zheng Shanhe reluctantly rise. Mom and Dad, I placed the 4 great towers, granting fortune bonuses to everyone in the nation. I believe this is only the beginning. One day, I will fulfill your wishes. Peace and prosperity for our homeland, free from foreign threats. I will make it happen. Zheng Shanhe withdrew his hand from the tombstone, lingered no longer, and turned to leave. The Fenglin new campus stood on the outskirts of Magic City. Backed by the immense financial resources of the Ku family, despite its suburban location, the entire campus was remarkably well equipped. From the shopping mall identical to the old campus to the dazzling villa dormitory area and the vast campus grounds, everything was jaw-dropping. Particularly the majestic and imposing entrance to the academy drew gasps of admiration from all the journalists invited to cover the ribbon-cutting ceremony. At this very moment, 100-meter red carpet stretched beneath the white marble archway, flanked by holographic projections of the academy's emblem. Media reporters, invited guests, and students had long since gathered before the gates. Today, Zheng Shanhe stood tall in his tailored suit, his handsome features commanding attention. Beside him, Kofushua wore a black tulle gown adorned with starlight diamonds that sparkled brilliantly in the sunlight. The ribbon-cutting ceremony involved multiple procedures, beginning with an opening address by Dean Kodongnan. The speech lasted about 20 minutes. Following that came a banquet-like period for congratulatory exchanges. It was at this moment that a black sedan pulled up slowly outside the security perimeter. When the head of the Ku group arrived in person, the previously bustling media area fell silent for a moment. The business titan wore a gray tailored suit today, his step steady, his demeanor reserved yet sharp. His expression was calm and composed, his eyes reflecting a detached indifference that seemed to look down on everything. Kujinzong, the head of Ku group, had personally arrived. Instantly, all the guests turned their heads, and the atmosphere fell silent. But what was even more shocking was the long-haired man walking casually behind Kujinzone. A mysterious aura shrouded the long-haired man, drawing attention like an enigma. He wore a deep blue robe, his wide sleeves concealing a pair of hands as white and delicate as a baby's, crossed lightly. Black hair, radiating magical fluctuations, cascaded over his shoulders. This man following Kujinzone possessed eyes as deep and unfathomable as the cosmos, shrouded in mystery. Good heavens! That's Duan Tao, the world's sole SSS tier awakened mage and one of Longwa's strongest awakened masters? Whoa! This big shot always hates being in front of cameras. The fact he showed up here today shows how close he is with the Ku group. As the two prominent figures stepped into the center of the crowd, the hushed atmosphere erupted into a frenzy once more. Countless people scrambled to gather around Kujinzone and Duan Tao. Just exchanging a single word with these two heavyweights would be enough to boast about for ages. Chapter 126, Putting Pen to Paper, Establishing the Foundation bonus chapter for Wedge. The ribbon-cutting ceremony reached its climax with the arrival of the two dignitaries. As time passed, noon arrived, the so-called auspicious hour. The venue gradually quieted. As the helmsman of the Ku group, Kujinzone naturally delivered the final address before the ribbon cutting. Zheng Shanhe stood nearby, bored and yawning. He dreaded attending such events. Next, let us give a warm welcome to our student representative Zheng Shanhe. Unexpectedly, the next second, words that stunned him came through the loudspeaker. Ha! He looked at Kufushue in shock and confusion. She, however, was smiling broadly as she gently pushed him forward. In an instant, cameras and countless eyes locked onto him. Kujinzone's stern face held a faint smile. As Zheng Shanhe approached, he continued. Regarding student Zhang, I trust you are all familiar with him. At the school assembly a year ago, he single-handedly took on 7 opponents, turned the tide of Fenglin's defeat, and saved the day. Zheng Shanhe. It can be said that without Mr. Zheng's heroic intervention at the school assembly, Fenglin Academy would never have come into existence. The room erupted in astonished murmurs. Was Kujinzone really giving Zheng Shanhe that much credit? While he was stating the truth, having Kujinzone personally utter these words in such a setting undoubtedly elevated Zheng Shanhe's fame and standing within the academy to an unimaginable level. Zheng Shanhe appeared equally flattered and overwhelmed. Therefore, I have decided to entrust student Zhang with the honor of composing an inscription for Fenglin Academy. Here, at the entrance, he shall pen words of inspiration for all future faculty and students. Kujinzone's words sent a wave of gasps rippling through the crowd. Even Zheng Shanhe's eyes widened slightly. What an immense honor! To personally inscribe a plaque at the ribbon-cutting ceremony of the 5th Academy of Dragon Nation, such treatment. Holy crap, how am I supposed to write this? What should I even write? Amidst the endless cheers, Zheng Shanhe's mind went completely blank. Don't be nervous. Just write whatever comes to mind. At that moment, Kujinzone's hand gently patted his shoulder. Zheng Shanhe felt no relaxation whatsoever. Are you kidding? The whole nation might be watching him right now. How could he possibly write freely? He took a deep breath. He stepped forward slowly, picked up the prepared paper and brush, and began to write. For a moment, all eyes were fixed on him with intense curiosity. Everyone wanted to see what words this young man in his early 20s would write to inspire the academy's faculty and students in such a setting. Soon, Zheng Shanhe stopped writing. Kujinzone and Dean Kodongnan stood nearby, both gazing at the ink-soaked paper on the table. After a moment, they exchanged a knowing smile. Very good. Kodongnan picked up the paper and held it up for all to see. On it were written 2 brief lines of poetry. Chase the wind and chase the moon without pause, beyond the flat wilderness lies the green mountains. The entire room held its breath, some silently reciting the verses. How fitting! Chase the wind and moon without pause, for beyond the flat wilderness lie green mountains. Truly an inspiring verse. The meaning is, when striving, don't linger over the scenery along the way. When pursuing your goals, never stop. Even if obstacles block your path, perseverance will pay off. Spring mountains lie beyond the endless plains. Truly a masterful piece. Excellent. Thunderous applause erupted throughout the hall. Zheng Shanhe stood silently amid the flashbulbs. Well done. Kujinzone placed his hand on Zheng Shanhe's shoulder, his voice brimming with delight. The ribbon-cutting ceremony gradually drew to a close after Zheng Shanhe's speech. Unexpectedly, just as it was about to conclude, Kujinzone invited both Zheng Shanhe and Kufushue to step forward. Kufushue gently linked her arm through Zheng Shanhe's right, gazed at the cameras, and smiled softly as she said, Ladies and gentlemen, on the occasion of Fenglin Academy's inauguration, I hereby announce on behalf of President Zheng Shanhe. Her cool voice echoed across the square through the loudspeakers. The Haoran Shanhe Guild will be officially established in 3 days at the Tianshu Tower in Qingpu District, Magic City. Like a boulder plummeting into a lake, the media section erupted in a cacophony of camera shutters. One reporter, his eyes widening in astonishment, adjusted his glasses. The Ku family's eldest daughter is forming a new guild with others? And she's only serving as vice president? With the backing of the Ku group, this new guild might just join the ranks of the 8 great guilds someday. Kofushue continued with a faint smile. Our Howran Shanhe Guild has 3 guiding principles.
To safeguard the destiny of our nation, to protect the peace and security of our people, and to purge all foreign invaders from our borders.
Excellent.
At that moment, Duan Tao, who had been in silent meditation, suddenly opened his eyes. With a faint smile, he stepped forward under the stunned gazes of the crowd. His sapphire blue sleeves billowed without wind as SSS tier magical pressure surged forth with overwhelming force, causing every breath in the hall to catch. Your guild's so-called 3 principles truly stir the blood. Today, I shall join your Howran Shanhe Guild. How does that sound? What? The entire crowd, not just the surrounding reporters and onlookers. Even Zheng Shanhe felt a jolt in his heart. As the world's sole SSS-ranked mage, Duan Tao had never joined any guild nor founded any faction of his own.
And now, in front of all these people, he intended to register with Howran Shanhe?
Simple words, yet their implications were enough to send shockwaves through countless people.
Then thank you for your support, Uncle Duan.
Kofushue seemed to have known about this beforehand, appearing remarkably calm. At that moment, Kujinzong raised his hand, signaling 12 drones to ascend into the sky, each trailing a celebratory banner that read,
"Congratulations on the founding of the Howran Shanhe Guild."
All the journalists frantically adjusted their equipment, capturing both the drones in the sky and the scene inside the venue where Duan Tao and Zheng Shanhe shook hands.
President Zhang, would you like to say a few words? Duan Tao looked at him with keen interest.
Zheng Shanhe smiled and shook his head.
I'm not very good at these kinds of occasions. I'll leave it to Bushue. Quick, say something too.
But before he could finish, Kofushue gently tugged at his sleeve, gesturing for him to look at the camera. Forced into the spotlight, he had no choice but to comply. Zheng Shanhe stared at the sea of cameras and faces before him. After a moment of silence, he spoke.
Truthfully, my original intention for founding Howran Shanhe was quite simple.
I hope that one day, all of us awaken could wipe out every foreign race. To bring peace to our homeland, free from the chaos caused by alien races.
As soon as he finished, Dong Kai and Zhao Yao, standing in the crowd, immediately clapped and shouted, yes. Kuxian and Kuxiaomeng were also visibly moved among the crowd.
Zheng Shoushou stood rooted to the spot, her lips trembling slightly, eyes brimming with tears. She gently wiped away the tears, gazing at her beloved older brother standing on the red carpet, the center of everyone's attention. She felt genuine happiness for him from the bottom of her heart. How could she not recognize that Zheng Shanhe's final words echoed the lifelong hopes of her parents? The ribbon-cutting ceremony for Fenglin Academy thus came to a close. Chapter 127, Special Application Continued Bonus Chapter. That day, trending topics exploded across the entire network. Howran Mountain River Guild. Duan Tao announces joining Howran Shanhe first public guild affiliation revealed? At the 5th Academy's ribbon-cutting ceremony, Zheng Shanhe's calligraphy astonishes all.
Countless related trending topics ignited the entire internet. The next day, Xingpu District, Shanghai. Howran Shanhe Guild. Staff members responsible for various duties, including Kofushue, had already been recruited in advance. At this moment, President's office.
The ultra-luxurious suite Kofushue had arranged for Zheng Shanhe.
The single office alone was nearly 70 square meters. Not to mention the furnishings within.
The reception area featured an exquisitely matched tea table and teapot, along with expensive sofa chairs. The work area featured a solid wood desk, a custom-made executive chair, and wall-mounted wooden shelving units.
The entire decor and furnishings could probably rent out another floor on their own. It seems the publicity effect has far exceeded expectations. Kofushue sat in her office, her phone ringing non-stop since yesterday's ribbon-cutting ceremony. The world's only SSS-ranked mage has lent their name to this. What did you expect? Zheng Shanhe couldn't help but feel both amused and exasperated at her troubled expression. He knew Duan Tao wouldn't have acted that way at the ceremony for no reason. It must have been at Kofushue's request. Who knew Uncle Duan would go that far? Kofushue pressed her hands to her temples. I only asked them to give us a little publicity during the ribbon cutting. By them, she naturally meant the head of the Ku family and the SSS-ranked mage. President, Vice President. An employee knocked on the door. Come in. As Kofushue finished speaking, a gracefully slender woman entered, carrying a stack of documents. Vice President, our membership applications are about to overflow. She was the HR expert Kofushue had brought over from the Ku group. Clearly, even this seasoned HR professional was struggling to keep up with the overwhelming demand at Howran Shanhe. At this rate, no one can work normally. We're already overwhelmed just handling these membership applications. The HR specialist looked helplessly at the two leaders. Kofushue and Zheng Shanhe exchanged a glance before saying, here's what we'll do, raise our membership requirement to a minimum combat level of 80. That should weed out quite a few applicants. After all, we're just getting started. Once everything settles into a routine, we can gradually ease the requirements. Understood. I'll handle it immediately. HR turned and left. The moment the announcement went out, membership applications vanished instantly.
After all, awakened ones who meet the level 80 combat power requirement are mostly members of the 8 great guilds. Even among the few solo adventurers, most had little interest in joining a guild.
Forget it. We'll revisit this later. Zheng Shanhe shook his head. He hadn't even grasped most of the guild's affairs yet. Just as he was about to pull out the materials Kufushue had organized for review, the door knocked again.
Come in. The HR representative entered holding a membership application, handed it to Kufushue, and promptly left. S-rank warrior, combat power level 81, extensive experience clearing various dungeons. Kufushue read the details aloud: gender, male, name, Sun Hong, age, 28. Oh. Zheng Shanhe perked up, took the paper, and slowly furrowed his brow.
Seems somewhat familiar?
He looked at Kufushue, who shook her head uncertainly.
I remember now. Zheng Shanhe waved the application form. One of the 30 from the international portal. It appeared he was someone who had witnessed his power during the international portal incident. Have Huang HR review it. As long as they adhere to our basic principles and have no vices, they're acceptable. Kufushue tucked away the application form, gave a light nod, and pushed open the door to leave. Before long, she returned. Zheng Shanhe kept his head down, reading through all the details concerning the guild.
Besides securing exclusive rights to portals in certain regions, the guild held another unique privilege.
What is this, Celestial Hunt? He inquired with confusion.
Celestial Hunt, in short, is assisting the Awakened Association in hunting down criminal awakened individuals with talent ratings of A or higher and combat power levels above 70. Kufushue explained, most of these individuals are dangerous criminals who fled after committing major crimes. Since the association alone cannot guarantee absolute success in capturing them, the guild has an obligation to cooperate in these operations. I see, Zheng Shanhe realized. No wonder Qin Zhang always says he's so busy, flying all over the country. Turns out he's been catching bad guys. The bounty hunt information is transmitted via a specialized device. In a couple of days, someone from the Magic Capital Association will come to coordinate with us. Successfully completing just one celestial hunt will significantly boost our guild's reputation points. The higher our reputation, the larger the territory we can manage. I see, Zheng Shanhe nodded. The documents also mentioned that aside from participating in celestial hunt pursuits, sending personnel to join the Portal Guild's annual events would also earn corresponding reputation points. Numerous other avenues for earning reputation points were listed. It seemed complicated, but it wasn't hard to grasp. Time slowly passed. By the time Zheng Shanhe finished reading through all the information, the entire afternoon had passed. Now, at 6 in the evening, it was precisely quitting time. Let's go. Grab the 3 little ones, and we'll treat ourselves to a nice meal. Zheng Shanhe stretched lazily and chuckled.
Kufushue gathered her things, smiled faintly, and nodded.
But suddenly, the office door swung open. The gracefully poised HR Huang, her expression grave, looked at the 2 guild leaders with equal solemnity. Guild leader, vice leader, someone has come to apply for guild membership.
What's going on? Who is it?
Zheng Shanhe furrowed his brow. Judging by HR's expression, this didn't seem like someone joining the guild, more like a debt collector.
The person is waiting in the lounge.
Perhaps you two could step over and meet them personally. HR Huang said hesitantly. Zheng Shanhe and Kufushue exchanged surprised glances before curiously walking side by side toward the lounge. But the moment they entered the lounge, both pairs of footsteps halted abruptly.
Dan Tai Qingxian.
Kufushue gasped aloud. This woman, ranked first among SSS tier individuals, was the person she had admired most since becoming an awakened. Back when the international portal had the chance to team up with Dan Tai Qingxian, she had been overjoyed. Today, Dan Tai Qingxian wore an emerald green gown, her waist-length hair gathered by a jade green ribbon, revealing her flawless cheeks. She was breathtakingly beautiful, the most stunning woman Zheng Shanhe had ever laid eyes on. Why are you here? Zheng Shanhe stepped forward first, his surprise evident. Kufushue followed behind, staring blankly at her idol. Didn't they tell you? Dan Tai Qingxian rose gracefully upon seeing Zheng Shanhe. Every movement radiated an ethereal grace and dignified poise. I wish to join the Haoren Mountain River. Chapter 128, The Powerful Vice President. Kufushue's breath caught slightly. Had she heard correctly? The awakened one she revered most, the idol she idolized, was actually applying to join her own guild. And this person was Dan Tai Qingxian. She was a figure beyond the reach of anyone except the Grand Association itself. Typically, when not on missions, Dan Tai Qingxian remained secluded in her solitary peak within the immortal city, living alone. No one had ever heard of her founding a guild or joining anyone else's. So why today? Suddenly, as a woman's intuition, Kufushue caught an unusual flicker in Dan Tai Qingxian's eyes. Instantly, her heart skipped a beat. You want to join? Zheng Shanhe froze. But the guild doesn't have a suitable position for you. To put it bluntly, the name Dan Tai Qingxian alone would command at least a vice president level position in any of the 8 great guilds. I don't mind. Dan Tai Qingxian remained composed.
Kofushua's fingers unconsciously gripped the hem of her robe. Stop this. If I truly treated you like an ordinary member and outsiders found out, every awakened individual in the nation would come demanding justice for you. Zheng Shanhe shook his head. Joking aside, Dantai Qingxuan's influence was practically common knowledge nationwide. Beyond her title as the Divine Maiden of Xiansheng, she was also known as the top-ranked individual below SSS tier and a peerlessly beautiful woman. However, she could no longer be considered the top SSS tier individual. After all, following the Xiansheng incident, she had vanquished her inner demons, completely shed her past shadows, and truly ascended to SSS tier. The news just hadn't spread yet. So, would you like to step aside for me? Dantai Qingxian smiled softly. Sure. Zheng Shanhe smiled back. After the Immortal City incident, they had come to know each other's pasts inside out. This peculiar entanglement had, without a doubt, drawn them far closer than before. Beside them, Kofushua watched their interaction and spoke up to interrupt. She heard her own voice tremble slightly with unease. Sister Qingxian, if you truly wish to join the vast and majestic mountains and rivers, we could establish another deputy leader position. This was a fairly common practice. Take the Yuanlong Guild, for instance. While Ji Yuan served as the guild leader, he had 3 deputy leaders beneath him. Take the Nirvana Guild, one of the 8 great guilds, as an even more unique example. They rotate their guild master and deputy positions monthly, with all members taking turns to fill those roles. She held deep respect for Dantai Qingxian, bordering on blind admiration, so this proposal felt like an immense honor. Zheng Shanhe turned his head, hesitating. Kofushua had sacrificed so much for the guild's establishment that, in his view, this was unnecessary. Especially since, in his eyes, Dantai Qingxian must be joking. After all, in his memories, he had witnessed Dantai Qingxuan's deep attachment to the Immortal City and believed she wouldn't let go so easily. But this time, he had underestimated Dantai Qingxuan's resolve and Kofushua's blind devotion. No need for such trouble. Dantai Qingxian smiled and shook her head. Unexpectedly, Kofushua remained adamant. Sister Qingxian, if you wish to join, you must take the position of vice president. It would be an honor for Haorun Mountain River. Her unwavering stance left both Zheng Shanhe and Dantai Qingxian momentarily stunned. Then, Zheng Shanhe chuckled wryly. Since the vice president insists so strongly, I naturally agree. He then turned to Dantai Qingxian. What do you say? It would be my honor. Dantai Qingxian nodded to Kofushua. You really agreed? Zheng Shanhe froze. You're not joking? He quickly added, joining the guild means living here permanently. Are you sure you can handle it? This barrage of questions left Kofushua thoroughly perplexed. Was this guy having a brain freeze? Why was he so determined to reject Dantai Qingxuan's membership? Clang. Suddenly, a flash of blue light erupted, and the air turned bitterly cold. Dantai Qingxian held a blue scythe. Do I look like I'm joking? Then the Immortal City. Zheng Shanhe's mouth twitched slightly at her expression. These past few days, I've fought a lot. Dantai Qingxian regained her former composure, sheathing the scythe. Her eyes held a sense of liberation and enlightenment. The person I once was trapped there by my childhood self. I should have broken free long ago. Zheng Shanhe fell silent. Kofushua stood nearby, somewhat confused. After a moment. Haorun Shanhe will never let you down. Zheng Shanhe gazed into her amber eyes with unwavering sincerity. As long as I live. I believe it. Dantai Qingxian smiled faintly. And so it was. The next day, Dantai Qingxian joined Haorun Shanhe and assumed the position of vice president. This news was just as explosive as Duan Tao's nominal appointment. Just who is this president of Haorun Shanhe? If Duan Tao's nominal position was due to the Ku family's influence, then what's the deal with the divine lady Dantai? Holy! Even Kuzhinzong, the head of the Ku group, probably couldn't get Dantai Qingxian to do him a favor. What the hell is this news? I thought it was fake news at first, but after checking, it's actually real. Overnight, the combat power level 80 membership requirement for the Haorun Mountain River Guild seemed to vanish, and membership applications surged once more. After all, Dantai Qingxuan's admirers and devotees form an enormous collective. These individuals were now willing to throw caution to the wind just for the chance to work alongside Dantai Qingxian. Even members from the 8 great guilds were considering switching allegiances. Regarding these ill-intentioned membership applications, Zheng Shanhe instructed HR to reject them outright. His guild was no fan meetup hub. As the guild gradually took shape, coordination and collaboration between departments slowly fell into place. Through gradual screening, the first batch of awakened members for the Haorun Shanhe Guild was finalized. Initially, Zheng Shanhe envisioned a core team of 10 members, himself as guild leader, 2 vice leaders, and 7 others. Each awakened one's talent rating and combat power level had to be at least S rank and level 80. Only by establishing a solid foundation could they later accept lower-level awakened who ventured into the portal out of necessity. This was one of his original motivations for founding the guild. As someone who had been there, no one understood that helplessness better than he did. As the guild gradually began to function, Zheng Shanhe found himself busy daily with its myriad affairs. Days passed one after another. Before he knew it, a month had passed since founding the guild. Now that the guild was running smoothly, it no longer required the guild master to handle everything personally like in the early days. Overall, things had become much more manageable. Until one incident shattered the tranquility. That morning. Guild master. A sweet-looking girl with short hair pushed open the door, her expression slightly tense. Her name was Tian Tian, the secretary serving the president and the two vice presidents. Any matter requiring a decision from the three of them would first be notified to her for relaying. What is it? Zheng Shanhe frowned at her hurried appearance. The association has issued a warrant demanding our guild send personnel to assist the inspection department in apprehending a criminal. Tian Tian adjusted her glasses and walked over to Zheng Shanhe, placing the documents beside him. Zheng Hong killed 7 A-rank awakened within an A-rank portal. Originally an SS rank assassin type awakened, combat strength at least 80. Current location, Jiaoyang City. Danger level, 5 stars. Zheng Shanhe's expression darkened. An SS rank fugitive? I'll handle it. Suddenly, Dantai Qingxuan's voice rang out. She and Ku Fuxue had entered the office unnoticed. This is our guild's first heavenly hunt assignment. We must accept and complete it. Ku Fuxue added, we can view this as the association's test for our guild. Just as Zheng Shanhe was about to volunteer to handle it personally, his phone rang abruptly. Xiao? After answering the call, his secretary Tian Tian and the two women discreetly left to wait outside. Brother! I was sorting through the stuff you brought back from Sangcheng and found some things related to mom and dad. What? Zheng Shanhe's pupils contracted sharply. I'll be right back. He stormed out, turning to Dantai Qingxian and Ku Fuxue. Xiao has an emergency. I need to head back. You two decide what to do about the Tian show hunt. Chapter 129, Shadows of the Past. Zheng Shanhe rushed frantically from the city center to Fenglin Academy. After the relocation, they still resided in the academy's villa dormitory area, with the same accommodations as before. Meanwhile, Ku Fuxue used her connections to rent a villa for Dantai Qingxian right next door. Brother! As soon as Zheng Shanhe stepped into the courtyard, he saw Xiao waiting at the gate. After being pulled into the room, Xiao retrieved a bundle from a pile of boxes. It was a tattered bundle wrapped in faded burlap. A musty odor wafted out. Zheng Shanhe cradled it in his hands and slowly unwrapped the burlap. Inside lay a notebook made of unusual material and a yellowed newspaper. What's this? He frowned. Xiao took the notebook and flipped to a certain page. Brother, look, this is Dad's handwriting. Inside was a diary entry. October 8th. Following the association's instructions, we went to Qingshi town in Jiaoyang. The scene was already cordoned off, but those bodies, something wasn't right. This doesn't look like a simple alien invasion case. There are many suspicious points. A half-torn photograph slipped from the notebook's lining. It showed a charred, prone corpse of a mottled flower-faced civet. The corpse appeared scorched by fire, yet its body was abnormally hunched, resembling a mummy. Brother, look at this. Xiao unfurled the newspaper, its front-page headline shocking to behold. Jiaoyang Daily, 76 households in Qingshi town, Yellow River Basin, found dead overnight. Scene shows signs of alien force corruption, every corpse drained of flesh and blood. Accompanying the headline was a chilling photograph. Countless corpses lay neatly arranged on the ground, each covered with a white sheet. Qingshi town, Jiaoyang City. Zheng Shanhe murmured, 15 years ago, Mom and Dad left home for 2 months on a mission. It wasn't until later that I learned they were investigating a horrific massacre where an alien race wiped out an entire town. This. Clutching the notebook and newspaper in his hands, his thoughts drifted back to a day 15 years prior. He recalled that the case was ultimately attributed to a foreign tribe skilled in covertly infiltrating the mortal realm. As for the motive, reports stated that Qingshi town, having existed for generations along the Yellow River Basin, possessed inherent auspicious energy. After Qingshi town's destruction, the Yellow River Basin's waters remained perpetually polluted, an alien race's tactic to scatter the river's fortune, preventing its convergence. Back to the present. Zheng Shanhe flipped back through his notebook. During our investigation into the truth behind Qingshi town, we uncovered a terrifying revelation. Dad's handwriting on the next page suddenly became somewhat erratic. It seemed he had written with immense force, and even between the lines, one could sense the utter horror and disbelief that had gripped him. Among the top awakened of the Dragon Nation, one is a lurking alien race. What? Zheng Shanhe's heart jolted. He immediately flipped to the next page. It can be confirmed. He is the mastermind behind the Qingshi town massacre. The one who ambushed us at the Qingshi town ruins back then, it might have been him too. Next page. Too late. His position is now unshakable. Revealing the truth rashly would deal a devastating blow to my family. I can only choose to forget and must forget. Zheng Shanhe's brow furrowed deeply as his fingertips traced the words left by his father, as if he could see the anguish of burying this secret deep within to protect his family. He? An unshakable position. Who could it be? Zheng Shanhe lost himself in thought. Among the top awakened in Dragon Nation, one was a humanoid. This can't be possible. Brother! Xiao called out cautiously. Zheng Shanhe snapped back to reality, yet still felt a lingering daze. You should keep reading, Xiao said. He froze, his gaze shifting to Xiao, whose eyes were reddened. I've read the entire notebook. There isn't much written down, just a few final lines. Hearing this, he immediately turned to the next page. The handwriting had changed, now neat and gentle. Shanhe, it's Mom. What does the you reading this notebook look like? Is it the little Shanhe who could be strong and independent, taking care of your little sister while Mom and Dad were away on missions? Or is it the grown-up Shanhe who can handle things on your own? How did you come to open this notebook? Did Dad accidentally leave it out for you to find? Or did I, when I grew old, hand it to you myself? Or perhaps, as a keepsake? Your dad isn't good at writing sentimental stuff, and I'm not exactly a pro either. I don't know why I'm leaving these words behind, but it just feels like a feeling that maybe Mom and Dad won't get to see you grow up. The paper on this page is very pale, very pale. You could even make out faint traces of tears that had soaked through and dried. As he read, Zheng Shanhe's eyes blurred involuntarily, and his nose stung. He said nothing, silently turning to the next page. Shanhe, if you found this notebook as a keepsake, and if you've already read what your father wrote earlier, put it down. Put down the notebook. Forget everything you've seen. Pretend nothing happened. Don't pursue the truth. Take care of Xiao and live a peaceful life. Principal Dai Ran of Sangcheng High School is a close friend of your parents. Should anything happen to us, he is someone you can trust. Let it go. That's all. The words ended there. Zheng Shanhe stared at the blank pages that followed, feeling a vast emptiness in his heart. Brother. At that moment, Xiao approached him, her voice choked with emotion. Wiping her eyes, she asked, did Mom and Dad find out something? Were they killed by someone? Zheng Shanhe remained silent. Over a decade ago, Sangcheng was suddenly invaded by a foreign tribe. Thousands of citizens perished in that catastrophe. Her parents had sacrificed themselves to protect the evacuation of Sangcheng Elementary School during that catastrophe. Looking back now, Sangcheng held no apparent motive for alien invasion beyond being the city of Mount Tai's ruins. It was that anthropomorphic being who feared my parents would expose his true identity, so he orchestrated this catastrophe. Zheng Shanhe's fist tightened. Mom repeatedly urged him in her notebook to let it go, to not delve deeper. But how could he possibly ignore the truth once he knew it? The fact that the anthropomorphs had infiltrated the Dragon Nation and were even among its top awakened was too horrifying. The implications ran far, far deeper. Brother, there's one more page. Xiao crouched down and pulled a crumpled, tattered piece of paper from the box of mementos. The paper looked like crumpled scrap, yet the words on it were still faintly legible. Mountains and rivers. The first thing that caught her eye was her father's strong handwriting. I know my child's nature. If you decide to pursue the truth, remember this case is highly sensitive. Under no circumstances should anyone learn of your purpose. Years ago, I lost a blood jade in the Yellow River Basin. You and I share the same bloodline. If you go to the ruins of Qingshi town, perhaps you will sense the blood jade. That blood jade was forged from my spiritual energy, bearing a fragment of memory. Perhaps through it, you may uncover the truth. The passage ends here. It seemed my father felt such encouragement was inappropriate, fearing it might drag his son into the abyss. So he tore out this page and discarded it carelessly. Yet in the end, it was still discovered. Qingshi Town, Zhaoyang City. Zheng Shanhe's eyes flickered. Chapter 130, Why Town? Brother, are you really going? After carefully packing away her parents' belongings, Xiao looked at her older brother with concern. This matter involves too many people. No matter what, I must uncover the identity of this anthropomorphic being lurking within the Dragon Nation. Zheng Shanhe's expression turned stern. Don't tell anyone about today's events, not even Xian and the others. I understand. Xiao nodded obediently. Since you've made up your mind, go for it. I'm all for it. Seeing his sister's earnest expression, he smiled and gently ruffled her hair. Focus on your studies. The college entrance exams are just weeks away. Fonglin Academy assigns class placements based on both written test scores and talent ratings. If you want to be in the same class as me, just awakening in a grade talent won't be enough, you know. Super academies are unlike ordinary universities, they operate without a traditional grade system. As long as a student chooses not to graduate, they remain enrolled indefinitely whether they linger for 10 or 20 years. Of course, all fees must be paid according to the rules. Take Ko Fushue, for instance. She's already in her 4th year at Fonglin. With no mandatory graduation requirements, she could easily continue living on campus next year. Similar situations abound. Zheng Shanhe learned from Ku Fushue that the other 4 major academies are filled with students referred to as 8th level, 9th level, 12th level, and so on. Your grade level corresponds to the number of years you've spent at the academy. Therefore, Xiao wanting to be in the same class as Zheng Shanhe posed no problem whatsoever.
After bidding farewell to Xiao, he made no further stops. He called Kufushue to inform her of his upcoming trip, then booked the earliest flight to Zhaoyang City. He wasn't the least bit concerned that anyone would question his motives. After all, Zheng Shanhe had just accepted a heavenly hunt. And the target of this hunt happened to be in Zhaoyang City. As the guild leader, he naturally had every reason to participate in the hunt. Even if the executor was Dantai Qingxian, he still had sufficient justification. On the plane, Zheng Shanhe kept reviewing news reports about the Qingshi town tragedy from years ago. However, every single post or report related to it online shared strikingly similar content. This abnormal uniformity in all accounts only reinforced his suspicion that something was hidden behind it all. Ultimately, finding nothing, he paused at the chat interface, his finger hovering over the Xinjiang chat box, hesitating. Come to think of it, Xinjiang hadn't contacted him much since they parted ways during the Great Flood disaster in Chanyang City. After much deliberation, he decided against reaching out to Xinjiang for now. The Blood Jade Dad mentioned in his notebook. Perhaps I can find some clues in Qingshi town. The flight from Magic City to Zhaoyang City took roughly 3 hours. After landing, he first contacted Dantai Qingxian. From what Dantai Qingxian implied, checkpoints had been established at all entry and exit points throughout Zhaoyang City, and they were still tracking the target. After all, this was an SS rank assassin awakened being, they had to take it seriously. After hanging up, he hailed a taxi and headed straight for a place called Huai Town. Zhaoyang City was built along the Yellow River Basin. Among its districts, Huai Town was the closest location to the former Qingshi town. Why former? Because on his way there, Zheng Shanhe had looked up information about Zhaoyang City. After the Qingshi town incident, that area had been sealed off. It wasn't rebuilt, nor was it cleaned up. Its traces had been erased. Now, entering Qingshi town requires proper authorization. In other words, non-association personnel were barred from entry. Therefore, he could only head to the nearest town, Huai, to gather intelligence before planning his next move. After a half-hour drive and passing through several checkpoints, he finally reached his destination. Huai Town. As one of Zhaoyang City's attractions, the entire town boasted an antique style, emphasizing the charm of a classic Zhengnan water town. Stepping into the town, the vintage architecture and uneven stone pathways truly evoked the charm of an ancient settlement. Along the narrow paths, locust trees stood tall and solitary. Along the streets, shops selling various decorations and specialty items kept their doors open, with soft music playing inside. The pace of life throughout the town is remarkably slow and comfortable. Those new to the town, especially city dwellers, are easily captivated by this atmosphere. Zheng Shanhe first found a homestay to settle into, then began wandering aimlessly through the town. After about 3 hours, he found himself back where he started a tea shop. The proprietor was a white-haired old man, a gold-threaded pipe clenched between his teeth. He was hospitable and loved to chat. After casually ordering some refreshments, Zheng Shanhe deliberately struck up a conversation with the old man. "Grandpa, are you a local?" "Of course I am, young man. My family has been honest, hard-working residents of Zhaoyang for 3 generations." The old man puffed on his pipe, squinting at Zheng Shanhe. "Young man, you look like a city boy to me. What brings you to this backwater for fun?" Zheng Shanhe lifted his teacup, took a sip, and smiled. "Broke up with my girlfriend. Just taking a break." "Wow. That's something else. Can't handle a relationship, so you come to a small, rundown town to clear your head?" The old man flashed a mouthful of yellow teeth in a wide grin. "But Huai Town does have some pretty scenery. For someone used to the hustle and bustle of the big city, it's a nice change of pace." Zheng Shanhe smiled without comment. After exchanging a few more casual words with the old man, his gaze drifted absently toward the distance. There, dense woods stretched out, their edge marked by caution tape. "Grandpa, why is there caution tape over there?" Zheng Shanhe asked with a hint of curiosity. "Is there some kind of alien race lurking around?" The old man's movements visibly halted at his words before he whispered, "You're from out of town, so I'll just tell you this, that place, it's haunted." His expression was exaggerated, tinged with a hint of fear. Seeing this, Zheng Shanhe raised an eyebrow. "Oh? These days, isn't dealing with alien races scarier than ghosts?" "TSK. What do you know, young man? That used to be a whole town, but it was wiped out by those outsiders." The old man lowered his voice, speaking slowly and deliberately. "Ever since then, that land has been thick with resentment. They say they hired several masters, but none of them could do anything about it. Come nightfall, if you stand right at the edge of the warning tape, you can even hear the lonely ghosts and wild spirits wailing inside." You have to admit, this old man had a knack for storytelling. Zheng Shanhe frowned. "Is it really that spooky? Can we go inside and take a look?" "Oh, there's nothing to see," the old man waved his hand dismissively, blowing out a smoke ring. "Every year, all sorts of adventure bloggers sneak in, and none of them have come to harm." "Then why are you saying it's haunted?" Zheng Shanhe's skeptical gaze made the old man grin. "Heh, outsiders always get curious about that place when they come to Huai Town. I just said that to build up a little anticipation for you guys. Anyway, there's nothing to see in there. It's pitch black, not even a ghost in sight.
If you're visiting Huai Town, don't even think about going in there. The old man spoke earnestly. Sure, it's a restricted zone, but if you get caught in there, the worst you'll get is a fine of 1,000 or 2. If you've got money to burn, go ahead and try your luck. Just then, a couple walked in, and the old man hurriedly stood up to greet them. Zheng Shanhe gazed toward the caution tape and thought to himself, seems like the ruins of Qingshi Town aren't exactly a secret restricted zone after all. Fine. This actually saves me the trouble. Chapter 131, Nighttime Entry into Qingshi Town. Night fell. Huaizhen lay shrouded in the desolate moonlight, serene and peaceful. Zheng Shanhe stood outside the open-air balcony of the guesthouse, his fingertips lightly tapping the stone railing. In the distance, the police tape around Qingshi Town swayed gently in the evening breeze. As the night deepened, Zheng Shanhe's figure vanished without a trace. Inside the cordoned-off area, the air was thick with the mingled scent of decay and damp, earthy mustiness. This was no ordinary musty smell. Zheng Shanhe covered his nose and mouth. Before arriving, he had learned that after being contaminated by the alien race, the water in the Yellow River Basin produced a peculiar miasma. Ordinary people and awakened beings below combat level 60 who inhaled too much would develop uncontrollable emotions like irritability and rage. In severe cases, it could induce even more dangerous delusions. According to the information he had gathered, the Awakened Association regularly dispatched suitable awakened individuals to cities near the Yellow River Basin to mitigate the spread and effects of the miasma. For reasons unknown, this peculiar contamination appears impossible to eradicate. Beyond seeking the blood jade his father mentioned, Zheng Shanhe's other purpose for this journey was to determine if the pollution in the Yellow River Basin could be completely purified. This miasma not only corrodes the mind but also causes some erosion to the skin. Covering his mouth and nose as he walked, Zheng Shanhe felt a faint, burning pain on his skin, as if being licked by flames. After walking through the woods for about 10 minutes, the outlines of buildings gradually came into view ahead. At that moment, he slowed his pace. For at the very edge of the forest ahead stood a charred brick wall. Beneath the wall, a figure lay curled up, gasping for breath. The figure's breath was weak and ragged, as if suffering from severe injuries. Whoosh! Suddenly, a slender figure abruptly materialized on the charred brick wall. Clutching a dark red dagger, the figure bathed in moonlight resembled a predatory beast hunting its prey. I told you, I'm innocent. Why won't you let me go? Suddenly, the slender figure leapt high into the air, plunging toward the figure whose aura had grown faint. The angry, maddened whisper pierced Zheng Shanhe's ears with pinpoint accuracy. His heart jolted. This slender figure was the target of the celestial hunters Zheng Heng. Whoosh! Without hesitation, he unleashed a punch across 100 meters. Crash! A blurred mountainous shadow transformed into a violent shockwave, smashing through the forest and hurtling toward its target at an unavoidable speed. What? The slender figure was sent flying backward by the sudden assault, crashing through a charred brick wall. It rolled 3 times along the ground before finally coming to a halt. Zheng Shanhe charged forward. In the moonlight, he recognized the weakened pursuer as an awakened member of a guild. The man looked familiar, perhaps he would recognize him. Instantly, he accelerated. Since his combat power had surged past 90, all his attributes had received a massive boost. His entire form blurred into a streak of motion as he charged forward, the gale force wind he generated knocking the pursuer unconscious. You lackeys of the guilds! You're nothing but dogs who follow orders without a shred of independent thought. Meanwhile, Zheng Heng wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth as his crimson dagger suddenly erupted with a blinding crimson glow. Clang! In an instant, the entire forest stirred without wind as miasma coalesced into tangible crimson threads that wrapped around Zheng Shanhe's ankles. The moment these threads touched skin, they emitted a sizzling sound like molten iron touching water. The intense stinging pain made Zheng Shanhe's pupils contract. What kind of technique was this, capable of manipulating the surrounding air? Instantly, he pressed his right palm into the air, unleashing a colossal surge of chi that shattered the threads. Venerable spirit brush! Zheng Shanhe roared inwardly. His life-bound artifact rapidly coalesced, instantly transforming into a golden glowing brush. This was the new form of his life-bound spirit artifact, imbued with the power of the 4 great towers. Its might was beyond measure. Mountain River Scroll. As he silently chanted the incantation in his mind, the pen of magnanimity flipped in his hand. Swish! Suddenly, the ancient scroll, radiating golden light, slowly unfurled behind Zheng Shanhe. The miasma-filled air instantly tore open a fissure, unleashing an endless torrent of righteous literary energy like a raging flood. Zheng Heng stared in horror as the bloodlight on his dagger melted away inch by inch under the onslaught. You! His face twisted with disbelief, then he suddenly thrust the dagger into his own chest. A torrent of blood spurted forth, achieving a momentary defense. Alas, the gap in combat prowess between him and Zheng Shanhe was too vast. In the blink of an eye, he was overwhelmed once more. Put! A torrent of force washed over his body, sending him spewing blood mist. His breath faltered, and he collapsed powerlessly to the ground. Zheng Shanhe feared that using too much power would attract the attention of the hunters, so he immediately withdrew his attack the moment it proved effective. He strode forward, but as he neared, Zhang Heng's dying growl reached him. "You dogs of the association. To eliminate me with a pretext, you've gone to such lengths." Zheng Shanhe's brow furrowed. Zhang Heng's repeated claims of being wronged piqued his curiosity. Why would the association go to such lengths to target you? He looked down at Zheng Hong and asked coldly. "Pa, just kill me already. This secret is driving me insane anyway." Zheng Hong snapped back. The more he acted like this, the more Zheng Shanhe sensed something was amiss. Could there be hidden motives behind this celestial hunt? After a moment's contemplation, a flash of green light appeared as the Mount Tai heavenly ruler's ruler materialized, plunging straight into the ground. The violent tremors forced Zheng Hong to shut his eyes tightly. But when he sensed Zheng Shanhe hesitating to act, he opened one eye. The moment he saw the massive ruler with its green glow before him, his expression changed instantly. "You're Zheng Shanhe. Cut the nonsense. I'm not a hunter. What makes you think you're innocent?" Zheng Shanhe stared at him coldly. "If you're not a hunter, then why are you, why are you here?" Zheng Hong weakly shifted his body, seemingly trying to sit up but unable to manage it. "This is the last time. Why are you innocent?" Zheng Shanhe lost patience, shifting the Mount Tai heavenly ruler inch by inch toward Zhang Heng's throat. Zhang Heng's gaze grew vacant. After a moment, as if he'd come to some realization, he smiled. "Think carefully. If you learn this secret too, one day you might end up just like me." Zheng Shanhe stared at him, offering no reply. Seeing this, a bitter expression spread across Zhang Heng's face. "I am from Qingshi town." Those opening words sent a pang through Zheng Shanhe's heart. Over a decade ago, when the tragedy struck Qingshi town, I was in the capital city and narrowly escaped. Zheng Hong lay sprawled on the ground, his eyes filled with nostalgia. Of the 76 families in the entire town, I was probably the only one who survived. What does that have to do with the association framing you? Zheng Shanhe pressed. You don't understand. Because that year, our town mayor uncovered a terrifying truth. That person would never allow a single soul from Qingshi town to survive. Hate filled Zhang Heng's eyes as he clenched his jaw. So it was him. Zheng Shanhe's heart trembled. When he heard Zhang Heng's identity, he had vaguely guessed that this matter might be connected to the anthropomorphic tribe mentioned in his parents' notebook. Instantly, he demanded, "That person, who is he?" The question caught Zheng Hong off guard. He turned his head to look at Zheng Shanhe. After a moment, he replied, "You know too?" "Ha!" Zheng Hong suddenly let out an eerie laugh. Then, fixing his gaze on Zheng Shanhe's eyes, he declared, "The one who slaughtered the people of Qingshi town is Chen Zhang, the chief inspector of the Awakened Association of Long Nation." Chapter 132, A Bolt from the Blue. The one who slaughtered the people of Qingshi town is Chen Zhang, the chief inspector of the Awakened Ones Association of the Dragon Nation. Zhang Heng's words struck Zheng Shanhe like a bolt from the blue, leaving him utterly bewildered. Chen Zhang. Chen Zhang was the one who slaughtered the people of Qingshi town. That meant the man in Mom and Dad's notebook was also Chen Zhang. Zheng Shanhe's usually calm mind was thrown into chaos. Memories of every moment spent with Chen Zhang flashed relentlessly through his mind. The cold-faced section chief who oversaw all awakened in Huaxia, Chen Zhang, one of the strongest awakened, was the mastermind behind Qingshi town's annihilation, a humanoid, the murderer of his own parents. This couldn't be possible. You. Zheng Shanhe forced himself to calm down. Only when he fully regained his senses did he realize he was drenched in cold sweat. His gaze shifted to Zheng Hong. Taking a deep breath, he demanded, "Do you have evidence to prove it?" "Of course." Zhang Heng's eyes burned with hatred. "I'm an orphan. My birth parents abandoned me in Qingshi town. From childhood, I was raised by a lonely old man in the town. I have no family in Qingshi town, no attachments. The destruction of Qingshi town holds no sorrow or resentment for me. I just want to be myself. I just want to live my life." Zhang Hong nearly shouted, "It's all because of this damn resonance power. A year ago, I joined a sky hunt expedition. The target fled to the ruins of Qingshi town and was ultimately killed by me. Because I was wounded, my blood resonated with the vengeful spirits of Qingshi town, forcing me to see the truth of what happened back then." Thud. Zheng Hong slammed his fist into the ground. "I didn't want to know either. In that vision, I saw Chen Zhang cleansing Qingshi town. I thought as long as I kept silent, nothing would ever come of it. But I never imagined Chen Zhang would still strike. By the end, he seemed resigned. The chief inspector wanted him dead. In this land of Huaxia, who could protect him? The thought filled him with fury once more. Ing bastard. To justify eliminating me, that son of a even framed me for killing 7 A rank awakened? What the hell? An SS rank like me going out of my way to mess with an A rank portal?" His tone was laced with both fury and resignation. Zheng Shanhe's breathing rose and fell slightly. Subjectively, he still couldn't accept this reality. Yet, Zhang Heng's unwavering certainty, coupled with the contents of his parents' notebook, did indeed align perfectly with Chen Zhang. "You really saw Chen Zhang with your own eyes." Before he could finish, a vast surge of spiritual energy rippled from the southeast. It seemed the hunters had sensed the battle. "Go!" Zheng Shanhe flipped his palm, summoning the Haochi brush. With swift strokes, he wrote a golden character, hide. In an instant, endless mist surged forth, abruptly enveloping both figures. Several minutes later. Whoosh! 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 Several figures sliced through the wind. Among them was Dantai Qingxian, her long hair flowing, wielding a jade green scythe. She swung her scythe, dispelling the mist entirely. He got away again. Gazing at the empty scene, the group roared in frustration before scattering once more in all directions. Only Dantai Qingxian remained where she stood. She extended her hand and beckoned lightly. The lingering mist drifted toward her. Ding! Her phone chimed. She calmly pulled it out to check, then after a moment, she tucked away her scythe and turned to leave. On the other end, Zheng Shanhe stuffed his phone back into his pocket and glanced to the side. Zhang Heng, pale as a ghost, leaned against the wall and gave him a thumbs up with all his might, seemingly trying to express gratitude. Clatter! By now, the two had ventured deep into the ruins of Qingshi town. Distantly, Zheng Shanhe could hear the roaring flow of the Yellow River. Take me to the place you mentioned where I can see the truth. Zheng Shanhe knew full well that the pursuers wouldn't let Zhang hang off easily. They would inevitably conduct a thorough search of the entire town. He had to see it with his own eyes before confronting them head-on. Absolutely. He had to see it was Qin Zheng with his own eyes. Only by seeing it with his own eyes could he convince himself to believe. All right. Zheng Heng limped ahead, leading the way. Along the way, he turned back to confirm, you promised after seeing the truth, you'll protect me. Zheng Shanhe merely nodded in response. His mood was already terrible. He didn't want to say much more. Within Qingshi town, its proximity to the Yellow River meant the entire settlement was shrouded in miasma. The ground and surfaces of buildings were coated in an eerie layer of charred blackness. It seemed to whisper of the tragedy that had unfolded here. Almost there. Just 2 more intersections to the mayor's house. The truth lies. Zhang Heng spoke as he walked, completely oblivious to the uneven ground beneath his feet. He stumbled and fell flat on his face. But the instant Zhang Heng's forehead slammed against the charred stone slab, Zheng Shanhe's heart clenched in agony. A primal pull, deep within his bloodline, shot through his body like an electric current. He almost instinctively clutched his chest as his pupils abruptly contracted. This is... Whoosh! In an instant. All his thoughts seemed to be pulled by some strange force, urging him to head northwest. In that brief instant, the pull transformed into an excruciatingly sharp pain, as if countless needles were piercing his very marrow. The agony made him stumble half a step, grabbing hold of the crumbling wall. Hey! What's wrong with you? Zhang Heng raised his head, clutching his bleeding nose, but his words abruptly trailed off. Zheng Shanhe now glowed with a faint golden light. Drops of blood gathered at his heart, slowly coalescing into a crimson jade pendant. Cold sweat poured from every pore as he staggered, eyes wide open. Over there. What is that place? His voice raspy, he pointed toward the summoning site. That's the Yellow River. Zheng Heng stared at him in shock and disbelief. Without another moment's hesitation, Zheng Shanhe clutched his chest and staggered toward the source of the call. As he advanced, the roar of the surging river grew ever clearer. At last, he beheld the Yellow River. The turbulent waters glowed in eerie, deep purple under the moonlight, their surface shrouded in a distinct layer of miasma. Standing by the riverbank, he could distinctly sense the blood jade lying motionless within the water. Mount Tai. Golden light flared in his eyes. What are we doing here? Should we still go see? Zhang Heng, trailing behind, was about to speak when he saw Zheng Shanhe's entire body swell with golden light. Suddenly, a hazy silhouette of a miniature mountain erupted from thin air. Seal! With a furious shout, the shadow of Mount Tai, carrying colossal momentum, slammed into the Yellow River, instantly stirring up 1,000 layers of muddy waves. Rumble! Purple miasma and golden light exploded into a terrifying vortex on the river's surface. When Mount Tai fell completely into the river, the rushing waters were instantly blocked, forming a gap. Within that gaping opening lay a blood-red jade pendant, resting silently. This is... Zhang Heng stared in shock at the crimson jade pendant in the riverbed. How could anything remain motionless in such a raging torrent? Zheng Shanhe crouched low and leaped forward with a powerful bound. Father said this blood jade was forged from his spiritual energy, carrying a fragment of his memories. The instant his fingertips touched the blood jade, the entire world suddenly warped. Eerie ripples enveloped him. Simultaneously, a frantic shout exploded in his ears. I've made a new discovery. Come see it, everyone. Chapter 133, An Unbearable Truth. A lifeless gray spread outward in all directions, radiating from Zheng Shanhe at its center. Wherever it touched, scenes transformed at breakneck speed. In the blink of an eye, Zheng Shanhe seemed to have arrived in another dimension. Here, everything was a lifeless gray except for him. He alone remained in color. Surveying his surroundings, Zheng Shanhe saw the ruins of Qingshi town, which he had passed through on his journey, standing perfectly intact within this space. Yet, the ground and walls throughout the town bore intense traces of something.
paired with the emaciated skeletal remains scattered everywhere. The nature of these marks was all too obvious.
Quick, quick, look over here. A startled cry suddenly rang out at his feet.
Zheng Shanhe followed the sound and saw a woman crouched on the ground, her hands busily turning over the earthen bricks. Her face was blurred, her features indistinct.
Simultaneously, the sound of hurried footsteps approached from behind.
Zheng Shanhe turned his head and froze in place.
3 figures approached, their faces equally indistinct.
Yet, even by their clothing and build alone, he could recognize the 2 of them were his blood relatives.
Dad, Mom,
he murmured, his outstretched hand passing right through the bodies of his blood relatives without surprise.
What discovery? His father's steady, composed voice echoed.
I detected traces of spiritual energy fluctuations within the soil. The alien race that slaughtered Greenstone Town might not be the Demon Abyss clan as previously speculated. The woman who had spoken first hurriedly added. An alien race harboring spiritual energy fluctuations. At that moment, his mother's gentle, warm voice reached his ears.
The anthropomorphs? This massacre was carried out by the anthropomorphs?
Zheng Shanhe stood nearby, gazing at his parents' blurred faces. Tears welled up in his eyes and rolled down his cheeks.
How long had it been?
He had thought he had long forgotten their voices.
But why would the anthropomorphs slaughter an entire town so openly? This clearly goes against their usual tactics.
The anthropomorphs' method of breaking through the rules is unique. They rely on devouring fortune and flesh to ascend.
Qingshi Town is relatively close to the Yellow River and in a fairly remote location. Unless the commotion is too great, it's unlikely to attract attention.
The group discussed among themselves. Suddenly, the woman who had first noticed the commotion stood up. If this truly was the work of the anthropomorphs, then to take the lives of all 72 households in Qingshi Town, they would need to have broken through to a level where... Whoosh! Before she could finish, a faint whistling sound cut through the air. Then... Crash! The house behind them collapsed with a thunderous crash. Simultaneously, a perfectly clean, straight cut appeared across the body of the woman who had spoken.
The next second,
her body turned to ash and vanished.
Ah!
A soft sigh echoed from behind.
Zheng Shanhe froze abruptly.
He spun around to look. By the river's edge, a tall figure stood. In his hand, he held a sword radiating a flowing aura.
It really is him. Just one glance. With just one glance,
he could discern the identity of the person before him. Zheng Shanhe stumbled, unable to bear this truth. The chief inspector, whom he had always regarded as utterly upright and supremely powerful, had been an alien all along.
Run! His father's frantic shout pierced his ears. Like a bolt from the blue, it sent a sudden jolt through Zheng Shanhe's entire body. Suddenly,
when he came to his senses, his entire body was drenched in sweat. The blood jade vanished, and he returned to reality.
He took a deep breath. He suppressed the turmoil within. Let's go. I'll take you away.
The turbulent yellow river water crashed against the shore.
Zheng Shanhe's turning motion froze abruptly. Under the night sky,
Zheng Heng lay sprawled among charred sand and gravel, a dark red dagger lodged in his throat, his own weapon. Moonlight spilled over him, and those eyes, refusing to close in death, remained frozen in shock and terror that could never be voiced. Out of the corner of his eye, Zheng Shanhe caught sight of a figure in a suit, slicked back hair, and sunglasses leaning against the broken wall nearby. Chen Zhang's sword tip pointed toward the ground, its blade reflecting the desolate moonlight. Even in the darkest night, he always wore sunglasses. His usually stern face now radiated an even more ghostly chill.
Why did you come here? The silence was broken by Qin Zhang.
Zheng Shanhe stared at him, his fingertips digging deep into his palms.
The figure etched in the blood jade's memory overlapped perfectly with the man before him. SSS class. Details of the battle at Handan Mountain during the International Portal incident surfaced involuntarily in Zheng Shanhe's mind.
He felt no confidence facing Chen Zhang in combat.
Why aren't you answering?
Chen Zhang flipped his hand, sheathing his sword. His tone was indifferent as he strode forward.
Why did you kill Zhang Heng? Zheng Shanhe took a half step back.
His question made Chen Zhang pause.
Now.
Haoqi brush, mountain river scroll. Golden light shimmered on Zheng Shanhe's palm as the noble spirit brush slashed fiercely. Swish! Raging waves surged from the fissure, mercilessly charging toward Chen Zhang.
Without hesitation, Zheng Shanhe shot forward, vanishing in an instant. Chen Zhang sliced through the oncoming torrent with his finger as if wielding a sword. Silent, his figure vanished abruptly.
Zheng Shanhe, racing at full speed, pulled out his phone and dialed Dantai Qingxuan's number.
He asked urgently, "Where are you?"
"Where you said." Hanging up, he immediately sprinted toward the forest he had come from.
Fortunately, Qin Zhang did not reappear until Zheng Shanhe reunited with Dantai Qingxian. Seeing his furrowed brow, Dantai Qingxian asked in confusion, "What happened?" "Let's go." Zheng Shanhe shook his head and led her back to Magic City overnight. They returned to Feng Lin Academy and entered the villa. Even after sitting down on the sofa, his back still felt cold. "Zheng Heng is dead." Then he added, "Qin Zhang killed him." Dantai Qingxian remained silent, unable to grasp Zheng Shanhe's meaning. Silence hung heavy in the air. After a very long time, Zheng Shanhe finally spoke. I. His throat trembled slightly. Should he say it? Chen Zhang was a humanoid, the very culprit who had slaughtered Qingshi town all those years ago. His thoughts wrestled. Every time he tried to tell Dantai Qingxian the truth, scenes of them fighting side by side would involuntarily flash through his mind. How he wished it were all a lie. Even after seeing Chen Zhang's reflection in his father's blood jade, witnessing that sword with his own eyes, doubt still lingered in his heart. Until reality struck him, Zhang Hang's death and Chen Zhang's icy demeanor. Get some rest. Zheng Shanhe pressed his hand to his forehead, let out a long sigh, then rose and left. From start to finish, Dantai Qingxian hadn't uttered a single word. Yet, the thoughts in her eyes never ceased. Back at his residence. Even as Zheng Shanhe showered, Chen Zhang's figure kept surfacing in his mind. The chief inspector of the General Supervision Division was a human-like creature. Even if he told others about this, no one would believe him. After all, this was a man who held the power of life and death over all awakened individuals nationwide. What should I do? Chen Zhang's concealment was so flawless that he had even deceived the president of the General Association. Or could it be that even the chief president? No. Zheng Shanhe shook his head. He felt like a bird startled by a bowstring now, seeing threats everywhere. He had to stay calm. Calm down. At this moment, the only person he could trust and who possessed the strength to stand against Chen Zhang was Dantai Qingxian. But this matter was too absurd. He doubted she would believe him even if he told her. Chapter 134, Shrouded in Fog. The night passed without incident. The next day, Zheng Shanhe, Dantai Qingxian, and Ku Fushue headed to the guild together. His mood remained gloomy, leaving the two women puzzled. Sitting alone in his office, Zheng Shanhe gazed at the blood jade that had belonged to his father. Whenever he wished, he could enter the memory space within it. He spent the entire morning immersed within it. He replayed the memories over and over. Even after confronting the truth, a sliver of hope clung to his heart. If even the slightest inconsistency emerged, any proof that Chen Zhang had been framed, he would believe it. He couldn't explain what had happened to him. The decisiveness and composure he'd always possessed now left him utterly unable to confront this matter. What was it? His mind drifted back to the moment at the international portal when Chen Zhang had risked his life to shield him during their evacuation. And every act of protection that had nurtured his growth. These memories had become shackles, binding Zheng Shanhe in conflict and turmoil. He withdrew from the memory space. His fingertips kept rubbing the blood jade as he pondered. Unconsciously, his fingers tightened their grip. At a certain moment. Snap. Zheng Shanhe's movements froze. A corner of the blood jade had cracked. He snapped back to awareness and cradled the jade in his palm. Just as he was about to examine it closely, a wisp of eerie blood mist suddenly drifted out from the crack and was drawn into his body through his nostrils. Thud. Suddenly. A deep, clanging bell tolled within his mind. Zheng Shanhe abruptly rose to his feet as the surrounding scene rapidly transformed. Lifeless gray spread once more, enveloping the entire space until Zheng Shanhe found himself gazing upon a vast, endless desert. Within that desert, endless rocky mountains stretched out, their surfaces dotted with countless caves. The 1,000 caverns of the misty ridge. This is the place. The steady, composed voice belonged to his father. I don't know if we should continue with this. His mother's voice followed, tinged with uncertainty. Within the memory space, neither of their figures appeared, only their voices echoed continuously in Zheng Shanhe's ears. Do you remember that force that helped us escape the restricted zone at Dongting Lake? Father's voice rang out. We both sensed it, the call from the 1,000 caves of the mysterious ridge. For the sake of the mountains and rivers, for the sake of Xiuxiu, we must continue. I know, Mother hesitated. But perhaps stopping now, ignoring it, is the better choice. The 1,000 caves of the mysterious ridge is a bone-devouring burial ground. Trust me, Father's tone was unwavering. This call isn't without reason. Perhaps it could grant our child a rare power to fulfill our lifelong dream. As the final words faded, the hidden memory space slowly dissipated. Zheng Shanhe stood frozen in place. After a long moment, he stared at the palm of his hand, lost in silence. The 1,000 caverns of the mysterious ridge. He remembered a time in his childhood when his parents had left home for a week. When they returned, their bodies were covered in wind-blown sand. They hadn't gotten lost in the 1,000 caves of the mysterious ridge. Instead, they'd brought something back with them. That night, Zheng Shanhe had a very long dream. The dream's details had faded from memory. Even now, recalling it only brought the fact that he slept until 6 in the evening the next day, missing class. Chen Zhang once said the words Shanhe artisan were shielded by a force akin to that of the 1,000 caves of the mysterious ridge. Could it be that Shanhe craftsman was the profession his parents found and brought back from the misty ridge 1,000 caverns? The designated profession. This was a concept that simply didn't exist in this world. Zheng Shanhe's heart trembled. Shanhe. Dantai Qingxuan's voice sounded outside the door. Come in. The blood jade had vanished. Gone forever. He still hadn't recovered, even if he tried to force himself to appear calm now. but Dantai Qingxian could see his unease at a glance.
What happened last night in Qingshi town?
She finally asked.
Zheng Shanhe leaned back in his chair, as if the words he was about to speak would drain him of all his strength.
Chen. He opened his mouth, then finally said, "What kind of person do you think Qin Zheng is?" Dantai Qingxian fell deep in thought.
She had no idea what Zheng Shanhe had seen or experienced last night. Still, she answered truthfully, "The man I see is someone you would never recognize." Zheng Shanhe lifted his head, puzzled.
Cold, ruthless. Loves to keep things under wraps. Hard to get along with. These are the labels I've placed on him. Dantai Qingxuan's voice was soft. My first encounter with Chen Zhang was during a hunting operation in Xiancheng.
I had just ascended to SS rank not long before, and I witnessed him execute his own childhood friend with my own eyes.
Zheng Shanhe listened quietly. It was a rainy night.
His childhood friend, a C-rank awakened one, had secretly sold a controlled substance to ordinary people, shattering countless families.
Such a minor matter shouldn't have required the Inspector General's involvement. But Chen Zhang went anyway.
As his friend lay dying, he begged for mercy, crying out that they were brothers who grew up together, saying so many things.
Dantai Qingxuan's amber pupils flickered. Even I, an outsider, felt pity.
Yet Chen Zhang showed no hesitation. He thrust his sword through his friend's heart.
He said, "You made a mistake. You must die." Her tone turned icy, as if mimicking Chen Zhang's cold, ruthless demeanor from that night.
After that, I heard that for 3 months straight, Chen Zhang would go to the cemetery every day. He'd stand before his childhood friend's grave, staying there all day long. Once, I saw his back in the cemetery, lonely and broken. Dantai Qingxian folded her arms and said, "He was cold and ruthless enough. But sometimes, he seemed incredibly conflicted, a stark contrast.
Like a mentally ill person, fluctuating between good and bad. But overall,
Chen Zhang is a good person."
So, she met Zheng Shanhe's gaze directly. "What exactly did you see last night in Qingshi town?" Sunlight cast shadows across the desk. Zheng Shanhe fell silent, unsure how to begin.
Even as the truth lay starkly exposed, he still clung to a sliver of hope that shouldn't exist. Because, as Dantai Qingxian had said, the Qin Zheng he knew wasn't like this. The chief inspector he knew was incorruptible, yet he could still joke around with him. The man who risked his life to save him at the international portal, who harbored an intense hatred for the alien race. The Zheng Shanhe before him had become the very type of person he despised most.
He was conflicted and indecisive.
Seeing he still hesitated to speak, Dantai Qingxian didn't scold him but softly said, "You seem exhausted these past few days.
Go rest. The guild is in my hands."
Zheng Shanhe opened his mouth, but then realized he probably did need some rest.
Suddenly,
a palm, carrying a hint of coolness, gently pressed against his forehead. The delicate skin contact startled Zheng Shanhe. Lifting his head, he met Dantai Qingxuan's gentle smile. "You needn't worry about anything. Rest assured, I'll always be with you."
Chapter 135, Xiuxiu's speech. Extra chapter for Wedge. Days passed one after another.
In the blink of an eye, half a month had passed. In the morning, Zheng Shanhe opened his eyes and stared blankly at the ceiling. In the end, he hadn't truly allowed himself to rest. He deliberately immersed himself in busyness, trying to drown out the lingering gloom with daily trivialities.
"Brother Shanhe, we're gonna be late."
Zheng Shanhe rubbed his temples and rolled out of bed.
"Brother Shanhe."
As soon as he descended the stairs, Cassian impatiently grabbed his arm and pulled him toward the door. "Hurry up. Xiuxiu is about to go on stage."
"Ha?"
Biting into the bread Cassian shoved into his mouth, he looked puzzled.
"Isn't the graduation ceremony supposed to start in the afternoon?" "What graduation ceremony?" Cassian looked at him as if he were an idiot. "We still have a month before graduation. Today's Xiuxiu's pre-graduation speech, did you forget?" Reminded, Zheng Shanhe sheepishly rubbed his nose. My bad. I overslept."
Cassian patted his shoulder with a smile. Lately, everyone knew Brother Shanhe had been distracted no matter what he did.
It was understandable. Fenglin High had a tradition.
Every graduating high school class must deliver a speech 1 month before graduation. They could express gratitude to their parents or reflect on life. Or they could brag, chat, and express themselves freely. In short, it's a coming-of-age ceremony where they can express themselves freely.
Today marks the 5th day, and finally, it's that girl Xiuxiu's turn. Morning light filtered through the dome of Fenglin Academy's auditorium.
Zheng Shanhe sat in the front row, his thoughts once again drifting back to the days of Qingshi town. The surrounding chatter sounded muffled, as if separated by a layer of glass.
Until the MC's voice pierced through the haze, stabbing into his eardrums.
"And now, please welcome this year's outstanding graduate representative Zheng Xiuxiu." As applause surged like a tidal wave, Zheng Shanhe suddenly realized his palms were drenched in cold sweat. His gaze slowly came into focus. He saw the girl with the high ponytail, playful and lively, stride confidently onto the stage.
Morning light flowed over her light blue uniform, illuminating her youthful vitality. Zheng Shanhe didn't catch a word the young girl said.
All he could see was her confident figure on stage, freely expressing her youth.
"She's grown up,"
he murmured to himself.
At that moment, my graduation speech seems to be all about campus life. Xiuxiu's light, dancing voice reached his ears. I'd like to dedicate these final 2 minutes to my brother. The young girl's gaze fell upon Zheng Shanhe seated below the stage. Her eyelashes fluttered briefly before she spoke in a soft voice. After our parents passed away, my brother became the sky that held up my childhood. When I struggled in school, he never scolded me. Instead, he would draw a little red flower on the back of every report card. He always said, "Sis, don't be sad. Look, this paper has blossomed with your words. Grades aren't that important, just do your best." Xiuxiu raised her hand to wipe away the tears spilling from the corners of her eyes. Her eyes were red, yet she was smiling. Brother Shanhe. Kosian suddenly leaned in, offering a crumpled tissue. Only then did Zheng Shanhe realize his vision had long since blurred. In a daze, he saw the little girl who used to follow behind him, shyly calling him brother. As the two figures slowly overlapped, tears finally spilled from Zheng Shanhe's eyes. I love my brother. Zheng Xiuxiu suddenly spread her arms wide, declaring to the entire crowd with the most confident and beautiful expression. Of course, who wouldn't love him? The closing words fell. Kufushua was the first to rise and the first to applaud. Instantly, thunderous applause echoed throughout the auditorium. Evening. In the villa's courtyard, wisps of smoke rose from the barbecue grill. Kufushua set 2 jars of osmanthus wine down on the table with a clink as crisp as a bell. No one's leaving here sober tonight. Her gaze drifted to Dantai Qingxian, who sat alone in the corner reading. That includes you, Vice President Dantai. Dantai Qingxian propped her chin on her hand, smiling faintly. Sounds good. Today was also, in a way, Xiuxiu's graduation ceremony. Kufushua and Dantai Qingxian loved Xiuxiu as if she were their own. Especially for Dantai Qingxian back in Xiancheng, she had witnessed all of Zheng Shanhe's memories. Perhaps because of this, she harbored a special affection for the little girl. As night fell, everyone gathered around the table. Kosian was the most excited person tonight. He raised a roasted chicken leg and shouted to Xiuxiu. Go away, go away. I don't want your toast. Xiuxiu lifted her wine cup. With a touch of alcohol in her voice, she looked at each person present. I'm truly so happy to have met all of you. Sister Baixue, Sister Qingxian, Sister Zhaiyao, Xiaomengmeng, and Brother Dong Kai and Kosian. Her cheeks flushed bright red as she slurred, slightly tipsy, I love you all so much, and I love Feng Lin to bits. Why am I last? Kosian's face was flushed red too, muttering discontentedly. Zheng Shanhe held his wine glass lightly, watching the atmosphere gradually descend into chaos, and shook his head. Night deepened. The group gathered around a simple bonfire in the center of the courtyard, dancing wildly and singing at the top of their lungs. The night breeze carried the smoky aroma of grilled meat and the echoes of their laughter as it drifted away. Dantai Qingxian leaned against the table, her amber eyes reflecting the bonfire light. Suddenly, she whispered to Zheng Shanhe, you still seem distracted. I wish I could read minds, just to see what's on your mind. Zheng Shanhe swirled the osmanthus wine in his cup. After a moment of silence, he murmured, you've seen my memories. That night in Qingshi town, I discovered the truth behind my parents' deaths. Dantai Qingxuan's gaze sharpened slightly. So, it has to do with Qin Zhen? Zheng Shanhe nodded silently. No one could fathom his current turmoil nor understand why the words Qin Zhang as a humanoid felt so impossibly difficult to utter. The atmosphere fell silent. After a moment, Dantai Qingxian said, look. Following her gaze, they saw Xiuxiu tugging at Kufushua as she tried to teach her dance steps. Their clumsy movements sent grass clippings flying everywhere. Kosian and Xiaomeng laughed as they filmed from every angle with their phones. Xiuxiu burst into laughter, radiating pure joy. In that moment, Zheng Shanhe felt as though he glimpsed his parents standing at the edge of the firelight, smiling as they watched everything unfold. A flicker of joy danced in Dantai Qingxuan's amber eyes. Xiuxiu is quite endearing. Though she doesn't seem overly troubled, she's actually a sensitive girl at heart. She's asked us about your condition many times lately. She's very worried about you. I don't know what you saw in Qingshi town, but... Dantai Qingxian softened her voice, I'm here. Whatever it is, whoever the enemy may be, you needn't worry. She possessed the nation's most complex awakened profession. Now having ascended to SSS rank, she was more than capable of contending for the title of strongest awakened. Before this, Chen Zhang had always regarded her as his successor. But no matter how much you try to avoid it, one day you'll have to face him. Zheng Shanhe fell silent. Dantai Qingxuan's words brought a faint warmth to his heart. But he wasn't avoiding it. He simply hadn't figured out how to handle the matter yet. As his father had mentioned in his books, the other party's status was simply too high. It wasn't something that could be overturned with a few words. Moreover, the tangled web of connections involved was as intricate as tree roots, demanding utmost caution. Chapter 136, Leading the Group Out. Extra chapter for Xieling. Brother! Xiuxiu suddenly ran over and grabbed his arm. Come with us. Sure. Zheng Shanhe smiled, tilted his head back, and drained his cup of wine, letting his sister pull him toward the center of the crowd. That night, everyone got drunk. The next day,
Bathing in the morning sunlight, Zheng Shanhe stood before the bronze statue in Fonlin Square. Today, he wore a black, tailored uniform. A golden mentor's insignia was pinned to his left chest. According to Kadongnan, he was no longer considered a student. No mentor was qualified to guide him. Listening to the chatter of the young boys and girls around him, he suddenly felt a pang of emotion. What was he, a boy who had grown old before his time? Brother! Xiao suddenly darted over from the side. I heard you're leading the team today? Pulling his gaze away from the statue, Zheng Shanhe ruffled her hair and smiled. Yep, today's schedule is packed. Behind her, over 20 boys and girls in their new navy blue uniforms were noisily checking their gear, occasionally stealing glances at this legendary hero of Fonlin. Instructor Zhang. A girl with a bun hairstyle jogged over, handing him a list. My name is Qinling. I'm the class monitor of Senior 3, Class 8. This is the roster of students participating in the Changyang expedition. As she spoke, she couldn't resist stealing another glance at the handsome young instructor. Mei-chem, thank you. As Zheng Shanhe took the file, his peripheral vision caught Xian and Xiaoming charging toward him. His eyelid twitched. He sidestepped sharply to dodge their flying tackle. But soon, they were clinging to his arms, one on each side. The siblings whispered in unison, Brother Shanhe, our whole class is your biggest fans. Only if we get to you first will they not be too enthusiastic about you. What kind of twisted logic was that? Zheng Shanhe sighed helplessly. Let go of me. Go assemble. We're about to depart. On the bus. For the first time, Zheng Shanhe felt the youthful energy of these young people. They'd been chattering non-stop since boarding. Mentor Zhang, can we join your guild after graduation? Mentor Zhang, what's the scariest alien race you've ever seen? Mentor Zhang, you really don't have a girlfriend? Mentor Zhang. As they spoke, people kept handing him various envelopes, some even decorated with hearts. Sitting beside him, Xian chuckled, what do you think, Brother Shanhe? Aren't they just bursting with enthusiasm? Zheng Shanhe pressed his hand to his forehead, remaining silent. As the bus emerged from the tunnel, the scenic beauty of Dongting Lake in Changyang City came into view, finally diverting everyone's attention. Outside the window, the shimmering lake's surface resembled a mirror placed upon the earth, reflecting the azure sky to create a seamless blend of water and sky. On the shore, Yeyang Tower stood silently, radiating an intense golden aura of destiny visible only to Zheng Shanhe. He gazed at the shores of Dongting Lake, lost in thought. In the memories his father had left behind, Dongting Lake's restricted zone had been mentioned. This was the last clue they had left. Just then, squad leader Qinling approached Zheng Shanhe and asked, Mentor Zhang, the news reports say that after the Yangtze River basin was contaminated by the alien race, a toxic miasma has lingered there ever since. Everyone says the auspicious energy of the four great towers can suppress the miasma, yet experts claim this energy only mitigates it without eliminating it entirely. Why is that? This question plunged the carriage into sudden silence. Clearly, everyone was deeply curious about this matter. After pondering for a moment, Zheng Shanhe replied, the auspicious energies of the four great towers each have their own strengths and can indeed suppress and gather the miasma. However, the source of the contamination by the alien race in the Yangtze and Yellow rivers remains unclear, so there has been no way to eradicate the miasma pollution. I see. Many nodded in agreement. 10 minutes later, the bus pulled slowly into the parking lot by the shores of Dongting Lake. Maintain formation after disembarking. Do not wander off on your own. Zheng Shanhe stood up and announced in a steady, authoritative voice. A chorus of responses echoed through the cabin. Sunlight pierced through the clouds, bathing the lake's surface in dazzling brilliance. The majestic silhouette of Yeyang Tower reflected in the water, mirroring the real structure and creating a breathtakingly beautiful scene. The students eagerly poured out of the bus, only to be stunned into stillness by the sight before them. Is this the close-up view of Yeyang Tower, one of the four great towers? Some students, who had never ventured far from home, exclaimed in wonder. Zheng Shanhe stood at the front of the group, feeling the righteous energy within him tremble slightly. Ever since completing the achievement of the four great towers, he had developed a special connection to these structures that embodied the cultural heritage. At this moment, he could clearly see the golden radiance of destiny, imperceptible to ordinary people, pouring down continuously from the top of Yeyang Tower. It formed an invisible barrier, blocking the purple miasma drifting in from the lake. Don't get too close to the lake. Zheng Shanhe led the group toward the scenic area entrance, observing their surroundings discreetly along the way. The restricted zone of Dongting Lake mentioned in his father's blood jade memories might hold more clues about the anthropomorphic tribes. Another purpose of this journey was to locate the whereabouts of this so-called restricted zone. Mentor Zhang. A bespectacled boy suddenly pointed toward the lake and called out, what are those purple mists? The group followed his pointing finger and saw eerie purple mist drifting in the lake's center, glowing with an unnatural sheen under the sunlight. Even from a distance, an ominous aura emanated from it. That's miasma contaminated by alien races, Zheng Shanhe explained. At the same time, he noted that while the concentration of miasma here was weaker than in Qingshi town, its influence remained significant. Under normal circumstances, the auspicious energy of Yeyang Tower should suppress it, or at the very least confine it to the lake bottom.
Why is it now? His brow furrowed. Master, can we take a boat? Some students suddenly pointed at the boats on the lake and called out. Zheng Shanhe looked over and saw numerous vessels navigating through the miasma on the lake.
What surprised him was that these vessels were enveloped in a faint golden aura, seemingly shielding them from the lake's miasma. Seeing this, he didn't refuse. Instead, he rented a relatively larger boat, just big enough to carry their entire group. Stepping aboard, the group was thrilled, each pulling out their phones to snap photos and videos. Zheng Shanhe leaned lightly against the deck railing, taking in the lake scenery. Occasionally, other boats glided past. He couldn't help but recall the flood that night when the Yeyang Tower was placed. I wish this peace could last forever. He sighed inwardly. Buzz. Suddenly, the golden aura of fortune surrounding Yeyang Tower became inexplicably chaotic, causing Zheng Shanhe's pupils to contract sharply. That fluctuation was all too familiar to him, the spatial tremor preceding the opening of a portal. But why now? Boom! Suddenly, Yeyang Tower shook violently. Only Zheng Shanhe could perceive the fortune energy disintegrating and reforming, as if some force were assaulting the tower. Simultaneously, the purple mist at the lake's center began churning, showing signs of boiling. Chapter 137, The Eye of the Abyss Extra Chapter for Wedge. This sudden upheaval caused everyone to gasp in alarm. Some students attempted to step out to investigate. Zheng Shanhe bellowed, "Stay inside." But before his words had fully faded, the lake's surface violently erupted into a terrifying vortex over 100 meters in diameter. The reflection of Yeyang Tower shattered in the distortion. Zheng Shanhe saw familiar, eerie purple runes emerge from the depths of the vortex. "Sea demons from the immortal isle, what are they doing here?" Splash! 9 dark red tentacles, covered in suction cups, burst through the water in an instant. Each tentacle ended in an evil eye that rotated in perfect synchrony. The nearest sightseeing boat was snapped clean in half, several tourists screaming as they plunged into the water. Mountain River Scroll. Zheng Shanhe summoned his righteousness brush. A scroll unfurled behind him, and several cranes flew out, rescuing the tourists from the water. Boom! Before he could react further, the vortex on the lake's surface swelled again, its currents growing violent. A terrifying suction force spun the boat violently, tossing the students inside until they were dizzy and disoriented. Hold! Zheng Shanhe swept the hauchi brush through the air, transforming the characters into a golden barrier that shielded their vessel. Whoosh! The tentacle that had emerged from the lake bottom lashed violently against the barrier, its terrifying force sending the students inside tumbling. Class monitor Qin Ling slammed into the porthole, staring out in horror and gasping, "What kind of monster is that?" "Hold on tight." Zheng Shanhe braced himself against the deck with one hand as the Yeyang Tower suddenly trembled violently. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Fortune surged violently in an instant. But the Sea Demon clan gave Zheng Shanhe no chance to unleash his power. Swish! Countless black chains erupted from the lake's surface, coiling around their vessel and every other ship on the water, violently pulling them toward the vortex's center. The vessels rocked violently. Just as Zheng Shanhe managed to steady himself, he saw the entire Dongting Lake begin to tilt. The vortex expanded frantically into a kilometer-deep abyss, like a giant maw, swallowing everyone in their ship's whole. Amidst the dizzying vertigo, Zheng Shanhe's ears were filled with the terrified screams of his students. Gritting his teeth, the hauchi brush erupted with blinding golden light in his palm. Mountain River Scroll, unfurl fully. The golden scroll unfurled with a thunderous roar within the vortex, yet it could not withstand the suction from the abyss. A disorienting sensation swept over him, like stepping through a teleportation gate. When he snapped back to his senses, a sharp spear was already inches from his face. Clang! Zheng Shanhe swiftly summoned the Mount Tai heavenly ruler and struck it down with all his might. Only then did he realize they had all been transported into a bizarre space. Beneath their feet lay a platform formed from what appeared to be giant shells. Countless fish swam overhead, coral covered the surrounding walls. This was clearly the ocean floor. Yet they could breathe freely. Had the sea demon tribe brought them to the waters of the immortal isle? Or, ha ha! A muffled, panting sound emanated from ahead. 9 tentacles, like giant serpents, extended from the surrounding walls, radiating an endless sense of eeriness. "Everyone fall back behind me!" Zheng Shanhe roared, his hauchi brush slicing through the air to form a golden barrier, shielding the students within. "Brother!" Xiao Xiu's expression turned grim as the ornate ring-handled dagger materialized in her hand. She secured the pink-hued scabbard at her waist, gripping the blade with her right hand as its edge traced a fine line across the ground. "I'm with you." The young girl's eyes flashed with resolve. After the ring-handled blade traced an arc, its edge faced the enemy, while the spatial energy in her palm flickered between light and shadow. Seeing her earnest expression, Zheng Shanhe's lips curved into a faint smile. "I'm coming too." Kusian charged forward, shield raised, positioning himself in front of the two. Among the students, aside from them, there were no other awakened individuals. Among them were many from prominent families who could certainly choose to awaken early. However, awakening also meant responsibility, so most young people preferred to wait until after their senior year of high school to awaken. Boom! As the tentacles writhed, a salty, oppressive pressure surged like a tidal wave. The terrifying aura made Xiao and Kusian's bodies tremble involuntarily. The overwhelming sense of combat power crushed them, stirring a primal fear deep within their souls. This was no ordinary alien race. Kusian and Xiao turned pale instantly, yet neither retreated. Seeing their state, Zheng Shanhe made no move to stop them. Who? A low, guttural growl echoed from the darkness. Instantly, 9 tentacles coiled and snapped, lashing out like whips from every direction. The sheer force of the wind alone made Kusian's arms tremble. He had no doubt that if he took a single hit, he would be shattered to pieces. But the thought of Xiao watching nearby made him grit his teeth and steel himself to take the blow head-on. Clang! Suddenly, a blinding blue light illuminated the entire space. The howling gale ceased and the terrifying pressure vanished. Kusian and Xiao both looked forward, toward the figure that had blocked everything. Ha! Zheng Shanhe raised the Mount Tai heavenly ruler, locked in a tense standoff with 9 tentacles for a moment before swinging it with all his might. Swish! The razor-sharp blade erupted, slicing through the viscous liquid as the 9 tentacles were severed cleanly. But soon, the tentacles regrew, continuing to writhe and surge forward. Brother! Xiao gritted her teeth, gripping her ring-handled blade as she slashed through the air. Split sky sever moon. Where the blade sliced through, space tore like paper. A pitch-black fissure abruptly spread from Zheng Shanhe's body, unleashing countless streaks of swordlight. Yet upon striking the tentacles, they left only a few faint scratches. What? Xiao's pupils contracted. She hadn't expected her most powerful attack to fail to inflict even serious damage. Swish! As if provoked, a tentacle suddenly shot up from the ground, slamming down fiercely toward Xiao. Splash! Instantly, Zheng Shanhe hurled the Dazon Hangtian ruler, severing the tentacle as he shouted to Kusian, "This enemy is too powerful. Take Xiao back behind the barrier." Got it! Kusian quickly retracted his shield and pulled Xiao back toward the barrier. Xiao felt reluctant, but the monster's power truly exceeded her expectations. Realizing that continuing to fight would only slow them down, she obediently retreated back into the barrier. Roar! As several more tentacles were severed, a deep, thunderous roar erupted from the depths of the darkness. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The space began to tremble. Zheng Shanhe's gaze locked onto the area behind the tentacles. There, a vast shadow rose from the ground, shadowy and immense. "You vermin, offer your flesh and blood." A hoarse whisper echoed within everyone's minds, a voice like it came from hell itself. It pierced through the barrier, causing the students to collapse instantly. At that moment, the immense shadow finally revealed itself completely. It was a gigantic, sickly yellow eyeball, nearly filling the entire space. Its vertical pupils reflected countless distorted human figures, as if it had devoured innumerable souls. The tentacles were merely appendages. The true entity was this eye of the abyss. Chosen one of destiny, die. A hoarse whisper echoed from all directions as a sinister tentacle abruptly descended from the darkness above. Brother, watch out! Zheng Shanhe swiftly raised his massive ruler to block the attack. Clang! The air violently trembled, spiderweb-like cracks instantly appearing on the shell-covered ground beneath his feet. A single blow split his palm open, blood dripping down his wrist. A monster like you lurking beneath Lake Dongting? Zheng Shanhe retreated to the barrier. The others watched his retreating figure, their expressions varied. Master Zheng. Are we going to die here? A girl sobbed. Xiao stared at the gash on his palm, her eyes brimming with heartache. Clang! Zheng Shanhe thrust the Mount Tai heavenly ruler into the ground with a fierce thrust. Then he declared loudly, "Students, rest assured. Mentor Zheng will bring you all back safely, without a scratch." As the words fell, golden light erupted from his eyes. Chapter 138, The Great Con Artist Mentor. Whoosh! Zheng Shanhe shot forward like a cannonball. Wherever he passed, ripples erupted in the surrounding space. Get lost, you vermin! His fist, channeling the colossal power of the 6 great mountains and rivers, slammed viciously into the center of the vertical pupil of the abyssal eye. Boom! Viscous black liquid spattered like a torrential downpour, and the entire space cracked apart in the tremors. Under the students' horrified stares, the colossal eyeball that had occupied half the space was forcibly shattered by that single punch, cracking like a spiderweb. So powerful. Class President Qin Ling murmured. Kusian exhaled a long breath at the sight. Is it over? Students raised their hands in cheers and shouts. It's not over. Xiao suddenly shouted. Boom! The next second, an eerie purple light suddenly seeped from the cracks of the abyssal eye. Flesh, still not enough? The hoarse whisper solidified into a tangible sound wave, shaking the ground violently. Zheng Shanhe's expression darkened. The splattered black liquid didn't dissipate. Instead, it suspended in midair, coalescing into countless thumb-sized miniature eyeballs that densely covered the entire sky. Second form, abyss of 1,000 eyes. The hoarse murmur carried a hint of madness.
The core of the abyssal eye shattered completely, replaced by a twisted humanoid form composed of countless eyeballs. Its torso flowed like molten asphalt, each eyeball reflecting different scenes of death, drowning, slaughter, devouring. Zheng Shanhe charged forward once more, his terrifying fist striking out again. Ha! A shrill, low laugh, like nails scraping a blackboard, echoed. The eyeball monster suddenly blurred, as if vanishing into the void. Your power is indeed formidable. I won't be foolish enough to clash with you head-on again. Swish! Suddenly, a fissure tore open in the space. A torrent of foul, miasma-laced sewage surged through the fissure, instantly flooding everyone up to their ankles. It seemed the monster intended to drown them all right here. The frenzied flood of filth caused the cheering crowd's expressions to darken once more. Everyone. At that moment, Zheng Shanhe suddenly stepped back. He calmly observed the steadily rising water level and spoke with quiet resolve. Do you know why Yiyang Tower became one of the 4 great towers? His voice was steady and powerful, cutting through the roar of the churning sewage. The group froze, puzzled why their instructor would pose such a question at this critical moment. Ko Xiaoming trembled as she answered, because of its historical and cultural value? No. Zheng Shanhe shook his head as the sewage rose to his thighs. It's because for thousands of years, countless scholars and poets have entrusted their will to this tower. He raised his hand, pointing into the void. When Fan Zhongyan penned "Worry before the world worries," his spirit became eternally anchored in Yiyang Tower. This structure bears not merely bricks and history, but the convictions of countless souls. Do you understand? Within us, the descendants of Huaxia, flows the fiery blood forged by 5,000 years of history. Now, I need you to focus your will and call upon Yiyang Tower. What? The crowd erupted in disbelief. How could that possibly be done? Even Ko Xiaoming and Xiuxiu froze in shock. Only Ko Xian suddenly understood Brother Shanhe was finding a way to legitimately use his power. Immediately, Ko Xian shouted, "Everyone! Instructor Zhang means that Yiyang Tower's power comes from people's will. As long as we focus our will, we can definitely do it. Think about it, didn't the recent illusory aura of the 4 great towers prove this point?" Well said, Ko Xian. Zheng Shanhe felt immense satisfaction. This kid might seem unreliable normally, but he sure was sharp now. Now, I need you all to close your eyes, clear your minds of distractions, and visualize the appearance of Yiyang Tower. The soaring eaves, the gleaming golden roof, and the 3 characters the Tower of the World carved upon the lintel. Though sewage had already flooded their lower bodies, Zheng Shanhe's steady, commanding voice prompted every student to close their eyes and visualize as instructed. Xiuxiu and Ko Xiaoming trusted him most of all. Their eyes were already shut, lips pressed together, fists clenched tightly. Only Ko Xian kept his eyes open, giving Zheng Shanhe a thumbs up with admiration in his gaze. Only Ko Xian kept his eyes open, giving Zheng Shanhe a thumbs up, his eyes filled with admiration. Zheng Shanhe grinned, his voice steady once more. Feel it. Feel this tower's millennia of steadfastness. Feel its resolve guarding Dongting Lake. Now, lend it your power. As he spoke, Zheng Shanhe raised his right hand, his eyes swirling with energy. Boom! Suddenly, a dazzling golden light pierced the void and descended with a thunderous crash. The students opened their eyes in astonishment, only to see an ethereal Yiyang Tower slowly taking shape above their heads. This is... The crowd stared in disbelief, their eyes filled with utter astonishment. It was your collective will that summoned it. Zheng Shanhe declared in a deep voice, now, let us all unite. He raised his hands high, and the ethereal Yiyang Tower abruptly solidified. Suppress the flood. Crash. The entire golden pavilion crashed down with overwhelming force. Wherever the golden light touched, the filthy water instantly evaporated. The twisted eyeballs floating in the air let out piercing screams, reduced to ashes by the overwhelming righteous energy. Who are you? The remaining eyeballs abruptly coalesced into a grotesque visage, glaring fixedly at Zheng Shanhe as it roared madly. When did such a being as you appear in this world? What has my clan been doing? Why has not a single whisper reached my ears? The thousand-eyed abyss was gripped by terror and dread. The power of destiny was what it feared most. Today, sensing a threat, it awoke from its slumber. Yet, it never imagined that among the crowd it had deemed doomed, there would be someone capable of manipulating the power of destiny. Zheng Shanhe remained silent, golden light blazing in his eyes as he roared furiously, "Everyone, close your eyes and stay focused." Some students who had just begun to open their eyes quickly shut them tight, daring not to peek again. Zheng Shanhe raised his left hand high and slammed it down into the void. Mount Tai descended suddenly. No! A piercing scream echoed throughout the entire space. Crash! The overwhelming aura in the air grew ever more intense. Accompanied by the terrifying pressure of millions of tons, the so-called thousand-eyed abyss's body was crushed to dust by the Mount Tai, enveloped in this surging destiny. Zheng Shanhe smoothly withdrew the 2 mountain river creations. The boiling cosmic energy purified everything. As the last vestige of darkness was cleansed, the entire space began to crack and collapse. Zheng Shanhe shielded his students with all his might, whispering, "Remember today. Remember the power of conviction.
Remember, no matter how dire the situation, believe you can create miracles that shatter all obstacles.
The next second, sunlight pierced the darkness and spilled down. They found themselves back on the cruise ship on Dongting Lake.
As if the terror had never occurred. Only the drenched collars of their shirts bore witness to the reality of their ordeal.
Chapter 139, He.
The students returned to shore, still shaken.
Fear lingered in every pair of eyes.
Yet beneath it all, a hint of excitement lingered.
This outing would become an unforgettable experience for everyone. Dinner was served at the Dongting Lake scenic area. As night fell, the entire scenic area was illuminated by bright lights.
Zheng Shanhe stood at the arrangement, feeling the cool breeze and frowning in deep thought. The incident that had occurred at noon today had somehow resulted in no consequences whatsoever. Or rather, it was as if it had never happened at all. Even the local Awakened Association had only detected an energy fluctuation. Despite the immense disturbance on the lake's surface, the surveillance footage showed nothing but calm waters. The only anomaly was that the tour boat they were on vanished for a full hour while traveling to the lake's center. Ultimately, the association speculated that they might have been dragged into another world by some alien race possessing spatial abilities. Zheng Shanhe remained skeptical of this explanation.
If such power truly existed, would that alien race still fear the suppression brought by destiny?
At such moments, one person came to mind.
Chen Zhang. As the chief inspector, he undoubtedly possessed his own unique insights into such matters.
But, sigh. Zheng Shanhe rubbed his temples. He had discreetly inquired about Chen Zhang's recent whereabouts through association contacts.
But no one could account for the whereabouts of the chief inspector.
Taking a deep breath, he pushed those extraneous thoughts aside for the moment. Regardless, Chen Zhang seemed to be holding back for some reason, not rushing to take action against him.
He hadn't been seen since their parting at Qingshi Town.
I just wonder if that strange spatial layer today has any connection to the restricted area of Dongting Lake my father mentioned.
Zheng Shanhe's brow gradually furrowed.
He had already inquired with the staff, but it seemed there was no such thing as a restricted zone in Dongting Lake.
A gentle breeze rippled across the lake's surface. Moonlight spilled across the water, reflecting a desolate glow.
His gaze swept across the tranquil waters, his mind involuntarily imagining the uproar that would erupt when Chen Zhang's true identity was exposed. Brother! Suddenly, Xiuxiu's voice snapped him back to reality. Turning around, he saw the entire class gathered together, facing a staff member holding a camera. Hurry up, we saved you a spot. Zheng Xiuxiu, Xiaomeng, and Xian, the three little ones, all waved at him.
The other students enthusiastically pointed to the prime spot at the very front.
All right. Zheng Shanhe smiled and hurried over.
As he departed, an unnoticed spot on Dongting Lake flickered with faint blue light.
By the time he returned to Magic City, it was already around 9 in the evening. After dropping off the three youngsters at home, Zheng Shanhe headed to the guild. The offices of the two vice presidents were brightly lit. Lately, as the guild gradually got back on track, things had become increasingly busy. It was no longer like the early days when they could completely wash their hands of everything. Learning neither had eaten yet, he brought plenty of food as a late-night snack.
Smells so good.
Kofushue, her long hair tied back, wore a smile on her pretty face. Lately, her private demeanor had grown increasingly lively. Dantai Qingxian, however, remained as serene as ever, rarely showing any significant emotional fluctuations.
So, you encountered a portal you'd never seen before today?
After hearing his account of the day's events, Kofushue expressed some surprise. More than a portal, it felt like some kind of strange space.
Zheng Shanhe frowned as he recalled, you remember the bone tomb and the international portal, right?
It was more like the space on the 4th level of the bone tomb. Dantai Qingxian stroked her chin softly. I recall reading in the association's archives that since the Yangtze and Yellow River basins were contaminated by the alien race, sporadic disappearances have occurred. But Dongting Lake has never seen such occurrences.
Perhaps the recent nationwide invasion altered something?
Zheng Shanhe pondered briefly before turning to Dantai Qingxian.
If I wanted to access case files from over a decade ago, how likely is it the association would grant me access?
Unlikely, Dantai Qingxian shook her head.
Case files inherently involve certain secrets, especially major cases that entangle even more.
All right. Zheng Shanhe sighed. His original plan had been to locate the relevant files from Qingshi Town back then and try his luck.
It seemed he'd have to find another way. If it's about dealing with the association.
Kofushue suddenly interjected, perhaps we could ask Uncle Duan for help. Zheng Shanhe immediately turned to look at her. Uncle Duan holds great prestige within the Magic City Association, and President Zhang Tingzhou is his close friend. Asking him for help should be no problem, Kofushue explained.
Uncle Duan.
Zheng Shanhe murmured the name softly, his fingertips tapping lightly on the tabletop. Outside the window, neon lights filtered through the glass, casting patterns across his sharply defined profile. To the two women, his usually steady eyes now flickered with a complex light.
A moment passed. I'll contact Uncle Duan tomorrow morning.
Kofushue tucked a stray strand of hair behind her ear, her fingertips gliding across her phone screen.
He's been researching magic circuits at the Magic Capital Association lately. He should. No need. Zheng Shanhe abruptly cut her off. The office fell silent. Even Dantai Qingxian, who had been flipping through her contacts, lifted her amber eyes. Shanhe? Kofushue tilted her head in confusion. She watched Zheng Shanhe rise and walk toward the floor-to-ceiling window, his upright silhouette bathed in a golden halo by the city lights. Zheng Shanhe stared at his reflection in the glass, suddenly recalling the phrase from his father's memory when the blood jade shattered, the call of the 1,000 caverns of the mysterious ridge. A sudden intuition shot through him like an electric current. The Qingshi town files might never have been in the association's possession to begin with. A case with such a flaw would surely be destroyed by Chen Zhang under various pretexts. Bang! The office door burst open. Shanhe. Kosian rushed in, tablet in hand, gasping for breath. You asked me to monitor today's Dongting Lake surveillance footage. There's definitely something wrong. When we got pulled into the vortex today, a human figure appeared above Dongting Lake. Kosian slammed the tablet onto the desk, pointing excitedly at the surveillance footage. Look! Zheng Shanhe immediately strode forward. On the screen, just as their cruise ship vanished inexplicably, a human figure was indeed seen suspended mid-air in the sky. Zheng Shanhe's pupils contracted. Even though the image was somewhat blurry, he could still recognize that silhouette. The straight spine, the left hand hanging down, and the faintly visible blue sword hilt beneath the fluttering hem of the robe. Chen Zhang. Dantai Qingxian stood beside Zheng Shanhe, her brows furrowed. Why was he there? Kofushua's cool voice carried equal confusion. Section Chief Chen? If it really is him, why didn't he help you escape? It must be because brother Shanhe was there. Kosian caught his breath. I had to look back and forth many times before I noticed. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Lightning suddenly flashed outside the window, and torrential rain poured down without warning. Holy crap, that scared the hell out of me. Kosian shuddered at the sudden thunderclap, patting his chest. Sis, are you guys done with work? Can I ask for a late-night snack? When Kofushue shot him a cold stare, he quickly held up 4 fingers. I swear. It's because Shio got hungry. She said she wanted to eat when she saw me come out. Hearing it was Shio's request, Kofushue nodded immediately. All right. Seeing his sister's blatant double standard, Kosian pouted but dared not say anything. Are you okay? Dantai Qingxian suddenly asked. The sister's gazes turned to Zheng Shanhe. He sat there, his brow furrowed, staring intently at the surveillance feed, his fists clenched so tightly they trembled. Why are you here? A whirlwind of emotions churned within him. As time passed, Chen Zhang seemed to solidify his identity as a human-like being. Chapter 140, Suspicious Circumstances. Days passed one after another. Zheng Shanhe attempted to uncover details about the Qingshi town massacre without involving the association. But in the end, he came up empty-handed. During this period, he had intended to visit the 1,000 caverns of the mysterious ridge, but was sternly refused by Dantai Qingxian. That place seemed like a no-man's land unless one was absolutely certain it was best not to even set foot near it. Dantai Qingxian's stance was unyielding, so Zheng Shanhe temporarily abandoned the idea. Thus, finding himself idle, he reverted to his routine of shuttling between 2 points. Shuttling between the academy and the guild. Until this day. Howrun Mountain River Guild. President, someone is here to see you. The secretary inquired outside the office. Zheng Shanhe gathered the documents on his desk, rubbing his temples as he said, send them in. Soon, the door swung open. A burly man with thick eyebrows stepped inside. Zhang Xian? Zheng Shanhe looked surprised. Chairman Zhang, the guild's grown quite impressive. Zhang Xian laughed heartily. The two had only met a handful of times since their parting during the elite program. Yet, the bond of their past friendship remained. Sit down. Zheng Shanhe rose and gestured for him to sit on the sofa in the reception area. After pouring a cup of hot tea, Zhong Xian grinned and pushed a stack of documents toward him. Big brother asked me to give these to you. Ji Yuan? Zheng Shanhe frowned. As soon as he took them, his eyes fell on the bold words on the first page. Qingshi Town Massacre Case File. Zhong Xian took a sip of tea and said, Big brother said the case files were sealed long ago. Who knows where they're gathering dust in some association. They're impossible to find. This is the closest thing he could find. Setting down his cup, Zhong Xian scratched his head. What did the boss say again? Something about this being a case compilation left behind by a journalist who covered it. Thanks. Zheng Shanhe took a deep breath. He'd been so consumed by recent tasks that he'd completely forgotten about this. Clutching the heavy file in his hands, he felt an urgent sense of anticipation. Zhong Xian seemed to sense his urgency. After handing over the documents, he stood up and said, Big brother, I've completed the task you assigned me. I won't keep you any longer. The burly man left without a moment's hesitation. Seeing this, Zheng Shanhe politely tried to keep him a little longer before seeing him off. Recently, it suddenly occurred to him that Ji Yuan seemed to have a deep connection with the president of the Magic Capital Association. He had tentatively asked Ji Yuan for a favor. To his surprise, Ji Yuan had genuinely taken his request to heart. Regardless of whether these documents proved useful, the debt of gratitude alone meant that whenever the Yuan Loan Guild or Ji Yuan needed assistance in the future, Zheng Shanhe would certainly lend a hand. Back in his office, Zheng Shanhe immediately opened the documents for careful examination. The paper had yellowed, its edges slightly curled, clearly documents that had seen some years. He scanned them word by word, afraid to miss any detail. Yet, the deeper he delved, the more his brow furrowed. This is all information we already know. The documents detailed the horrific massacre of 72 households in Qingshe town and the subsequent investigative theories, yet the culprit identified matched the news reports word for word. As he reached the final page, a startling announcement came from the television. It is worth noting that today marks the 15th anniversary of Section Chief Chen Zhang's tenure in the General Supervision Section. The female host's voice made him snap his head up. The screen displayed a montage of Chen Zhang's achievements over the years, the stern figure with sunglasses and slick-back hair dominating international conferences and slashing down countless alien races with a single sword strike at the border portal. It is reported that before assuming his role as chief inspector, Chen Zhang had represented Dragon Nation at multiple international awakened exchange conferences, securing numerous victories for the nation. Zheng Shanhe's pupils abruptly contracted. The television feed switched to a news clip from over a decade ago. A young Chen Zhang stood on the United Nations award podium, shaking hands and conversing with representatives from various nations. The date in the lower right corner was unmistakable, the very day the Qingshe town massacre occurred. Impossible. His hand froze mid-motion as Zheng Shanhe stared fixedly at the screen. The sword-wielding figure from the Blood Jade's memories clashed violently with the scene before him. He immediately opened his computer and searched for the International Awakened Exchange Conference from that year. Soon, a headline leapt into his eyes. While Chen Zhang represented the nation at a month-long exchange conference, Zhaoyang City was rocked by a nationally shocking massacre. The mouse cursor hovered over the headline. Zheng Shanhe suddenly felt a wave of dizziness. Before becoming chief inspector, Chen Zhang was already a nationally renowned super detective. No matter how bizarre the murder case, he could unravel it like unwinding silk and ultimately find the culprit. The Qingshe town massacre should have been his case, but due to the importance of the international exchange program, he simply couldn't leave midway. I jumped to conclusions. Zheng Shanhe murmured. Because the clues and visions came from his father's blood jade, he couldn't accept that Chen Zhang was a humanoid, yet subconsciously, he acknowledged it. Reflecting carefully, he recalled the contamination of the Yellow River Basin by alien races, then the eerie thousand-eyed abyss at Dongting Lake. The alien races' methods were beyond imagination. After all these years, the blood jade still lay intact at the bottom of the turbulent Yellow River, waiting for him to discover it. Everything felt too coincidental. As for Zhang Heng's claim that he used his resonance ability to witness Chen Zhang's massacre of the town. Either it was a vision altered by the alien race, much like the blood jade might have been tampered with, intended to mislead. Yet, there lingered a thread of improbability in all of this. Outside the window, dark clouds gathered thickly. Torrential rain pounded against the glass, creating a chaotic din. Just like his thoughts at this moment, utterly chaotic. Then, Chen Zhang's voice came from the television. I was born on this land. Protecting it is my lifelong mission. I will never allow foreign forces to destroy our homeland. Zheng Shanhe lifted his head, staring at Chen Zhang's piercing eyes on the screen. After a moment, he picked up his phone, hesitated for a moment, then dialed the number he hadn't contacted in ages. Anxious, hurried. A minute later, the line went to voicemail with a call forwarding prompt. Hello, this is Chen, secretary to Section Chief Chen. Section Chief Chen is currently on assignment. If you have any matters, please feel free to tell me. A woman's voice answered. Zheng Shanhe hesitated for a moment before saying, This is Zheng Shanhe. Chen Zhang. Mr. Zhang, the secretary replied immediately. I'm so glad you finally called. Director Chen specifically instructed me that any matter or request from you should be accommodated to the fullest extent possible. Please, go ahead. Zheng Shanhe's pupils flashed. When did he instruct you? 24 days ago. 24 days? The day after he left Qingshe town? Zheng Shanhe fell silent. After a moment, he asked, What mission was Chen Zhang carrying out? I'm sorry, Mr. Zhang, but that's classified. Even I don't have clearance to know. Once Chen Zhang completes his mission, ensure he contacts me immediately. Understood, Mr. Zhang. The call ended. Zheng Shanhe fell deep in thought. Somewhere in Longhua. Do you really think Zheng Shanhe will believe the truth about Qingshe town? That's irrelevant. A detached chuckle echoed, this whole affair is merely a diversion. It temporarily distracts him and keeps Chen Zhang occupied, perfect for our purposes. But sooner or later, he'll find a way to purify the river basin. You still don't understand, none of that matters. We must focus all our energy on the Great Wall anomaly. No matter how much turmoil Zheng Shanhe stirs up, once the Great Wall anomaly unfolds, he'll never shine so brightly again. Chapter 141, Stirring Trouble? A few days later.
Zheng Shanhe set aside the matters of Qingshi town.
For now. Morning.
Having just finished his workout and showered, he was preparing to head to the guild when a call came in from a guild member.
Guild Master. The Tianyunwanli Guild, under the Meng clan, has suddenly invaded our territory.
They demand we hand over an S-rank portal and have injured 3 of our members.
Zheng Shanhe's eyes turned icy cold. The Meng family? Back in the old Fenglin campus, the siblings who bullied Shou were from the Meng family. I'll be there immediately.
With both vice presidents absent from Magic City today, he had no choice but to handle this personally.
Jinbai District, under the jurisdiction of the Haoran Shanhe Guild. Outskirts, at a secured S-class portal. Dozens of Meng clan members clad in silver-gray uniforms stood in formation.
The bald, burly leader sneered, "I'll say it again, this portal belongs to the Meng clan."
Bull. A member of the Haoran Mountain River Guild spat blood from the corner of his mouth. Do you even know who our guild leader is? How dare you lay claim to Haoran Mountain River's territory?
The bald brute spread his hands toward the crowd beside him.
Sorry, kid. We're all elite returnees fresh from the United States.
Never heard of your so-called president.
Ha! You've never even heard of our leader?
Then you've truly lived in vain.
The Haoran Mountain River faction immediately sneered.
Just moments ago, a clash had erupted between the two sides. Though the opponents were these so-called elite returnees, the Haoran Mountain River members weren't pushovers either. Both sides had sustained injuries.
Well said, wasted lives.
A lazy voice drifted from the Meng faction. Instantly, the Meng faction parted to reveal a tall, slender youth in a white suit standing behind the crowd. The young man wore gold-rimmed glasses, his hands tucked into his pockets, his eyes brimming with contempt.
I am Meng Tianxi.
Now, I'll say it again, I've never heard of this so-called Haoran Shanhe.
Now, get out. This is Tianyunwanli's territory.
The lanky youth slowly raised his glasses with a finger, every movement dripping with contempt for those around him.
Meng Tianxi? The heir apparent of the Meng group?
The Haoran Mountain River members immediately frowned. But a cold laugh soon cut through the air.
So what if he's from the Meng group? Our vice president is none other than Miss Kofushui. Kofushui?
This time, it was the Meng group members who froze in shock. Especially Meng Tianxi, his eyes suddenly lit up.
Kofushui is your guild's vice president? Bring her to me. Meng Tianxi waved his hand decisively.
His henchman behind him, perfectly in sync, immediately pulled out a chair and placed it before him. The eldest son of the Meng family settled into the seat, crossing his legs.
Young master, speaking of which, the eldest Miss Ku is practically your childhood sweetheart, isn't she?
The bald, burly man bowed low, his face plastered with a fawning smile. A playful smile touched Meng Tianxi's lips. Bushua and I did share some fond memories. Never imagined she'd stoop to joining some minor guild as vice president. Truly beneath her station. Our Haoran Mountain River is no small guild.
The young leader of Haoran Shanhe clutched his injured shoulder and gritted his teeth. Just wait until our president arrives, you'll all pay for this.
Ha! What a load of crap, this mighty Rivers and Mountains Guild.
Without Kofushua's name, I doubt it even qualifies as a third-rate guild. Meng Tianxi swept a contemptuous glance over the crowd. Fine.
I'll make an exception and let this Haoran Mountain River join our Meng clan's Tianyunwanli.
Bull.
The Haoran Shanhe members erupted in fury. You think being a Meng clan member gives you the right to act so arrogant?
Meng Tianxi calmly pulled a cigar from his suit jacket pocket. Someone immediately stepped forward to light it.
He drew a deep drag, exhaling a ring of smoke as he stated coolly, I am the sole heir to the Meng group. In a few days, the position of guild leader of the Tianyunwanli Guild will also be mine.
Furthermore, I am an SS-grade elemental master with a combat rating of 85. His tone grew heavier. Now, you lot lifelong wage slaves, got any more questions?
The members of the Haoran Mountain River Guild looked bitterly frustrated. After all, he was the legitimate heir to a major conglomerate, while they were mere guild members, no comparison.
What? Struck dumb? Meng Tianxi's lips curved upward as he twirled a cigar between his fingers.
I'll give you 2 choices. First, hand over this portal willingly and have Kofushui come see me.
Second.
His gaze turned icy. I beat every last one of you senseless, then go smash your entire Haoran Mountain River hideout. The bald, burly man grinned savagely and stepped forward.
Young master, why waste words with them? Just take them down.
After such a long flight, we deserve to stretch our legs now that we're finally on solid ground.
The others chimed in with laughter. That's right, young master. We just brought back new gear from overseas, perfect for testing on them. Meng Tianxi feigned contemplation.
You're right. Then, he snapped his fingers and said with a smile, take them down.
Whatever happens, I'll take the blame.
His henchmen sprang into action, pulling out all sorts of bizarre gear from their backpacks. There were bracelets that could unleash energy shields, wands glowing with energy, and even someone pulled out a miniature energy cannon. All of these were the latest specialized gear for Awaken developed by the United States.
The members of Haoran Shanhe stood back to back in formation. Though outnumbered, not a single one flinched.
The young leader whispered, hold on.
The president will be here soon. Hicks. Meng Tianzi stepped forward, taking a small energy cannon in hand. Ever been abroad? Ever seen this kind of high tech? Today, I'll show you. Just as the eldest son of the Meng family raised his hand to order the attack. Boom! A terrifying roar tore through the air. A blue beam, like a furious dragon tearing through the sky, sent the Mount Tai heavenly ruler's ruler crashing into the ground, grazing the bald, burly man's body. Spiderweb-like cracks instantly spread to Meng Tianzi's feet. Such immense force caused everyone's expressions to change. Members of the vast and majestic mountains faction lit up with joy upon seeing the colossal ruler, some even shouting, "The guild leader." Everyone on Meng Tianzi's side looked up simultaneously, only to see a dark figure crash heavily to the ground between the two groups, kicking up a cloud of dust. Who gave you permission to run rampant within the jurisdiction of our Haoran Mountain River? A cold, stern voice echoed from within the cloud of dust. As the dust gradually settled, a tall, upright figure emerged, walking slowly. He wore a simple black trench coat, his face stern, his gaze sharp as a blade. The president! The members of Haoran Mountain River cried out in surprise and delight. Zheng Shanhe gave a slight nod, his gaze sweeping over the injured members. A flicker of coldness passed through his eyes. Turning to Meng Tianzi and his group, his voice was calm yet carried an undeniable authority. Who did this? Meng Tianzi narrowed his eyes, sizing up the imposing young man. He appeared unremarkable, yet the overwhelming presence he'd projected upon entering was undeniable. Yet, considering his own status, he sneered, "So you're the leader of this pathetic guild? You don't look all that impressive." Zheng Shanhe ignored his taunt, walking straight to his men to check their injuries. President! These thugs barged into the portal jurisdiction without warning and attacked our brothers. The leader of the group immediately complained with a look of grievance. Zheng Shanhe patted his shoulder lightly. This youth, whose name seemed to be Sun Hong, had once participated in an international portal operation alongside him. I'll get you back what's owed. Chapter 142. I'll get you back what's yours. The members of Haoran Shanhe nodded in unison. They knew their chairman's style well. He would never let his own people suffer a loss without retaliation. This is your last chance. Zheng Shanhe turned to face Meng Tianzi and his group, each word as cold and piercing as an ice spike. Who did this? Meng Tianzi's eyelids fluttered. He remained silent. Behind him, the bald, burly man stepped forward with understanding, tilting his head back in a savage grin. I did it. You dare. Whoosh. Before the bald man could finish his sentence, his pupils suddenly contracted. Because Zheng Shanhe's figure had vanished. In the next breath, a figure like a raging beast appeared before him, accompanied by the piercing sound of wind tearing through the air. You. Before he could react, Zheng Shanhe's right palm shot out, slamming hard against his face and driving him into the ground. Crash. The ground shook violently, sending fragments of rock flying everywhere. Wah! Accompanied by the bald man's agonized scream, Meng Tianzi instinctively stumbled back several steps. The henchman standing behind him scrambled backward at the sight. Zheng Shanhe rose slowly, wiping the blood from his right hand as he lifted his gaze to meet Meng Tianzi's. That single glance made the eldest son of the Meng family swallow hard. Meng family, is it? Zheng Shanhe took a step forward. Everyone on Meng Tianzi's side retreated a step in unison. The members of Haoran Mountain River all stood firmly behind their leader. One by one, they lifted their chins. What, you overseas returnee elite think you're so brave? Can you fight our president? Meng Tianzi's eyelids twitched violently. He glanced sideways at the unconscious bald man lying on the ground, his heart filled with shock and doubt. This bald guy was supposed to be his right-hand man, on par with him. He only acted as his enforcer because of his status. Who would have thought he'd be knocked out in a single exchange by this guild leader? Zheng Shanhe's thunderous display had delivered a powerful deterrent effect. Meng Tianzi now harbored no trace of contempt left in his heart. He even felt little confidence about facing Zheng Shanhe in combat. Get out! Zheng Shanhe coldly barked at Meng Tianzi and his group, who were now thoroughly intimidated. Meng Tianzi's face darkened. But then he thought he was back on his home turf now. What the hell did he have to fear? This Haoran Shanhe guild was clearly newly established. In his view, it was simply Zheng Shanhe, with some ability, backed by Konfucius funding. So what? With that kind of backing, he dared tell him to get lost? After a moment's thought, Meng Tianzi shook off his earlier disarray and resumed his air of entitlement. I don't care how strong you are. I'm the heir apparent of the Meng group. Do you know how many businesses the Mengs own in Magic City? Do you know 2 of our guilds are among the 8 great guilds? Do you know our relationship with the Magic City Awakened Association? The more he spoke, the more confident he became. But at that very moment, Zheng Shanhe suddenly stepped forward. Whoosh! Once again. Under the stunned gazes of everyone present, Zheng Shanhe's right arm swept in an arc, his fist landing mercilessly on the face of the Meng family's eldest son. Thud! His gold-rimmed glasses instantly bent out of shape, lenses and shattered teeth scattering amidst a spray of blood. Then, Meng Tianzi flew backward like a At that moment, his sycophants actually stepped aside, watching him fly through the air and crash hard onto the ground. Smooth. The members of Zheng Shanhe, overcome with excitement, stared wide-eyed. You. Meng Tianzi clutched his face as he staggered to his feet. His henchmen rushed forward to support him. Blood trickled through his fingers. Meng Tianzi wiped his face with his trembling right hand, his fingers brushing against the warped frame of his glasses. Through blurred vision, he stared at the figure ahead and said, his voice slightly choked with emotion, You hit me. How dare you? I'll say this one last time, get out. Zheng Shanhe's cold voice rang out. Meng Tianzi shuddered violently, signaling his henchmen to scram in a panic. Amidst the chaos, several henchmen who had already retreated braced themselves and returned, carrying away the unconscious bald man as they fled. Watching them practically crawl away, the members of Zheng Shanhe raised their hands and let out excited boos. Meanwhile, on the other side, Meng Tianzi clutched half his face, stumbling out of the jurisdiction, followed by a group of bedraggled henchmen. Blood dripped from his nose onto his snow-white suit, a starkly jarring sight. Their disheveled appearance drew stares from passers-by. Zheng Shanhe, you dare hit me, he gritted out, his voice trembling with rage. His henchmen fell silent, none daring to respond. They had been fawning over this young master since childhood, enjoying their power and privilege even abroad. They had never encountered such a situation. Who would have thought that on his very first day back in the country, he'd find himself in this predicament? At that moment, the bald man finally came to. He opened his eyes groggily, the sharp pain in his cheek making him suck in a sharp breath. Damn it, where am I? What happened? No one answered. Useless. A bunch of useless trash. Meng Tianzi violently shook off the hands of his men supporting him, pulled out his phone, and dialed a number. Zheng Shanhe, huh? I'm gonna kill you. 2 hours later. The guild leader is just too strong. Yeah, who'd have thought the S-rank portal's boss couldn't even last 5 minutes against the president? After Zheng Shanhe saved the day, he naturally accompanied the members through the S-rank portal. The group returned to the guild chatting and laughing. Brother Hong, the guild leader showed his true power today. Aren't you going to show your appreciation? A member teased Sun Hong, the team leader. Sun Hong immediately straightened his posture. Of course I will. President, how about grabbing dinner tonight with the 2 vice presidents? My treat. He patted his chest with a smile. Zheng Shanhe chuckled. Instantly, the other guild members began to cheer. Brother Sun Hong, we're all in on this. No problem. Sun Hong laughed heartily. As an S-rank awakened himself, his income wasn't particularly high, but treating the entire guild to a meal was no big deal for him. Forget it. How could I let you guys foot the bill for a guild dinner? It's on me. Zheng Shanhe waved his hand dismissively. Awesome. The guild leader is awesome. The crowd erupted in cheers. Just as the Zheng Shanhe guild basked in their joy, a dark, dense crowd approached the building from below. Before long, President! A panicked member rushed in, pointing outside. It's the Meng clan. They've summoned the Heavenly Essence Guild and the Blood Blade Guild. It looks like they're surrounding us. What? The expressions of everyone present changed instantly. Zheng Shanhe raised his hand. No need to worry. Soon, 2 groups surged into Haoren Mountain River. On the left stood members of the Tianyun Wanli Guild, uniformly clad in silver-gray uniforms. On the right were members of the Blood Blade Guild, cloaked in dark red. Both guilds ranked among the nation's top 8 and were subsidiaries of the Meng Corporation. At the very front, Meng Tianzi, now wearing a different pair of glasses, his cheeks still slightly swollen, glared viciously at Zheng Shanhe. Beside him stood a burly middle-aged man. This group approached with fierce momentum, their eyes cold and filled with an overwhelming sense of pressure. The Zheng Shanhe members immediately rallied, facing them head-on. Zheng Shanhe stepped forward calmly. He swept his gaze over the dozens of men arrayed before him and suddenly smiled. The Meng family, quite the spectacle. Chapter 143? I knew it wouldn't be you. Zheng Shanhe. At that moment, the middle-aged man beside Meng Tianzi spoke in a deep voice. My nephew just returned from the United States. It's understandable that he might have provoked you. But you didn't have to go this far, did you? As the rising star of recent times, no one in Dragon Nation would dare provoke Zheng Shanhe unless absolutely necessary. After all, he had not only the coup group and Duan Tao backing him. There was also the chief inspector of the General Supervision Department, who had publicly praised him on more than one occasion. And Zheng Shanhe's capabilities. If today's incident hadn't been entirely justified on their side, he truly wouldn't have wanted to intervene. But then again, with their young master beaten like this, wouldn't it make people think the Meng family had no one to stand up for him? The middle-aged man sighed inwardly as he looked at Zheng Shanhe. My name is Meng Yiting. I am the leader of the Blood Blade Guild. Regarding today's incident, I hope Guild Leader Zhang will consider the reputation of the Meng family and the 2 major guilds and provide an explanation. He didn't even dare ask for a favor. This young man before him was that much of a thorn in his side. Uncle! What are you saying? He beat me up. Why be so polite to him? Meng Tianzi's confusion mingled with shame and anger. He'd been beaten senseless, yet his own uncle was taking such an ambiguous stance it was utterly baffling. No explanation. Zheng Shanhe met Meng Yiting's gaze directly.
Besides, if you'd bothered to understand today's situation, you'd know you're not in the right.
Meng Yiting frowned.
It was infuriating to be spoken to like this by a mere brat.
Regardless, violence is never justified. All I ask is for someone from your guild to come forward and apologize. Then this matter will be settled. Meng Yiting's eyes flickered for a moment before he spoke.
This was the greatest concession he could offer. Knowing Zheng Shanhe was the one who struck the blow, he'd deliberately left the "who apologizes" part ambiguous.
Uncle, you. Meng Tianxi's face darkened. How could an apology be enough? Meng Yiting waved his hand, signaling him to shut up.
Immediately, Meng Tianxi could only stomp his foot in anger. I've said it before, what happened today was entirely his own fault.
We did nothing wrong. Why should we apologize? Zheng Shanhe remained unyielding. Ever since the incident at the old academy, he'd harbored no goodwill toward the Meng family. Zheng Shanhe, sometimes when someone gives you a way out, it's best to take it. Meng Yiting gave him a piercing look. Don't refuse the wine and end up drinking the punishment wine.
Funny enough, I'm the kind of person who relishes the punishment, Zheng Shanhe replied with a faint smile.
You.
Before Meng Yiting could respond, his nephew erupted in fury. Uncle.
What the hell are you wasting your breath on him for? Shut up. Meng Yiting snorted coldly.
Then, fixing Zheng Shanhe with a steady gaze, he said slowly and deliberately. Kid, don't think having someone backing you up gives you free rein to do whatever you want. No matter how powerful you become, your influence can never match that of the entire Meng family.
Zheng Shanhe sneered coldly. So you're saying your men trespassed into my jurisdiction, injured my people, and now I'm supposed to apologize? And this, according to your rules, is acceptable?
I'll say it again, kid, Meng Yiting frowned. Don't measure the entire Meng clan by your own standards. Even with your guild thrown in, you still don't have the standing to go toe-to-toe with the Meng family.
Zheng Shanhe's expression hardened.
Then today, I'll go head-to-head with you. The moment the words fell, fists clenched on both sides. The atmosphere grew tense, bristling with the threat of violence at the slightest provocation.
What are you doing?
Just then, a calm female voice sounded from outside the door. Meng Yiting's brow furrowed, and all eyes turned to look. There, standing in the corridor, was Dan Tai Xian in her blue gown. She stood there, yet radiated an aura that sent shivers down the spines of everyone present. Faintly, some even glimpsed a pale, shadowy figure behind her.
Dan Tai Xian. Meng Yiting's heart jolted.
He had nearly forgotten that this formidable figure still resided within the Haoren Mountains.
Dan Tai Xian stepped forward. Instantly, members of both the Tianyun Wanli and Shuaren guilds stepped aside to make way. This was a genuine SSS tier powerhouse.
Meng Tianxi, who had always harbored resentment, was filled with astonishment and doubt upon seeing her. Though he had studied abroad early, the name Dan Tai Xian was one even this young master of the Meng family had heard of, far across the seas. Dan Tai Xian's appearance instantly silenced the entire Meng contingent. She walked slowly to Zheng Shanhe's side, her amber eyes studying him for a moment before she asked softly, "Are you okay?"
Zheng Shanhe shook his head.
Before he could speak, a soft chuckle echoed from the doorway. What a lively scene.
Is Mount Haoren usually this crowded?
At the sound of this voice, Meng Yiting's pupils instantly contracted. He spun around to see a man with shoulder-length black hair, clad in a pale blue robe, walking out at a leisurely pace. Beside him stood a beautiful girl in a black dress.
Mr. Duan.
Meng Yiting, seeing Duan Tao's sudden appearance, hurried forward to greet him.
Ah, it's you. Duan Tao raised an eyebrow upon seeing him. What brings you and so many others to our guild? Meng Yiting's eyelids fluttered. He lowered his head, offering no reply. His pupils fluttered. Duan Tao had just said our. Could it be that what Duan Tao had said at the Fenglin ribbon-cutting ceremony not long ago was actually serious? Duan Tao truly regarded Haoren Mountain River as his own guild. Only those familiar with this influential figure's habits could understand Meng Yiting's profound shock at this moment. Duan Tao. The overseas educated elite's pupils contracted in sheer fright. What the hell is this Haoren Shanhe anyway? Duan Tao's gaze fell upon Meng Yiting, who instantly felt an immense pressure of demonic energy bearing down on him. Sweat began to flow uncontrollably down his forehead. Just as he was about to speak, two men and women dressed in suits suddenly appeared in the corridor. Zheng Shanhe. The woman among them stepped past the crowd, presenting her credentials to Zheng Shanhe. We are officers from the Supervision Division of Magic City. Please come with us. The crowd reacted with mixed expressions. What's going on? Zheng Shanhe looked at the two from the Supervision section, his eyes flickering. Please cooperate with us to the Magic City Association. Section Chief Qin Zhang has matters to discuss with you. With that, the two officers immediately stepped in, one on each side, forcing their way through the crowd. Their imposing presence made it clear they were prepared to use force if necessary. Qin Zhang, you finally made your move.
Zheng Shanhe motioned for the guild members not to worry, then bowed slightly to Duan Tao. Thank you, Uncle Duan.
Duan Tao smiled. Don't be so formal. Go on. See what that Chen Zhang fellow wants with you. All this secrecy. I'll accompany you, Dantai Qingxian murmured softly. Though Zheng Shanhe had never revealed what Chen Zhang had actually done, she felt compelled to accompany him. No need. To her surprise, Zheng Shanhe slowly shook his head. He looked at Dantai Qingxian and Kofushue and said, "Don't worry, nothing will happen. Wait for me to return." Then, accompanied by 2 officers from the Supervision Division, he headed toward the Awakened Association in the Demon City. To his surprise, the journey passed without incident. Upon arriving at the association, the 2 escorted him upward until they finally stopped before a room at the far end of the 3rd floor. Opening the door, the first thing that caught his eye was an interrogation table. The 2 officers gestured for him to sit down before leaving immediately, without uttering a single word throughout the entire process. Zheng Shanhe scanned the room, a standard interrogation chamber. Before long, the door opened again. Section Chief Chen, sporting a slick-back hairstyle and dark sunglasses, entered at a measured pace. After locking the door securely, Chen Zhang walked up to him and tapped his fingertips lightly on the tabletop. Zheng Shanhe looked up to meet his gaze. They hadn't seen each other since their parting in Qingshi town. "Are you out of your mind?" To his surprise, Chen Zhang suddenly spoke. These 3 words caught Zheng Shanhe completely off guard. He froze in place. "That night in Qingshi town, why did you run?" Chen Zhang pushed his sunglasses up to his forehead. His face, usually as sharp as a blade, was now filled with confusion. "You?" Zheng Shanhe's heart skipped a beat. At this moment, he sensed no danger from Chen Zhang, only endless confusion. Chen Zhang spread his hands, his brow furrowed. "You don't want to kill me?" The plot twist caught Zheng Shanhe completely off guard, leaving him utterly bewildered. "Nonsense! Why would I kill you?" Chen Zhang suddenly reached out with a look of exasperation, delivering a sharp slap to Zheng Shanhe's head. "When did you become this stupid?" His brows furrowed. "Did you see me slaughter Qingshi town too, just like Zhang Hong did?" 1,000 thoughts surged through Zheng Shanhe's mind in that instant, and he couldn't make sense of his own emotions. But deep down, he felt a genuine sense of relief. "I knew it couldn't have been you," he murmured. Chen Zhang sighed, pulled a chair over, and sat across from him. "Tell me, why were you in Qingshi town that night?" "As far as I know, you headed to Zhaoyang City 2 hours after the Heavenly Hunt was announced." The chief inspector spread his hands. "Tell me your part first. Afterward, I'll tell you mine." "No." But Zheng Shanhe shook his head flatly. "I want to hear yours first." Chapter 144. Chen Zhang raised an eyebrow slightly, but he still nodded. "All right." After parting ways in Changyang City, the case I'd been investigating for so long finally yielded new leads. I'd been chasing leads ever since, but I accidentally stumbled into a hunting-grade portal and got trapped for half a month. The moment I escaped, I received news that Zhang Hong had been placed on the wanted list. I know Zhang Heng's nature. He's an SS tier awakened, yet he's incredibly cowardly. He'd never make a fatal mistake. This Heavenly Hunt order has me puzzled, so I decided to track down the one who issued it. At this point, Chen Zhang let out a cold laugh. Unfortunately, this Heavenly Hunt order seemed to appear out of thin air. There's no record of it in the system whatsoever. So I headed straight for Zhaoyang City. The moment I stepped into Qingshi town, I sensed your presence. By the time I arrived, Zhang Hong was being killed by someone cloaked in black magic robes. Just as that person tried to kill you, I intervened. After that, he fled. As I surveyed the area, you regained consciousness. I questioned you, you tried to escape, that's all. Chen Zhang kept his account concise. But seeing Zheng Shanhe's skeptical expression, he shook his head. "Alright, you don't need that look. The case I've been investigating all along involves your parents." At this, Zheng Shanhe's expression shifted slightly. "I only learned recently that your parents were the special commissioners who investigated the Qingshi town massacre and the Dongting Lakeban case back then." Chen Zhang sighed. "Among Longgua's SSS tier awakened, one is a humanoid. This matter is classified at the highest level of secrecy. Across the entire Dragon Nation, among all awakened associations, only Chairman Yen Guodong knows about this matter. For years, I've followed every lead, but whenever I've come close to uncovering core evidence, reasonable obstacles always appear to block my path. That figure lurking in the shadows is far more cunning and dangerous than we imagined." Sigh. Shan Shang's expression darkened. Zhang Heng's bloodline resonance can trace specific massacre sites, but that person clearly manipulated the evidence, obscuring the truth and framing me. He looked at Zheng Shanhe. "I know you'd never believe I'm the killer based solely on Zhang Heng's account. Regardless of what you witnessed, remember this, if I truly wanted to kill you, I wouldn't have waited until now. Back in the international portal, I could have left you dead and dismembered with a perfectly legitimate excuse." Chen Zhang spoke at length, yet Zheng Shanhe felt the fog of confusion only deepen around the entire incident. "Still don't believe me?" Seeing his continued silence, Chen Zhang lost patience. "When the Qingshi town massacre happened, I was representing the country at an exchange conference. When the hell would I have had time to commit the crime? No, I believe you. Zheng Shanhe shook his head hastily. I was just wondering who could it be? Someone capable of disrupting memory fluctuations? That ability is beyond belief. If it weren't unearthly, how could it have lain dormant this long? Chen Zheng frowned deeply. Now the trail has gone cold again. I was hoping to find time to meet with Zhang Heng and have that kid's resonance power lend me a hand. Zheng Shanhe inquired, why did the anthropomorphs massacre Qingshi town? Simple. Years ago, the town mayor of Qingshi accidentally uncovered a crucial identity clue about that anthropomorph. Unfortunately, before he could reveal it, the entire town fell victim to a brutal massacre. Overnight, everyone connected to the town mayor died, even infants in their cradles were spared no mercy. Chen Zhang replied that the case was initially classified as an alien attack. But as investigations deepened, hidden secrets began to surface. Yet, even after more than a decade, not a single trace had been found. This demonstrated just how astonishingly well this humanoid had integrated into Dragon Nation. I warned you not to reveal your power precisely because of this unknown entity's existence. After all, you pose an immense threat to the alien race. Especially after the Four Great Towers incident, they've surely been plotting how to eliminate you without raising suspicion. Chen Zheng continued, but don't worry too much. No matter how powerful it is, it won't dare expose itself too much. Chairman Yen and I are constantly monitoring the movements of high-level awakened individuals nationwide. Any threat originating from an awakened individual, we can eliminate for you before it materializes. Your real concern should be the alien race. If I'm not mistaken, he's already attempted to exploit the power of the alien races. Zheng Shanhe's heart skipped a beat. You mean the recent nationwide invasion? Smart. Chen Zheng snapped his fingers. Come to think of it, in the hunting grade portal on Xiancheng Island, I encountered a giant arm similar to the one at the international portal. Zheng Shanhe seemed to recall something and suddenly looked at Chen Zhang. And then there was the Tingwang Pavilion in Hangzhou City. Though none of these alien races explicitly stated it and their apparent goal was to destroy the Qi, and it now seems they knew I would appear all along. The alien races were coordinating with this anthropomorphic being. They even concealed their motives to protect this anthropomorphic being. You're right. Chen Zhang nodded. The same applies inside the international portal. Remember when we were trapped on the 4th level of the bone graveyard? The awakened individuals from other nations who remained on the 3rd level were surrounded and attacked by the alien races led by the anthropomorphized race. They had already set their sights on killing you that early on. This guy seems far more cautious than I imagined. In that case, he paused thoughtfully, looking at Zheng Shanhe. How about we lure the snake out of its hole? You mean? Zheng Shanhe guessed his plan, but I doubt it'll fall for that so easily. That doesn't matter. Chen Zheng shook his head. His gaze sharpened. Wait here. You'll cause a commotion and then flee. After that, I'll personally issue the Celestial Hunt order with explicit instructions to leave no survivors. What? Zheng Shanhe's mouth twitched. It won't believe we've truly fallen out, or might even see through this charade. But it won't pass up this chance to finish you off. Chen Zheng ignored his reaction and continued, I'll follow you covertly. The moment I detect anything unusual, I'll intervene. Zheng Shanhe rubbed his temples. So this is what they call baiting the snake out of its hole? What? Are you scared? Chen Zheng countered. Of course I am. I'm the one being hunted down. Zheng Shanhe snapped irritably, and with this scheme, won't my reputation be ruined? What about Haoran Shanhe? What about my sister? Don't worry. After this is over, I'll issue a statement explaining that you and I were acting together to lure out the international spy. Then you and your guild will reap both fame and fortune. Chen Zhang's lips curved into a smile. Zheng Shanhe hesitated, then asked, Can I at least inform my family first? Nonsense. How could the act be convincing if you've already told them? Chen Zheng flatly refused. Chapter 145. Magic City, Awakened Association. As usual, staff carried out their routines methodically. Awakened individuals queued in orderly lines, while headhunters from various guilds kept a close eye on the new arrivals. Unbeknownst to them, on the 3rd floor, 2 individuals were plotting to shatter this very building. Ready? In the interrogation room. No. Zheng Shanhe shook his head. Enough, stop dawdling. A blue glow flickered in Chen Zhang's hand as a 3-foot-long blade materialized. Head straight south toward the restricted zone of Dongting Lake. I've told you the location 3 times, got it? If you haven't memorized it, there's no time left. Raising his sword, Chen Zhang swung it without a word. Slashing sound. Zheng Shanhe's chest clothing instantly ripped apart. A stinging pain shot through him, leaving a bloody gash on his skin. Make it as dramatic as possible, give it that utterly depraved vibe. Chen Zheng chuckled. Why do I get the feeling you're actually enjoying this? Zheng Shanhe asked, slightly speechless. I've been wanting to do this for a long time. A calm, safe, and peaceful day. At the Magic City Association, the security department staff sat leisurely in their office, sipping hot morning coffee and savoring breakfast. Ah, another safe day. The director swiveled in his chair. With only colleagues in the office, everyone spoke freely. Xia, what do you think? Uncle didn't lie to you, did he? Ours is the most laid-back department in the entire association.
Xia, the new recruit on her first day, nodded repeatedly as she observed her colleagues' relaxed demeanor.
It was indeed leisurely. After all, who in Longwa would be so bored they'd attack the Magic Capital Association? Come on over, Xia. Your desk is right next to mine. The department head took a sip of coffee, exhaling a puff of warm vapor. Our department is pretty laid back, no rigid rules. Just remember our internal motto: laugh, relax, and enjoy the ride while collecting your paycheck. The director's absolutely right. The others chimed in agreement. Newcomer Xia Xia smiled awkwardly, thinking to himself, they really know how to live. After sitting down, he cautiously asked the director, Director Zhao, has our department ever encountered any incidents since it was established? You're not up to speed, Director Zhao replied with a sly grin. Decades ago, when alien invasions were commonplace, areas like our association were prime targets. Our department was founded during that era and has always been on the front lines. However, as the nation's fortunes gradually improved and foreign invasions became less frequent, our department stepped back into the shadows, biding our time. Xia listened silently, nodding, but still asked with some concern, then, if an attack on the association really happens, what should we do? Ah. Director Zhao waved his hand dismissively. That's a concern every new recruit has. Rest assured, I've been in this department for 10 years and have never. Before he could finish. Boom! The deafening explosion ripped through the entire association building like a cataclysmic storm. In an instant, the floor and ceiling shook violently, as if the sky itself were collapsing. Holy! Director Zhao's face drained of color as he leapt to his feet. Damn it, can we really be that unlucky? Without hesitation, he led everyone out. The entire hall was already in chaos. Many people huddled in corners, terrified by the immense commotion. Director Zhao dashed outside alone. The moment he looked up, he saw countless shards of shattered glass falling. Seeing this, he quickly retreated back into the building. Whoosh! Crash! The next second, Zheng Shanhe's figure plummeted from the sky, causing the ground to crack inch by inch beneath him. Without pause, he shot forward. Whoa! The entire association building's alarms blared frantically. Chen Zheng appeared where Zheng Shanhe had vanished, dialing a number. Issue a sky hunt. Target, Zheng Shanhe. Leave no survivors. His tone carried seething fury and an icy chill. Minister Zhao's heart skipped a beat. A heavenly hunt with no survivors? What kind of crime had Zheng Shanhe committed? Haoran Shanhe Guild. What? Dan Tai Qingxuan's brows furrowed slightly, while Ku Fushua beside her wore an expression of shock and disbelief. Before them stood Zhao Gang, the head of the security department of the Demon City Association. Deputy guild leaders, surely I needn't repeat myself? Zhao Gang stated, your guild member Zheng Shanhe is currently being hunted down by the Celestial Hunters. Per regulations, Haoran Shanhe must suspend all activities until Zheng Shanhe is apprehended. Additionally, both of you will be subject to monitoring by the relevant guild departments, including your communication devices. Monitor us? Are you certain? Kufushua stared at him, her expression growing colder by the second. Miss Ku, this directive is being personally enforced by Chief Inspector Chen Zhang. Even the entire corporation would have to yield. After Zhao Gang finished speaking, he nodded to Dan Tai Qingxian and turned to leave. Immediately, Kufushua dialed a number, her voice urgent and icy. I need to know right now what happened at the association today. Why is Zheng Shanhe being hunted down? And give me Zheng Shanhe's location now. Hanging up, she immediately dialed her father's number. Beside her, Dan Tai Qingxian furrowed her brows slightly, her eyes flickering. This sudden incident seemed far too deliberate. Such deliberate actions made her suspect this was a plan orchestrated by the two of them. But for what purpose? Dan Tai Qingxian recalled Zheng Shanhe's recent unusual behavior. Qingshi Town. Could it still be related to that tragic incident in Qingshi Town? She recalled Chen Zhang mentioning it in passing years ago. This case seemed to hold hidden truths. The two of them had gone to such great lengths, as if trying to draw the attention of certain people or things. Dan Tai Qingxian sat before her computer, browsing through information until a rough hypothesis formed in her mind. The anthropomorphized clan, huh? Sis Qingxian. Kufushua returned, Uncle Duan is negotiating with Section Chief Chen Zhang, and I hear the Skyhunt expedition has additional requirements. Leave no survivors. Leave no survivors. Upon hearing this, Dan Tai Qingxuan's furrowed brows slowly relaxed. The more absolute the order, the more it proved the two had definitely discussed it beforehand. She immediately turned to Ku Fushue and reassured her, rest assured, Zheng Shanhe will be fine. What exactly happened? Magic City, Ku Group Headquarters, Chairman's Office. Duan Tao stood before floor-to-ceiling windows overlooking the city, sneering at Chen Zhang on the other end of the line. Unimportant? Someone significant enough to warrant you, a big shot like yourself, personally issuing a heavenly hunt is unimportant? Don't make me laugh.
Zheng Shanhe is the only man worthy of Snowy's hand.
Don't push things too far. Duan Tao chuckled.
Go to hell, you old wizard. On the other end, Chen Zhang retorted with equal amusement, rest assured, he'll be fine.
The two seemed to have a pretty good relationship. So, that case you've been pursuing any new leads?
After a few more words, Duan Tao grew serious. We're still far from the truth. We'll talk later. Chen Zhang sighed with rare pessimism before hanging up abruptly. Gazing into the distance, Duan Tao fell silent for a moment before turning to Kuzhinzong, who was awaiting the outcome.
Don't worry. It's just a play. Chapter 146.
Attention all pursuers, target Zheng Shanhe is driving a silver convertible sports car toward the Changyang Expressway.
Repeating, target Zheng Shanhe is driving a silver convertible sports car toward the Changyang Expressway. Changyang City hunters seal off the expressway entrance. Lightning speed.
Zheng Shanhe floored the accelerator, his sports car streaking across the highway like a silver bolt of lightning. Behind him, an absurdly large pursuit convoy stretched out in a line, tailing him relentlessly. Even more astonishingly, helicopters joined the pursuit from above, relaying Zheng Shanhe's movements in real time to all pursuers.
So this is how one becomes the nation's public enemy.
Zheng Shanhe smiled bitterly.
Changyang City, home to the Yeyang Tower. The restricted zone of Dongting Lake, located beneath the lakebed east of Yeyang Tower. According to Chen Zhang, there lay a hollowed-out, colossal underground city ruin beneath the lake. Back then, after his parents escaped from Qingyang town, they rushed to Dongting Lake that very night. It was during that time that his parents first discovered this hollowed-out, massive underground city ruin. Looking back now, he recalled how many disguised journalists had visited their home when he was young, attempting to interview his parents. What exactly did mom and dad discover in those ruins that ultimately led them to the 1,000 caves of the mysterious ridge? Gripping the steering wheel tightly, Zheng Shanhe drove straight toward Changyang City, his mind filled with a mix of anticipation and confusion. As he sped along the highway, spotting the toll station in the distance, he suddenly opened the car door. His chi surged, transforming him into a crane. Zheng Shanhe flipped and leapt, stepping onto the crane's back as it soared skyward. He has this kind of ability. For a moment, both the traffic jam at the highway entrance and the pursuing vehicles froze in stunned silence.
Even the helicopter crew broadcasting Zheng Shanhe's movements was momentarily speechless.
All hunters, take note. Zheng Shanhe has entered Changyang City riding a crane through the air. Repeating, Zheng Shanhe has entered Changyang City riding a crane. Is there any pursuer capable of stopping him? The outline of Changyang City flickered faintly beneath the clouds.
As he soared over Dongting Lake, the crane beneath Zheng Shanhe's feet vanished. Amidst howling winds, he plunged like a meteorite. As he neared the lake, he glimpsed faint, elusive wisps of dark purple miasma rising from its waters.
The miasma seems thicker than last time. Plunk!
He plunged into the lake's surface, his chi-powered force enveloping him as he swam rapidly toward the lake bottom.
Soon, he spotted the entrance described by Chen Zhang.
It was a massive cavern buried beneath the lake, its edges overgrown with aquatic plants, like the gaping maw of an abyss, waiting silently. Zheng Shanhe slipped inside. After about 3 or 4 minutes, he caught the faint flickering of firelight ahead. When he surfaced, a naturally formed cavern came into view. Wobbling oil lamps were embedded around the cave's perimeter. He scrambled ashore, gave a symbolic shake of his hands, and began surveying this so-called forbidden zone.
Just like the one in Qingshi town.
The soil beneath his feet was damp, tinged with a sticky purple sheen. He crouched down, pinching a clump of soil between his fingertips. An intense, burning pain shot through him.
It's miasma. Boom! Suddenly, a deep, muffled explosion echoed through the air. Zheng Shanhe's gaze sharpened as he immediately retreated.
As thick dust swirled upward, 6 figures clad in black robes stood where Zheng Shanhe had been moments before.
No trespassing here. Get out! One of them coldly ordered. A restricted zone, huh?
Zheng Shanhe's hachi brush flashed in his hand.
With a light stroke, he commanded, Mountain River Scroll. Hum.
A fissure tore open, and a golden scroll suddenly unfolded. The 6 black-robed guardians stationed here, upon seeing the scroll, instantly fell into a dazed state, pulled directly into the illusions of the Panglai secret realm. Behind them stood a massive bronze gate, towering 4 or 5 stories high. The bronze doors were covered in rust, their surfaces densely carved with intricate, eerie runes. Zheng Shanhe strode forward, applying slight pressure with both arms. The bronze doors emitted a thunderous grinding sound.
Simultaneously, the entire lake bed began to tremble.
Behind them, the lake water suddenly boiled, and 3 hunters clad in black magic cloaks charged forward, chains in hand. The leader's voice was hoarse, die. The chains lashed out, glowing with blood-red patterns. Their target wasn't Zheng Shanhe, but the 6 unconscious black-robed figures. The chains sliced across their throats, blood spurting violently.
You are not hunters. Zheng Shanhe's expression darkened.
Golden light flashed from his palm as he clenched his fist and swung it out.
Crash!
A shadowy image of Mount Tai materialized, sending the trio reeling backward. Their cloaks billowed wildly, and Zheng Shanhe clearly saw the flesh-colored tentacles beneath.
Alien race? "Oomph, showing yourselves so soon?" Zheng Shanhe narrowed his eyes. Without a word, the Daisong Hengtian ruler flashed as he charged forward. "You are a thorn in our race's side. It's only natural we take an interest in you." The three alien beings charged head-on, chains in hand pulsing with crimson light. "Then you truly haven't learned your lesson." A faint smile touched Zheng Shanhe's lips. Daizone, demon shattering. Crash. Sacred power radiated out, halting the three outsiders in their tracks. "Three of you won't be enough to kill me." In the instant they froze, Zheng Shanhe's right fist gathered the might of mountains and slammed forward. Boom! The explosive sonic boom filled the entire space. The leader of the alien race had his chest pierced clean through by a single punch. A torrent of viscous purple blood spurted forth as Zheng Shanhe blasted a gaping hole through its chest. Ha! Then, Zheng Shanhe blurred into motion, charging toward the other two alien creatures. With the same devastating force, he crushed them both. He flicked his wrist, stowing away the Mount Tai heavenly ruler. He looked into the now open bronze door. Oil lamps were embedded in the hastily constructed rock walls. The space wasn't particularly large. At its very center stood a bronze coffin. Beyond that, there was nothing else of note. Clatter, clatter. Suddenly, the sound of chains rattling echoed behind him once more. The Mount Tai heavenly ruler's ruler materialized, and he swiftly struck backward. Boom! Zheng Shanhe spun around. The sound of water being violently parted echoed in rapid succession as one dark-robed figure after another burst forth. These were all alien races sent to hunt him down. A quick glance revealed their number was already no fewer than 20. Moreover, the three he had slain earlier had already healed their wounds, a race seemingly blessed with extraordinary vitality. Quite the spectacle. Zheng Shanhe sneered coldly, raising his palm high as Mount Tai instantly expanded to the perfect size. The entire space was enveloped by the overwhelming pressure of the colossal mountain, the ground cracking inch by inch. Over 20 alien assassins erupted with tentacles, their blood-veined chains intertwining like a crown. Enveloped in a foul, putrid miasma, they collectively resisted the mountain's oppressive force. Then, they roared and charged forward. Heaven and earth, 1 foot. Zheng Shanhe swept his blade a foot wide. A green glow twisted space like a rainbow, cleaving every alien creature clean in two. Yet the severed bodies rapidly reassembled in the next instant. Such formidable regenerative power. Mountain river scroll, open. The Mount Tai heavenly ruler transformed into a brush of righteous energy. Zheng Shanhe splashed ink across the sky, unleashing a torrent of righteous energy from the fissure behind him, sending all the alien races flying. Simultaneously, the blood-patterned chains they had gathered coalesced into a razor-sharp blade, slashing straight down. Clang! Zheng Shanhe blocked with his righteous energy brush, the brutal impact shattering the skin of his palm as blood dripped down his arm. But unexpectedly, the moment the blood touched the ground, it was absorbed by the soil. Ha! Suddenly, a shrill creak emanated from the coffin behind the bronze door, its surface suddenly glowing with crimson patterns. Snap! The long-vanished shards of blood jade mysteriously reappeared in his pocket, shooting toward the coffin like shooting stars. What? Zheng Shanhe, drawn by this sudden upheaval, whipped his head around to see the dormant bronze coffin lid violently heave open, revealing an eerie, starry blue vortex within. This is... Roar! A terrifying roar erupted from the alien tribe. Following the sound, he saw over 20 alien beings begin devouring one another, swelling and growing at an alarming rate. A crushing pressure that shook his very core instantly engulfed him. Enough! Gritting his teeth, he chose to trust his father's blood jade and leapt directly into the interior of the bronze coffin. Chapter 147. A putrid stench and bone-chilling cold swept over his entire body. The moment Zheng Shanhe plunged into the coffin, the lid slammed shut at lightning speed. In an instant, the howls of the alien creatures outside were completely cut off. The space was cramped and confined, leaving him to hear only the thunderous pounding of his own heart. But father's blood jade had dissipated. Why is this happening? Boom! Suddenly, the coffin shook violently. Simultaneously, a faint azure glow began to emerge from the endless darkness. 2 rows of mottled blood-red characters instantly appeared on the inner walls of the coffin. 1,000 caves in the misty ridge hide the bones of craftsmen, the destiny of China awaits its rise. Boom! The moment he made out the characters, a dizzying vertigo engulfed his mind. His vision was completely swallowed by a dark blue vortex. The blood-red characters on the coffin walls burst into a blinding light, and he felt as though some force was sweeping him toward an unknown destination. He had no sense of time passing. The roar of the surging Yangtze River echoed in his ears. Crash! Amidst violent tremors, the coffin shattered explosively. Zheng Shanhe stumbled to the ground, the damp river wind carrying a pungent stench slapping his face. He looked up to see a verdant mountain shrouded in gray clouds, while before him, a mighty river surged with boundless energy. This was not Dongting Lake. A burning pain seared his skin, and the miasma in the air was thick enough to be visible to the naked eye. The Yangtze. As he murmured, Zheng Shanhe's attribute panel popped up uncontrollably. New pending achievement, Homeland Rivers. Requirements: purify pollution from the Yangtze and Yellow rivers. Achievement reward: National Fortune boost, awakened 1 boost.
Additionally, gain the ability to absorb the Yangtze and Yellow rivers into your being as mountain river creations.
A new achievement. Zheng Shanhe's eyes lit up.
He would never forget the nationwide revitalization effect achieved upon completing the 4 Great Towers achievement.
As carriers of polluted national fortune, the Yangtze and Yellow rivers couldn't be summoned using conventional fortune points. So that was the reason. Purify the pollution. How should I proceed?
Zheng Shanhe fell deep in thought. Soon, memories surfaced of his time in Qianyang City when he and Chen Zhang had slain a merman who stirred the tides.
This pollution is like a formation continuously releasing miasma. Perhaps I must locate the formation's focal point and shatter it with qi energy to purify it.
His eyes scanned the riverbank shrouded in miasma. With his keen perception, he easily pinpointed 3 areas where the miasma was most concentrated.
Ding! Just as he was about to set off, his phone rang. It was Chen Zhang. Where the hell have you been?
Chen Zhang fired off the question the moment he answered.
What's up?
Zheng Shanhe was puzzled.
You vanished for 4 days and didn't answer your calls.
What? Zheng Shanhe felt dizzy for a moment. Then he recounted his discoveries and experiences in the restricted area of Dongting Lake.
So you're saying you've traveled all the way to Tianjiang City, thousands of miles away? After hearing his words, Chen Zhang fell into deep thought.
Then, he left with a single command: wait for me.
After hanging up, Zheng Shanhe pressed forward through the thick miasma. The first miasma vortex he found was beneath a broken bridge. Rotten steel beams pierced the water's surface. 12 fish-gilled creatures swam within the vortex, spewing forth a black mist.
As Zheng Shanhe's figure tore through the miasma, treading the waves, the leader of the creatures let out a startled, furious roar. It violently lashed out with its dark purple tail, sending a rolling wave of murky water crashing outward.
Mount Tai, evil-shattering. A blue-hued giant ruler cleaved through the waves, plunging thunderously into the river's surface.
Sacred divine energy erupted violently, carving out a pristine space right at the heart of the miasma-filled vortex. Simultaneously, a thick stench surged forth amidst the waves, 3 skeletal chains coiling upward toward his ankles.
Trivial trick.
Zheng Shanhe swung his giant ruler to sever the chains. Flipping his palm, the righteousness brush instantly painted it, taming the flood seal.
Suddenly, golden light descended from the heavens as the illusory form of Yeyang Tower plunged down amidst surging waves 10,000 zhan high. Fan Zhongyan's spectral form descended with a thunderous crash, stepping upon the tower's cultural energy. Boom!
In an instant, the surging river flowed to a standstill. The tower's overwhelming pressure, combined with the shockwaves of its cultural heritage, instantly shredded the alien beings into mincemeat.
As the miasma shattered within the purifying halo, Zheng Shanhe suddenly heard a dragon-like wail echoing from the riverbed. The miasma vortex shattered, and the airborne poison visibly dissipated somewhat, though the river's pollution remained unchanged. Zheng Shanhe pressed on against the current, soon locating the convergence point of a second miasma vortex.
An abandoned shipyard lay askew in the river, its rotting cargo deck crawling with vein-like, ghostly purple patterns.
At first glance, it resembled a dense mass of constantly writhing octopus tentacles.
It was then that Zheng Shanhe suddenly realized something eerie about his surroundings. The sky stretched gray and boundless, the surrounding vegetation withered.
Though the miasma was a factor, an unusual, deathly stillness hung in the air. It felt like a portal.
A chill ran through Zheng Shanhe's heart.
Only this could explain it.
After all, when he had traveled to Qingshi town yesterday to investigate the cause of the Yellow River's miasma, he had also casually looked up information on the Yangtze River. Yet unlike the Yellow River, the Yangtze showed no signs of miasma. Yet, the Yangtze River basin also exhibited strange phenomena where vegetation failed to grow. He recalled a report he had read yesterday where an expert speculated that the Yangtze seemed to harbor some kind of bizarre inner space.
So, did I travel directly into this hidden space of the Yangtze River basin through the coffin in the restricted area of Dongting Lake?
Just like what happened when I took my students on a boat trip on Dongting Lake not long ago. Zheng Shanhe speculated inwardly, yet his movements never faltered. After he decapitated the final octopus-headed alien creature within the second miasma vortex, the blood jade fragment in his embrace suddenly levitated. It transformed into a long rainbow-like streak and shot toward the upper reaches of the Yangtze River.
That's... Zheng Shanhe pursued relentlessly, treading through the river currents. In the distance, thunderclouds slowly coalesced into a vortex. The thick miasma seemed drawn toward it, almost solidifying into liquid as it dripped from the clouds. He soared skyward atop a crane materialized from his righteous energy, only then catching sight of a dark, colossal creature swimming beneath the river's surface. What is that? The blood jade fell into the surging riverbed with the thunderclap.
Instantly, the entire Yangtze River basin was bathed in a blood-red glow.
At first glance, it appeared as though countless purple-black runes danced within the currents.
Moreover, Zheng Shanhe discerned a massive gorge. The abyss was so deep it seemed bottomless. The blood jade, glowing crimson, dived into the chasm.
Seeing this, Zheng Shanhe hesitated not a moment, following the blood jade left by his father as he plunged into the Yangtze. Submerging into the gorge, the blood jade soon surged into a colossal cavern. The dragon cavern of the heavenly river. Why here? From the blood jade ahead came his father's murmured whisper. At that moment, the blood jade suddenly shot upward. Zheng Shanhe followed closely behind, instantly feeling a chill envelop his entire body as he broke the surface. He entered a cavern so immense it defied description. Before his eyes stretched an endless sea of bronze chains, their number beyond counting. At the ends of these chains lay a mountain, rooted within the cavern itself. The mountain's shape was unique, resembling a winding, rugged dragon. Countless bronze chains coiled around this dragon mountain. Among them, 3 thickest chains pierced through the dragon's head, heart, and tail. These 3 chains were covered in dark miasma, suggesting that this was the true source of the poisonous mist. The miasma seeps from the dragon vein's wound. The Tianjiang dragon's lair is actually a dragon trapping formation. Chapter 148, The Sovereign Chain. Whoosh! Suddenly, a faint whistling sound pierced the darkness. Zheng Shanhe sidestepped to evade it, only to see that the cave was swarming with tens of thousands of insectoid alien creatures. We've been waiting for you. Amidst the terrifying tide of monstrous creatures, a grotesque humanoid serpent creature held a ghostly lantern aloft, emitting a piercing shriek. Kill him. He is our race's greatest enemy. Hi-ya! Instantly, a tidal wave of alien beasts surged forth, overwhelming the cave. Mount Tai. Hum. A towering mountain emerged, its earth-shaking might engulfing the entire cavern. Endless radiance illuminated every corner of the cave. Then, Zheng Shanhe spread his right arm once more. Shanhaiguan. O.M. A stirring bugle call echoed forth, accompanied by a sky filled with beacon fires. The gates of Shanhaiguan swung wide open, unleashing countless mountain and sea soldier spirits charging forth. The 4 Grey Towers. Whoosh! Yellow Crane Tower, 1,000 cranes soaring. Yayang Tower, waves surging. Tingwang Pavilion, where literary traditions converge. Panglai Pavilion, where mysteries unfold. The boundless aura and golden destiny converged, filling the entire cavern. Terrifying pressure surged with each breath Zheng Shanhe took, crushing countless alien races. Think you can break the dragon vein's bonds? Dream on. The serpent-bodied alien creature, head of a man, raised the ghostly flame in its hand. Its left claw-like hand reached out, violently tugging at the bronze chains suspended above. Clang! Suddenly, the chains shook violently, then a miasma 10 times denser than the surrounding air began to coil around them. In the blink of an eye, the miasma coiled into 9 purple dragons, spiraling into the sky. Mount Tai in the heavens became encircled by the 9 purple dragons. Almost instantly, the mountain's patterns turned a dark purple hue as its vital energy and righteous aura rapidly dissipated. Mount Tai reigns supreme among the 5 great mountains. How dare you, a mere foreign entity, defile it with your foul aura? Golden light surged in Zheng Shanhe's eyes. Having advanced his combat power to level 90, Mount Tai's second special form was now fully unleashed. Mount Tai Sovereign, Mountain Suppression. Boom! The sovereign of the 5 great mountains in the heavens abruptly split into the true forms of the 5 great mountains. The towering peaks stubbornly withstood the gnawing bites of the 9 purple miasma dragons. Purple blood seeped from the 7 orifices of the serpent-bodied humanoid alien, whose ghostly flames transformed into a 1,000-foot serpent coiling around the chains at the heart of the dragon vein. Do not dare disrupt our clan's grand design. Even if our divine race's mighty ones cannot fully descend upon this world, I will never permit you to disrupt this grand array of absorption. The dreadful miasma boiled once more, coalescing into several more purple dragons that frantically bit and coiled around the surrounding mountains and rivers. You dream on. Blood seeped from Zheng Shanhe's fingertips. Golden essence of destiny streaked through space as the yellow crane tower erupted in a dazzling radiance 10,000 feet high. Shui Hao's spectral form stood atop the pavilion, his chant piercing time and space. The old man has ridden the yellow crane away, leaving only the yellow crane tower behind. Whoosh! Accompanying the verse, countless immortal cranes spread their wings and soared forth. Amidst the flickering white light, these cranes severed every chain binding the dragon-like mountain. Beacon fires and smoke signals summoning the iron horses and golden spears. The life-bound artifact in his hand transformed into the sky-splitting cloud-climbing bow. As he released the bowstring, the sky erupted with beacon fires, transforming into thousands of iron-clad cavalry charging forth from the void. Wherever these iron horsemen passed, the alien tribes dissolved into dust. Gazing at the shattered chains streaking across the sky, Zheng Shanhe roared with laughter, just as I knew. The 3 pillars that bind the dragon must be resolved through the cultural lineage's destiny. The sky-splitting cloud-climbing bow transformed into a mighty brush. Zheng Shanhe wielded it, writing the record of the Yayang Tower in midair. Golden characters gathered like shooting stars, colliding toward the dragon-headed chains. Instantly, the dragon vein mountain trembled violently, and the pierced dragon's eye suddenly burst forth with golden light. Ah! The serpent-bodied humanoid seemed struck by some backlash, emitting a piercing shriek. As the infernal flames surged in its hands, its entire body began to swell wildly.
In the blink of an eye, it transformed into a monstrous, writhing creature covered in flesh tendrils. Oomph! Zheng Shanhe's spiritual energy depleted rapidly. Illusory realm, master of the mystic isle. A peculiar celestial mist suddenly surged from the Panglai pavilion. To the creature's eyes, this mist abruptly transformed into the ethereal forms of the 8 immortals, each wielding divine artifacts as they engaged it in battle. Simultaneously, Zheng Shanhe raised his arm high. Countless cultural currents and auspicious energies from the Prince Tongue Pavilion coalesced into the fading sunset in solitary wild goose formation, instantly binding the purple dragon of miasma that had been disrupting the auspicious energies. Today, I shall slay you. Boom! Zheng Shanhe strode upon the 1,000-layered waves churned by Yeyang Tower, hurling his life-bound artifact the Mount Tai heavenly ruler directly at the creature. The colossal ruler, imbued with the might of mountains, smashed into the bizarre creature's forehead. The impact felt like a mountain crashing down, sending it staggering backward and snapping countless chains at its feet. Mount Tai! He raised his hand and roared. Hum! The shadow of Mount Tai crashed down. Like a giant nail, it pierced the spine of the bizarre creature. Then, the immortal crane of Yellow Crane Tower, enveloped in golden light and destiny, dove down, piercing precisely into its swollen eyes. Its piercing screams shook the cavern, sending fragments of rock tumbling down. The humanoid serpent's congealed form began to collapse, miasma spewing from its ruptured wounds. Raise the beacon fire! Zheng Shanhe waved his hand, and tens of thousands of flaming arrows instantly shot forth from Shanhaiguan below, instantly turning the miasma into wisps of smoke. Then, Zheng Shanhe flipped his palm downward. The literary lineage of the Prince Ting Pavilion transformed into golden chains that coiled around its body and tightened with a vicious twist. No! No! You must die, or else our clan's grand plan will surely. Put! Before the words could finish, the serpent-bodied humanoid was instantly crushed by the chains of the literary lineage. With its demise, the endless tide of beasts instantly lost its root. Accompanied by the relentless charge of countless Mountain Sea soldier souls, the horde was utterly annihilated in the blink of an eye. Zheng Shanhe stood atop the immortal crane, gasping for breath. His spiritual energy reserves were nearly depleted. He pulled a bottle of restorative liquid from his storage pouch and gulped it down. Only after a moment did he exhale a long breath. Without a moment's pause, the crane flapped its wings and soared upward. Above the cavern, countless bronze chains hung densely from the ceiling. Only the final 3 chains remained, still coiled around the dragon's massive body. They were also the thickest 3. Whoosh! The Mount Tai heavenly ruler's sword flashed into view. Zheng Shanhe fixed his gaze on the first chain and brought the ruler down with a fierce strike. Clang! Unexpectedly, the blade capable of cleaving any steel or boulder rebounded at that very moment. The intense vibration tore open the skin at his palm, blood seeping down the handle into the ruler's body. Instantly, the massive ruler emitted an intense blue glow. Again! Clang! This time, the chains shattered at the sound. Miasma gushed forth from the rupture like a burst dam. Zheng Shanhe leapt into the air atop his crane. Below, the beacon fires of Shanhaiguan blazed, enveloping the Mount Tai heavenly ruler's ruler in flames that scorched the heavens. Strike again! He plunged downward. The second chain screeched in agony as it burned, then exploded with a thunderous crack. Ha! Shatter sky arrow! The sky-splitting cloud-climbing bow materialized. He aimed at the final chain binding the dragon mountain's body and released the bowstring. Whoosh! Golden light coalesced into a roaring dragon's head, its power tearing through space as it shattered the final chain. Roar! In that instant, a clear, piercing dragon's roar echoed throughout the entire cavern. The dragon vein, now utterly freed from its bonds, surged skyward from within the mountain. The lingering miasma was instantly assimilated by this surge of destiny. Simultaneously, the entire cavern's miasma rapidly transformed into astonishing divine energy. Roar! The dragon mountain let out a roar of liberation, then suddenly split off a slender golden dragon of destiny, surging toward Zheng Shanhe's brow. As it merged with Zheng Shanhe, a panel popped up. Achievement, Homeland and Rivers. Purification complete, Yangtze River. The Yangtze River has been unlocked as a special form of mountain river creation. Splash, splash. Suddenly, a strange clanking sound of chains rattling echoed from behind. Zheng Shanhe turned to see a massive, skeletal monster oozing out from the walls. Chapter 149, The Endless Yangtze rolls onward. Poof! Gazing at the menacing skeletal fiend, Zheng Shanhe's lips curved into a faint smile. Have you come to test the power of my new creation? Roar! A deafening roar erupted from the monster's maw, unleashing a furious hurricane that whipped his clothes and hair into a frenzy. Zheng Shanhe raised his right hand, extending it slowly. Simultaneously, he chanted, "The ceaseless Yangtze rolls onward." Suddenly, boom! The void tore open with terrifying fissures, the roar of waves shaking the entire dragon's lair to its core.
A terrifying torrent surged forth from the fissure like an unstoppable dragon bearing world-shattering power, crashing directly onto the skeletal demon. The instant it touched the Yangtze's torrent, the skeletal fiend shattered inch by inch, crumbling like fragile glass into dust. It didn't even have the strength left to resist. Simultaneously, the torrent shattered the space constructed by the dark current portal, causing the very fabric of reality to crack. Zheng Shanhe clenched his palm, sealing the fissure as the river currents dissipated. His pupils trembled. The Yangtze River was indeed unlike any other mountain or river creation. It possessed only one method of attack. It is activated by verses. Throughout history, any verse containing the Yangtze once spoken aloud would unleash the river in unimaginable fury. This is the Yangtze River. As space shattered, long-absent sunlight spills down. What reached his ears was not the roar of the river's flow, but an endless cacophony. After the spatial collapse, he found himself suspended mid-air above the upper reaches of the Yangtze. At that moment, the greenery along the riverbank burst into vibrant life. This extraordinary scene drew countless locals to gather and watch. Zheng Shanhe. Suddenly, someone in the crowd recognized him. That's the fugitive criminal being hunted nationwide by Tian Shou. In an instant, the crowd erupted into chaos. Zheng Shanhe's lips twitched and his figure vanished instantly. But before he could run far, a whistling sound tore through the air from the side. His reflexes kicked in, ready to attack, but seeing the man in a suit with slicked-back hair, he relaxed. "So, how's it going? Any results?" Chen Zhang's first words upon appearing were to inquire about the plan's feasibility. Completely ineffective. Zheng Shanhe shook his head. Apart from that one raid in the restricted zone of Dongting Lake, there haven't been any other alien races. The alien races within the Tianjiang Dragon Cave naturally didn't count. Then so be it. Once we return, I'll lift your wanted status and clear your name. Chen Zhang sighed. Then, he suddenly gave Zheng Shanhe a careful once-over. You look different somehow. What have you been up to? The Yangtze has been purified by me. The pollution no longer exists. Zheng Shanhe stated flatly. Hearing this, Chen Zhang fell deep in thought. Let's go back together. We don't want you getting taken care of by the hunters later. He patted Zheng Shanhe on the shoulder. With Chen Zhang personally escorting him, no hunters dared approach Zheng Shanhe on the return journey. The hunters were puzzled. Wasn't the order to leave no survivors? How could this? Chen Zhang escorted Zheng Shanhe back to Magic City on the earliest flight. As he dropped Zheng Shanhe off at his residence, Chen Zhang suddenly asked, "Have you got any long trips planned lately?" "Why?" Zheng Shanhe asked, puzzled. "Nothing much. There might be some changes happening in Beijing City soon. If you don't have to, don't go far and don't lose contact." Chen Zhang said cryptically. What kind of changes? Zheng Shanhe froze. What could possibly happen in Shangjing City? Lately, awakened individuals from multiple countries have been applying for entry. These people seem very interested in the recent nationwide enhancement that occurred in Dragon Nation. Chen Zhang looked at him, as if saying, "I know it's because of you." Zheng Shanhe shrugged. "I already briefed you the recent enhancement was because I summoned the fortune of the 4 great towers to feed back into us. I know that. The critical issue is that the Great Wall seems poised to undergo another mutation. The Great Wall is mutating." Zheng Shanhe's expression flickered with alarm. Every nation, at regular intervals, experiences mutations at the same convergence points of destiny. These so-called mutations function like international portals, akin to hunting grade portals. It pulls everything around the anomaly into an alien space. The duration of such anomalies is determined by the intensity of a nation's destiny energy. The richer the fortune, the shorter its duration. Within the Dragon Nation, the site of such anomalies lies at the Great Wall ruins. Each anomaly engulfs dozens of miles in every direction, allowing alien races to descend without restraint. Before an anomaly begins, there are signs. Are you worried that those awakened outsiders might take advantage of this opportunity to harm the nation? Zheng Shanhe understood his meaning. Good to know. For the next month, keep your head down. Focus on running your guild and await instructions from the Central Association. Chen Zhang left with those final words. He first lifted the warrant for Zheng Shanhe's arrest, then held a grand press conference. During the event, he repeatedly emphasized their joint plan to create a false front, luring foreign spies into a trap. As he had predicted, Zheng Shanhe reaped both fame and fortune, while the Haoran Shanhe Guild steadily gained popularity among the public. 4 days later, upon returning home, Xiu rushed into his arms with tear-filled eyes the moment she saw him. "Brother!" Her big eyes brimming with tears, she wailed uncontrollably. She had genuinely feared her beloved brother might never return. Unexpectedly, Ko Xiaomeng also let out a wail and threw herself at him. The 2 girls hugged him, one on each side, wailing for a long while. Yet no matter how hard she tried, Ko Xiaomeng couldn't squeeze out a single tear. "Brother Shanhe, we thought you'd really gotten into some serious trouble. You scared us to death." In the end, Ko Xiaomeng could only cry dryly. Brother Shanhe, Ko Xian remained surprisingly composed, giving him a thumbs up. "I knew you'd be fine. With that, he lifted his water cup and gulped it down in one go, trying to drown out his worries. Put. Who's been hiding in their room crying these past few days? What a great actor. Little did he know, Ko Xiaoming rolled her eyes and called out her own brother's bluff. Put. Ko Xian spit out his drink, his face flushing as he lunged forward. Ko Xiaoming, I'll strangle you. Back already? At that moment, Ko Fushua's voice rang out. The three kids froze in their tracks. Then, Ko Xian suddenly burst into tears. Big sis, you're finally back. During the 4 days Zheng Shanhe was on the run, Ko Fushua had been tirelessly searching for clues about his whereabouts. She too had been deeply worried, unable to eat or sleep properly for the entire 4 days. Now, seeing Zheng Shanhe standing before her unharmed, the weight on her heart finally lifted. I saw the news. Nice work, you caught 6 foreign spies? Ko Fushua tried to appear less tired and stern. Zheng Shanhe shook his head. You should get some proper rest. It's time to relax properly. Ko Fushua relaxed her body, a faint smile curving her lips. Welcome back. With that, she turned and headed upstairs. The 3 little ones also let go of Zheng Shanhe. After spending some time with them, Zheng Shanhe yawned and said, Alright. I need to relax too. I'm exhausted. Brother Shanhe, let's head back together. Ko Xian hurriedly stood up. Brother! Just as he stepped out the door, Xiao called after him. Sister Dantai Qingxian asked me to make this for her. Could you please give it to her? Xiao pressed a pure handmade cloth pouch into his hands. It was a creamy white color with a pink flower on it. What's this? Zheng Shanhe raised an eyebrow. Dantai Qingxian actually liked this sort of thing. Oh, it's a new skill I learned recently. Sister Dantai Qingxian saw me doing it the other day and asked me to make one for her. Xiao finished speaking and scampered back into the house. At that moment, Ko Xian murmured inexplicably, Xiao is so adorable. Zheng Shanhe halted in his tracks, narrowing his eyes as he looked at him. What did you say? Chapter 150, Purify the Yellow River, Slay the Holy Ancestor. What did you just say? A complex emotion flickered in Zheng Shanhe's eyes. But Ko Xian inexplicably felt his hair stand on end. Ko Xian swallowed uncontrollably. Did I say something wrong? This was the first time he'd sensed a dangerous aura emanating from Zheng Shanhe. Actually. After a moment. Zheng Shanhe seemed to ponder for a moment. Xiao is a simple girl. She's not very good at discerning emotions. You'll have to work hard. With that, he left Ko Xian standing there in a daze, picked up his handmade cloth bag, and walked toward Dantai Qingxuan's villa. About a minute later, Ko Xian finally snapped out of his daze. Instantly, he shouted with wild excitement, Brother Shanhe, I'll try my best. Hearing the shouts behind him, Zheng Shanhe sighed softly. The girl would eventually grow up and face this step. As her older brother, the only thing he could do was make sure Xiao navigated it safely. As soon as he entered Dantai Qingxuan's courtyard, he saw her curled up in an armchair, engrossed in a book. As he approached, Dantai Qingxian didn't even lift her eyes. Nothing serious? Of course. Zheng Shanhe shrugged and handed her the bag Xiao had given him. Seeing this, she quickly set down her book and carefully accepted the handmade cloth bag, treating it as if it were a precious treasure. Do you like these things? Zheng Shanhe was still somewhat surprised. I always felt Xiao had this inexplicable warmth. I just mentioned it offhand that day, never expecting she'd actually remember. Dantai Qingxian examined it repeatedly, her satisfaction unmistakable. All right. Now, you should be able to tell me the purpose of this charade with Chen Zhang, right? She tucked away the handmade cloth bag and spoke softly. As the topic shifted, Zheng Shanhe regained his serious demeanor. Among Longwa's top awakened, Chen Zhang and I have confirmed that one is a humanoid. Dantai Qingxuan's pupils contracted slightly. She had never known this fact. She had suspected this farce was a performance between the two, but never imagined the reason behind it. So that's why you've been? Yes. Zheng Shanhe nodded, then sighed. But right now, we have no leads. He recounted the events in Qingshi town, his parents' notebook, and Zhang Heng's situation. Dantai Qingxian listened quietly without interruption. Only after he finished did she speak. The power possessed by an SSS tier awakened one is extremely dangerous if left uncontrolled. Now, let me help you sort through all the SSS level awakened across the country. First, Hall of Magic Energy Duan Tao. He rose to prominence early and grew up with Chen Zhang in the same orphanage. It absolutely cannot be him. Second, Absolute Defense Zhuan Song. An SSS tier tank awakener who once sealed a breach in the southern border with his own flesh during the alien race war. He comes from a lineage of heroic martyrs. He absolutely cannot be the one either. Third, Shadow Blade. An SSS tier assassin under the Central Association and the Head Department. He's the sharp blade firmly held by the state. He's also impossible. Fourth, Healer of the World Hua Tuo. This is the most unique case. An SSS tier support who calls himself Hua Tuo, possessing earth-shattering healing abilities capable of resurrecting the dead and restoring flesh to bones. During the Great Alien War, Chen Zhang, Yan Guodong, Duan Tao, virtually every elite force received his care. It could be said that without him, the Dragon Nation's casualties would have at least doubled. As for the fifth heavenly sword, Saint Qin Zhang, he needs no introduction. After hearing all this, there's no room for doubt. Zheng Shanhe smiled helplessly. Then, he suddenly realized he seemed to have overlooked one person's information. Why isn't the president included among these five? It wasn't that he doubted him, but according to Zheng Shanhe's speculation, the Grand Master absolutely could not be a low-level awakened. The Grand Master's power is the most unique. Dan Tai Qingxuan's expression grew grave. Chairman Yan Guodong's occupational title is Supreme Hunter. Supreme Hunter? Zheng Shanhe narrowed his eyes. What kind of profession was that? He can only harm alien races. Unexpectedly, Dan Tai Qingxuan's addition left him stunned. What? What kind of profession is that? The Supreme Hunter possesses a highly unique mechanism. We'll discuss it later. Dan Tai Qingxian seemed weighed down. Regardless, the fact that an anthropomorphic being is hidden within the SSS ranks is terrifying. We must uncover the true culprit as soon as possible. Zheng Shanhe shook his head. It's difficult. Even Qin Zhang, who's been investigating for about 10 years, has found nothing. That shows how deeply hidden they are. After discussing the matter further, Zheng Shanhe remarked, the Great Wall seems poised for imminent upheaval. Are you leaving? Dan Tai Qingxian asked. Not exactly leaving. I need to return to Qingshi town. Go with peace of mind. I'll be here. Dan Tai Qingxian replied. After a day's rest, Zheng Shanhe returned once more to the ruins of Qingshi town. No matter how clear the skies might be in other cities, the skies near the Yellow River remained a gloomy gray. Is the pollution problem of the Yellow River the same as that of the Yangtze River? Zheng Shanhe gazed at the miasma drifting through the air, his feet splashing through the turbulent river as he sped toward the source of the pollution. Whoosh! But just as he neared the first gathering point of miasma, a massive iron hammer suddenly shot out from the withered forest. Without pausing, Zheng Shanhe drew the Dezong Hengtian ruler. Clang! The hammer was knocked away. Before he could identify the attacker, the river beneath his feet erupted in a muddy wave. Mud mixed with sand and water sprayed everywhere. Zheng Shanhe was flung backward, his left arm wrapped in a green chain. I knew you'd come to cause trouble. In the river, a bizarre alien creature with a fish fin on its forehead cackled maniacally. Its thick arms yanked violently on the chain. Splash! Instantly, Zheng Shanhe felt his body grow light as the sky darkened. Then, to his shock and disbelief, he discovered his entire body was now shimmering with golden light. Ugh! The alien creature let out a pained shriek. How is this possible? Your soul! Your soul is formed from the power of destiny. You vermin, meet your end. Zheng Shanhe sneered coldly. The Daizong Hengtian ruler erupted with a surge of azure light, shattering the green chains binding his left arm inch by inch. The fish-finned alien staggered backward. Murky river waters suddenly churned into towering waves dozens of meters high, from which 7 uniquely shaped aliens burst forth. Human vermin! Were it not for the inability of our divine race's mighty ones to descend, how could you dare to be so arrogant and tyrannical here? The leader of the fish-finned alien race roared, 8 dark purple chains piercing from their backs, weaving into a sky-obscuring net in midair. Zheng Shanhe's pupils contracted slightly. The patterns on these chains were identical to those in the Yangtze Dragon Cavern, only tinged with a stronger stench of blood and decay. Mountain River Scroll. A mighty brushstroke swept ink across the void. The phantom of Yeyang Tower, enveloped in a 1,000-layered tidal wave, crashed violently into the chain net. The instant the two forces collided, Zheng Shanhe suddenly felt an eerie suction beneath his feet. The entire riverbed transformed into a vortex, drawing him in with an irresistible pull. Just as it had been with Dongting Lake. In the blink of an eye, the river's surface returned to its usual turbulent state. Soon after, awakened individuals rushed toward the site of the earlier collision, yet found nothing amiss. Something's off. Search the vicinity. The leader added, report this anomaly to the association. Meanwhile, Zheng Shanhe, pulled into the alien realm, realized his power was being suppressed from all sides. This seemed to be another space parallel to the normal world, much like the Tianjiang Dragon Cave along the Yangtze River. The Yellow River, churning with miasma, suddenly boiled. Countless dark purple runes emerged from the riverbed. As a colossal entity rose, it revealed itself to be a massive, eerie altar. Unlike the Yangtze, these vermin have set up an altar at the bottom of the Yellow River. No wonder his power had been suppressed the instant he entered. This bizarre altar could actually devour destiny energy and feed back into the corrupting miasma. Such a monstrous thing could remain hidden for so long, it must be connected to that anthropomorphic race. Zheng Shanhe spread his arms wide, unleashing an overwhelming surge of destiny power. I refuse to believe you can devour such colossal fortune. Suddenly, Mount Tai descended. Its colossal, towering form crushed not only the miasma but even sank the altar 3 feet into the ground. Seeing this, the Fishfin clan screeched shrilly, stop him. Splash! From the murky river, dozens of dark figures burst through the waves, all diverse alien races. Some resembled giant turtles, their shells engraved with eerie incantations. Others were serpentine like dragons, their scales gleaming with a poisonous purple-black light. Wielding bone-carved ritual implements, they chanted obscure incantations as the miasma surged violently. Illusory realm, Abbot Sing Zhou. Zheng Shanhe dared not take any chances. The mist of the immortal pavilion of Panglai surged forth, and the ethereal forms of the 8 immortals descended, wielding their treasures to engage the alien creatures in battle. He leapt straight toward the altar at the riverbed. Boom! The riverbed trembled. At the altar's center stood a colossal bronze cauldron, brimming with a dark purple liquid that emitted a nauseating, fishy stench. The cauldron's body was engraved with twisted runes, identical to the chains in the Yangtze Dragon Cavern. What kind of cauldron is this? It looks almost identical to the bronze coffin in the restricted zone of Lake Dongting. Without hesitation, he raised the Mount Tai heavenly ruler high, channeling the might of mountains, and brought it crashing down. Clang! The cauldron trembled but did not shatter. Instead, it unleashed a counterforce that sent Zheng Shanhe reeling back several steps. Ha 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 ha! This cauldron is a sacred artifact of my clan. How could you possibly destroy it? The fish-finned alien tribe cackled wildly. With a flick of his bone staff, miasma coalesced into thousands of venomous snakes that burst forth from the cauldron, lunging toward Zheng Shanhe to bite. Chapter 151. The river basin was cleansed, the achievement accomplished. Mountain River Scroll. Zheng Shanhe unfurled the golden scroll with a brushstroke. The venomous snakes collided into it and were instantly purified. Yet the colossal cauldron remained utterly still, even beginning to absorb the yellow river's vital energy. The liquid within boiled, coalescing into the faint, shadowy form of a purple-black dragon. It's devouring the yellow river's dragon vein? Zheng Shanhe's heart jolted. It must be destroyed. He bit his fingertip, using his vital blood as ink. With his righteous spirit as his brush, he wrote, "Have you not seen the yellow river's waters come down from the heavens, rushing to the sea never to return?" He attempted to harness the literary power within the righteous brush, channeling the ancient words to guide the might of the yellow river. Boom! As he had envisioned, the entire yellow river seemed to awaken. Endless currents coalesced into a golden dragon, its form flickering between light and shadow, crashing violently against the bronze cauldron. Crack! A crack split open in the cauldron's body. The purple-black dragon struggled frantically, yet was held down by the golden light of destiny. This golden light of destiny was clearly a force beyond its ability to assimilate. Again! Seeing the attack succeed, Zheng Shanhe roared furiously. The Mount Tai heavenly ruler's ruler transformed into the sky-splitting cloud-climbing bow, and an arrow shot forth. Whoosh! The arrow streaked like a meteor, yet as it neared the colossal cauldron, it was tinged with purple light and instantly dissolved. Simultaneously, the golden dragon formed from the literary lineage also dissipated. Not only can it devour destiny, but it can even corrode it. Zheng Shanhe narrowed his eyes as his life-bound artifact transformed into a crane, carrying him toward the colossal cauldron. Stop him! Don't let him touch the sacred cauldron! The fish-finned alien screamed shrilly at the sight. 7 alien beings erupted simultaneously, their spines splitting open as they spewed foul-smelling blood mist. The mist coalesced midair into 7 bone blades of grotesque design. Their blades were wrapped in miasma of the same origin as the bronze chains, forming a net that descended toward Zheng Shanhe. Exactly the same technique as those bastards from the Yangtze. Zheng Shanhe snorted coldly, flipping his palm to press into the void. Mount Tai, suppress them. The illusory form of Mount Tai descended with a thunderous crash. The bone blades struck the mountain, spattering blinding sparks. Shatter! Mount Tai erupted with earth-shattering ripples, instantly shattering all the blood mist and bone blades surrounding it. The 7 alien beings were knocked back by the shockwave, and Zheng Shanhe seized the moment to leap forward. Rise! His right arm swept in an arc, fingers splayed as he lunged toward the colossal cauldron. The ceaseless Yangtze rolls onward. Boom! The void tore apart abruptly as surging river waters crashed into the cauldron like a colossal dragon. The purple-black dragon within the cauldron let out agonized wails as its form was shattered by the force. With the purple-black dragon weakened, the miasma sealing the yellow river dragon vein instantly lost 7/10 of its power. No! The fish-fin alien screamed, suddenly biting off 3 fingers of his left hand. Staring at Zheng Shanhe with venomous hatred, he snarled, "With my flesh and blood, I summon the holy ancestor to descend." Blood spattered across the altar, and the entire riverbed suddenly shook violently. Viscous black blood seeped from the cracks on the surface of the giant cauldron. That black blood coalesced in the air into a blurred human silhouette. Even as a mere outline, it radiated an overwhelming, earth-shaking presence. Sacred ancestor? I shall suppress you too. Zheng Shanhe grinned savagely. The black silhouette emitted a hoarse whisper, "Human vermin, you have repeatedly thwarted my clan's grand designs. You deserve to be slain." The voice seemed to come from thousands speaking in unison, a chaotic blend of male and female tones that shook the river into stillness. A mere blood shadow dares to speak so boldly. Zheng Shanhe roared in fury, his left palm erupting with golden light as the scroll of mountains and rivers unfurled once more. Emerging within the scroll was not the immortal realm of Panglai, but the overlapping phantoms of the four great towers. The yellow crane spread its wings, waves surged at Yang, the literary legacy of Prince Tong flowed, and mist swirled over Panglai. Four forces coalesced into a golden torrent. The Mount Tai heavenly ruler's ruler appeared, bearing this force as it crashed violently toward the black blood outline and the colossal cauldron. Boom! The cauldron shattered explosively, the black blood outline roaring deafeningly. Yet before it could react, golden light tore it into shreds. As the cauldron shattered, the entire altar collapsed. Beneath the yellow river, the earth's veins trembled violently. A dazzling golden light surged skyward from a fissure in the riverbed. The dragon vein has broken free. Zheng Shanhe stared intently, seeing within the golden light the wounded form of the yellow river's dragon spirit emerge, its eyes dim, its body blurred. Yet now it greedily absorbed the scattered miasma, using poison to counter poison, reversing the process to devour the alien race's power and transform it into its own destiny. The dragon vein fortune of our Huaxia, it cannot be severed so easily. Zheng Shanhe roared with laughter. Impossible. How could the sacred ancestor? The fish-finned alien screeched, and instantly, 7 alien creatures lunged at him like madmen. Zheng Shanhe floated midair atop a crane, golden light blazing in his eyes. You vermin! I will pull out every poisonous thorn you've buried anywhere within the borders of China, one by one. I, Zheng Shanhe, shall exterminate the alien races and bring all alien tribes to ruin. He raised his left arm high, his palm clenching at the void. Ha! The yellow river winds through 10,000 miles of sand, its waves and winds sweeping from the ends of the earth. Rumble! As the verse echoed, the golden dragon of the yellow river's destiny surged forth. In an instant, the river surged backward, coiling like a water dragon and swallowing all 8 alien beings whole. Then, the dragon's shadow let out a long, piercing cry to the heavens. Its form remained ethereal, far weaker and more subdued compared to the dragon vein of the Yangtze River. Seeing this, Zheng Shanhe hesitated not a moment, slashing his left wrist to freely pour forth his vital essence blood. Roar! Nourished by the mountain River Artisan's vital essence blood, the dragon's form rapidly solidified, ultimately coiling into a 5-clawed golden dragon above Zheng Shanhe's head. Achievement, Homeland and Rivers. Purification complete, Yellow River. The Yellow River has been unlocked as a special form of mountain river creation. You have achieved the accomplishment, Homeland and Rivers. Rewards will be distributed shortly. The moment the panel popped up, the alien space began to collapse. Zheng Shanhe charged out atop a crane, only to find darkness enveloping the outside world. Standing atop the clouds, he looked down as the miasma rapidly dissipated. Dead vegetation and cracked earth swiftly regained vitality. The muddy waves of the Yellow River receded, its waters now shimmering with golden light under the moon. This was more exhausting than I imagined. Zheng Shanhe exhaled deeply. These alien entities that had ravaged the Yangtze and Yellow Rivers, if ranked by tier, were likely all on par with the final bosses of S-class portals. Had it not been for his own divine favor and countermeasures, he truly would have struggled to prevail. Achievement, Homeland Rivers Reward. Reward 1, Dragon Vein protects the nation. When foreign enemies invade the Dragon Nation, rivers will manifest as colossal dragon illusions to vanquish the invaders. Reward 2, Dragon Veins stabilize the land. The dragon veins within the rivers fully awaken, reducing the frequency of natural disasters nationwide and mitigating their damage. Reward 3, Water Palace Secret Realm. As cosmic energy surges, the Yangtze and Yellow River basins will generate a Water Palace Secret Realm weekly. This provides safe, reliable leveling dungeons for low-tier awakened individuals D, C, and B ranks, strengthening the nation's grassroots combat capabilities. Chapter 152, The Anomaly Approaches. The next day. As dawn pierced the clouds, Zheng Shanhe had already slipped back into the demon capital. Instead of heading home, he had spent the night at the guild headquarters. Standing before the floor-to-ceiling windows, he surveyed the city's awakening silhouette while his fingertips traced the scar on his left wrist. This time, to fully replenish the Yellow River Dragon Vein, he had expended a great deal of his vital essence and blood fortune, causing this wound to heal rather slowly. But it was worth it. So early? Suddenly, he turned his head and smiled. Dantai Qin Xian had leaned against the doorframe unnoticed. I came to remind you to watch the TV. With that, she raised her hand and switched on the office television. Breaking news! In the early morning hours, the anchor's voice trembled with excitement. The toxic haze over the Yangtze and Yellow River basins has completely dissipated overnight. According to meteorological monitoring, air quality in both river basins has reached its best levels in nearly 2 decades. Zheng Shanhe's gaze followed as the broadcast switched to aerial footage. The murky Yellow River had cleared overnight, and new buds sprouted from the dead poplar forests along its banks. Along the Three Gorges section of the Yangtze, golden specks danced on the water's surface through the morning mist. Fishermen gasped in awe, exclaiming, "The Dragon King has manifested his divine power. What a magnificent spectacle!" After over 40 years of persistent pollution, the Yangtze and Yellow Rivers, once perpetually shrouded in miasma, had inexplicably purified overnight. Experts preliminarily speculate this is linked to the recently active reverse energy flow phenomenon. Now, let's follow our reporter as they interview local residents in the Yangtze and Yellow River basins. The scene shifts to a live interview. Standing by the Yangtze, the reporter captured an elderly man kneeling on the riverbank, weeping, this water is finally clear. Our homeland, our rivers, have returned." The same scene plays out across the Yangtze and Yellow River basins. "Always doing great things quietly like this, don't you ever tell anyone these things are connected to you?" Dan Tai Qingxian chuckled with a hint of teasing. "What's the point of that?" Zheng Shanhe shook his head with a smile. "To reveal your divine power before the people, to have your name immortalized in history." Dan Tai Qingxian seemed to ponder this seriously for a moment. Immortalized in history? Just as Zheng Shanhe was about to elaborate, Chen Zhang's call came through. After answering, Chen Zhang's voice carried an unusual gravity. "Did you see the news? Come to the General Association immediately. Chairman Yan wants to see you." Zheng Shanhe furrowed his brow slightly. "Because of the Yangtze and Yellow Rivers?" "Not just that," Chen Zhang lowered his voice. "The latest monitoring data shows the Great Wall Anomaly's precursor has arrived earlier than expected. And this energy fluctuation is the strongest we've seen in decades." After hanging up, Dan Tai Qingxian mused thoughtfully, "It seems your efforts to purify the rivers have stirred something or someone." "Perhaps." Zheng Shanhe gazed out the window. Against the morning light, the skyline of the demon city hinted at gathering crimson clouds. This was not a good sign. "Let's go." After a brief silence, he prepared to head to the airport. "You go. I'll stay here." Dan Tai Qingxian shook her head. "But Chen Zhang said he wanted you to come too?" Zheng Shanhe paused. The immortal city goddess shrugged. "I hate going to Shangjing City. Unless absolutely necessary, I won't set foot there." On the private runway at Shanghai Airport, Zheng Shanhe gazed through the window at the cityscape shrinking below. Moments later, he turned to the only other person in the cabin besides himself, Chen Zhang. "The Great Wall's anomaly will trigger natural disasters?" "That's the least significant effect." Chen Zhang shook his head, his expression grave. "The anomaly is the alien race's method to destroy the Great Wall. Within the altered space, the alien race can weaken the influence of destiny and summon a demigod." Zheng Shanhe frowned in confusion. "A demigod? Remember the purple giant hand that appeared in the international portal?" Chen Zhang explained, "It was a divine being, a demigod, possessing roughly half the power of a full deity." "Half its power?" Zheng Shanhe's pupils contracted. Only those who had faced it firsthand knew how formidable the power of the divine race truly was. He recalled the purple colossal arm he had braced against on Immortal City Island to awaken Dan Tai Qingxian. A single limb alone had left him utterly battered. If the entire being descended, even with all his mountain shaping and river creating techniques unleashed, he would stand no chance. Even with only half its power, it was likely beyond his current capabilities to defeat. "Don't worry. I'll handle an alien race of this caliber." Chen Zhang waved his hand, shifting the topic. "By the way, you mentioned the Yangtze and Yellow Rivers would periodically open the Water Palace Secret Realm? What exactly is that?" "Fortune's recompense," Zheng Shanhe replied. "Every week, the Water Palace Secret Realm opens near the Yangtze and Yellow River basins. It's meant as a safe place for D, C, and B-tier talent awakened individuals to level up, I believe." "I don't know the specifics." "I see." Chen Zhang nodded. "I'll have the associations in both river basins monitor this." 3 hours later, the aircraft touched down at the exclusive airport of the Shangjing Central Association. As Zheng Shanhe stepped out of the cabin, his skin immediately tingled with a faint prickling sensation. Visible dark purple particles drifted in the air of Shangjing City like an impending, eerie purple rain. "Let's go to the top-secret conference room." Chen Zhang stepped forward. At the top floor of the General Association building, the electronic doors slid open silently. To his surprise, besides Yan Guodong, a young man in a white lab coat was adjusting equipment inside the conference room. "Life-saving Huatua?" Zheng Shanhe's eyes flickered with curiosity. The SSS Tier Support Awakener pressed his palm against the projector, a steady stream of emerald light flowing into the device. "You're here?" Chairman Yan Guodong turned around. The middle-aged man who had overseen the Dragon Nation's Awaken system for decades seemed to have more white hair at his temples. He approached with steady steps, his broad hand resting lightly on Zheng Shanhe's shoulder. His eyes brimmed with admiration and a certain hope. "Chairman." Zheng Shanhe reigned in all sharpness, reserving only the most basic respect for the man before him. "Yan Guodong." When he assumed the presidency of the General Association, the Dragon Nation had just endured the bloody Battle of Handan Mountain and countless other devastating wars. National strength was depleted, and the nation's fortune was in decline. Despite such a challenging start, Yan Guodong had transformed the nation from a dormant dragon into the formidable Eastern dragon that now commanded global respect. He is a figure whom every awakened individual in China holds in absolute admiration and reverence. "We are fortunate to have you. You restored the 4 great towers of Longhua, revitalized our nation's rivers and streams, and nurtured the entire country with its vital energy. Yan Guodong gazed at Zheng Shanhe and nodded gently. Chairman, you flatter me. Zheng Shanhe showed no hint of self-praise, instead speaking with frank honesty, it was the nation's destiny that chose me. I merely harnessed its power to fulfill my childhood dream. As the words fell, Hua, the benevolent physician adjusting the projector, looked up, his eyes widening in surprise. Modesty is commendable, but when the time comes to show your sharpness, do not deliberately hide it. Hearing the chairman's words, Zheng Shanhe nodded promptly. Yes, chairman. Yan Guodong smiled faintly, then turned to look at Hua. Well? Shall we begin? We're waiting for your command. Hua immediately adopted a serious expression before activating the projector. Within the conference room, the blue light of the holographic map flickered in the eyes of the 4 individuals. The anomaly core zone has just been localized. As Hua manipulated the controls, the projection abruptly unfolded. A 3-dimensional image of the Great Wall hovered above the conference table. A specific section glowed with a blinding red light, surrounded by spiderweb-like purple patterns. The Juyong Pass ruins are the epicenter of this anomaly. Energy readings exceed previous anomalies by 400%. Hua pushed his glasses up. This suggests the anomaly scale may encompass the entire Great Wall section within Shanjing City. That extensive. Chen Zhang frowned. Yan Guodong's tone grew grave. Can we estimate when the anomaly will occur? Chapter 153. Hua adjusted his glasses, his fingertips gliding across the holographic projection. Moments later, he looked up, his tone unwavering. Based on the energy amplification curve, the anomaly will fully erupt in 7 days. 7 days? Zheng Shanhe murmured the words, silently calculating the timeline in his mind. Yan Guodong looked at him, his gaze steady. You have 7 days to arrange your affairs freely. Once the anomaly begins, you must return to Shanjing City immediately. Zheng Shanhe nodded. Understood. Chen Zhang patted his shoulder, a hint of a smile appearing. Don't be too tense. Eat and drink when you should, and rest up. It's not like this is my first time facing the alien race. I don't need that. Zheng Shanhe chuckled, his tone light. Magic City, Haoran Mountain River Guild. As Zheng Shanhe pushed open the door, he heard Xian speaking animatedly. Following the sound, he saw red-haired Zhao Yan and the bushy-bearded Dong Kai seated before him. What a surprise! What brings you two here? Dropping by unannounced? Zheng Shanhe approached with a smile. Zhao Yan and Dong Kai immediately stood up and approached him. President Zhang, please take us in. What's the story? Zheng Shanhe asked, amused by their earnestness. When the guild was founded, he and Kufushua had invited these two, but both had declined, citing reasons like no freedom and fear of constraints. Back before the guild even existed, they'd been the most enthusiastic about joining. So seeing them like this now, Zheng Shanhe found it amusing. Haven't you heard? Thanks to you, it seems a new tier of portals has begun appearing. Dong Kai grinned widely. New tier portals? He raised an eyebrow. Portals with a blend of red and blue hues. Rumor has it their difficulty ranks above S tier but below Hunter tier. Kosen chimed in at this point, sounding quite knowledgeable about the matter. I heard the resources they yield and the drop rate for top tier loot from bosses are second only to Hunt tier portals. Is that even possible? Zheng Shanhe genuinely hadn't known. Truth be told, he'd been preoccupied with the 4 Great Towers and the Yangtze Yellow River affairs lately. Aside from entering a portal during the recent clash with the Mang clan, he hadn't paid much attention to such matters. But then again, his current need for resources from portals had dwindled significantly. Moreover, the truth behind his parents' affairs felt like a fishbone stuck in his throat, leaving him no spare time to waste as he once did. Yeah, that portal is super mysterious, Zhao Yao chimed in from the side. So what caused this sudden change in your attitudes? Zheng Shanhe still couldn't grasp the connection. As soon as he finished speaking, Dong Kai suddenly fell silent and nudged Zhao Yao with his elbow. Oops. Zhao Yao, ever the most straightforward, gave an embarrassed chuckle. The guild just issued an announcement about this new tier portal. Private passage is forbidden, and unlike other portals, it won't be auctioned off. Once it appears, only guilds can compete for it. Upon hearing this, Zheng Shanhe's eyes widened in realization, followed by a wry twitch at the corner of his mouth. You two really are opportunistic. He naturally approved their guild applications. After handling the backlog of tasks that had piled up over the past few days, he realized Dantai Qingxian and Kufushua weren't at the guild. When he asked Kosen, the kid claimed everyone was at home preparing a feast. And you? Zheng Shanhe was speechless. Kosen grabbed his arm. I'm waiting for you here. As he spoke, he closed the office door. Then, creeping up to Zheng Shanhe like a thief, he whispered, Brother Shanhe, I need to tell you something. You have to help me. What is it? Nothing illegal, right? Zheng Shanhe found his behavior amusing. Of course not. Kosen pulled his phone from his pocket and held it out. The screen displayed a giant pink heart. Upon closer inspection, the heart was formed by countless pink petals piled together. What do you think? Pretty, huh? Kosen's eyes brimmed with anticipation. Zheng Shanhe raised an eyebrow slightly. Pink roses? That's the flower that girl Xiao Xiao loves most, right? You're planning to. Cassian scratched his head with a grin. It's Xiao Xiao's birthday in 9 days, and I wanted to surprise her. You're proposing. Zheng Shanhe exploded at the suggestion. What the hell? Had these two already gotten that far? Could it be that they've already? No way. In this moment, he was no longer the mountain river craftsman who had subdued countless alien races. He was just a flustered older brother. Ha! Cassian was startled by his actions, then shook his head frantically. How could that be possible? This is for a confession. How could a proposal be this simple? Confession. Instantly, Zheng Shanhe felt his heart plummet from the heavens back into his chest. He let out a long sigh. You're crazy. It's just a confession, why make it so elaborate? Is this elaborate? Cassian scratched his head in confusion. This wealthy young master had consumed his fair share of domineering CEO-themed dramas and novels. Didn't those domineering CEOs always express their feelings with something like dropping a nuclear bomb for dramatic effect? His feelings for Xiao Xiao went without saying. He'd give up everything for her. But since he'd noticed Xiao Xiao didn't seem to enjoy overly grand gestures or events, he'd deliberately chosen a more subtle approach. Young man. Seeing Cassian lost in endless confusion, Zheng Shanhe sighed. You must understand, Xiao Xiao and I are just ordinary kids. All this pomp and splendor you're creating is completely unnecessary for her. Forgot what I told you that day? You need sincerity. Even if you only have a single pink rose, her favorite, as long as you're genuine, I believe that girl Xiao Xiao would never refuse you. Zheng Shanhe had been serious in the first half of his speech, but his sudden shift in tone left Cassian with a pained expression. Ha! Seeing his reaction, Zheng Shanhe couldn't help but laugh. Just kidding. Anyway, don't make it too complicated. Otherwise, if it doesn't work out, wouldn't that be awkward? That's exactly why I need brother Shanhe's help. Cassian's eyes brimmed with expectation. Faced with such sincere eyes, Zheng Shanhe opened his mouth, then sighed helplessly. Alright. I'll be heading to Shangjing City in 7 days. When I get back, we'll plan it together, okay? Ha! By the time you get back, we'll only have 2 days left. Cassian's face fell again. I'm her own brother. Don't worry, I can handle it in half an hour, let alone 2 days. Relax. Zheng Shanhe wrapped an arm around him and led him toward the exit. When it came to Cassian, Zheng Shanhe trusted him implicitly. Sitting in the car, just a few minutes into the ride, Zheng Shanhe suddenly remembered something. Why's the dinner tonight? Oh, I almost forgot, today's my sister and Xiao Meng's birthday. I need to pick up the cake I ordered while I'm out. Cassian immediately steered the car toward the commercial district. Fu Shui and Xiao Meng's birthday? Zheng Shanhe pondered for a moment. Then I should bring a gift too. What do they like? Now it was Zheng Shanhe's turn to be stumped. After knowing them for so long, showing up without a decent gift would make him look like a total failure. Heh, you'd never guess. Cassian gave a sly grin, glanced at his watch, and said, anyway, it's still early. Let's go pick out a gift for you first. Reliable? Zheng Shanhe eyed him skeptically. Relax, brother Shanhe. Helping you is helping my future self. It's gotta be legit. He patted his chest, looking utterly confident. Alright. Zheng Shanhe relaxed. 20 minutes later. Zheng Shanhe stared at the replica firearms trend toy store before him, lost in thought. What did you suggest I buy for your sister? He glanced at Cassian beside him, who immediately answered, a cannon. A cannon. Zheng Shanhe's face turned ashen. Here, this one. Cassian pulled a 1:1 replica Barrett rifle from the display case and said, you don't get it, my sister absolutely loves these guns. Back at our place in Shangjing City, she's got a whole basement filled with these things. Seeing Cassian's confident expression, Zheng Shanhe ultimately decided to take it home. Full-scale replica Barrett, 32,000 yuan. Chapter 154. Leaving the replica gun shop. Zheng Shanhe entered a replica model shop. The place was filled with replicas of various relics from the Shanhai Pass, dazzling the eyes. Brother Shanhe has great taste. Little Meng is absolutely fascinated by these kinds of things. Cassian picked up a palm-sized replica of a pavilion, this one then Tingwang Pavilion. Xiao Meng always says the 4 great pavilions symbolize the inheritance of literary heritage. She loves Tingwang Pavilion the most. Zheng Shanhe nodded, then after a moment's thought, picked up a replica of the Panglai Pavilion and another of Mount Tai. Evening, at home. Xiao Xiao, apron tied around her waist, bustled about the kitchen. A pot simmered with the rich aroma of braised pork ribs. Zheng Shanhe leaned against the doorframe, watching her skillfully stir-fry greens. He couldn't help but smile. Your cooking skills have really improved. It's okay. Xiao Xiao blushed at the compliment. I learned from Sister Qingxian. Qingxian can cook too? Zheng Shanhe was a bit surprised. Sister Qingxian can do anything. Xiao Xiao's eyes sparkled. She even taught me how to bake a cake last time. Zheng Shanhe smiled but didn't respond. Xiao Xiao suddenly paused her movements and turned to look at him. Brother, this time, are you leaving again? Zheng Shanhe paused before nodding. Yes, in 7 days. Xiao pressed her lips together and whispered, is it dangerous?
Not dangerous, Zheng Shanhe replied casually. Just going to take a stroll along the Great Wall and beat up a few barbarians while I'm at it. Xiao stared at him for a few seconds before returning her attention to the walk. After a moment, she blurted out, I saw on the news that there's some kind of anomaly warning at the Great Wall. The energy readings are way off the charts.
Are you sure it won't be dangerous?
Zheng Shanhe sighed, reaching out to ruffle her hair.
Relax. There'll be plenty of people stronger than me going along. Those outsiders won't be able to stir up much trouble. Besides, this is our territory. What danger could there be? All right then.
Xiao obediently agreed, turning back to stir-fry the vegetables, though her voice softened considerably. Wait until you come back to celebrate my birthday.
Zheng Shanhe smiled, then thought of Kusien's plan. He felt a flicker of anticipation for the upcoming birthday celebration. Sure. Dinner time.
The Ku siblings, the Zhang siblings, and Dantai Qingxian gathered around the table. With Kusien and Xiaomeng bickering now and then, the atmosphere remained fairly relaxed and harmonious. After the meal came the cake-cutting and gift-giving segment.
Unexpectedly, Dantai Qingxian had also prepared gifts for Ku Fuxue and Ku Xiaomeng.
She seemed less than enthusiastic about the proceedings.
After leaving the gifts, she excused herself first. Quick, open them.
I can't wait to see what gifts Sister Qingxian gave. Kusien was beside himself with excitement, as if the presents were for him. The contents inside surprised Zheng Shanhe.
Because Dantai Qingxian had given 2 adorable pink plush toys.
Ku Fuxue put on a stiff front, but her subtle expression still betrayed her delight at the gift.
As for Ku Xiaomeng, she was absolutely over the moon. It's the newest Abebe bear.
I love it, love it, love it. Watching the girls' reactions, Zheng Shanhe suddenly had a very bad feeling. Hee sis, Xiaomeng, brother Shanhai has gifts for you too. And trust me, my gifts will absolutely blow your minds. At that moment, Kusien smiled meaningfully. Ku Fuxue, Ku Xiaomeng, and Xiao all turned their gaze toward him.
Zheng Shanhe's mouth twitched. I came in a hurry and didn't prepare anything. What are you talking about, brother Shanhai? Everything's in the car. I'll go get it for you.
Kusien shot him a peculiar look before volunteering to dash into the garage.
When he returned,
he was holding a massive wooden crate. Thud. The crate landed on the floor with a heavy thud.
Clang. 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 Kusien excitedly opened the crate. The brand new cannon, stripped of its camouflage, came into view before the 3 women. Zheng Shanhe kept a close eye on Ku Fuxue's expression.
When she saw the gift, her features tightened slightly. After a moment, she shifted her gaze to him, smiled, and said, What a unique gift.
I really like it. Zheng Shanhe's eyelids twitched inwardly.
He thought, that sounded way too forced.
Ha 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 ha. Straightforward Ku Xiaomeng couldn't hold back any longer and burst into laughter, clutching her sides. Brother Shanhe, this must be my brother's crazy idea, right? Xiao also looked at her own brother with amusement. Who on earth would give a girl something like this?
Zheng Shanhe took Xiaomeng's teasing in stride, his ears turning half red.
He turned to Kusien, his gaze sharp as if demanding, didn't you say she'd absolutely love it? Kusien clearly had no clue either. Actually, I used to really enjoy collecting these kinds of things.
Ku Fuxue stepped in to smooth things over, but that was when I was only 8.
Zheng Shanhe's mouth twitched.
He quickly pulled out the replica Tinglong Pavilion and Mount Tai souvenirs he'd bought from the gift shop.
Actually, these are the gifts I meant to give you.
He hastily added, I just couldn't think of what to buy, and since I just rushed back from Shangjing City.
Whoa!
To his surprise, Ku Xiaomeng stopped laughing the moment she spotted the Tinglong Pavilion replica and lunged forward excitedly.
I absolutely love these replica historical sites. I just never bothered to go shopping for them. Thank you, brother Shanhe.
Ku Xiaomeng carefully cradled the Tinglong Pavilion replica in her hands, examining it with genuine delight. Meanwhile, Ku Fuxue stared blankly at the replica of Mount Tai presented before her. She couldn't help but recall the first time she teamed up with Zheng Shanhe. Witnessing Mount Tai manifest before her eyes back then had left her stunned for a very long time. She reached out to take it, cradling it gently, and offered Zheng Shanhe a faint smile.
Thank you. Seeing neither woman offer any insincere thanks, Zheng Shanhe breathed a deep sigh of relief. Damn it, thank goodness I kept my wits about me back then. Otherwise, that bastard Kusien would have screwed me over.
Walking over to Xiao, he saw her blinking her big eyes. Zheng Shanhe smiled and ruffled her little head. Little one, when your birthday comes, Big Brother will give you a super big surprise. After playing for a while longer, Zheng Shanhe yawned and left. No sooner had he stepped outside than Kusien hurried after him.
Brother Shanhe, wait for me.
He grabbed Zheng Shanhe's arm. It was my oversight.
You won't refuse to help me then, right? Am I the kind of person who holds grudges?
Zheng Shanhe shot him a glance. Then he continued, from now on, you'll follow my lead on everything.
No planning Xiao's birthday alone.
Kusien hesitated. Your big cannon suggestion today made me lose all face in front of them, Zheng Shanhe said with a sigh. Hearing this, Kosian immediately straightened up and declared with utmost seriousness, I'll follow your every command, sir. Chapter 155, Rescue. Late at night, on the balcony. Zheng Shanhe leaned against the railing, lost in thought as he gazed at the nightscape of the metropolis. The night breeze carried a slight chill, while the city lights shimmered like a dazzling starry river. Footsteps approached from the neighboring balcony. Dantai Qingxian walked over carrying a cup of hot milk, handing it to him. Can't sleep? A little. Zheng Shanhe took the milk and took a sip. I'm thinking about the Great Wall. Worried about the anomaly? Not the mutation itself, Zheng Shanhe shook his head. I'm wondering if the alien race's actions this time might be connected to that anthropomorphic creature. Dantai Qingxian fell silent for a moment before murmuring softly, Chen Zhang and Chairman Yan will handle it. Zheng Shanhe smiled, then suddenly turned to look at her. Speaking of which, why do you dislike going to Shangjing City so much? Dantai Qingxuan's expression remained impassive. I simply dislike the place. Why? I nearly died there the last time I went. Her tone was calm, as if recounting a trivial matter. Zheng Shanhe froze, then chuckled. That's a rather blunt reason. Dantai Qingxian glanced at him but didn't respond. They stood in silence for a moment before Zheng Shanhe suddenly spoke up. Oh, by the way, thanks for teaching Xiao how to cook. Dantai Qingxian raised an eyebrow slightly. Did she tell you? Zheng Shanhe smiled. That girl absolutely idolizes you. A barely perceptible lift touched Dantai Qingxuan's lips before she regained her composure. Back in the Immortal City, I used to spend my free time studying these things. Xiao is very bright and picks things up quickly. I see her awakened profession is warrior type. When I have time, I'll train her. Zheng Shanhe nodded, then suddenly remembered something. He pulled a small box from his pocket and handed it to her. For you. Dantai Qingxian accepted it and opened the box to find a delicate miniature replica of the Panglai Pavilion resting inside. I saw it in Shangjing City a few days ago and thought it would suit you, Zheng Shanhe said. Dantai Qingxian stared at the replica for a few seconds before closing the box and murmuring softly, thank you. Zheng Shanhe waved dismissively, turning to walk back inside. Get some rest. The night passed without further words. Early the next morning, Zheng Shanhe received a call from the guild. Hello, he pressed the answer button. President. It's bad. The secretary's panicked voice came through the line. Dong Kai and Zhao Yan entered the new level portal and have been missing for over 6 hours. The energy fluctuations from that portal are extremely strange. 3 more of our people went in, but they've all gone missing too. Zheng Shanhe frowned. Send me the coordinates. I'll be there immediately. After hanging up, he swiftly messaged Kofushua and Dantai Qingxian to explain the situation, then activated his fate power. Ka! The crane spread its wings, carrying him skyward. 10 minutes later. Zheng Shanhe landed in a valley on the outskirts of the Demon City. After a period of development, the guild now boasted numerous A-rank awakened ones alongside its S-rank members. Dozens of guild members gathered here, all standing at the perimeter of the portal, hesitant to approach. The new tier portal, a fusion of crimson and azure, hovered a meter above the ground. Approximately 5 meters in diameter, its surface constantly warped, emitting heart-stopping energy fluctuations. Guild Master. The guild members rushed forward upon seeing him. Dong Kai, Zhao Yao, and 3 others entered this morning. According to the schedule, they should emerge in 3 hours, but now it's already. Zheng Shanhe raised his hand to interrupt, his brow furrowed as he stared intently at the portal. The portal's energy fluctuations were indeed abnormal, with faint spatial fissures flickering around its edges. This was vastly different from a normal teleportation. I'll go in and check. Stay outside and don't make any rash moves, he said in a deep voice. Chairman, this is too dangerous. Shouldn't we wait for Vice Chairman Dantai and Ku? Someone exclaimed. Zheng Shanhe paid no heed, stepping directly into the portal. The scene before his eyes shifted instantly. Zheng Shanhe found himself standing on a barren plain. The sky bore an eerie purplish-red hue, and in the distance, the distorted outlines of mountains were faintly visible. Is this the interior of the new tier portal? He surveyed his surroundings, his brow furrowed. The space here was extremely unstable, the air thick with an oppressive, uncomfortable feeling. Moreover, there seemed to be a distinct aura here, unlike any other portal he'd encountered. Dong Kai. Zhao Yan. Zheng Shanhe shouted loudly, his voice echoing across the empty plain, but no response came. He extended his senses and soon detected faint energy fluctuations to the northwest. There! Zheng Shanhe flickered into motion, racing toward the source of the disturbance. Moments later, he arrived at the edge of a massive crater. At the bottom of the pit, Dong Kai, Zhao Yan, and 3 other guild members stood back to back in a circle. Dozens of bizarre-looking alien creatures surrounded them. These creatures were entirely black, covered in red and blue patterns that matched the portal's colors exactly. Shanhe. Zhao Yao spotted him first and cried out in delight. Dong Kai looked up too, relief washing over his face. You finally made it.
The others breathed sighs of relief as well. Without a word, Zheng Shanhe leapt straight into the deep pit. Boom! The Mount Tai Heavenly Ruler's ruler swept through, its azure glow carving out a clear path in an instant. What the hell is going on? He demanded in a deep voice. We sensed something was off the moment we entered, Dong Kai explained quickly. Unlike other portals with unique terrain and creature populations, this place feels like a death battlefield. Plus, the alien creatures here devour spatial energy, causing the portal exit to constantly shift. We're trapped and can't escape, Zhao Yuan added. Zheng Shanhe's eyes narrowed. Devour spatial energy? No wonder the portal outside was fluctuating abnormally. Let's get out first, he decided decisively. But just then, the ground erupted in violent tremors. Roar! At the edge of the deep pit, a colossal alien creature slowly rose to its feet. Standing over 10 meters tall, its body was covered in red and blue crystals, radiating a terrifying aura. A boss. The group's expressions changed instantly. This aura was far more formidable than any boss encountered in an S-rank portal. Zheng Shanhe snorted coldly, looking for death. With a wave of his hand, the mountain river scroll unfurled. Boom! Crane soared from Yellow Crane Tower, waves surged beneath Yang Tower, literary energy pulsed from Prince Tang's pavilion, and mirage mist swirled around Penglai Pavilion. The intertwining forces instantly engulfed the exposed alien race. Go! Zheng Shanhe stamped his foot, and a crane abruptly materialized beneath him. Its massive form carried the group skyward. The exit is over there. Zhao Yan pointed toward a distorted light gate in the distance. But just as they neared the exit, space twisted violently, and the light gate vanished in an instant. Damn it, not again. Dong Kai's face darkened. Zheng Shanhe's gaze grew intense. Relying on his senses and instincts, he quickly locked onto another direction. The crane raced forward, encountering numerous flying alien creatures along the way, all of which were slain by the combined efforts of the group. Finally, in a mountain valley, they discovered a new exit. Move out! Zheng Shanhe shouted. The cranes couldn't carry them through the portal, so the group had to dismount and sprint. You go first, hurry! The five charged toward the exit without hesitation. Just as Zheng Shanhe prepared to follow, a terrifying suction force suddenly pulled at him from behind. He whipped his head around to see a massive red and blue alien creature opening its gaping maw, attempting to swallow him whole. Chapter 156, Audience with the Patriarch. Get the hell out of here! Zheng Shanhe roared in fury, swinging his arm. The Yellow River surges westward, cleaving Kunlun, roaring 10,000 miles to strike Longmen. Boom! A fissure tore open, and the Yellow River's waters surged forth like a dragon, blowing the alien creature to smithereens. Seizing the moment, he charged toward the exit. Whoosh! The scene shifted, and Zheng Shanhe found himself back on the outskirts of the demon city. President! Guild members swarmed around him. Among them were Dantai Qingxian and Kufushue. Dong Kai and Zhao Yan breathed a sigh of relief. You scared us to death. We thought you'd been left behind. Zheng Shanhe frowned and ignored them, turning his gaze toward the red and blue portal. He noticed its energy fluctuations were gradually weakening. There's something wrong with this new tier portal, he said gravely. We must inform the association to temporarily seal all newly appearing red-blue portals. They should remain closed until we investigate thoroughly. This portal seemed like a trap waiting for an awakened individual to step into it. Everyone nodded in agreement. Zheng Shanhe then turned to Dong Kai, Zhao Yao, and the other three. Are you all okay? They shook their heads. Thanks to the president arriving in time. Zheng Shanhe smiled faintly. Be more careful next time. On the way back, his brow furrowed slightly. With the Great Wall anomaly imminent and now this strange portal appearing, he couldn't shake the feeling that something major was about to happen. Time flew by, and before they knew it, it was the day before the Great Wall anomaly. Due to the unique nature of this anomaly, awakened individuals with combat ratings below 90 were barred from participating. When Zheng Shanhe left, only Kufushue remained at home. The three little ones had gone to school, while Kufushue, unable to meet the combat strength requirement, had to remain in the magic capital to wait. Please come back safely. Kufushue tenderly adjusted his collar. Wait until you return to celebrate Xiuxiu's birthday. Don't make it sound so serious, Zheng Shanhe chuckled. As if I'm heading off to a deadly battle. This mission even has Chairman Yan participating personally. There won't be any problems whatsoever. After bidding farewell, Zheng Shanhe traveled alone to Shangjing City. Dantai Qingxian would arrive the next day. Shangjing City, Awakened One's General Association. Zheng Shanhe stood before the floor-to-ceiling windows, surveying the ancient yet modern city below. Sunlight filtered through the clouds onto the streets, yet it couldn't dispel the increasingly dense dark purple particles in the air. What are you looking at? Chen Sheng's voice came from behind him. Zheng Shanhe turned to find Chen Zheng dressed unusually formally in a tailored Zhengshan suit today, his expression beneath the sunglasses unusually stern. These purple particles are growing thicker, Zheng Shanhe pointed outside. Has the impact become this pronounced even before the anomaly begins? Chen Zheng walked beside him, gazing out the window as well. This anomaly is unlike any before. Come on, I'll take you to meet someone.
The two left the General Association headquarters and boarded a special vehicle bound for a secret base on the outskirts of Shanjing City. During the ride, Chen Zhang briefly explained the purpose of their trip.
Li Chongqi, leader of the Dragon Nation's think tank team.
The nation's strategic direction and most major decisions are shaped by the think tank.
Chen Zhang's tone carried respect. He has spent years researching the origins and weaknesses of the alien race. He holds unique insights into this Great Wall anomaly.
Li Chongqi. Zheng Shanhe's gaze sharpened. He recalled the primary objective of the international portal back then, retrieving the Handan mountain ruins. This endeavor had been orchestrated by the venerable Mr. Qi, who had also provided a special power enabling Qin Zhang and Dantai Qingxian to relocate the Handan mountain ruins to Dragon Nation. The vehicle entered a compound enclosed by high walls. After passing through multiple security checkpoints, it came to a stop before an ancient-looking building. Opening the door, Zheng Shanhe saw a white-haired elder bent over his desk. He wore reading glasses, his desk piled high with ancient texts and modern technological equipment, while the walls were covered with intricate maps and charts. "Old Master Qi, the guests are here," Chen Zhang said softly. Then, he whispered a reminder in Zheng Shanhe's ear, "You must address him as the chief." During this exchange, Li Chongqi lifted his head, his gaze piercing as he appraised Zheng Shanhe. Though advanced in years, his eyes sparkled with wisdom, seemingly able to see through one's very soul. "Zheng Shanhe, I've long admired your reputation," Li Chongqi's voice was gentle yet firm. "Your feats of purifying the Yangtze and Yellow Rivers and establishing the four great towers have earned this old man's profound respect." Zheng Shanhe bowed respectfully. "The chief overpraises me. I merely did what was required."
Li Chongqi smiled and gestured for them to sit. "Time is short. Let's get straight to the point.
Chen Zhang should have already informed you that the recent disturbance at the Great Wall is no ordinary occurrence."
Zheng Shanhe nodded. "Could it be related to the anthropomorphs?"
"We cannot confirm it is the anthropomorphs," Li Chongqi said, picking up a document from the table. "We have made a significant discovery at the Handan mountain ruins recently." He unfolded a yellowed map detailing the terrain of Handan Mountains and the battlefield layout from 30 years prior. "After the return of 300,000 heroic souls, we conducted a comprehensive survey of the ruins." Li Chongqi's finger traced the map.
"Here, we discovered a deliberately concealed underground chamber." Chen Zhang added, "We were fortunate enough to recover alien artifacts preserved within."
More importantly, Li Chongqi pushed his glasses up, "We uncovered a startling truth. The alien race was not a naturally formed species. They appear to be war tools deliberately created and commanded by some higher dimensional entity." Zheng Shanhe's pupils contracted sharply.
"Created?"
"Yes,"
Li Chongqi nodded.
"According to the decrypted records, the alien race was originally designed to eliminate certain non-compliant civilizations.
And our world is one of their targets.
As for the criteria for non-compliant, it appears to be fortune."
A brief silence fell over the room.
Zheng Shanhe struggled to process this staggering revelation.
Then the Great Wall anomaly.
"It was a large-scale offensive they'd meticulously planned for years," Li Chongqi sighed. "As a hub of destiny, the Great Wall has always been their target for destruction. This anomaly is likely their most frenzied operation in nearly 2 decades.
Chen Zhang stood up.
"Old Chongqi, take us to see the discoveries at Hanong Mountain." Li Chongqi nodded and led the two men to an elevator deep within the structure. The elevator descended for a long time before finally stopping in a vast subterranean chamber. Stepping out, Zheng Shanhe was stunned by the sight before him. It was a vast laboratory, with a massive translucent energy sphere suspended at its center. Within the sphere, various images and symbols flashed continuously. Dozens of researchers bustled around it, engrossed in their work. "This is the memory core we extracted from Handan Mountain," Li Chongqi explained.
"With 1,000,000 casualties from the bloody battle against the alien race at Handan Mountain, plus your own combat in the Bone Graveyard, this land has absorbed the blood origins of the alien race."
He signaled to the staff to operate the controls, and the images within the sphere began to shift, revealing scenes from ancient times. "For bizarre creatures were forging prototypes of alien races. We'll provisionally call these creators the Fate Devourers," Li Chongqi stated. "They forged the alien races but lost control over them. The alien races gradually developed their own will and began indiscriminately attacking all civilizations."
Chapter 157, The Alien Race's Secret.
Li Chongqi gestured for the scene to continue. The footage shifted to modern times, revealing how the alien races infiltrated the human world, including their plan to cultivate the anthropomorphs.
Zheng Shanhe stared intently at the screen. "So the humanoids are
the perfect spies created by the alien race," Chen Zhang said coldly. "They can perfectly mimic humans, even acquire awakened abilities, all while lying dormant to undermine the fortune of the human world." Li Chongqi shut off the footage. "Now, the most critical issue is that the Great Wall anomaly was likely orchestrated by that infiltrated humanoid. It intends to use this opportunity to completely destroy the Great Wall's fortune barrier, allowing even more powerful alien races to descend."
Zheng Shanhe clenched his fists. "We must stop it."
"That's precisely why we sought you out." Li Chongqi picked up a small box from the table.
This fortune resonator was crafted based on information from the memory core. During the anomaly, it can temporarily stabilize the Great Wall's fortune, buying you time. Zheng Shanhe took the box, sensing the immense power contained within. One more thing.
Li Chongqi's expression grew grave.
According to our calculations, that anthropomorphic being will likely reveal itself during the anomaly.
It must personally channel the alien forces. This is your best chance to identify it.
Manipulate the vital energy to strip away its alien disguise and reveal its human identity.
Chen Zhang patted Zheng Shanhe's shoulder.
This mission weighs heavily on you. Are you prepared? Zheng Shanhe drew a deep breath, his gaze unwavering.
For all the heroic souls who sacrificed in battle against the alien race, for our homeland and its mountains and rivers, I cannot refuse. Li Chongqi smiled with satisfaction. Excellent.
With young men like you, favored by destiny, how could China ever fail to rise? Go now.
Prepare yourself.
When the anomaly strikes, you must complete your mission.
A hint of weariness flickered across old Master Qi's face. Seeing this, Chen Zhang led Zheng Shanhe away.
Li Chongqi remained standing, watching their retreating figures.
Moments later, Yan Guodong's form suddenly materialized behind him.
Protect this promising talent.
He holds the solution to every challenge. Under no circumstances must he be allowed to falter.
With that, Li Chongqi began to stagger away. Yan Guodong's eyes flickered with light. After a long moment, a low hum escaped his throat.
By the time they left the basement, dusk had fallen. Zheng Shanhe stood on the open ground outside the base, gazing thoughtfully at the faint outline of the Great Wall in the distance.
Chen Zhang approached him. What are you thinking about? I was thinking. Zheng Shanhe murmured softly, if the alien races were created, then where are their creators now? Why are they allowing them to run rampant?
Chen Zhang fell silent for a moment.
Perhaps this is another mystery we'll have to confront in the future.
The night wind blew, carrying faint energy from the direction of the Great Wall.
Soon, a battle that would determine the fate of the Dragon Nation would begin. Zheng Shanhe clenched the Qi resonator in his hand, silently vowing. Whoever the enemy may be, wherever they come from, I will defend this land until my last breath. The next day. 24 hours before the anomaly erupted. Morning. 30 li outside Juyong Pass of the Great Wall. Zheng Shanhe stood atop a barren hill.
In the distance, dark purple energy surged like tidal waves across the Great Wall's ramparts. The space at the anomaly's epicenter had twisted into a vortex, resembling a ravenous maw poised to devour the entire world at any moment.
The time draws ever nearer. He withdrew his gaze and turned toward the mountain forest on the other side. There, several faint auras moved stealthily. A blonde-haired, blue-eyed English Awakened One, a Cherry Blossom Nation Awakened One shrouded in a black robe with an eerie appearance, and a beautiful Nation Awakened One clad in high-tech battle armor. These foreign entities now lurked like vultures drawn to carrion, using the pretext of international joint anomaly monitoring to openly infiltrate the Dragon Nation's vital energy site. They've come, as expected, Zheng Shanhe sneered. He tightened the earpiece on his right ear as Chen Zhang's cold voice crackled through it. 43S rank or higher awakened from 17 nations detected. 3 suspected SS rank. All personnel, refrain from rash actions. Follow the think tank's orders, let them proceed unimpeded. Let them? Zheng Shanhe frowned. What if they interfere with the anomaly?
That's precisely what we want. Chen Zhang's tone was grim.
These nations have always openly and covertly opposed the Dragon Nation. Now, with the gradual awakening of its destiny, we are ready to settle accounts.
The Dragon Nation has always valued justifying military action.
Letting them proceed provides the pretext for our future reckoning.
Zheng Shanhe's eyebrows lifted slightly. Suddenly, he understood why the association had turned a blind eye to the leak of anomaly intelligence and the entry of these foreign awakened beings. What the Dragon Nation sought was for these greedy individuals to tear off the mask of international peace with their own hands. When the reckoning comes, they'll have no grounds to blame the Dragon Nation for its ruthless response. Having grasped the higher-up's intentions, Zheng Shanhe shifted his gaze. Gazing at the battle-scarred Great Wall, he fell deep in thought. 13 passes of the Great Wall. The Great Wall, like the Yangtze and Yellow Rivers, it had not been utterly destroyed but had fallen into a state of imperfection, forever unable to restore its complete destiny. The Great Wall comprised 13 passes. As far as he knew, 4 of them had been destroyed, while the rest remained relatively intact.
It's been a long time since I last checked the fortune points. Name, Zheng Shanhe. Fortune points held, 390,000. That many?
He paused in surprise. Then, frowning, he carefully recalled the events. During the battle to protect the pavilion of Prince Tang, he had received 100,000 points from the literary lineage. Combined with his original 90,000 points, that already totaled 190,000. Later, he received another 200,000 points as achievement rewards for placing the 4 great towers.
Formed the landscape. He silently chanted in his mind. The 4 completely destroyed passes, besides Shanhaiguan, include drafting, human pass. Designated. Summoning human pass requires 100,000 destiny points. Summon. A power as formidable as Shanhe echoed within his mind and soul. Temporarily closing the human pass interface, Zheng Shanhe silently chanted within his mind. Formulate the creation of mountains and rivers. Formulate Yenmen Pass. Formulation complete. Summoning Yenmen Pass requires 100,000 destiny points. Summon.
Inspiration struck, and Zheng Shanhe did not stop.
He closed the Yenmen Pass interface once more, his gaze sweeping toward the distant horizon. That mighty pass, now at the epicenter of the anomalous energy. Prepare, Juyong Pass.
Juyong Pass, one of the three great passes of the Great Wall.
Alongside Shanhe, it was known as one of the firsts. Shanhe is the first pass under heaven.
Juyong Pass, however, is the first majestic passage. A single character's difference, yet the distance between these two great passes is vast.
Though Juyong Pass has been maintained through generations, its spirit has faded due to severe battle damage.
Now, Zheng Shanhe has summoned the four lost great passes of the Great Wall back from the river of history. When the time is ripe, upon restoring these four passes to their rightful places, they will unite the Great Wall once more just as the four great towers stand together. Then, the Dragon Nation's destiny will boil over completely. Everything hinges on the battle of transformation.
Chapter 158. Time passed.
Dark purple particles thickened in the air, blanketing the entire city of Shangjing like a haze.
Zheng Shanhe tapped his earpiece lightly, his gaze sweeping the skyline.
20 minutes remaining, Chen Zhang's voice crackled through the communicator, accompanied by staff reports in the background. Energy readings are approaching critical levels. Awakened individuals from various nations are converging on the Great Wall.
Zheng Shanhe let out a cold laugh. These guys can't wait, can they? Amidst the distant forests, several dark figures approached under cover of the terrain.
One blond man locked eyes with him from afar, even making a provocative throat-slitting gesture.
Relax. All this is being recorded as evidence for future reckoning. Chen Zhang's voice echoed, and Zheng Shanhe pressed his lips together in silence. At that moment, soft footsteps approached from behind.
Turning his head, he saw Dantai Qingxian approaching, her white dress fluttering in the breeze.
Right on time?
Seeing her, Zheng Shanhe smiled. Dantai Qingxian gave no clear answer, stepping beside him. A faint fragrance wafted toward him.
Just as Zheng Shanhe was about to speak, the earth suddenly shook violently. Boom!
The walls of Juyong Pass abruptly cracked open like a spiderweb, and dark purple pillars of light shot skyward from the fissures.
Anomaly outbreak prematurely triggered. Repeat, anomaly outbreak prematurely triggered.
The monitor's shouts exploded through the earpiece. Zheng Shanhe yanked Dantai Qingxian backward as the spot where they'd stood moments before was swallowed by a spatial vortex that materialized out of thin air.
Simultaneously, the sky underwent a sudden transformation.
The dark purple particles permeating the air converged toward the clouds.
In an instant. Whoosh! The clouds ripped open like a gaping maw, revealing a massive arm slowly emerging entwined with chains and engulfed in a fiery, ghostly purple flame. Zheng Shanhe gazed into the distance, witnessing a dark purple energy barrier rapidly expanding in a hemispherical shape. In the blink of an eye, it enveloped the entire Great Wall within a 15-kilometer radius.
An isolation barrier.
Dantai Qingxian frowned. Didn't they come here to destroy?
Why go to such lengths?
Everyone, assemble at Juyong Pass immediately. Chen Zhang's solemn shout echoed through the communicator. By now, countless like eyes had opened across the sky.
One by one, alien beings radiating boiling energy stepped out from the fissures.
A tough battle.
Zheng Shanhe felt the oppressive aura in the air that made his hair stand on end, his eyes blazing with golden light.
What the hell is going on? But at that very moment, Dantai Qingxuan's startled cry echoed simultaneously with Chen Zhang's panicked shout over the communicator. What the?
Zheng Shanhe turned toward the sound, his pupils suddenly contracting.
Before his eyes, Dantai Qingxuan's figure was becoming blurred and transparent. It's the space. This space is rejecting me. You.
Dantai Qingxuan's lips trembled as her fingertips emitted a dazzling light, attempting to resist some force.
Yet ultimately, she was still pulled away by an irresistible force and vanished. Hold on, I will definitely.
Before she could finish, her form completely dissolved before his eyes.
I'm being pushed out. Chen Zhang's frantic cry over the communicator abruptly cut off.
Zheng Shanhe whipped his head around, desperately expanding his senses to their absolute limit. What made his face turn ashen was that within the entire 15-kilometer radius shrouded by the barrier, there was not a single Dragon Nation awakened individual. At the same moment, at the barrier's edge 15 kilometers away, Chen Zhang, Dantai Qingxian, and all the other powerful warriors from Dragon Nation participating in this battle began to reappear one after another. They had been forcibly teleported out of the battlefield by some unknown force. When the figure of General Association President Yan Guodong slowly materialized outside the barrier, Chen Zhang's expression finally shifted. He frantically scanned the entire field. Upon truly not seeing Zheng Shanhe's figure anywhere, his sword aura suddenly pierced the heavens.
Open it. Chen Zhang's eyes blazed with azure light. His robes fluttered without wind as he swung his blue-edged blade at the barrier before him. But to his astonishment, this all-out strike failed to leave even the slightest scratch. Zheng Shanhe isn't being repelled, this is a targeted hunt against him. Dan Tai Qingxuan's face was equally anxious as her two divine forms flashed forward, furiously attacking the barrier's edges. The shockwaves from the SSS tier Awakened One's all-out assault forced surrounding Awakened Ones to retreat. The ground cracked under the force. At that moment, Yan Guodong's deep voice cut through the chaos, "Stay calm." Across the entire field, the awakened warriors from all major guilds present wore solemn expressions. First, report this situation to Elder Qi. This barrier seems to have been created by reversing fate. It's impenetrable. Have the think tank exhaust every possible method to find a way to break it. Additionally, mobilize every awakened in Shangjing City. Seal off every section of the barrier. No one is to approach it. Yan Guodong ordered with a stern expression. Lastly, seal off the information. From this moment on, not a single detail about the scene must leak out. The assembled association awakened immediately sprang into action according to his directives. Chairman Yan. At that moment, a handsome young man stepped forward. He was Ji Yuan, the leader of the Yuanlong Guild, who had crossed paths with Zheng Shanhe on several occasions. This barrier seems to combine spatial isolation and fortune repulsion techniques. Ji Yuan spoke with grave solemnity. This is an astonishing spatial technology. Breaking through it might prove extremely difficult. The Ji group had long been researching related technologies, yet he never imagined he would witness the genuine finished product at such a moment. Chen Zhang's sword aura and Dan Tai Qingxuan's light dark assault converged upon the barrier. Their combined strike failed to even cause the slightest ripple in the shimmering light barrier. What the hell is this thing? Chen Zhang, rarely losing his composure in public, faltered. Yan Guodong placed a hand on his shoulder, his voice deep and unwavering. Stay calm. If the alien race could set this trap, they certainly wouldn't leave us an easy way out. But Zheng Shanhe is still inside. He's facing the alien hordes and multiple nations awakened warriors alone. Dan Tai Qingxuan's fair face remained tense as she continued relentlessly attacking the barrier. In the distance, the think tank's vehicle sped toward them. Li Chongqi, supported by his assistant, hurried over, cradling a sophisticated device in his hands. His gaze swept over the barrier, his brow furrowing. It is indeed the reverse fate barrier. The alien race has spared no expense this time. Moreover, this thing requires human cooperation. Senior Li, is there a solution? Dan Tai Qingxuan's fingertips still glowed with lingering energy, her tone unusually urgent. Li Chongqi handed the device to a technician, his aged voice heavy with gravity. This is the fortune assimilation device. It can gradually decipher the barrier's energy structure and penetrate it. But, it will take at least 48 hours. 48 hours. Chen Zhang's face paled. Pressing his palm against the barrier, he could faintly sense the violent energy churning within. The thought of Zheng Shanhe's current predicament made his throat tighten. Zheng Shanhe absolutely won't last that long. There's no other choice, Li Chongqi sighed. The reverse fate barrier was forged from the blood of 10,000 races. Only by combining it with the essence of human fate can it be opened. Forcing an attack will only accelerate the energy backlash. We can only gamble. Bet on Zheng Shanhe creating a miracle, Yan Guodong abruptly interrupted, his knuckles cracking as he clenched his fists. The president, usually as steady as a mountain, now bore a rare sense of helplessness in his eyes. It finally dissolved into a near inaudible whisper. We can only trust he can hold on. You must hold on, Zheng Shanhe. Chapter 159. Inside the barrier. Ha 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 ha. Manifest laughter echoed from all directions. Foreign awakened lurking in the woods revealed themselves, flanked by dozens of alien beings shrouded in purple-black energy. At their head stood the SS-class awakened from the United States, clad in high-tech battle armor. In his hands, he held a constantly spinning hexagonal device. At its core, two masses of purple and deep blue blood swirled and intertwined. Zheng Shanhe of the Dragon Nation, I've long admired your reputation. The blonde-haired, blue-eyed man roared with laughter, his eyes flashing with a cold, serpentine glint. Allow me to introduce myself, Karen, Vice President of the Apocalypse Guild of the Beautiful Nation. Zheng Shanhe's gaze swept across the group, a black-robed Onmyoji from Sakura Nation, a knight from England. 17 nations' elite combatants, all now standing on the side of the alien race. You. Zheng Shanhe's voice was low and terrifying. You have betrayed humanity. Betrayal? Karen of the Beautiful Nation spread his hands dramatically. No, no, no. As you say in your Dragon Nation, the enemy of my enemy is my friend. The alien race doesn't want to see the Dragon Nation grow stronger, and neither do we. This is nothing more than a collaboration of shared interests. Ha 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 ha. The awakened one from the land of cherry blossoms roared with laughter. You are the Dragon Nation's chosen one. Kill you, and the Dragon Nation will inevitably collapse. Enough nonsense. Kill him, and the Dragon Nation will cease to grow. The awakened one from the Bear Nation snorted coldly. As his words fell, dozens of foreign awakened struck simultaneously.
England's knight unleashed a blinding slash, Japan summoned its shikigami, and the United States fired its beam cannons.
A barrage of terrifying attacks instantly engulfed Zheng Shanhe's position. Boom!
Before the explosion's dust had settled, a golden light suddenly shot skyward.
Mountain River Scroll.
Zheng Shanhe stood atop a crane in midair, sweeping his Mount Tai heavenly ruler horizontally to cleave 3 approaching rank awakened beings clean in half. Blood spattered as he slung the Daizong heavenly ruler over his shoulder, his expression cold.
Don't bother sending such second-rate trash to die. Arrogant bastard, the Korean awakened one snarled, their eyes blazing with fury. You're asking for death. The Korean awakened beings charged forth en masse.
Some radiated shimmering light, others wielded colorful blades, closing in to encircle him.
Zheng Shanhe sneered coldly. The Daizong Hengtian ruler flipped, a flash of azure light erupting. Boom! The closest Korean awakened exploded mid-air into a mist of blood.
Such devastating explosive power caused everyone's expressions to shift slightly.
This Dragon Nation bastard is definitely no ordinary S-rank awakened being. The intel was wrong. Still watching? Let's go together.
Zheng Shanhe wiped the blood from his cheek as the mountain river scroll flapped fiercely behind him.
Baka. Ah sure ba. The awakened warriors from multiple nations could no longer hold back.
Enraged, they charged forward simultaneously. They cared nothing for outnumbering their foe, they were determined to keep the Dragon Nation weak, determined to kill Zheng Shanhe. Everyone unleashed their skills as they swarmed forward.
Boom! Veins bulged on Zheng Shanhe's arms as he roared, Mount Tai. Shanhaeguan. For great towers. Make it happen. Rumble rumble rumble.
A terrifying roar of destiny erupted into the heavens and earth at that moment, sending shockwaves rippling through the entire land it engulfed. Chen Zhang and his companions, 15 kilometers away, also felt the ground tremble. Moreover, everyone isolated outside discovered with astonishment that while the barrier of adverse fate blocked their vision, it did not muffle the sound.
Those standing outside couldn't see what was happening within, but they could still hear the fierce battle raging inside.
You think you can crush the Dragon Nation with such despicable tactics?
Dream on.
Zheng Shanhe's black hair whipped wildly as his robes billowed. The 4 great towers stood at the cardinal points, Shanhaeguan Fortress crumbled behind him, and above, the supreme of the 5 sacred mountains hung high in the sky. Not only the awakened beings, but even the encircling alien forces were swept back by the fury of destiny at that very moment.
Kill him.
The crowd charged forward.
Today, it would be either Zheng Shanhe's death or theirs. Come on.
Zheng Shanhe pressed his palm into the void, unleashing the overwhelming might of Mount Tai.
Crash.
The terrifying pressure blasted the awakened being from the stick nation straight into the ground. Simultaneously, 12 golden cranes burst forth from the yellow crane tower.
Caw!
The cranes screeched as they dove toward the right, instantly covering the holy light shields held aloft by the English knights with spiderweb-like cracks.
Holy! His attack carries fortune erosion.
The silver-armored knight commander stared in horror at the spreading golden patterns on the shield. Before his words faded, Zheng Shanhe was already diving down, riding a crane.
Die for me!
The Mount Tai heavenly ruler's ruler swept like a colossal blade.
Boom!
Several light shields shattered, and the shield-bearing knights spat blood as they flew backward. At that moment, Zheng Shanhe abruptly spun, plunging the Daizong constant heaven ruler into the ground with a fierce thrust. Daizong, demon slaying.
Clang!
Golden light erupted in a circular blast, shredding every talisman hurled by the Onmyoji of the land of cherry blossoms.
Yamada no Orochi, hear my command. Raise a tidal wave and devour the enemy. A black-robed Onmyoji bit his finger and slammed it onto the ground. His blood transformed into 8 colossal serpents bursting forth from the earth. In an instant, the serpents conjured towering waves that crashed indiscriminately toward Zheng Shanhe and everyone else. Paltry little snakes, daring to make a scene before me? Zheng Shanhe sneered coldly as the Yeyang Tower descended with a thunderous crash. Suppress. Flood. Hum. Fan Zhongyan's spectral form materialized, instantly freezing the towering waves, which then surged back in an instant. Rise. Zheng Shanhe swung his arm, and behind Yeyang Tower, towering waves surged forth. Crash. The moment the waves collided with the giant serpent, Zheng Shanhe suddenly leapt from the surf, pressing his left hand against the face of the black-robed Onmyoji. The waters of the yellow river come from the heavens. Boom! Golden water surged from his palm, instantly obliterating the shaman's skull into a spray of blood. Before the corpse hit the ground, Zheng Shanhe used the momentum to flip backward, his Mount Tai heavenly ruler precisely parrying the ice axe swung down by the burly man from the Bear Nation. Snap! Amid the crisp shatter of the ice axe, Zheng Shanhe's right leg whipped out like a whip. The kick, imbued with the power of a solitary mountain, crushed the burly man's chest cavity inward, blood spurting instantly. But more attacks followed in rapid succession. Laser beams from the beautiful country whizzed past his ears, leaving a trail of blood. Awakened warriors from other nations swarmed forward, their blades searing bloody gashes across Zheng Shanhe's body. Get the hell out of my way! Zheng Shanhe roared, unleashing a golden shockwave around him. Poetic spirit, aid me in repelling these foes. High above, the ethereal form of Du Fu materialized atop Mount Tai's summit. As sunlight descended, verses from gazing at the mountain echoed forth. Even those 15 miles away could hear it clearly. With each descending verse, every enemy beneath Mount Tai was utterly subdued. Amidst the screams, Zheng Shanhe had no time to catch his breath before he rolled sideways. Whoosh! A spear coiled with purple lightning whizzed past the back of his neck, slamming into the ground and leaving a deep crater. 300 meters away, Karen, an awakened from the beautiful country, roared with rage from within her battle armor. Useless fools. You can't even take down a single awakened? Looks like I'll have to handle this myself after all. My beautiful country will forever be the world's dominant. Her words abruptly halted. Zheng Shanhe's figure suddenly materialized before her, the Daizong heavenly ruler's ruler blazing with golden flames. You talk too much. What does your pretty country always represent in the world? A turtle? Clang! The battle armor's emergency force field activated automatically, yet it still sparked and sputtered as the ruler struck it. Chapter 160. Damn it! As Karen retreated violently, the last remaining SS rank awakened from the other nations finally struck. England's Knight of the Round Table unleashed a cross-shaped beam of light from his holy sword, Japan's Shinto priest transformed his prayer beads into 36 ghostly flames, and Korea's hunter fired a volley of multicolored arrows. Come on then! Zheng Shanhe neither dodged nor retreated, unfurling the mountain river scroll to its fullest extent. The literary heritage of the Prince Tang Pavilion formed a golden barrier to block the light blades and arrows, while the mirage mist of Penglai swallowed the attacking ghost flames. Come forth! Spirit of the general, slay the enemy! Boom! Behind him, the beacon fires at Shanhaiguan blazed suddenly. Upon the ramparts, a blurred figure radiating heroic spirit slowly stepped onto the wall. With a sweep of his wide sleeves, a longbow radiating golden light materialized. Swish! An arrow was not, the string drawn taut. The war drums atop Shanhaiguan's walls thundered ever louder. The Great Wall stretches 10,000 miles, spanning the dragon's head gaze far and wide from this lofty tower. Gales whip the sun as clouds race to converge, towering waves surge skyward, snow-white fury afloat. The unparalleled key to both capitals, the Great Wall's foremost pass. A piercing, heroic cry rang out as the archer suddenly released his bowstring. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The moment the flaming arrow left the bow, it suddenly split into several deadly shafts. What? Every awakened being's expression changed drastically in that instant, for the arrows had locked onto their foreheads. There was no way to dodge. Splitting sky arrows. At the same time, Zheng Shanhe's Daizong constant heaven ruler had transformed into the sky-splitting cloud-climbing bow. He fired an arrow with a fierce pull. Whoosh! The furious dragon's roar carried the echoes of space shattering, leaving the final image of death etched in the eyes of these awakened beings. Poof! He lowered his hand. Zheng Shanhe gasped for breath. Though no SSS-ranked individuals had been dispatched among this multinational group of awakened, the sheer number of them still left him utterly exhausted. Clap, clap, clap. Slow, deliberate applause echoed through the sky. Human infighting truly is a spectacle beyond compare. Zheng Shanhe looked up to see the colossal arm burning with flames and the clouds slowly curling its fingers. The clanging of chains echoed across the heavens like a death knell. Now then, are you prepared to fight to the death? As the indistinct, ethereal voices of a man and woman echoed, the alien races that had been watching suddenly turned as one. Thousands of crimson eyes locked onto him alone. Huff! Zheng Shanhe wiped the blood from his lips, having already stowed away all the mountain river artifacts. His spiritual energy reserves were nearly depleted. He needed to recuperate first. He wouldn't resort to the replenishment potion unless absolutely necessary. After all, continuous use of that stuff could lead to tolerance. Boom! Purple thunderbolts suddenly struck down. As Zheng Shanhe rolled to evade, the spot where he had stood was corroded into a 10-meter-wide crater by the lightning. Looking up, countless alien beings poured down like a torrential rain through the dense, dark purple fissures in the sky. Shen Zhang and the others must be figuring out how to break through this barrier outside. I have to hold out. Gazing at the overwhelming tide of alien beings in the sky, he gritted his teeth and rose. I can't linger here. If they encircle me, I'm as good as dead. Whoosh! Instantly, his entire body shot forward into the distance. The alien horde surged after him like a tidal wave. The three wolf-like aliens at the forefront suddenly accelerated, their claws tearing through the air with a piercing screech. Without looking back, Zheng Shanhe gripped the Haochi brush and swept it through the air. Mirage! As the multicolored mist exploded, the pursuers collectively plunged into a chaotic environment. But more alien forces surged in from both flanks, among them 3 4-winged flying serpents comparable to S-rank gatekeeper bosses. Mount Tai! Hum! Mountains flickered, slowing all the alien creatures' movements. Capitalizing on this fleeting speed advantage, Zheng Shanhe's toes dug into the ground as he launched forward, seamlessly retrieving Mount Tai. His spiritual energy was slowly recovering, so he conserved it wherever possible. Once sufficiently replenished, he would launch a fierce assault before retreating to create distance again. The alien hordes were simply too numerous. Only by doing this could he seize a sliver of hope for survival. Trying to escape. But the instant he began his dash, a sinister chuckle echoed overhead. Zheng Shanhe's pupils contracted sharply. His feet halted abruptly as his entire body jerked backward. Boom! The ground beneath his feet instantly erupted in a cloud of dust and debris. Amidst the flying rocks, Zheng Shanhe saw a thick, green arm push aside the dust, revealing the immense, muscular form of a monstrous beast. It was a wolf-headed, human-bodied monster, muscles bulging across its frame, claws sharp as blades, its fang-filled maw dripping with viscous saliva. This sudden obstruction allowed the pursuing alien horde to close in once more. Without a moment to spare, Zheng Shanhe slammed his right foot into the ground and roared, "Yellow River!" Splash! Turbid river water surged from nowhere, spreading outward from him to form a vast, sudden swamp. Screech! The swamp's suction was overwhelming. Zheng Shanhe immediately summoned a crane, soaring skyward. Roar! The wolf-headed, human-bodied monster's legs were trapped deep in the mire. Unable to struggle free for the moment, it could only roar furiously at his retreating figure. Whoosh! But just then, several whistling sounds pierced the air. The three-headed, four-winged flying serpents from before followed close behind, lunging toward him with snapping jaws. Damn it! He stomped fiercely on the crane, launching himself into the air. Then, the crane abruptly transformed into the Mount Tai heavenly ruler's ruler, slashing out at the three-headed, four-winged flying serpents as they approached. The ruler's edge sliced precisely into the right serpent's neck, spurting foul-smelling purple blood. The other two flying serpents let out furious shrieks, their wings whipping up a hurricane that actually blew Zheng Shanhe's body away. The cliff loomed just beside him. His back slammed heavily against the rock face, blood surging into his throat. Gritting his teeth against the excruciating pain, he raised the Mount Tai heavenly ruler high and struck out. Heaven and earth, one ruler. Whoosh! A brilliant blue light flashed across the heavens, temporarily driving back the pursuing snakes. Then, the colossal ruler transformed once more into a divine crane, soaring toward the rapidly plummeting Zheng Shanhe. Cough! Standing atop the crane, he coughed up a mouthful of blood as an excruciating pain suddenly shot through his left arm. Unbeknownst to him, a purple, sinister pattern had coiled around his wrist and was now spreading toward his elbow. Poison! Without hesitation, Zheng Shanhe's heart stirred. Beneath him, the crane abruptly raised its neck, its beak like a razor blade, tearing away the poisoned flesh. As blood gushed forth, cold sweat instantly soaked Zheng Shanhe's back. Worse still, more and more flying alien creatures began closing in behind him. Simultaneously, he caught sight of the colossal arm in the sky slowly manipulating something. Outside the barrier, the technicians operating the Qi-Yun assimilation device in an attempt to breach the barrier suddenly froze in their movements. What's going on? Chen Zhang, already pacing anxiously, rushed forward at the commotion. All the screens of the operating equipment were now covered in an ominous purple glow. It's the alien race. They're interfering with the Qi-Yun assimilation device. The staff's faces turned grim. In the distance, the Fate assimilation device embedded within the barrier began flashing red fault lights. What do we do now? Is there any way to fix it? Dantai Qingxian approached the scene. The moment she spoke, the device returned to normal. The alien interference seems ineffective, but... A staff member's expression darkened. But what? Speak up. Chen Zhang barked coldly. The time to breach the barrier has been delayed by 12 hours. Chapter 161, Yanmen Pass. Inside the barrier. The wind howled fiercely. The wound on his left arm seemed to heal slowly, likely due to the toxin. Blood continued to flow steadily, neither too much nor too little. Zheng Shanhe glanced back periodically, catching sight of the alien tribe behind him collecting his blood into some bizarre container. Damn it, these vermin have this kind of fetish. He cursed under his breath, but his mind began to calculate. At this moment, aside from the four-winged flying serpent and the wolf-headed monster that had just blocked his path, he saw no higher-level alien creatures. He now held the three major Great Wall passes, Yanmen Pass, Yumen Pass, and Juyong Pass. If he could coordinate with Shanhaiguan Pass to appear together, it would surely trigger the Great Wall's restoration. This was his trump card. Moreover, he still carried the fortune resonator given to him by Elder Qi. This device could resonate with the Great Wall's destiny, serving as a significant aid. But using such methods to eliminate these cannon fodder-level vermin would be an extravagant waste. Perhaps the higher-level alien races thought the same. They were attempting to probe all our hidden cards using low-level cannon fodder. Hoof. Zheng Shanhe's pupils flickered. Squeak. The crane let out a sharp cry, flapping its wings as it suddenly accelerated, diving toward an open field below. The flying alien creatures pursued relentlessly from behind, while countless others raced across the ground in hot pursuit. The moment it touched down, the crane vanished. The ground shook violently as hordes of alien creatures surged forward from all directions. Added to this was the dark, overwhelming mass plunging down from the sky. The alien horde closed in, forming a tight encirclement around him. Zheng Shanhe drew a deep breath. As the mud-covered, raging wolf-headed monster closed in first. The Yellow River winds through 10,000 miles of sand, its waves and winds sweeping from the ends of the earth. Suddenly, the void tore apart, unleashing a terrifying torrent of water that surged forth. But that was not all. Zheng Shanhe thrust out his right palm, unleashing a surge of righteous energy. Endless leaves fall in a rustling descent, the Yangtze rolls on, ceaseless and unending. Boom! In an instant, two distinct water currents erupted from the void with a thunderous roar. Whoosh! On the left, the yellow river surged skyward, carrying masses of muddy silt. Within its murky waves, the shadowy form of a golden dragon faintly emerged. On the right, the Yangtze River transformed directly into a crystal-clear water dragon, its waves sparkling with countless golden seal script characters. The two torrential currents violently poured forth, drowning countless alien races. Around Zheng Shanhe, they slowly formed two concentric rings of rapidly flowing water patterns. Rivers and streams, heaven and earth mourned together. This was the combo skill granted upon achieving the Homeland Rivers accomplishment. As Zheng Shanhe crossed his arms, the surging waves abruptly froze. Then, the alien races swallowed by the river discovered in horror that they had been frozen solid within its currents, utterly immobilized. Destroy! As Zheng Shanhe's two fingers slashed downward like swords. Whoosh! The instant the river flowed again, the Yangtze's water dragon split into 100,000 transparent water blades. While the yellow river's silt transformed into a sky filled with burning golden meteors. Every droplet of water carried the essence of cultural heritage, every grain of sand bore the weight of mountains and rivers. Across the entire clearing, every foreign creature was instantly shredded into bloody mist. Roar! The wolf-headed monster let out only half a howl before three water blades severed its head. The four-winged flying serpents attempted to block with their bony wings, only to be instantly reduced to ash by the molten yellow river sand. Violet ripples swirled outward, spiraling upward to pierce the heavens. Thousands of miles away, the Yellow River and Yangtze River themselves boiled violently, as if resonating with Zheng Shanhe within Shangjing City at that very moment. On the open ground, Zheng Shanhe stumbled, his steps disordered. The first wave of alien forces pursuing him was utterly annihilated by the Yangtze and Yellow Rivers. The toll on him was immense. He breathed heavily, exhausted. The wound on his left arm reopened from the strain, blood dripping through his palm. But when he lifted his head, he saw the rift in the sky open wide, and another countless horde of foreign invaders descended. A fine opening. Pity our tribe's greatest strength lies in sheer numbers. The colossal arm in the sky slowly curled its fingers, and amidst the clanking of chains, a mocking chuckle echoed. You gave it your all in the first wave. How will you fare in the second? Very well. I shall set you a target. 5 rounds. If you can endure 5 rounds, I shall personally appear to bestow the gift of death. The mocking laughter echoed relentlessly. Zheng Shanhe lowered his head in silence, then sprinted away once more. No need to guess that colossal arm was undoubtedly the demigod race Chen Zhang had mentioned. Just how powerful could it be? A dark cloud settled over Zheng Shanhe's heart. Vaguely, he could sense the force-repelling destiny growing stronger in the air. This must be the impact of the anomaly. The space of the anomaly invisibly weakens the fluctuations of fortune. Chen Zhang's words echoed in his ears. Zheng Shanhe wasn't sure if he could hold out. Recalling the purple colossal arm he had faced in the immortal city, he felt uncertain. The exhaustion from battle surged relentlessly through him. His labored breathing echoed distinctly across the silent plain. Gazing at the winding great wall, Zheng Shanhe tore off a corner of his shirt to bind the wound on his shattered left arm. Blood continued to seep out, quickly soaking the cloth strip a deep crimson. Hundreds of fiery red harpies plunged from the sky. Their heads were larger than normal, each bearing an eerie smile, their eyes a ghastly white, utterly terrifying. Whipping their wings, purple lightning coiled around their sharp talons as they charged toward him. Cough! Zheng Shanhe spat out a mouthful of blood-tinged foam as the sky-splitting cloud-climbing bomb materialized. Without hesitation, he drew the string and nocked an arrow. Whoosh! Golden arrows streaked through the air, but the female demons were agile, dodging each one. His depleted spiritual energy slowly began to recover, but only to about 1/3 of its original strength. Aya! The harpy's shrill screech suddenly exploded from behind. Zheng Shanhe's pupils contracted as he instinctively lunged sideways. Boom! A massive crater instantly appeared where he had been standing. Simultaneously, a harpy soared into the air, only to pivot and dive toward him once more. Damn it! Zheng Shanhe's expression darkened as he pressed his palm into the air. Yellow crane tower. Cranes soar together. Caw! Suddenly, the yellow crane tower surged forth from the void. Countless immortal cranes burst forth from its chambers, flapping their wings as they tore into the harpies, creating utter chaos. The cries of cranes and the screams of harpies echoed ceaselessly. Blood and feathers rained down from the sky, creating a scene both bloody and spectacular. Roar! Simultaneously, a swarm of spiked purple leopards burst from the forest ahead, mercilessly pouncing toward Zheng Shanhe. Only the Yangtze River flows to the horizon. Zheng Shanhe's right palm shot upward with brutal force. Whoosh! The ground instantly split open, revealing a massive fissure. The torrential waters of the Yangtze surged skyward, sweeping all the charging purple beasts straight into the heavens. Boom! Simultaneously, the ground behind him shook violently. Zheng Shanhe whipped his head around to see several hideous, mountain-like alien creatures charging toward him. Looks like I won't be able to hold out until the end. He shook his head with a bitter smile, then his expression instantly turned grave. Yanmen pass, now! Chapter 162, Yumen Pass. Yanmen pass, now! Zheng Shanhe's thunderous shout reverberated across the wilderness. In an instant, the entire world froze in place, even the howling winds seemed to solidify. He spread his arms wide, his robes fluttering in the wind as golden light surged around him like the rising sun. Rumble! The earth began to tremble violently, and the distant outline of the Great Wall suddenly glowed with a dazzling golden halo. A golden pillar of light pierced the heavens from beneath Zheng Shanhe's feet, within which countless shadowy figures of iron-clad soldiers stood arrayed in formation. Dark clouds pressed down upon the city, threatening to crush it. Zheng Shanhe stepped forward, his voice booming like a great bell. As the verse echoed, the outline of Yanmen Pass gradually solidified within the golden light. Boom! 100-foot-tall wall rose from the earth, its mottled blue brick surface scarred by countless chisel marks and axe blows, each gash a silent testament to millennia of warfare. Armor gleams like golden scales in the sun. As the second line of verse fell, the gates of Yanmen Pass thundered open. Thousands of phantom soldiers clad in golden armor charged forth on horseback. Their spears reflected blinding cold light in the sunlight, like shimmering golden scales. The surge of divine energy was overwhelming, visibly staggering the foreign hordes. The monstrous creatures, as large as hills, halted in their tracks. The purple, sinister panther growled uneasily, and even the harpies circling overhead hesitated to dive. The bugle call fills the autumn sky. Zheng Shanhe clenched his fist slightly, and the third line of the poem unleashed the momentum. A deafening trumpet blast erupted from the ramparts of Yanmen Pass, its sound waves transforming into visible golden ripples that swept across the land. All the foreign tribes caught in its path let out agonized howls, while the mountain-sized monsters were instantly blown apart into misty clouds of blood. The frontier's crimson night, thick as lipstick. As the fourth verse was recited, a bizarre spectacle unfolded. The blood of all the slain foreign tribesmen suddenly rose, coalescing mid-air into a vast crimson-purple cloud. Within the cloud, the harrowing scenes of the night battle at Yanmen Pass flickered into view. Zheng Shanhe was drenched in blood, the wound on his left arm gaping wider, yet the battle fire in his eyes burned ever more fiercely. He raised the Mount Tai heavenly ruler high, its blade suddenly extending to 10 zhang in length, radiating a blinding azure light. Half-furled crimson banner over the River. The crimson cloud suddenly split apart in the sky, revealing a battle flag tattered yet still fluttering fiercely, slowly descending. The four characters' loyalty and devotion to the nation on the banner were stained with blood, yet they radiated a chilling, murderous aura. Just like Zheng Shanhe at this moment alone, with only a desperate fight to the death. Faced with the overwhelming presence emanating from this solitary figure guarding the city gate, the alien forces finally grew solemn. The colossal arm in the sky ceased its mocking sway. Zheng Shanhe gasped for breath, his keen senses registering the dark purple energy on the Great Wall's surface being forced back by the golden radiance of Yanmen Pass. Frost weighs heavy, drums grow cold, their sound unheard. The sixth verse swept across the battlefield with bone-chilling cold. Centered on Zheng Shanhe, temperatures plummeted within a kilometer radius, thick white frost crystallizing on the ground. The war drums atop Yanmen Pass were encrusted with ice crystals, yet their beats grew deeper and more powerful, each thunderous strike sending waves of nausea through the alien hordes. To repay your golden platform's favor. Zheng Shanhe felt his internal organs burning, a searing pain radiating through his body. Suddenly, a golden platform materialized atop the highest point of Yanmen Pass's ramparts, bearing 3 bronze wine cups. The cups filled themselves, their fragrance permeating the entire battlefield. This was the ancient soldier's farewell wine before battle. Zheng Shanhe roared his final verse with every ounce of strength, grasping the jade dragon. I die for you. Roar! Suddenly, the Daitong Hangtian ruler in Zheng Shanhe's hand suddenly transformed into a colossal white jade dragon. Its body stretched 100 zhang long, each scale shimmering with an ancient radiance. The jade dragon let out a long, piercing cry and charged with unstoppable momentum toward the densest cluster of the alien race. Boom! Wherever the jade dragon passed, the alien creatures were reduced to ashes. Monsters caught unprepared were torn to shreds by its claws, purple phantom panthers incinerated by its dragon's breath, and most harpies in the sky swept down by its tail. Even the colossal purple arm chose to retreat from the fray at this moment. The remaining alien hordes surged forward in a frenzied rush. The gates of Yanmen Pass swung wide open, releasing a tidal wave of phantom soldiers clad in golden armor. Their phantom blades flashed with deadly precision, swiftly scattering the second wave of invaders into disarray. Zheng Shanhe stood atop the golden terrace, witnessing this spectacular scene, when suddenly he coughed up a mouthful of blood. To unleash an attack of this magnitude required burning the fortune of the mountain river craftsman. In short, it meant burning away life itself. Of course, as long as Zheng Shanhe could continuously absorb fortune, he could replenish the expenditure. But for the present moment, it was still a wound. His spiritual energy had once again been depleted to the very bottom. He exhaled a long breath, clenched his fists, and lifted his head. The real battle had only just begun. Interesting. The giant arm's voice was no longer ethereal, but carried a chilling intent to kill. I never imagined your power had grown to this extent. However, the giant arm suddenly slammed downward. Crack! Amidst the bone-chilling crackle of shattering space, the third wave of alien invaders descended. This time, no grunts appeared instead. 12 alien generals clad in purple gold-spiked armor descended. Each radiated an aura no weaker than an S-rank gatekeeper boss if not stronger. At their head stood a fearsome dragonkin with 6 wings sprouting from its back. Let me see how long this battered stronghold of yours can hold back my true elite forces. Zheng Shanhe gazed at the 12 alien generals surging through the sky and suddenly smiled. He turned, picked up a bronze wine cup from the golden platform, and drank it in one gulp. The liquid burned his throat, igniting a searing battle fervor. The mountain river craftsman stands here. Foreign tribes. He smashed the cup to the ground, its shards sinking into his body like sparks of gold. Bring one, and I'll slay one. Zheng Shanhe's roar echoed across the battlefield as 12 alien generals closed in around her. The leader, a 6-winged dragonkin, wielded twin battle axes. His purple-black scales gleamed coldly in the sunlight. It did not attack immediately, instead sizing up Zheng Shanhe with its piercing yellow vertical pupils, as if assessing the rank of its prey. Human vermin, your courage is commendable, the dragonkin's voice rasped like metal scraping, harsh and unpleasant. But courage cannot change the outcome. Boom! A shockwave rippled through the air, shaking the very fabric of space. Zheng Shanhe's gaze sharpened slightly. He drew a deep breath, sensing the last remnants of spiritual energy within him. The summoning at Yanmen Pass had drained too much of his spiritual energy reserves. Yet, he still held a trump card up his sleeve. The newly summoned mountain river creation would replenish a portion of his spiritual energy. This boost was something he had only discovered when summoning Yanmen Pass just moments ago. Lifting his head to gaze at the 12 alien generals in the sky, whose auras were thick and powerful, the wound on Zheng Shanhe's left arm throbbed with increasing pain. But he had to keep fighting. Otherwise. Whoosh! Finally, the 12 generals charged forward. Zheng Shanhe immediately raised his right hand and slammed it down. Jade Gate Pass, manifest. Chapter 163, 3 passes manifested simultaneously. Jade Gate Pass, manifest. With a thunderous shout, a blinding golden light suddenly erupted across the sky. A majestic fortress slowly materialized behind Zheng Shanhe, forming a defensive triangle with Yanmen Pass. The walls of Yumen Pass were thicker and more imposing than those of Yanmen Pass. The mottled surfaces were covered with arrowheads and sword scars, bearing witness to the blood and tears of border defenders over 1,000 years. Why lament the willow with your Chang flute? The wind cannot pass through Jade Gate Pass. A wistful, ethereal voice echoed as the Jade Gate Pass materialized. Boom! The gates of Yumen Pass swung open, unleashing a torrent of yellow sand that coalesced into countless golden armored warriors. Spear in hand and scimitar at their sides, these were the elite border guards who once defended the western regions throughout history. Another one. The 6-winged dragon man's expression hardened slightly. It swung its battle axe immediately. Kill him. 11 alien generals charged simultaneously. Some resembled giant scorpions, their tail hooks glowing with a sinister blue venom. Others resembled mammoth elephants, their tusks coiled with purple lightning. Others were entirely humanoid, though their skin bore an unnatural bluish-gray hue, wielding swords of bizarre design. Zheng Shanhe stood firm on the yellow sands as the Mount Tai heavenly ruler's ruler swept out. The yellow river flows far into the realm of white clouds. Boom! A chasm suddenly ripped open before Yumen Pass. Murky yellow river waters surged skyward, engulfing the 3 alien generals in its raging torrent. Simultaneously, the golden-armored soldiers of Yanmen Pass and the sand grain warriors of Yumen Pass joined forces, forming a battle array to clash with the remaining alien forces. The 6-winged dragon man finally moved. With a single flap of its 6 wings, it instantly broke through the defenses of both passes' soldiers. Its battle axe, wielding the power to tear through space, swung down toward Zheng Shanhe's head. Clang! Zheng Shanhe raised his giant ruler to block. In the blink of an eye, the immense force sent him flying backward. His back slammed hard against the ground, and a mouthful of blood spurted forth. Is that all you've got? The dragonkin slowly flapped its wings. Without other tricks up your sleeve, you'll be dead soon. Zheng Shanhe rolled to his feet, wiping the blood from his lips, his eyes blazing with battle intent. Jade Dragon! He hurled the Daisong Hengtian ruler in his hand upward. Whoosh! A flash of jade light erupted as the Daisong heaven-reaching ruler instantly transformed into a jade dragon, dozens of zhonglong, roaring as it charged forth. This astonishing jade dragon was the very form of the life-bound spirit artifact of both Yanmen Pass and Yumen Pass. Supreme Sovereign! Simultaneously, Zheng Shanhe's fists gripped the azure glow as his entire body surged forward. Come on! The 6-winged dragon man roared, swinging his massive axe. Zheng Shanhe's fists met the axe head-on, neither dodging nor retreating. Crash! The 6-winged dragon man stumbled backward from the impact, his eyes filled with shock and disbelief. Zheng Shanhe, however, absorbed the force of the clash with a single step. You! Roar! Before the six-winged dragon man could speak, the jade dragon, his lifebound artifact, lunged forward. Its fangs tore through the dragon man's right shoulder scales. A chunk of flesh came away with it. You vermin! The six-winged dragon man swung his massive axe, but Jade Dragon dodged nimbly. Kill! Kill you! The six-winged dragon man seemed utterly enraged, a terrifying aura erupting from him. Golden light blazed brighter in Zheng Shanhe's eyes. Hesitation vanished as his destiny roared to life. Juyong Pass, manifest! A third golden light rose from the east. The outline of Juyong Pass gradually solidified in the void. This first great pass under heaven was even more majestic and awe-inspiring than the previous two. Arrow towers stood densely packed upon the fortress walls, banners fluttering fiercely in the wind. A chilling, murderous aura instantly swept across the entire scene. Juyong's verdant peaks stretch endlessly, iron horses and frozen rivers enter dreams. Zheng Shanhe roared as the gates of Juyong Pass swung wide open. Iron cavalry surged forth like a torrent, their hooves shaking the heavens. These cavalrymen, clad in heavy armor and wielding long spears, were the true elite forces. At this moment, all three passes appeared simultaneously, their momentum reaching its zenith. Roar! The jade dragon gliding beside Zheng Shanhe began sprouting crimson mane, while twin beacons blazed atop its horns, an awe-inspiring sight. The dark purple energy on the Great Wall's surface was forced back by the golden radiance of the three gates, retreating step by step. Even the colossal arm in the sky was compelled to raise itself slightly, its chains clanking loudly. The six-winged dragon man finally revealed a look of shock. Zheng Shanhe gave it no time to think. With a sweep of his left hand, the iron cavalry of Juyong Pass split into three columns, one to reinforce the soldiers at Yanmen Pass, one to support the defenders at Yumen Pass, and the last charging straight at the six-winged dragon man. No matter how many of you there are, you're still vermin. The dragon man roared, swinging his battle axe in a sweeping arc that instantly sent dozens of iron cavalry tumbling from their horses. But it soon realized these cavalry charges were merely feints. The true killing blow came from Zheng Shanhe himself. Mountain River Scroll, Suppression. Seizing the dragon man's distraction, Zheng Shanhe abruptly unfurled the Mountain River Scroll. Four illusory towers descended from the heavens, temporarily binding the dragon man. Simultaneously, he soared skyward atop a celestial crane as the Daezong Heavenly Ruler's ruler erupted with azure light. Boom! The illusory form of Mount Tai materialized upon the ruler's edge, delivering a devastating strike directly to the dragon man's left three wings. Purple-black blood spurted as wing after wing snapped clean off at the roots. Gah! The dragon man roared in agony, its remaining three wings flapping wildly, stirring up a violent air current that forced Zheng Shanhe back. Its eyes turned blood red as runes on its battle axe ignited one after another. I'll tear you to pieces. Zheng Shanhe landed, gasping for breath. The soldiers of the three passes had already engaged the other alien generals in a white-hot battle. A yellow sand warrior from Yumen Pass speared through the throat of a crocodile-headed commander. The golden-armored warriors of Yanmen jointly severed the venomous tail of a giant scorpion. The Juyong Iron Cavalry drove back three humanoid generals with relentless chain charges. The situation seemed one-sided, but Zheng Shanhe knew this advantage was fleeting. His spiritual energy was nearly depleted, and the toll on the three passes far exceeded expectations. He must end this swiftly. The Fate Resonator. Suddenly, he remembered the small box Li Chongqi had given him, which he had kept close at all times. Old Master Qi said this device could stabilize the Great Wall's destiny during anomalies. Now was the time to use it. Zheng Shanhe pulled the simple wooden box from his robe and pressed it firmly against the Great Wall's brickwork. Suddenly, a golden ripple radiated outward from the wooden box. Wherever it touched, the dark purple energy on the Great Wall's surface melted away like ice and snow. Even more astonishingly, the ethereal forms of the three mighty passes grew increasingly solid within the ripples, nearly transforming into tangible structures. This is... The dragon man's face twisted in horror. Manifestation of destiny. Ugh! Instantly, he was pierced by the overwhelming force of destiny, screaming in agony. Fortune was the greatest obstacle and natural enemy of the alien races. Zheng Shanhe was also stunned by the resonator's effect. He sensed the Great Wall's destiny forging a strange connection with him, as if the entire structure was slowly awakening. But this awakening was painfully slow, far too slow to save them. No! A sudden jolt struck his heart. Ha! Instantly, he slammed the hand holding the resonator down with all his might. Infinite golden light erupted. It expanded outward from him like a dazzling golden light barrier. This light screen contained an indescribably vast fortune that radiated outward in all directions. In the blink of an eye, it enveloped an area spanning 1,000 meters around Zheng Shanhe. Any alien race swept by the light screen, even the dragon men and other surviving generals, were instantly reduced to ashes. The light screen halted after unfurling. This was a defensive barrier designed to buy Zheng Shanhe breathing room, capable of repelling any alien race for roughly 20 hours. Chapter 164? The battlefield suddenly fell silent. Zheng Shanhe knelt on one knee, gasping for breath. Behind him, the illusory forms of the three mighty fortresses slowly faded away. Finally able to catch my breath. The wound on Zheng Shanhe's left arm burst open again, blood dripping down his arm. Clap, clap, clap. The crisp sound of applause echoed once more from the heavens above. Zheng Shanhe sat down with a thud, grimacing as he looked up. The purple giant arm had vanished at some point, transforming into a humanoid alien being covered in purple gold light patterns. He bore the face of a man in his 30s, wearing an amused smile. His violet eyes scanned the light barrier enveloping Zheng Shanhe, murmuring in admiration, "Brilliant. Truly brilliant. Truly worthy of the favor bestowed by the Dragon Nation's destiny." He reached out and grabbed the nearest alien being. The next instant, he hurled the alien being in his grasp with brutal force toward Zheng Shanhe. Puff! The alien creature turned to ash the instant it touched the light barrier. Looks like you can take a breather for now. The man chuckled. But let me give you a friendly warning. There are hundreds of thousands more like those 12 generals. Once this light barrier dissipates, do you think you can withstand our full assault? Zheng Shanhe remained silent. Sitting on the ground with lowered eyelids, he began to recover his composure. Outside. Zheng Shanhe. Dantai Qingshan flapped a pair of azure bone wings, hovering outside the reverse fate barrier, her face etched with anxiety. Outside, she could sense every fluctuation of fate within. But now, there was nothing. Chen Zhang shared her anxiety. Positioned at the barrier's forefront, he paced back and forth, watching the device slowly dismantle before him. The staff exchanged glances, surprised to see the chief inspector of the General Supervision Department looking worried and impatient. Time slipped away silently. Before they knew it, night had fallen. Inside the barrier, Zheng Shanhe slowly opened his eyes. The alien race seemed to require no rest. The sky was already densely packed with countless armies. Beyond the light barrier, dozens of terrifying alien beings, their auras as formidable as the 12 generals, had encircled it completely. The alien race had no intention of delaying further. It seemed that once the light barrier dissipated, Zheng Shanhe would face a devastating blow. Zheng Shanhe withdrew his gaze and retrieved his phone. Perhaps due to the barrier, the phone showed no signal. I don't know why, but I just feel like this time, there's no escaping it. Swiping through the photos and videos in his phone's gallery, he suddenly smiled. Finally, he paused on one particular photo. The girl wore a light blue uniform, radiating confidence and liveliness. It was taken by Kuxian that day when Xiao gave her speech. He tucked his phone away. His gaze grew sharp. A considerable amount of time had passed, yet no reinforcements had arrived. It seemed the alien race had prepared thoroughly for this premeditated hunt. We're on our own. He lowered his head to gaze at his hands. He couldn't die here. Xiao was waiting for him to return for her birthday. He absolutely would not die here. Slowly clenching his fists, he began to calm his mind and meditate. Time ticked by second. At a certain moment. Whoosh! The golden light screen suddenly began to shrink. From 1,000 meters in diameter, it gradually shrank to 100 meters. The surrounding alien beings moved in tandem with the shrinking light screen. Standing at an average height of 3 meters, they obscured the moonlight entirely, leaving Zheng Shanhe to see only faintly flickering dark purple patterns. When the sun rose the next day, the light screen's contraction accelerated rapidly. Zheng Shanhe rose to his feet, clutching the fate resonator tightly in his palm. He could sense this artifact resonating deeply with the Great Wall, as if summoning something. There's not much time left. He looked up at the sky, where the purple-veined man hovered at the center of the alien horde, a cat toying with a mouse grin playing at the corners of his mouth. Beyond the light barrier, the alien hordes obscured the sky. Such overwhelming numbers, each combatant rated no lower than 90. In their eyes, Zheng Shanhe was already a turtle trapped in a jar. Dozens of alien commanders, each comparable to SS rank warriors, had drawn their deadly weapons, poised to surge forward the moment the barrier vanished. And Zheng Shanhe had to hold out for at least another 24 hours. I will not sit idly by and await my doom. Zheng Shanhe snapped his gaze away and suddenly slammed the resonator into his chest. Golden patterns instantly spread from his heart across his entire body, like blazing flames. This was another application he had vaguely sensed through a night of contemplation one Li Chongqi had not explicitly revealed. Using his body as a vessel, he forcibly ignited his destiny energy to awaken the slumbering soul of the Great Wall. It was the faint presence of a will he had sensed when he first used the Qi resonator. Boom! The earth trembled violently as the Great Wall's walls erupted in blinding golden light. The ethereal forms of the Great Wall's 4 great passes slowly materialized, resonating in a wondrous harmony with the structure itself. The purple-veined man furrowed his brow. Is he forcibly resonating with the Great Wall itself? Shanhaiguan, Yan Mengguan, Yu Mengguan, Zhuyangguan. With each name Zheng Shanhe shouted, a golden pillar of light shot skyward. The phantom forms of the 4 mighty passes intertwined above the Great Wall, faintly outlining its complete, 10,000-mile-long silhouette. Still not enough. He bit his tongue until blood spattered onto the Mount Tai heavenly ruler. Then, the massive ruler transformed into a jade dragon, soaring skyward with a long, resonant cry. The beacon fires atop its horns blazed ever brighter. The 4 great towers manifested simultaneously, their cultural heritage radiating golden light like cascading waterfalls. Crash! At that moment, the light barrier finally shattered. The alien horde surged like a tidal wave, dozens of commanders simultaneously swinging their deadly weapons. Yet Zheng Shanhe, arms spread wide, roared with a voice that shook the heavens. Great Wall! Return to your posts! Rumble! Suddenly, the heavens and earth shifted. The 4 mighty passes crashed into the Great Wall itself. The entire winding dragon suddenly seemed to come alive, every brick wall glowing golden, every crenellation revealing the shadowy forms of ancient soldiers. Countless foreign invaders, the moment they neared the Great Wall, seemed to be engulfed by molten lava, bursting into flames instantly. Kill him! Dozens of foreign generals charged simultaneously. Zheng Shanhe made no move to block. The jade dragon swelled to 100 Zhang body and swept out. The yellow river's waters come from the heavens. A muddy torrent surged from the void, engulfing 10 alien commanders on the left in its vortex. The ceaseless Yangtze rolls onward. A crystalline water dragon erupted from the earth, smashing dozens of generals on the right into pulp. More attacks followed relentlessly. A purple crystal spear pierced Zheng Shanhe's right shoulder, the excruciating pain causing darkness to cloud his vision. He snapped the spearhead in half with a backhand twist, thrusting it into the eye socket of an alien attempting a sneak attack from behind. But dozens more attacks closed in instantly. Zheng Shanhe couldn't dodge them all, retreating step by step, yet his body was still lacerated by countless blades. Agonizing pain spread, blood flowing freely. Yet a fierce light flared in his eyes. The fate resonator in his chest grew scorching hot, as if it were about to melt into his flesh. Suddenly, he extended his blood-stained fingers and pressed them against the Great Wall's brick surface. By the blood of the mountain river craftsman. Awaken, noble spirits! Hum! The entire Great Wall suddenly blazed with golden light. Countless spectral figures clad in armor emerged from within the walls, silently forming ranks behind Zheng Shanhe. Chapter 165? The Phantom of the First Emperor bonus chapter for Wedge. Kill! Zheng Shanhe roared furiously, and the souls of 10,000 Great Wall warriors behind him drew their swords simultaneously. In an instant, the clangor of steel and the thunder of hooves shook the heavens. The shadowy figures of soldiers clad in black armor, their faces indistinct yet radiating murderous intent, advanced in perfect formation. Spears in hand and bronze swords at their waists, they marched forward with precise, measured steps. With each step they took, the earth trembled, as if the entire Great Wall itself roared in fury. The momentum of destiny boiled to its peak. The foreign hordes surged like a tidal wave, yet they could not advance an inch before the battle array of heroic spirits. Zheng Shanhe's left hand hung limply at his side as he gasped for breath. The injury to his left hand remained severe. The poison could not be purged, constantly hindering his self-healing abilities. Now, the bandages wrapped around his arm were soaked through with blood. The excruciating pain tore at his very soul, allowing him only a moment's respite as the heroic spirits pushed forward. Mere souls dare obstruct our tribe's advance? The man with purple markings sneered coldly. This time, he would not remain a spectator. He descended into the air and swung a fist through the void. Suddenly, space seemed to freeze. The next second, boom! A violent gale swept through, and with a single punch, the purple-veined man scattered every spirit soul upon the Great Wall. The demigod clan. Cold sweat beaded on Zheng Shanhe's forehead. His left arm was severely injured, his right shoulder had just been pierced through, and with wounds covering his entire body, even the strongest awakened would struggle to maintain peak condition. And he was already facing far too many enemies alone. Kill him. The purple-veined man raised his hand once more. In his eyes, Zheng Shanhe was now nothing but a spent force. Die! The alien commanders charged forward simultaneously, a wave of purple-black energy surging toward them. Zheng Shanhe lowered his gaze as copious blood dripped onto the Great Wall's brick walls. He seemed to have lost the strength to dodge, simply letting the attacks rain down upon him. Yet, snap! Within his chest, the fate resonator exhausted its final drop of energy. The real battle has only just begun. Zheng Shanhe abruptly raised his head, his eyes surging with golden light of destiny. Boom! A massive golden fissure suddenly split open in the Great Wall. An ancient aura, vast as the ocean, surged forth from the fissure in an instant. The man with purple markings pupils contracted sharply. What is this? The invading alien forces were instantly repelled by this overwhelming aura. The next instant. Which barbarian dares to trespass upon the lands of China? A voice of supreme authority resounded across the heavens and earth. Golden light abruptly coalesced, forming the ethereal image of an emperor crowned with a 12-lobe imperial cap. Clad in a dark dragon robe, his very presence caused space itself to warp. The first emperor of China's long history descended abruptly amidst the swirling golden light of destiny. Where are the iron cavalry of the great Qin? With the cold command of this peerless emperor of all ages. Clop! 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 The rhythmic clatter of hooves echoed from the cracks of the Great Wall as a torrent of black armored cavalry surged forth. The Iron Cavalry of Qin. This army was silent as iron, their spears and halberds like a forest. Merely by appearing, their murderous aura nearly solidified into tangible form, sweeping across the battlefield. The purple-veined man's pupils contracted to pinpricks, his perpetually mocking smile fading for the first time. He stared at the phantom of the first emperor, clad in his dark dragon robe. The aura emanating from this phantom of destiny made his skin tingle with a faint, stinging pain. It's merely a phantom, how could its aura solidify to such an extent? The answer came in the clanging of unsheathed iron spears. The Qin Iron Cavalry formed a silent formation, their bronze masks radiating a chilling intent to kill. As the first emperor's phantom slowly raised his right arm, the entire army tensed like a bowstring drawn to its limit, the murderous aura spreading wildly in that instant. Wind! Thousands of iron cavalry roared in unison. The shockwave warped space itself, knocking the foreign commander at the front row flat with the sheer force of the sound. Gale! Warhorses reared, and all the iron cavalry surged forward in an instant. Though only a few thousand strong, each charge of these cavalrymen carried the scorching force of destiny, a blow far more terrifying to the enemy than any weapon. The battlefield instantly became a meat grinder. The Qin cavalry advanced in a cone formation, mowing down the enemy like rice stalks with their spears wherever they passed. A lizard-headed foreign commander had just slain 2 horsemen when 3 bronze swords pierced his throat simultaneously. Zheng Shanhe exhaled at that moment. The burning sensation in his chest had yet to subside. The fate resonator had fully fused with his flesh and blood, transforming into a surging torrent of power coursing through his veins. This power was gradually ebbing away. He raised his head to gaze at the purple-veined man in the sky, his eyes burning with a fierce, warlike intent. Only by defeating him can I survive this ambush. While the alien hordes were distracted, this was his only chance. Clenching his fists, Zheng Shanhe shot forward like an arrow released from its bow. Boom! His feet stepped through the void as the Mount Tai heavenly ruler's ruler transformed into a jade dragon coiling around his right arm. Though his left arm was wounded, he still clenched it into a fist, unleashing the overwhelming power of a solitary mountain. The purple-veined man snorted coldly, his form flickering as he materialized directly before Zheng Shanhe. His fist, shrouded in purple light, slammed out with brutal force. Boom! The 2 fists collided, sending shockwaves rippling outward. Zheng Shanhe was sent reeling back several steps, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Yet the purple-veined man's form wavered slightly, a flicker of surprise crossing his eyes. A mere insect dares to confront me head-on. You alien vermin, don't speak too soon. Zheng Shanhe bared his teeth and suddenly raised his hand. Mountain River Scroll, Suppression. Boom! The illusory forms of the 4 great towers descended from the heavens, their golden cultural essence coiling like chains around the purple-veined man's limbs. Mount Tai. Hum! The revered peak of the 5 great mountains crashed down, attempting to crush him. Trivial tricks. The purple-veined man shook his arms, causing the purple patterns to flare brightly. He shattered the chains of literary heritage with sheer force. Yet Zheng Shanhe had been waiting for this very moment. Yellow River. Yangtze River. Converge. Whoosh. The muddy yellow river and the crystalline Yangtze converged from the void, coalescing into a roaring golden dragon that slammed violently toward the purple-veined man. Boom! The purple-veined man was swallowed by the dragon, his body sent flying backward, smashing straight into a small hill and shattering it. He looked down at his chest. The purple gold patterns were scorched with cracks by the scorching aura. You vermin, you're asking for death. His rage boiled over. Violet flames surged around him as his form flickered like a phantom, each reappearance trailing a purple streak that tore through space. Zheng Shanhe gritted his teeth, desperately parrying with the Mount Tai heavenly ruler. Yet he was still forced back step by step, his body bearing several new wounds deep enough to expose bone. Truly worthy of the demigod clan. With my current strength. His eyes narrowed sharply. He bit through his tongue, drawing blood, and in one breath channeled his vital essence to spew forth. Using vital essence as the catalyst, I summoned the spirits of the Great Wall. May the power of destiny envelop me. Hum. The Great Wall's walls blazed golden once more. Countless spectral images of fallen soldiers appeared, then flowed like streams of light into Zheng Shanhe's body. In an instant, his aura surged, his combat power briefly breaking through to over level 100. Again! Zheng Shanhe roared as he charged forward, clashing fiercely with the purple-veined man once more. Boom! 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 Each collision between them sent the ground trembling violently, causing the very fabric of space to quake. Fortune and purple flames intertwined, exploding into a blinding radiance that filled the sky. The purple-patterned man grew increasingly alarmed. This vermin, whom he had deemed as trapped as a turtle in a jar, proved impossible to completely suppress. Meanwhile, the Qin Iron Cavalry had slaughtered nearly half of the foreign army. Mountains of enemy corpses piled on the ground signaled the tide of battle turning. We must end this swiftly. He abruptly clasped his hands together. Purple gold patterns writhed like living creatures, coalescing in his palms into a purple-black spear entwined with chains. Godslayer spear fall. The spear tore through the air, shattering space in its wake as it aimed straight for Zheng Shanhe's heart. Zheng Shanhe had no way to evade. Madness filled his eyes. He roared at the top of his lungs, "Emperor Qin Shi Huang, aid me!" Clang! A jet-black sword beam, like a furious dragon soaring through the heavens, sliced across the sky. The moment the purple-black spear collided with the sword's radiance, the entire battlefield suddenly fell into an eerie stillness. Crack, crackle. Spiderweb-like cracks suddenly appeared on the surface of the god-slaying spear, and the chain shattered inch by inch. The purple-veined man's pupils contracted sharply. Before he could react, the lingering might of the sword beam surged upward along the spear's trajectory. Put! Purple gold blood spattered the sky as the purple-veined man's right arm was severed clean at the shoulder. A dark, mysterious flame burned at the wound, defying his regenerative abilities to heal it. This is the Imperial Dao's fortune. How is this possible? Staggering backward, terror flashed across his face for the first time. How could a mere phantom wound my body? Whose phantom are you? Chapter 166, a lone extra chapter for Wedge. I unified the 6 kingdoms, brought the world under one rule, and built the Great Wall to anchor the dragon veins of the 9 provinces. Now, you vermin dare to defile the lands of China. The first emperor's phantom descended through the void. Beneath his 12-lobed crown, his gaze flashed like lightning. Execute them. The sword of the Qin king was fully drawn from its scabbard, causing the entire Great Wall to tremble violently. Golden blood seeped from countless brick crevices, coalescing in midair into 9 5-clawed golden dragons. Roar! With overwhelming divine might, the first emperor swung his sword down. Before the sword's light reached its target, the space around the purple-veined man began to collapse. The mandate of heaven! The mandate of heaven! The purple-veined man suddenly tore open his chest like a madman, revealing a blood-red crystal embedded within his sternum. Blood sacrifice divine descent. Boom! The instant the crystal shattered, the sky ripped open, revealing a deep purple fissure stretching 100 miles across. An evil aura abruptly overwhelmed the vast fortune energy filling the heavens. Then, a colossal hand shrouded in chaotic mist reached out, forcibly grasping the imperial swordlight. In the instant the two forces locked, Zheng Shanhe suddenly felt his blood begin to boil. The last remnant of power within the fortune resonator was now resonating mysteriously with the fortune of the Great Wall. This is my final chance. Biting back excruciating pain, Zheng Shanhe leapt to the Great Wall's highest point. His blood-stained fingers slammed down upon the stone bricks, in the name of the mountain river craftsman. I beseech the destiny of the Great Wall to forge this battle body. Clatter! The entire Great Wall suddenly writhed like a living creature. Countless golden bricks and stones flew toward Zheng Shanhe, coalescing upon his body into a bronze battle armor covered in mystic bird patterns. The Mount Tai heavenly ruler drew in the dragon vein energy of the Great Wall, transforming into a massive bronze sword engraved with the characters stabilized veins. The purple-veined man roared at the sight, "Stop him!" The descending alien forces charged madly, only to be cut off midway by the Qin iron cavalry. Zheng Shanhe charged toward the heavens, sword in hand. The pulse-stabilizing greatsword resonated with the first emperor's blade, their twin sword lights intertwining into a golden torrent that pierced the heavens and earth. Slash! The colossal hand shattered within the swordlight, its residual force erupting outward and severing the purple-veined man's right arm clean off. The deep purple fissure violently contracted, faintly echoing the furious roar of some higher-dimensional entity. As the last flicker of purple flame extinguished, the reverse fate barrier enveloping the battlefield suddenly trembled. Outside, the staff operating the breakthrough equipment shouted in astonishment, "It's weakened. The adverse fate barrier has weakened. We can break through in 2 hours." Chen Zhang spun abruptly, his voice carrying an uncharacteristic tremor. "All units prepare. In 2 hours, we assault the barrier. Support Zheng Shanhe." A flicker of joy crossed Dan Tai Qingxuan's delicate face, her voice trembling with suppressed emotion. "Notify Huatua of the world-saving rescue organization to the site immediately." The barrier suddenly rippled like water, faintly transmitting terrifying collision vibrations. Yan Guodong slowly unclenched his fists. The usually composed association president now had a terrifying gleam in his eyes. Not just Huatua bring every top-tier recovery potion from the association's stockpile. He's facing the alien race alone in there. He must be badly injured. Energy readings are still dropping. Staff stared at the wildly fluctuating data screen, faces contorted with excitement. A massive surge of vital energy is colliding with the barrier inside. Look! Suddenly, numerous awakened beings pointed skyward. Upon the solid dark purple barrier, the phantom outline of the Great Wall materialized. With each flash of that golden outline spanning heaven and earth, spiderweb-like cracks spread across the barrier's surface. He's awakened the Great Wall's aura within. He's still fighting. Chen Zhang burst into laughter. Then, his sword scabbard erupted with a 3-foot-long blue glow, and he himself seemed to become a drawn blade. "I say, we don't need to wait another 2 hours. Everyone, gather your power. Seize the moment when the barrier is weakest and shatter it." At that moment, Dan Tai Qingxian suddenly felt her heart tremble violently. Staring at the increasingly distinct golden cracks on the barrier, she felt as though she could see through this barrier to the figure covered in blood. Hold on. Dantai Qingxian bit her lower lip lightly, her hands clenched tightly. Inside the barrier, the severed arm of the purple-veined man burned with black flames, the imperial destiny's energy corroding his body like a poison clinging to bone. Staggering backward, his face contorted in a growl, he snarled, How is this possible? The in the sky gradually closed. Yet, simultaneously, the phantom of the first emperor slowly turned, his gaze beneath the crown's pendants meeting Zheng Shanhe's for a brief moment. Artisan of the mountains and rivers, the fortune of Huaxia has waned too greatly. I can only aid you thus far. Before the words faded, the phantom and the Qin cavalry began to dissolve, transforming into a sky filled with golden specks of light. The cavalry's final charge crushed 2/3 of the invaders into dust, while the remaining foes were repelled by the lingering shockwaves of destiny. The battlefield suddenly emptied. Zheng Shanhe clutched the Mount Tai heavenly ruler's ruler to steady himself, the bronze battle armor forged from destiny's essence flaking away and dissipating piece by piece. Blood covered his entire body, the worst wound still being his left arm, which refused to heal. Cough. Coughing up a mouthful of blood, he raised his head to face the man with purple markings. The crimson crystal stone on the man's chest had shattered, his aura weak and depleted, yet his eyes still churned with venomous hatred. You worthless insect, no one can help you now, can they? The purple-veined man grinned savagely, tearing open space as a broken purple crystal sphere coalesced once more. Next, it's your turn. Before he could finish, Zheng Shanhe's figure vanished. Suddenly, Zheng Shanhe charged forward with every ounce of strength, his massive ruler sweeping out with terrifying blue light. You! The purple-veined man screamed and instinctively leaned back. But the most critical blow came when Zheng Shanhe's injuries finally gave way at this decisive moment. Wah! Blood spurted from Zheng Shanhe's mouth and nose as the price for overburdening himself with destiny's energy was exacted in full. His limbs suddenly lost all strength. The sword that should have severed his opponent's head veered off course, its edge slicing across the purple-veined man's pupils, spattering purple blood. But that was all it could do. The purple-veined man clutched his bleeding eyes, screaming wildly as he stomped his feet and shouted. Kill him. He's reached his limit. Kill him, and the land of China will never again have a chosen one. The surviving outsiders closed in. Zheng Shanhe's vision blurred, his steps faltered. His entire body felt as if submerged in water, his senses growing hazy. Yet he still swung his massive ruler, forcing back the equally exhausted alien tribesmen. Yet their numbers were now sufficient to completely encircle Zheng Shanhe. SSSSHHH. A ghostly purple spear pierced Zheng Shanhe's back from behind, and attacks began pouring in from all directions. Zheng Shanhe summoned every ounce of strength, channeling the last shred of his vital energy. Raising his right hand high, he roared, Mount Tai. Boom! The revered peak of the 5 sacred mountains materialized for an instant before abruptly disintegrating. Yet even that fleeting afterglow was enough to shatter the final alien creature's internal organs, causing it to collapse slowly around Zheng Shanhe. The entire space was now strewn with corpses. Zheng Shanhe stood amidst the sea of corpses and blood, his body covered in wounds, yet he still clung to life. In the distance, the purple-veined man, his eyes gouged out, screamed in agony, his voice raving mad, Zheng Shanhe. Come and die. He wildly flailed his left arm, utterly consumed by madness. Ugh! Zheng Shanhe felt his eyelids grow heavy as if filled with lead. His consciousness remained clear, he could distinctly feel the breeze caressing his face, could clearly hear the purple-veined man's howls. But he could no longer move his body. Has he reached his limit? His thoughts raced. Suddenly. Thud! The sound of the purple crystal spear piercing flesh echoed eerily clear across the silent battlefield. Zheng Shanhe slowly lowered his head, staring at the spear tip protruding from his chest, stained with the blood of his ruptured heart. The purple-veined man's contorted face pressed against his ear, a triumphant, shrill laugh escaping, a vermin, always a vermin. You! SSSSHHH. Before the purple-veined man could finish, Zheng Shanhe suddenly looked down at his abdomen. There, a giant ruler, now shrunken in size, pierced through him. Large patches of purple blood mixed with Zheng Shanhe's bright red blood flowed onto the ground. The world seemed to slow to a crawl. The purple-veined man staggered backward, finally collapsing backward onto the ground. A demigod had fallen. At the same moment, the Mount Tai eternal heaven ruler slipped from his palm, crashing into the pool of blood and splattering fine droplets. Zheng Shanhe reached out as if grasping for something, but his fingertips only touched the icy-cold purple crystal spear shaft. The excruciating pain arrived half a beat late, as if molten lava had been poured into his chest. An indescribable agony spread throughout his entire body. He tried to raise his hand to press the wound, but his fingers only twitched spasmodically, lacking even the strength to clench his fist. Am I dying? Chapter 167? Zheng Shanhe Extra Chapter for Wedge. Death. The instant this thought flashed through his mind, an unprecedented chill shot up his spine and into the back of his neck. His pupils suddenly contracted, and his breathing became uncontrollably rapid. Fear spread like a rising tide. At that moment, Xiuxiu's figure suddenly appeared before his eyes. Brother! Come taste this! Xiuxiu, wearing an apron, stood on tiptoe holding a tray, smiling happily. The scene flickered. Cassian held a bouquet of pink roses, scratching his head and asking, Brother Shanhe, is this really okay? Xiaomeng gazed at him expectantly. Brother Shanhe, how much longer until you're with big sister? I want you to be my real brother. Memories flashed by like a kaleidoscope. Zheng Shanhe, I think I'm falling for you. Kafushua's cheeks flushed slightly as she flicked a strand of hair, a shy smile flickering across her face. And then, the scenery here is truly beautiful. Her soft laughter echoed. In response, Dantai Qingxian spoke casually, if you like it, I could make an exception and let you stay. And so much more. Scenes from the past, every person, flashed rapidly before her eyes. Finally, they settled on two figures. Dad, Mom. Those two figures, blurred yet distinct, slowly turned against the light. The slender, gentle figure on the left extended a hand. Shanhe, you've done well enough. Come with us. A warm current surged from his heart, enveloping his entire body. In that moment, Zheng Shanhe suddenly felt utterly exhausted. He instinctively reached back to grasp his mother's hand, following them as they walked slowly forward toward the blinding light ahead. Detecting Shanhe, the craftsman's vitality fading. Suddenly, the interface popped up uncontrollably. Final decision activation imminent. 1. Extract the primordial essence of the mountain river creation, devour your life-bound artifact, and sacrifice your mountain river craftsman vocation to gain rebirth as an ordinary mortal. 2. Accept death, expel the mountain river creation from your body, and suppress the world's destiny. Please select. Everything vanished. Zheng Shanhe felt himself floating in midair, surrounded by utter darkness save for the interface before his eyes. Is there even a choice? Gazing at the two options before him, he suddenly smiled. With a long sigh, he spread his arms wide. His eyes held reluctance, longing, regret, but above all, resolve. He would not choose option 1, for that would cause the fortune of Huaxia to plummet. He was a craftsman of the land. He was one in life. And even in death, he would remain so. May China flourish forever. As the words fell, his body began to radiate a blinding golden light. Within him, Mount Tai hummed first, as if lamenting its parting. Next came Shanhaiguan Pass, Yellow Crane Tower. Just before darkness completely swallowed his vision, he suddenly remembered the promise he had made to Xiuxiu. Sorry, kid. I broke my promise. His consciousness plunged into the abyss. Boom! A brilliant blue sword beam suddenly ripped through the sky. The dark purple barrier finally shattered under the combined assault of the group. Zheng Shanhe. Dantai Qingxian was the first to charge into the battlefield, her azure bone wings slicing through the smoke of battle. In her wake, rivers of blood flowed, corpses littered the ground. She desperately expanded her senses, trying to locate the center of the chaos. But as she swept past the forest and caught sight of the Great Wall in the distance, her figure abruptly halted. The entire battlefield was piled high with corpses, the stench of blood rising to the heavens. That familiar figure stood rigid atop the corpse pile, desolate and solitary. Zheng Shanhe. Dantai Qingxuan's voice tore through the deathly silence. Chen Zhang followed close behind, but froze in place the moment he took in the battlefield. The sword in the chief inspector's hand clattered to the ground. His usually cold and composed face contorted in fury. No! Zheng Shanhe. Dantai Qingxian stumbled forward, rushing through the sea of corpses and blood. When she finally reached his side, Zheng Shanhe. Her fingertips hovered tremulously over the blood-soaked hem of Zheng Shanhe's robe. Zheng Shanhe's battle-hardened form stood as straight as a pine or cypress, as if still guarding this domain. Yet those eyes, always brimming with warmth, were now closed forever. His blood-stained cheek bore the frozen resolve of his final moment, his lips even curving into a faint, resigned smile. Tick-tock. Warm tears fell onto the back of her hands suspended mid-air, and only then did Dantai Qingxian realize she was crying. She hastily wiped away the tears, her pale, delicate hand reaching out without hesitation to grasp Zheng Shanhe's blood-stained, disheveled collar. But soon, she saw beneath the fabric the dense cluster of wounds. Why so many wounds? Her pink lips pressed tightly together, her hands trembling uncontrollably as she tried to smooth his blood-soaked garments. Tears streamed uncontrollably down her face. Gradually, her sobs deepened into wails until she finally broke down, weeping uncontrollably. This lonely soul, the divine maiden of the celestial city, now wept like a lost child, helpless and heartbroken. Dressed in a white gown, she embraced Zheng Shanhe's lifeless, cold body. She pressed her cheek gently against his shoulder, not broad, yet unyieldingly firm as fresh blood stained her white dress and her face crimson. Unaware, she clung to him tightly, so tightly that every awakened being who arrived fell silent. Chen Zheng stumbled and knelt before the pile of corpses. The cold-faced section chief slammed his fist into the blood-soaked ground, his body trembling. It's too late. Huatua, the healer of the world, sighed deeply. He could see that Zheng Shanhe had not a shred of life left. Still too late, huh?
The gray-haired chief president stood rooted to the spot. The elderly chairman, well past 50, gazed silently at Zheng Shanhe's body standing amidst the corpses, his expression serene. No one knew what thoughts crossed his mind. At that moment, Zheng Shanhe's body began to faintly shimmer with a weak golden light. Dan Tai Qingxian, who was holding her, jolted violently and immediately stood up to look. Everyone present noticed the anomaly at that moment. A faint golden light seeped from Zheng Shanhe's body, riddled with wounds. At first, it glowed like fireflies, but in an instant, it blazed as brightly as the rising sun. The Dezong Hengtian ruler, buried in a pool of blood, suddenly rose into the air. Its blade trembled violently, emitting a mournful wail. What is this? Dan Tai Qingxuan's amber pupils flashed with shock. Then, as if suddenly realizing something, she yanked Hua Tuo by the collar and screamed frantically, "He's not dead! Save him! Quick! Goddess, this is not a sign of life." Hua Tuo did not grow angry at her actions, but sighed instead. His heart has been pierced through, and every last shred of spiritual energy within him is exhausted. Even I. His words trailed off abruptly. There was no need to continue. It's fate. Li Changqi's aged voice suddenly echoed. Dan Tai Qingxuan's tears streamed down her face as she released her grip. As if to validate Li Changqi's words, several golden beams of light suddenly pierced through the clouds. In an instant, the illusory form of Mount Tai emerged first from the golden light. The mountain roared, emanating an indescribable sorrow. Then it transformed into a meteor carrying boundless, colossal destiny as it streaked toward Songcheng. Immediately after, the Yangtze and Yellow rivers coiled together and shot skyward, their water dragons' long, piercing cries making everyone's eardrums ache. The illusory forms of the four great towers also appeared in succession. Golden light from the literary lineage spread across the sky like a 1,000-mile scroll. In that moment, it seemed as though countless scholars were mourning and lamenting. The most spectacular sight, however, was the destiny energy of the four great passes. They united with the winding Great Wall Dragon stretching 10,000 miles, each brick and stone reflecting the image of Zheng Shanhe in battle. These images drifted down like snowflakes. The moment they touched the ground, withered grass turned green again, and cracked earth mended itself. He seems to have faced some kind of choice. A certain light flickered in Li Changqi's weathered eyes, but in the end, he dispersed the essence of this destiny to benefit all of China. What a remarkable young man to choose such a noble path. Among his peers in China, none could match the resolve he displayed. Chapter 168? Snow. A gust of wind swept through. Snowflakes began to drift down from the dark, overcast sky. Snow in October. The air suddenly grew restless. Beside Xinjiang, a slowly twisting magical vortex appeared. The next second, Duan Tao, an SSS-ranked mage with shoulder-length black hair and an air of effortless elegance, materialized. His gaze was dark and menacing. He swept it over the already dead Zheng Shanhe, then fixed it on Xinjiang. His voice carried the weight of a storm. What the hell is going on? No one answered him. Then, an awakened whispered, "Mr. Duan, it was a coalition of awakened from multiple nations and alien races who took advantage of the Great Wall incident to ambush and kill Zheng Shanhe." What? A coalition of awakened from multiple nations allied with alien races? Duan Tao's brows furrowed tightly as a magical storm brewed within his eyes. Let me take him away. Duan Tao stepped forward, but Dan Tai Qingxian clung desperately to Zheng Shanhe's body, refusing to let go. You. In the solitary peak of the immortal city lies a cold jade coffin that can preserve the body from decay. Dan Tai Qingxuan's voice was hoarse. I must take him away. What about his family? His sister. Duan Tao frowned, disapproving of the suggestion. Xiao. Dan Tai Qingxian suddenly snapped to awareness. Xiao doesn't know yet. What should be done? The siblings had clung to each other for so many years, yet today, her brother had sacrificed himself too. An indescribable wave of emotion surged through her, dampening Dan Tai Qingxuan's eyes once more. No. I can't tell her. She won't be able to bear it. She herself couldn't accept this reality, let alone Zhang Xiao. My niece doesn't know either. Duan Tao sighed deeply. He was referring to Ku Fushui. But how could something like this possibly be kept secret? Someone questioned. Boom, boom. Suddenly, a weary dragon's roar echoed from the snow-filled sky. Then, to everyone's stunned gaze, a battered golden dragon of destiny emerged from the clouds. It slowly lowered its head and gently bit Zheng Shanhe's collar. As the golden colossus withdrew, it pulled a wisp of golden soul essence from within Zheng Shanhe's body. The dragon fortune of Huaxia. The form of a nation's destiny, never before witnessed, revealed itself in that moment. Li Chongqi murmured, the dragon's fortune is taking his last shred of vital essence away. It's a form of recognition, a farewell. Dan Tai Qingxian wept aloud once more, and many others' eyes reddened at that moment. Amidst the battlefield of mountains of corpses and seas of blood, a solitary figure stood. Even in death, he remained upright. No one knew what bloody battles he had endured. But every single one of them knew this: Zheng Shanhe had not only faced the encirclement and slaughter by the alien race and awakened warriors from multiple nations alone.
He had also slaughtered every single one of these outsiders, leaving not a single one alive. The snow fell harder and harder. Dan Tai Qingxian clung tightly to Zheng Shanhe's icy, lifeless body, desperately trying to warm him with her own body heat. After a long silence, Yen Guodong stepped forward. He bent down to pick up the Daizong heavenly ruler, lying in a pool of blood. Once a weapon that shimmered with azure light and radiated a righteous aura, it now lay lifeless, a dull gray. After gently wiping the blood from its surface, Yen Guodong suddenly spoke. In 7 days, the nation will enter level 1 combat readiness. He slowly turned, his gaze sweeping over every person present. This composed, cool-headed chief executive, who never revealed his true feelings, spoke with icy detachment. Not a single nation involved in this operation, led by the United States, shall be spared. These words sent shockwaves through the room. The implication was clear. Immediately, the Secretary General, standing among the crowd, felt his hands tremble slightly as he cautiously confirmed, "Chairman Yen, are you suggesting we initiate a national war?" "We did not initiate this war." At that moment, Li Chongqi's voice rang out, "Multiple nations colluded with alien forces to commit slaughter within our borders, exploiting our nation's turmoil to hunt down core awakened individuals. They were the ones who initiated this war. What we are doing is merely revenge." The crowd was stunned. The two supreme leaders were in complete agreement. "I'll wield the blade." Chen Zhang slipped on his sunglasses, his tone returning to its usual cold detachment. To wield the blade meant becoming the first to ignite the flames of war. "Very well." Duan Tao's demonic energy surged, causing the space around him to subtly warp. The Dragon Nation has enjoyed peace for far too long, and it seems these petty opportunists have grown delusional. Within the next week, I will begin constructing the transnational teleportation array. With that, Duan Tao stepped into the void and vanished. Li Chongqi approached, his steps unsteady. He examined Zheng Shanhe's body up close. "Let me see his chest." Li Chongqi suddenly spoke. Dan Tai Qingxian froze, but gently pulled open Zheng Shanhe's collar. When the scarred chest was exposed, she turned away in distress. Li Chongqi stepped forward. Upon seeing the fate resonator embedded in the chest, a flicker of contemplation crossed his eyes. He murmured in a voice only he could hear, "So that's how it is." He turned and walked away. Li Chongqi's voice suddenly boomed, "Hold the grandest funeral for Zheng Shanhe. Let the entire nation know what this young man accomplished at the Great Wall and what he endured. And let the entire world know what truly happened during this Great Wall incident." The words of the Dragon Nation's foremost leader thundered like a bolt of lightning. The expressions of the gathered awakened froze instantly. Before long, someone stepped forward from the crowd. "I am from Dezheng City." After Zheng Shanhe summoned the Yellow Crane Tower, Dezheng City's fortune flowed endlessly, and countless citizens received its blessings. Today, for him, I volunteer to join the vanguard. All present were among Longhua's most elite awakened. Zheng Shanhe's power was no secret within these top-tier circles. Agreed. When Zheng Shanhe summoned the 4 great towers, the nation's fortune surged. Both awakened and ordinary people were nourished by its energy. For this alone, I am willing to avenge him. Zheng Shanhe purified the Yangtze and Yellow Rivers, fulfilling my late father's lifelong wish. For him, I will join the vanguard squad. I also apply to join the vanguard team. Count me in. Let those bastards pay with their blood for their crimes. In an instant, countless people stepped forward. Some shouted at the top of their lungs, others with voices hoarse. Their voices combined, shaking heaven and earth. At that very moment, the golden dragon of destiny, which had been circling overhead, did not depart. Instead, it gently lifted Zheng Shanhe's essence of destiny to the summit of the Great Wall's beacon tower. Amidst the intertwining golden light and falling snow, the essence scattered sparks of light, igniting a continuous chain of beacon fires along the winding ramparts. The flames flickered in the heavy snow. In a daze, Dan Tai Qingxian thought she saw a figure smiling at her within the flames, a smile so familiar it shattered her heart. The Great Wall is lighting his soul lamp. The bloodstains on Dan Tai Qingxian's white dress bloomed like roses. Staring blankly at the flickering flames, she suddenly laughed. Her laughter was laced with tears and hatred. Old Qi was right. Not only must the whole nation know, but the entire world must witness it. Her blood-stained palm abruptly coalesced into a sapphire blue scythe. The price for hunting him down will be the destruction of a nation. Dan Tai Qingxian's voice echoed across the heavens like ice from the depths of hell. The snow fell harder. Chapter 169? Tomorrow. According to the Meteorological Observatory, this October blizzard may persist for another week. Citizens nationwide are advised to plan their travel arrangements carefully and avoid. What an eerie snowfall. Magic City, Fenglin Villa dormitory area. Kosian leaned back on the sofa and switched channels. Recently, residents along the 2 rivers have noticed the Yangtze and Yellow Rivers flowing much more turbulently. Faintly, one can even hear a sorrowful wailing mingled within the currents. What's going on? Are the rivers haunted? Kosian turned off the TV and headed toward the kitchen. Says, any news from Shangjing City yet? Kufushua, busy in the kitchen, didn't look up. I already asked. This Great Wall anomaly is unusual. Information is completely sealed off. No one knows. Oh no, could Shanhe and the others be in danger? Koxian voiced his concern. Kofushue replied calmly, this anomaly involves not only Section Chief Chen Zhang, but even President Yen Guodong himself. Nothing major will happen.
As she spoke, a faint smile touched her lips. Besides, that guy would never put himself in danger.
True. Koxian nodded in agreement.
Then, he suddenly grinned suggestively.
Hey sis, how far have you and brother Shanhe gotten? Kofushue paused in her movements. Got nothing better to do? Go slice up that watermelon in the fridge. At that, Koxian rolled his eyes and walked away. He knew his sister's temperament better than anyone.
Usually cold and distant, she transformed into a completely different person whenever the topic turned to brother Shanhe, becoming talkative and animated. Meanwhile, in the kitchen, Kofushue found herself inexplicably distracted. She couldn't quite put her finger on it, but these past 2 days, an indescribable feeling had been weighing heavily on her chest. It had been 2 days and 1 night since Zheng Shanhe and Dantai Qingxian had left for Shangjing City. She had tried contacting them both, but received no response. At that moment, her mind wandered again. The scent of food wafting into her nostrils jolted her back to reality. In the living room, Xiao also felt uneasy. Relax, with brother Shanhe's abilities and all those awakened ones stronger than him, nothing bad will happen.
Xiaomeng offered reassurance from the side. What's wrong? Xian sat down, holding a plate of sliced watermelon.
Xiao had a nightmare during her nap, Xiaomeng said, winking at her brother. Xian suddenly understood and immediately said, Xiao, if you're really worried, I can ask my friend in Shangjing. He pulled out his phone and dialed a number. A few minutes later, Xian frowned and said, this is strange. My friend said that when the Great Wall mutated, it created a massive barrier. But now, the barrier is gone, and there's no trace of it. Neither brother's phone nor sister Qingxuan's is answering. Xiao clutched her phone tightly, feeling uneasy. Dinner time. With Kofushue and Xiao distracted, even the lively presence of Xian and Xiaomeng couldn't lift the gloomy mood. Then, the television broadcast the news. We now bring you the latest developments on the Great Wall anomaly. According to documents received from the Shangjing City Association, we can confirm that Operation Great Wall Anomaly has been successfully completed. The Great Wall, embodying the fortune of Huaxia, has suffered no damage whatsoever. Further details will be released tomorrow after all data has been compiled. Xian clenched his fist. That's fantastic. I knew brother Shanhe wouldn't let the Great Wall fall prey to foreign forces. Xiao, you can finally relax now, right? Xiaomeng smiled as she picked up one of Xiao's favorite chicken wings and handed it to her. Xiao visibly relaxed, though confusion lingered. If the operation was a success, why isn't brother answering his phone? Probably ran out of battery? After dinner, Xiao went back to her room to tidy up her clothes. Xian and Xiaomeng whispered in the living room. Brother Shanhe agreed to help you plan your confession, yet you haven't prepared anything in advance? Xiaomeng glared at her brother with exasperation. Brother Shanhe told me to follow his lead on everything, Xian shrugged innocently. Stupid. Xiaomeng snapped, her voice tinged with irritation. You always rely on brother Shanhe for everything. What if he's not around? What then? Then what do you suggest? Xian asked helplessly. Xiaomeng covered her mouth and giggled before declaring, well, obviously you'd start by arranging 999 pink roses. Young Master Ke nodded, then quickly added, it's possible, but you'd have to lend me some money. Ha? Xiaomeng's face instantly fell. Come on, you're the young master of the Ke group. Does that sound like something your persona would say? Of course. The family always favors you and my sister. My allowance is always pitifully small, you know? Hurry up and give me 30,000 first. Xian held out his hand. Why don't you just go rob someone? Where am I supposed to get 30,000? You definitely have it. I don't have it. You do. Even if I did, I wouldn't give it to you. Xiaomeng. Outside the window, snow swirled down in thick flakes. This October snowfall across the nation came abruptly, as if mourning something. Kofushue listened to the siblings squabbling and walked to the floor-to-ceiling window. Gazing at the snow-covered courtyard, her fingernails dug unconsciously into her palms. She had no idea why Dantai Qingxian and Zheng Shanhe had gone missing, nor what exactly had transpired in Shangjing City. But as an SS-class awakened one, she could faintly sense an unusual aura permeating the air. It felt like the mournful wail of the Chinese land, or the pent-up fury of something about to erupt. Big sis, what's wrong? Xian keenly sensed his sister's unease. Kofushue took a deep breath and shook her head. Nothing. Just thinking, the guild's operational reports aren't finished yet. Oh right, sister Qingxian and brother Shanhe both went to Shangjing City. Guild matters are left to you, big sis. You're working so hard. Xiaomeng skipped over to join them. At that moment, Xiao also came downstairs. The little girl wore a pale pink long dress, her black hair tied into a ponytail with a pink hairpin. She looked radiant and stunning.
Can I wear this outfit for my birthday the day after tomorrow? A hint of shyness flushed Xiao Xiao's cheeks. After learning the Great Wall anomaly had gone smoothly, she finally relaxed. After all, her brother had never broken a promise to her. Ko Xiaomeng's eyes sparkled. It's so beautiful, Xiao Xiao. Ko Fushua smiled and gave her a thumbs up. It looks great. I have a pair of high heels I've never worn, try them on later. They'll match this dress perfectly. As for Ko Xian, he was completely mesmerized. Great. Xiao Xiao beamed happily. The room was filled with joy, yet none of them knew that at the Great Wall Anomaly Center, an earth-shattering battle had already claimed the life of the person they cherished most. After the three friends gathered, Ko Fushua stepped into the courtyard and dialed Kujinzong's number. Shui. Ko Fushua pressed her lips together. After a moment, she asked, what exactly is happening with the Great Wall Anomaly now? Tomorrow. Kujinzong's voice came through the phone. Tomorrow. Zheng Shanhe will be back. The call ended. Ko Fushua had gotten the answer she wanted, yet her heart remained unsettled. Meanwhile, in the chairman's office of the Ku Corporation building. Zheng Shanhe is dead? Kujinzong stood before the floor-to-ceiling windows, gazing down at the snow-covered metropolis. Duan Tao nodded slowly beside him. The body will be transported back to the city tomorrow. I see. Chapter 170, The Imposter Extra Chapter for Lazy. The morning sunlight was blinding. Xiao Xiao stood in the room, shielding her eyes from the sun. For some reason, her mind went completely blank at that moment. Xiao Xiao. Come down for breakfast. The news says there's a major announcement today. Ko Xiaomeng's voice drifted through the door crack, snapping her back to reality. Brother should be coming back today, right? She murmured softly, her fingers brushing over the photo of her and Zheng Shanhe on the dressing table. She couldn't explain it, they hadn't been apart for very long this time, yet she missed her brother terribly. Hurrying downstairs, she found Ko Fushua and Ko Xian already seated at the dining table. Ko Fushua's eyelids drooped, her expression slightly weary. Sister Fushua, did you sleep well last night? Xiao Xiao asked with concern. Ko Fushua shook her head and smiled. It's nothing. Just a bit worried about the situation in Shangjing. The morning news played on the television, the anchor's expression grave. At 10 a.m. today, the General Association will hold a nationally televised press conference to announce the latest developments regarding the Great Wall incident. According to informed sources, this anomaly involves a heinous incident where awakened individuals from multiple nations have joined forces with alien races to invade. Ko Xian paused mid-motion with his bowl. What? A coalition of awakened individuals from multiple nations and alien races? No. Ko Fushua seemed to realize something, her face instantly turning pale. She sprang to her feet. Quick! We need to go to the association now. Xiao Xiao's heart clenched in sudden dread as an ominous foreboding washed over her. She instinctively pulled out her phone and dialed her brother's number again, but it still went unanswered. Let's go, Ko Fushua's voice trembled. We're heading straight to the Magic Capital Association building. The four hurried out. As they got into the car, Xiao Xiao noticed her hands trembling slightly. Ko Xiaomeng looked equally pale. She clasped Xiao Xiao's hand, offering comfort as much for herself as for her friend. Don't worry. Brother Shanhe is so capable. He'll be fine. A large crowd of awakened citizens had already gathered in front of the Magic City Awakened Association building. A massive electronic screen was being calibrated to broadcast the press conference from the capital. Members of Haoran Shanhe's guild had already gathered there. Spotting Ko Fushua and the others, they immediately shielded them as they pushed through the crowd to the front row. Hearts pounded wildly in their chests as the cacophony of whispers filled their ears. My goodness, I heard quite a few people died in this anomaly. Seems like the United States and Japan teamed up this time. Every year, many of our awakened ones sacrifice themselves during the anomaly. This year's is said to be even more powerful than before. Sigh, I hope there won't be too many casualties. Each sentence stabbed at Xiao Xiao's heart like needles. She gripped the hem of her skirt tightly, her eyes fixed on the large screen. 10 o'clock sharp. The feed switched to the conference hall of the Capital General Association. The chief inspector stood before the camera, unusually without his sunglasses. His eyes, usually as sharp as an eagle's, were now filled with sorrow. Citizens, I am Chen Zhang, chief inspector of the General Inspection Department. His voice was hoarse and heavy, making Ko Fushua and Xiao Xiao feel even more uneasy. Today, I will brief all citizens nationwide on the latest developments regarding the Great Wall anomaly and announce a heartbreaking piece of news. The entire venue fell silent as everyone held their breath. During this Great Wall anomaly, we faced an unprecedented crisis. A coalition of awakened individuals from multiple nations, allied with alien races, exploited the anomaly to invade our territory, attempting to disrupt the Great Wall's vital energy. Chen Zheng's voice grew heavier. They deployed vast numbers of elite forces, including demigod-level beings among the alien races. Xiao Xiao's gaze froze. Suddenly, all sound around her seemed to vanish, leaving only Chen Zheng's hoarse voice echoing in her mind.
In this battle, all awakened across the nation, myself included, were deliberately isolated from the Great Wall anomaly battlefield by the coordinated efforts of the alien races and the allied awakened forces. Except for one person. At this point, Kofushua's body jerked violently. His name is Zheng Shanhe. Chen Zheng finally uttered that name. He stood alone against a foreign horde exceeding 80,000 strong, a demigod-level foreign entity, and 43s rank or higher awakened warriors from multiple nations. Chen Zheng continued recounting Zheng Shanhe's heroic deeds. The battle raged for a full 30 hours. By the time we broke through the blockade and reached the battlefield, every enemy had been annihilated. Even the demigod fell beneath Zheng Shanhe's blade. At this point, Chen Zheng retrieved his sunglasses and put them on. His voice, hoarse and choked with emotion, delivered the final verdict. And Zheng Shanhe, he stood until his final breath, never falling. With a thunderous crash, Xiao felt the world collapse around her. She was utterly dumbfounded. She stood frozen in place, eyes wide, mouth agape, as if she'd forgotten to breathe. In that moment, she resembled a comatose patient, utterly devoid of consciousness. A wave of gasps and exclamations erupted from the crowd. Members of the Howren Shanhe Guild turned red-eyed on the spot, shouting, "Impossible!" Even Kofushue, usually composed and self-possessed, couldn't contain her emotions. Tears blurred her vision as her shoulders shook violently. How could this be? Kofushua's vision darkened, and her body stumbled forward uncontrollably. Xiaomeng and Cassian rushed to support her on either side, both already tear-streaked. Xiaomeng wailed right there in the crowd, "Liar! Brother Shanhe couldn't possibly have died in battle, liar!" Wah! Cassian clutched his older sister's arm tightly, head bowed as tears fell in heavy drops. Zheng Shanhe's remains will be returned to the Magic City this afternoon. It was cruel, but Chen Zhang had to continue. Per the instructions of the highest leadership, flags nationwide will fly at half-mast for 3 days to mourn our hero. Let all citizens remember him. It was he, alone, who defended the dragon vein of the Great Wall of China. Until death, he never gave up. The scene shifted to the Great Wall battlefield. The ravaged land was stained with blood, countless massive craters and fissures silently bearing witness to the battle's ferocity. The camera finally settled on a high vantage point. A solitary figure stood there. Though the image was blurred, everyone recognized the upright silhouette as Zheng Shanhe. Wah! Brother Shanhe. Cassian could hold back no longer. Staring at the screen, he howled deafeningly, his grief overwhelming. Kofushua covered her mouth, her gaze fixed on the screen, while memories flooded her mind. That night they first met, she had dismissed him as a lowlife. Then, fighting side by side against enemies within the portal. Then their dazzling performances at the school assembly and martial arts training. She would never forget that day at the school assembly. That strikingly handsome young man, facing the camera, suddenly pointed at her in the audience and smiled. This victory belongs to her. Let her speak for me. A wave of overwhelming dread washed over her, especially when the thought "I'll never see him again" flashed through Kofushua's mind. She could bear it no longer. The eldest daughter of the Ko group, known as the Ice Queen who never showed emotion, now wept and fainted in front of tens of thousands in the square. Ko Xiaomeng, already sobbing uncontrollably, could no longer tend to her elder sister. She clung tightly to Xiao. But Xiao could no longer hear any sound. Only one thought remained in her mind: her brother was gone. The brother who had protected and cherished her since childhood would never return. A single tear slid down her cheek. Xiao did not burst into the wailing and screaming one might expect. She simply stood there, motionless. After an unknown length of time, her trembling lips parted. Liar. Chapter 171? 3 p.m., Magic City International Airport. Tens of thousands of citizens had gathered spontaneously outside the airport perimeter, holding white chrysanthemums as they waited in silence for the hero's return. Among them, many journalists acting on the association's instructions awaited the opportunity to broadcast the hero's homecoming live to the world. Kofushua was supported as she stood in the front row, her eyes red and swollen, her face frighteningly pale. Xiao, are you okay? Ko Xiaomeng's voice was thick with emotion. Ever since leaving the square, Xiao had suddenly become like a different person. She didn't cry. She didn't fuss. She remained silent, as if she had become a walking corpse. Everyone was deeply concerned for her, but what could they possibly say? Among the crowd were members of the 8 great guilds. Especially the awakened who had participated in the international portal operation with Zheng Shanhe back then. They all came to greet him. Cassian pursed his lips, clenching his fists tightly without uttering a word. As the aircraft bearing the Dragon Nation flag slowly descended, suppressed sobs rose from the crowd of the Howren Shanhe Guild. The news of the reliable and approachable guild leader's sacrifice brought them profound sorrow as well. Not long after, the cabin door opened, and 8 awakened dressed in formal attire slowly descended the stairs, carrying a coffin draped in the national flag. Unexpectedly, the 2 leading the pallbearers were none other than Chen Zhang, Chief Inspector of the General Supervision Department, and Zhang Chao, Chief of the General Awakening Department. At the very front walked Dantai Qingxian. She was dressed in plain white, her face haggard, her eyes frighteningly swollen and red.
When she spotted Xiao Xiao, her steps faltered noticeably, but she quickly regained her composure. At that moment, the pre-arranged motorcade entered the airport. The convoy carried everyone connected to Zheng Shanhe, along with the coffin containing his remains, heading toward Sangcheng. A memorial hall had been set up within Sangcheng Cemetery. The coffin was placed at the center, surrounded by white floral wreaths. Once everything was in place, the most heartbreaking part began. Viewing the body. The air within the memorial hall seemed to freeze. Dantai Qingxian stood to the left of the coffin, her fingertips pressed tightly against her palms. Watching the staff slowly lift the coffin lid, her breathing grew ragged. Even though she had witnessed everything firsthand, she still couldn't bring herself to face this reality. The once proud goddess of the immortal city now resembled a withered leaf in the wind, her white skirt fluttering with her trembling body. Zheng Shanhe. The instant the lid was lifted, Kofushua lunged forward. She knocked over the sandalwood stand holding the portrait, her heart-wrenching cries mingling with the shattering glass. "You promised you'd come back. You promised me you'd come back." The young lady, renowned for her aloofness, was utterly shattered. Staff members attempted to restrain her, but Chen Zheng raised his hand to halt them. The chief inspector wore sunglasses, his expression inscrutable. "Zheng Shanhe, you liar." Kobowen's voice suddenly softened. She slumped beside the coffin, her forehead pressed against its cold surface, murmuring, "You said after fulfilling your grand ambition, you'd be with me." Beside her, Dantai Qingxian covered her cheeks and wept bitterly once more. Ko Xiaomeng and Ko Xian wept uncontrollably, yet they steadied Xiao Xiao on either side. After all, even at this moment, Zhang Xiaoxiao showed no expression whatsoever. Nor did she make a single move. When the coffin lid swung fully open, everyone saw Zheng Shanhe's final appearance. He wore his familiar navy blue stand-up collar uniform, with the Mountain River Guild medal pinned to his collar. Staff had used special techniques to conceal the scars on his face. Now, his features appeared serene, as if he were simply asleep. Only the unhealed wound on his left arm remained shockingly visible, impossible to conceal completely. "Brother!" Suddenly, a voice so soft it was almost inaudible instantly silenced the noisy funeral hall. Zheng Xiaoxiao approached the coffin's right side with quiet steps. She stood on tiptoe, her fingers reaching out, hovering above her brother's cheek, hesitating to touch. This motion froze for a full 10 seconds, until a single tear fell onto Zheng Shanhe's tightly closed eyelids. "You promised you'd come back for my birthday." Xiaoxiao's voice was soft, as if soothing a sleeping child. Suddenly, she grasped her brother's stiff, cold hand. Then, she gently crouched down, placing his palm atop her head. Back then, her brother always loved to rub her little head like this. Back then, she could feel the warmth radiating from his palm. But now, there was only endless coldness, bitter, bone-chilling coldness. Everyone turned away, unable to bear the sight. The scene was heartbreaking. "Brother, wake up." Xiao Xiao gripped his hand tightly, stood up, and suddenly a smile tugged at the corners of her mouth. I'll never talk back to you again. Brother, please open your eyes and look at me." Xiao Xiao rubbed Zheng Shanhe's icy palm relentlessly, trying to warm it. "Brother." At that moment, tears rolled down her cheeks in big drops. Ko Xiaomeng stepped forward to steady her shoulders. "Xiao Xiao." "Brother." Suddenly, Xiao Xiao screamed, "Liar. You big liar. Get up. Get up, you bastard." She frantically tugged at Zheng Shanhe's arm. Ko Xiaomeng cried as she embraced her from behind. "Xiao Xiao, don't do this. Brother Shanhe will be heartbroken. What's there to be sad about?" Xiao Xiao clutched her brother's shoulders tightly, tears streaming down her face. "He's lying here, not caring about anything. He promised me he'd never abandon me. He promised me." Xiao Xiao's legs suddenly buckled, and she collapsed to her knees. After a day of silence, she finally broke down completely in that moment. "Brother!" Kneeling, she pressed her face against the edge of the coffin and wailed aloud. "Don't leave me, brother! Don't leave me!" She scrambled to her feet, leaning forward to press her forehead against Zheng Shanhe's cold brow as she wailed. "Mom and Dad are gone, and now you're leaving me too, brother. Without you, what am I supposed to do without you, brother?" The sorrow in the funeral hall seemed to solidify into something tangible. Xiao Xiao's wails gradually faded, until only silent sobs remained. She curled up beside the coffin, her cheek pressed against the cold wood, as if this could bring her closer to her brother. Dantai Qingxian took a deep breath and stepped forward to gently lift Xiao Xiao. Her voice was hoarse yet gentle. "Xiao Xiao, let him rest in peace." "Woo!" Xiao Xiao wrapped her arms around Dantai Qingxian. "Sister Qingxian, is brother really never coming back?" Dantai Qingxian offered no reply, only tightened her embrace. Her gaze fell upon the coffin, where lay the only person she had ever loved in her life and the last person she would ever love. Kofushua had calmed slightly by now. Her trembling fingers gently traced the guild emblem on Zheng Shanhe's uniform. She had designed it herself, a symbol of their shared dream. "You were always like this." Kofushua murmured softly, "always talking about bearing the mission to rebuild our homeland. Did you ever realize that all we wanted was for you to be safe?" Chen Zhang stood nearby, his eyes red beneath his sunglasses. He recalled the young man who had laughed and joked with him on the eastern border, remembered his grand ambitions, remembered the figure standing amidst the corpses at the end. As chief inspector, he had witnessed countless sacrifices, but this time, the pain was beyond words. Outside the memorial hall, the snow fell heavier and heavier. A long line of mourners formed, each holding white chrysanthemums. They walked silently past the coffin, paying their final respects to this hero who had guarded China. At that moment, Dantai Qingxian settled Xiuxiu into a chair. Then, she crouched down, looked at Xiuxiu, and said with utmost sincerity, "Do you want to bury him here, or take him back with me to the immortal city?" Xiuxiu's reddened eyes met hers, filled with confusion. "I know this isn't the time to discuss such things, but..." The sorrow in Dantai Qingxuan's eyes deepened. "In the immortal city, where I reside, there is a cold jade coffin. It can preserve the physical body that protects the mountains and rivers from decay. Perhaps someday in the future." She trailed off, for it was nothing but a distant, unattainable hope. Xiuxiu wiped away her tears and choked out, "Brother always said that wherever I am is our home. Even though mom and dad are both at Sunqing Cemetery, I don't want him to stay here either." "I agree, Sister Qingxian," Xiuxiu said, "take brother to the immortal city. As long as we leave these places filled with memories of him, anywhere will do." Chapter 172? Darkness. Boundless darkness enveloped Zheng Shanhe's consciousness, as if he had sunk to the deepest ocean floor. Occasionally, faint sounds pierced the darkness, Xiuxiu's sobs, Dantai Qingxuan's murmurs, Kefushua's shrieks of despair. Am I dead? The thought barely formed when a speck of golden light suddenly ignited within the chaos. The light began as a faint glow, but in an instant, it blazed like a wildfire, tearing open a crack in the darkness. Awake? An ancient voice echoed deep within his consciousness, and Zheng Shanhe's eyes snapped open. If this consciousness entity within the chaos could be called an I. Li Changqi's figure hovered before his eyes, white beard flowing, eyes gleaming with a depth Zheng Shanhe had never witnessed before. "Master Li? How did you?" "Calm down." The old man raised his hand to cut off his astonishment. "Carefully sense your current state." Only then did Zheng Shanhe realize his body was woven from countless golden threads, each stretching into the depths of the void. The thickest strands connected to Mount Tai, the Yangtze and Yellow Rivers, the four great towers, and the Great Wall. "This is..." The effect of the Qi resonance device, Li Changqi's spectral image chuckled, stroking his beard. His weathered, cloudy eyes now shone with profound wisdom. "As I surmised, it seems you formed some sort of entanglement with the Great Wall through the Fate Resonator." As his words fell, Zheng Shanhe suddenly heard a long, drawn-out dragon's roar. The sound did not originate from the outside world, but resonated directly within the depths of his soul. The golden thread connecting to the Great Wall flared brightly, and countless images surged along its strands. He saw himself standing atop the Great Wall, witnessed the cosmic upheaval when the first Emperor's phantom descended, and glimpsed something deep within the wall structure, slowly writhing. "The Great Wall is alive?" Zheng Shanhe was taken aback. "Perhaps more complex than you imagine." Li Changqi's form began to fade. "I'm not entirely sure of your current state, but it seems you haven't died. The Fate Resonator has bound your life essence to the Great Wall, or rather, to all the vessels of fate. Like Mount Tai, the Yellow Crane Tower, and so on. Based on my analysis, you now exist in a state of neither life nor death. The corpse outside is merely an empty shell, the real you resides here." The golden light suddenly distorted as Li Changqi's voice quickened, "It seems to be nearing its end. Remember this, since you are dead, you must make use of it. Find the one hiding in the shadows. Moreover, you are the only awakened one in 1,000 years capable of communicating with the Great Wall's will. The wall seems to be in some state of damage. Find a way to repair." His words abruptly halted. Zheng Shanhe's body was suddenly yanked by a tremendous force, plunging into the golden vortex. The next second, he jolted upright. Beneath him lay cold blue bricks, and before his eyes stretched the winding city wall reaching to the horizon. He was seated atop the beacon tower of Juyang Pass, the very place where he had died. But when he looked down, he noticed something amiss. "This isn't the real Juyang Pass." Zheng Shanhe stared at his own palm. His translucent golden body glowed faintly in the moonlight. Distant mountain ranges were shrouded in mist, revealing only their outlines. The entire world was eerily silent. Is this the spiritual realm of the Great Wall? As he rose to his feet, a brick suddenly shifted loose. Zheng Shanhe bent to pick it up. The brick dissolved into sand in his palm, revealing a dense network of purple cracks within. The scars left by the alien race. He instinctively reached out to touch the cracks, but a flood of images surged into his mind. He seemed to transform into a soaring eagle, gliding through the heavens. His vision filled with a mountainous wonderland, where peaks stretched endlessly, layer upon layer. Then, the scene abruptly shifted to a vast desert. Amidst the endless yellow sands, mountains of barren rocks piled up as far as the eye could see. Dimly, he could make out countless caves dotting the surfaces of these stone mountains. The 1,000 caverns of the mysterious ridge. Zheng Shanhe would never forget this place. He had once glimpsed this terrifying cave-studded stone mountain within his father's blood jade.
This vantage point swept him over every scenic landmark and ancient site across the nation, some in ruins awaiting revival, others already withered and decayed. Soon, he found himself back atop Juyang Pass.
So that's how it is. A flash of understanding lit his eyes. The destiny of the nation is inherently one.
Ever since I summoned Mount Tai, the dormant dragon veins of Huaxia have awakened.
The more mountains and rivers I summon, the healthier and more perfect the dragon vein becomes.
Therefore, if I can summon forth all the ancient ruins that have appeared before, the dragon vein of destiny will return to its peak.
This is also the mission of the mountain river craftsman.
Zheng Shanhe clutched his chest. Now, I and the Great Wall, no, it should be said that I have become one with the dragon vein of destiny. From this day forward, as the dragon vein thrives, my power grows ever stronger. As the dragon vein decays, I shall perish alongside it.
So it seems that back then, by sheer accident, I made the right choice?
Had he not chosen to return the mountain river artifact to suppress the dragon vein's destiny, the dragon vein could never have nourished his essence to this extent. Just then, a faint tremor rippled through the city walls beneath his feet. Zheng Shanhe keenly sensed that this tremor did not originate from the outside world, but rather from fluctuations within the Great Wall's spiritual realm. He bent down and pressed his palm against the wall brick. An extraordinary sensation immediately spread through his arm. In an instant, his vision receded once more. The winding Great Wall resembled a slumbering dragon, and upon its body, he saw countless tiny purple spots, the scars left by the alien race. But what shocked him even more was a massive crack somewhere in the northwest section of the Great Wall, nearly severing the dragon's spine in two. From the fissure, a faint, dark purple energy writhed like a living creature. This is the source of the Great Wall's mutation.
Zheng Shanhe's heart trembled.
The alien race has inflicted such severe wounds upon the dragon vein.
No wonder these vermin chose this location for their aberration to manifest.
Just as he prepared to investigate further, a wave of intense dizziness washed over him. The scene before his eyes receded like a tide. When he regained his senses, he found himself back on the beacon tower at Juyang Pass. It seems my current state can't sustain this perception for long, Zheng Shanhe frowned in thought. But at least one thing is confirmed: the dragon vein of Huaxia is indeed alive and gravely wounded.
Only abundant chi fortune can heal it.
As he pondered, countless purple specks of light appeared in the darkness surrounding the beacon tower. These points flickered like eyes, glaring at Zheng Shanhe with malice.
Could these be remnants of alien consciousness?
Zheng Shanhe frowned sharply. Those vermin have been lurking within the Great Wall's spiritual realm. The purple points began to coalesce, forming a vague human shape. It made no sound, but Zheng Shanhe could sense it smiling a bone-chilling grin.
Artisan.
A raspy voice echoed directly within Zheng Shanhe's mind.
Do you think you've won? Zheng Shanhe offered no reply.
Channeling his vital energy, a phantom jade dragon instantly coiled around him, emitting a deep, resonant dragon's roar toward the front.
How laughable.
The voice continued its mockery. You are but a fragment of a soul, while our clan schemes have long penetrated the dragon veins.
Chapter 173? Bean-scattering army.
As the words echoed, the city wall beneath Zheng Shanhe's feet suddenly cracked open.
Countless purplish-black tentacles surged from the fissure, attempting to wrap around his legs. He leapt upward to evade them, simultaneously demanding in a fierce voice, "What have you done to the Great Wall?" What have we done?
The voice dripped with smug satisfaction.
We're corroding it, from within. Soon, the entire dragon vein will belong to us. You cannot stop it. Not even you will escape.
As the words faded, a torrent of purple-black liquid began seeping from the air. In the blink of an eye, it coalesced into hideous, one-eyed monsters. These creatures radiated an aura of evil, slowly assimilating any fortune they touched. Zheng Shanhe's brow furrowed deeply. His current state was precarious. He could sense the presence of the mountain river creation and his life-bound artifact, yet he could not summon them as he once could.
Accept us. The monsters swarmed forward.
In haste, Zheng Shanhe could only barely muster the power of destiny to blast forward.
Crash.
The two forces collided midair, erupting in a blinding flash of light.
Zheng Shanhe was sent flying by the shockwave, slamming hard into the wall of the beacon tower.
Damn it! He coughed up a mouthful of golden chi, realizing his body was turning transparent. The alien race's corrosive power seemed to be devouring the connection between him and his destiny energy.
Every second delayed meant another fraction of his power slipping away.
But now he was merely a cluster of vital essence, unable to summon his mountain river creation or his life-bound artifact. What could he do?
Fortune.
Suddenly, inspiration struck Zheng Shanhe. Simultaneously, a panel abruptly popped up before his eyes. Achievement, from misfortune to fortune unlocked.
Hidden SSS rank talent skill, bean sowing soldier creation.
Scatter beans to create soldiers, channel fate energy to manifest 3,000 elite soldiers from the mountains and rivers. These soldiers can resonate with creations of the mountains and rivers. An indescribable, metaphorical force abruptly surged from the depths of his soul. Zheng Shanhe snapped his fingers repeatedly, roaring, "Sow beans, create soldiers." Whoosh! Suddenly, the fortune beneath his feet exploded into a sky filled with golden light.
Each speck of light twisted and distorted mid-air, transforming upon landing into elite soldiers clad in black armor. These warriors, forged from pure destiny, bore indistinct features, yet their halberds and swords gleamed with a chilling, icy light. The moment the 3,000 elite troops materialized, they instantly formed a tight formation. Simultaneously, Zheng Shanhe murmured silently, "Mount Tai." Hum. In an instant, a layer of mountain armor, shimmering with azure light, instantly covered the bodies of the 3,000 elite soldiers. Moreover, the weapons in their hands were enveloped by illusory mountain forms. Each swing now channeled the boundless might of the 5 great mountains. These 3,000 elite soldiers, like their life-bound spirit artifacts, fused with different mountainous creations to produce distinct effects. Boom! The 3,000 elite soldiers swung their weapons simultaneously. The mountainous illusions crashed down like meteors, instantly pulverizing the countless purple-black monsters into dust. Such overwhelming, devastating force. Zheng Shanhe's heart trembled. This time, he had truly turned misfortune into fortune. Unlocking a new skill in such dire straits truly embodied the saying, "After the worst comes the best." Watching the purple-black energy gradually recede, he could clearly sense the shattered alien creatures seeping back into the cracks of the city walls like venomous snakes. They had not been utterly eradicated. The Great Wall has been deeply poisoned by the alien race. Only by boiling the nation's vital energy to its absolute peak can it be thoroughly purified. He withdrew his gaze. The most urgent matter now was finding a way to leave this spiritual realm. How do I return to the real world? Frowning, he was momentarily at a loss. After much deliberation, one possibility finally occurred to him. Crouching down, he pressed his palm against the Great Wall dragon vein and sent his consciousness outward. His consciousness rapidly expanded along the energy channels, gradually detecting countless blood-red threads as fine as spider silk. These were the connections between his life-bound artifact and himself. Mount Tai's heavenly ruler, wake up! Outside. A year had passed since the Great Wall anomaly. Immortal City, the dwelling of the Divine Maiden Lonely Peak. Within a panoramic viewing room with floor-to-ceiling windows on all sides, a coffin radiating intense cold lay still. Before the coffin stood a wooden table. Upon it lay a portrait of a handsome young man, his gaze gentle and smiling. 3 oil lamps burned before the photograph, their flames swaying gently. It was late into the night. A girl with disheveled hair and casual clothes sat before the portrait, murmuring to herself. "Brother, today's sister Qingxian took me to the beach to catch crabs. My flip-flops accidentally sank into the sand and were washed away by the waves. They were my favorite pair. Even though sister Qingxian promised to buy me an identical pair, but... Brother, did you know? Section Chief Chen Zhang avenged you. He and Uncle Duan Tao completely destroyed the awakened headquarters in Sakura Nation. There are no more awakened left in Sakura Nation. Soon, this country will be swallowed by the alien races. And Korea, the United States, so many others. Every nation that participated in hunting you down on the day of the Great Wall incident has faced our reckoning. Our nation is powerful. A year has passed, and now only the pretty country clings on. All others have signed surrender agreements." As she spoke, the girl's voice began to choke and grow hoarse. She sniffed, wiped her eyes with her hand, and said, But I no longer have my brother. I miss you so much, big brother. Why won't you come see me? Even just to say a word in my dreams would be enough." The quiet room echoed only with the girl's sobs. Moonlight streamed through the window, illuminating a massive gray ruler leaning against the entrance. As Zheng Shanhe, deep within the Great Wall spiritual realm, channeled his destiny resonance to summon this long-forgotten, dust-covered ruler. Swoosh! At first, the ruler emitted only a vibration so faint it was nearly imperceptible. Yet this nearly imperceptible tremor still caught the attention of the weeping girl. She jerked her head up, her startled gaze locking onto the surface of the ruler. The next second. Buzz! The ruler began to tremble violently, its surface erupting with a blinding blue glow. This. The girl sprang to her feet. She froze for a moment, then immediately bolted out the door. She frantically raced through the sprawling mansion, shouting, "Sister Qingxian! Sister Qingxian!" When she reached the first-floor living room, she saw the divine maiden of Xiancheng with her delicate brows furrowed, holding a phone in her hand, her gaze icy cold. Dantai Qingxian gestured for her to wait before addressing the voice on the other end. "I refuse to agree to this. The guild is his guild, it cannot be merged." Whatever was said on the other end only deepened her frown. "Kofushue, if you insist on this course, then I withdraw. The vast and majestic river is yours." With that, she hung up. Closing her eyes, she exhaled deeply before shifting her expression to one of gentleness. "What's the rush, kid?" Zhang Xiuxiu stood where she was, having overheard the exchange. "You and Sister Fushue had another argument." "It's not an argument. We just had a disagreement about guild operations." Dantai Qingxian smiled faintly. "It's fine. Stepping back means I'll have more time to spend with you." Xiuxiu silently lowered her head, momentarily forgetting why she had come downstairs. After losing her beloved older brother, the young girl's heart had grown increasingly fragile and sensitive, no longer as lively as before. Her brother's death had mercilessly shattered this girl's passion for life. Though over the past year, Dantai Qingxian had strived to replace Zheng Shanhe's position. What were you about to say? Dantai Qingxian stepped closer, gently rubbing her small head with a smile. Oh. Xiao snapped back to reality. It's brother's weapon. It's glowing. Hearing this, Dantai Qingxuan's expression abruptly changed. What? Chapter 174? Attraction. Inside the room. The Daizong Hengtian ruler trembled with increasing intensity. A green glow flowed like a tide along the ruler's surface, accompanied by a faint, low hum as if responding to some distant call. Dantai Qingxian, who had rushed upstairs with Xiao, froze in place. Her pupils contracted slightly as she stared at the Daizong Constant Heaven ruler's unusual movements. This can't be. She murmured, her mind blank, yet her heart pounded wildly beyond her control. Zheng Shanhe's life-bound spirit artifact had long lain dormant since its master's passing. Its sudden stirrings could only mean one thing. Sister Qingxian. Xiao grabbed her wrist, hope blazing in her eyes. Is it brother, is it him? Dantai Qingxian offered no reply. Instead, she abruptly raised her hand, a strand of azure light coiling within her palm. Closing her eyes, she concentrated, spreading her senses wide to meticulously capture the trembling frequency of the giant ruler. Hum. The fluctuations were highly rhythmic, like a heartbeat, yet also resembling some kind of signal. No. Her amber eyes snapped open, their brilliance intensifying. This frequency is the resonance of the Great Wall Dragon vein. Xiao's breath caught. What does that mean? His spirit artifact is responding to a call, and the source of that call is? Dantai Qingxuan's voice trembled slightly. In Shangjing City. Without hesitation, she grabbed the giant ruler with one hand and yanked Xiao with the other. Go! Boom! Outside, azure bone wings unfurled from her back, violent air currents instantly causing the surrounding atmosphere to surge wildly. Dantai Qingxian soared skyward with Xiao in her arms, transforming into a green meteor streaking across the night sky. The night wind howled as Xiao clung desperately to Dantai Qingxuan's neck, her tears torn apart by the gale. My brother is still alive, isn't he? She choked out. Dantai Qingxian clenched her teeth as her bone wings flapped frantically. I don't know. Her voice rasped, but if it really is him, even if only a fragment of his soul remains, I'll bring him back. Meanwhile, within the Great Wall's spiritual realm, Zheng Shanhe's palm pressed against the ground. His body had become nearly transparent, yet a faint smile played at the corners of his mouth. Can you sense it, old friend? The crimson thread at his fingertips pulsed violently, resonating with the Daizong Hengtian ruler in the physical world. Faster. He murmured, gazing into the churning purple-black mist deep within the darkness. Before these things completely corrupt the dragon veins, I must return. Sometime later. Dantai Qingxian landed on the beacon tower of Juyang Pass, cradling Xiao in her arms. The moment she stepped inside, Dantai Qingxian felt as though she had returned to that day a year ago. It was October again, a snowy October. The entire Great Wall lay blanketed in snow, its silver-white walls gleaming with the cold, sharp light under the moon. This is the place. She gripped the Mount Tai heavenly ruler tightly. The ruler still trembled violently, its blue glow pulsing rhythmically like a heartbeat. Xiao broke free from her embrace and stumbled toward the edge of the wall. The young girl's cheeks were flushed crimson by the biting wind, tears pooling in her eyes. Brother! Xiao shouted across the desolate Great Wall. Her voice echoed through the silent snowy night, yet no response came. Xiao. Zheng Shanhe stood right beside them, close enough to touch yet as distant as the horizon. He reached out to touch Xiao's face, but his fingertips passed right through her body, stirring only a faint golden glow. Though I can see them, the spiritual realm and the mortal world remained disconnected. He sighed. The little girl wept bitterly, clutching the Great Wall's brick wall as she cried out, Brother, where are you? Dantai Qingxian frowned deeply, scanning the surroundings. She sensed something yet couldn't pinpoint it, pacing back and forth. Zheng Shanhe racked his brain. He had to find a way to make them aware of his presence. Suddenly, he noticed the snow beneath his feet. In the spiritual realm, the snow took on a peculiar translucent quality, faintly revealing glimpses of the real world. A bold idea flashed through his mind. Fortune. Since I can resonate with the dragon veins? Zheng Shanhe crouched down, pressed his palm against the city wall's bricks, and focused all his will. In the real world, Dantai Qingxian suddenly grabbed Xiao's arm. Wait! Her keen senses detected a faint vibration in the air around them, not wind, but a more peculiar energy fluctuation. What's wrong? Xiao asked through sobs. Dantai Qingxian didn't answer, her gaze fixed intently on the ground. Right before their eyes, the snow began melting at a visible pace, forming a distinct footprint. Shanhe! Dantai Qingxian cried out, immediately kneeling down to touch the melting trace with both hands. Is it you, Shanhe? Zheng Shanhe tried to write, but some restriction seemed to hold him back. He could only continue forming a trail of footprints, pointing straight toward the center of the beacon tower. Brother, it's brother! Xiao followed the footprints in excitement, tears welling up in her eyes once more. He's leading us there. Dantai Qingshan clutched the Mount Tai heavenly ruler tightly as she followed behind, her amber eyes flashing with excitement and disbelief. The footprints abruptly ended at the center of the beacon tower. Zheng Shanhe stood there, drawing a deep breath. Boom! The beacon tower in the present world suddenly ignited with azure flames. This was no ordinary fire, it was the exact same azure glow as the Mount Tai eternal heaven ruler. Simultaneously, the Daezong constant heaven ruler began to vibrate even more violently. It's the ruler! Xiao exclaimed. Is he using this to tell us he's still alive? Dantai Qingshuan's pupils contracted slightly. She seemed to grasp something. No, not alive, she murmured, her voice trembling. It's another form of existence. Zheng Shanhe's heart jolted at her words. True to form, she had figured it out so quickly. He continued manipulating the qi, forming a simple hook in the air with the green smoke. I was right. Dantai Qingshan immediately reacted. She scanned her surroundings, then abruptly strode to the edge of the city wall and picked up a brick. Her sickle materialized, and she carved 2 characters onto it, spirit form? Zheng Shanhe watched this unfold, his heart filled with immense satisfaction. He promptly reignited the double hook symbol. So that's how it is. Dantai Qingshuan's eyes widened slightly, tears welling up in her eyes. His soul is still here, merged with the Great Wall. Xiao threw herself before the blue smoke, her hands reaching toward the flames yet daring not to touch them. Brother! You can see us and hear us, right? Zheng Shanhe guided the blue flame to gently envelop Xiao's hands. Though there was no tangible sensation, the girl still felt that familiar warmth. Brother! Xiao embraced the blue flame, hot tears streaming down her cheeks. I knew you wouldn't abandon me. Shanhe, what should we do? Dantai Qingshan murmured, gazing at the green flame before her. At that moment, Zheng Shanhe felt the Daezong Hengtian ruler responding to him with intense heat. Instantly, the blue flame transformed into the shape of a giant ruler. Should we place it here? Dantai Qingshan swiftly thrust the massive ruler forward, driving it deep into the beacon tower atop Juyang Pass. Suddenly, a potent surge of destiny's power erupted explosively. Chapter 175? Soul's Return. Just as I thought. In the spiritual realm, golden light flared in Zheng Shanhe's eyes. Through the connection between destiny and my life-bound artifact, I can harness the power of the dragon veins to peel away the spiritual realm and bind my soul to the Mount Tai eternal heaven ruler. Just as he attempted to breach the barrier between the mortal realm and the spiritual world, the purple-black alien race lurking within the Great Wall reappeared once more. But it merely watched coldly, sneering, useless, artisan. This is a realm only the departed can enter. Even if you briefly influence the mortal world, you can never truly return. Zheng Shanhe paid no heed, instead immersing all his newly awakened essence into the resonance of destiny. My creation of mountains and rivers. His consciousness jolted violently. In an instant, countless images flooded his mind. At the summit of Mount Tai, mist swirled as strands of golden qi descended like threads. The Yangtze and Yellow rivers surged ceaselessly, while ancient dragon shadows swam deep within their currents. The 4 great towers stood sentinel across the land, their cultural heritage woven into a golden net, anchoring the destiny of China. Coalesce. Zheng Shanhe's palm clenched fiercely. Instantly, ripples spread through the space. Zheng Shanhe gazed at the Mount Tai eternal heaven ruler before him, already sensing a powerful gravitational pull calling out to him. Fate as the bridge, the spirit artifact as the guide. He growled, his arms suddenly spreading wide. In that instant, a crack tore through the barrier of the spiritual realm, torn open by golden light. At the Juyang Pass beacon tower in the mortal realm, the Daezong Hengtian ruler embedded between bricks erupted with a sky-piercing azure glow. The shadow of Mount Tai materialized upon the ruler's surface, while the murmurs of the Yangtze and Yellow rivers could faintly be heard. Dantai Qingshan and Xiao were knocked back several steps by the shockwave, only to see the colossal ruler lift itself from the ground and hover midair. The mountains and rivers are returning. Dantai Qingshuan's pupils contracted as she seized Xiao's wrist. Back up! His soul is crossing between the realms. At that moment, Dantai Qingshan halted abruptly and whipped her head around. Behind them, an aged figure had materialized without warning. Old Master Qi? Dantai Qingshan froze in surprise. Li Chongqi raised a hand in a gesture, his gaze fixed on the Mount Tai heavenly ruler. It seems he intends to temporarily merge his essence into the giant ruler. Once he completes this, I will send you back to the immortal city. With that, he suddenly beckoned to Dantai Qingshan and handed her a translucent pouch glowing with a blue radiance. The contents within are distilled from the essence excavated at the Handan mountain ruins. I've named it 10,000 forms. Once Zheng Shanhe's soul and flesh merge, you shall give it to him. Li Chongqi's voice was soft and faint, its method of use is. Even Xiao beside him couldn't make out the last words. Simultaneously, within the spiritual realm, Zheng Shanhe's form had already faded to a mist like haze. He leapt into the fissure. At the last moment, he turned to gaze at the hideous crack in the Great Wall's dragon vein, murmuring, "Wait for me. I'll heal you." Boom! In the real world, a green light exploded. The Mount Tai heavenly ruler's ruler trembled violently, its surface suddenly revealing Zheng Shanhe's blurred silhouette. Brother! The moment Xiao saw him, she immediately rushed forward. Zheng Shanhe's translucent golden form tumbled out of the ruler. His palm passed right through Xiao's hair, unable to touch her. Brother, it really is you. Tears rolled down Xiao's cheeks as she gazed at the figure before her, her eyes brimming with endless longing. Zheng Shanhe looked down at his body formed from condensed qi and fate, his expression bitter. It seems I haven't truly come back to life yet. Dantai Qingxian stared intently at him, her voice hoarse. So you're a spirit of an artifact now? More akin to a manifestation of destiny. Zheng Shanhe raised his hand, and the Daizong Hengtian ruler obediently flew into his palm. My soul is now bound to the nation's destiny. In essence, as long as the nation endures, my soul shall endure. A soul bound to national destiny. Li Chongqi murmured, this is truly an unprecedented shift. Senior Chongqi. Zheng Shanhe bowed his head slowly in respect. All our SSS tier awakened are abroad at present. You may return without concern. Li Chongqi paused. But, remember what I said. Externally, maintain the status quo. I gave Dantai Qingxian something. Once you return to Xiancheng, she will tell you what it is. The azure glow gradually faded. The Mount Tai heavenly ruler hovered in Zheng Shanhe's palm, its golden aura pulsing on and off like a living breath. He looked down at his translucent form and smiled at Xiao. Don't cry, kid. I'm fine. Back in the immortal city. Xiao placed the giant ruler, along with her brother's soul, into the coffin radiating intense cold. A green glow surged across the Daizong heavenly ruler once more like a tidal wave. The tremors of the ruler gradually synchronized with the fluctuations of Zheng Shanhe's soul. His translucent golden form hovered above the giant ruler, clearly sensing the pull from his life-bound artifact. It's about to begin. Zheng Shanhe murmured, his gaze shifting to his physical body within the coffin. The body was as pale as paper, its chest still bearing the scorched marks left by the fate resonator. Yet now, bathed in the golden radiance of destiny, the flesh began to glow with a faint flush of color. To be resurrected by fate itself. I suppose I'm the first to achieve this. Zheng Shanhe murmured, then suddenly took a step forward. Hum. The Mount Tai heavenly ruler suddenly emitted a deafening hum. The illusory image of Mount Tai on the ruler detached from the ruler itself, materializing into a tangible mountain that descended to suppress the coffin. The illusory forms of the Yangtze and Yellow Rivers surged from the ruler's handle, coiling around Zheng Shanhe's soul like silk ribbons. Brother! Xiao cried out, pointing at the coffin. The wound on the corpse's chest was rapidly healing. Even more astonishing, the heart that had long ceased beating gave a faint flutter. At that moment, Zheng Shanhe felt an unprecedented tugging force. His soul was being pulled by three forces simultaneously. The pull of his life-bound artifact, the enveloping destiny of the mountain river creation, and the resonance from his physical body. Now! He abruptly plunged his entire consciousness into the vortex of destiny. In an instant, the scene of the Juyong Pass beacon tower flashed through his mind. He saw every drop of blood he had spilled during that bloody battle a year ago. Mixed with the essence of destiny, they seeped into the bricks and stones of the city walls. Those droplets now permeated the Great Wall's spiritual realm, transforming into crimson threads that connected to his physical body. So that's it. Zheng Shanhe realized with a tremor in his soul. My blood has long fused with the Great Wall's dragon vein. This is the true opportunity for resurrection. The instant the first thread of soul touched his physical body, the entire solitary peak shook violently. Dantai Qingxian had no choice but to spread her bone wings to shield Xiao. Suddenly, the body within the coffin was lifted by golden light, and the Mount Tai heavenly ruler flew automatically to its chest. The ruler's body melted with a thunderous roar, seeping into his flesh and blood. He felt his life-bound artifact reorganizing within him, the fortune of his family and nation surging through every vein. Most astonishing of all was the power of the Great Wall dragon vein. Golden threads wove an entirely new network within his marrow. As the last shred of soul fully merged, the coffin shattered explosively. Zheng Shanhe stood rooted to the spot, his aura pulsing intensely. He slowly opened his eyes, and within his pupils, a miniature shadow of the Great Wall flickered and vanished. Brother! Xiao trembled as she reached out. This time, she finally felt the warmth of his body. Zheng Shanhe held his sister tightly, letting the little girl cling to him as she sobbed. Simultaneously, he lifted his gaze to Dantai Qingxian, whose eyes glistened with tears. She beamed a smile that outshone everything else. Welcome back. Chapter 176? The sensation of reclaiming his physical form was utterly exquisite. Zheng Shanhe sat in the living room, clenched his fist, then picked up his bowl and chopsticks to eat heartily. He was indeed hungry. Or rather, starved for a year. Only after devouring an entire table of dishes and 3 bowls of rice did he exhale a long sigh. Dantai Qingxian and Xiao sat across from him, both wearing faint smiles of different meanings. What did Elder Qi mention? Zheng Shanhe looked at Dantai Qingxian. It seems to be an item that allows you to alter your appearance. Dantai Qingxian handed him a translucent pouch. Zheng Shanhe accepted it. Old Master Qi wants me to maintain my death status quo to lull the anthropomorphic tribe into complacency. He opened the pouch. Inside lay a pale blue, translucent mask. It was only about the size of a palm, cool and smooth to the touch. Old Master Qi said this is called the 10,000 forms. Apply it to your cheek and nourish it with the power of destiny, and it will transform. Dantai Qingxian explained, it seems to be alien technology extracted from the Handan mountain ruins, possibly inspired by the anthropomorphs. Zheng Shanhe applied it to his face as she instructed. As the power of destiny surged into it, Zheng Shanhe felt his cheeks and body undergo a peculiar crawling sensation. Then he caught Xiao Xiu's wide-eyed stare and Dantai Qingxuan's slightly raised eyebrow. He immediately got up and went to the bathroom to look in the mirror. Holy! Reflected in the mirror was a burly man with thick eyebrows, large eyes, and a scar on his forehead. Moreover, the transformation wasn't limited to his cheeks, it included a deep, gravelly voice and a physique that had grown noticeably more muscular than before. From the doorway came the laughter of the two women. Zheng Shanhe turned his head. Xiao Xiu covered her mouth and giggled, brother, I never knew you had this side to you. Dantai Qingxuan's lips curved upward. You're practically a new person. Zheng Shanhe looked at the two women. Wait, how do I take this off? It will fall off automatically in 24 hours, the immortal city goddess replied, her smile tinged with a hint of schadenfreude. With his question answered, Zheng Shanhe touched his cheek in the mirror. The texture felt astonishingly real. This technology is incredible. Xiao Xiu leaned against the doorframe, her eyes sparkling. Brother, you look like a mountain bandit now. You little brat, asking for a beating? Zheng Shanhe feigned anger, reaching out to ruffle her hair. Feeling the warmth from his palm, Xiao Xiu felt a pang of emotion welling up in her nose. Dantai Qingxuan's lips curved into a smile. To celebrate Zheng Shanhe's resurrection, we should throw a proper celebration. I say we hit the supermarket tomorrow morning for a big shopping spree. Yay! Xiao Xiu cheered, fluttering like a happy little bird as she counted on her fingers, I want chocolate, potato chips, ice cream. Hold on. Zheng Shanhe grimaced. What do you mean, celebrating my resurrection? And another thing. He turned his gaze to Xiao Xiu. After just 1 year apart, how did you develop such a sweet tooth? Qingxian, what have you been feeding her? Dantai Qingxian spread her hands innocently. The little one said you never let her have snacks. Come on, these are real delicacies. Zheng Shanhe would never have imagined that one day someone would describe chocolate, potato chips, ice cream as delicacies. The next day, the trio rose early. Maintaining his new persona, Zheng Shanhe accompanied the two women on a major supermarket shopping trip. Inside the supermarket, Zheng Shanhe pushed the shopping cart as customers instinctively kept their distance. This burly man with thick eyebrows, large eyes, and a scar on his forehead looked downright intimidating. Bro, your walk is way too intimidating, Xiao Xiu whispered. Relax a bit, you're just an ordinary person. Ordinary person. Zheng Shanhe's mouth twitched. Does this look like an ordinary person? Dantai Qingxian grabbed several bags of vegetables from the shelf and turned to ask, what do you want to eat? You decide. Zheng Shanhe scanned the aisles, unable to decide. Just grab whatever, he said. I'll take you guys out for barbecue. No way. To his surprise, Xiao Xiu and Dantai Qingxian shouted in unison, drawing curious glances from nearby customers. Why? Zheng Shanhe looked hurt. Dantai Qingxian leaned closer, her voice hushed. Have you forgotten you're a dead man now? This 10,000 forms is unpredictable, who knows if it might wear off early? How could we possibly go out to eat? Fine then, whatever you say. Zheng Shanhe sulkily shut up. At checkout, the cashier couldn't help but glance strangely at the intimidatingly built man whose cart was filled with pink wrapped snacks and adorable tableware. My niece asked for these, Zheng Shanhe explained dryly. Xiao Xiu stifled her laughter so hard her face turned red. Back home, Zheng Shanhe insisted on cooking himself. Come to think of it, I haven't cooked since transferring to Fenglin. Wonder if I've gotten rusty. A while later, Dantai Qingxian and Xiao Xiu fell silent as he served a plate of bright red, heavily charged food. The stoves in our Xiancheng are fiery hot, you know? Zheng Shanhe scratched his nose. When he caught both women's glares, he shrugged helplessly. Alright, I admit defeat. Order takeout? Hee, I already ordered. Xiao Xiu magically produced her phone from behind her back and waved it. Estimated delivery in 10 minutes. Oh, you little brat. How could you doubt me like that? Zheng Shanhe feigned anger, raising his fist. Xiao Xiu hid behind Dantai Qingxian, peeking out to stick her tongue at him playfully. Dantai Qingxian shook her head with a smile, a warm wave surging through her heart. Having been alone since childhood, she cherished every moment spent with Xiao Xiu. Now that Zheng Shanhe had returned, that feeling only grew stronger. In her heart, she had already come to regard both Xiao Xiu and Zheng Shanhe as her family. After the takeout arrived, the three decided to pick a movie to watch while eating. Zheng Shanhe insisted on a comedy, reasoning, after being dead for a year, I need to laugh more. The day passed quickly. Before they knew it, evening had fallen. Late into the night, Xiao Xiao had fallen asleep on the sofa. She still clutched the game pieces from dinner in her arms. Zheng Shanhe gently carried her back to the bedroom and tucked her in. "How has this year been for the little one?" Zheng Shanhe asked softly upon returning to the living room. Dan Tai Qingxian handed him a cup of hot tea. "The first few months were tough. She barely spoke, just sat staring blankly at your photo all day." Zheng Shanhe sighed. "I'm sorry for worrying you all." "Don't mention it," Dan Tai Qingxian shook her head. "It's enough that you're back." No sooner had she spoken than Zheng Shanhe's burly frame began to shrink. Soon, as the 10,000 forms shed from his cheeks, he had fully reverted to his original appearance. Glancing at the time, Zheng Shanhe smiled. Pretty punctual, exactly 24 hours. After carefully stowing away the 10,000 forms, Zheng Shanhe turned to Dan Tai Qingxian, his voice softening. "Thank you for taking care of Xiao Xiao this past year." Dan Tai Qingxian smiled. "She's family to me too." Those simple words filled Zheng Shanhe's heart with a warm sensation. Unconsciously, their hands clasped together. "From now on, I won't leave you two again. Never again." Zheng Shanhe felt the delicate, cool touch of her palm against his as he made his promise. A faint blush finally spread across Dan Tai Qingxian's fair cheeks. She lowered her head and softly murmured, "MHM." Sometimes, certain words need no further explanation. Under the moonlight, their silhouettes drew closer. Unnoticed, a pair of eyes peered from the upstairs corner, spying on them. Just as they could feel each other's breath. "Oh, right." Dan Tai Qingxian suddenly remembered something. "Kofu Xue is coming tomorrow." Chapter 177? Kofu Xue is coming tomorrow. Zheng Shanhe's movements halted. Dan Tai Qingxian sighed. "So much has happened this past year. After your death, Haoren Mountain was taken over by Duan Tao. Then, under the banner of vengeance, the Dragon Nation launched an international reckoning. Shen Zhang led the operation, utilizing the transnational portal constructed by Duan Tao. By the second day of the retaliation, the headquarters of the awakened in Sakura Nation had been razed to the ground. She lifted her amber eyes, their depths flickering with complex emotions. Now, the Global Awakened Forum refers to this operation as the Wrath of China. The Korean Peninsula and no fewer than 17 nations involved in the Great Wall incident have all signed surrender agreements. This operation made the world understand that when the Eastern Dragon awakens, no nation can withstand its wrath. The most recent operation occurred half a month ago. One of the United States' 3 major awakened bases was destroyed by Duan Tao alone, resulting in over 10,000 casualties among the awakened. Zheng Shanhe remained unmoved, never imagining his sacrifice would trigger such a violent chain reaction. Haoren Shanhe, under Duan Tao's leadership, also participated in this operation. Simultaneously, Duan Tao restructured the entire guild, only returning it to me in Kofu Xue 2 months ago. Dan Tai Qingxuan's eyes darkened. Most guild members have left. Kofu Xue and I also developed differences. She wants to merge Haoren Shanhe into the coup group. Of course, Kofu Xue's approach is correct. Moreover, I could never fully dedicate my energy to the guild, so I chose to step back. Actually, she paused before continuing, our differences over the guild's management had existed for quite some time. I understand. Zheng Shanhe nodded silently. He certainly understood. Back then, he had already sensed their differing philosophies on running the guild. After all, Kofu Xue came from a wealthy family background and leaned more toward commercial interests. Dan Tai Qingxian, shaped by her childhood experiences, preferred to invest her energy in what she considered unimportant matters. Both women were important to him, so during that period, Zheng Shanhe had tried to mediate. But since then, neither had brought up their differing philosophies again. Tomorrow. Dan Tai Qingxian hesitated, words on the tip of her tongue. You want to ask if I'll see her tomorrow? Zheng Shanhe shook his head with a smile. Though I shouldn't hide it, let's keep it from them for now. I'll just play dead tomorrow. You and Xiao Xiao, don't give anything away. All right. Dan Tai Qingxian nodded obediently. The next morning. A rare thick fog blanketed Xiancheng. Zheng Shanhe stood before the television, eyes fixed on the screen. The screen broadcast international news. A BBC reporter stood before the ruins of the awakened headquarters in Sakura Nation, with lingering flames visible in the background. This marks the first transnational revenge operation launched by an awakened individual from the Dragon Nation acting under their own name. The reporter's voice tightened, his expression grave. According to informed sources, all Dragon Nation awakened individuals involved in the operation wore armbands bearing the characters Shanhe. The scene shifted to footage of various nations suffering retribution from the Dragon Nation. Amidst the sky-filling flames and explosions, Chen Zhang with his slicked-back hair and sunglasses stood out strikingly. At the bottom of the screen, scrolling text read, Global Awakened Forces undergo a reshuffle due to Dragon Nation. Meanwhile, this morning, the President of the United States issued a statement acknowledging for the first time that the Great Wall incident was a historic mistake by Global Awakened individuals. Moreover, the President of the United States adopted a conciliatory tone for the first time, stating, the Dragon Nation's wrath has been vented. We hope the Dragon Nation's awakened ones will exercise restraint.
The camera cut back to the reporter. Simultaneously, nations worldwide including England, the United States, and the Bear Nation are spearheading the drafting of the Mountains and Rivers Convention. The treaty's provisions include granting priority travel access to the Dragon Nation, sharing research findings, and allowing the Dragon Nation to prioritize resource allocation for international portals, clauses that would have been unthinkable in the past.
Dan Tai Qingxuan's voice suddenly sounded from behind. It seems the reckoning is nearing its end.
This time, the entire world has felt the pain.
Especially the United States. Indeed. Zheng Shanhe nodded.
He turned off the television as the fog outside thickened.
Dan Tai Qingxian asked softly, "Are you ready?" "MHM." Zheng Shanhe nodded and walked toward the cold jade coffin. He took a deep breath and lay down inside.
"Don't give yourself away," Dan Tai Qingxian chuckled.
"That's what I should be saying," he chuckled back.
Then, Dan Tai Qingxian gently closed the coffin lid, leaving only a narrow crack. Zheng Shanhe closed his eyes. Having experienced the state of Chi Fortune essence, he realized he could now freely control this astral projection. As he exhaled, his soul slowly detached from his body. Golden chi flowed, piercing the coffin lid and coalescing into Zheng Shanhe's form within the chamber. Of course, this form was composed solely of chi fortune and remained invisible to others. Perhaps someone with keen perception might sense a faint ripple of chi fortune. "They're here," Xiao ran up from downstairs. "I heard the sound of cars." Dan Tai Qingxuan's expression returned to its usual icy composure. "Remember not to give yourself away." The moment the words left her lips, Xiao's entire demeanor collapsed. Her bright eyes lost their sparkle, her expression shattering into pieces. This instantaneous transformation made Zheng Shanhe's eyes widen in astonishment, and he couldn't help but give her a thumbs up. As the front door swung open, Confucius stepped inside, clad in a black trench coat, her face haggard. Her flawlessly delicate cheeks grew even colder. Behind her followed Ko Xiaomeng and Ku Xian, both wearing solemn expressions.
Xiao. Xiaomeng rushed toward Zhang Xiao the moment she entered, and the two girls embraced, their eyes instantly filling with tears.
Ko Xian wore a beige overcoat. No longer the innocent young master of before, the once handsome young man now bore a slight frown, exuding the aura of a brooding heartthrob. Holding a bouquet of white chrysanthemums, he approached Xiao and said, "I'm sorry. Things have been hectic lately, so neither Xiaomeng nor I could come to Xianqing to be with you." Xiao shook her head.
"It's okay."
She still appeared deeply sorrowful, but inside, she desperately wanted to tell them both, "Brother is back."
Confucius' dazed gaze met Dan Tai Qingxuan's, and the two women fell silent.
After a moment, Confucius' voice was hoarse. "We've disturbed you."
Dan Tai Qingxian nodded slightly. "Let's go."
As they ascended the stairs and entered the room housing the cold jade coffin, Confucius' footsteps faltered noticeably. Her fingers unconsciously tightened around the hem of her trench coat.
"Brother Shanhe." Ko Xiaomeng's eyes instantly reddened, her voice choked with emotion. "We've come to see you, Brother Shanhe."
Ko Xian placed the bouquet before the portrait, head bowed, fists clenched. Tears soon fell from his chin.
Shanhe, I miss you so much."
Zheng Shanhe's spirit hovered in midair, silently observing the scene with a complex mix of emotions. He watched as Ku Feiqiu approached the coffin, her fingertips trembling as they touched the surface of the cold jade.
"It's been a year."
Ku Feiqiu's voice was so soft it was almost inaudible.
"Are you okay?"
Dan Tai Qingxian stood nearby, her gaze complex. Xiao quietly approached her, her small hand tugging at Dan Tai Qingxuan's arm. At that moment, Confucius suddenly turned, a resolute glint in her eyes.
"Sister Qingxian, I've made my decision.
The vast mountains and rivers shall not merge."
Dan Tai Qingxian froze. "Are you sure?"
"Yes." Confucius' pretty face was set in resolve.
His guild shouldn't become a commercial tool. I'll keep it exactly as it is. Chapter 178? Confucius wiped away her tears. Both Uncle Duan and father wanted to transform Haoren Shanhe into a brand new guild. At first, for many reasons, I had no choice but to comply.
She was exhausted. Before, she'd believed that after awakening, establishing her own guild would bring freedom. Free from the group's affairs, free to live as she pleased.
But after Zhang Shanhe's death, Duan Tao's forceful takeover and her father's sudden proposal left her powerless to intervene.
Only then did she realize she had become that princess who could decide nothing.
Dan Tai Qingxian fell silent for a moment before saying, "I understand your predicament.
My decision to step back was actually to allow you to follow your father's advice with greater peace of mind.
After all, he is family, isn't he?" "I know," Confucius nodded.
"But like you, I refuse to let anything connected to Shanhe change.
If he returns and finds everything changed, he'll surely blame me." She trailed off. Finally. After staying for the morning, Confucius and the others reluctantly departed.
As they prepared to leave, Confucius seemed to make a firm resolution. "Once I return and handle matters properly, I'll bring Xiaomeng and Xiao Xian here to Xianqiang.
Perhaps we can establish a new guild here, one without constraints. A guild that belongs solely to us. Magic City, Co Group Headquarters, Chairman's Office." This time, we've really made the entire world feel our pain. Kuzhinzong sat at the tea table, pouring tea. Sakura Nation's demise is inevitable. Without awakened protectors, how long can ordinary people hold out? Across from him, Duan Tao leaned back with his shoulder-length black hair cascading down, an air of effortless elegance about him. This time, the awakened forces of nearly every nation on Earth have suffered heavy losses except. After a moment, Kuzhinzong suddenly spoke up, "Oh, right. You just returned today." According to reports from below, there seems to be unusual activity along the Great Wall these past 2 days, even affecting Xiancheng. Duan Tao's expression sharpened. Is this related to Zheng Shanhe? No. Kuzhinzong shook his head. Shui and the others just visited Xiancheng this morning. I asked Xiao Meng, and from her expression, Zheng Shanhe hasn't met with any misfortune. Duan Tao sighed, rising to walk toward the floor-to-ceiling windows. Surveying the entire cityscape below, he remarked, "It's been a year. If nothing happened by now, it never will." Zheng Shanhe died completely. I examined his soul's trajectory. Aside from that sliver of fate-bound soul essence carried away by Long Yin back then, every last bit of his soul was extinguished. At that moment, Duan Tao's eyes flickered. Every artisan who ever lived left behind a fragment of their soul upon death. Decades have passed. Has any of those remnants ever returned? Kuzhinzong rose and approached him. So Zheng Shanhe's death truly won't cause any complications? Yes. Duan Tao nodded. After a moment. A peculiar curve suddenly lifted the corner of his mouth. Immortal City. A black sedan sped through the streets. Understood, Elder Qi. I got it. Chen Zheng gripped the steering wheel with one hand and ended the call with the other. After hanging up, he slammed his foot on the accelerator and began to speed like a maniac. He yanked his tie loose, his eyes bloodshot beneath his sunglasses. The exhaustion from 72 consecutive hours of cross-border pursuit was now incinerated by a searing passion. Outside the car window. The villa atop the solitary peak glowed with a faint golden light in the setting sun. When the screech of brakes pierced the courtyard silence, Xiao, who was watering the flowers, jumped in fright. She watched Chen Zheng leap from the car and dash straight into the house. Section Chief Chen? Xiao hurried to catch up. Opening the door, she found Dantai Qingxian standing side by side with a handsome young man, as if they had anticipated his arrival. Chen Zheng removed his sunglasses, his piercing gaze locking with Zheng Shanhe's. "You son of a," Chen Zheng's voice cracked, his clenched fist slowly unclenching. "I knew you wouldn't stay dead, you bastard." Suddenly, Zheng Shanhe burst into laughter, spreading his arms wide to embrace Chen Zheng in a manly hug. In the living room, Dantai Qingxian poured Chen Zheng a cup of hot tea. The chief inspector downed it in one gulp, exhaling a long breath and openly displaying his exhaustion before the three of them. Any anomalies during this international operation? Zheng Shanhe sat down across from him. More complicated than anticipated, Chen Zheng massaged his temples. The infiltration of global awakened by the alien race is far more severe than we'd estimated. Xiao sat nearby hugging a pillow, whispering, "Chief Chen, are those alien races the anthropomorphs everyone talks about?" Chen Zheng nodded. Essentially the same, but their methods are more covert. He retrieved a metal box from his briefcase. Opening it revealed several fragments of purple crystal. These were discovered in an underground mining tunnel beneath the Third Awakened headquarters in the United States. Zheng Shanhe took the fragments. The moment his fingertips touched the surface, a sharp pain shot through him. A faint purple-black liquid flowed within the crystals, identical to what he had witnessed in the Great Wall's spiritual realm. Energy resonance monitoring indicates these crystals are slowly emitting fluctuations at a specific frequency. Chen Zheng's voice was low. "We suspect the alien race is attempting to establish a connection with the Earth veins." Earth veins? Dantai Qingxian took the crystal from Zheng Shanhe and frowned as she examined it. "It refers to the vital energy meridians of nations," Zheng Shanhe explained. "Every country likely possesses something akin to China's dragon veins, though their manifestations differ." Chen Zheng seemed surprised. "So you know more than I do?" "During my time in the dead state, I witnessed certain things." Zheng Shanhe returned the fragment to its case. "The alien race's plan is to gradually devour the world. If China's fortune remains strong, they will likely turn their attention to other nations more vulnerable to attack. Once global subjugation reaches a certain point, we may face our most severe challenge." Chen Zheng nodded. "Yes. Over the past year, Chairman Yan and Elder Qi have formulated a special strategy." He retrieved a stack of photographs from his inner pocket and laid them on the coffee table. "These are traces of alien activity we've uncovered across multiple nations." The photographs documented various eerie scenes. A purplish-black mist hovering atop the pyramids of ancient Egypt, ancient trees in the depths of the Amazon jungle corroded into a purplish-black hue, a massive fissure appearing out of nowhere in the Alps. Traces of the alien race were found in varying degrees across the world's most renowned natural wonders. "Lately, we've been paying special attention to this one." Chen Zheng pointed to the last photograph. The image showed Arctic glaciers, beneath which a vast shadow was faintly visible shaped like spread bat wings, covering an area of at least 10 kilometers.
A multinational scientific expedition entered the Arctic together, but not a single person returned, including our 3 Class A awakened.
A brief silence fell over the living room.
Xiao instinctively moved closer to Zheng Shanhe, who gently rubbed her head in reassurance. The situation seems dire. Dantai Qingxian broke the silence. It's always been grim, especially since we still can't identify who that hidden anthropomorphic being is, and moreover.
Chen Zhang's musings were abruptly interrupted by the ringing of his phone. Chen Zhang glanced at the caller ID. It's Duan Tao. He pressed the answer button.
Cold Stick, where are you?
Duan Tao's voice came through. The association folks said you headed straight for Xiancheng after landing. What's going on? Chapter 179, it's him.
Holding the phone, Chen Zheng shot Zheng Shanhe a meaningful glance before switching to speakerphone. Handling some personal matters in Xiancheng, he replied calmly. On the other end, Duan Tao's voice carried a hint of amusement.
So urgent? Rushing there right after returning to the country? I thought you'd discovered something extraordinary. What could be so earth-shattering?
Chen Zheng countered, his fingers tapping silently yet urgently on the coffee table. True, Duan Tao chuckled softly. By the way, there's unusual activity at the North Pole. The association just received word that the shadow beneath the glaciers is spreading 3 times faster.
Chairman Yan wants us to formulate a response plan ASAP. When are you heading back to headquarters? Tomorrow, Chen Zhang replied curtly. After hanging up, the air in the living room seemed to freeze. After a long pause, Chen Zhang let out a deep sigh. Truthfully, I've been avoiding facing this matter.
Zheng Shanhe frowned deeply.
Are you implying? Duan Tao, is it him? Dantai Qingxian murmured, her brow furrowed too.
Xiao looked confused.
Uncle Duan Tao, is there a problem? Chen Zhang suddenly rose and walked to the window. Sigh. Ever since Zheng Shanhe died, he's been too eager.
Zheng Shanhe fell silent. He had already guessed it. He had died at the Great Wall a year ago. A year later, the shadow of the alien race had spread to the ends of the earth. And Duan Tao had been the central figure orchestrating the global purge throughout this year. 7 months ago, in the 3rd basement level of the Awaken headquarters in Sakura Nation, Chen Zhang pulled a deliberately concealed photograph from his inner pocket. Duan Tao went down alone to deal with relic forces, but surveillance showed he lingered in a certain laboratory for a full 17 minutes. In the photograph, Duan Tao's silhouette froze under the eerie blue glow of emergency lights, his right hand pressed against the control panel of a cultivation chamber. Floating inside the chamber was none other than a miniature version of the Arctic batwing shadow.
He was feeding them? Dantai Qingxian gasped. It's a possibility.
Chen Zhang closed his eyes. He grew up alongside me since childhood, once harboring a grand vision to protect our homeland and its mountains and rivers. But over the years of investigating Qingshi town, I've sensed something off about him. His impatience during this international operation all but confirmed it.
Zheng Shanhe frowned. Then what about us?
The crisis in the Arctic demands immediate action.
Perhaps it's time to confront him.
No sooner had Chen Zhang finished speaking than his phone rang again. Section Chief Chen. On the other end was an officer from the Shangjing City Association. Section Chief Chen, the 3 Class A awakened individuals from the Arctic expedition team have returned.
They've been apprehended. Would you like to? I'm heading back to Shangjing immediately.
Chen Zhang hung up and turned to Zheng Shanhe and Dantai Qingxian.
I'll go ahead. You two assess the situation.
Shangjing City, Awakened One's General Association. In the main hall, 3 survivors stood frozen in place, their bodies encrusted with frost. Their pupils glowed with an eerie purple light, and faint black patterns writhed along their necks. Surrounding Awakened stood guard with weapons drawn, yet none approached. Step aside. Duan Tao's voice echoed from behind. The crowd parted automatically as he walked slowly toward the 3 survivors, his gaze deep and intense. You've been through a lot, he murmured softly. The survivor on the far left slowly raised his head. Mr. Duan, we saw the Great Wall in the Arctic.
Is that so?
Duan Tao smiled, suddenly raising his hand to rest it on the man's shoulder. Too bad your acting was so clumsy.
Put.
A surge of magical energy erupted from his palm, striking all 3 survivors simultaneously. Their bodies melted like wax, eventually pooling on the floor into a mass of purplish-black slime, emitting a pungent, foul stench. The hall erupted in chaos. No one understood why he had done this. Duan Tao shook his hand and turned to address the crowd in a deep voice. Parasites from the anthropomorphic clan attempted to infiltrate headquarters. Immediately reinforce psychic energy detection at all entrances and exits.
As an SSS-ranked Awakened One, though not affiliated with the association, his orders were swiftly obeyed. Duan Tao. But at that very moment,
Chen Zhang's voice boomed like thunder. Duan Tao slowly turned his head, the familiar carefree smile still playing at the corners of his mouth.
You're always so late, you know? How can a chief inspector like you? Haven't you had enough of this charade?
Chen Zheng yanked off his sunglasses and flung them to the ground. The sharp crack of shattering glass sent a shiver through the surrounding Awakened. The shadow beneath the Arctic glaciers is your creation.
The incubation chamber in the Sakura Nation lab was activated by you. What the hell else are you trying to hide from me? The truth about Changsha Town. Chen Zhang roared, or the ing truth that you're a personified being yourself. His words froze the air. What was Section Chief Chen talking about? Who are the anthropomorphs? The world's sole SSS-ranked awakened being is an anthropomorph? Everyone froze in shock. Duan Tao's smile froze. He lowered his head to adjust his cuffs. When he looked up again, his pupils had completely transformed into swirling purple-black vortexes. What a pity. Originally, I believed we could purify this corrupted world together. Why did it have to be you? Chen Zhang's imposing aura collapsed abruptly. The anguish etched on his face was painfully real. He now resembled Zheng Shanhe when he had discovered Chen Zhang was the murderer. Unacceptable. Because. Duan Tao also fell silent. After a moment, he said, from the very beginning, I have always been a human-like. Boom. As the words fell, his right arm suddenly exploded. Countless purple-black tentacles shot out like venomous snakes, instantly piercing the chests of 3 association members. Everyone evacuate. Sound the alarm. Chen Zhang roared, unleashing boundless sharpness from his body. His right hand wielded the sword forward, and countless sword beams shredded the attacking tentacles to pieces. Useless. Duan Tao's body abruptly returned to normal, his eyes surging with magic power. He was, after all, an SSS rank hall mage. Annihilation. Duan Tao raised his hand and clenched it lightly. Hum. A terrifying vortex of magic abruptly coalesced from his palm, and then the surrounding space began to collapse. Slash. Chen Zhang's eyes flashed with azure light as he swung his sword. Slashing sound. Space ripped apart, severing Duan Tao's black hole in two. Simultaneously, a streak of azure light descended from the heavens. Dantai Qingxuan's bone wings shattered the dome as she charged downward, scythe in hand. You're dreaming. Duan Tao gave a sinister chuckle, suddenly spreading his fingers wide and slamming them into the ground. Spatial summoning. Hum. Suddenly. Endless frigid energy surged outward from the ground beneath his palm. The terrifying chill instantly froze the awakened beings who couldn't escape in time. Destruction, descend. Duan Tao screamed shrilly. Boom. The entire ground of Shangjing City suddenly shook violently. The frigid energy erupting from Duan Tao's palm swept through the association hall like a tsunami, tearing open a kilometer-wide chasm in the ground amid a deafening, shrill roar. What have you done? Chen Zhang swung his sword, its terrifying blade light slicing through the freezing air rushing toward him. It's too late, Chen Zhang. Duan Tao roared with maniacal laughter, join me in embracing destruction. From the abyssal fissure, a terrifying shadow rose, darkening the sky and swallowing the sun. Duan Tao of the Arctic Glacier Guard had forcibly teleported himself to Shangjing City using spatial magic. Chapter 180, The End. A terrifying blizzard engulfed all of Shangjing. Dantai Qingxian and Chen Zhang were blown relentlessly backward from the storm center. As Dantai Qingxian watched the terrifying bat-winged shadow slowly rise from the glacier, her pupils contracted. Duan Tao moved the entire Arctic here. As the shadow stretched its form, the entire sky darkened instantly. Purple veins crisscrossed its terrifying bat-like wings, converting the frigid air into dark purple energy. In the blink of an eye, black ice crystals crawled across the outer walls of the association building. Chen Zhan. Duan Tao's figure hovered before the shadow, his violet-black eyes gazing down upon all. This is the culmination of decades of planning. The only thing left for you to do is accept it. He spread his arms wide. The Arctic glacier suddenly erupted with countless cracks, and tens of thousands of frozen alien creatures burst free from the ice. The moment these monsters touched the ground, they lunged at the panicked citizens fleeing in terror. A blizzard engulfed half of Shangjing City. The shrieks of the bat-winged shadows pierced the clouds, turning countless faces pale with terror. Chen Zhang's sword slashed a 100-meter-deep gash through the glacial fissure, yet it could not stem the alien tide surging onto the streets. Evacuate the populace. Activate Level 1 defense. Mobilize all awakened across the nation to Shangjing immediately. Chen Zhang roared into his communicator. Dantai Qingxian swept her scythe, cleaving an alien creature leaping toward a child clean in half. Duan Tao is channeling the shadow to absorb the Earth's energy. She pointed skyward. Countless purple threads extended from the tips of the shadow's bat-like wings, burrowing deep into the earth beneath Shangjing City. It's draining the dragon veins. Chen Zhang's pupils contracted sharply. Solitary Peak, Immortal City. Zheng Shanhe frowned, sensing the resonance of Shangjing's earth veins from 1,000 miles away. Brother! Xiao gripped the hem of his robe. Has it begun? Zheng Shanhe closed his eyes as visions from the Great Wall's spiritual realm overlapped with the physical world. The fissure splitting the dragon vein widened, and shadowy figures of the alien race emerged from within it. Stay here. He snapped his eyes open. What? Before Xiao could react, Zheng Shanhe leapt up with blinding speed. Amidst howling winds, Zheng Shanhe roared, Fortune is my vessel. His life-bound artifact abruptly coalesced into a golden dragon of destiny, lifting Zheng Shanhe skyward as it charged straight toward the capital. Shangjing City. Duan Tao hovered before the bat-winged shadow's head, purple energy binding him to the monstrosity. He looked down at the retreating ranks of awakened humans below, chuckling lightly. Don't you understand yet? The power of human awakened beings originates from the alien races. There's never been such a thing as innate talent. Bull. Chen Zheng shattered the alien roar with his blade. Duan Tao shook his head, then suddenly clenched his fist. The ground beneath Chen Zheng's feet abruptly collapsed, countless ice spikes erupting from the abyss. Clang! Chen Zheng clashed his sword against the ice spikes. This is China, not your domain. Too late. Duan Tao roared with laughter, his bat-like wings fully spread. Within the shadow that obscured the sky, a dense sea of black eyes emerged. Each pupil reflected iconic landmarks from different nations. It's synchronously devouring the world's vital energy currents. Dantai Qingxian cried out, clutching her giant scythe. Duan Tao laughed maniacally, witness the dawn of a new era. When all fortune nears collapse, my divine race shall fully descend. You dream on. A golden meteor slammed into the shadow's head. As the golden dragon of fortune exploded, Zheng Shanhe's figure pierced through the purple mist like a sharp blade. Get the hell out of here. 5 fingers channeling the might of mountains, Zheng Shanhe's fist slammed heavily into Duan Tao's chest. Put. Duan Tao immediately spat out a mouthful of blood, his body flying backward, piercing through the dark figure and crashing onto the glacier. Zheng Shanhe. It's me. Zheng Shanhe swung his arm, unleashing a terrifying roar from the golden dragon. Then, he snapped his fingers and roared, bean-splitting soldier formation. Whoosh! A sky filled with golden light transformed into 3,000 elite soldiers clad in black armor. The moment they landed, illusory mountain peaks materialized from their bodies. Mount Tai suppression. Zheng Shanhe pressed his palms together. The formation of elite soldiers abruptly shifted, resonating with the dragon veins of the Great Wall. 3,000 mountain-like green lights shot skyward. The 4 great towers manifest. As the 4 great towers thundered into existence, the celestial energy above the capital city surged, weaving into a colossal net that forcibly severed the connection between the dark shadow and the earth's veins. You're still alive? Duan Tao frowned deeply. Zheng Shanhe advanced atop a golden dragon. With each step, a ripple of destiny blossomed beneath his feet. As long as destiny endures, my soul shall never fade. Want me dead? Not so easily. His fist struck out, causing the air to collapse. Duan Tao's palm flashed with demonic energy, the array's light expanding to block the assault. Very well then, I shall destroy the very veins of your destiny along with you. Duan Tao plunged both arms into the ground. Boom! The Arctic shadow emitted a shrill, piercing screech. The eyes on its bat-like wings burst simultaneously, spewing a torrent of purple-black pus like a downpour. Wherever the liquid touched, even the air corroded into hissing white smoke. Great Wall! At that very moment, Zheng Shanhe suddenly roared. Hum! The ground of Shangjing shook violently as a phantom wall, spanning heaven and earth, burst through the sky. Come on! Boom! The illusory form of Mount Tai rose from the earth behind Zheng Shanhe. The roaring sounds of the Yangtze and Yellow rivers echoed from the void. The golden light of the 4 great towers' cultural heritage intertwined into a net, vaporizing every drop of the purple black pus. Duan Tao's pupils contracted sharply. You can actually summon the complete mountain and river qi. The mountains and rivers of China shall never be defiled by foreign hands. Zheng Shanhe stepped forward, the energy beneath his feet exploding as his form shot toward Duan Tao like a golden meteor. Duan Tao sneered savagely, his arms erupting with demonic power. Then let us see, is your mountain and river destiny stronger, or is my race's might superior? He tore open his chest, exposing his heart. Embedded there was a purplish-black crystal core exactly like those of the demigods during the Great Wall's transformation. World destruction. The crystal core erupted in blinding golden light. Duan Tao's body swelled explosively, transforming in an instant into a 100-meter-tall, monstrously hideous creature. The monster's 6 arms whirled, each palm swirling with distinct vortexes of demonic power. Die! Duan Tao's 6 arms struck down simultaneously, terrifying waves of demonic energy sweeping across the entire space. Zheng Shanhe neither dodged nor flinched, clasping his palms together with a thunderous clap. Mountain and river returned to one. Hum! The vital energies of the Great Wall, Mount Tai, the Yangtze and Yellow rivers, and the 4 great towers converged simultaneously, coalescing behind him into a colossal golden dragon piercing heaven and earth. The dragon's eyes opened, its roar shaking the world. Fortune, suppress! Zheng Shanhe unleashed a fist strike, and the golden dragon soared forward, colliding head-on with Duan Tao's 6 arms. Boom boom boom! At the moment of impact, space shattered like a mirror. A terrifying vortex erupted above Shangjing City, sending shockwaves that made every awakened one's face turn pale. 3 of Duan Tao's arms shattered instantly, purple-black blood spilling only to evaporate mid-air. Duan Tao roared in fury, his remaining 3 arms furiously pounding the dragon. Yet the dragon's body erupted in blinding golden light, sending him reeling backward. How is this possible? Duan Tao was filled with shock and disbelief. Beneath these mountains and rivers, within the very essence of destiny, Zheng Shanhe leapt upward, planting his foot on the dragon's head. His right fist gathered power as illusory mountains and rivers coalesced at its tip. It is the blood of millions of heroic souls. One punch smashed down. Boom! A gaping hole instantly tore through Duan Tao's chest. His smile froze. The purple-black energy receded, the demonic creature's body shattered, and Duan Tao plummeted from the sky, crashing violently to the ground. Zheng Shanhe, you cannot save this land. You cannot save anyone. One day, the alien races will tear through the barrier of destiny and descend upon the mortal world. Duan Tao's body dissolved into purple-black specks of light, slowly dissipating. Zheng Shanhe clenched his fists as a golden dragon roared to the heavens. As long as the mountains and rivers endure, China shall endure forever. The end.